Volume 1 to Volume 6, The Martial Arts Chronicles. Volume 7, The World of Master Jiao. Upon entering the realm of the Divine Condor, Zhiqing had envisioned a tranquil existence. However, this was an epoch marked by the Mongolian invasion of the Song Dynasty, a time rife with the turbulent spirit of chivalry. Having witnessed the brutality wrought by war, he resolutely grasped his 3-foot-long sword, determined to vanquish the instigators of chaos. Chapter 1. 1,000 Strikes of the Sword. In the month of June, at the Chongyang Palace on Mount Zhongnan, the heavy sound of labored breathing echoed from a precipice. A youth, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, was tirelessly swinging his sword forward, his movements singular and repetitive. The young man bore a complexion as pale as jade, lips crimson as if stained with blood, and a prominent nose that complemented his alluring peach blossom eyes, crowned by a pair of sword-like brows. His lips moved subtly, muttering a rhythmic chant. If one listened closely, the words could be discerned. 997, 998, 999, 1,000 completed. Upon delivering the final strike, Zhiqing exhaled deeply, planting his sword into the earth. He then slightly parted his legs, sinking into a stance as he commenced the operation of the Quanzhen heart method. As he engaged in this practice, a notification resonated within his mind. Task of executing 1,000 sword strikes completed, proficiency points increased by 10. Upon hearing the increase, a smile of joy graced Zhiqing's lips. Skillfully, he accessed his status panel, reviewing his information. Player, Zhiqing. Age, 18. Martial arts proficiency, 2nd tier. Internal skill, proficient in Quanzhen heart method 771000. Fist technique, proficient in Quanzhen fist technique 0100. Sword technique, mastery of Quanzhen sword technique 9901000. Lightness skill, proficient in golden goose technique 0100. Daily task, 1,000 sword strikes completed. Random task, not triggered. Proficiency points, 10. After surveying his status, Zhiqing's gaze fixed upon the sword technique. Allocate the points to my swordsmanship, he commanded inwardly. As if responding to his intent, the 10 proficiency points were added to his Quanzhen sword technique. Before his eyes, the mastery of the Quanzhen sword technique transformed into that of a grandmaster, elevating his rank from 2nd tier to 1st tier. With this advancement, a wealth of memories surged within his mind, as if he had devoted decades to honing the Quanzhen sword technique to the level of mastery. Moreover, his physique, subtly altered, his arms appeared stronger than before. As he absorbed this newfound knowledge, Zhiqing pondered the tiers of martial arts proficiency. The journey of martial arts training, whether through swordplay, boxing, or lightness skills, encompasses several levels: initiation, proficiency, mastery, grandmaster, and supreme grandmaster. At the inception of his martial journey, a mere increment would suffice for initiation. However, advancing from initiation to proficiency required 10 points, while mastery demanded 100, and subsequently 1,000 or even 10,000 points. The further one progresses, the greater the requisite proficiency points become. Zhiqing could acquire proficiency points through 2 means, one being the completion of daily tasks, which consisted solely of executing 1,000 sword strikes for a reward of 10 points, the other being random tasks. However, for reasons unknown, since the system manifested within him, he had yet to trigger any random quests. Consequently, he could only accrue proficiency points through daily tasks. Yet, as time progressed, it appeared that his proficiency points were becoming increasingly insufficient. Zhiqing quietly calculated how long it would take to elevate his swordsmanship from proficiency to mastery, assuming he did not engage in proactive practice. With a daily gain of 10 points and a requirement of 1,000 proficiency points, it would take 100 days, approximately half a year. This duration was contingent upon him refraining from allocating points to his lightness skill, fist techniques, and other martial arts. However, it was implausible for him to solely focus on swordsmanship. This world was not a stable and peaceful realm one could characterize it as tumultuous. To enhance his combat prowess, he needed to not only advance his swordsmanship, but also improve his other martial arts, such as lightness skills. Reflecting on this world, Zhiqing felt a surge of nostalgia. It was a world he was intimately familiar with, reminiscent of the divine eagle realm from his previous life. After an incident of near drowning, he found himself inexplicably transported to this world, transformed into a 14-year-old youth. Subsequently, through a series of fortuitous events, he became a disciple of the Quanzhen sect. Now, for years later, through diligent study and practice, he had finally established a foundation for himself. He did not rely entirely on the system. The system that accompanied him was known as the Celestial Task System, which did not awaken upon his arrival in this world. If it had awakened sooner, it would have been inconceivable for him to remain at a second-rate level after 4 years of relentless training. Acquiring proficiency points could enhance his martial skills, and his daily practice would also contribute to this improvement. This was why, even after completing his daily tasks, he persisted in practicing his internal skills despite physical fatigue. Failing to train internal skills would ultimately yield empty results. No matter how proficient he became in swordsmanship, without sufficient internal strength, it would merely be a fad. As Zhiqing engaged in his internal practice, he pondered how to trigger a random quest. Despite numerous attempts, he had never succeeded. He calmed his mind and focused on cultivating his internal energy at the mountain's peak. His talents could not be deemed exceptional, yet they were not entirely lacking either. He estimated his abilities to be above average, neither extraordinary nor wasteful. While he practiced, he heard footsteps approaching. Turning to discern the source of the sound, a smile involuntarily graced his face upon recognizing the visitor. It was his junior apprentice sister, Chang Jiao, whose name bore a resemblance to that of his married second apprentice sister, Cheng Yaojia. As she approached, Zhiqing gently inquired, "Junior sister, what brings you here?" He had chosen this secluded and steep cliff on Zhongnan Mountain to practice without interruption. "It is master, he has sent me to call for you." Cheng Jiao, at 14, had large double-folded eyes, a small upturned nose, and delicate lips, already displaying the promise of beauty. Perhaps due to her underdeveloped stature, she stood only at 1 meter 40, appearing even smaller beside Zhiqing, who stood at 1 meter 80. "Master is looking for me?" Zhiqing replied, somewhat puzzled as master seldom intervened in his practice. At most, he would occasionally assess his literary skills, such as during the sect competitions, but he had never been invited to participate. Oh, you know why the master is looking for me. Cheng Jiao shook her head vigorously, resembling a fluttering drum. "The master did not tell me." "Well then," Zhiqing, noticing his junior sister's ignorance, decided not to press further. They would discover the reason upon arrival. "Let's go meet the master." Upon saying this, Zhiqing turned around only to find his junior sister frozen in place, extending her hands in anticipation. With a helpless shake of his head, he approached her, turned around, and squatted down. "Climb on." "Oh!" Chang Jiao exclaimed gleefully as she leaped onto Zhiqing's back, gripping his shoulders firmly. She swayed back and forth, exclaiming, "Giddy up! Behave yourself!" Zhiqing chided lightly, giving her a gentle nudge on her backside before employing the golden goose technique to descend the cliff. Before long, Zhiqing arrived outside the courtyard where the master resided, carrying his junior sister on his back. Just as he halted at the entrance, the master's voice echoed from within. "Why are you still standing outside?" Upon hearing the master's call, Zhiqing promptly set Cheng Jiao down and tidied his robes before entering the small courtyard with her. Inside the courtyard, a slender Taoist, nun clad in black, practiced swordsmanship with a wooden sword, thrusting and slicing with precision. Zhiqing and Cheng Jiao approached the nun respectfully, saying, "Master." This woman was none other than Zhiqing's mentor, the renowned Qingjing Sanren, Sun Buer, the 7th disciple of the Quanzhen sect. Noticing her disciple's homage, she did not pause her practice but instructed, "Wait to the side." Heeding her command, Zhiqing and his junior sister stepped aside. After a brief moment, Sun Buer finally concluded her sequence of swordplay. Chapter 2. The task is triggered. In the courtyard, Sun Buer sheathed her sword and gazed gently at her 2 disciples. "Having witnessed the swordplay I just demonstrated, how much did you comprehend?" Cheng Jiao, upon hearing her master's inquiry, shook her head repeatedly, responding honestly, "Master, I have never seen such swordplay. I did not understand it at all." Zhiqing echoed her sentiments. He had not learned the swordplay his master had performed. However, as he had attained a masterful level in Quanzhen sword techniques, he could discern some nuances within it. "Although I cannot grasp the entirety, I perceive that this swordplay resembles a formation practiced by 2 individuals." Zhiqing's observation elicited a look of surprise from Sun Buer, who regarded him appreciatively. "I knew you excelled in literary pursuits, but I did not expect you to possess such discernment in martial skills." "Master, you flatter me." "This is no flattery. The swordplay I demonstrated is called the Sun-Moon Convergence Sword, a formation intended for pair practitioners. As she spoke, Sun Bu'er turned her gaze towards Su Zhiqing and Cheng Jiayao. This formation is most suitable for both of you. Cheng Jiao's face flushed slightly at these words, and she playfully protested, Master. Su Zhiqing also felt a tinge of embarrassment. What did the master mean by that? Besides, his junior sister was only 14, he was not a beast. Ha, it is merely swordplay, what are you thinking? Sun Bu'er chuckled lightly. When I find the time, I will teach this formation to both of you. However, it is a pity that you, little girl, do not apply yourself diligently in your training and are thus not yet qualified to learn this formation. Master, Cheng Jiayao exclaimed anxiously, from now on, I will certainly practice diligently. Sun Bu'er looked at Cheng Jiayao and chuckled, Haha, I believe you are indeed the one. Meanwhile, Su Zhiqing silently observed his master teasing his junior sister. By the way, Zhiqing, after playfully engaging with Cheng Jiayao for a while, Sun Bu'er's demeanor became more serious. I summoned you here to discuss recent matters. This time, our Quanzhen sect has called back numerous disciples to confront external threats. Su Zhiqing was already aware of the situation his master mentioned. The Mongolian prince, Huidu, had declared his intention to marry the little dragon girl of the ancient tomb sect. Fourth master Uncle Qiu Chuji was set to assist the ancient tomb sect, hence gathering the disciple from afar back to the mountain gate. Recently, all disciples of the Quanzhen sect had been hastily returning. As Su Zhiqing contemplated these developments, Sun Bu'er instructed him, in the upcoming period, I and your other masters will enter seclusion to cultivate. You must take good care, Jiayao. Su Zhiqing nodded in agreement upon hearing his master's intention to retreat. For him, safeguarding the entire Quanzhen sect might prove challenging, yet protecting his junior sister seemed a manageable task. Moreover, he pondered that some intriguing individuals might soon make an appearance. The thought of certain characters potentially emerging filled his eyes with a glimmer of anticipation. Perhaps he might encounter the noble figure known for their chivalry, who dedicates themselves to the nation and its people. Once his master departed, Su Zhiqing turned to his junior sister, saying, in the time ahead, stay close to me and do not wander off. He was uncertain when the Mongolian prince would arrive with his entourage, so keeping his junior sister nearby felt the safest course. Rest assured, brother, I will stay right by your side. Cheng Jiayao exclaimed, and just as her words fell, Su Zhiqing's expression brightened unexpectedly. Random task triggered. Ignoring Cheng Jiayao momentarily, he began to examine his panel. Random task: defend the Quanzhen sect and repel the invaders. Successful completion of the task rewards 10 proficiency points. After reviewing the task, Su Zhiqing mused about the conditions that could trigger such random tasks. As for the 10 proficiency points, he found them quite acceptable. If used for martial arts training, they would still be enough for fundamental mastery of 10 techniques. However, if they were to be allocated for upgrading martial skills, it would be a mere drop in the bucket. Brother, it seems you are quite pleased with my company. Cheng Jiayao, oblivious to the reason for his joy, noticed her brother's sudden elation after she spoke. This realization brought her secret delight. Could it be that her brother held affection for her? Startled by her words, Su Zhiqing gazed at his junior sister's cheerful demeanor and gently patted her head. Don't overthink it. Having done that, Su Zhiqing led his junior sister to attend their literary studies. Disciples of the Quanzhen sect not only practiced martial arts, but also engaged in reading and calligraphy. Those with exceptional literary talents might even be recommended by the sect to pursue the imperial examination. One could gain renown in the rivers and lakes just as well as in the officialdom. As Sun Bu'er's direct disciple, Su Zhiqing had the privilege to train separately from the other disciples. His schedule was primarily arranged by his master, who granted him considerable freedom, allowing him to plan his own activities. Mornings were typically reserved for martial practice, while afternoons were dedicated to study and calligraphy. Throughout the afternoon, Su Zhiqing not only immersed himself in reading and practicing calligraphy, but also diligently encouraged his junior sister to focus on her studies. His profound comprehension of the text bestowed upon him a significant advantage in martial arts training. The day slipped away in the blink of an eye. On the following day, Su Zhiqing rose early once more. He first spent some time honing his internal skills. When the time for breakfast arrived, he went to awaken his junior sister so they could dine together. After their meal, Su Zhiqing took her back to the serene courtyard. With their master absent, he was relieved from the daily tasks that required him to venture to the cliff. In the courtyard, he could supervise his junior sister's practice. After securely closing the courtyard gate, he began to wield his sword. 1,000 repetitions later, even as he had entered the first-class realm, his muscles ached from the exertion. Noticing that his proficiency points had increased by 10, Su Zhiqing felt that all his efforts were worthwhile. However, upon turning around, he found his junior sister gazing at him in admiration, neglecting her own practice. His expression darkened. "Practice your swordplay." "Oh right." Cheng Jiao snapped back to attention and began her training. Yet, even while practicing, she could not resist stealing glances at Su Zhiqing. Despite his reprimands, she remained unchanged. Days passed gradually, and the calendar shifted from the 7th to the middle of June. Aside from meals, Su Zhiqing seldom ventured outside, as the entire sect was under strict lockdown, prohibiting disciples from wandering aimlessly. This suited him perfectly. The longer he remained, the stronger his martial skills would become. As long as he could safely stay in the courtyard, he had no intention of leaving. However, Su Zhiqing was not oblivious to the matters of the sect. He inquired about the arrangements for his masters after their seclusion. Currently, the Quanzhen sect was under the stewardship of Wang Chui's disciple, Zhao Zhiqing. After gathering this information, he returned to the tranquil courtyard to continue his training. On the 29th day, with the sun at its zenith, Su Zhiqing, engrossed in his practice, suddenly noticed a signal from the mountains below. "Here they come." Upon seeing the signal, he did not hastily rush out of the courtyard to lend assistance. Instead, he opened the task panel. He glanced at the random tasks, which were pulsating, clearly indicating a formidable enemy was attacking the mountain. His gaze shifted from the random tasks to the proficiency points he had amassed over the past half-month. A substantial accumulation of 230 proficiency points had been achieved. Chapter 3. The Onslaught. After reviewing the accumulated proficiency points, Su Zhiqing shifted his gaze to his personal panel. Player, Su Zhiqing. Age, 18. Martial arts proficiency, first class. Internal skill, mastery of the complete truth heart method, 11-1000. Fist technique, proficient in complete truth fist technique, 93-100. Sword technique, grandmaster of complete truth sword technique, 17-10,000. Lightness skill, proficient in golden goose skill, 0-100. Having perused his personal panel, Su Zhiqing pondered for a moment before reaching a decision. Although the proficiency points appeared plentiful, investing them in internal skills and sword techniques would not elevate his rank or combat power significantly. His attention was drawn to the lightness skill. With a mere flicker of thought, he allocated 100 proficiency points to the golden goose skill. Instantly, his proficiency transformed from proficient to mastery, 0-1000. Upon completing the allocation, memories of his arduous years of training in the golden goose skill surged forth. A warm flow coursed through his legs, rendering the muscles more robust and defined. After enhancing the golden goose skill, Su Zhiqing regarded the remaining 130 proficiency points with hesitation, ultimately deciding to retain them. These points could still be used to augment his complete truth fist technique, which he practiced daily. However, enhancing his fist technique would not yield a substantial increase in combat power, rendering the investment less worthwhile. It would be wiser to conserve these points until he could accumulate more for a more strategic allocation. "Senior brother, something terrible has happened. Our complete truth sect is under attack." At this juncture, Cheng Jiao rushed over, her petite face etched with panic. "What is the matter? The sky may fall, but there is always someone to bear the weight." Su Zhiqing reassured his junior sister, then inquired, "Has the enemy breached our defenses?" Cheng Jiao shook her head vigorously. "Not yet. It's Brother Zhao. He has led the other seniors to confront them at the foot of the mountain." "Still at the foot? Then there is no need for alarm," Su Zhiqing replied, rising to grasp his sword. "Senior brother, where are you going?" "To discern the identity of our adversary." Upon stating this, Su Zhiqing exited the courtyard, and Cheng Jiao hastily followed. "I will accompany you." Su Zhiqing did not decline her offer. If the Mongolian bandits truly were attacking, safety on the mountain was not guaranteed. He guided his junior sister down the mountain via a narrow path. Before they reached the foot of the mountain, they encountered Zhao Zhiqing and a group besieging a middle-aged man. "Why is there but a single challenger?" Cheng Jiao observed the scene below, murmuring, "This individual is remarkably formidable." Su Zhiqing nodded in agreement. The middle-aged man, surrounded by Zhao Zhiqing and his comrades, remained unperturbed. With deft movements, he exploited gaps in their formation, striking down several brothers with each sweep. In a matter of moments, those who charged forward were injured by the middle-aged man's prowess. Witnessing this, Su Zhiqing narrowed his eyes. The current Complete Truth sect stood as the foremost sect in the martial world, with hundreds of brothers forming a sword formation capable of vanquishing even first-class masters. Yet this middle-aged man navigated through it as if it were an unguarded domain. Unless, a name surfaced in Su Zhiqing's mind, Guijing, who had once led Yonggui up the mountain. With this thought, He found himself unable to remain still. If all the senior brothers were to be injured by this Zhiqing, when the Mongolian prince arrives with his men, it would indeed be a significant advantage for them. Contemplating this, Zhiqing immediately leaped forward. In just a few bounds, he reached the sword formation. The newcomer was none other than the legendary hero, Zhiqing. Inside the formation, upon hearing the commotion, Zhiqing glanced over and noticed an unfamiliar young man. However, it was a good thing that this youth recognized him. He had not come to the Quanzhen sect to engage in combat, so upon realizing someone knew him, he called out, "It is indeed Gua here." Upon confirming the identity of the visitor, Zhiqing jumped into the sword formation. "Zhao Shixiao, cease your attack." Zhao Zhiqing and the others were fiercely attacking Zhiqing when they suddenly noticed Zhiqing had entered the formation. Anger welled up within Zhao, and he admonished, "Shidi, what are you doing?" "Zhao Shixiao, it's a misunderstanding." Zhiqing quickly replied, "This gentleman is Zhiqing, not an enemy from Mongolia." However, Zhao Zhiqing was not inclined to heed his words. "He destroyed our stone tablet at the foot of the mountain. How could he not be an adversary?" "Shidi, step aside." Hearing this, Zhiqing turned to look at Zhiqing, only to find him wearing a look of embarrassment. This brother spoke the truth. It was indeed Zhiqing's momentary lapse of control that led to the destruction of the stone tablet. Zhiqing recalled that when Zhiqing had come to Quanzhen, there had indeed been a conflict, but he could not remember the details now. Since Zhiqing was present, he could not allow his senior brothers to continue fighting him, primarily because they were at a disadvantage. "Guadashia, you can discuss this with my Sherbal later. For now, it would be best to cease hostilities," Zhiqing declared, casting a glance at his fellow brothers. "Brothers, Guadashia is indeed not an enemy from Mongolia. We must not turn against our own." No sooner had he spoken than they heard shouts from the mountain. "Not good. The Mongolian enemies are coming from the back mountain. They did not take the front." At this, Zhiqing's expression changed, and Zhao Zhiqing's countenance mirrored his concern. "Shidi, I will certainly inform the Zhangjiao about your interference," Zhao Zhiqing exclaimed, waving his hand. "Come, let us rush to support the mountaintop." A crowd of disciples followed Zhao Zhiqing towards Chongyang Palace, and in a moment, they had all departed. Zhiqing, witnessing this, turned to Zhiqing. "I have long heard of your esteemed name, Guadashia, but now that the Mongolian enemies are upon us, we shall attend to you after we have repelled them." Having said this, he turned to leave. "Wait for me, little brother," Zhiqing called out, picking up a young boy beside him and swiftly following Zhiqing. "Little brother, your sect has some connection with me. Could you enlighten me on the current situation? What is this about the Mongolian enemies?" Seeing Zhiqing's eagerness for information, Zhiqing decided to be succinct and recounted the present circumstances. After sharing this, he made his way to his shimmy. Under Zhiqing's astonished gaze, he grabbed his shimmy and continued to ascend the mountain. Zhiqing chose not to speak, but closely followed behind. Soon, the four of them reached the mountaintop. They could all hear the sounds of blades clashing echoing from above. Zhiqing's expression changed slightly upon hearing the commotion, realizing that the Mongolian enemies had engaged in combat with the disciples. "Junior sister, we must rush to assist our master," he exclaimed, hastily making his way towards the secluded area where his master and uncle were meditating. The sounds of battle grew increasingly intense as he ventured deeper. Upon sighting Zhiqing and his companion, several Mongolian soldiers charged at them. Without hesitation, Zhiqing drew his sword and fought fiercely, each strike delivering a decisive blow. In the blink of an eye, he reached the courtyard where his master and uncle were located. As he entered the courtyard, he witnessed Zhao Zhiqing being sent flying by a Mongolian warrior's powerful strike. Zhiqing hurriedly moved to catch Zhao Zhiqing. The latter was taken aback to find that it was Zhiqing who had rescued him. "Brother Zhao, steady yourself," Zhiqing urged as he set Zhao Zhiqing down, his gaze sweeping across the courtyard. He noticed that Master Sun Borer and his uncles appeared pale, seemingly gravely injured, while a group of disciples stood guard protectively around them. What has transpired? How could Master and the others sustain such severe injuries? Even if Zhiqing were to intervene, it seems improbable that he could inflict such harm upon them so swiftly. Chapter 4. The story of the divine eagle and the shooting eagle. After the Mongolian man repelled Zhao Zhiqing, he gazed at him with disdain. "The foremost sect? Is this all? Not a single capable fighter among you." The disciples of the Quanzhen sect glared back in anger, and Zhao Zhiqing, standing beside Zhiqing, exclaimed, "Despicable villain! You ambushed us when we were unprepared." "Haha, ambush. How naive. This is merely a tactic of war." The Mongolian man laughed heartily before directing his gaze at the injured Qiu Chuji and others. "Today, if I kill you, the foremost sect of the Central Plains will be erased from history." With that, he waved his hand to the soldiers behind him. "Come, kill them." As the Mongolian man surged forward, Su Zhiqing seized the opportunity, thrusting his sword forward. The Mongolian man, caught off guard by the young man's remarkable swordplay, noticed the glimmer of the blade too late. Thud! The long sword pierced through his chest in an instant. You! The Mongolian man stared wide-eyed at Su Zhiqing. Unfazed, Su Zhiqing withdrew his sword and kicked the man away. Observing the life fading from the Mongolian's eyes, he coldly remarked, "To eradicate my Quanzhen sect. Perhaps in your next life." With that, he sheathed his sword. Seeing their leader fall, the ragtag group behind the Mongolian man lost their resolve and hastily fled. The remaining disciples of the Quanzhen sect seized the opportunity to pursue, determined not to let any adversaries escape. At that moment, Sun Buer suddenly spoke, "Zhiqing, quickly. Go to the tomb of the living dead. This band of miscreants is splitting into two groups. One is here attacking us, while the other is heading towards the tomb." Upon hearing his master's words, Su Zhiqing nodded slightly. "Master, Uncle Master, I shall return shortly." With that, he turned to leave. "Young hero, I shall accompany you." Guijing, feeling he had not been of assistance, was unwilling to merely observe. "Thank you." Su Zhiqing and Guijing hastened towards the tomb of the living dead. After they departed, Qiu Chuji and the others finally grasped the situation. "Is that Jingu?" Sun Buer nodded. "Indeed. But I wonder what brings him here. Regardless of his purpose, with him around, it is certain that Huidu and his band will not fare well." Zhao Zhijing, overhearing Qiu Chuji and Sun Buer, promptly fell silent. He had intended to speak ill of Su Zhiqing's companion, but now realized that what Su Zhiqing had said was indeed correct. Reflecting on how effortlessly Su Zhiqing had dispatched the Mongolian man who had severely injured him, a flicker of doubt crossed Zhao Zhijing's mind. How could his martial prowess be so formidable? The tomb of the living dead lay at the rear of Zhongnan Mountain, adjacent to the Chongyang Palace. Su Zhiqing and Guijing soon arrived at the site, only to be met with a scene that left them astounded. A throng of people was fleeing in disarray, pursued by a swarm of furious hornets. The sight of the beast sent shivers down Su Zhiqing and Guijing's spines. The atmosphere was indeed oppressive, sending a chill down one's spine at first glance. Su Zhiqing had previously seen it on television and thought little of it. However, experiencing it firsthand made every hair on his body stand on end. He and Guijing quickly stepped aside, wishing to avoid being entangled with the crowd. "It seems we need not assist any longer," Guijing remarked nearby. Su Zhiqing nodded. He was already aware of Zilongnu's prowess and the unfolding narrative. His presence was merely a precaution. Now, he felt reassured. Zilongnu's remarkable ability to command the wasps rendered many helpless. Once the swarm had dispersed the crowd, a stunning woman clad in white and an elderly woman appeared before them. Su Zhiqing recognized them instantly. The former was Zilongnu, and the latter was Granny Sunday. During his 3 years at Zhongnan Mountain, he had frequently encountered both. Particularly, his bond with Granny Sun was the closest. "Su boy," Granny Sun exclaimed, a look of relief washing over her face upon seeing him. "I knew you would come." Zilongnu also nodded slightly in gratitude towards Su Zhiqing. Granny's words hold truth. "Aside from my master, you are the one I feel closest to." Knowing Huidu had brought men here, I hurried over with Guidashia. "Now that I see you are safe, I am greatly relieved," Su Zhiqing said, introducing Guijing. "This is the Guidashia I spoke of." Both Granny Sun and Zilongnu turned their gaze towards Guijing, astonishment flickering in their eyes. "Su boy, is this the protagonist of the story of the eagle-shooting heroes you mentioned?" Guijing, confused, scratched his head, wondering what was meant by the protagonist of the eagle-shooting story. Indeed, he had shot an eagle before. Su Zhiqing's expression became slightly awkward. His familiarity with Granny Sun and Zilongnu stemmed from recounting stories to them, including the tale of the eagle-shooting heroes, without concealing Guijing's role in it. "Cough, Granny. I merely made up a story as I found Dragon Girl rather bored," Su Zhiqing explained, then proceeded to introduce Granny Sun and Zilongnu to Guijing. "Guidashia. This is Granny Sun of the Ancient Tomb Sect and Miss Long." Upon hearing that Huidu had attempted to abduct Miss Long due to her beauty, Guijing was taken aback, realizing that the focal point of this incident was indeed the enchanting dragon girl before him. She was undeniably beautiful, though still not quite as captivating as his own Rome. He clasped his hands together in greeting. "What has the honor of meeting you both?" Curiosity piqued, he then asked, "What did you mean when you referred to me as the protagonist of the eagle-shooting story earlier?" Seeing Guijing's naive and earnest demeanor, Granny Sun and Zilongnu exchanged glances, recalling Su Zhiqing's descriptions of Guijing during his storytelling. Zilongnu felt too shy to fabricate a lie, but was equally hesitant to admit that Su Zhiqing had crafted a story with Guijing as the central character. However, Granny Sun remained unfazed and casually remarked, "Ah, it's just Su Xiaozai. He merely watched a tale of the legend of the Condor heroes." and the protagonist happens to share the same name as the valiant Gua. Guojing suddenly understood, so that's it. Realizing the answer, he ceased further inquiries. Meanwhile, Su Zhiqing listened to the conversation among the three, but refrained from interjecting. The system informed him that he had completed a random task, and his proficiency points were credited. Su Zhiqing observed the panel where his proficiency points had increased to 140. Although not substantial, he felt a sense of joy, for it was still a gain. Upon finishing the review of his proficiency points, he noticed that the random task was flashing. Upon inspection, he discovered that a new task had indeed been generated. Random task: take Yang Gua as a disciple. Successful completion grants 10 proficiency points. Su Zhiqing's expression turned peculiar as he pondered the request to take Yang Gua as a disciple. Was this some sort of absurdity? Chapter 5. Allow me to teach Yang Gua regardless of his indiscretions. One must not overlook the serendipitous opportunities presented by random tasks. Su Zhiqing was resolute in seizing this mission. After all, it merely involved taking Yang Gua as his apprentice. He was certainly capable of imparting knowledge, unlike Zhao Zhiqing, who had taken half a year to teach Yang Gua but a few rudimentary phrases. If Su Zhiqing were to teach, he would do so diligently. Having perused the task, Su Zhiqing observed Guojing, Granny's son, and the dragon girl completing their conversation. He then interjected, "Granny, dragon girl, since the external threat has receded, I shall take my leave for now. I will return to visit you when I am free." Upon finishing, Su Zhiqing turned to Guojing and invited, "Hero Gua, you must have matters to attend to at my Quanzhen sect. Why not accompany me back?" Guojing clasped his hands in acknowledgement. That is indeed the case. Su Zhiqing led Guojing away. Granny's son watched Su Zhiqing's departing figure and turned to look at the dragon girl, lamenting, "If only that young man were not from the Chongyang Palace." Why does Granny say that? The dragon girl was perplexed by Granny's son's remark. "Oh, you foolish girl. Su Zhiqing has departed. We should return as well." Granny's son sighed deeply, leading the dragon girl back to the tomb of the living dead. Outside Chongyang Palace, the disciples of the Quanzhen sect were diligently mopping the floors and cleaning the bloodstains from the walls. As one of the 5 direct disciples, Su Zhiqing was naturally exempt from such tasks. He and Guojing returned to the main hall of Chongyang Palace. Inside the hall, Su Zhiqing saw his master and his uncles, who appeared to have regained some vitality. As soon as Su Zhiqing entered, Sun Bu'er and the others turned their attention to him. "Zhiqing, how have you returned so swiftly?" "Master, we arrived just in time to witness that group being repelled by the dragon girl." Upon hearing this, Sun Bu'er and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Mayu, with a smile, remarked, "It seems we were overly concerned." Sun Bu'er added, "Indeed, who would have thought the dragon girl possessed such formidable strength?" After expressing their sentiments, their gazes turned to Guojing. "Hero Gua, we are injured and cannot rise to greet you." Guojing hastily clasped his hands. "You are all wounded. It is only fitting. Furthermore, Master Ma has instructed me. How could I allow Master to come forth to welcome me?" Su Zhiqing discerned that Guojing's respect for the elders was genuine. Ma Yu, touched by Guojing's regard, reflected on the journey of his once Navi disciple, who had gradually transformed into an unparalleled master. "Zhiqing." Ma Yu turned his gaze to Su Zhiqing. "How did you come to know Jinger?" Su Zhiqing chuckled lightly. "Before I entered the mountain gates, I had heard of Hero Gua's exploits and had seen his portrait. Initially, I hesitated to confirm. But later I observed Hero Gua refraining from harming my fellow brothers amidst our sword formations." "Ah, I see." Ma Yu and the others understood. Had he been an enemy, it would have been impossible for him to show mercy in such chaos. Thankfully, you were astute enough to call for a retreat in time. Otherwise, many disciples would have faced each other before even confronting the external foes. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, Zhao Zhiqing's master, Wang Qi, turned sharply to reprimand him. "Before resorting to violence next time, be sure to ascertain the identity of the intruder. Do not act impulsively." Zhao Zhiqing, feeling disgruntled, contemplated retorting but ultimately acquiesced. Recognizing that his master had refrained from punishing him, he cast a sidelong glance at Su Zhiqing, silently vowing to remember him. Were it not for Su Zhiqing's intervention, he would not have faced his master's ire. Unlike his other brothers, who treated him with courtesy, Su Zhiqing's gaze always seemed peculiar whenever it fell upon him. This fellow harbors ill intentions. Meanwhile, Su Zhiqing sensed someone observing him and turned his gaze, discovering it was Zhao Zhiqing. He raised an eyebrow, wondering if Zhao held a grudge against him. However, he remained indifferent. Noticing Zhao Zhiqing still glancing his way, Su Zhiqing retaliated with a fierce glare, feeling compelled to teach Zhao a lesson to deter him from lingering thoughts of confrontation. His fierce look caused Zhao Zhiqing to avert his eyes, retreating in trepidation. Satisfied, Su Zhiqing redirected his attention. Ma Yu and the others observed the exchange with keen interest. They were astonished by Su Zhiqing's boldness, typically gentle and refined. He had shown no mercy in the face of an adversary. His swift actions sent a shiver through their hearts. Now, witnessing Su Zhiqing's glare at Zhao Zhiqing, which rendered Zhao Tu fearful to meet his gaze, they exchanged glances, with only Wang Chuyi appearing embarrassed. While they silently acknowledged the unfolding drama between Su Zhiqing and Zhao Zhiqing, none dared to vocalize their thoughts, believing that such matters should be resolved among the disciples themselves. Ma Yu cleared his throat and turned to Guijing. Jinger, are you not on Peach Blossom Island? What brings you to my Chongyang Palace? Guijing responded, Master, I have come seeking your assistance. In the presence of Ma Yu, Guijing referred to himself as a disciple, despite his brotherhood with Zhou Batong. Their relationships remained distinct. Otherwise, it might have been appropriate for Ma Yu to address him as uncle. Guijing scanned the hall and spotted Yang Guo, who had not fled but instead lingered within the crowd. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he pulled Yang Guo forward. Master, this is the child of a brother of mine. Due to my own shortcomings in teaching, I wish to request your help in finding a mentor for him. Su Zhiqing, noticing the child beside Guijing was indeed Yang Guo, felt a stir of interest. He recognized Yang Guo as the protagonist of the Return of the Condor Heroes. However, having altered Yang Guo's fate from the outset, he pondered the numerous ramifications that might ensue. As Su Zhiqing contemplated how to approach the matter of taking Yang Guo as a disciple, Ma Yu, seated in the upper position, suddenly realized. How did Guijing come to Chongyang Mountain? He then speculated that an ordinary individual would not necessitate such an effort from Guijing. Who, then, was this child? Qiu Chuji expressed curiosity regarding the child accompanying Guijing. What is the child's background? Yang Guo. His father is Yang Kong. The gaze of Ma Yu and his companions was firmly fixed upon Yang Guo. Some bewildered disciples were left pondering in silence. Does this child possess an extraordinary background? Sun Bu'er and the others, realizing their lapse in composure, swiftly averted their eyes. They had not anticipated that the child beside Guijing was, in fact, the son of Yang Kong. Their attention shifted towards Qiu Chuji, eager to discern his response, for Yang Kong was the direct disciple of their senior brother. Qiu Chuji regarded Yang Guo with a somber expression. Had he not faltered in his duties as a mentor, how could Yang Kong have turned out in such a manner? Observing the shabby appearance of Yang Guo, who bore a slight resemblance to Yang Kong, he felt a twinge of shame. Despite this sense of remorse, he knew he must acquiesce to Guijing's request. Casting a glance around the hall, Qiu Chuji's gaze settled upon Zhao Zhiqing. Su Zhiqing noticed this and thought to himself that perhaps Qiu Shibua intended to select Zhao Zhiqing. Seizing the moment, he stepped forward to offer his own candidacy. Qiu Shibua. Gudaxia, may I take on the task of teaching this young lad? Chapter 6. Changing Yang Guo's destiny from today, both Qiu Chuji and Guijing wore expressions of astonishment. Their bewilderment was evident, and it was even more pronounced among the others present. Su Zhiqing observed their reactions and chuckled lightly. Although my martial skills are modest, I should be more than capable of teaching this lad. Zhiqing, do not jest. This admonition came from Sun Bu'er, who assumed Su Zhiqing was merely being playful. After all, her disciple was still but a youth. Master, I am quite serious. Su Zhiqing replied, then turned to Qiu Chuji and Guijing, asserting, Uncle Qiu, Hero Guo, please rest assured, I shall take this young man under my wing, and if he does not measure up, we can always seek another master for him. Upon hearing this, Qiu Chuji felt a flicker of interest. He glanced at Guijing, who pondered for a moment before finally clasping his hands in respect towards Su Zhiqing, saying, Young brother Su, I entrust my nephew to your care. I kindly ask that you discipline him rigorously. Su Zhiqing responded with a gentle smile, Do not worry, Hero Guo. I shall ensure that this young man receives excellent instruction. Guijing's face brightened at these words, and he patted Yang Guo on the shoulder, urging, Why do you hesitate? Go and pay your respects to your master. Su Zhiqing turned his gaze to the young Yang Guo. He recalled how, in the original tale, Yang Guo harbored resentment towards Guijing, believing that Guo's martial prowess far surpassed that of the Quanzhen sect. Guijing had neglected to teach him, leaving him to languish within the confines of the sect. However, as he observed Yang Guo now, he noted the boy's bright eyes, devoid of any palpable grudge. Intrigued, Su Zhiqing wondered what thoughts occupied the young man's mind. At this moment, Yang Guo, upon hearing his uncle's words, stepped forward and knelt reverently before Su Zhiqing, proclaiming, Disciple Yang Guo pays his respects to master. Seeing Yang Guo bowing in submission, Su Zhiqing felt a stir of emotion within him. This world was new and unfamiliar to him, and only the well-known names provided a sense of belonging. Contemplating Yang Guo's future, he deemed it truly unjust. Could it be that without enduring these trials, Yang Guo could not ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess? Su Zhiqing did not subscribe to such a belief. If suffering could be circumvented, why should it be allowed to unfold? With a silent sigh, he patted Yang Guo's shoulder and declared, "From this day forth, you shall be my foremost disciple. I shall impart all that I know without reservation." "Rise," he instructed. Yang Guo promptly stood up. Meanwhile, Guo Jing felt a wave of relief at the sight, believing that placing Yang Guo within the Quanzhen sect had resolved one of his lingering concerns. "Guo, you must heed your master's words and not disappoint him," Guo Jing urged. Yang Guo nodded. "Uncle Guo, you need not worry." Guo Jing bowed his head in reassurance. "Your words ease my mind." Listening to their exchange, Su Zhiqing felt somewhat speechless. He understood that Yang Guo's background presented Guo Jing with a dilemma, compounded by the fact that Guo Jing had limited time, further complicated by Huang Rong's counsel regarding their children. However, Su Zhiqing was unconcerned with Yang Guo's lineage. Su Zhiqing listened to the conversation between the two, yet his thoughts were captivated by the screen before him. At the moment Yang Guo knelt to acknowledge him as his master, the random task began to flicker incessantly. Upon inspection, he discovered that the task had transformed into a completed state. The rewards had also been credited to his account, and his accumulated proficiency points had increased from 140 to 150. The ease with which he accomplished this task filled Su Zhiqing with delight. He planned to enhance his internal martial arts technique once his proficiency points reached a sufficient level, thereby fortifying his internal strength further. As Su Zhiqing entertained these thoughts, he noticed that the random task had undergone a new alteration. The task read, "Become the chief disciple of the Quanzhen sect." The reward for successful completion was an additional 100 proficiency points. Upon seeing this task, Su Zhiqing couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. Currently, the most promising candidate for the title of chief disciple was Zhen Zhibing, a man of considerable grace and commendable martial skills. Most notably, Zhen Zhibing was the second disciple of Master Qiu Chuji. Although Master Ma Yu appeared to be in charge, he had adopted a semi-retired status. The Quanzhen sect was increasingly looking to Master Qiu Chuji as its leader. Zhen Zhibing, as his disciple, held significant advantages. Additionally, there was another contender, Zhao Zhijing. To become the chief disciple, Su Zhiqing understood that it would require more than merely excelling in martial arts above these two. He would also need to garner the approval of several other masters. However, he felt indifferent about the proficiency points associated with this task, as accumulating 100 points was a trivial matter to him. He could amass that in just 10 days. His primary concern was the possibility of the random task remaining incomplete and stagnating at this point, leaving him with no recourse for lamentation. Though Su Zhiqing pondered these matters, he remained unhurried. The several masters were still young and had not yet considered succession plans. After a brief moment of reflection on the task and his thoughts, he regained his focus just as Guo Jing finished advising Yang Guo and prepared to take his leave. Observing this, Su Zhiqing respectfully addressed Master Ma Yu. "Master, it would be remiss of us to let such a distinguished guest as Guo Daxiao leave without proper hospitality." Master Ma Yu, upon hearing this, expressed his approval. "Jing, do you see? Zhiqing speaks wisely. Since you are here, why not stay for a few days?" Su Zhiqing noticed Guo Jing's inclination to decline, and he encouraged him. "Guo Daxiao, do stay. You've come all this way. What does it matter whether you leave today or in a few days?" With no other option, Guo Jing reluctantly acquiesced. "Since you insist, I shall humbly comply." Su Zhiqing's intent in keeping Guo Jing was clear. With such high martial prowess and extensive experience, he sought to receive guidance from Guo Jing to enhance his own skills. Furthermore, he wished for Guo Jing to observe how he instructed Yang Guo. Master Ma Yu, acknowledging Guo Jing's presence, expressed his apologies. "Jing, for the next few days, my companions and I will be in seclusion for healing. Please allow Zhiqing to host you." Guo Jing promptly replied, "Master, your healing is of utmost importance." Master Ma Yu nodded and turned to Su Zhiqing, instructing, "Make arrangements for Jing in a quiet courtyard. Extend him proper hospitality and do not neglect his comfort." Upon hearing his master uncle instruct him to seek a courtyard, Su Zhiqing felt a surge of joy within. The request implied that the courtyard would be conveniently located. He recalled that there was an idle courtyard near the Zhiqing courtyard, perfectly suitable for Guo Jing's use. Indeed, after affirming this, Su Zhiqing turned to Guo Jing and warmly invited, "Hero Guo, please follow me." He did not forget to call out to Yang Guo as well, "Disciple, you too come along." Seeing this, Guo Jing nodded respectfully towards Ma Yu and the others before following Su Zhiqing alongside Yang Guo. Once the three departed from the grand hall, Ma Yu and the others exchanged glances, ultimately focusing their attention on Sun Bu'er. "Junior sister, your disciple is truly remarkable." Sun Bu'er felt a hint of pride in her heart, yet maintained a humble demeanor, replying, Oh, he pales in comparison to Zhiqing and Zhiqing. With a smile, she added, regardless of Su Zhiqing's qualities, what matters most is that he is a disciple of our Quanzhen sect. The others responded with laughter at her words. Chapter 7. Discussing Yang Guo with Guijing, Su Zhiqing led Guijing to a small courtyard for accommodation. Hero Guo. Before he could finish, Guijing repeatedly gestured with his hands. Junior brother Su, please refrain from calling me Hero Guo. We are of the same generation, and I am also a disciple of the Quanzhen sect. Simply refer to me as Brother Guo. Su Zhiqing recalled Guijing's titles for Qiu Shibua and others, and nodded in agreement. Brother Guo. Upon uttering this, he noticed a smile spread across Guijing's face, which elicited a similar expression from him. Brother, please wait here for a moment. I will have someone change Guir into a proper robe. Guijing looked at Yang Guo, whose appearance was disheveled, and a hint of shame crossed his face. I apologize for the trouble, junior brother. Brother, do not say too much. Since this lad has chosen me as his master, it is my duty to take responsibility for him. Su Zhiqing declared, turning to glance at Yang Guo. Earlier, the boy had so readily pledged himself as a disciple. He wondered whether this commitment was genuine. Regardless, he resolved to find a way to ensure the boy's heartfelt allegiance. Su Zhiqing excused himself from Guijing and led Yang Guo to the clothing quarters to collect garments. When Yang Guo emerged clad in new attire, Su Zhiqing's eyes lit up slightly. Indeed, the boy was quite handsome, nearly rivaling his own youthful self. Guo, come here. Yang Guo hesitated upon seeing Su Zhiqing beckoning him, uncertain of why his master had summoned him. Master, what do you wish of me? Noticing Yang Guo's reluctance, Su Zhiqing chuckled. Why all this hesitation? Come over when I call. Would I ever cause you harm? Yang Guo mused that this was true, and thus approached his master. Relax, Su Zhiqing instructed, as he began to examine Yang Guo with his hands, then employed his inner strength to assess the boy's condition. After a brief moment, he patted Yang Guo's shoulder. From now on, refrain from practicing that skill of yours. Upon hearing this, Yang Guo's face momentarily flashed with panic. I do not possess any skills. Nonsense. Su Zhiqing gave Yang Guo a light tap on the head. Your vital energy is abundant, and you exhibit some strength. It is evident that you have made some progress in a particular art. While entering a new discipline is commendable, Su Zhiqing cautioned. However, your reckless practice has indeed strained some of your meridians. How could he be unaware that the boy had learned the frog skill from Ouyang Feng? Such a technique was not easily mastered, and Ouyang Feng, in his madness, had carelessly passed it on to Yang Guo without any signs of proper training. Seeing Su Zhiqing's seriousness and the concern in his voice, Yang Guo bowed his head in acknowledgement. I admit, I have practiced carelessly. He was genuinely astonished. His master, though appearing youthful, could discern his training with such clarity. This skill is quite impressive. Su Zhiqing regarded Ouyang Feng's frog skill with respect, yet the individual who taught you seems to have given it little thought. Tomorrow, I will first teach you the inner workings of our Quanzhen sect's techniques. You may not be very familiar with our practices, Su Zhiqing concluded, noticing a flicker of skepticism on Yang Guo's youthful face, which made him smile. The young man, perceiving that Zhao Zhiqing and his fellow disciples were no match for Guijing, looked down upon the martial arts of the Quanzhen sect. Su Zhiqing feigned ignorance as he led Yang Guo towards Guijing's courtyard. As they walked, he remarked, your master was also a latecomer to our Quanzhen school. Much like your age now. I have practiced martial arts for only about 3 years. You must have witnessed the sword strike that felled the Mongolian monk just now amidst the crowd. Upon Su Zhiqing's gaze falling upon him, Yang Guo nodded repeatedly, reflecting that had it not been for the impressive display of that sword, he would not have so readily sought to become a disciple. Unbeknownst to Su Zhiqing, Yang Guo's thoughts were elsewhere. Su Zhiqing continued softly, after 3 years of diligent practice, you too shall attain such skills. He noticed a flicker of ambition in Yang Guo's expression. However, during this time, you must practice diligently without idleness. Yang Guo responded eagerly, rest assured, master. As long as you teach me, I shall practice earnestly. Su Zhiqing smiled and inquired, why do you wish to learn martial arts? Without hesitation, Yang Guo replied, naturally, to avoid being bullied. Su Zhiqing, having contemplated Yang Guo's background, nodded slightly. Such sentiments are indeed justified. However, Yang Guo curiously raised his head. However, martial arts often involve taking lives. Su Zhiqing's words, though delivered calmly, carried an undercurrent of menace that sent an involuntary shiver through Yang Guo. He refrained from explaining why martial arts necessitated such grim realities. Soon, Su Zhiqing and Yang Guo returned to the courtyard where Guijing resided. Upon entering, they found Guijing lost in thought upon a stone bench. Su Zhiqing cleared his throat and jested, brother, are you perhaps contemplating your beloved? Guijing, being a man of sincerity, was taken aback by Su Zhiqing's jest. His face flushed as he indeed had been thinking of Ronger. "Junior brother, you have returned?" Su Zhiqing acknowledged him and seated himself beside Guojing, instructing Yang Guo, "Guo, please boil some water for tea. The cups are inside, you'll find them. And there's fire in the woodshed." Yang Guo responded and went to prepare the tea. Once he departed, Su Zhiqing spoke to Guojing, "Brother, to my knowledge, even amidst your busy schedule, you ought to have time to teach Guo, shouldn't you?" Guojing, feeling a sense of shame, replied, "I had indeed accepted Guo as a disciple, yet he showed disrespect to our esteemed ancestor." He recounted how he had taken Yang Guo as a disciple on Peach Blossom Island, only for Yang Guo to practice the martial arts of Ouyang Feng, the archenemy of Quanzhen. Furthermore, he had audaciously spoken against the legendary hero Ku, leading Guojing to ultimately rescind his acceptance of Yang Guo as a disciple. Su Zhiqing vaguely recalled these events, but retained only a general understanding. He remained skeptical of certain details, especially regarding the chaotic individuals who had attacked the mountain. Listening patiently, he waited until Guojing finished recounting his tale before casually inquiring, "Are you aware of how Yang Guo learned Ouyang Feng's techniques? Why does he speak with such reverence for Ouyang Feng while showing disdain for the esteemed hero Ku?" Guojing was momentarily taken aback, at a loss for words. Su Zhiqing, seeing Guojing at a loss for words, chuckled and said, "There is no need to overthink, my senior brother, regardless of the circumstances. Those matters belong to the past." Guojing nodded vigorously, his tongue tied, and at a loss for how to respond. In contrast, this junior disciple of Master Sun appeared to possess a quick wit, unlike him, who had never pondered such matters deeply. As Su Zhiqing and Guojing engaged in conversation, Yang Guo approached with freshly brewed tea. He refrained from asking Yang Guo for assistance in pouring the tea, instead instructing him to stand by. Su Zhiqing lifted the teapot and poured a cup for Guojing. "Senior brother, you mentioned that you have accepted those two young disciples from the Wu family, as well as your daughter, as your pupils, correct?" Guojing replied affirmatively, gazing at Su Zhiqing with a puzzled expression. "Today marks the day when Guo officially joins us. How about we establish a 3-year agreement?" Guojing did not grasp Su Zhiqing's intention. Chapter 8. Su Zhiqing teaches his disciple junior brother. "What do you mean by the 3-year agreement?" Guojing inquired, holding a cup of tea, wishing to clarify the words before taking a sip. "Senior brother, the 3-year agreement naturally pertains to a contest." Su Zhiqing replied with a smile. "Did you not mention taking in those 3 individuals? They are of similar age to Guo. I was thinking that 3 years hence, we could have them compete. This will not only allow them to become acquainted with one another, but also provide you an opportunity to observe my skills in teaching disciples." Upon hearing this, Guojing set down his cup and remarked, "Junior brother, you are overthinking. Since I have entrusted Guo to you, I am at ease. However, your notion of a 3-year agreement is indeed commendable. According to your suggestion, let us arrange for them to compete in 3 years." Seeing Guojing's agreement, Su Zhiqing continued, "Senior brother, shall we not limit ourselves to martial prowess? How about we also assess their literary skills?" Guojing readily concurred. "As you say, junior brother." Su Zhiqing then turned to Yang Guo. "Guo, did you hear that? For the next 3 years, I shall diligently teach you both martial and literary skills. In 3 years, do not bring shame upon your master." Yang Guo's expression was one of hesitation. "Why must we compete again? Last time, Aunt Huang said she would teach me martial arts. Yet she did not. In the heat of battle, I could not contain myself and resorted to the toad technique, which led to today's predicament. What if I accidentally injure them? Must we compete?" Yang Guo was reluctant to engage in combat. Su Zhiqing chuckled. "What are you afraid of?" I fear injuring them," Yang Guo confessed. Guojing's face illuminated with appreciation. "Before even competing, you are already concerned about their well-being. Truly, Guo possesses a kind heart." Su Zhiqing's lips curled slightly. He was certain that Yang Guo did not harbor such thoughts. "Do not worry, your master and Uncle Guo will be present," Su Zhiqing reassured him. Guojing nodded in agreement. With no other option, Yang Guo reluctantly acquiesced. Once Su Zhiqing saw Yang Guo's acceptance, he refrained from further questioning him and turned his attention to Guojing, senior brother, who in the current martial realm possesses the highest skills. Yang Guo, upon hearing this, perked up his ears in anticipation. Guojing, taken aback by Su Zhiqing's inquiry, pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I do not know. It is impossible to determine who excels over whom, as each individual has their own strengths. One must engage in combat to discern true skill, yet most practitioners remain discreet." Yang Guo's eyes flickered with disappointment. He had hoped to hear who was the most formidable. Su Zhiqing chuckled softly. "Senior brother, I believe you hold the highest martial skills in the current world." Guojing shook his head repeatedly. Such words cannot be spoken, junior brother. Not to mention, there are many masters among your Quanzhen sect on the mountain. Su Zhiqing countered, yet none can compare to you, can they? Junior brother, do not speak so. The ranking of skills is often determined in an instant, influenced by the timing, location, and circumstances. If we merely consider internal strength, I dare say you are indeed formidable here. But as for overall martial prowess, that remains uncertain. After a moment of contemplation, Guojing remarked, not to mention, Master Eating, with his unparalleled one-yang finger, is a formidable figure in the martial world. Few can withstand his technique. My father-in-law possesses remarkable martial prowess, so much so that the common folk of the martial world tend to shy away upon hearing his name. Additionally, my sworn brother, the old mischievous boy, possesses martial skills that surpass those of ordinary practitioners. Recently, the renowned Red Serpent Fairy has emerged, her abilities not to be underestimated. After listing these formidable figures, Guojing earnestly remarked that the comparison of martial prowess is not always straightforward. Numerous factors must be taken into account. Your words resonate profoundly. Su Zhiqing concurred, nodding in agreement with Guojing's insights. In a direct confrontation, one could discern the true extent of a person's martial skills. However, unless it is a formal contest, most situations in the martial world involve collaboration rather than solitary struggle. Take the Quanzhen sect, for instance, which has risen to prominence as the foremost sect in the martial realm, not through individual combat, but through collective strength. The combined might of all Quanzhen disciples is what propels them forward. Consider the 7 stars formation that Guojing dismantled. Had he not studied the martial arts of the Quanzhen sect, how could he have effortlessly overcome such a challenge? As Su Zhiqing and Guojing engaged in this discourse regarding the hierarchy of martial prowess, nearby Yang Guo listened intently, his eyes gleaming with admiration. A question stirred within him. Is there truly no one who reigns supreme in martial arts? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, Uncle Guo, are you suggesting that there is no one who holds the title of the greatest in martial arts? Su Zhiqing chuckled softly at this inquiry, and Guojing joined in with a smile. Of course there is. Yang was excitement peaked. Who is it? To be the best among so many would be a remarkable feat. Guojing replied solemnly, your grandmaster, Wang Zhenren. His intention behind guiding Yang Guo to join the Quanzhen sect stemmed from the belief that it is the leading school of the present day. Moreover, his master, Qiu Chuji, and others are commendable individuals. After thorough contemplation, he chose to place Yang Guo in the Quanzhen sect, a decision not made lightly. Yang Guo, upon hearing Guojing's words, expressed disbelief. How could that be possible? His mind conjured images of the Taoists who faltered under Uncle Guo's prowess. What is impossible? Su Zhiqing interjected, glancing at Yang Guo, sensing the boy's unspoken thoughts. Your grandmaster wielded a single sword to earn the title of the greatest in the world, not self-proclaimed, but through actual combat and victory. Yang Guo turned to Guojing, noticing his uncle's firm nod of agreement. A spark of hope ignited within him. Could it be that if he mastered the martial arts of the Quanzhen sect, he too might have a chance at greatness? Su Zhiqing caught the glimmer of ambition in Yang Guo's eyes and remarked, if you dedicate yourself to training, coupled with a modicum of talent, you may very well earn your place among the elite in the martial arts world one day. Guojing, shaking his head in amusement, held Su Zhiqing in high regard. It was clear that Su was not merely engaging in idle conversation, but was genuinely intent on guiding the young lad. He pondered deeply, realizing that although Su Shidi was not particularly imposing, he possessed a unique set of skills in teaching. With Guo'er under his tutelage, he would undoubtedly thrive. Indeed, Su Zhiqing, as Guojing had surmised, intended to convey to Yang Guo the principles of the Quanzhen sect. He feared that this young man might stray from the righteous path otherwise. This was merely one of his strategies. Having navigated the lower echelons of the martial world for so many years and endured countless hardships, how could one remain utterly naive? As he contemplated this during his training, he resolved to offer guidance judiciously. This young man had already grasped the basics of the erratic Ouyang Feng's toad technique, indicating a remarkable aptitude. He was curious to see how Yang Guo, who adhered to a methodical approach to cultivation, would evolve in 3 years' time. Su Zhiqing reined in his thoughts. That future was still distant, and for now, he needed to focus on the present. Chapter 9. Transmission of Martial Arts Literature. The following day, before the sun had risen, Yang Guo was still nestled in slumber within his chamber when the door was abruptly flung open. Instinctively alert, he opened his eyes wide. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a dark object was tossed his way. Awake? Put on your training attire and follow me. The voice jolted Yang Guo into full awareness. It was none other than his master. Su Zhiqing stood poised outside the room, patiently awaiting Yang Guo, who emerged, yawning and bleary-eyed. Go wash your face. Clear your mind. Su Zhiqing commanded. Master. Yang Gua glanced at the sky, noticing that dawn had yet to break. Why rise so early? Seeing Yang Gua dawdle, Su Zhiqing shot him a stern look. Hurry. Wash your face. All right. Yang Gua dared not protest, suppressing any internal grievances. He dutifully splashed water on his face. Once Yang Gua had completed his ablutions, Su Zhiqing turned and exited the courtyard, casually tossing over his shoulder, Follow me. Yang Gua hurriedly complied. As he stepped outside, a brisk wind swept past, causing him to shiver. So cold, he exclaimed, only to notice that his master was clad in a similarly light training outfit. Master, aren't you cold? Without turning back, Su Zhiqing replied. A lap around will warm you. Dumbfounded, Yang Gua pondered what a lap entailed. Su Zhiqing swiftly demonstrated, leading Yang Gua along the familiar path he had run when he first arrived at the Quanzhen sect, covering a distance of 5 kilometers. In an era where martial arts were paramount, Su Zhiqing discovered the utility of running, even without practicing the Golden Goose skill. He observed a gradual improvement in its efficacy during his runs. Though the advancement itself was trivial, running significantly bolstered his cardiovascular endurance, allowing him to sustain greater speeds while employing lightness skills, an enhancement not reflected on his status panel, much to his chagrin, as it failed to display his physical prowess. His regimen was not daily. He typically ran 5 days a week, alternating between 3 days of running followed by 1 day of rest. Then 2 days of running with another day off, continuing this cycle. Over 3 years, his physical condition had markedly improved. In addition to running, he would swim in the river by the cliffs. Su Zhiqing guided Yang Gua through the 5-kilometer run. He noted Yang Gua's resilience. After 3 kilometers, Yang Gua's pace began to falter, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered to finish the distance. Upon completing the 5 kilometers, Su Zhiqing regarded Yang Gua with an approving expression. Did your heart feel as though it might leap from your chest, requiring deep breaths to alleviate the strain? Yang Gua nodded weakly, feeling a fiery ache in his abdomen. Su Zhiqing pointed to Yang Gua's chest. This area is your lungs, where your breaths flow in and out. Do not confuse it with your abdomen, which houses the vital organs. Each region serves a distinct purpose. Afterward, Su Zhiqing inquired, have you studied? Yang Gua affirmed. I have read the Analects and Mencius. Very good. Su Zhiqing smiled and pointed to his head, stating that a person must possess not only martial prowess, but also mental acuity. In his previous life, the amalgamation of science and modern martial arts enabled Su Zhiqing to comprehend martial techniques with remarkable swiftness. Perhaps the divergence of this world allows for the cultivation of energy, which is distinct from vital energy. Vital energy pertains to blood, whereas energy itself is an entirely separate entity. However, relying solely on intellect is insufficient. Just like your current state, while your mind may be capable, your body would falter after running merely 10 miles. Physical training is imperative. Yet, there is no need for haste. Upon hearing this, Yang Gua grew anxious. Master, I can do it. I know you can. Su Zhiqing replied, but your body cannot. He shot a glance at Yang Gua, remarking that he had nearly retched while running, as if his master had not noticed. You have already pushed your limits today. Yang Gua nodded, though he seemed only partially enlightened. Let us return first to take a bath and change our clothes. After leading Yang Gua back to the courtyard, Su Zhiqing casually mentioned that there would be hot water for bathing before retreating indoors. The hot water was something he had prepared for Yang Gua. For him, a mere 5 kilometers was merely a light warm-up, rendering a hot bath unnecessary. Upon returning to his room, Su Zhiqing retrieved a book detailing the meridians and the locations of the internal organs. This compilation was a result of his research into medical texts, supplemented by his own studies, culminating in a diagram of the human circulatory system that was a testament to his arduous efforts. This illustration alone far surpassed the knowledge of this era. Senior brother, it's time for breakfast. Cheng Jiao burst into the room upon discovering her brother engrossed in his book. The sight of it made her head spin. The study of literary arts was already challenging enough, and now her brother was urging her to delve into medicine. Overwhelmed, she regretted calling out to him and attempted to stealthily slip away. Stop! Su Zhiqing caught sight of his sister trying to escape, and, noticing her expression, teased. What's the matter? Are you trying to flee upon seeing this medical book? No. Cheng Jiao quickly shook her head. I had no intention of running away. With a forlorn expression, she asked, Senior brother, are we studying medicine this afternoon? What do you think? Su Zhiqing replied, watching her face fall. Is there any way to avoid it? Cheng Jiao lamented. Su Zhiqing found her dismay quite amusing. There's no option. While it may not matter within the sect, once you venture into the world, it is essential to possess an additional skill. There might be room for negotiation in other areas, but when it comes to survival, I am uncompromising. Practitioners of martial arts can also sustain injuries, contract ailments, or worse, be poisoned while traversing the world. Therefore, the study of medical texts remains crucial. He was perplexed as to why the skill of medicine did not appear on his task panel, for he was curious to know if he had achieved mastery in that field. In truth, he simply wished to avoid carrying the medical books and hoped to enhance his abilities. After his serious admonition, Su Zhiqing gently patted Cheng Jiao's head, saying, "All right, stop looking so glum. This book is not intended for you. It is meant for your disciple." Upon hearing that it wasn't for her studies, Cheng Jiao immediately leaped onto Su Zhiqing, playfully exclaiming, "I knew you were just teasing me. Come on, get down." Su Zhiqing pulled Cheng Jiao off him and casually handed her the book. "Hold on to this for now. I will go call Yang Guo for dinner." Cheng Jiao wished to accompany Su Zhiqing, but he promptly declined her request, stating, he is probably still in the shower. As Su Zhiqing reached Yang Guo's room, he discovered that Yang Guo had already finished his bath and was seated on the floor, massaging his legs. Hearing the commotion, Yang Guo hurriedly attempted to rise. "It's all right. It's beneficial to relax your muscles." Su Zhiqing instructed Yang Guo not to stand, as he approached to straighten and align Yang Guo's legs. He then pressed his foot against Yang Guo's toes, saying, "It might hurt a little. Bear with it." As Su Zhiqing gradually applied pressure, the agony of the muscle stretch caused Yang Guo's expression to contort. Chapter 10. The Agreement of the Minor Beasts. Is it pleasant? Indeed. Su Zhiqing smiled, and after allowing Yang Guo to relax, he helped him to his feet. Observing the much improved Yang Guo, he gently suggested, "Let us dine first." Yang Guo responded with a couple of O's, inquiring, "What about my uncle Guo? He shall be attended to by others." Su Zhiqing regarded Yang Guo with newfound respect. After all, it was rare for an ordinary person to consider their uncle. The disciples of the Quanzhen sect typically dined in a communal hall, albeit divided by generations. The third-generation disciples occupied one dining area, while the fourth-generation disciples were situated in another. If a third-generation disciple recognized a promising talent among the fourth generation, they might invite them to join, though the numbers had to remain modest. The Quanzhen sect abstained from meat, favoring a vegetarian diet complemented by steamed buns. Su Zhiqing, accompanied by his junior sister Cheng Jiao and his disciple Yang Guo, approached the dining hall. As they arrived outside, they encountered Zhao Zhijing, who was also headed to the hall. Su Zhiqing frequently crossed paths with Zhao Zhijing during meals, and their previous encounters had seldom involved much conversation. However, today was different. As soon as Su Zhiqing stepped through the entrance, he was called to a halt by Zhao Zhijing. "Su Shidi, wait a moment." "Zhao Shixiang." Su Zhiqing clasped his hands in greeting, his expression tinged with suspicion. "What matter prompts your summons?" Zhao Zhijing fixed Su Zhiqing with a cold gaze, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he retorted, "Su Shidi, it seems you have forgotten yesterday's events." Su Zhiqing furrowed his brow at Zhao Zhijing's mocking tone. Was he seeking trouble? His time was precious, and he had no desire to engage in idle banter with Zhao Zhijing. Thus, he suppressed his smile and stated directly, "If you have something to say, please do so plainly." "You." Zhao Zhijing, taken aback by Su Zhiqing's sudden seriousness, recalled the assessments made by their masters the previous day, causing a surge of indignation within him. Yesterday, when Guojing attacked the mountain, the disciples had already signaled. "Why did you not arrive sooner?" Su Zhiqing shook his head in disbelief. "Shixiang, you have misidentified the culprit and expect me to support you? Fortunately, I arrived in a timely manner, otherwise." "Never mind. Are you trying to cause me trouble today? If so, just say it outright. And as for you, Shixiang, when Guo Shixiang fought alongside you yesterday, I find it hard to believe he did not disclose his identity." As Su Zhiqing's words settled, Yang Guo immediately corroborated. When Uncle Guo was besieged yesterday, he had already informed them of his name, yet they remained relentless. Though Yang Guo was young, he had spent considerable time in the martial world, excelling in reading the room. He discerned that this Taoist, who had been thoroughly defeated by Uncle Guo the previous day, was evidently seeking trouble with his master. Upon hearing Yang Guo's words, Zhao Zhijing snapped back, "You insolent child. I am speaking with your master. What right do you have to interject? Do you understand the meaning of respecting your elders and honoring the way? Have you no sense of decorum?" Just as Yang Guo was about to retort, Su Zhiqing placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He cast a cold glance at Zhao Zhijing and remarked, "As I have said before, if you seek trouble, draw the line directly. Do not linger here with your incessant prattle. I have no time to indulge you." With that, he disregarded Zhao Zhijing entirely, proceeding with his junior sister and Yang Guo towards the dining hall. Zhao Zhijing, incensed by Su Zhiqing's demeanor, felt his nose twitch with irritation. "Su Zhiqing, do you dare to compete with me in a match?" Su Zhiqing was about to decline, but then recalled the task he had been assigned. It would serve well to showcase his abilities before his master and others, while also teaching Zhao Zhiqing a lesson. According to the unfolding narrative, Zhao Zhiqing might eventually conspire with the Mongols. However, the current Zhao Zhiqing was merely an impatient Taoist, not yet so malicious. Thus, Su Zhiqing held little animosity towards him. The events of the previous day had left Zhao Zhiqing resentful, and Su Zhiqing thought it fitting to demonstrate what true talent entailed during the upcoming match. Yes, he, Su Zhiqing, was indeed a martial arts prodigy. His attributes could be considered a gift as well. Su Zhiqing calculated the time. It was only June. The sex competition would not occur until the 12th month. Approximately 6 months remained. In that time, his accumulated proficiency would undoubtedly elevate his martial prowess significantly. Zhao Zhiqing had come to him. How delightful. Su Zhiqing waved his hand, proclaiming, "Let the match commence." Disciples of the sect must not engage in unauthorized duels outside designated competitions. Previously, when Zhao Zhiqing had been rambling, Su Zhiqing had no qualms about delivering a lesson in swordsmanship. Zhao Zhiqing, seeing that Su Zhiqing wouldn't even look at him, merely waved in agreement. He vowed to teach Su Zhiqing a harsh lesson at the competition. Su Zhiqing was uninterested in Zhao Zhiqing's thoughts. He instructed the senior brother serving in the dining hall to prepare meals for the three of them, plain porridge, vegetables, and buns. Unlike the others, Su Zhiqing, his junior sister, and Yang Guo received an additional egg on their plates. This was a special request he had made to the senior brother. Thankfully, the senior brother was amiable and not one of those overly strict disciples. Thus, he complied. As the three sat down to eat, Yang Guo spoke up, "Master, that Taoist just now seemed quite powerful." Smack. Su Zhiqing playfully flicked Yang Guo on the forehead. "Do not refer to him merely as a Taoist. He has a name, and he is your master uncle." Noticing Yang Guo's dismayed expression, he admonished, "Regardless of your personal feelings, in public and within our sect, you must respectfully address him as master uncle." Upon hearing this, Yang Guo immediately understood. "Master, you mean in such situations?" Su Zhiqing swiftly stuffed a bun into Yang Guo's mouth. "Focus on your meal and refrain from speaking out of turn. I still need to teach you martial arts. Should you utter anything displeasing, you may have to wait until your next life to learn." Yang Guo promptly shut his mouth. Cheng Jiayao watched her senior brother's stern demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. "And you, do not laugh. This afternoon, I shall assess your literary skills." Cheng Jiayao stuck out her tongue and made a silly face at Su Zhiqing. Not waiting for a reprimand, she lowered her head and resumed eating obediently. After their meal, Su Zhiqing brought his junior sister and Yang Guo to the courtyard where Guojing resided. Upon their arrival, they found Guojing just finishing his breakfast. "Senior brother," Guojing turned to see the trio. "Junior brother Su, you all have come. And this is my junior sister, Cheng Jiayao." "Oh, so it is junior sister Cheng." Su Zhiqing gently urged his junior sister, "Address him as senior brother." Cheng Jiayao obediently called out to Guojing. In the presence of others, she remained quite well behaved. Su Zhiqing sought Guojing's guidance on martial arts, even setting aside his daily tasks for the time being. It was essential for him to elevate his skills and gain combat experience, as he did not wish to become one of those unfortunate souls who, despite believing themselves to be proficient in martial arts, fell prey to the cunning of others upon entering the martial world. Chapter 11. Visiting the little dragon girl, Su Zhiqing sought the guidance of Guojing regarding martial arts, and this inquiry lasted for 3 days. Over this period, Su Zhiqing's understanding of the martial way deepened significantly. His unique perspective also led Guojing to believe that he had gained substantial insights. Guojing's martial prowess primarily emphasizes internal energy, complemented by various forms of hand-to-hand combat, swordsmanship, and other techniques, rather than focusing on external training. The enhancement of physical limits through internal energy is quite restricted, primarily serving as a source of power. For instance, a practitioner with profound internal energy can run faster and further when utilizing lightness skills. However, one cannot perpetually soar through the skies. True physical strength is achieved through external training, such as the Shaolin Golden Bell Shield. While the Shaolin Diamond Shield can fortify the body, it does not make one impervious to blades. Rather, it creates a layer of force generated by internal energy that enables one to withstand attacks. Overall, the improvement of physical attributes for martial artists is quite limited and varies according to the specific martial arts practiced. During the 3 days of instruction, Su Zhiqing did not neglect his teachings to Yang Guo. He imparted the foundational principles of the Quanzhen sect, which encompassed the internal cultivation he practiced. The internal energy of the Quanzhen sect is characterized by its balance and tranquility, ranking among the finest in the martial world. While it may not rival the legendary martial arts, The internal techniques of Quanzhen are far from weak. When combined with appropriate martial skills, they yield impressive results. After 3 days of learning, Zhiqing ceased his inquiries. As Master Ma and Master Qiu had begun to recover from their injuries and called for Guojing to discuss certain matters, he now needed to focus on diligent practice. Thus, he refrained from further inquiries. Even while seeking knowledge of martial arts, Zhiqing had not neglected his daily tasks. He glanced at the proficiency points on his panel, which had risen from 150 to 180. Should he choose to learn a new martial art, he could swiftly advance from novice to proficient, requiring merely 1 proficiency point to reach the entry level. However, he currently lacked the inclination to study other martial arts. If he could elevate his internal energy principles to a master level, he was confident he would not be inferior to Guojing. Yet, it remained too early for such aspirations. His panel displayed a rank of first-rate, indicating that he was merely a first-rate swordsman, albeit one of the lesser caliber. When faced with adversaries possessing even a modicum of combat experience, his chances of survival were considerably slim. On the 4th day of Guojing's stay at the Quanzhen sect, Zhiqing refrained from seeking further instruction. He also did not allow Yang Guo to continue running, instituting a regimen of 3 days of running followed by 1 day of rest. Consequently, he did not permit Yang Guo to sleep in, but instead required him to rise and memorize medical texts. Despite Yang Guo's intellect, he found the task of studying somewhat daunting. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to comply. Zhiqing imposed a task upon him. Failure to recite the medical texts would preclude him from practicing martial arts. After arranging the content for Yang Guo to memorize, Zhiqing made his way to the familiar cliffs of the back mountain. Drawing his sword, he commenced his daily practice. Although engaged in a task, Zhiqing did not indulge in any shortcuts, diligently executing each thrust. After 300 repetitions, his arm began to feel slightly fatigued. Zhiqing sheathed his sword and turned back, for he still needed to have breakfast. After the meal, he questioned Yang Guo and discovered that Yang Guo could only engage in martial arts training after completing his tasks. He taught him the fundamentals of hand-to-hand combat first, followed by swordsmanship. Currently, Yang Guo was still quite short, only able to wield a wooden sword for practice. Practice diligently the martial skills I have imparted to you, for I shall assess your progress before you retire for the night. Zhiqing was quite stern with Yang Guo. He recognized Yang Guo's intelligence and innate talent for martial arts, which prompted his strict demeanor. After instructing Yang Guo to practice on his own, he took his sword and returned to the cliff. Once Zhiqing departed, his junior sister, Cheng Jiayao, hurried over. Upon noticing that only Yang Guo was in the courtyard, she turned to leave. "Master Uncle," Yang Guo called out, urging her to stop. Cheng Jiayao turned to face Yang Guo, her small face adorned with seriousness. "Why do you call for me if you are not diligently training?" Yang Guo, unfazed by her gravity, inquired curiously, "Master Uncle, I am curious as to why Master is not practicing in the courtyard. My senior brother has his own training grounds. A special training location? Not particularly. It is merely a desolate cliff." Cheng Jiayao recalled Zhiqing's training site and counted on her fingers. That place is quite elevated, and the autumn winds are fierce, making it unbearably cold. "All right, continue your training. If you do not complete it, my senior brother will likely punish you tonight." Upon hearing Cheng Jiayao's words, Yang Guo returned to his practice, as he had failed to complete his training the previous day and had already faced punishment. Seeing Yang Guo earnestly practicing, Cheng Jiayao exited the courtyard and made her way directly to the cliff. Upon reaching the cliff, she immediately spotted her senior brother still swinging his sword. Cheng Jiayao chose not to disturb Zhiqing. Instead, she sat nearby, resting her chin on her hand, lost in admiration of her senior brother's swordplay. Zhiqing naturally noticed Cheng Jiayao's presence, but did not turn to acknowledge her. In the past, while practicing swordsmanship, Cheng Jiayao had similarly observed him. After executing 300 sword strikes, Zhiqing paused to rest, feeling the fatigue in his muscles. Noticing her senior brother taking a break, Cheng Jiayao quickly rushed to where his water flask was, picked it up, and handed it to him. "Senior brother, shall we visit Sister Long today? We shall discuss that after training." Zhiqing replied as he accepted the flask and took several gulps of water. "But you haven't visited in ages." Cheng Jiayao pouted. "Sister Long must be eager to see you." In response, Zhiqing playfully tapped Cheng Jiayao on the head. "Clearly, it is you who wish to hear stories. Why shift the blame onto Miss Long?" As he listened to Cheng Jiayao, memories flooded his mind. Shortly after joining the Quanzhen sect, he had ventured to explore the ancient tomb in the back mountain. Initially, he grew close to Granny's son, and later, he met the little dragon girl. After Cheng Jiayao joined the sect, she became his devoted follower, accompanying him as he befriended both the little dragon girl and Granny Sunday. Su Zhiqing thought of how the little dragon girl spent her days in the tomb, where entertainment was scarce in this world. He would tell her stories to pass the time, tales of the legend of the Condor heroes, water margin, and various mythical legends. Even tales of love, such as those of the White Snake and Zhiqing Tai, are recounted by him. Su Zhiqing only speaks of them near the ancient tomb. He would refrain from discussing them further once he emerges. Cheng Jiao gazed at her senior with a dreamy expression, her lips pursed in a semblance of grievance. Senior brother, you surely know that I yearn to hear stories, yet you have not shared any for quite some time. Miss Long and Granny Sun must also be eager to listen. Observing his junior's demeanor, Su Zhiqing could not help but chuckle as he gently patted her head. How about this? After I finish my sword practice, we shall seek out Miss Long for some merriment? Oh, that sounds wonderful. Cheng Jiao eagerly nodded in agreement. Now, please wait for me over there. Su Zhiqing instructed his junior to step aside as he resumed his swordplay. After executing the final 400 strokes, he felt slightly winded. However, upon noticing that his proficiency points had increased to 190, a newfound energy surged within him. After quenching his thirst with the water offered by his junior, he donned his outer garment and, together with her, set off towards the ancient tomb on the back mountain. Chapter 12. The ancient tomb. The ancient tomb is situated on the back mountain, not far from the cliff where Su Zhiqing practices his swordsmanship, accompanied by his junior sister. Su Zhiqing soon arrived at the entrance of the tomb. The ancient tomb sect was originally non-existent. It was merely a name adopted by Li Macho during her adventures in the martial world, giving rise to this sect. Upon their arrival at the tomb's entrance, a buzzing sound filled the air. A swarm of white jade bees appeared before them. Su Zhiqing, undaunted by this sight, called out towards the interior of the tomb, "Grandma, my junior sister and I have come to visit you." As his words echoed, a whistling sound emerged from within the tomb. The jade bees, upon hearing the whistle, scattered in all directions. An unattractive old woman stepped out from the shadows. It was Granny Sunday. Upon seeing her, Su Zhiqing curiously inquired, "Granny, why are there jade bees guarding the entrance now?" Granny Sun's face broke into a kind smile as she replied, "After the last incident, I suggested to Miss Long that we establish a nest of jade bees outside the tomb. Anyone attempting to enter without permission will be stung by them." Su Zhiqing turned his gaze and indeed spotted a hidden nest of jade bees. With such a precaution in place, anyone unaware of the consequences of attempting to forcibly breach the ancient tomb sect would surely face dire repercussions. He understood that these bees were poisonous, capable of inflicting considerable suffering even on his esteemed elders. For those with lesser abilities, the consequences could be fatal. Su Zhiqing did not perceive the ancient tomb sect as cruel. Rather, the bees served as guardians, solely targeting intruders. Learning this, he found it quite reasonable. However, Cheng Jiao, feeling apprehensive, clutched Su Zhiqing's arm. "Why are you here at leisure?" she asked. "With those nefarious individuals gone, I have some free time. My junior sister wanted to visit Miss Long, so we came." Su Zhiqing explained. Cheng Jiao then exclaimed, "Granny, this time my brother is going to tell us the story he didn't finish last time." Granny Sun chuckled and waved her hand, saying, "Let us venture inside the tomb." Su Zhiqing, surprised, remarked, "But Granny, weren't you prohibiting us from entering? This moment is different from the last." Granny Sun laughed lightly and turned to re-enter the tomb. Following her lead, Su Zhiqing and his junior sister trailed behind. While others may be oblivious to the tomb's history, Su Zhiqing was well aware that it was, in fact, a vast storeroom originally used by Wang Chongyang to store supplies during his resistance against the Qin Dynasty, designed to resemble a tomb to evade enemy detection. Regrettably, the uprising had ultimately failed. As Su Zhiqing and Cheng Jiao stepped inside, the entrance of the tomb was narrow, allowing only 3 people to pass side by side. The further they ventured, the darker it became. After only 2 or 3 meters, Su Zhiqing could no longer see ahead. He could merely hear Granny Sun's footsteps in front of him. Cheng Jiao, fearful of the darkness, tightly grasped Su Zhiqing's arm, exclaiming, "Brother, why is it so dark in here? I can't see anything." Just as her words faded, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. It turned out that Granny Sun had lit a candle. Suddenly, the voice of Granny Sun echoed, reminding them that they had not lived in the ancient tomb, and thus could not see in the profound darkness. It was not the same for me and the young lady who had resided here, for we could perceive clearly even without a light. After winding through the shadows with Granny Sun, Su Zhiqing and Cheng Jiao found themselves in a spacious chamber, no longer a mere passageway. Upon observing the items within, Su Zhiqing was slightly taken aback. They were identical to those described in his books, coffins. "Senior brother, why are there so many coffins here?" Cheng Jiao inquired, her voice tinged with trepidation. "Well, in an ancient tomb, it is only fitting to find coffins. Su Zhiqing replied. But what purpose do these coffins serve? She pressed. Su Zhiqing turned his gaze toward Granny's son, who replied, They are meant for us. This one belongs to my senior sister, this one to me, and there is one for you as well. At that moment, the little dragon maiden emerged from a side chamber. Dragon maiden. Su Zhiqing greeted with a slight bow, while Cheng Jiayao, upon seeing her, hurriedly ran over to grasp her hand. Sister dragon. The little dragon maiden smiled faintly at Cheng Jiao's enthusiasm. This was the extent of her emotional expression. Having been raised in discipline, devoid of joy, sorrow, surprise, or anger, her demeanor as frigid as ice. It was only due to the presence of Su Zhiqing and Cheng Jiayao that she exhibited even a hint of emotion. Sister dragon. These coffins are not meant for the living. Why prepare them for yourselves? Cheng Jiayao questioned. The little dragon maiden replied softly, The living must eventually succumb to death. It makes no difference whether one prepares early or late. Her words revealed a clear indifference to the cycle of life and death. Su Zhiqing sighed inwardly upon hearing her remarks, recalling how she had always been like this, emotionally unresponsive to the notions of mortality. It was only after spending time together that she had begun to show slight variations in her emotional state. Meanwhile, Cheng Jiayao tilted her head, pondering the little dragon maiden's assertion, feeling that something was amiss, yet unable to articulate a rebuttal. Sister dragon, let us not dwell on such matters. Instead, let us have senior brother tell us a story, perhaps the one about the white snake. Upon hearing this, a flicker of interest danced in the little dragon maiden's eyes as she looked up at Su Zhiqing. Brother Su, will you narrate it? She asked directly, without pretense. Su Zhiqing chuckled. I came here to entertain you with a tale. At this, Granny's son interjected. Let us find another place. This one may frighten you. She then turned to the little dragon maiden. My dear, let us move to the training room. Su and Cheng are not outsiders. The little dragon maiden nodded gently, indifferent to the location, only yearning to hear the story. For days, as she lay asleep, her mind had been occupied with the unfinished tale of the white snake. Eager to know the outcome, as they conversed, they migrated to another room. Upon entering, Su Zhiqing noted the room's peculiar design. It was vast. Yet each wall bore a distinct character. One side is square, another is round, one side narrow, and one side wide. He marveled, though he was no stranger to oddities. However, he noticed several paintings adorning the walls of the room. As Su Zhiqing was observing, Cheng Jiayao suddenly pointed at one of the artworks. Hey, senior brother, doesn't that figure turning away resemble our ancestral master? He glanced over and found it indeed to be so. Upon hearing their voices, the little dragon maiden remarked indifferently. That is your ancestral master, Wang Chongyang, and also the nemesis of our own master. Cheng Jiayao gasped. How could my ancestor possibly have enmity with you? The little dragon maiden replied, A foe is a foe. What is there to question? In her understanding, there existed no concepts of cause and effect, only direct relationships. Su Zhiqing turned to Granny's son, who, being more attuned to human sentiments than the little dragon maiden, shook her head. The specific reason is something I and the young lady do not know, but our master has always scolded Wang Chongyang. And the young lady's master often professes that men are no good. Su Zhiqing smirked slightly. He was certain that the little dragon maiden's master had been wronged by a man. Chapter 13. Harmonious moments with the little dragon girl. Su Zhiqing previously recounted the tale of the white snake to the trio, concluding with Su Xian's imprisonment by the bald monk at Jinshan Temple. Continuing the narrative, Su Zhiqing vividly described the white snake and the green snake ascending the mountain to rescue Su Xian, resulting in the inundation of Jinshan and his eventual liberation. His animated storytelling stirred deep emotions within the listeners, igniting a fervent desire to vanquish the bald monk. When Su Zhiqing recounted the white snake's subsequent confinement beneath Leifeng Pagoda due to the flooding, the trio, particularly Granny's son, was filled with indignation, expressing profound sympathy for the white snake. This time, Su Zhiqing narrated for an extended period, only pausing when parched. Let us pause here for now, he declared, his mind a blank canvas. Having retained only the broad strokes of the plot. Brother, what happens next? Cheng Jiayao implored, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. I'm fatigued, I shan't continue. Su Zhiqing replied, utterly drained, devoid of any narrative threads in his mind. Upon hearing this, both Granny's son and the little dragon girl betrayed a fleeting expression of disappointment. The little dragon girl murmured, I never anticipated that the affairs of the heart could lead one to disregard rules and constraints. Granny's son, with a sigh, added, Poor Imocho. Had she not been deceived by a faithless lover, she would not have transformed into her current state. Her gaze shifted towards Su Zhiqing, who was sipping water. To entrust one's life to a worthy individual, That is the essence of fulfillment, is it not? Her eyes then turned to the little dragon girl, imbued with unspoken significance. Su Zhiqing, however, remained oblivious to Granny Sun's penetrating gaze. After finishing his drink, he glanced around and inquired, "What time is it now?" In the ancient tomb, there was no means of discernment. "It's nearly lunchtime for your Quanzhen sect." Little dragon girl informed him. Granny Sun, overhearing their exchange, chuckled. "Young Su, are you truly concerned about going hungry here? Just wait a moment," she instructed before turning to depart. Left within the chamber were Su Zhiqing, the little dragon girl, and Cheng Jiayao. With nothing else to occupy him, Su Zhiqing examined the martial arts inscribed upon the walls. He discovered that these techniques were all from their Quanzhen sect. "Sister Long, why do you possess the martial arts of our Quanzhen sect here?" Cheng Jiayao inquired, puzzled. Before the little dragon girl could respond, Su Zhiqing interjected, "In truth, it is not solely our martial arts. Behind each technique, there exists a countermeasure." Su Zhiqing was aware of this aspect from the narrative, yet witnessing it firsthand filled him with wonder. After observing for a while, he discerned that the counter techniques against the Quanzhen swordplay formed a distinct system of their own. "Miss Long, those counter techniques must belong to the martial arts of your ancient tomb sect, correct?" "Indeed, those counter techniques are from our ancient tomb sect." Su Zhiqing nodded slightly and, after a moment of contemplation, unexpectedly asked, "Do you know the connection between your ancestor and our founder?" The little dragon girl's eyes clouded with confusion as she shook her head. "I do not know. Grandma Sun might be aware of it when she returns. You can inquire with her." Su Zhiqing nodded in acknowledgement, continuing to observe the martial arts techniques. He did not attempt to learn the counter moves of the Quanzhen swordplay. The so-called counter techniques are specifically tailored to the characteristics of one's moves. If one were to be forewarned of these techniques, there would be no fear of being countered by the opponent. In the realm of martial arts, one can often discern an adversary's origin merely by recognizing their fighting style. However, to effectively counter a particular style, one must possess superior skills. While this is true, the martial arts techniques within this ancient tomb, once mastered by someone, could easily defeat disciples of the Quanzhen sect. Techniques are static, whereas humans are dynamic. Thus, there is no need for excessive worry. After studying for a while, Su Zhiqing heard Grandma Sun's footsteps. Luncheon has arrived. He sniffed the air, detecting the enticing aroma of meat. Noticing Su Zhiqing's reaction, Grandma Sun smiled and said, "Young Su, I've been raising a few chickens in the back for eggs, and today, I've specially prepared one for you." This revelation astonished Su Zhiqing. "Grandma, you started raising chickens?" Grandma Sun sighed. "Didn't you mention that only eating rice and flour isn't good? So, I bought a few chickens from a farmer. Come, let us see how my cooking fares," she added, fetching a wooden stool and tableware. Su Zhiqing graciously accepted the bowl and chopsticks, then invited the little dragon girl. "Miss Long, would you care to join us?" The little dragon girl shook her head, preferring vegetarian fare to meat, often subsisting on honeyed buns. "Miss, do have some," Grandma Sun insisted, encouraging her to eat alongside Su Zhiqing. With that, Su Zhiqing tore off 2 chicken legs, offering one to his junior sister and the other to the little dragon girl. Cheng Jiayao, typically unreserved, happily accepted the chicken leg. After a moment of hesitation, the little dragon girl also took a chicken leg and sat on the wooden stool. Upon witnessing this, Grandma Sun's face illuminated with a smile. "Younger Su, earlier it seemed you were inquiring about the grievances between our ancestor and your ancestor, Wang Chongyang, correct?" Su Zhiqing set down his chopsticks. "Grandma, you know? I only know a little. It is said that this ancient tomb was won from your ancestor by the girl's ancestor, but the specifics of their feud remain unclear." Suddenly, Grandma Sun asked, "You seem to know so much, even about Guijing being woven into the narrative. Surely you must know about your own ancestor?" The little dragon girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity, though she refrained from asking. Noticing her reaction, Grandma Sun seized Su Zhiqing's bowl and chopsticks. "Do you know? If so, please share." Seeing Grandma Sun's eagerness, Su Zhiqing felt rather amused. "All right, I shall share what I know." He recounted the tales of the little dragon girl's ancestor, Lin Xiaoying, and her interactions with Wang Chongyang. He also mentioned how Lin Xiaoying outwitted Wang Chongyang to secure this ancient tomb. However, he noticed that Grandma Sun and the little dragon girl were not surprised, indicating they were already aware of some details regarding Lin Xiaoying and Wang Chongyang. He concluded with a sense of melancholy. They were clearly a pair of lovesick souls. Why must they engage in a tumultuous love-hate relationship? Regrettably, the disciples of the Quanzhen sect are forbidden from marrying, otherwise, it would constitute a breach of their vows. After expressing his thoughts, he extended his hand towards Granny Sun for the utensils. "Can we eat now? Here you go." Granny Sun handed Su Zhiqing the bowl and chopsticks. To his surprise, he learned that the esteemed ancestors of the girl and his own family had such a history. Granny's son, reflecting on this, suddenly inquired, "Did your ancestor love Master Lin?" Cheng Jiao's little face was filled with curiosity. Little dragon girl, too, was eager to know the answer. Su Zhiqing shook his head and replied, "Does love or indifference truly matter? People have long since turned to dust. Yet, in my perspective, it was indeed love." Granny's son remarked, "Then Master Lin certainly does not love your ancestor." Su Zhiqing retorted with a smile, "If there were no love, how could they reside so close to one another? How could one constantly strive to develop martial arts to surpass the other, compelling them to heed their wishes?" Chapter 14. The desire to learn the ancient tomb sect's martial arts. Some matters, as Su Zhiqing once remarked, are they still significant when it comes to love or indifference? Both individuals have turned to dust. After dinner, Su Zhiqing took a leisurely stroll, ostensibly to aid digestion. Upon returning to the ancient tomb, he discovered only Granny's son remained. The little dragon girl and Cheng Jiao had vanished to partake in some amusement. Su Zhiqing yawned and inquired, "Granny, is there a bed here?" "There is no bed. But would you care to sleep in a coffin?" Granny's son retorted, observing Su Zhiqing's weariness. She shook her head. "A young man should be brimming with vitality. How can you be so drowsy at such an hour? You must be accustomed to a midday rest." "However, I certainly will not sleep in a coffin," Su Zhiqing replied. Every morning, he diligently engaged in his studies, whether reciting texts or practicing martial arts. Day after day, this routine persisted for several years. Naturally, he adhered to the principles of science from his previous life and indulged in a brief repose at noon. Su Zhiqing found Granny's son's mention of the coffin quite perplexing. While neither she nor the little dragon girl seemed to mind, the notion of a coffin still sent a shiver down his spine. "Then come with me." Granny's son beckoned. "You may rest upon the young lady's bed. I presume she would not object to your presence, though I wonder if you can endure it." Seeing Granny's son lead the way, Su Zhiqing followed her through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at another chamber. It was equally shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the candle in Granny's son's hand. Su Zhiqing watched as she approached a certain spot. "Here lies the young lady's bed. If you can withstand it, you may lie here." He looked over to see, under the flickering candlelight, indeed, a bed. The material was indiscernible, but it was covered with sparse dry grass, serving as a mattress, alongside a thin blanket. What could possibly be unbearable about this? Su Zhiqing thought. Not wishing to overthink it, he simply lay down. After all, he intended to rest for a short while, and should the dragon girl find it unworthy, he could easily remove the dry grass. The thin blanket could be replaced with another layer. Little did he anticipate that as soon as he reclined, a bone-chilling cold emanated from beneath the bed. "Zing!" Su Zhiqing gasped, springing up from the bed in a jolt. Granny's son chuckled at the sight. "Young lad, did you not claim you could endure it? How is it that you barely lasted a few moments?" Su Zhiqing's face flushed with embarrassment. He quickly realized he had fallen into Granny's son's trap. This was no ordinary bed. It was akin to a block of ice. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Aside from the martial arts that lingered in the ancient tomb, the most formidable feature was indeed the cold jade bed. Practicing on it would yield twice the results with half the effort. So this is the cold jade bed? I can certainly endure it. Su Zhiqing discerned the truth, but chose not to expose it. He felt that Granny was bestowing a benefit upon him. With that, he reclined once more. This time, even with a mental preparation, he still shivered from the icy touch. As he embraced the cold, he gradually began to circulate his internal energy. After a complete cycle, the chill dissipated entirely, leaving him feeling remarkably comfortable and invigorated. Not only that, in the past, he would soon be engulfed by a restless fire that distracted him from his focus. However, now he was able to comfortably cultivate his internal energy, without even feeling any pain in his meridians. Gradually, Su Zhiqing slipped into a state of slumber. This lad is indeed remarkably astute. Seeing Su Zhiqing's serene appearance, Granny's son extinguished the candle and quietly exited the room. Su Zhiqing did not sleep for long. After about half an hour, he began to awaken slowly. Accustomed to a routine, his body's biological clock prompted him to rise on time. Upon waking, he closed his eyes to take a moment to sense his surroundings. The abundant internal energy within him surprised him. Merely half an hour had passed, yet it felt as though he had practiced for an entire day. This cold jade bed truly deserves its reputation as a supreme treasure for cultivating internal power. He reflected on how Li Macho had established a formidable reputation in the martial world, undoubtedly connected to this cold jade bed. Alas, a lovesick person cannot engage in matters of the heart, whether male or female. Once emotional turmoil arises, they often become unhinged. Su Zhiqing did not linger over the cold jade bed. He withdrew his energy and rose from the bed. Looking around at the surrounding darkness, he called out, "Granny." After a breath, a fire starter ignited a candle. The soft light illuminated the figure of Granny's son standing at the doorway. "You're awake?" she asked, puzzled by how quickly he had risen. Zhiqing, noticing the confusion on her face, explained, "I usually only rest for a brief moment at noon. Here, there is no need for excessive diligence, yet I cannot neglect my literary and martial studies. The world is unstable." Granny's son nodded and inquired, "Was the bed comfortable?" "Indeed. The cold jade bed is something the people of the martial world dream of. How could one not find it comfortable?" Zhiqing did not conceal his familiarity with the cold jade bed. In fact, he understood the ancient tomb better than Granny's son herself, including the martial arts contained within it. However, he did not sneak in to explore the tomb. Such actions were unbecoming of a true gentleman. If he wished to enter, he would do so with integrity, just as he would not have entered the tomb without Granny's son's invitation. To take without asking is the act of a thief. Regardless of societal norms, he preferred to appear old-fashioned in this context. Moreover, he possessed a panel that would inevitably enhance his strength over time. Why should he resort to thievery? Zhiqing could deceive others, but he could not deceive himself. "Su lad, you are truly well informed, even recognizing the cold jade bed," Granny's son remarked, surprised that he had identified it so readily. Zhiqing felt a tinge of embarrassment. His extensive knowledge was merely a product of his previous life experiences. No wonder the dragon maiden, who was of similar age to him, surpassed him in martial prowess. Zhiqing spoke intentionally, not masking the hint of envy in his tone. His admiration was genuine, not feigned. With such a bed available, he estimated he would not even need to invest points in his internal energy cultivation. Though the cold jade bed could not compare to his own enhancements, its presence would allow him to save a considerable amount of skill points to invest in other martial arts. At that moment, Granny's son suddenly remarked, "Su, my young friend, would you like to learn the martial arts of my ancient tomb sect?" Zhiqing chuckled at her words, saying, "Granny, please do not jest with me. I am a Taoist of the Quanzhen sect. How could I possibly learn the martial arts of your ancient tomb sect?" It was not that he was incapable of learning, but rather that the martial arts of the ancient tomb sect were not meant to be disseminated. If they were, he would certainly have the opportunity to learn. Otherwise, how did Zhiqing first acquire skills from the 7 heroes, then study under Ma Yu, and later with Hong Qigong? Mastery does not require rigid rules. The regulations lie with the teacher. "Su, you do not resemble a Taoist at all." Zhiqing touched his nose, fully aware of Granny's implication. For instance, Taoists of the Quanzhen sect are forbidden from consuming meat. He, however, had transgressed this precept. It seemed Granny was oblivious to Zhiqing's embarrassment. As she continued, "Yet you embody the essence of a Taoist more than others." She did not elaborate on the meaning of her words. "I shall speak with the young lady shortly and see if she is willing to impart the martial arts of the ancient tomb sect to you." She perceived Zhiqing's intrigue when he entered the training chamber and gazed at the martial arts displayed on the wall, yet he refrained from practicing. Had it been anyone else, they might have hastily taken notes or attempted to memorize them, but this young man exhibited remarkable self-restraint. Chapter 15. Seeking the 9 manual. "Do you wish to learn the martial arts of my ancient tomb sect?" Xiao Longnu's question seemed devoid of emotion, as if an ice sculpture were speaking. Zhiqing was uncertain of her intentions and had little desire to learn extensively, given that he had only accumulated 190 proficiency points. Mastering a martial art required a significant investment of these points, specifically 111 to reach a competent level. If that proved unattainable, then it was best to abandon the idea altogether. Learning even the basic techniques of the ancient tomb sect did not seem advantageous for him. "Well, it is possible. As long as you pledge to my master, I can teach you." Zhiqing sighed. "I must first obtain my master's consent to study under her." Without the approval of a mentor, even if he encountered other skilled practitioners, he could only learn without the privilege of addressing anyone as master. Take Zhiqing as an example. Despite having multiple mentors, he sought the approval of the 7 heroes to study under Hong Qigong. Without their permission, he could never have referred to Hong Qigong as his master. Fearing that Xiao Longnu might not grasp this nuance, Zhiqing provided a brief explanation. "I see." Xiao Longnu pondered. "Then shall we seek your master and inquire whether she is willing?" Zhiqing forced a smile. Despite her proficiency in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and sewing, she seemed utterly naive in the complexities of human relationships. Without waiting for his response, she discerned his hesitation from his expression. "This is not feasible." Nor is that. Xiao Longnu found herself in a quandary. "Do not trouble yourself, dragon girl. I shall simply refrain from learning." Zhiqing contemplated the martial arts of the ancient tomb sect, finding the Jade Maiden Heart scripture particularly intriguing. Techniques, such as the heavenly net palm of the ancient tomb sect, were not of much interest to him. However, to practice the Jade Maiden Heart scripture, one must first master the martial arts of the ancient tomb sect, as well as those of the Quanzhen sect. Had Xiao Longnu's master not passed away so suddenly, she would not have neglected the study of the Jade Maiden Heart scripture. He recalled that the Nine manual was hidden within the tomb and remarked softly, "In truth, your ancient tomb sect possesses more than just the Jade Maiden Heart scripture." Upon hearing this, Xiao Longnu furrowed her brow. The ancient tomb sect is solely defined by the Jade Maiden Heart scripture. Is there perhaps a martial art of which I am unaware? Indeed. Su Zhiqing recounted the tale of Wang Chongyang and Lin Xiaoying's duel, during which the Nine manual was placed within the tomb. Xiao Longnu appeared perplexed. "My master did not mention this to me." At that moment, Granny's son interjected, "It seems your master did bring it up once, but those were bygone days. You and Mo Cho were quite young, so she refrained from discussing such matters." Upon hearing this, Xiao Longnu spoke. "Then the Nine manual cannot be considered part of our ancient tomb sect's martial arts. If you wish to study it, you may do so independently. However, after living in the tomb for so long, I have no idea where the Nine manual might be." While the Nine manual could incite chaos within the martial world, it seemed merely another technique to Su Zhiqing and Xiao Longnu. With his broad perspective and lofty aspirations, Su Zhiqing remained largely unfazed. The little dragon maiden is simply pure, and her emotions remain quite stable. "Brother Su, do you know where the Nine manual is?" Su Zhiqing, having perused the narrative, was well aware of its location. "It is inside the stone coffin." Upon uttering this, he cast a glance at Granny's son and the little dragon maiden. "Are you not afraid that I might covet the Nine manual?" Granny's son shook her head slightly. "Though I am of advanced age, I am not foolish." The little dragon maiden softly interjected, "As I mentioned before, the Nine manual is not a technique of the ancient tomb sect. Knowing or not knowing it matters little." With earnestness, she regarded Su Zhiqing. "If you were to practice the Nine manual, would you still study the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra?" Su Zhiqing was taken aback, as he had not anticipated that the little dragon maiden would express an intention to impart the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra to him. "If you were to teach it, I would certainly learn," he replied, only to hear the little dragon maiden pose another query. "If one day I face a life-and-death adversary, would you risk your life to save me?" At that moment, Cheng Jiayao, holding a candle, entered the stone chamber. Upon hearing Sister Long's question, she mischievously echoed her words. "Shi Xiao, if one day I encounter a life-threatening foe, would you sacrifice yourself to rescue me?" After saying this, she even stuck out her tongue playfully. "You too? What nonsensical questions are you asking?" Su Zhiqing lightly tapped Cheng Jiao's forehead and turned to the little dragon maiden. "I consider you my junior sister, and Granny is my family. If there were truly a life-and-death crisis, I would undoubtedly fight to the death to save you." His words were sincere, a reflection of his true feelings. Apart from the three, he silently added another individual in his heart, his master, Sun Bu'er. In this world, the only ones he could regard as family were these four. After Su Zhiqing's declaration, he noticed the little dragon maiden was lost in thought. He wondered, "Did I say something wrong?" "No." The little dragon maiden snapped out of her reverie and turned to leave. Su Zhiqing was still pondering her meaning when Granny's son reminded him, "Let us follow the young lady." Su Zhiqing took the candle from his junior sister's hand and grasped her hand, following after her. "Having spent so much time with us, do you not realize that the young lady possesses this temperament?" Granny's son's words left Su Zhiqing at a loss for response. Indeed, he had spent a considerable time with Granny's son and the little dragon maiden. The only instance when the little dragon maiden had shown surprise at his appearance was their first encounter. Thereafter, her expressions were minimal, akin to that of an ice maiden. During storytelling, he occasionally caught glimpses of her being lost in thought, pondering something unknown. "Hurry and keep up. I suspect the young lady is seeking martial arts for you." Seeing Cheng Jiao nearby, Granny's son refrained from discussing martial arts. She was not foolish. It was not fear of Cheng Jiao overhearing, but rather concern that if she did, it might inadvertently slip from her lips. If Cheng Jiao were to mention the ancient tomb sect and the Nine manual, their sect would never enjoy a moment of peace. Su Zhiqing and the others soon arrived at the place where the stone coffins were kept. The coffins were few in number, and upon seeing Su Zhiqing approach, the little dragon maiden turned and inquired, "Where is it?" Su Zhiqing was aware that Zilong inquired about which coffin he was referring to. However, he was at a loss. "Let me take a look." Instead of examining the coffins that were comparable, Su Zhiqing focused on the one with the lid ajar. His gaze fell upon the coffin lid. Upon observing the second one, he noticed the inscription etched upon it, "Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, surpassing the Quanzhen. Chongyang's life, no less than others." Su Jiqing nodded towards Xialong. Just as she was about to make a move, Granny's son beside them coughed lightly, saying, "It is rather dark here. I shall take Xiao Jiayao for a stroll." With that, she led Cheng Jiayao away from the coffin chamber. Observing this, Xialong extended her hand, and a white cloth wrapped itself around the coffin lid before Su Jiqing. With a subtle exertion of her internal energy, she lifted the lid effortlessly. The coffin lid stood upright on the ground. As she surveyed her surroundings, she too beheld those 16 grand characters. Chapter 16. The insufficient skill points. Aside from the 16 prominent characters, I found no trace of the 9-yin manual. Search further below. Upon hearing Su Jiqing's reminder, Xialong stepped closer and discerned that beneath the large characters were densely inscribed small ones. Indeed, there was something. However, the inscription did not pertain to martial arts, but rather indicated that beneath the stone coffin lay the secrets to deciphering the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Xialong stepped aside as she spoke. Su Jiqing approached and confirmed her observation. He examined the small characters before turning to the stone coffin. As he scanned the coffin, his gaze caught a protrusion. Pressing it, the base of the coffin unexpectedly opened. There is indeed a mechanism. Xialong approached, and, upon seeing the opening, shook her head, exclaiming, "I truly had no idea there was an entrance here. Brother Su, this must be where the 9-yin manual resides, right? Let us venture inside to find out." Su Jiqing leaped down. Xialong, witnessing this, followed suit. Upon entering, Su Jiqing discovered not only a vast space, but also the sound of rushing water. He pondered that this flow might originate from a nearby river. Xialong, who had entered behind him, was equally astonished by the hidden chamber. Having lived in the ancient tomb for so many years, I had no inkling of this secret room. Su Jiqing chuckled lightly, explaining that the basement was concealed beneath the coffin. Since they were not truly resting within it, how could they possibly uncover this subterranean chamber? As he spoke, his gaze swept across the surroundings. Soon, he spotted inscriptions etched by Wang Chongyang on the roof of a concealed stone chamber. "Miss Long, come here." Xialong approached, and as she beheld the area Su Jiqing indicated, she was surprised to find several martial arts techniques inscribed there. Alongside these techniques was the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. In astonishment, Xialong remarked, "I never imagined that both the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and the 9-yin manual would be found here." Observing Xialong's incredulous expression, Su Jiqing smiled. It appeared that today's events had stirred her emotions. Noticing Su Jiqing's smile, Xialong felt a flush of embarrassment and turned her head away. Realizing she had momentarily lost her composure, she saw that Su Jiqing was still watching and whispered, "Brother Su, why do you gaze at me? Shouldn't you be memorizing the martial arts instead?" "Of course, it's because you are more charming." Su Jiqing was not being frivolous. A Xialong displaying emotions was far more captivating than her usual icy demeanor. "Nonsense. I certainly speak the truth. If Elder Madam were here, she would likely echo my sentiments." Upon hearing this, Xialong decisively moved aside, feeling her heart race uncontrollably. Quickly, memorized the martial arts. Su Jiqing, watching Xialong step back, chuckled softly and redirected his focus to the 9-yin manual. He did not glance at the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, but instead concentrated on committing the 9-yin manual to memory. The 9-yin manual was incomplete, with each technique being intricate and profound. Nevertheless, Su Jiqing found no difficulty. After a single reading, he promptly opened his personal interface. He noticed a line of text appear on the screen, asking whether he wished to consume one skill point to learn the 9-yin manual. The beauty of having skill points is that whether the technique is simple or complex, it only requires 1 point. Su Jiqing, without a moment's hesitation, opted for study. As the words faded, a vivid recollection of his relentless daily practice of the 9-yin manual emerged in his mind. He felt subtle changes within his body. His meridians grew more resilient and robust, while the internal energy in his dantian surged significantly. Su Jiqing realized that even the rudimentary level of the 9-yin manual had caused a remarkable increase in his internal power. What might happen upon achieving proficiency? Gazing at the plus sign behind the 9-yin manual, he could hardly resist such temptation. Without a second thought, he expended 110 proficiency points. The 9-yin manual instantly advanced from the beginner stage to proficiency. Once more, the memories of his tireless efforts in mastering the 9-yin manual flooded his mind. His meridians expanded anew, and his internal power surged once again. Feeling the fullness within, Su Jiqing focused on the realm displayed on the panel, only to discover that it remained at the first-class level, with no other changes. He was not surprised. Realms were calculated based on the highest value. For instance, once a sword technique reaches mastery, one attains a first-class realm. Clearly, his internal martial arts had yet to break through the first-class domain. Nevertheless, He now possessed the strength to defeat 10 versions of his former self. After reviewing his realm, Zhiqing turned his attention to his proficiency points. To his dismay, the fiery excitement he had felt earlier cooled as he saw the diminished figure. The 190 proficiency points he had painstakingly accumulated had dwindled to a mere 79 after just 2 expenditures. A sense of melancholy washed over him. He realized that his earnings had not equaled his expenses. Beyond the realm and proficiency points, he examined the martial arts section on the panel, where the 9 manual now appeared among his skills. Contemplating the vast number of proficiency points required for upgrading these martial arts, he felt a headache coming on. He lacked efficient pathways to swiftly acquire proficiency points. After all, he only had 2 means to gain them. Daily tasks were a given, as he completed them each day. Random tasks, however, he felt he needed to expedite. Only by completing random tasks could he earn substantial proficiency points. Resolute in his decision, Zhiqing turned to look at Xiao Long, who appeared lost in thought, gazing at the river. What was she pondering? Zhiqing called out. Aren't you coming over to memorize the martial arts? I know, Xiao Long replied, her demeanor indicating that she had indeed returned to her previous self. She approached and stood beside Zhiqing. He refrained from gazing too long at her, fearing it might disrupt his focus. Instead, he directed his attention to the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. After reading it, he noticed Xiao Long was not studying the 9 manual. Have you remembered it? He inquired. She shook her head. No worries, take your time, there's no rush. Zhiqing reassured her before pointing to the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, saying, this seems to require 2 people to practice together. Xiao Long nodded in understanding. I know. Practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra involves 3 steps. The first is to master the ancient Tomb sect's martial arts, and the second is to master your Quanzhen sect's martial arts. Only after completing these 2 steps can one practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Years ago, my venerable ancestor passed away prematurely, leaving my master without the opportunity to complete his training. Upon hearing this, Zhiqing inquired with curiosity, you are aware of this, yet you have not considered training? The little dragon maiden, unconcerned, replied, practicing martial arts is sufficient. Whether one reaches great heights or not matters little. I do not venture out. Residing in the ancient tomb is adequate for my needs. Zhiqing reflected that, from the perspective of the little dragon maiden, her stance was indeed reasonable. She embodied a philosophy of not forcing matters. When he first encountered her, she exuded an air of neither warmth nor coldness. Observing the composed demeanor of the little dragon maiden, Zhiqing posed a question. Dragon maiden, have you discerned anything from the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra? The little dragon maiden, taken aback, replied, is it not merely the conditions for cultivation? What else could there be? Zhiqing pointed to the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra and asserted, this was created by your ancestor. Who do you think she intended to cultivate with? Upon this inquiry, he noticed a faint blush on the little dragon maiden's face. Realizing the implication, Zhiqing hastily clarified, I meant no offense. I was merely engaging in discussion. Chapter 17. The Little Dragon Girl's Resentment in the Underground Chamber of the Ancient Tomb. Zhiqing gazed at the bashful little dragon girl, his heart racing and mouth parched. Just as he was unable to resist the urge to draw closer to her, a voice from above called out, Senior brother, where are you? Upon hearing the commotion, the little dragon girl, avoiding Zhiqing's gaze, hurriedly exclaimed, Jia Yao is here, I must go. With that, she swiftly fled. Zhiqing observed her flustered retreat, and a moment of prayer crossed his mind, followed by the thought of a blessing. When he ascended and closed the mechanism, he discovered that both his junior sister and the little dragon girl were absent. As he pondered this mystery, an elderly voice echoed behind him. Su, what have you done to the young lady? Zhiqing felt a twinge of guilt. I did nothing. Granny's son glanced at him and softly warned. If you dare to mistreat my girl, I shall not spare you. Granny, how could I? Zhiqing replied, bowing respectfully. A monk as always. However, before he could finish, she interrupted him. You merely invoke the title of a monk when it suits you. When it does not, you speak of indulgences. What does your conscience hold? Zhiqing found himself in an awkward predicament, recalling how he had once recounted tales of Zhiqing while altering his words during a meal. Now, he was caught in a delicate situation. Regardless of your conscience, I must see you treating my girl well. Granny's son huffed, otherwise, you shall remain in this ancient tomb forever. Zhiqing attempted to change the subject. Granny, one cannot linger in an ancient tomb indefinitely. It is essential to bask in the sunlight for better health. What nonsense. Granny's son waved her hand dismissively. Do not speak to an old woman of things she cannot comprehend. The young lady is concerned that Jia Yao's presence here may hinder your training, so she has taken your junior sister elsewhere to play. Su Zhiqing suddenly understood why he had not seen them upon his arrival. Have you mastered your martial arts? Not yet. The text of the Nine manual inscribed on the wall was complex and daunting. Su Zhiqing dared not claim mastery, for to do so would mark him as a prodigy rather than a genius. Oh well, come back later. Dinner time approaches. You should return. As Granny Sun spoke, she recalled the slight blush on the young lady's face earlier, and a sense of satisfaction filled her heart. That foolish boy is fortunate, she mused. He is quite handsome and possesses a decent character, not overly rigid. Granny Sun led Su Zhiqing to another stone chamber, where they found the little dragon girl instructing his junior sister in swordplay. Junior sister, let's go. Upon hearing her senior brother's call, Cheng Jiayao sheathed her sword and dashed to his side. Su Zhiqing lightly tapped his junior sister on the head. After a day of play, you have not completed your assignments. Make sure to catch up tonight. After saying this, he turned to the little dragon girl. Miss Long, it's getting late. I will take my junior sister back now. The little dragon girl responded with a soft yet her gaze remained averted from Su Zhiqing. He offered a respectful gesture and departed the ancient tomb with his junior sister in tow. On the journey, Cheng Jiayao suddenly inquired, Senior brother, where have you been all this time? What have you been doing with Miss Long? Do you think I am like you, only knowing how to play? Of course. I have been diligently practicing, Su Zhiqing replied, his face betraying no embarrassment, for he spoke nothing but the truth. He had indeed been honing his skills, and furthermore, nothing untoward had transpired between him and the little dragon maiden. Why do you keep asking? It is you who, upon venturing out to play, neglects your practice. I suspect Yang Guo has been training all day. Do not let him surpass you. Su Zhiqing admonished his junior. Cheng Jiayao chuckled dismissively. In any case, I do not require profound martial arts. With you by my side, who would dare to bully me? With that, she leapt onto Su Zhiqing's back, exclaiming, Carry me. Senior brother. Su Zhiqing shook his head in resignation, bearing his junior back to Chongyang Palace. Upon their return to the courtyard, Su Zhiqing noticed that Yang Guo's eyes were red, as if he had been weeping. This sight ignited a flame of anger within him. Who has wronged you? Yang Guo, still with reddened eyes, rubbed them and replied softly, Master, my uncle Guo has passed away. Su Zhiqing approached Yang Guo, gently patting his head. Your uncle Guo has merely returned to Peach Blossom Island. It is not as though you will never see him again. Moreover, do not forget our 3-year pact with him. When the time comes, if you cannot best his disciple, it would be a disgrace to your master. Despite his words, Su Zhiqing's tone lacked severity. His disciple had endured many hardships in the martial world and had finally tasted a semblance of paternal warmth from Guijing, only to be abruptly separated. It was only natural for the youth to shed secret tears. Su Zhiqing's words imbued Yang Guo with renewed determination. Do not worry, master. I will practice diligently. And 3 years hence, I will defeat the disciples of the Guo family. They are not your enemies. Simply best them. No, master. You do not understand how they bullied me on Peach Blossom Island. Yang Guo recounted the grievances he had suffered at the hands of Guo Fu and the other disciples, even voicing his complaints about Huang Rong, who only taught him literary skills and neglected martial training. Su Zhiqing was well aware of this narrative. However, he lamented that the Huang Rong of today was no longer the same as the one from the past. She had become a mother, and her considerations were naturally different from before, more aligned with those of an adult. Su Zhiqing placed a reassuring hand on Yang Guo's shoulder. Perhaps Aunt Huang has her own reasons. Let us not dwell on that. You are my disciple now, and I shall teach you martial arts. He then added, literary skills are equally essential. Without them, one would be nothing but a brute. Su Zhiqing glanced at the sky. Let us eat first. This evening, we shall train diligently, and tomorrow morning, we will resume our morning run. The subsequent time was meticulously arranged by Su Zhiqing. After completing their morning run, he assigned Yang Guo a day's tasks before he himself ascended the cliff to practice swordplay 1,000 times. Only after fulfilling his foundational tasks did he venture to the ancient tomb to see the little dragon maiden and Granny Sunday. It was not until 3 days later that Su Zhiqing informed the little dragon maiden that he had mastered the 9 manual. Xiao Longnu had merely grasped the basics. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, she could not help but doubt his sincerity. Noticing her skepticism, Su Zhiqing chuckled and suggested, why not try to seal my acupoints? Xiao Longnu promptly struck twice, immobilizing him. Yet, Su Zhiqing, employing his profound techniques, swiftly unsealed the acupoints she had pressed. This skill was derived from the esoteric secrets of the 9 manual. Once liberated, he proceeded to demonstrate the remaining martial arts techniques for Xiao Longnu. After observing Su Zhiqing's maneuvers, a sense of despondency suddenly welled up within her. Uncertain of the source of her frustration, she turned to leave. Su Zhiqing, noticing her distress, hurriedly intercepted her. Miss Long, what troubles you? You have mastered the Nine Manual, and all the techniques from the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra have been unveiled. What more do you seek from the Jade Maiden True Scripture? Chapter 18. The Dual Cultivation of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Of course, I wish to learn the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Su Zhiqing's gaze remained unwavering as he fixed his eyes on Xia Longnu. Will you teach me the true essence of the Jade Maiden? Xia Longnu's eyes betrayed a hint of panic, and she suddenly found herself unable to meet Su Zhiqing's gaze. She was bewildered by her own reaction. I will teach you, but you must keep your distance. As she spoke, she gently pushed Su Zhiqing away. Unbeknownst to her, he had drawn closer while conversing. Feeling slightly awkward from Xia Longnu's push, Su Zhiqing was unsure how he had come to be so near her. He cleared his throat and shifted the conversation. Since you are willing to teach, let us commence our studies today. Su Zhiqing did not rely solely on allocated points to master martial arts. With diligent focus, he could also learn through earnest practice. It is noteworthy that not all martial arts could be acquired merely by allocating points. Certain skills, exclusive to women, were beyond his reach. Additionally, some martial arts required specific prerequisites to be fulfilled before he could allocate points. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra was one such discipline, necessitating dual cultivation. Xia Longnu, still unable to meet Su Zhiqing's eyes, proposed, I will teach you the skills of the ancient Tomb sect, and in return, you shall instruct me in the arts of the Complete Truth sect. Once I have mastered the Complete Truth techniques, you will likely have learned the skills of my ancient Tomb sect, and we can then cultivate the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra together. Su Zhiqing nodded in agreement. Very well. He glanced at the panel displaying his remaining proficiency points, 109. He had expended 111 points to learn the 9 true scriptures, or else he would have accumulated over 200 by now. Thus began Su Zhiqing's training under Xia Longnu in the martial arts of the ancient Tomb sect. During their practice, he refrained from using proficiency points, opting instead for self-cultivation, intending to allocate points once he had amassed a sufficient reserve. As the days passed, Su Zhiqing diligently traversed between the Chongyang Palace and the ancient Tomb sect. 3 months swiftly elapsed, and he finally mastered all the martial arts of the ancient Tomb sect. Noticing Xia Longnu still practicing the Complete Truth Swordplay, he quietly examined his status panel. Player, Su Zhiqing. Age, 18. Martial arts proficiency, First Class Inner Strength, proficient in Complete Truth Heart Sutra, 3-1000. Mastery of 9 True Scriptures, 0-1000. Fist Techniques, Mastery of Complete Truth Fist Techniques, 66-1000. Palm Techniques, Entry Level of Heavenly Net Technique, 0-10. Sword Techniques, Grandmaster of Complete Truth Swordplay, 2-10,000. Lightness Skills, Proficient in Golden Goose Technique, 7-1000. Entry Level of Sparrow Capture Technique, 0-10. Daily Tasks, Completed 1,000 sword strikes. Random Tasks, Become the Chief Disciple. In progress, Proficiency Points, 1119. After reviewing his status, Su Zhiqing felt puzzled, as the panel did not fully enumerate his martial skills. For instance, the foundational internal technique taught by Xia Longnu from the ancient Tomb sect was absent from the display. After pondering for a while and failing to decipher the reason, he chose to relinquish his musings. Content with the proficiency points he had accrued, Su Zhiqing felt a sense of fulfillment. After 3 arduous months, he had finally surpassed the milestone of 1,000 points. It had not been an easy journey. With these proficiency points, the words he employed could even elevate the 9 Manual or the Complete Truth technique by a level. Su Zhiqing contemplated this as he focused on his internal skills. His swordsmanship was merely at a first-rate level, barely scraping the surface of that tier. When encountering someone with profound abilities, he would falter, and even some second-rate masters with considerable prowess might prove to be beyond his capabilities. As Su Zhiqing pondered, his gaze fell upon the Complete Truth technique. He had a strong desire to enhance the 9 Manual, yet this internal skill was incomplete, rendering such an addition somewhat impractical. It paled in comparison to the Complete Truth technique he had initially cultivated. After resolving this in his heart, he allocated his proficiency points to the Complete Truth technique. On the interface, the mastery of the Complete Truth technique instantly transformed into that of a grandmaster. Following this transformation came a rush of memories, encompassing years of diligent practice of the Complete Truth technique. Once he had assimilated these memories, he gradually initiated the circulation of his internal energy. The transition from proficiency to mastery represented a qualitative leap, and he could distinctly feel the robust energy within him. As he sensed the flow of internal power coursing through his body, an inadvertent release of energy caused his robes to swell. The little dragon maiden, practicing her swordplay, sensed something amiss. She turned her head and beheld Su Zhiqing's internal energy surging forth. She was astonished to witness his newfound breakthrough in internal power. Before long, Zhiqing had completely harnessed his internal energy. After exhaling gently, he smiled at the little dragon maiden. His diligent efforts over the past days had finally culminated in a breakthrough. Congratulations, she said with a faint smile that would have gone unnoticed by Zhiqing had he not been paying attention. Listening to her words of congratulations, Zhiqing couldn't help but feel that this breakthrough was somewhat hasty. Previously, when he had allocated his points, there had been no such display of energy, yet this time, it had created quite a stir. He reflected inwardly, resolving to wait for a more opportune moment to enhance his internal skills next time, preferably when solitude prevailed. He casually inquired of the little dragon maiden, "How goes your practice of the complete truth martial arts?" Having mastered the ancient tomb sex techniques, he needed only for her to perfect the complete truth martial arts, and then they could proceed to the next phase. The little dragon maiden lowered her voice in response. "I've managed to grasp about 70 to 80%. What kind of answer was 70 to 80%? Zhiqing frowned. "So, do you know it or not?" She replied softly, "I do know it, but I'm not yet fully proficient." Hearing her speak thus, Zhiqing understood. The little dragon maiden must have already acquired the skills, perhaps even earlier than he had. Yet, for some reason, she chose to withhold this from him. Was her training not enjoyable? He thought aloud, "Since you've learned it, let us practice the Jade Maiden Heart method together." He suddenly noticed that upon hearing his suggestion, the little dragon maiden averted her gaze and turned her head away. "Perhaps tomorrow? It's getting a bit late." "Is it already that late?" He had been in the ancient tomb and was unaware of the time outside. Moreover, while practicing here, he felt time had flown by. The past 3 months had slipped away without his notice, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He had never contemplated that the little dragon maiden would deceive him. With a light chuckle, he remarked, "Since it is getting late, I shall take my leave." Having spoken, Zhiqing rose to his feet. He noticed that the little dragon maiden also stood up, preparing to accompany him outside. In a swift motion, he deftly approached her, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Without waiting for her to step aside, he wrapped his arms around her waist, which was as delicate as a willow branch. The little dragon maiden, however, felt a sudden warmth rise to her cheeks. Zhiqing gazed down at her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Isn't it still early? Do you think I am foolish? We haven't even had lunch yet," he said, only to see the little dragon maiden turn her head away, still unable to meet his gaze. A flutter of excitement raced within him as he beheld her tender lips, which he found slightly parched. Just as he leaned in, driven by his emotions, a sharp voice pierced the air. "Su, you dare to bully my girl." A menacing long sword suddenly lunged towards him. Sensing the imminent danger, Zhiqing's hairs stood on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he channeled his internal energy and swiftly moved away, cradling the little dragon maiden in his arms. Chapter 19. Summoning the Disciples. "Good lad. How can you hold on to my girl so tightly?" Upon landing, Zhiqing was greeted by the teasing voice of Granny Sunday. The words nearly caused his handsome face to falter. Hastily, he released the slender waist of the little dragon girl, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness as he looked at Granny Sunday. "Granny, you misunderstand. I did not bully the dragon girl." Granny Sun snorted coldly. "I may be old and my eyes may be dim, but I am not blind. With your lips so close to my girl, how dare you claim you did not bully her? If you are so bold, I might as well end you." Zhiqing thought Granny Sun would simply let it go, but to his surprise, she lunged at him again. He quickly dodged the thrust of her sword, but it was not quite fast enough. With a sharp sound, the sleeve of his garment was sliced open. "Granny!" Zhiqing exclaimed, feeling a surge of fear. Had he not moved in time, he would have surely been injured by Granny Sunday. "Do not call me Granny. You have the guts to act, but not to admit it," she retorted, her sword still aimed at him. "Granny, no," Zhiqing said, his eyes fixed on her sword as he deftly evaded her attacks. "I do not deny it. It was just that the dragon girl was too enchanting. I lost control. By the grace of the Celestial Emperor, I truly bear no blame. You did not witness that scene. Even a deity would lose their composure." Zhiqing spoke rapidly, his words spilling forth like a machine gun. Upon finishing, he heard Granny Sun's cold snort. "Indeed, you admit to bullying my girl. Come here, let me slay you." Zhiqing was left speechless, whether he denied or admitted it. She seemed intent on his demise. Seeing her advance with the sword again, he had no desire to fight and chose to make a hasty retreat. "Granny, I shall return tomorrow." As he fled the underground chamber, Granny Sun chuckled softly, sheathed her sword, and approached the little dragon girl, taking her hand. "My dear girl, you must understand, those who obtain things too easily do not cherish them. You must remain reserved." The little dragon girl's cheeks flushed slightly. "Granny, you misunderstand." Before Granny Sun could respond, she added, "I am tired. I shall go upstairs to rest." Upon leaving the ancient tomb, Su Zhiqing was left in a state of perplexity. He felt as though Granny Sun was deliberately trying to bring them together, yet why did she draw her sword against him? Glancing at his tattered garment, he chuckled wryly as he returned to the quiet courtyard. Just as he arrived, Yang Guo, who was practicing his martial arts, noticed the damage to his master's robe. Master, how did your clothing get torn by a sword? Su Zhiqing waved his hand dismissively. Go on, practice your skills. What do you mean, torn by a sword? I merely snagged my robe on a branch. He urged Yang Guo to return to his training, feeling too embarrassed to divulge the truth. After changing into a fresh outfit, Su Zhiqing re-emerged, watching Yang Guo practice, lost in contemplation. Was he inadvertently encroaching upon his disciple's territory? In the realm of literature, the world within the pages diverges significantly from the reality we inhabit. Su Zhiqing reflected upon the original development, perceiving it as an utter tragedy. His disciple would not become a one-armed hero, and the so-called Dragon Knight, Zhen Zhibing, was destined to face consequences. Contemplating Zhen Zhibing, Su Zhiqing resolved to seek opportunities to reprimand him, urging him to embrace his role as a Taoist and abandon frivolous aspirations. Regaining his focus, Su Zhiqing observed Yang Guo practicing martial arts and noted that not only had he grasped the fundamentals of boxing and kicking, but he also exhibited considerable skill. Although he still fell short of the prowess displayed by the fourth-generation disciples, he surpassed many of his peers. Once Yang Guo completed his routine, Su Zhiqing smiled and remarked, Gui'er, after you train for a while longer, I shall teach you the foundational lightness skill of our Quanzhen sect. The fusion of lightness skills with martial arts would yield greater power. Lightness skills enabled one to shift positions and alter speed, creating distinct effects in combat. Martial arts were inherently interconnected. Fists, feet, swords, and palms could not be considered in isolation. Take for instance Master Yiding's one-yang finger, which required coordination with one's movements. One could not merely counter a sword thrust with a single finger jab, could they? In recent months, Yang Guo had enjoyed a substantial improvement in his diet, a stark contrast to his previous life of sporadic meals during his days of wandering. Coupled with daily physical training and scholarly pursuits, his overall demeanor had transformed. Clad in a Taoist robe, he appeared as a strikingly handsome young disciple. Standing beside Su Zhiqing, they presented a striking contrast in stature, both exuding an undeniable charm. Now dressed in fitted attire, Yang Guo's face lit up with joy upon hearing his master mention the impending instruction in lightness skills. In his master's presence, he experienced the warmth of belonging. Each morning, he no longer fretted over where to find breakfast, nor did he fear disdainful glances from strangers. And he was free from the need to pilfer. His master not only imparted martial arts, but also guided him in his studies. The life he led here resembled a dream come true. Yes, master, I will diligently practice, Yang Guo exclaimed. Su Zhiqing chuckled softly, recognizing the young man's innate talent and determination. Otherwise, how could he have mastered the techniques so proficiently? Just as he conversed with Yang Guo, his gaze fell upon his younger martial sister, who had just arrived at the entrance. Martial sister, why have you come over instead of focusing on your training? Su Zhiqing inquired, noting that Cheng Jiao was not participating in the same practice as him, as her training was primarily overseen by their master, Sun Bu'er. Sun Bu'er adopted a laissez-faire approach to her training. The rationale was simple. Upon observing that she could learn with just a single demonstration, he would only guide her initially, leaving the subsequent cultivation to her discretion. Occasionally, he would test her progress, but as long as she demonstrated improvement, he would allow her to train independently. Cheng Jiao, lacking the same level of innate talent, did not enjoy such leniency. Her daily practice was closely monitored by their master. Thus, Su Zhiqing found it rather peculiar that she had come over. Brother, your words are rather unkind. Am I not allowed to visit you if I have nothing else to attend to? Cheng Jiao pouted as she stepped inside, glancing at Su Zhiqing with curiosity. Why does your attire differ from what you wore when you left this morning? Su Zhiqing had not anticipated that his junior sister would observe so keenly. He cleared his throat and remarked, I inadvertently scratched myself while practicing. Without waiting for Cheng Jiao to inquire about the matter of his attire, he deftly shifted the subject. Since you have no pressing concerns, why don't you join us for dinner? That is hardly the case. Master instructed me to summon you to the Great Hall. To the Great Hall? For what purpose? Su Zhiqing pondered in confusion. Typically, disciples of the Quanzhen sect do not frequent the Great Hall unless there is a significant matter at hand. He assumed his junior sister possessed the answer. But to his surprise, she shook her head. I do not know either. Master merely requested that I fetch you. By the way, I also saw senior brothers, Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Zhibing heading to the Great Hall. They have gone as well. Su Zhiqing mused, though he felt that the truth would soon be revealed. Go ahead and have your dinner, or I shall accompany your Uncle Cheng to the Great Hall first. Chapter 20. The news of Limacho Su Zhiqing led his junior sister to a location not far from the main hall, where he observed many senior brothers hastily entering. Not daring to delay, he and his junior sister followed suit. Upon entering the hall, they discovered a considerable number of people already gathered. 6 elder masters and most of their disciples were present. Spotting his master's position, Su Zhiqing hurriedly positioned himself behind him. His master had more disciples than just Su Zhiqing and Cheng Jiao. 2 senior brothers had arrived before them. At that moment, Su Zhiqing refrained from asking questions. After a while, more disciples continued to arrive. Once the attendance seemed sufficient, he heard the headmaster, Master Mayu, speak from the foremost seat. Our neighboring ancient tomb sect, Limacho, has taken many lives in the martial world, and the local leaders have sent a hero's invitation to our Quanzhen sect. Fellow disciples, what do you think we should do? Upon hearing Master Mayu mention Limacho, Su Zhiqing felt a stir in his heart. During his years in Quanzhen, he had become familiar with Xilong and Granny's son, yet he had never encountered the tragic figure of Limacho. Naturally, he yearned for the opportunity to meet her. While Su Zhiqing pondered this, he heard Master Qiu Chuji remark, "The Crimson Serpent Fairy is ruthless, having taken the lives of many. Since she has delivered a hero's invitation to us, as the foremost sect in the martial world, we cannot remain indifferent." Following closely, the other masters, including Wang Chuyi and Hao Datong, voiced their agreement. What Master Qiu said is indeed reasonable. We cannot stand by idly. Listening to his senior brothers, Su Zhiqing continued to contemplate whether such a scenario existed. It had been so long that his memory was hazy. It seemed there was indeed an incident. Perhaps his master had been injured? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he suddenly heard several elder masters and the headmaster finalize their decision. Headmaster Mayu decisively proclaimed, "Since you all believe we should go, then our Quanzhen sect shall pay a visit to the Crimson Serpent Fairy. Master Qiu, senior brother, I entrust you to lead a few junior brothers and sister son down the mountain." Master Qiu Chuji cupped his hands in acknowledgement and accepted the task. Currently, the Quanzhen sect's activities in the world were primarily undertaken by the second-generation disciples. However, most of them were accompanied by third-generation disciples, as the second-generation members were generally of considerable age. For instance, Master Qiu was over 50. Due to his profound skills, possibly linked to Taoist nurturing, he appeared quite spirited, resembling a man in his 40s. Recalling the events, Su Zhiqing remembered that his master, Sun Buer, had been injured by Limacho's icy silver needles. It seemed that Limacho had personally delivered medicine afterward, but the matter ended inconclusively. As he ruminated on the specifics, he observed the elder masters beginning to arrange matters. Many third-generation disciples wore expressions of eager anticipation. For them, descending the mountain was quite a rarity, akin to an adventure. Even if a confrontation were to arise, it was unlikely they would be called upon to participate. Before long, Master Qiu and his companions had selected their disciples. They brought along only a handful, merely a dozen individuals. Among them was not Su Zhiqing, nor were Zhao Zhijing and Zhun Zhibing included. Su Zhiqing pondered internally, recalling his commendable performance during the last Mongolian assault on the mountain. Why had he not been chosen? Just as he raised his gaze, he caught Master Qiu's eyes upon him, causing his heart to skip a beat. "Zhiqing, come forth," Master Qiu called out, and then he summoned 2 more names, Zhibing, Zhijing. Zhao Zhijing and Zhun Zhibing approached, standing beside Su Zhiqing. Master Qiu's gaze swept over the trio. "You 3 are the cream of the third-generation disciples. In the absence of your masters, it falls upon you to safeguard our sect." Su Zhiqing understood the rationale behind the selection. The masters had descended from the mountain for leisure, leaving behind a cadre of competent disciples. Clearly, they were deemed capable. Moreover, should any misfortune befall the masters, the Quanzhen sect would still have these elite disciples to rely upon. Understood. The 3 responded in unison. After issuing his orders, Master Qiu waved his hand dismissively. "Those descending the mountain will remain. The rest may depart." Su Zhiqing clasped his hands and returned to his master, Sun Buer, confident that his master had a plan in mind. "Take good care of your junior sister. Upon my return, I shall assess her literary and martial prowess." Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing assured, "Rest assured, master, I shall diligently supervise my junior sister's training." He said this while deliberately ignoring the pained expression on his junior sister's face. "Very well, you may return now. Master, do be cautious, especially since I have heard that Limacho excels in the use of concealed weapons." Sun Buer chuckled at Su Zhiqing's concern. "Ah, you finally matured, showing care for others." With that, she affectionately patted his arm. Though she intended to pat his shoulder, Su Zhiqing's height of 6 feet made it impractical, so she settled for his arm instead. "Do not worry. Even if my skills are lacking, I have Master Qiu and the others accompanying me. I shall be perfectly fine. Su Zhiqing sighed internally, regretting the premature proclamations made before their departure. Had he known, he might have refrained from offering such reassurances. Master, please do not be careless. Fear not. I shall remain vigilant. Sun Bu'er, sensing Su Zhiqing's continued concern, assured him earnestly, rest assured, your master will return unscathed. Su Zhiqing nodded lightly, but inwardly he sighed at the increasing gravity of his declarations. He reiterated his advice to the two senior brothers beside his master, urging them to remain alert. Noting his master's growing impatience, he finally took hold of his junior sister Cheng Jiayao and exited the grand hall. As soon as they stepped outside, Cheng Jiayao tugged at Su Zhiqing's arm. Senior brother, I don't wish to practice. I want to go down the mountain to have fun. Su Zhiqing promptly delivered a light reprimand to her. Didn't you hear what master said? You must obey my instructions and practice diligently. What is there to enjoy down the mountain? It is filled with any wells. No. Before he could finish his words, he noticed his junior sister pouting, her large eyes brimming with tears. His helpless tone softened. Let's wait until the end of the year, during the New Year festivities. I will take you to the nearby towns for some fun. As Su Zhiqing uttered these words, the image of the little dragon girl floated in his mind. He thought it would be quite delightful to take her along, for she had never left the ancient tomb. Cheng Jiayao, oblivious to her senior's momentary distraction, heard that they could have fun during the new year and instantly stopped her tears, joyfully wrapping her arms around Su Zhiqing's. She leaned her head against him. I knew you cared for me the most, senior brother. Su Zhiqing chuckled. What a thing to say. You are my junior sister. If I do not treat you well, who else would I? Cheng Jiayao nodded eagerly, clearly pleased by Su Zhiqing's words. After expressing her agreement, she suddenly exclaimed, Senior brother, let's go find Sister Long tomorrow. I haven't seen her in ages. Chapter 21. The Rise of Malicious Intent in Martial Arts Practice. Impatience and haste are the antitheses of mastery. Relentless pursuit of speed yields only frustration. True martial cultivation is akin to the slow and steady flow of water. It is through perseverance that one may progress swiftly. At the break of dawn, Su Zhiqing urged Yang Guo to join him for a run. Now, Yang Guo could manage 5 kilometers without his breath becoming erratic, and his lungs no longer burned with strain. After their run, Su Zhiqing guided Yang Guo back at a leisurely pace, sharing his insights into martial arts along the way. Upon returning to the courtyard, Su Zhiqing began to fulfill his promise from the previous day by teaching Yang Guo the art of lightness, known as the Golden Goose Technique, a hallmark of the Quanzhen sect. With Yang Guo's foundational internal skills, he would likely grasp this technique in a relatively short time. Before breakfast, Su Zhiqing provided a brief overview of the Golden Goose Technique's essentials. After their meal, he formally commenced Yang Guo's instruction on the movements. Throughout the morning, Su Zhiqing dedicated himself to teaching Yang Guo the Golden Goose Technique, setting aside his own daily tasks to ensure he could supervise Yang Guo's initial practice, much like his own master, Sun Bu'er, had done for him. Fortunately, Yang Guo exhibited a high degree of comprehension, committing few errors as he learned. By the end of the morning, he had gained a basic understanding of the Golden Goose Technique, which pleased Su Zhiqing immensely regarding Yang Guo's grasp of martial principles. Practice diligently, master the technique, and then refine it gradually. After lunch, he granted Yang Guo a reprieve from reading, allowing him to remain in the courtyard to practice. Thank you, master. Yang Guo's heart swelled with joy at Su Zhiqing's words. His passion lay in martial arts rather than in books. He only studied because his master had asserted that reading would enhance his martial abilities. Su Zhiqing did not elaborate excessively on the merits of reading. Sometimes, it suffices to simply instruct someone to act without over-explaining. Acknowledging Yang Guo's quick wit, he encouraged him to read more, to grasp various truths and moral lessons. Having completed Yang Guo's lesson, Su Zhiqing turned to beckon his younger sister disciple, who had arrived early in the courtyard. Let us go, it's time to eat. He patted Yang Guo on the back, and the trio departed from the quiet courtyard. In the dining hall, Su Zhiqing encountered Zhao Zhijing, who, in the past, was always accompanied by other junior disciples. However, today, Zhao Zhijing and Zhen Zhibing walked together, the circumstances of which were unclear. Junior brother Su. Zhen Zhibing exclaimed with delight upon seeing him. Senior brother Zhen. Su Zhiqing responded with a courteous nod, though his expression bore no particular warmth. It was neither overly friendly nor cold. Junior brother Zhen. Look at someone here. His spirit is so high that he doesn't even bow to his senior brother. And yet he wears such a frosty expression. Without a doubt, this remark came from Zhao Zhijing, whose sarcastic tone prompted Su Zhiqing to cast a cold glare in his direction. Senior brother Zhao, if you have any grievances against me, Let us settle it in a sparring match instead of prattling on here. Su Zhiqing interjected, denying Zhao Zhiqing an opportunity to retort, before turning and entering the dining hall. Cheng Jiayao and Yang Hua both made faces at Zhao Zhiqing before quickly following Su Zhiqing. Look at them. That little girl Cheng Jiayao is one thing, but that insolent disciple of mine dares to behave like this towards us? Zhao Zhiqing fumed in exasperation. In his daily life within the sect, he was greeted with utmost respect by his fellow disciples, who would address him as Brother Zhao. The younger generation dared not even breathe in his presence. However, Su Zhiqing, with his rebellious nature, showed him no respect, and this attitude seemed to have been instilled in his disciples as well. Brother Zhen, just wait until the competition. I shall teach him a lesson, Zhao Zhiqing exclaimed. Zhen Zhibing quickly interjected, before Master departed. He urged us to foster camaraderie and protect our sect together. Camaraderie? It's a miracle if I don't end up fighting him, Zhao Zhiqing retorted, but then he shifted the topic abruptly. Brother Zhen, have you noticed that we seldom see that lad practicing? How has he managed to attain such martial prowess? When he first joined us years ago, he was utterly unskilled. Zhao Zhiqing's words piqued Zhen Zhibing's curiosity. Perhaps Brother Su possesses exceptional talent for martial arts? Otherwise, how could Uncle Sun have taken him as a disciple? Nonsense. That girl Cheng Jiayao shares a nearly identical name with sister Cheng Yaojia. Yet what talent does she possess? Uncle Sun still took her under his wing. Zhen Zhibing thought to himself, yet discussing such matters at the entrance of the cafeteria felt inappropriate. He softly suggested, when we have a moment, why not ask Brother Su how he practices? Understanding the underlying implication of his brother's words, Zhao Zhiqing agreed. Your reasoning is sound. We shall pay him a visit. With their decision made, they entered the cafeteria, exchanging laughter. After their meal, Su Zhiqing instructed Yang Hua to practice on his own while he took Cheng Jiayao to the cliff. Upon noticing the direction her brother was heading, her expression soured. Brother, do we really have to go to the cliff? Can't we head directly to Sister Long? Without hesitation, Su Zhiqing replied, I haven't practiced my sword yet today. I must do that first. While he valued the presence of the little dragon girl, perfecting his swordsmanship held greater significance. For the sake of a woman to neglect his training would lead to the futility of both love and skill. Arriving at the cliff, Su Zhiqing removed his outer garment and began to swing his sword with precision. Meanwhile, two figures approached from below. They glanced up at the towering precipice, one of them murmuring, Is this the place? It should be. We saw them coming here earlier. They replied, ascending to investigate. As they neared the summit, they were met with the sound of the sword's whistle. Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Zhibing exchanged glances, lightening their footsteps. Following the sound, they discovered Su Zhiqing engaged in his secret practice. Indeed, he is honing his skills here. I wonder if he is practicing some sinister technique. Zhao Zhiqing muttered, watching intently. Zhen Zhibing mirrored his intrigue. After observing for quite some time, they suddenly sensed something amiss. Zhao Zhiqing questioned, why does he seem to be repeating the same motion? Zhen Zhibing shook his head in confusion. I've never heard of practicing swordsmanship by merely swinging the sword. It's not as if he's chopping wood. The two individuals continued to observe for a while longer, noting that Su Zhiqing was still engaged in the same repetitive motion. They confirmed that Su Zhiqing was incessantly swinging his sword. Zhao Zhiqing, filled with curiosity, inquired, Is this truly effective? Zhen Zhibing shook his head once again. I have no idea. After waiting a little longer and realizing that Su Zhiqing had not altered his technique, Zhao Zhiqing tugged at Zhen Zhibing, and they discreetly slipped away. I am certain there is something amiss with Su Zhiqing, Zhao Zhiqing asserted. Zhen Zhibing, perplexed by Zhao's statement, asked, What could possibly be wrong? Zhao replied, Consider it. Who practices swordsmanship by merely swinging the sword? Zhen Zhibing nodded in agreement. That is indeed true. Even the most fundamental sword techniques require practice in thrusting, slashing, and sweeping. Zhao Zhiqing responded affirmatively and remarked, Let us observe him further to discern what he is truly up to. Zhen Zhibing hesitated. Isn't this rather inappropriate? Zhao Zhiqing cast a sidelong glance at Zhen Zhibing. Do you not wish to uncover the nature of his training? After a moment's contemplation, Zhen Zhibing ultimately conceded. Let us observe for a few more days. Chapter 22. The rare fulfillment of aspirations. With a final flourish of his sword, Su Zhiqing accomplished his daily task. Senior brother, have some water. Cheng Jiayao, who had been quietly counting for Su Zhiqing, offered him a water flask after reaching 1,000 counts. After handing the sword to his junior sister, Su Zhiqing accepted the flask and took a few sips. Wiping his mouth after finishing, he secured the flask to his belt and, after a couple of steps, picked up the coat resting on a rock. Only then did he turn to Cheng Jiayao and say, Let us go. The weather is still agreeable, and we can visit your sister Long for a while. Yay! Cheng Jiayao exclaimed joyfully as she ran over and grasped Su Zhiqing's hand. He smiled, draping the coat over his shoulders. And together they made their way to the tomb of the living dead. A grove of trees separated the tomb from the Quanzhen sect. This grove was considered forbidden ground for the sect. To be precise, without the master's command, disciples of the Quanzhen sect were not permitted to enter. Everyone understood that the ancestor's intention was to prohibit access to the tomb of the living dead, not the grove itself. Upon seeing the trees, Zhiqing deftly avoided them, ensuring that even if spotted by fellow disciples, he would have an excuse. He firmly held to his principles in significant matters, while trivialities seldom troubled his mind. Zhiqing led Cheng Jiao to the tomb, where a swarm of jade bees buzzed toward them. Shaking his head in resignation, he began to whistle. As the notes floated through the air, the jade bees gradually returned to their hive. Zhiqing felt a twinge of apprehension at the sight of these bees. Each possessed a venomous sting, and without the unique antidote honey from the ancient tomb sect, a single sting could inflict unbearable pain. Even with his decent skills, he knew it would be challenging to contend with this swarm. He readily acknowledged that he was no match for them. "Why are you here again?" Zhiqing's whistle faded as Granny Sun's irritable voice rang out, followed shortly by her appearance at the cave entrance. Upon seeing her, Cheng Jiao darted into Granny Sun's embrace like a fledgling dove. "Granny, my dear, it's been a while. Have you missed me?" "Of course I have," Cheng Jiao replied playfully. "Such sweet words. Come, let Granny give you some honey." Granny Sun produced a jar of the ancient tomb's distinctive honey, which was not only sweet, but also served as an antidote. "Thank you, Granny." Cheng Jiao joyfully accepted it. "Granny." Zhiqing stepped forward, though a flicker of fear coursed through him, apprehensive that Granny Sun might suddenly strike him with a sword. Granny Sun regarded Zhiqing with an enigmatic smile. "You dare to return?" Zhiqing, noticing her expression, managed a grin. "I promised Miss Long last night that I would come to practice. One must not be untrustworthy. I find that hard to believe." Granny Sun shook her head as she turned with Cheng Jiao and stepped into the ancient tomb. Zhiqing hesitated for a moment. "Granny has already gone in. Why are you still standing there?" The voice of the little dragon girl echoed from within the tomb. With a slight smile, Zhiqing turned and entered the ancient tomb. After a few turns, Zhiqing beheld the enchanting figure of Xiaolongnu, seated gracefully on a wooden bench, meticulously sewing by the flickering candlelight. Strands of her silky hair cascaded down, accentuating her delicate, fair face, which appeared even more alluring under the glow. Zhiqing found himself momentarily entranced. The young woman, engrossed in her embroidery, sensed a searing gaze upon her, causing her hands to tremble slightly. Alas, in a moment of distraction, the needle pricked her finger. Xiaolongnu's soft gasp startled Zhiqing, who quickly grasped her hand, exclaiming, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied, attempting to withdraw her hand, but noticed Zhiqing's unwavering gaze fixed upon her. From his eyes, she felt an intense warmth. Strangely, her heart raced, and a flush coursed through her veins, raising her internal temperature. "Senior brother." Cheng Jiao's distant call jolted Zhiqing back to reality. "I'm here," he responded, glancing at Xiaolongnu's finger, where the mark of the needle had vanished without a trace. "Be more cautious next time." Xiaolongnu murmured an acknowledgement, a flicker of joy blossoming within her. Uncertain of the reason behind her feelings, she remained silent. "Senior brother." Following the sound, Cheng Jiao approached and noticed Zhiqing holding Xiaolongnu's hand, but felt no concern, as she often took hold of his hand herself. Upon closer inspection, she sensed an unusual aura surrounding Xiaolongnu. "What's the matter with Sister Long?" she inquired. "Nothing." Xiaolongnu brushed back a few stray strands of hair, softly explaining, "I pricked my finger while sewing." Cheng Jiao gasped, "That must hurt. You could let my senior brother blow on it." Zhiqing, exasperated, replied, "I've already done that." Cheng Jiao responded with surprise, "How could it be so quick?" Zhiqing playfully tapped her on the head. "It was just a needle prick. There's no real injury." Once these exchanges concluded, Zhiqing sighed inwardly. With his junior sister present, how could he practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra with Xiaolongnu? Fortunately, time was on his side, and opportunities would abound. "By the way, I heard news about your senior sister today. It seems she has attracted some enemies in Zhiqing." "My senior sister, Sai." Upon hearing Zhiqing mention her senior sister, Xiaolongnu's brow furrowed slightly. "We cannot allow her to perish out there." Zhiqing, taken aback, replied, "Isn't your relationship with her strained? I mean, she must not die outside. She should die here in the ancient tomb." Zhiqing was momentarily speechless. What if she were to die outside? He would have to bring her body back, at the very least to bury her in the tomb. Xiaolongnu continued, "However, my senior sister possesses formidable skills. She is unlikely to be bested by an ordinary opponent." Su Zhiqing reflected on how well Zilongnu understood Li Macho. Unaware of Su Zhiqing's thoughts, Zilongnu gazed at him earnestly and asked, Su Dage, could I entrust you with a request? Speak. If my senior sister truly perishes outside, please let me know, so I can go retrieve her body. Ah, very well. Su Zhiqing nodded in agreement. Collecting Li Macho's body would pose no issue for him. However, he understood that Li Macho was unlikely to perish in the outside world. Otherwise, she would not have forged such a formidable reputation in the martial world. The ancient tomb sect hardly possessed any notoriety, and it was Li Macho alone who carved a path through the realm, ensuring that people were aware of the existence of such a sect near Zhongnan Mountain. After conversing for a while, Cheng Jiao suddenly pouted and exclaimed, Senior brother, aren't you here to regale us with a tale? What happened after the white serpent was trapped under the Leifeng Pagoda? I came to seek out Sister Long for training. I shall not narrate stories today. Su Zhiqing firmly declined. Cheng Jiao shook Su Zhiqing's shoulder, pleading, Senior brother, just share a story for half an hour. After that, I will go visit Grandma and won't interrupt your training. Just half an hour. Su Zhiqing turned to Zilongnu, inquiring, what do you think? Zilongnu lowered her head, unwilling to engage in conversation. Observing this, Su Zhiqing chuckled softly, very well. I shall tell you a story for half an hour, but after that, you must not disturb me and your sister Long during our practice. Chapter 23. A veil separates the two. Half an hour later, Su Zhiqing let out a sigh, having nearly completed the tale of the white snake. He turned to his junior sister and said, Is it time now? Go find Granny. Just as the words left his lips, a voice echoed, I am right here. Upon hearing the voice, Su Zhiqing turned to see Granny's son sitting silently in the dark corner, resembling a wooden figure. With a half-smile, Granny's son gazed at Su Zhiqing and remarked, You've spent half an hour telling Xiao Jiao about the white snake. You cannot neglect to share it with me, can you? That would be rather hasty. Su Zhiqing felt a wave of despair wash over him. Observing Granny's expression, he understood that if he did not continue the story, she would surely prevent him from being alone with the little dragon girl. Then I shall narrate for another half hour. I can finish it in one breath. With no other choice, Su Zhiqing resumed his storytelling. Originally, the white snake was suppressed beneath the tower, and then Fahai declared that only those who had renounced the world could enter. Thus, Su Xian left the secular life, spending his days sweeping outside the tower. One remained inside, while the other stayed below, both knowing each other yet unable to meet. There were two endings, one tragic, the other comedic. Su Zhiqing chose to recount the comedic conclusion, where Su Xian's son, Su Shilin, the top scholar, knelt beneath the tower, pleading for his mother. His filial piety moved the celestial beings, and in recognition of Su Shilin's devotion, they released the white snake, allowing the family to reunite. Ultimately, both the white snake and Su Xian ascended to the heavens. Su Zhiqing concluded the story of the white snake in one breath. After hearing the happy ending, the little dragon girl, Granny's son, and Cheng Jiao all breathed a sigh of relief. Granny's son, however, fixed her gaze upon Su Zhiqing and asked, Su lad, why did you not let the protagonist meet a tragic fate this time? Su Zhiqing felt uneasy under Granny's son's piercing stare. He recalled having recounted the tale of Liang Zhu, where Liang Shambua died, and Zhu Yingtai was buried with him on her wedding day. That incident had enraged both Granny's son and the little dragon girl, prompting them to threaten him. Even his junior sister had ignored him for several days. He dared not risk another tragic ending, especially as he hoped to practice martial arts alongside the little dragon girl. If he were to dare narrate a tragedy, he would likely find himself expelled from the ancient tomb. Granny, I have finished my story. May I now practice with Miss Long? Su Zhiqing inquired. But the little dragon girl immediately lowered her head. Granny's son, suppressing her smile, scrutinized Su Zhiqing before finally asking, Do you wish to practice? Or do you desire my dragon girl? Su Zhiqing was about to respond when he abruptly fell silent. After having failed to answer a question correctly the previous day, Granny's son had driven him out with her sword. He needed to contemplate. Why must he choose one? He desired both. As he prepared to speak, he recalled his own status. Although he had not yet taken vows and remained a commoner under Sun Bor, he had lived within the Quanzhen sect for so long that, in name, he was still a Taoist priest. Residing in the Chongyang Palace, he could not publicly consume meat. While others adhered to a vegetarian diet, he could not appear to indulge himself in meat within the palace. How could he possibly refrain from a balanced diet? When not in the palace, he supplemented his nutrition discreetly. Regardless of the circumstances, his actions are not worthy of emulation. How could he be oblivious to the fact that what he is doing cannot be openly displayed? Yet now, in the name of the dragon girl, he has laid everything bare. How should Granny's son perceive him? Su Zhiqing, as a visitor from another realm, has not given much thought to the rules of this world. As for the precepts of the Quanzhen sect, he outwardly adheres to them. However, as he delves deeper into this world, he realizes that while he may not consider his own interests, he ought to take into account those around him. After some contemplation, Zhiqing provided a direct answer. When both are present, Granny's son was taken aback, observing Zhiqing frowning in deep thought, expecting him to deliberate for a long time. Is this all? Zhiqing, have you truly considered this? Others may be unaware of your abilities, but I certainly am. Granny's son fixed her gaze upon Zhiqing. With your talent, it is inevitable that the Quanzhen sect will be passed down to you in a few decades. Can you bear to part with it? Zhiqing chuckled inwardly. What is there to part with in a sect? Ultimately, his thoughts diverged significantly from those of the people in this world. It is not about abandoning the sect. He is not betraying it. He believes his master would not say much either. Furthermore, if one looks back, the founders, Wang Chongyang and Lin Chaoying, appeared to be in fierce contention. Who knows if it was merely a display? One sought to be the best in the world, while the other aspired to conquer the world. TSK, and that old rascal, taking advantage of his senior brother's sparring with others, acted unscrupulously in the royal palace. Another example would be his grandmaster, Ma Yu, and his master, Sun Bu'er. Before renouncing the world, they too were once a couple. Zhiqing conjured up several justifications, but ultimately recognized he was deceiving himself. He questioned his own heart, pondering what he truly desired. Everyone has their thoughts. Zhiqing gazed directly at Granny's son, choosing not to persuade her with his own convictions, but instead said, Granny, I have never regretted the choices I have made. Granny's son wished to continue the conversation, but the dragon girl interjected. There is no need to ask further, Granny. She looked up at Zhiqing. I believe in Brother Su. The three of them understood one another, yet Cheng Jiayao appeared utterly bewildered. Granny, what are you all discussing? Isn't it merely about practicing martial arts? Though she posed this question, a sense of something amiss lingered in her mind, yet she could not articulate it. Ah, indeed. They are speaking of martial arts. Granny's son shifted the topic. Your senior brother wishes to learn the martial arts of our tomb sect, and I hope the dragon girl can teach him. Come, let me take you out for some fun while they practice. With that, Granny's son led the puzzled Cheng Jiayao away. Once they departed, only Zhiqing and the dragon girl remained in the room. Zhiqing looked towards her, noting that this time, she bore no trace of shyness. What I just said came from the depths of my heart. The dragon girl softly affirmed, I believe in Brother Su. She did not elaborate further, only expressing her trust with a single word. After little dragon girl finished speaking, she lowered her head. The third step of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra requires us to meet with utmost sincerity. During my cultivation, it must be a continuous flow. There can be no interruptions or pauses. Upon hearing this, Zhiqing instantly understood her concerns. He was about to respond when he realized that, in his youthful vigor, he might not be able to restrain himself. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a plan. I have an idea. Let us place a thin veil between us, reaching up to our necks, and create two openings for our arms to connect. Little dragon girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. That's a wonderful idea. I have some sheer fabric in my room. As she spoke, she rummaged through a box and produced white gauze. In a matter of moments, she expertly cut the fabric into the desired shape, as Zhiqing had suggested. Then, she secured a metal piece at both ends of the gauze. With a glance at the walls, she took the prepared veil and swiftly pinned it in place. The gauze fell, perfectly dividing the room in two. After completing this task, little dragon girl turned her gaze towards Zhiqing. Will this work? Chapter 24. Yang Guo engages in combat. The gossamer fabric was exceedingly sheer, allowing glimpses of exquisite beauty through its delicate veil. Particularly enchanting was the side of the little dragon maiden, illuminated by the soft glow of a flickering candle. The light was brighter, yet the view remained hazy. With a layer of thin fabric separating them, the little dragon maiden shed all her garments and sat cross-legged. Zhiqing, too, discarded his clothes and assumed a similar posture on his side of the veil. At that moment, a restless fire burned within Zhiqing, an itch that rendered him quite uncomfortable. Just then, the little dragon maiden inquired, Brother Su, what troubles you? The sheer fabric reached up to their necks. Yet Zhiqing could see the lustrous, jade-like shoulders of the little dragon maiden. This sight only intensified the flames of desire within him. He took a deep breath and slowly replied, I am fine. Do not speak. Let us practice. With that, he instinctively closed his eyes. Observing this, the little dragon maiden also shut her eyes, entering a state of focused meditation. However, as Zhiqing closed his eyes, his thoughts became tumultuous. He regretted allowing the veil to separate them. Rather than serving as a barrier, it added an inexplicable aura of mystery. He cautiously opened his eyes to steal a glance at the little dragon maiden, only to find her deep in concentration, her expression tinged with a hint of suffering. Realizing this was due to his own emotional turmoil, Su Zhiqing gradually reined in his feelings. He did not wish to jeopardize the little dragon maiden's practice due to his own heightened emotions. Clearing his mind, he began to cultivate his internal energy, synchronizing his efforts with the little dragon maiden's rhythmic practice. As Su Zhiqing commenced, her state of focus began to stabilize. While they practiced within the confines of the room, a figure outside gradually departed. That young man is not too bad. Meanwhile, in another location, Cheng Jiayao, engaged in the art of manipulating jade bees, noticed her grandmother's return and inquired, "Grandmother, what have you been doing?" "Nothing much, just taking a stroll." Grandmother's son, avoiding eye contact with Cheng Jiayao, was reluctant to deceive the young girl. After answering, she redirected Cheng Jiao's attention to the jade bees. "Come, let me teach you how to command these jade bees." "All right." Cheng Jiayao was particularly fond of these tender, white jade bees. As time passed, and the sun dipped lower in the sky, grandmother's son observed Cheng Jiayao skillfully maneuvering the jade bees with her flute, filled with admiration. Though the girl possessed only mediocre martial arts talent, she demonstrated remarkable aptitude in this endeavor. It had taken her half a month of practice to master this skill, during which she had been stung by the bees numerous times. This little girl far surpassed her in this regard. "Grandmother, have my senior brother and sister-in-law finished their practice yet?" After mastering the manipulation of the jade bees, Cheng Jiayao's thoughts turned to Su Zhiqing. Hearing her question, grandmother's son's heart skipped a beat. She gazed at the setting sun and replied, "Soon. Soon. Then let us go call them." Cheng Jiayao exclaimed. "No," grandmother's son interjected, stopping her. "They are in the midst of their practice and must not be disturbed." Just as the two conversed, Su Zhiqing and the little dragon maiden emerged hand in hand at the entrance of the ancient tomb. "Senior brother." Upon seeing Su Zhiqing, Cheng Jiayao joyfully rushed over. Once she arrived, she produced her flute. "Senior brother, I can now control the jade bees. Allow me to demonstrate." With that, Cheng Jiayao played a note on her flute. To everyone's astonishment, the jade bees in the distance responded to the sound and actually flew toward her. Under her command, the bees formed shapes, first resembling an arrowhead, then transforming into the shape of a longsword. Su Zhiqing was utterly amazed. Is it truly possible to do this? He glanced at Granny's son, who also appeared taken aback. "Su, this little girl possesses remarkable talent, perhaps even more than you." Su Zhiqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, his junior sister exhibited greater skill in this regard. After all, he himself could not manipulate the jade bees into such patterns. After performing for a while, Cheng Jiayao exclaimed, "Isn't it impressive? Quite remarkable indeed. But it's getting late. We should be on our way." Su Zhiqing affectionately ruffled his junior sister's hair. Observing this, Granny's son remarked, "Aren't you going to let go before you leave?" Su Zhiqing chuckled awkwardly and then released his grip on the little dragon girl. Turning to her, he said, "Dragon sister, I'll return with my junior sister tomorrow." The little dragon girl softly acknowledged him with a gentle saying nothing further, yet her sparkling eyes held an enigmatic expression. "When did you become so chatty, Su? If you intend to leave, then leave quickly." Granny's son interjected, separating the two and gesturing for Su Zhiqing to depart. She then addressed Cheng Jiayao with warmth. "It's too late today. Come back to play tomorrow." "Yes," Cheng Jiayao affirmed with a nod. Su Zhiqing opened his mouth to speak, but upon receiving another stern look from Granny's son, he simply nodded, casting one last glance at the little dragon girl before turning to leave. On the way, Cheng Jiayao perched on Su Zhiqing's back, constantly twitching her delicate nose. Hearing this, Su Zhiqing inquired, "Junior sister, what are you sniffing?" "Senior brother, why do you smell like dragon sister?" "It's quite fragrant," Cheng Jiayao replied, a hint of distress in her voice. "I've smelled it before and wished to carry such a scent myself. But when I asked Granny, she said that the dragon girl doesn't use any makeup. It's a natural fragrance. So, since you bear her scent, I find it quite curious." "Is that so?" Su Zhiqing asked, puzzled. He sniffed his own body, but found nothing unusual. "I don't detect anything, but I surely do," Cheng Jiayao insisted. "Oh well, if it exists, it exists. Perhaps it's just from practicing." "Practicing? What kind of practice do you do? Can I join?" Su Zhiqing paused at her question. Cheng Jiayao asked, "Senior brother, is that not possible?" "It is possible, but first, you must master our authentic martial arts. Only then can you proceed. But that will take quite a while. You often neglect your training when I assign you tasks, and now you realize it will take a long time?" Su Zhiqing admonished. "From now on, you must not be lazy and must train diligently. Previously, you could not even complete your assignments." Cheng Jiayao, upon hearing her senior brother speak of her, pouted slightly. "Naughty senior brother, you're speaking of me again. You promised not to mention me anymore." All right, I want to speak of you." Su Zhiqing. genuinely concerned about his junior sister's tears, recalled a previous incident where his careless words had brought her to tears. He had then assured her that he would refrain from mentioning her again. As Zhiqing carried his junior sister on his back, nearing the entrance of Chongyang Palace, he gently set her down. Just as they reached the doorway, a Taoist noticed Zhiqing and hurriedly called out to him, "Junior Su." Turning around, Zhiqing acknowledged the call with a bow and inquired, "Senior brother Lu, may I ask what brings you to stop me?" "Junior, you must return quickly. Your disciple has gotten into a fight with someone. Yang has fought with someone." Upon hearing this, Zhiqing wasted no time with formalities and hurried towards the courtyard. Chapter 25. Proceeding at a leisurely pace, Zhiqing was hurrying along when he spotted the figures of two individuals ahead. One was Zhiqing, and the other was Zhen Zhibing. Zhiqing had no intention of engaging with them and was about to pass by briskly. However, Zhiqing had other plans and stepped forward to obstruct his path. "Junior Su, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Have you forgotten to greet your senior brother?" Zhiqing said with a smirk that barely concealed his disdain. "Move aside," Zhiqing retorted coldly. Zhiqing's expression darkened. "What did you say?" With an icy demeanor, Zhiqing replied, "Are you incapable of understanding human speech? You dare insult me." Zhiqing seethed, ready to teach Zhiqing a lesson. Zhiqing silently summoned his inner strength, waiting for Zhiqing to make a move. Yet, Zhen Zhibing intervened just in time, grasping Zhiqing's arm. "Senior brother, what are you doing? Calm down." Turning to Zhiqing, Zhen Zhibing added, "Your disciple and Zhao's disciple seem to have gotten into a scuffle for some unknown reason. You should hurry over." Zhiqing felt a twinge of disappointment that Zhen Zhibing had restrained Zhiqing. Otherwise, he could have seized the opportunity to reprimand Zhen Zhibing as well. Nevertheless, upon hearing Zhen Zhibing's words, he understood why Zhiqing had blocked his way. He nodded respectfully to Zhen Zhibing, disregarding Zhiqing, and prepared to depart. Frustrated by Zhen Zhibing's interference, Zhiqing called out, "Why are you in such a rush? Are you afraid that your disciple will be defeated by mine?" Zhiqing halted abruptly. His haste was not born out of fear for Yanghua's safety. Although Yanghua had only been training under him for a little over 3 months, his skills were already quite formidable. Moreover, Yanghua was clever and resourceful, possessing the ability to conceal himself. Zhiqing was more concerned that Yanghua might inadvertently injure someone. Now, hearing Zhiqing's taunt, he felt his urgency dissipate. The worst outcome would simply be that Yanghua received a beating. After all, a young lad could handle a bit of punishment. It might even serve as a lesson, providing him with the motivation to reclaim his honor later. Zhiqing turned to face Zhiqing. "Senior brother Zhao, you must be in your 40s, correct?" Surprised by the inquiry into his age, Zhiqing asked, "Why do you want to know?" Zhiqing chuckled lightly. "Senior brother Zhao, being in your 40s, why do you become so flustered when faced with challenges? Look at senior brother Zhen. He is of a similar age yet exhibits far more maturity than you. And my disciple, Yanghua, is merely 14, while your disciple is older than I am. You previously accused me of fearing that Yanghua would be bested by your disciple. Well, I have taken your words to heart. I no longer feel the need to rush." Zhiqing's remarks ignited a simmering rage within Zhiqing. "Zhiqing, you are still so young, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly and lecture me. Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson right now?" Ignoring Zhiqing's fury, Zhiqing turned to Zhen Zhibing. "Senior brother Zhen, do you think my words hold any truth?" Zhen Zhibing observed the composed Zhiqing, contrasting sharply with the visibly agitated Zhao Shixiao, who appeared on the verge of losing his temper. Zhen's lips moved, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Upon noticing Zhen's expression, Zhao Zhijing immediately grasped the underlying sentiment. "Zhen Shidi, are you looking at me in the same manner?" A flicker of displeasure unexpectedly emerged within him towards Zhen Zhibing. Not only did Zhen refrain from helping him chastise Zhiqing, but he also seemed inclined to defend the latter. Zhen Zhibing sighed, addressing Zhao Shixiao. "Though Su Shidi's words may not be entirely accurate, there is merit in his perspective. After all, we are significantly older than he is." Zhiqing, upon hearing Zhen's words, regarded him with newfound respect. Had Zhen merely commented on Zhao Zhijing's age, it would have likely incited an immediate outburst from Zhao. However, by including himself in the statement, Zhen subtly indicated his alignment with Zhao Zhijing. Indeed, as Zhen's words hung in the air, Zhao Zhijing's fury diminished somewhat. "Even so, Zhen Shidi, this young man has no right to lecture us." Zhao Zhijing redirected his ire towards Zhiqing. The latter shrugged. "Zhao Shixiao, I am not lecturing, merely offering a suggestion. Whether you choose to heed it or not is entirely your prerogative." Zhao Zhijing seethed internally at Zhiqing's provocations, feeling utterly vexed yet unable to best him in verbal exchange. "Enough, enough. Let us refrain from further discussion. Your disciples are still engaged in a brawl. Zhen Zhibing interjected in an attempt to mediate. Seeing this, Su Zhiqing ceased his verbal sparring with Zhao Zhijing and stepped forward. The fourth-generation disciples all possessed average martial prowess, and perhaps in a formal contest, they could surpass Yang Guo. However, given Yang Guo's extensive experience in the martial world, Su Zhiqing harbored concerns that a moment of carelessness might lead to someone being seriously hurt. Unaware of Su Zhiqing's thoughts, Zhao Zhijing chuckled. Observing Su Zhiqing move ahead, he quickly caught up, not bothering to glance at him. Didn't you claim not to fear your disciples getting hurt? Well, if they suffer injuries, it's a reflection of their inadequate training, as well as my own lack of diligence in teaching. It seems Su Shidi possesses a keen sense of self-awareness. Zhao Zhijing continued. Indeed, I am not like certain individuals who, with their heads held high, prattle incessantly, presenting themselves as the foremost disciple. If your skills were on par with mine, you would certainly be capable too. Zhen Zhibing listened to their quarrel with a sense of helplessness. Nonetheless, he noted that neither party appeared inclined to resort to physical confrontation, and thus he refrained from interjecting. In his heart, he perceived Su Zhiqing as overly impetuous. The trio walked at a leisurely pace, particularly Zhao Zhijing, who deliberately slowed his steps. As they walked, he glanced at Su Zhiqing, smirking. Why the rush? What is the big deal about your disciples fighting? They want to die from it. Su Zhiqing shrugged. Well, you're right. He subsequently eased his pace as well. Observing this, Zhao Zhijing slowed down even further. Zhen Zhibing looked on at the two with exasperation, yet felt it inappropriate to comment. Just then, a commotion erupted as a group of people came rushing towards them. Su Zhiqing discerned clearly that the individuals approaching were none other than disciples of Zhao Zhijing and Zhen Zhibing, accompanied by the offspring of various other senior masters. Among them were disciples from the third and fourth generations. Zhen Zhibing, observing this group rushing towards him, furrowed his brow and remarked, "There is nothing of great significance happening in the sect, so why the haste?" As his words settled, one of his disciples stepped forward and explained, "Master, it is the disciple of Master Zhao, Qingdu Shixiao." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhijing's thoughts turned to the likelihood that Qingdu had delivered a severe beating to Yang Guo. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Zhiqing, he leisurely inquired, "Did that rascal Qingdu strike too hard? If so, I shall certainly reprimand him later." However, the disciple, rather hesitantly, replied, "No, it's not that. It was Qingdu Shixiang who was gravely injured by the disciple of Master Su." Zhao Zhijing's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. What? How could that be possible? He uttered these words while hastily departing, abandoning his previous demeanor of coaxing Su Zhiqing to take his time. Su Zhiqing refrained from mocking Zhao Zhijing, equally concerned that Yang Guo might have been too ruthless. Before long, the two arrived at the scene. Su Zhiqing observed Yang Guo, whose Taoist robe was tattered, as he faced off against two of Zhao Zhijing's disciples. Not far from them, a group of disciples encircled one of their own who lay on the ground. Su Zhiqing quickly recognized that it was Zhao Zhijing's disciple, Qingdu. Without making a move, Zhao Zhijing rushed to Qingdu's side. After a thorough examination, he turned to Su Zhiqing with an expression of grave concern. "Su Zhiqing," he exclaimed, "your disciple, despite his tender years, has shown such malice as to break 3 of Qingdu's ribs." Chapter 26. No harsh words left unspoken out of respect. I call you Brother Zhao. Yet as an elder, you hastily cast a harsh judgment upon my disciple without seeking the truth. Zhao Zhijing, have you gone too far? Su Zhiqing has never been one to indulge Zhao Zhijing, particularly in circumstances where the latter fails to inquire into the matter at hand. Gone too far? Zhao Zhijing retorted with an ironic smile fueled by rage. Look at your disciple, and then look at mine. That will reveal who has truly overstepped. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing found amusement instead. Wasn't it you who previously dismissed it as mere childish bickering? Nothing to be concerned about? Now that your disciple is injured, you label it as cruel? What if my disciple were the one harmed? Though unreasonable, Su Zhiqing remained composed and logical. Zhen Zhibing, who had approached from the side, could not help but interject. "Su Shidi, perhaps you should refrain from speaking too much. Right now, Qingdu has sustained severe injuries." Hearing this, Su Zhiqing paused, responding coolly, "Brother Zhen, I grant you this courtesy and shall say no more, yet it does not imply that the one who is injured is always in the right. Had this error befallen my disciple, I would have taken him to Master Ma to offer our apologies. The appropriate punishment must be meted out, and I would never contest that." As Zhao Zhijing prepared to respond, Zhen Zhibing intervened. "Qingdu's well-being is paramount." He squatted down and examined Qingdu, then gently pressed a few points on his back. Moments later, the unconscious Qingdu coughed and regained consciousness. Fortunately, It was merely a faint from lack of breath. His ribs would heal in due time. After making this assessment, Zhang Zhibing turned to Zhao Zhijing. Brother Zhao, do not be hasty in your anger. Let us first ascertain the facts. Zhao Zhijing let out a cold snort, but conceded to Zhang Zhibing's request. He cast a steely glare at Su Zhiqing, primarily because the current situation was inappropriate. Had it been elsewhere, he would have certainly taught this Su a lesson. Su Zhiqing paid no heed to Zhao Zhijing's glower. Instead, he called to Yang Gua, who was still confronting Zhao Zhijing's disciple. Gui, come here. Yang Gua circumvented the two disciples and approached Su Zhiqing, whispering, Master. Yes, with your master present, there is nothing to fear. Su Zhiqing reassured, then turned to Zhang Zhibing. Brother Zhang, please inquire into the matter. With so many disciples present, surely the truth can be uncovered. Zhang Zhibing glanced at Zhao Zhijing, only to find him still seething with anger. Helpless, he said, Brother Zhao. Zhao Zhijing snapped coldly, ask away. He then turned to the now conscious Qingdu, demanding, what exactly transpired? Master, he insulted me first. Yang Gua, standing nearby, protested, nonsense. You were the one who insulted me first. Gua. Su Zhiqing interjected calmly, halting Yang Gua, and directed his gaze toward Qingdu. Now, tell us. How did he insult you? Qingdu replied furiously. He called me as foolish as a pig. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhijing sneered. Su Shidi, did you hear that? Is this the kind of disciple you have raised? Resorting to insults at the drop of a hat? What is your rush? Su Zhiqing cast a glance at Zhao Zhijing before turning his attention back to Yang Gua. Why did you insult him? It was he who first remarked that my practice resembled nothing more than utter folly, prompting me to retort by saying his own efforts were akin to that of a swine. Su Zhiqing, upon hearing this, turned his gaze towards Zhao Zhijing. Master Zhao, have you heard? It was your disciple who instigated this quarrel. Enraged, Zhao Zhijing exclaimed, Nonsense. Is it wrong for a senior to correct a junior when their martial skills are lacking? What harm is there in a few harsh words? This was indeed his manner. Observing his junior's flawed practice, he would demonstrate the correct form. Yet, because of this, your disciple inflicted grievous harm upon mine? Su Zhiqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. If such verbal altercations among disciples escalated to physical confrontations, it was not entirely unjustifiable, albeit a bit excessive. Su Zhiqing turned to Yang Gua. Is there anything else? Yang Gua lowered his head. Master. He also insulted me as a little bastard. Su Zhiqing's eyes turned icy. Zhao Zhijing, your well-disciplined disciple may have had a quarrel with mine, which I find acceptable. However, to insult one's parents is beyond the pale. Were it me, I would have expelled you from the sect. Zhao Zhijing, unwilling to listen, retorted. Su Zhiqing, upon hearing your disciple's insults, you are merely disgraced and speaking without thought. Nonsense. If someone were to call you a dog bastard, would you consider it mere thoughtlessness? Su Zhiqing declared, I shall slay you. Hearing this, Zhao Zhijing could no longer contain himself and raised his palm to strike Su Zhiqing. You dare. Su Zhiqing refused to back down, seizing the opportunity to confront Zhao Zhijing. Stop. Zhang Zhibing, witnessing the scene, hurriedly interposed himself between the two. He then commanded his disciples, do not let your master Zhao and Uncle Su fight. His disciples promptly surged forward, with several restraining Zhao Zhijing and others holding back Su Zhiqing. Zhao Zhijing struggled, rolling up his sleeves and clenching his fists to strike Su Zhiqing. Let go of me. I will not rest until he is slain. Let us see who prevails. Su Zhiqing, held back by his disciples, attempted to kick Zhao Zhijing. However, Zhang Zhibing stood between them. Their fists and feet landed squarely on Zhang Zhibing, who protested innocently. Enough of this. Pull them apart. His disciples complied, exerting their strength to separate Zhao Zhijing and Su Zhiqing. Standing in the middle, Zhang Zhibing rubbed his chest and brushed off the shoe prints from his robe, feeling quite vexed. Enough of you two. If this continues, I shall report the matter to Master Ma, and let him decide. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Zhijing and Su Zhiqing ceased their struggles. Zhao Zhijing feared punishment from his master. During the last raid by various factions, he had performed poorly. Should such behavior persist, he would undoubtedly earn an even worse reputation in Master Ma's eyes. Su Zhiqing refrained from resisting, having a slight understanding of Master Ma. Even if Yang Gui stood his ground, the fact remained that he was responsible for inflicting severe injury upon Qingdu. Should punishment be meted out, it was likely that Yang Gua and Qingdu would escape unscathed, while he and Zhao Zhijing would each receive a sound thrashing. Let us settle this with a mere 50 strikes each, for he fears that Master Ma might confine him or compel him to transcribe the scriptures in the library. Zhang Zhibing noticed that Zhao Zhijing and Su Zhiqing had ceased their commotion, prompting him to soften his tone. He first addressed Zhao Zhijing, saying, This matter has its faults on all sides. Brother Zhao, please return and manage Qingdu. He must learn to govern himself properly. He then turned his gaze towards Su Zhiqing. Brother Su, it is imperative that you also oversee your disciple diligently. Among fellow brothers, there should be no enmity so grave as to warrant such severe measures. As for the medical expenses for Qingdu's treatment, they shall be your responsibility. Su Zhiqing, upon hearing this, did not contest and readily agreed. Very well. It shall be my obligation. However, Zhao Zhiqing scoffed, we shall tend to Qingdu's injuries ourselves, without any feigned sympathy from him. Having said this, he instructed the others to release him and declared to his disciples, take Qingdu. We shall depart. The group, brimming with indignation, stormed away. Su Zhiqing sighed in regret, contemplating why his senior brother was always so meddlesome. Zhen Zhibing, too, regarded Su Zhiqing, remarking, Brother Su, you ought to show some leniency towards Brother Zhao. It was evident to him, who had maintained the upper hand throughout. Su Zhiqing smirked, that depends on whether he is willing. With that, he gestured for Yanghua to return to the courtyard. Chapter 27. The rebirth of Yanghua. Yanghua followed his master into the courtyard. Observing his master's silhouette, he suddenly knelt down. Su Zhiqing heard the sound and turned around, puzzled. Upon seeing Yanghua kneeling, he exclaimed in astonishment, what are you doing? With sincerity, Yanghua replied, Master, I have erred and caused trouble. I beseech you to punish me. He knelt on the ground, acknowledging his mistake. Yet a warm feeling enveloped his heart. Since the passing of his mother, no one had stood before him to shield him from the storms of life. He felt that even a beating from his master would be worth it. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Zhiqing said, bemused, before he looked at Yanghua, who was still kneeling. He continued earnestly, let me tell you, you have not committed any wrongdoing this time, not even if you had severely injured him. Yanghua looked up in surprise, Master, why is that? He insulted you first, that reason alone suffices. Su Zhiqing did not concern himself with petty exchanges among peers, but he held a firm rule against insults directed at family. He regarded the kneeling Yanghua and gently remarked, it is precisely for this reason that I believe you are in the right. Furthermore, you emerged victorious. Su Zhiqing understood why Zhao Zhiqing had been so furious today. It was simply because his disciple had been taught a lesson by Yanghua. He felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking, you are narrow-minded and cannot tolerate others. Serves you right. Yet, Su Zhiqing, despite his musings, did not forget to take the opportunity to educate Yanghua. Having defeated your opponent, why were you still confronting the other two? Are you foolish? They were clearly about to attack you. In such moments, you should evade. He discerned that Yanghua had likely taken advantage of an opening to defeat Qingdu otherwise, had it come to a fair fight. Yanghua might not have been Qingdu's match, but who fights fairly? He thought. Also, remember that you are my disciple. In the future, no one but me shall instruct you. Su Zhiqing added with emphasis. Unless your grandmaster or their kin wish to educate you, that is acceptable. Enough kneeling. Your master has yet to eat. He instructed, go change out of those dirty clothes. I shall take you to dine. Yanghua, realizing that his master was admonishing him without reproach, displayed a joyful smile. Yes, master. He quickly rose from the ground and hurried inside to change his clothes. Brother, where's my nephew? Cheng Jiayao rushed over, her small face alight with excitement. I heard that my nephew defeated Brother Zhao's disciple. Is that true? What nonsense. Su Zhiqing flicked her forehead. Stop making such a fuss. If master were here, he would surely scold you. However, it is indeed true that your nephew emerged victorious. Cheng Jiayao paid no mind to the flick on her forehead. Instead, she shook her head joyfully. I knew it was true. Zhao Shixiang often presents a stern demeanor, reprimanding anyone he finds displeasing. It is surprising that even his disciples could not surpass their junior. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing refrained from further admonishing him, having already feigned a stern act earlier. Be cautious not to let Zhao Zhiqing and the others overhear your words, or else they would surely be infuriated. After speaking, he noticed Yanghua emerging in a change of attire. Let us proceed to dine. Cheng Jiayao, upon spotting Yanghua, waved him over, attempting to emulate Su Zhiqing by patting Yanghua on the shoulder. However, her stature was insufficient, and she could not reach. Yanghua, observing this, resignedly crouched down. Satisfied with this adjustment, Cheng Jiayao patted him and pretended to be serious, stating, well done, you have not brought shame to your shirshu. Enough of that. Su Zhiqing chuckled, advising her to train diligently. Otherwise, she might find herself unable to contend even with Guo. Understood, Shixiao. The three departed from the courtyard. On their way, several individuals greeted Su Zhiqing with respectful gestures. Among the disciples of the 7 sons of Quanzhen, he was the youngest, aside from Cheng Jiayao. The others were quite deferential towards him. Su Zhiqing reciprocated the courtesy, confident that many stood in his favor regarding the recent events. It was likely that numerous individuals harbored displeasure towards Zhiqing as well. No one relishes being reprimanded, especially by contemporaries. As they journeyed, Yang Guo was astonished to discern that the gazes directed at him were not filled with malice, a stark contrast to his previous experiences in the Jianghu. During their meal, Zhiqing inquired, "Do you realize that after you confronted Qingdu, they no longer regard you with hostility?" Yang Guo shook his head, uncertain. In the Jianghu, after he had fought someone, it was customary for a horde to converge upon him. Thus, he struggled to comprehend. Because they are your fellow disciples, we are of the same sect. Yang Guo seemed enlightened yet puzzled. "Master, since we are of the same sect, why does that rotund individual still trouble me?" Zhiqing understood whom Yang Guo referred to and, reflecting on the reason for the earlier conflict, chose not to chastise him. Although they belong to the same sect, there are still personal grievances among members, just as there exists tension between your Zhao Shibua and myself. This is within our sect. However, once outside, you must grasp that you are a disciple of the Quanzhen sect. All disciples of Quanzhen are your brethren, hailing from the same origin, and in times of trouble, you must support one another. Yang Guo comprehended why a multitude might unite against a single individual. "Master, do you mean that in the future, should I encounter trouble while traversing the Jianghu, others will stand by my side in conflict?" Zhiqing sighed. "Why is your mind so preoccupied with fighting? Study diligently. Martial arts are meant to strengthen the body, and one must employ their intellect in various endeavors, understand?" Listening to his master's words, Yang Guo felt a sense of dissonance. Was it not he who had yearned to kick Zhao Shibua earlier? Had it not been for the multitude restraining him, he would have surely done so. Zhiqing remained unaware of Yang Guo's thoughts and continued to address his inquiries. "When you venture outside, should a conflict arise, your fellow disciples will undoubtedly come to your aid." Yang Guo scratched his head and inquired, "But what if I were to err? Would they still assist me?" Zhiqing replied earnestly, "As long as you do not harm your fellow disciples or tarnish the reputation of our sect, everyone will stand by you. Moreover, even if you truly make a mistake, your comrades will still support you." Yang Guo, perplexed, asked, "They would help me even if I were in the wrong? Why is that?" "Because you are a disciple of our Quanzhen sect, and others lack the authority to discipline us." However, Zhiqing cast a sidelong glance at Yang Guo. "Should you err, it is my duty or that of the other elders to administer punishment." Yang Guo nodded. "I humbly accept your teachings." Zhiqing acknowledged with a sound, then softly stated, "I have no extraordinary demands of you. Simply refrain from harming your fellow disciples and from taking innocent lives." While he spoke these words, he contemplated the necessity of imparting further education to Yang Guo. His verbal requests were modest, yet internally, he harbored expectations for Yang Guo to discern right from wrong, to distinguish between justice and injustice, and to support the weak against the strong. As for loyalty to the emperor and love for the country, what loyalty is owed to the current ruler of the Song Dynasty? Those citizens, if capable, could extend their care as well. Chapter 28. He might be practicing malevolent arts after finishing dinner. Zhiqing returned to the small courtyard with his junior sister and Yang Guo. Before bedtime, he routinely assessed Yang Guo's literary skills, allowing him to retire only after he passed the evaluation. The following day, while the dawn was still shrouded in gray, Zhiqing rose from his bed. He approached Yang Guo's door, rapping sharply, "Rise, do not linger in slumber." When Yang Guo, still bleary-eyed, opened the door, Zhiqing instructed him to freshen up and awaken fully. "Master, why aren't the other brothers running?" Yang Guo had assumed that running was a fundamental practice of the Quanzhen sect. After some time, he realized that he and his master were the only ones rising so early for their morning run. "They have their own methods of cultivation, and we have ours," Zhiqing replied, maintaining a steady breath as he ran ahead. His dedication to running over the years, combined with his long-term swimming practice, had significantly enhanced his cardiopulmonary capacity. Others, relying on the golden goose technique for travel, could not match his endurance. Though puzzled by his master's response, Yang Guo complied. "Disciple, have you not noticed your considerable progress over these past 3 months?" Zhiqing glanced at him. "When you first arrived, you could barely run without gasping for air. Now, you can converse with me while running." "That does seem to be the case," Yang Guo acknowledged. "It is not merely a semblance, it is indeed the truth. Soon, I shall teach you to swim." Yang Guo, bemused, inquired, "What connection does swimming have with cultivation?" "It has none. It merely serves to prevent you from drowning should you find yourself submerged in water someday." Yang Guo found himself at a loss for words. As Zhiqing led Yang Guo in laps, he remained oblivious to the two figures observing from a height. "Brother Zhao, did you summon me merely to witness this?" Zhen Zhibing's tone was laced with discontent as he pointed at Su Zhiqing and Yang Guo running below. What is there to see? Do not be hasty, junior brother. Zhao Zhiqing paid no heed to Zhen Zhibing's dissatisfaction. He gazed at the two below and remarked softly, do you not find Su Zhiqing rather peculiar? Since joining, he has consistently refrained from practicing with us and has never participated in any competitions. Zhen Zhibing shook his head. What is peculiar about that? He is not the only one in our sect who behaves thus. Zhao Zhiqing scoffed. Junior brother, Su Zhiqing has only been in the sect for a few years. Yet his martial prowess is becoming quite unfathomable. Others among our fellow disciples are often disinterested in martial arts, which is why they shun competitions. Can you still regard them the same way? Zhen Zhibing pondered. What if Su Zhiqing is a martial arts prodigy? Zhao Zhiqing chuckled derisively. A martial arts prodigy? No true talent progresses so swiftly. Consider how many years you and I have been in the sect, and how little time he has spent here. Yet his skills are almost on par with ours. After a moment of reflection, Zhen Zhibing conceded that Zhao Zhiqing's observations bore merit. It is indeed somewhat strange. Enough of this. I mentioned it yesterday. I brought you here to discern what mischief this lad is up to. Zhen Zhibing, upon hearing the voices, remained silent alongside Zhao Zhiqing as they observed the two individuals running below. After 6 kilometers, Su Zhiqing cast a glance at the perspiring Yang Guo, suggesting, let us walk for a while. At this, Yang Guo slowed his pace, his only desire being to catch his breath, devoid of any inclination to converse. Su Zhiqing accompanied Yang Guo for a while before they returned to the courtyard. Seeing them return, Zhen Zhibing alerted his senior, it seems they have gone back. Zhao Zhiqing nodded in acknowledgement. I noticed too. What shall we do now? Return. Return? It will soon be breakfast time. We must go back. Did you not ask me to observe Su Shidi for any peculiarities? Indeed, but their early morning lapse seem rather strange. Do you not find it so? Zhen Zhibing pondered. It does appear somewhat odd. They may be practicing some unorthodox techniques. Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, who trains by running? Is that so? But it does not seem apparent. In time, it will reveal itself. Then what now? Return. Zhao Zhiqing patted Zhen Zhibing's shoulder. Let us go back. We shall return tomorrow. Return again? Nonsense. Without further observation, how might we uncover his secrets? As they conversed, they departed from the scene. Su Zhiqing, after a thorough wash, led the freshly bathed Yang Guo and called upon the junior sister to join them at the dining hall. Following their meal, Su Zhiqing instructed Yang Guo, practice your boxing in the morning, and in the afternoon, focus on lightness techniques. Do not neglect your literary studies either. It is not appropriate to practice lightness after running in the morning. I shall inspect your progress upon our return this evening. After imparting this directive, Su Zhiqing exited with his junior sister, Cheng Jiayao. Yang Guo watched his master depart, his mind filled with curiosity. It is strange. What does master do each day? Su Zhiqing arrived at his training location with his junior sister. You should practice as well. Work on your boxing techniques. This time, he did not allow her to sit idly by, but urged her to engage in the practice. Cheng Jiayao, somewhat reluctant, began to train with her sword after her senior's instruction, compelled to comply. Meanwhile, Zhen Zhibing, concealed in a discreet location, sighed softly. He turned to Zhao Zhiqing, expressing, Senior brother, I feel this is not right. He felt that Zhao Shixiang might be entangled in a narrow perspective. Indeed, Su Shidi's martial prowess had significantly advanced. Considerably. Yet, one could not outright claim he was practicing unorthodox methods. The training approach was indeed distinct from theirs, yet the techniques employed were genuine and orthodox. Zhao Zhiqing disregarded Zhen Zhibing's gaze, stating, Do not speak for now. Let us observe. Zhen Zhibing sighed. Senior brother, we observed yesterday and discerned nothing. He merely swings his sword, again and again. Zhao Zhiqing, growing impatient, retorted, Junior brother, pay attention. We are bound to uncover some peculiarities. If you wish to leave, do so after they depart. At this, Zhen Zhibing fell silent. He observed his junior brother Su and junior sister Cheng practicing swordplay from a distance. Finding nothing peculiar in their demeanor, he resolved not to accompany brother Zhao any longer. Moreover, such clandestine observation felt rather inappropriate. Completing his daily tasks. Proficiency points 10. Upon hearing the system's notification, Su Zhiqing sheathed his sword. Swinging the sword 1,000 times offered him no significant advantage, though it did strengthen his arms slightly. Su Zhiqing glanced at his accrued proficiency points, which amounted to a mere 129. He shook his head, realizing he would need to accumulate them slowly. The previous day, he had advanced his mastery of the Quanzhen heart method to the level of a master, depleting his remaining 1119 points down to 119. Even with today's additions, the total remained pitifully low. As he regarded the scant proficiency points, an unsettling notion crept into his mind. Perhaps he had been excessively extravagant. Spending points on foundational skills was justifiable, yet he could have devoted the same effort to other martial arts, progressing from novice to mastery with diligence. After coming to this realization, Zhiqing felt a sense of dismay. However, as he had allocated his time to the martial arts of boxing, he found little opportunity to practice other skills, deeming the investment in augmenting his combat strength to be a reasonable choice. Despite this reasoning, he couldn't shake the feeling of loss. Chapter 29. Is the chief disciple more important than the little dragon girl? After Zhiqing meticulously calculated his losses, his heart ached from the pain of the deficit. Those who could independently ascend did not require additional support. It was far more satisfying to accumulate resources for future enhancements. Brother, what troubles you? Cheng Jiayao, who had completed her training early and was now resting, observed her brother's unusual expression with suspicion. Nothing. Zhiqing certainly would not divulge his inner turmoil to his junior sister. Come, let us seek out your sister, the dragon. Together, Zhiqing and Cheng Jiayao departed. As their figures vanished, Zhao Zhijing emerged from his concealed position, determined to follow them. I shall see what he is up to, spending day after day away from the Chongyang Palace. Brother, perhaps you should not follow. Su Shidi is merely training differently from us. He is not engaging in any nefarious practices. If you choose not to follow, then return. After Zhao Zhijing uttered these words, he hastened in the direction where Zhiqing and Cheng Jiayao had gone. Zhen Zhibing, witnessing this, hesitated for a moment before curiosity about Su Shidi's activities overcame him, prompting him to follow suit. Wait for me. The two trailed Zhiqing and Cheng Jiayao from a distance. Upon realizing that their destination was the back mountain, they exchanged knowing glances. Zhen Zhibing furrowed his brow. What business does Su Shidi have in that location? He was aware that the back mountain belonged to the ancient tomb sect, a place typically avoided by the disciples of Quanzhen. Zhao Zhijing peered after the already vanished figures of Zhiqing and Cheng Jiayao, scoffing. His actions are shrouded in secrecy. He is certainly not up to any good. Zhen Zhibing, upon hearing his brother's commentary, found himself questioning. Is Su Shidi truly acting so furtively? Someone has disappeared. We must follow. The two continued their pursuit until they reached the entrance of the ancient tomb sect, where an unattractive old woman emerged from within. Before long, the three entered the depths of the tomb together. Brother, how can you claim he is not practicing any wicked techniques? He has entered the ancient tomb sect, Zhao Zhijing remarked, stepping forward. Zhen Zhibing, upon seeing the old crone, was struck by a vivid recollection. The ancient tomb sect is not inherently malevolent. You, Li Macho, have wreaked havoc in the martial world. It is likely a result of your mastery of the ancient tomb sect's techniques. As Zhen Zhibing contemplated Li Macho's actions, he found himself momentarily speechless. Seeing his disciple rendered speechless by his own words, Zhao Zhijing's eyes gleamed with mischief. Shidi, should we not take a closer look? That may not be wise. Without their consent, we would be trespassing. What trespassing? Zhiqing and Cheng Jiayao have vanished. We are merely inquiring about their whereabouts. Zhao Zhijing reprimanded Zhen Zhibing, yet his desire to enter remained unquenched. The circumstances within the ancient tomb sect were uncertain. They had no knowledge of what awaited them inside. If they were to encounter something sinister, escape would be disastrous. Shidi, let us not forget that our sect has issued commands forbidding entry to this place. Zhiqing has breached our rules by entering. Zhen Zhibing did not dispute his brother's assertion. He felt that his senior brother's words held merit. They entered. And what should we do next? Zhao Zhijing pondered for a moment and replied, Wait. Yes, let's wait a while and see what he is up to. Unbeknownst to Zhiqing, who had entered the ancient tomb, he was being followed by his two senior brothers. After sending his junior sister to play with Granny Long, he sought out Xiao Long to practice. Upon seeing Zhiqing enter the stone chamber, Xiao Long's face inexplicably flushed. Big brother Su, you've come. Zhiqing nodded and took out a wooden hairpin from his pocket. I whittled this yesterday. It's for you. He hadn't had the opportunity to descend the mountain. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a wooden trinket. Indeed, this was crafted during his late-night toil. Xiao Long approached, chuckling softly as she gazed at the crude wooden hairpin. The knife marks upon it were undeniably unsightly. Zhiqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Perhaps I should forget it. And instead, I'll forge you a silver or golden hairpin. He had acted impulsively the previous night, creating a wooden hairpin that was truly unappealing. No need. This one is quite fine, Xiao Long insisted, seizing it and placing it in her hair. Zhiqing, no fool, instantly comprehended her intentions. He gently enveloped Xiao Long in his embrace, his hands encircling her delicate waist, and whispered sweetly in her ear, In a few days, I shall take you down the mountain for an outing, to experience the vibrancy of the town. Xiao Long nestled against him, softly nodding in agreement. Su Zhiqing inhaled the fragrant scent emanating from her, unable to suppress a gulp. Dragon sister. Just as he was about to make a move, Xiao Long placed her hand on his head, preventing him from drawing closer. Big brother Su, let me show you something first. What is it? Su Zhiqing felt a tingle of curiosity. What could possibly warrant a delay? You'll know once you see it. Xiao Long stepped away from his embrace and shortly returned with a box. Amidst Su Zhiqing's puzzled gaze, she opened the box. As she revealed its contents, Su Zhiqing's eyes widened in realization. A wedding gown. The item in Xiao Long's hands was a magnificent crimson wedding dress. This, she explained, is a wedding gown left by my master. It is said that it can be worn when one meets their beloved. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing gazed at the resplendent red garment, a sigh escaping his heart. The ancestor must feel regret. For the sake of so-called righteousness, he ultimately failed his beloved. He couldn't fathom why righteousness and love could not coexist, especially when they were in close proximity. Just as Su Zhiqing was lost in thought, a notification resonated in his mind. Congratulations, player. You have triggered the quest, Wang Chongyang's last wish. Su Zhiqing was left perplexed. A multitude of questions swirling in his mind. He merely expressed a fleeting thought about the ancestor, harboring no disrespect. Was such an overreaction necessary? Moreover, weren't random quests supposed to occur only after completing the previous one? Su Zhiqing reflected on the fact that he had only undertaken 2 random tasks, and there was no stipulation that such tasks were singular. With a sense of bewilderment, he accessed the panel and discovered an additional task beneath the title of Chief Disciple. Task 2. Wang Chongyang's Last Wish. How can one consider home when external foes remain unvanquished? As foreign invaders threatened the Song Dynasty, he was summoned to partake in the expulsion of these adversaries. Upon successful completion of this endeavor, a reward of 100,000 proficiency points awaited him. Was this a jest? After perusing the task, Su Zhiqing could only think of those 2 words. It was inherently an impossible mission. The allure of the reward was undeniable. Yet one must possess the capability to achieve it. Brother Su? The petite and bashful Xiaolong, noticing Su Zhiqing lost in thought while gazing at the wedding attire, softly inquired. Is this wedding dress not to your liking? It is exquisite indeed. It would suit you perfectly. Su Zhiqing momentarily retracted the panel, considering that the task was not obligatory. He could choose to engage or not. He observed the wedding dress, then glanced at the blushing Xiaolong. With earnestness, he declared, when master returns, I shall inform her. As for the title of chief disciple, I shall relinquish it. Chapter 30. Cheng Jiao commanded the swarm of bees to attack Zhao and Zhun. If the situation permitted, the task still had to be completed. The mission was there, unhurried, and he could certainly manage it with some proficiency. However, Su Zhiqing's mind remained preoccupied with the possibility of fulfilling the task. Being the chief disciple of the sect meant he was the next in line to be the leader of the Quanzhen sect. If he did not renounce the world, he could never attain the position of chief disciple. Yet, he could never abandon the little dragon girl. Faced with both choices, he was not foolish enough to forsake her. Su Zhiqing gazed at the bridal gown in the little dragon girl's hands and felt a sudden inspiration. Why not try it on? Now. Yes. Let us see if it fits. If it doesn't, we can always alter it later. As you wish. The little dragon girl walked behind a veil to change her attire. Su Zhiqing stole a glance, captivated by the sight. Through the thin fabric, he beheld a hazy vision as she disrobed, her figure graceful and enchanting. After a gentle flutter of the veil, the little dragon girl emerged shyly, clad in her new gown, and gracefully twirled beside Su Zhiqing. Do I look good? Su Zhiqing leaned closer to her, gazing into her eyes, and whispered, You look splendid. The gown is beautiful, but you are even more so. For some reason, the little dragon girl found herself unable to meet Su Zhiqing's gaze. Lowering her head to evade his eyes, in a voice as soft as a whisper, she asked, Do you like it? Su Zhiqing leaned closer to her ear and replied, What do you think? The little dragon girl, with her head bowed, chose not to inquire further. Su Zhiqing, however, gently cupped her face in his hands. Observing her closed eyes, he inhaled deeply and could not resist drawing near to her. Despicable Taoist! How dare you trespass upon the ancient tomb? You seek death. Suddenly, the clanging sound of metal echoed, and both Su Zhiqing and the little dragon girl exchanged alarmed glances. There is something happening outside. The little dragon girl attempted to rush forward, but Su Zhiqing stopped her. You change your clothes first. I will check it out. With that, Su Zhiqing hastily walked to the side, unsheathing his sword as he stepped outside. Upon entering the ancient tomb, he found his junior sister blocking the path of Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Zhibing, who were armed. Behind her stood the injured Granny Sunday. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Zhiqing could no longer contain his anger. Damn Zhao Zhiqing, why does he persist like a wraith? He raised his sword, ready to strike, when he noticed his junior sister suddenly blowing her flute. What followed was a buzzing sound as a swarm of jade bees emerged from their hive, obedient to Cheng Jiao's command, surging toward Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Zhibing. What on earth is this? Seeing the dense swarm of jade bees, both Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Zhibing felt a surge of fear and instinctively retreated. They swung their swords to fend off the bees, but the creatures were not only numerous, but agile as well. Get away! Get away! Back to back, they wielded their swords, attempting to prevent the bees from honing in on them. Observing this, Su Zhiqing refrained from intervening immediately. He did not call off his junior sister, but instead hurried to Granny Sun's side. Granny, are you all right? Upon witnessing Su Zhiqing emerge, Granny Sun's worries dissipated. His robust physique indicated he would not perish easily. However, just as she finished speaking, she coughed twice. The now-dressed Zilong also emerged from the ancient tomb, approaching upon hearing Granny Sun's cough. Granny, what troubles you? I was caught off guard and struck on the shoulder by that wretched Taoist, sustaining a minor injury. Upon hearing this, Zilong's gaze turned icy as she observed Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Zhibing being besieged by the jade bees. I shall slay them. Do not. Granny Sun interjected hastily. Let them endure a bit of suffering. After saying this, she cast a glance at Su Zhiqing. A warmth spread within Su Zhiqing's heart. He understood that Granny was considering his feelings. Do not worry, Granny. I will ensure they offer you an explanation. He rose and, brandishing his sword, approached his junior sister. Cheng Jiao skillfully played her flute, commanding the jade bees to relentlessly assault Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Zhibing. Su Zhiqing observed closely as both men were stung multiple times. Suddenly, upon noticing Su Zhiqing's approach, they called out, Su Zhiqing, why don't you stop your junior sister? Su Zhiqing feigned ignorance, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Zhibing. Now you know fear, yet you showed none when you harmed Granny? It was a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. Zhao Zhiqing shouted, we came over here after seeing your junior sister alone at the tomb entrance, fearing something had happened to you. If Zhen Zhibing had spoken, Su Zhiqing might have believed him, but he trusted not a single word from Zhao Zhiqing. Realizing this, Zhao Zhiqing quickly added, if you do not believe me, just ask Shen Shidi. Su Zhiqing looked towards Zhen Zhibing, who, racked with pain from the bee stings, reluctantly supported Zhao Zhiqing's lie. Su Shidi, it is as he says. Hearing Zhen Zhibing speak, Zhao Zhiqing seized the moment, exclaiming, Shidi, did you hear that? It truly was a misunderstanding. In the midst of their bickering, Zhao Zhiqing endured several more stings. Even if Zhen Zhibing spoke in their defense, Su Zhiqing remained unconvinced. Any fool could declare it a misunderstanding under such circumstances. Nevertheless, he could not allow Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Zhibing to meet their demise here. Since you insist, I will temporarily believe you. However, you must apologize to Granny for injuring her. The jade bees continued their relentless assault on the two men. Sensing the gravity of the situation, they had no room for negotiation. Very well, we shall apologize. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing called to his junior sister. Let the bees return. Of course, brother. Cheng Jiao commanded the bees, which, after circling once, retreated to their nest. Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Zhibing visibly relaxed at this development. Yet Su Zhiqing's voice turned cold again. Go and apologize. Zhao Zhiqing hesitated, contemplating defiance. However, Zhen Zhibing restrained him, enduring the pain as he stepped forward to bow deeply to Granny Sunday Elder. I am truly sorry. It was our fault. Seeing this, Zhao Zhiqing, albeit reluctantly, followed suit and offered his apology. After they had both expressed their contrition, they turned their gazes towards Su Zhiqing. Su Zhiqing, however, paid no heed to them and turned his gaze towards Granny Sunday. Granny, have you calmed down? Granny Sun observed Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Zhibing, their faces swollen from the stings of the jade bees, and felt a profound sense of satisfaction in her heart. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, Begone. Should you trespass into the ancient tomb again, I shall show no mercy. Zhao Zhiqing wished to protest further, but Zhen Zhibing restrained him. After expressing their thanks, they hurriedly departed. Once the two had left, Granny Sun turned to Su Zhiqing and remarked, These two, their martial arts are quite commendable. To endure the jade bee stings without a sound speaks volumes. Do you think they will come back seeking retribution? Su Zhiqing understood the underlying concern in her words. Granny Sun's acknowledgement of Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Zhibing's formidable skills indicated her awareness of their esteemed positions within the Quanzhen sect. Thus, she worried whether they would seek to retaliate against him. Yet, Su Zhiqing held no fear of these two. Before they could trouble him, they would first need to rid themselves of the toxins coursing through their bodies. The jade bees are a unique breed, venomous but typically not lethal. However, Their sting can inflict excruciating pain. As it stood, Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Jibing appeared relatively unscathed, but soon enough, they would find themselves lamenting their plight. One concern lingered in Su Jiqing's mind. He feared that they might inform the sect leader. Chapter 31. Lie still and watch my performance after practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra with the Little Dragon Maiden. Su Jiqing returned to the sect with his junior sister in the evening. Upon arriving at the courtyard, he had yet to check on Yanggua's progress. Just then, a throng of fellow disciples burst through the courtyard gate. Yanggua, witnessing this commotion, could not help but think it was regarding the previous incident where he had injured some of his peers. He stood beside Su Jiqing and asked anxiously, "Master, are they here to apprehend me?" Su Jiqing cast a sidelong glance at Yanggua and replied, "You are overthinking it." No sooner had he spoken than the leader of the group fixed his gaze upon him. "Junior Su, the master wishes to see you." Yanggua grew frantic and stepped forward, exclaiming, "What does this have to do with my master? You cannot take me away. Come back." Su Jiqing was taken aback by Yanggua's thoughts. He gently patted Yanggua's shoulder, reassuring him, "Stay here in the courtyard. I will return shortly." With that, he approached the leader of the group and clasped his hands in greeting. "Brother Lu." This Brother Lu was none other than Lu Zhijia, the one who had alerted Su Jiqing about Yanggua's altercation a few days prior. Known for his amiable disposition, he was often regarded as the peacemaker within the sect. His relationship with Su Jiqing was neither particularly close nor hostile. Lu Zhijia assessed Yanggua for a moment, and then spoke softly to Su Jiqing. "Your disciple is quite remarkable. However, it seems you have landed yourself in a bit of trouble this time." He recalled the unfortunate fates of brothers Zhao and Zhen, unsure how to address Su Jiqing regarding the matter. Upon hearing Brother Lu's warning, Su Jiqing surmised that the issue must be related to Zhao Zhijing and Zhen Jibing. He offered a wry smile. "I appreciate you taking the time to come, Brother Lu." "Ah, it's no trouble at all. Let us proceed," Lu Zhijia replied as he led Su Jiqing and the others away. At that moment, Cheng Jiayao emerged from her room after a visit to the restroom. "Where is everyone?" she wondered, noticing the absence of her senior brother. "They were taken away by Brother Lu, as the master called for him." Cheng Jiayao was puzzled. "Why?" Yanggua shook his head repeatedly. "How would I know? I thought it was about me. But this doesn't seem to be the case." His master had advised him to focus on his training and avoid trouble. Ever since the last incident, he had remained in the courtyard, seldom venturing out. "Forget it. Asking you is futile. I shall see for myself," Cheng Jiayao exclaimed as she dashed outside. Meanwhile, Su Jiqing and Lu Zhijia soon arrived outside the main hall. Just before entering, they heard Cheng Jiayao's voice calling from behind. Brother, wait for me." Lu Zhijia turned around to see Cheng Jiayao racing towards them. He looked to Su Jiqing and remarked, "You are indeed fortunate, Junior Su." "What do you mean?" Su Jiqing inquired, confused. Lu Zhijia gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Wait for her." As Cheng Jiayao approached, she respectfully bowed to Lu Zhijia. "Brother Lu." "Yes. Let us go together." He nodded, instructing the other disciples to wait outside as he led Su Jiqing and Cheng Jiayao into the hall. Upon entering, the trio was met with the agonized cries of Zhao Zhijing and Zhen Jibing, who lay moaning on the ground. The eyes of the two individuals had swollen to mere slits, their faces unevenly puffed, one larger than the other, while their lips resembled two plump, red sausages. Upon witnessing this, Su Jiqing recognized the aftermath of a wasp sting. The venom left them in a state of both itchiness and pain. He glanced at his junior sister, observing her guilty demeanor as she averted her gaze, casting it about nervously. Su Jiqing gently patted her hand, reassuring her that he would handle the situation. Meanwhile, Lu Zhijia spoke up, addressing the master. "Master, I have brought Su Shidi." On the main seat, the nearly white-haired Ma Yu directed his gaze towards Su Jiqing. Noticing the elder's attention, Su Jiqing promptly bowed and declared in a clear voice, "Disciple Su Jiqing pays his respects to master. May I inquire what task you have for me?" Upon hearing Su Shidi's words, Lu Zhijia inwardly admired his courage to take the initiative in the face of such a formidable presence. Ma Yu's expression was stern as he scrutinized Su Jiqing, his voice authoritative. "Jiqing, can you identify the two individuals lying on the ground?" Su Jiqing feigned contemplation before replying. "Disciple cannot recognize them. Their appearance is quite peculiar, possessing human bodies, yet with heads resembling that of pigs." The two on the stretcher, Zhao Zhijing and Zhen Jibing, trembled with indignation upon hearing Su Jiqing's remarks. "Outrageous." Ma Yu's eyes widened. "They are your senior brothers, Zhao Zhijing and Zhen Jibing." Disciple was mistaken. Su Jiqing quickly acknowledged his error, though he added a defense. "It is unavoidable for me to misidentify them given their current state." "Humph." Ma Yu cast a disapproving glance at Su Jiqing. "Do you not know how they came to be like this?" Su Jiqing lowered his head, Disciple seems to have a slight understanding. Speak. They forcefully invaded another sect, wounded their disciples, and were subsequently attacked by wasps. Hearing this, Zhiqing, lying on the stretcher, attempted to protest, but his swollen lips rendered him mute. Su Zhiqing disregarded Zhiqing and continued. If master doubts my words, you may dispatch someone to inquire at the ancient tomb sect in the back mountain. Ma Yu furrowed his brow at the response. Why does your account differ from that of your senior brother Zhao? He claims you unleashed the wasps upon him, causing his current state. Just as Su Zhiqing was about to respond, his junior sister, Cheng Jiayao, interjected upon hearing the master's stern tone. Master, it was not my senior brother, it was I. I was the one who sent the wasps after both senior brothers. Indeed, Ma Yu's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Lu Zhijia sighed inwardly. Su Zhiqing turned to his junior sister, noticing her determination to take full responsibility for the incident. He quickly interjected, respectfully, Master, my junior sister acted out of necessity. Ultimately, it was more about restoring the reputation of our Quanzhen sect. Lu Zhijia silently exclaimed in astonishment. The sect rules clearly state that harming fellow disciples is forbidden. The penalties range from confinement to the severe consequence of expulsion from the sect. Given the circumstances surrounding his junior sister, it was conceivable that she might indeed face expulsion as a punishment. He cast a furtive glance at Su Zhiqing, eager to see how he would navigate this predicament. Restoring their reputation? Ma Yu has always placed great importance on the reputation of the sect. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, he gazed intently at him, eager for further clarification. Su Zhiqing clasped his hands together and explained. The ancient tomb on the back mountain is the sacred ground where our founder practiced in seclusion during his lifetime. Our esteemed master has expressly stated that it must not be disturbed. Nowadays, it is even more so the domain of the ancient tomb sect. Senior Zhao and Senior Zhen's actions are not only a blatant disregard for our master's words, but also an unwarranted intrusion, having jointly harmed the venerable granny's son who has resided in the tomb for many years. Such actions tarnish the reputation of our Quanzhen sect. Although junior sister Jiayao is young, she understands that the honor of our sect surpasses all else. In an effort to uphold our sect's reputation and seek the forgiveness of the ancient tomb sect, she had no choice but to use the jade bee to drive off Senior Zhao and Senior Zhen. After finishing, Su Zhiqing called out loudly, I implore the sect leader to investigate this matter. At that moment, Lu Zhijia was rendered speechless, and even Cheng Jiayao began to doubt her own understanding. Did she truly think this way? How could she have been oblivious? On the main seat, Ma Yu turned his gaze towards Zhao Zhijing and Zhen Zhibing's disciples after hearing Su Zhiqing's account, inquiring, is what he said true? The disciples of Zhao Zhijing and Zhen Zhibing were unaware of the truth and exchanged glances upon facing their master's questioning. Eventually, they all knelt down in unison, exclaiming, we did not know. Chapter 32. The good times are drawing to a close within the grand hall. The esteemed master Ma Yu cast his gaze over the room, where disciples Zhao Zhijing and Zhen Zhibing knelt on the ground, trembling and too fearful to meet the eyes of their master. In contrast, Su Zhiqing stood tall, his demeanor unyielding and devoid of fear. Observing this, Ma Yu finally focused on Su Zhiqing. Given this, let the matter rest for now. However, you must address the issue of the bee venom that has afflicted them. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing cupped his hands in respect and replied, I shall obey the master's command and will procure the antidote from the ancient tomb sect for my two senior brothers. Ma Yu waved his hand, cautioning, maintain a gentle demeanor. We must not tarnish the reputation of our Quanzhen sect. Yes, Su Zhiqing affirmed and prepared to leave the hall. Yet, Ma Yu interjected, the day has grown late. It is not suitable to depart now. You may leave tomorrow instead. Understood. Su Zhiqing responded once more. Ma Yu, observing Su Zhiqing's compliance, felt a flicker of admiration in his gaze. He glanced once more at Zhao Zhijing and Zhen Zhibing, then instructed, you may all withdraw. The disciples chorused their assent. Su Zhiqing cast a glance at the two lying on the stretcher, then called for his junior sister to depart the hall together. Lu Zhijia, witnessing this, followed suit. Outside the hall, Lu Zhijia caught up with Su Zhiqing and Cheng Jiayao. Su junior brother, you were impressive. Feigning ignorance, Su Zhiqing replied, what do you mean? Brother Lu? You, heh. Lu Zhijia chuckled, choosing not to elaborate. He expressed regret for Zhen Zhibing, noting Zhao Zhijing's usual arrogance and narrow-mindedness, often using the pretext of mentoring his juniors to boast about his own martial prowess, always considering himself the foremost disciple among the third generation of the Quanzhen sect. Clearly, this incident had ensnared Zhen Zhibing due to Zhao Zhijing's actions. Su junior brother, it would be wise to remain humble. Lu Zhijia finally patted Su Zhiqing on the shoulder before departing. What riddle is brother Lu speaking? Cheng Jiao asked, perplexed. He is not speaking in riddles. Come, let us invite Yang to dine with us. The following morning, after breakfast, Su Zhiqing assigned tasks to Yang Guo and then took Cheng Jiao to practice swordplay at the cliff. Once their daily tasks were completed, his proficiency points accumulated to 139, leaving him quite satisfied. Let us go find your sister Long. Su Zhiqing led Cheng Jiao to the ancient tomb. Upon their arrival, they found the snowy white-clad Zilong Nu waiting for them in serene anticipation. As Su Zhiqing and his junior sister appeared, the concern in Zilong Nu's eyes gradually dissipated. Are you both unharmed? The master's esteemed uncle is discerning. Understanding the situation's nuances, he chose not to punish me or my junior sister. Su Zhiqing reassured her with a gentle pat on Cheng Jiao's shoulder. Isn't that right, junior sister? Yes, yes. Cheng Jiao nodded vigorously, recalling how her brother had instructed her not to speak of the events in the hall the previous day. She could only echo her brother's sentiments. Sister Long, where is the old lady? Cheng Jiao inquired, her eyes betraying her concern at the absence of the matriarch. Do not worry, she is quite well. Granny's son emerged from the cave, though her complexion left much to be desired. Her age was already considerable, and yesterday she had sustained an injury. Grandmother, wasn't your departure yesterday intended for rest? Why have you come out? Cheng Jiao rushed to the side of her grandmother upon seeing her emerge. It's merely a minor injury. Nothing to worry about, grandmother said, glancing at Su Zhiqing. Is it resolved? Su Zhiqing understood the implication behind her words. He replied affirmatively, it is resolved. That's good, grandmother remarked, tossing a porcelain vial to Su Zhiqing. This contains the antidote. You should return promptly and have them take it, regardless of their shortcomings. They are still your fellow disciples. Allowing them to suffer continuously is not ideal. However, Su Zhiqing stowed the antidote away, showing no intention of returning. Let them endure some hardship. The bee venom will only cause Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Jibing a bit of discomfort. It won't be fatal. It's a good opportunity for them to learn a lesson. The antidote is yours. Do as you see fit. Seeing Su Zhiqing's attitude, grandmother's face broke into a slight smile. I shall not intrude upon your training any longer. Focus on your practice. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing turned to Zilong. Yet before proceeding, he assigned some tasks to his junior sister, ensuring she also engaged in diligent practice. Master Sun Buer entrusted his junior sister to him, and should they return from their excursions to the ancient tomb without satisfactory progress, the reprimand would undoubtedly fall upon him. Cheng Jiao, despite her reluctance, pouted and acquiesced. She too needed to train earnestly. Su Zhiqing encouraged his junior sister to utilize her beast control abilities, not to mention Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Jibing. Even he would likely face significant challenges against such a swarm of jade bees if caught off guard. After assigning the tasks, he asked grandmother to keep an eye on his junior sister while he took Zilong back to the stone chamber to practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. They practiced diligently for an entire day. By evening, Su Zhiqing returned to the sect with the antidote and his junior sister. Perhaps the lesson given to Zhao Zhiqing had been rather severe, for in the days that followed, neither Zhao Zhiqing nor Zhen Jibing dared to appear before Su Zhiqing again. Even when they encountered him in the cafeteria, they would avoid him. Su Zhiqing took delight in this, and after completing his daily tasks to earn proficiency points, he would head to the ancient tomb to train alongside Zilong. As time passed, his proficiency points gradually increased to 1049. One day, while practicing with Zilong, a notification echoed in Su Zhiqing's mind. He glanced at the system panel, which informed him that he had finally grasped the basics of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Simultaneously, Zilong across from him opened her eyes, her expression brimming with joy. I've finally mastered it completely. Mastering the basics merely indicated that they had learned it. However, to achieve true proficiency, further rigorous practice was essential. Su Zhiqing sighed. Indeed, we have finally done it. He did not believe his martial arts talent to be lacking, nor did he think Zilong's abilities were inferior. Even so, the two had dedicated over 3 months to mastering it, illustrating just how challenging the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra truly was. The fact that Master Lin could create such a martial art speaks volumes about her unparalleled prowess. Su Zhiqing pondered that if Master Wang Chongyang had not possessed the Nining Manual, he would indeed struggle to unravel the secrets of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. In truth, the Quanzhen sect was undeniably overshadowed by the ancient tomb sect. After completing their training, Su Zhiqing and Zilong adorned themselves in their garments and stepped out of the ancient tomb. Not far from their dwelling stood a modest wooden house accompanied by a simple courtyard. Over the past 3 months, Su Zhiqing had not merely donned a foolish smile while practicing with Zilong. He had enlisted Brother Lu to gather a few individuals to assist in constructing this humble abode. The courtyard was also adorned with a variety of flowers and plants. They typically enjoyed their meals in this quaint setting. Upon exiting the courtyard, they were greeted by the sight of curling wisps of smoke. Upon entering, they discovered Cheng Jiao engrossed in writing within the courtyard. Noticing her senior brother and Zilong's arrival, Cheng Jiao immediately set down her pen and rushed to Zilong's side. "Sister Long, may I cease my writing?" "No." Before Zilong could respond, Granny Sun, who was busy in the kitchen, called out, "If you do not finish, you shall not eat lunch today." "Granny, no. I will write." Cheng Jiao pouted but dutifully returned to her writing. At that moment, a Taoist approached. Upon seeing Su Zhiqing and Zilong, a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. "Su Shidi, your life truly elicits envy." Su Zhiqing recognized the visitor and cheerfully remarked, "Brother Lu, what brings you here?" Lu Zhijia chuckled, "What? Can't a senior brother visit? It was I who arranged for the construction of this house." After his jest, he grew serious. "Su Shidi, your blissful days are likely coming to an end, for Uncle Sun and the others have returned." Chapter 33. You are young and know nothing of love. After delivering the news, Lu Zhijia departed hastily, barely pausing to sip his tea. His arrival was as swift as his departure. Zilongnu turned to Su Zhiqing. "Is your master returning?" "Yes." Su Zhiqing grasped Zilongnu's hand reassuringly. "I will discuss your matters with him." Yet, a flicker of panic crossed Zilongnu's eyes. "Perhaps we should wait a while?" "Why?" Su Zhiqing sought to soothe her. "Do not worry. My master is a kind man." Despite his comforting words, Zilongnu remained uneasy. However, Su Zhiqing's determination prevailed, and she eventually lowered her head, whispering, "Then I will listen to you." "Indeed," Su Zhiqing responded, but then noticed an odd expression on his junior sister's face. Before he could elaborate, she shivered, hugging her shoulders. "I truly cannot endure you all." With that, she stood and declared, "I have finished writing. I shall go wash the brush." She hurriedly made her exit, evidently anxious to avoid Su Zhiqing's comments. "Where are you rushing off to?" "I am not scolding you," he called after her, albeit with a hint of irony. After their meal, Su Zhiqing intended to take Zilongnu to meet his master. Cheng Jiao also hurriedly followed Zilongnu. Zilongnu hesitated. "You haven't seen your master in a long time. You should speak with him first. It is inappropriate for me to intrude." Ignoring Su Zhiqing's pleas, she turned and returned to the ancient tomb. "Brother, Sister Long is quite peculiar. Ever since she started practicing with you, though she remains as cold as ice, she now displays many more expressions. It is not just with me. Sister Long has previously interacted with few people. Now that she communicates more with me, naturally, her emotions have blossomed." Su Zhiqing explained, as he took Cheng Jiao's arm and bid farewell to Granny Sun before heading back to the sect. Upon reaching the courtyard, they overheard their master's voice. "Execute the punches with greater height, and maintain steadiness in your steps. Do not be so hasty. Your strides are too wide. Draw them in slightly. When moving, let your waist sink, keeping your body centered between your legs." As Su Zhiqing and Cheng Jiao approached, they saw their master, clad in a Taoist robe, instructing young Guo in martial arts. "Master," they greeted upon entering. Sun Buer, who was teaching young Guo, noticed her two disciples standing at the gate and beckoned with a smile. "Come in. Why are you just standing there?" Once they entered, she turned to Su Zhiqing. "This lad, young Guo, shows considerable talent in martial arts. He has memorized the formulas quite adeptly, and his skills are commendably solid. When you first mentioned teaching him, I had my doubts, but it appears you have been quite dedicated." Su Zhiqing chuckled. "Of course, I must teach him with care. Otherwise, if he wanders outside with poor skills and gets beaten, it would tarnish the reputation of my disciples." "What reputation do you possess?" Sun Buer shot a teasing glance at her disciple, fully aware of his solitary nature. "Is it not due to my lack of skills that I fear being beaten when I step outside?" Su Zhiqing defended himself. "Do you still fear being beaten?" Sun Buer let out a hum. "During my absence, you have certainly made quite a name for yourself. You even dared to confront both your senior brother Zhao and senior brother Zhen. By the grace of the infinite celestial sovereign, I have never engaged with them." Su Zhiqing protested. "Ever since I vanquished that Mongolian, I have no idea how I inadvertently provoked senior brother Zhao. He seems to take offense at my very existence and is always seeking to create trouble for me. First, it was his disciple who came to confront mine, only to be soundly reprimanded. Then there was Zhao himself, who, for reasons unknown, trailed me one day and brazenly intruded upon the ancient tomb sect, only to receive a thorough admonishment. Then why do I hear from other disciples that you are the one bullying them?" Sun Buer inquired. "Master, I truly did not. And this can be substantiated by our esteemed teacher," Su Zhiqing insisted. Furthermore, he grasped his junior sister's arm. That incident was indeed due to her prowess. "I have discovered that she possesses an extraordinary talent." He recounted the tale of how his junior sister manipulated the jade bees. Su Zhiqing's intention was not to betray her. After all, the master was akin to family. Even if there were repercussions, they would amount to little more than a mild reprimand. In the presence of the master, he felt no need to conceal the truth. Sun Bu'er gazed at Cheng Jiayao with a hint of surprise. This young disciple had never shown much enthusiasm for training and was often inclined to be lazy. It was precisely for this reason that she entrusted Su Zhiqing with overseeing Cheng Jiayao. Observing the efficacy of Su Zhiqing's supervision, she found it quite agreeable. Cheng Jiayao's current martial skills, it seemed, would allow her to bully only ordinary individuals, and even then, only in one-on-one encounters. Against two adversaries, she might falter. However, were Cheng Jiayao to be accompanied by jade bees, she would transform into a formidable presence. Sun Bu'er's thoughts aligned closely with Su Zhiqing's. She was not one to adhere to rigid traditions. If little Jiayao possessed such a remarkable talent, it would indeed be worthwhile to create a special environment for her beekeeping endeavors. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing was overjoyed. Constructing such an environment would entail significant expense. As a disciple of the Quanzhen sect, he lacked substantial financial resources within the sect. The prospect of establishing a beekeeping facility was beyond his financial means. The master, however, was in a different position. For her, the cost of creating such a space would be negligible. He conveyed to the master Cheng Jiayao's abilities, subtly hinting at his intentions. The jade bees of the ancient tomb sect were relatively scarce due to environmental limitations, and the sect's foundation was modest. Even the little dragon maiden had not considered expanding their cultivation scale. Su Zhiqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet, his junior sister was still young, and he could nurture her gradually. In due time, she would possess a solid foundation for her future. Sun Bu'er, discerning his thoughts, gave Su Zhiqing a sidelong glance and shook her head slightly. Now, considering your master's needs, you have inadvertently overlooked my own concerns. Nonsense. It is not that I am unaware of my junior sister's capabilities. You see, I have long recognized them, yet have no funds to provide her with a special environment. Enough. I understand your intentions. Sun Bu'er waved her hand, cutting Su Zhiqing off from further chatter. Immediately, he fell silent. Sun Bu'er gazed at her disciple and gently remarked, I have heard that you have been quite close with Miss Long from the ancient tomb sect. Master, I was just about to discuss this matter. Su Zhiqing replied earnestly. Without any ambiguity, he looked at his master with a serious expression and declared, I wish to take Miss Long as my wife. After speaking, he lowered his head, bracing himself for a reprimand from his master. However, after a considerable pause, he noticed that his master did not display any signs of anger. When he lifted his gaze, he was taken aback to find his master smiling warmly at him. Seeing her master in such a light-hearted manner, Su Zhiqing felt a sense of uncertainty. This was not what he had anticipated. What? Do you expect master to scold you? Sun Bu'er observed Su Zhiqing's cautious demeanor and couldn't help but chuckle. At your tender age, what do you know of love and affection? You speak of marrying her. As she spoke, her gaze subtly shifted towards Cheng Jiayao. Then, with a playful smile directed at Su Zhiqing, she continued, You are merely captivated by Miss Long's beauty. It is a fleeting infatuation. Once you come to know her better and spend time together, you may find yourselves growing weary of one another. If you truly wish to marry her, bring her to meet me first. Chapter 34. Introducing Little Dragon Girl to Master. Are you not angry with me? In the tranquil courtyard, Su Zhiqing brought a stool for his master to sit on, while he crouched beside her. The situation was not quite as he had anticipated. He had assumed that upon learning of his circumstances, his master would chastise him. By sharing his situation, he intended to express his own stance. Why would I be angry with you? Sun Bu'er replied gently, patting Su Zhiqing's head. It feels just as comfortable as it did back when we first met. You were about the same height then, and now you've grown to the point where I must look up to you. You have nothing to conceal from me, and I appreciate your honesty. Although I have taken vows as a monk, I have not imposed restrictions upon you. You are still free to marry and have children. However, I worry that you are still quite young, and aside from your junior sister, you have not encountered others on the mountain. I fear you might be infatuated with her simply for her appearance. You seem mature in many ways, yet when it comes to matters of the heart, you remain quite inexperienced. My intent in having you bring Little Dragon Girl here is merely to guide you. It is not a lack of support. Sun Bu'er gazed at Su Zhiqing with warmth in her eyes. In her youth, she too had experienced the pangs of love. Yes, Su Zhiqing affirmed, for he had indeed planned to introduce Little Dragon Girl to his master. Sun Bu'er's expression brightened with satisfaction at his compliance. By the way, how did you know that Li Macho would employ the Ice Soul Silver Needles? After posing the question, she shook her head. I nearly forgot. Your acquaintance with the Little Dragon Girl must not be of short duration. It was she who informed you, wasn't it? Fortunately, you reminded me, or I might have fallen victim to her schemes. Naturally, Zhiqing attributed this knowledge to little dragon girl. Learning that his master was unharmed, he mused that it was Li Macho who must be in trouble. Master, where did Li Macho go? Upon noticing Zhiqing's concern, Sun Buer recounted her encounter with the formidable woman. After we met her, to prevent others from accusing us of bullying her, I confronted her alone. I nearly fell prey to her ice soul silver needles. When they proved ineffective, she fled. Your fourth martial uncle pursued her, but she ultimately escaped. By the way, what is the connection between Li Macho and the little dragon girl you mentioned? Zhiqing replied, she is the senior sister of little dragon girl. Understanding dawned on Sun Buer. Yet Zhiqing continued, however, their sisterly bond has always been fraught with tension, and she harbors grievances against my little sister. Sun Buer dismissed these thoughts. In a couple of days, we shall have a small competition. Before that, you should bring her here. I actually intended to bring her today, but she mentioned that you would be busy upon your return, which is why she refrained from coming. You young rascal. Sun Buer shook her head, realizing that the girl likely harbored feelings for him as well. Master, what if I bring her tomorrow? That sounds splendid. The following day, Zhiqing refrained from taking Yang Guo on his usual run. Instead, he conveyed to him that as a mature apprentice, he should learn to run independently, alleviating his master's daily concerns. After parting ways with his disciple, Zhiqing proceeded directly to the ancient tomb on the back mountain. Upon reaching the tomb entrance, he called out, Grandma, Sister Long, Su, why have you come so early today? Granny's son emerged from the tomb, regarding Zhiqing with a hint of suspicion. Just then, the little dragon maiden also appeared from within. It's like this. Zhiqing recounted the events of the previous day involving his master. See, senior son. The little dragon maiden's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Her small hands fidgeted, unsure of where to rest. Sister Long, why are you so flustered? Granny's son remarked, irritated at the little dragon maiden's demeanor. Zhiqing's master is neither a demon nor a monster. He won't eat you. Besides, you possess innate beauty, resembling an ethereal being. Your master will surely adore you. Yet the little dragon maiden remained in a state of disarray. I'm not ready yet. Zhiqing, observing her anxiousness, stepped forward and took her hand. You are already the best version of yourself. No, I haven't prepared my appearance yet. Please wait a moment. The little dragon maiden exclaimed as she hurried back into the tomb. Zhiqing attempted to follow, but Granny's son blocked his path. Just wait a little longer. With no choice, he resigned himself to wait outside. Time passed, and after a considerable interval, just as Zhiqing was beginning to suspect the little dragon maiden was too afraid to join him in meeting his master, she emerged from the tomb with measured steps. Turning to look, Zhiqing beheld the little dragon maiden in a new outfit. Her white dress was immaculate, untouched by dust, and her flowing hair cascaded down her back like silk. With a shy gaze and a delicate blush on her lips, she appeared perfectly adorned, neither too much nor too little. Zhiqing's eyes widened in admiration, acknowledging that his master was indeed correct. He was captivated by the little dragon maiden's beauty. Brother Su, am I acceptable like this? Despite her new attire, the little dragon maiden still lacked confidence, feeling she fell short of perfection. Absolutely, Zhiqing affirmed, assured that his master would find her enchanting upon seeing her. Really? You truly mean it? More genuine than ever. Zhiqing took her hand and urged, let us go now. He certainly did not forget Granny Sunday. Come along, Grandma. Did you think I only had eyes for the maiden? Granny Sun chuckled and followed suit. The journey from the back mountain to the sect felt particularly lengthy to Zhiqing, while it seemed fleeting to the little dragon maiden. Upon their arrival at the sect, some disciples of the Quanzhen sect, familiar with Zhiqing, were taken aback. Upon seeing the little dragon maiden by his side, their eyes widened in astonishment. One Taoist even murmured, is there truly such a beautiful woman in the world? The others nodded in agreement, unable to contain their admiration. As they noticed that the little dragon maiden was hand in hand with Zhiqing, each of them immediately regained their composure. Su, junior brother, how can our sect stoop to such vulgarity? Release her at once. Zhiqing chuckled heartily, tightening his grip on the little dragon maiden's hand. Come, let us not pay them any mind. With that, he led the little dragon maiden and Granny Sun to the tranquil courtyard. Unbeknownst to him, the news of him accompanying the celestial maiden spread rapidly among the disciples who had witnessed the scene. Upon hearing this news, Zhiqing was filled with delight. Yet Zhen Zhibing furrowed his brow, a singular figure materializing in his mind. Only she could be the celestial maiden. An inexplicable pang of anxiety gripped him. Furthermore, he suddenly found himself engulfed in feelings of jealousy and anger towards Zhiqing. Junior brother, Zhao Zhiqing noticed Jin Zhibing's loss of composure. What troubles you? Jin Zhibing, regaining his senses, replied with an indifferent expression, nothing. Oh, is that so? But Su, junior brother, has brought in a celestial maiden. Do you not wish to see for yourself? Jin Zhibing felt a flicker of intrigue. Let us go. Zhao Zhiqing, not dwelling on Jin Zhibing's earlier demeanor, grasped his arm. Let us see that fellow. So audacious as to flout the sect's rules. This time, I shall behold his excuses. Chapter 35. Were it not for the constraints of circumstance, Su Zhiqing guided the apprehensive Xiao Longnu directly into the tranquil courtyard. Upon their entrance, they beheld Sun Bu'er, who was instructing Yang Guo and Cheng Jiayao in their martial arts practice. Master, I have brought her, Su Zhiqing announced as he entered the courtyard. At this exclamation, Xiao Longnu instantly tensed, pinching Su Zhiqing's arm to signal him to lower his voice. There's no need for such volume, Sun Bu'er retorted, turning her gaze towards them. As she beheld the exquisite beauty of Xiao Longnu standing beside Su Zhiqing, a flicker of astonishment sparkled in her eyes. How can there be such a stunning woman? She mused. She had previously thought that Li Macho was the epitome of beauty, yet Xiao Longnu surpassed her in grace and allure. Before Sun Bu'er could voice her thoughts, Su Zhiqing eagerly introduced, Sister Long, this is my master. Master, this is the Long sister I spoke of, and this is Granny Sun. Xiao Longnu promptly paid her respects. This humble girl pays her respects to the esteemed elder. Granny Sun intended to reciprocate the gesture, but Sun Bu'er preemptively interjected, no need for such formalities. Sun Layman and Long Maiden. She regarded Xiao Longnu's demeanor and appearance with evident satisfaction. Upon my return yesterday, my disciple incessantly spoke of his Long sister. Having met you today, it is clear that you are indeed a paragon of beauty and exceptional temperament. Your praise is too generous, esteemed elder. Xiao Longnu's previously anxious heart eased under Sun Bu'er's kind words. Sun Bu'er smiled. It is indeed a stroke of fortune for my disciple to encounter you. Earlier, when I called him for a meal, I discovered he was absent from his room. Little did I know he had gone to the back mountain with you. Su Zhiqing chuckled. I was merely eager for my master to meet you sooner. You rascal. Sun Bu'er shook her head, observing the pair standing together. Truly a match made in heaven. I do not oppose your union, but do exercise discretion. Our Quanzhen sect is a sanctuary of tranquility, frequented by monks and disciples, including you, Su. At her words, Xiao Longnu swiftly withdrew her small hand from Su Zhiqing's firm grasp. The elder speaks wisely. Su Zhiqing's expression turned slightly awkward. He had grown overly exuberant and neglected the decorum. I apologize, master. Enough. I harbor no grievances, but it would be unseemly if the other disciples were to witness this. Sun Bu'er remarked, beckoning Xiao Longnu closer. As Xiao Longnu approached, Sun Bu'er removed a bracelet from her wrist. This is the most precious item from my youth, and I have nothing else to offer you. Gently, she took Xiao Longnu's hand and adorned her with the bracelet. Cherish this. If this boy dares to bully you, you may come to me without hesitation. Master, this is too much. This item must hold great significance for you. Su Zhiqing's eyes glimmered with emotion as he observed the bracelet being bestowed upon Xiao Longnu. He recognized it, having occasionally seen his master lost in thought while holding it. Evidently a treasured possession. Have you chosen to disregard my words? Very well. Sister Long, accept it. Upon hearing this, the little dragon maiden revealed a sweet smile, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, senior. Sun Bu'er observed her demeanor with satisfaction, turning his gaze to the pair. Dragon girl and son, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? The little dragon maiden gently nodded in acknowledgement. Rascal. Sun Bu'er shot an indignant glare at Su Zhiqing. How could you bring someone over without having eaten? Go fetch something to eat first. Are you not in a hurry? Su Zhiqing, despite being scolded by his master, felt no discontent. All right, go ahead and take the dragon girl for something to eat. But master, what about you and junior sister? As for us, if we were to wait for you, we would have starved by now. Su Zhiqing felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing that while the distance to the back mountain seemed short, it would coincide with mealtime. And now upon his return, he had clearly missed it. Sun Bu'er softly reprimanded him, but discreetly slipped a purse filled with coins into Su Zhiqing's hand. Take the dragon girl down the mountain to eat. Su Zhiqing held the purse, feeling a warmth in his eyes. Master, off you go. At this moment, Cheng Jiayao pouted. Master, I want to go too. I didn't get enough to eat earlier. What are you meddling for? I'm not meddling. I get along splendidly with Dragon Sister. Cheng Jiayao cozied up to the little dragon maiden. Isn't that right, Dragon Sister? The little dragon maiden nodded softly, her expression towards Cheng Jiayao gentle. Senior, let us take little Jiayao along. Ha. Very well. If you wish to go together, then go. Sun Bu'er was unconcerned about Cheng Jiayao's lack of training that day. merely thinking that the tranquility of the courtyard might be disrupted henceforth. Master Ancestor, may I go too? Yang Guo expressed his desire to join. Sun Bu'er turned to Su Zhiqing. Su Zhiqing glanced at Yang Guo. You focus on your training, and I will take you down the mountain to play during the new year. Yang Guo fell silent, understanding the directive. Got it, master. You rascal. Sun Bu'er chuckled. All right, off you go. I shall keep an eye on your apprentice. Understood, master. Su Zhiqing feigned seriousness as he led the little dragon maiden away from the courtyard. Wait for me, senior brother. Cheng Jiayao trailed behind them. Yang Guo watched the four depart, casting a pitiable glance at Sun Bu'er. When you grow up, you too can venture down the mountain to play. For now, focus on your training. As Su Zhiqing and the little dragon maiden exited the courtyard, he remarked with ease, I told you, my master is quite amiable. You are no longer fearful, are you? The little dragon maiden nodded gently. Indeed, the senior is as kind as you described. Am I not good enough? Cheng Jiayao mumbled in discontent. You are good too. Su Zhiqing playfully pinched his junior sister's ear. Just a bit disobedient. While he was reflecting, Cheng Jiayao suddenly produced 3 eggs from her cloth pouch. Senior brother, dragon sister, for you. In the morning, your absence led me to believe you had sought out Sister Long and grandmother. Consequently, I instructed our senior brother who serves meals to prepare the 3 eggs we had stored. Su Zhiqing gazed at the 3 eggs in his junior sister's hands and affectionately ruffled her hair. Ah, you have truly outdone yourself this time. The little dragon girl and grandmother received the eggs but did not consume them. Su Zhiqing, however, paid them no mind and swallowed a couple of bites himself. It has been ages since we visited the town. Let us go there for a bit of fun. The 4 of them descended the mountain together. Not far along, they encountered Zhao Zhiqing, Zhen Zhibing, and their entourage. Su Zhiqing felt a pang of curiosity. Could these 2 be seeking trouble again? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw Zhao Zhiqing and his companions blocking their path. Su Zhiqing, your audacity knows no bounds. You bring outsiders here without permission. It seems you have no regard for our rules. Su Zhiqing, growing increasingly irritated, retorted, Zhao brother, are you not weary of this? If not for our bond as fellow disciples and the constraints of the situation, I would have relished the opportunity to deal with you. I would not bring Long Mei and Grandma Sun here without my master's consent. Can you not use your brain for once? Furthermore, stop fixating on me for trouble every day. Were it not for your status as a senior brother, I would have long since given you a beating. After chastising Zhao Zhiqing, Su Zhiqing paid no heed to his flushed face. He turned to the little dragon girl and the others, saying, let us depart. Before leaving, Cheng Jiayao glanced back and playfully stuck out her tongue at Zhao Zhiqing. After making a face, she turned and followed Su Zhiqing. Chapter 36. Departure on the Mountain Path. Zhen Zhibing's gaze was fixed intently on the receding figure in the distance. Beside him, Zhao Zhiqing's face remained flushed, his eyes also locked on a solitary silhouette. The former's focus was on the little dragon maiden, while the latter's attention was directed towards Su Zhiqing. As Zhen Zhibing observed the departing quartet, particularly the 2 hands that were tightly intertwined, he felt a fiery agitation brewing within his heart. Zhen Zhibing was managing relatively well, yet Zhao Zhiqing was panting heavily. How dare he speak to me in such a manner, given his status? If I do not teach him a lesson, how can I uphold my role as a senior brother? With that thought, Zhao Zhiqing abruptly drew his iron sword, the sound startling Zhen Zhibing from his reverie. Senior brother, do not act impulsively. Despite his profound jealousy towards Su Zhiqing, Zhen Zhibing retained a flicker of clarity. Should you take action against him, Master and Uncle Wang will undoubtedly punish you once they learn of it. Grasping Zhao Zhiqing's arm, he signaled for him to restrain himself. If you truly wish to reprimand him, remember what is to come in a few days. You will have ample opportunity. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhiqing's fury began to subside slightly. Yes, junior brother, you are right. When the time of the small competition arrives, I shall make him understand the distinction between senior and junior brothers before the eyes of all. Having spoken, Zhao Zhiqing turned to leave. After casting one last glance at the enchanting figure below, Zhen Zhibing ultimately decided to pursue Zhao Zhiqing. As they descended the mountain path, the little dragon maiden continued discussing earlier matters. Is it acceptable for you to speak to him in such a manner? Were it not for the presence of the sect, would I have tolerated his repeated provocations? Su Zhiqing grimaced at the thought of Zhao Zhiqing. He had intended to teach this fool a lesson, yet instead found himself the target of incessant harassment. Senior brother, I am also exasperated by him, exclaimed Cheng Jiayao, who was walking alongside. In just a few days, our sect will host its annual small competition. You should give him a proper thrashing then. Very well. Senior brother promises you that I shall thoroughly discipline him at that time. Su Zhiqing replied, playfully ruffling Cheng Jiayao's hair. They were not enemies. Perhaps the constraints of sect rules prevented them from truly antagonizing one another, despite their mutual disdain. A small competition, you say? The little dragon maiden's eyes sparkled with interest. May I attend? Of course. Su Zhiqing responded eagerly, delighted that the little dragon maiden had found something to pique her interest. He had already spoken with his master, who would likely not mind her presence. Even if he informed the sect leader, it was improbable that the leader would object. As the four conversed, they ambled along until they reached the quaint South Mountain town, not far from the Zhongnan Mountains. The town, though modest, was bustling with life. Su Zhiqing, having visited infrequently, found it somewhat familiar, while the little dragon maiden, having never descended the mountain, was filled with wonder at the lively scene. Observing the little dragon maiden gazing curiously at the bustling surroundings, Su Zhiqing chuckled. I suppose you have never witnessed such a vibrant spectacle before? The town teemed with activity. The sounds of merchants hawking their wares mingling with the laughter of children at play, interspersed with the occasional shouts of quarrels. Though small, the town was a mosaic of diverse humanity. Su Zhiqing was not concerned about anyone causing trouble for them. He and his junior sister were adorned in the robes of the Quanzhen sect. The locals, upon noticing them, would merely steer clear. After observing for a while, he suggested, "Let us go, first to savor some food." Although the town lacked any extraordinary delicacies, it surpassed the vegetarian fare of the mountains. The four enjoyed breakfast in the town. Noticing his junior sister's curious glances, Su Zhiqing chuckled. Come, let us wander about. We might procure some items unavailable on the mountain. He led the trio through the bustling town. Even in the chill of December, the town buzzed with life, particularly with the cacophony of vendors, predominantly those selling firecrackers. Cheng Jiayao was quite taken with these, prompting Su Zhiqing to indulge her and request the vendor to wrap some up. They also acquired small toys and snacks. Su Zhiqing purchased fabric for the little dragon girl and some rouge and powder. As they meandered, the morning slipped away unnoticed. After lunch, they commenced their return. Let us practice diligently over the next couple of days. Your senior brother is quite vexed with you. He will undoubtedly seek you out. The little dragon girl, perceptive as ever, sensed Zhao Zhijing's intentions towards Su Zhiqing, despite her limited understanding of human nature. Indeed, Su Zhiqing acknowledged, burdened with numerous parcels, none contained his belongings. All were either his junior sister's or gifts for the little dragon girl and her grandmother. Upon their return to the sect, he paid no heed to the astonished gazes of his fellow disciples and proceeded with the group to the tranquil courtyard. Only Yang Guo was present, engrossed in his studies, while Sun Bu'er was absent. Master, you have returned, Yang Guo exclaimed, a smile illuminating his face upon seeing Su Zhiqing and the others. Where is your grandmaster? He has stepped out. Oh, come here. I have brought you some fireworks. You can enjoy them later. Su Zhiqing had not forgotten to bring gifts for Yang Guo, and here are some snacks for you. He also procured a new bracelet for his master, having used his own savings rather than his master's funds. Once Su Zhiqing finished presenting his gifts to Yang Guo, the little dragon girl gently remarked, Since senior son is not here, shall we return? Why the haste? Sun Bu'er appeared at the courtyard entrance at that moment. Master, Su Zhiqing approached and presented the bracelet. This is a gift from your disciple. You. Sun Bu'er shook his head, though a smile graced his lips as he accepted it and adorned his wrist. I heard you were eager to leave. Su Zhiqing replied with a grin. Well, that was because you were absent, master. Now that you are here, we need not rush. Sun Bu'er's expression softened with amusement. At least you possess a modicum of conscience. Do you know what your master was just engaged in? Su Zhiqing shook his head. Your master went to meet your instructor to discuss your affairs. Hearing this, the little dragon girl felt a twinge of anxiety, and Su Zhiqing too was unsettled. Master, could it be that Master Ma disapproves? It was not me, but your master Sherbois who took the initiative to speak of your situation, suggesting that your continued presence in the Tranquility Courtyard was no longer appropriate. I concur with his sentiments, hence I propose to allocate the Qingzhou Courtyard of Tranquility to you. What say you? Master, I wish for us to reside together. The Tranquility Courtyard is quite expansive, with numerous rooms in both the front and back halls, totaling over a dozen, most of which remain unoccupied. Upon hearing this, Sun Bu'er chuckled and scolded, You have no sense. While you may reside here, it would be unsuitable for Miss Long. Furthermore, I require this space for my own cultivation, and your daily noise is quite bothersome to me. Su Zhiqing, recognizing the validity of his master's words, understood that remaining here was indeed inappropriate. Thus, he acquiesced to his master's wishes. Sun Bu'er nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction in her eyes. By the way, bring your junior sister along. Just leave Guo here with me. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing inferred that his master intended to guide Yang Guo. He promptly turned to Yang Guo and said, Why do you not express your gratitude to your revered ancestor? Yang Guo was somewhat bewildered. After all, he had been residing here comfortably. It was the master who had chosen to leave, not him who was being asked to move out. Nevertheless, he complied with Su Zhiqing's words and respectfully thanked his revered ancestor. Chapter 37. The arrival of the minor competition. Qingzhou Courtyard, the very abode where Guijing had previously resided, is a modestly sized dwelling, comprising a front courtyard and a series of rear chambers. The back section consists of 3 rooms, designated as the northern, eastern, and western wings. Su Zhiqing tidied up the northern chamber with a bit of care before moving his belongings inside. He also prepared a room for his junior sister, ensuring her items were neatly arranged. Although Zilongnu did not take up residence there, Su Zhiqing nonetheless cleaned a room for her, just in case it was needed in the future. Once he finished his tasks, he escorted Zilongnu back to her place. Upon his return, seizing the opportunity of the still early hour, he proceeded to complete his daily routine. Upon hearing the system notification, he promptly sheathed his sword. His proficiency points surged from 1049 to 1059. He glanced over his status panel. Player, Su Zhiqing. Age, 18. Martial arts proficiency, first class. Internal power, master of the complete truth heart method, 13 10,000. Proficient in the fragmented verses of the 9 Manual, 3 1000. Novice in the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, 110. Fist techniques. Proficient in the complete truth fist technique, 97 1000. Palm techniques. Beginner in the Sky Net Palm technique, 710. Sword techniques. Master of the complete truth sword technique, 17 10,000. Novice in the Jade Maiden sword technique, 110. Novice in the Jade Maiden Pure Heart sword technique, 110. Lightness skill. Proficient in the Golden Goose technique, 10 1000. Novice in the Sparrow catching technique, 110. Daily tasks. Cut with a sword 1000 times. Completed. Random tasks. 1. Become the chief disciple. In progress. 2. The legacy of Chongyang. In progress. Proficiency points. 1059. His gaze fixated on the proficiency points. Over the span of 3 months, he had diligently accumulated his points back into the thousands. With no one around, Su Zhiqing decisively allocated 1000 proficiency points to the fragmented verses of the 9 Manual. As he completed the allocation, memories of decades spent mastering the 9 Manual flooded his mind. His internal power surged significantly once more, and his meridians expanded anew. Su Zhiqing felt the clarity of his progress. With the mastery level attained in the 9 Manual, the speed of his internal power circulation quickened further. Once he absorbed this realization, Su Zhiqing's thoughts turned to Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Zhibing. In 7 days, the minor competition of the year would commence, granting him the opportunity to confront them openly. He hoped they would not react with indignation. Su Zhiqing mentally established boundaries for himself. He could impart a lesson, yet he must not inflict too much harm, lest he fail to pass the scrutiny of his masters. Having completed his tasks, Su Zhiqing washed up and retired to his chamber for the night. The following morning, he rose early to go for a run. Upon arriving at the designated location, he found Yanghua had also come. Today, 20 li, Su Zhiqing stated succinctly. In the Song Dynasty, the unit of distance was measured in li, with 1 li being less than 500 meters. Thus, calculating it as 500 meters, it amounted to approximately 10 kilometers. No lightness skills permitted. After announcing the distance for their run, Su Zhiqing set forth additional regulations for Yanghua. Yanghua felt a shiver run down his spine. Without the use of lightness skill, he wondered how long it would take to run. We must strive to complete the journey in half an hour, Su Zhiqing declared as he set off ahead. Upon hearing this, Yanghua followed suit. Su Zhiqing, concerned that Yanghua might lag behind, maintained a moderate pace. After half an hour, Su Zhiqing was drenched in sweat, and Yanghua was equally soaked. Let us head back. Take a hot shower, no cold water. Su Zhiqing said little to Yanghua, and after giving his instructions, he made his way directly to the Qingzhou courtyard. Today, the Chongyang Palace was somewhat quieter than usual. The small competition was akin to an examination. Apart from the 2nd generation, all other 3rd, 4th, and 5th generation disciples were required to participate. The disciples engaged in friendly sparring, which required little time. Consequently, everyone at Chongyang Palace was diligently practicing their skills in preparation for the small competition in 7 days. Determined not to present themselves poorly, they all knew each other well, and losing embarrassingly in front of their peers would invite reprimand from their master. Unlike academic exams, martial competitions were not about peering at others' answers. One had to wield their sword or engage in hand-to-hand combat. In such encounters, fists and blades had no eyes, and one could easily find themselves in a disgraceful predicament. After dining with Yanghua and his junior sister, Su Zhiqing instructed Yanghua to return to his training. Practice diligently. I do not wish to see you lose in the small competition. The last time, Yanghua had bested Lu Qingdu, and this time, Lu Qingdu would undoubtedly seek revenge. Martial contests did not consider age. Despite being older, Lu Qingdu was of the same generation as Yang Guo, both belonging to the fourth-generation disciples. They could face each other in the competition. Rest assured, I shall not bring shame upon you, Yang Guo replied earnestly. Zhiqing had informed him of the small competition in advance. Originally, Yang Guo was not required to participate. However, if he were to offend someone and attempt to evade the situation, he would likely be scorned by his peers. Losing would not only tarnish his reputation, but could also result in a beating. Zhiqing patted Yang Guo's shoulder and advised, learn well from your grandmaster. Practice your martial arts and lightness skill. After imparting this counsel, Zhiqing accompanied his junior sister to the ancient tomb. Knowing that the upcoming grand competition of the Quanzhen sect was imminent, Zhiqing and Granny Sun refrained from their usual playful antics. Shall I accompany you in practicing the Quanzhen sword technique? Zhiqing suggested. Certainly. Zhiqing encouraged his junior sister to practice her boxing techniques while he engaged in swordplay with Zhiqing. After their sword practice, he would then train with his junior sister. For 7 consecutive days, Zhiqing devoted himself to mastering the Quanzhen sword technique. His diligent efforts resulted in an increase of 23 proficiency points, advancing his mastery from Quanzhen Swordmaster, 1710,000, to Quanzhen Swordmaster, 4010,000. Upon reviewing his progress, Zhiqing felt a twinge of doubt regarding his lack of natural talent. At this rate, would it not take him 8 or 9 years to achieve mastery? He harbored a tinge of existential doubt. He believed that with persistent practice, his proficiency would surely improve at a swifter pace, given the increasing familiarity. However, such mastery would still require several years of dedication. Years later, contemplating his age, Zhiqing felt a sense of reassurance. At most, he would only be in his early 20s. This consideration only accounted for the skills he had honed through self-training. If he were to factor in the accumulation of experience from daily tasks, Zhiqing glanced again at his proficiency points, 129 points. He decided to dismiss it from his mind. After completing his sword training, he turned to observe a short distance away. There, the little dragon maiden was instructing Cheng Jiayao. Unlike Zhiqing, Cheng Jiayao occasionally participated in minor competitions, sparring with her fellow disciples. The others were generally respectful, rarely bullying her, and she reveled in such lively settings, enjoying her active participation. After watching for a while, Zhiqing spoke once they had concluded. All right, that will suffice for today? Upon hearing his words, the little dragon maiden and Cheng Jiayao ceased their practice. As the two approached, Zhiqing addressed the little dragon maiden. Tomorrow marks the day of the minor competition. Be sure to arrive early. I have consulted with Master, and it is perfectly fine for you to accompany me to observe our competition. Chapter 38. Yang Guo faces Lu Qingdu once more as dawn broke. Zhiqing rose from his slumber. Today marked the day of the sect's minor competition, and he needed to complete his daily tasks in advance to avoid any time constraints. After executing 1,000 sword swings, he accumulated a total of 69 proficiency points. Upon awakening, Cheng Jiayao noticed her senior practicing diligently and chose not to disturb him, opting instead to freshen up. Once she finished, she sat in the courtyard, lost in thought as she gazed at her senior. After reviewing his proficiency points, Zhiqing sheathed his sword. His senior was undeniably handsome. Perhaps it was best to steal fewer glances. Cheng Jiayao playfully stuck out her tongue, having long since developed immunity to her senior's shameless remarks. He only displayed such audacity in her presence. Before others, he donned a different demeanor. Let us go eat, Zhiqing proposed. After breakfast, we can spar and finish early. Your sister Long should be arriving soon. I'll pick her up when she does. As he spoke, he led his junior sister to the dining hall. Upon entering, Zhiqing was struck by the atmosphere, reminiscent of the tension during final exams in his past life. He found himself quite fond of this ambience. Observing some fellow disciples with plates piled high yet lacking the appetite to eat, he refrained from mocking them. It was only natural for some to feel anxious before an examination. Conversely, others seemed to eat with great zest. Zhiqing understood these individuals well. They were either brimming with confidence or possessed an innate cheerfulness. After collecting his meal, he and his junior sister began to eat heartily. Impressive that you can still eat at a time like this, Shitty. A voice interrupted him, prompting Zhiqing to glance up at the speaker. Scram, he retorted. Zhiqing's expression immediately soured. Zhao Shixiang. Zhen Zhibing interjected, blocking Zhiqing. Let us eat first. Fine, we'll see later. Zhiqing scoffed, momentarily choosing to overlook Zhiqing's comment, believing himself magnanimous. Zhiqing shook his head, his appetite dwindling. After eating to about 70 or 80% fullness, he advised his junior sister not to overindulge. We'll be competing soon. It wouldn't be wise to eat too much. Oh, okay. Cheng Jiao obediently set down her bowl and chopsticks. Let us go. Su Zhiqing rose, deliberately avoiding any glance at Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Zhibing. His demeanor only served to irritate the two further. Zhen Zhibing remarked, he truly has no sense of hierarchy. Zhao Zhiqing, contemplating the upcoming contest, remained unconcerned. I can just teach him a lesson later. Indeed, Su Zhiqing and Cheng Jiao made their way towards the tranquil courtyard. As they approached, they spotted two figures standing outside. It's Sister Long and Granny. She is actually here. Cheng Jiao exclaimed, her excitement surpassing Su Zhiqing's as she dashed forward. Why the rush? Su Zhiqing replied, though his pace quickened involuntarily. As he reached the little dragon girl, he extended his hand. Ahem. A gentle cough from Sun Bu'er echoed through the courtyard, causing Su Zhiqing to sheepishly retract his hand. He gazed towards the courtyard gate, where his master stood, accompanied by Yanghua. Master. Xiaolong blushed and hurriedly greeted Sun Bu'er. Senior son. However, Sun Bu'er paid no heed to Su Zhiqing, instead smiling at Xiaolong and Granny Sunday. You need not linger outside. Come in. We have just arrived. What a coincidence. Let us proceed to the training ground. The event will commence shortly. The group nodded in agreement and followed Sun Bu'er towards the training arena. The sect's minor competition occurred annually, aimed at assessing the disciples' progress throughout the year. Typically, there would also be a literary examination, but that was not included in this minor competition. Su Zhiqing trailed behind his master, and as they walked, he found himself beside Xiaolong. She instinctively drew her hand behind her back, seemingly wary of his touch. Su Zhiqing chuckled softly, refraining from reaching out. He was aware of the boundaries, especially under his master's watchful eyes. The occasion was not suitable for such familiarity. The distance from the quiet courtyard to the training ground was not great, and soon they arrived. Su Zhiqing, walking alongside his master, noticed an unfriendly gaze. A glance revealed it belonged to Zhao Zhiqing. He also spotted Zhen Zhibing standing next to Master Qiu. The intensity of the gaze from Zhen Zhibing prompted Su Zhiqing to subtly shift his position, standing before Xiaolong, and he cast a knowing look towards Zhen Zhibing. As soon as Zhen Zhibing met Su Zhiqing's gaze, his heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly averted his eyes. Su Zhiqing, seeing this, cursed inwardly, labeling him an old lecher. What is it? Xiaolong inquired, a hint of suspicion in her voice. Su Zhiqing quickly retracted his gaze. It's nothing. At that moment, Sun Bu'er turned back, addressing Xiaolong and Granny Sunday. Lady Long, Master Sun, will you join me over there? Or would you prefer to stay here and watch? She gestured towards a raised platform where the second-generation disciples, known as the Seven True Ones, were gathered. Ma Yu stood there, flanked by Hao Datong and Wang Chuyi. Qiu Chuji and Lu Chuxian were also making their way in that direction. Xiaolong gently declined. We will remain here. Su Zhiqing echoed her sentiment. It's all the same to watch from anywhere. Master, please do proceed. Sun Bu'er gave a light hum. Should you underperform, do not blame your master for confining you to solitary training. Su Zhiqing, sensing the seriousness, replied earnestly, rest assured, master, I shall not be careless. He spoke of reprimanding Zhao Zhiqing as if it were a mere trifle, yet deep down, he held no underestimation of him. In martial arts competitions, one must never belittle any opponent. A single misstep could lead to a disgraceful defeat. Satisfied with his response, Sun Bu'er finally departed. Once his master was gone, Su Zhiqing turned to find Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Zhibing still huddled together, exchanging glances in his direction. It was Zhen Zhibing's gaze that ignited a flicker of ire within Su Zhiqing. A sudden surge of malevolent thoughts crossed his mind. How delightful it would be to descend the mountain with Zhen Zhibing and incapacitate him, casting him into a brothel. This notion flickered briefly in his consciousness, not warranting further contemplation. Su Zhiqing cast a glance at the two before retracting his gaze. Among the assembly, Zhao Zhiqing held the esteemed position of the eldest brother within the Zhi lineage. He predominantly presided over the minor competitions, and this occasion was no exception. The contest featured disciples of the fourth generation, who showcased their martial prowess through various forms, including martial arts techniques, internal skills, and concealed weaponry. As time swiftly elapsed, Zhao Zhiqing emerged. After delivering a few succinct remarks, he commenced evaluating the fourth-generation disciples. Yiqing Xian faced Wang Qingyi. Upon completion of their bout, Zhao Zhiqing assigned ratings such as A, B, or C, offering casual commentary thereafter, and proceeded to summon the next pair. Li Qingyu squared off against Zhao Qinghe. The disciples engaged in their respective matches. Observers, including Ma Yu on the steps, expressed their satisfaction as they witnessed the disciples demonstrating their skills. The contests unfolded rapidly. Su Zhiqing, upon hearing Zhao Zhijing call for the next pair, leaned toward Yang Guo and cautioned, "Be vigilant. Do not underestimate your opponent." Yang Guo nodded earnestly. "Master, should I employ my sword or rely on my fists?" Su Zhiqing had barely finished speaking when Zhao Zhijing's gaze swept toward them. Yang Guo faced Lu Qingdu. Chapter 39. Is your depravity not depravity? When Zhao Zhijing called out Yang Guo's name, the eyes of Ma Yu and the others in the stands turned towards him in unison. Particularly, Qiu Chuqi's gaze towards Yang Guo was laden with complexity. Sun Bu'er, oblivious to Qiu Chuqi's expression, softly consoled, "That young man is inherently drawn to power and nobility. It is in his nature, so do not blame yourself." The others echoed in agreement, their words ultimately returning to Yang Guo. "This lad bears a resemblance to his father. Let us hope he does not." Upon hearing her fellow disciples' discussions, Sun Bu'er gently shook her head. "You need not worry. Zhiqing has not only taught him martial arts, but has also imparted a wealth of literary knowledge. Moreover, I have observed this young man. He possesses a commendable sense of loyalty." Curiosity flickered in the eyes of Qiu Chuqi and the others. They were eager to discover why Sun Bu'er regarded Yang Guo as loyal. What led her to this conclusion? They pondered silently, their thoughts left unspoken. "Very well. Let us see how this lad fares under Zhiqing's guidance," Ma Yu declared with finality. Nearby, as Yang Guo heard the nefarious Zhao Shibo call his name, he recognized that his opponent was none other than Lu Qingdu. He turned to his master. "Go forth." Su Zhiqing encouraged, patting Yang Guo's shoulder. "If you can best him once, you can certainly do so again." "Indeed," Yang Guo replied, stepping forward. Little Dragon Maiden leaned in close to Su Zhiqing and inquired softly, "How skilled is your disciple?" "Moderate, perhaps still beneath Lu Qingdu," Su Zhiqing admitted. Despite Yang Guo's considerable martial talent, he likely did not surpass Lu Qingdu in overall prowess. "Then how can you claim he will prevail?" "I merely sought to boost his confidence," Su Zhiqing replied, then added quietly, "While he may not surpass him, it does not imply he cannot win. Lu Qingdu is rather dim-witted, impulsive, and straightforward. Were he in Yang Guo's position, there would be numerous ways to handle Lu Qingdu." As Su Zhiqing pondered, Yang Guo and Lu Qingdu stood facing each other. Remembering his master's teachings, Yang Guo understood the importance of courtesy among fellow disciples. He thus initiated with respect, "Junior greets Senior Lu." However, Lu Qingdu's eyes were particularly red, fixated on Yang Guo with barely contained hostility, itching to strike. Alas, Zhao Zhijing had not yet called for the match to commence. "Yang, last time you schemed against me. This time, I shall make you regret it." Yang Guo maintained a cheerful demeanor. "Then I look forward to your guidance, Senior." In the stands, Ma Yu and the others observed the contrasting behaviors of Yang Guo and Lu Qingdu, their brows furrowing. Although Yang Guo was youthful, he exhibited courtesy and respect, whereas Lu Qingdu, significantly older, not only failed to reciprocate, but appeared eager to attack immediately. What manner of teaching is Zhao Zhijing providing? They contemplated. Just then, Zhao Zhijing, seeing the two poised, exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Qingdu before declaring the match to begin. Seizing the cue from his master, Lu Qingdu lunged forward, delivering a powerful strike towards Yang Guo's chest. He seized the opportunity left by his master, intending to launch a surprise attack. The surrounding disciples were thrown into an uproar. They had not anticipated that Lu Qingdu, as the senior brother, would strike first, let alone resort to a sneak attack. After all, this Lu Shixiang had entered the sect before Yang Guo, and his martial skills were undoubtedly superior to Yang Guo's. How could he stoop to such tactics? Their gazes shifted to Zhao Zhijing, who remained composed, stating, "In a martial arts contest, who would grant you the luxury of preparation?" The others, while acknowledging the validity of his words, felt it was inappropriate. Yet, at that moment, they could not afford to offend Zhao Zhijing. Su Zhiqing, however, scoffed, drawing an irate glare from Zhao Zhijing. Su Zhiqing paid no heed to Zhao Zhijing, instead focusing on Yang Guo. Lu Qingdu seized the moment to launch a surprise strike, but Yang Guo swiftly dodged to the side. With a smirk, Yang Guo remarked, "Lu Shixiang, how despicable." He had been watching Lu Qingdu closely and was taken aback by his shamelessness. Just as Master Zhao began to utter the word start, the man surnamed Lu had already struck. Had Yang Guo not been vigilant, that blow would have landed squarely on his chest. After his teasing, Yang Guo seized the opportunity to mock further. "Is this truly how Master Zhao instructs you? Last time, I realized my martial prowess could not match Lu Qingdu's. So finding a flaw was my sole strategy. Come on, strike me again. Here, hit me with all your might." He pounded his chest, daring him to attack. Under the watchful eyes of all, Lu Qingdu could no longer contain his frustration, unleashing a gust of wind as he swung his palm toward Yang Guo. Yang Hua carefully observed Lu Qingdu's footwork and the trajectory of his strikes, evading deftly, all the while chattering away. Is this all you've got? Thinking of teaching me? Perhaps you should practice more with Master Zhao. He continued to taunt. Your strikes are far too slow. Speed up. In a matter of moments, Lu Qingdu had unleashed dozens of strikes, each aimed at Yang Hua's vital points, yet all fell short. Su Zhiqing clicked his tongue, which further darkened Zhao Zhijing's expression. The surrounding Quanzhen disciples murmured among themselves. Not only had Lu Qingdu resorted to a sneak attack, but he was also targeting vital areas and yet failed to subdue Yang Hua after such an extended engagement. Clearly, Lu Qingdu was lacking. The murmurs reached Lu Qingdu's ears, prompting him to grow increasingly frantic. In his haste, his footwork became erratic. Yang Hua, closely observing Lu Qingdu, noticed that as Lu Qingdu rushed to strike, his center of gravity faltered. A flicker of joy ignited within Yang Hua with a swift motion. He lowered his body and seized the opening in Lu Qingdu's attack, delivering a powerful blow to his lower ribs. Su Zhiqing's eyes lit up at this moment, exclaiming, "He is about to unleash a fury." Zai Longnu and the others looked on in confusion. Unleashing fury? They pondered, only to witness Lu Qingdu struck by Yang Hua's fist, his face reddening visibly. Moments later, his eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground. The onlooking disciples erupted in astonishment. What just transpired? How could he be knocked down with just one punch? Zhao Zhijing rushed forward immediately. After a brief inspection, he suddenly raised his head to glare at Yang Hua. How could you strike your senior brother with such severity? However, Su Zhiqing strode over to stand in front of Yang Hua, returning Zhao Zhijing's gaze defiantly. Let us set aside the notion that strikes have no eyes. Your disciple just now targeted my disciple's vital points with every blow. Why do you not mention that? Now that he has been struck, it is considered using excessive force? Is this how you usually instruct your disciples? Zhao Zhijing sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Very well. Then allow me to witness how Su Shidi instructs his disciples." As his words echoed, Wang Chu spoke sternly from the stands. "Zhijing, what nonsense are you spouting? Strikes have no eyes. A loss is a loss. The remaining disciples still have matches to contest, and it is not yet your turn." "Shirbua," Su Zhiqing suddenly interjected. "I too wish to see how Zhao Shixiang teaches his disciples." Zhixing, Sun Buer stepped forward. "The disciples of the Qing generation have yet to finish their matches. How can it be your place to seek guidance from Zhao Shixiang?" Yet, Su Zhiqing remained silent, and Zhao Zhijing shot him an angry glare. As the situation escalated, the individuals in the stands exchanged glances, their eyes drifting towards Ma Yu. Ma Yu, however, merely smiled faintly. In that case, let them have a match. After all, they must compete later on. Chapter 40. The heartless Zhao Zhijing. Ma Yu permitted Zhao Zhijing and Su Zhiqing to engage in their duel first. Upon his pronouncement, Sun Buer and the others had no choice but to comply. Qiu Chuji stepped forward, gazing at Su Zhiqing and Zhao Zhijing, and softly remarked, "Since the master has allowed you both to compete, you may proceed with your contest." After speaking, he cast a glance at the two. "Keep it within limits." Upon Qiu Chuji's words, the disciples surrounding Su Zhiqing and Zhao Zhijing swiftly retreated, providing ample space for the two. "Master," Yang Hua attempted to interject, but upon seeing his mentor wave a hand, he resigned himself to return to his previous position. The little dragon maiden and the others did not look at Yang Hua. Instead, they cast worried glances at Su Zhiqing. Contrarily, Cheng Jiao shouted loudly, "Su Shixiang, show Zhao Shixiang a thing or two." Her exuberant encouragement caused Sun Buer's expression to darken slightly. This girl. Meanwhile, Ma Yu and the others chuckled heartily. Such is the nature of youth. As they spoke, their attention shifted back to Su Zhiqing and Zhao Zhijing. Su Zhiqing had also heard his juniors shout. He glanced at Zhao Zhijing's ashen face and replied with a smirk, "Shixiang, I shall fulfill your wish." The onlookers gasped in astonishment. How audacious of Su Shidi to speak so brazenly in front of Zhao Shixiang. Observing Sun Buer's increasingly somber expression, even Ma Yu shook his head slightly. "These two disciples of yours." Sun Buer muttered, "I'll have a word with them later." In contrast, Qiu Chuji admired Su Zhiqing's spirit. Youth is meant to be a bit reckless. His fellow disciples chuckled at his words. "Fourth Shixiang, we may not appreciate such remarks from others, but when you say them, aren't you the one who caused the most trouble in your youth?" Their teasing left Qiu Chuji momentarily speechless. After a pause, he shook his head. "You all, just watch their duel." As Qiu Chuji spoke, the crowd's gaze returned to Su Zhiqing and Zhao Zhijing. After responding to his junior's encouragement, Su Zhiqing turned his attention to Zhao Zhijing. "What shall we compete in?" Zhao Zhijing coldly retorted, "As you are my junior, let us duel in what you excel at." "Thank you, Zhao Shixiang," Su Zhiqing said decisively as he unsheathed his iron sword. Since Zhao Shixiang also carries a sword, Let us engage in a sword duel. Very well. Zhao Zhiqing swiftly drew his long sword. There was no need for a signal to begin. The two immediately closed in, their swords aimed directly at each other's vital points. The intent to show mercy only applied to the final blow, and during the competition, such considerations were set aside. The clash of their swords resonated, and after a brief exchange to test each other's skills, they retreated. On the platform, Ma Yu and the others observed the duel. Offering their assessments, Zhao Zhiqing's swordsmanship is remarkably steady, and his footwork is solid. What appears to be a straightforward probing attack is, in fact, quite versatile. Xixiang Wang, your disciple possesses commendable skill. Wang Chu smiled, expressing his satisfaction with Zhao Zhiqing's abilities. There were also comments regarding Su Zhiqing. This lad, with his long sword thrusting forth, seems to reveal its brilliance while concealing its true essence. If one can seize upon Zhiqing's flaw, a single strike could bring down the enemy. As a few individuals evaluated the match, they noticed the two competitors altering their techniques. Zhiqing's long sword darted forward repeatedly, each thrust aimed at Su Zhiqing's chest. However, Su Zhiqing remained composed, retreating step by step, evading rather than engaging. Meanwhile, his sword occasionally countered, aiming for Zhiqing's face. In response, Zhiqing would raise his sword to block, only for Su Zhiqing to retract his weapon once more. In the blink of an eye, several exchanges passed without a clear victor. Zhiqing felt a twinge of frustration. Su Shidi, how long do you intend to evade? Su Zhiqing smiled lightly at Zhiqing's words. Since Zhiqing is so eager, I shall oblige. Upon uttering these words, he advanced, his long sword striking toward Zhiqing's chest with the same relentless fervor. His earlier evasions had merely served to familiarize himself with Zhiqing's martial prowess. After all, Zhiqing bore the title of the eldest senior brother. And Su Zhiqing did not underestimate him. After a series of probing strikes, he had gauged his opponent's capabilities sufficiently, now ready to unleash his full force. From the spectator's stand, Hao Datong shook his head. Zhiqing is getting anxious. Qiu Chuji sighed. It is Zhiqing who is about to lose. Hao Datong was taken aback. How is that possible? As his words fell, Su Zhiqing's sword thrusts became a blur, each move seamlessly connecting, forcing Zhiqing into a flurry of defense. Qiu Chuji remarked. Zhiqing's swordplay surpasses that of Zhiqing. His earlier probing was merely to study Zhiqing's techniques. Now that he understands them clearly, his strikes are decisive. I estimate it will not be long before Zhiqing is defeated. Upon hearing Qiu Chuji's commentary, the onlookers watched as Zhiqing indeed struggled to maintain his ground, ultimately being disarmed by Su Zhiqing's decisive strike. With a swift motion, Su Zhiqing's sword rested against Zhiqing's neck. Zhiqing's defeat was swift and unequivocal. Qiu Chuji turned to Sun Bu'er, saying, with such a promising disciple, I am truly fortunate. Sun Bu'er replied with a smile, Senior brother, you flatter me. This lad still requires much guidance. You should take joy in this. After Qiu Chuji finished speaking, he turned his gaze towards Su Zhiqing, who had already sheathed his sword. Zhiqing, I appreciate your graciousness. During the bout, Su Zhiqing had several opportunities to harm Zhiqing, but ultimately chose to spare him, believing that the esteemed elders would recognize his martial skill. To deliberately injure Zhiqing would tarnish his own character. Just as he sheathed his sword, Qiu Shibua spoke up. Earlier, you had numerous chances to defeat your senior brother Zhiqing. Why did you change your tactics at the last moment? Su Zhiqing replied softly, Shibua, Zhiqing is my fellow disciple, not a mortal enemy. While it may be true that I could have triumphed, it would have come at the cost of Zhiqing's injury. He added with a grin, if Zhiqing is hurt, who will preside over the next round? Qiu Chuji responded critically, your mindset is flawed. When an opportunity arises, it must be seized. You cannot show mercy out of pity. Su Zhiqing silently scorned, having previously advised restraint, while attentively observing his opponent's techniques. Now, however, he was being told to seize the opportunity and show no mercy. Yet, he was always one to yield to guidance. As Qiu Shibua admonished him, he resolved that in the forthcoming match, he would hold nothing back. Qiu Chuji's face displayed admiration. Indeed, it should be so. Junior brother Qiu. The master, Ma Yu sighed. Following the competition among the disciples of the Zhi lineage, it would soon be Zhi Bing's turn. Qiu Chuji's expression momentarily froze. What had he just uttered? Ma Yu did not glance at Qiu Chuji but cast a fleeting look at Zhao Zhiqing, who appeared utterly defeated, shaking his head slightly. Zhiqing, take a moment to rest. He perceived the situation more clearly than his junior brother. Although Zhiqing seemingly inflicted no physical harm on Zhiqing, he had effectively stripped him of the courage to confront him. During the match, Zhiqing had granted Zhiqing several opportunities for counterattacks, yet every time Zhiqing mustered the resolve to retaliate, Zhiqing's decisive strikes interrupted him at critical moments. After several such instances, Zhiqing's spirit was utterly diminished. What was even more disheartening was that Zhiqing utilized the very techniques that Zhiqing had employed previously. He estimated that it would take several days for Zhiqing to recover. If he managed to regain his composure, perhaps he could even advance further. After allowing Zhiqing to rest, Ma Yu's gaze shifted to Zhen Zhibing. For the upcoming smaller competition, Zhibing, you shall preside. Chapter 41. For your eyes alone the soulless Zhao Zhijing was led aside by his disciples. Zhen Zhibing then stepped forward to preside over the assessment of the disciples from the Qing generation. Su Zhiqing returned to the side of Zilong and her companions. Master! Yang Guo exclaimed with excitement, astonished that his master had so effortlessly triumphed over Zhao Shibo. Although he seldom ventured outside, he had heard from other elders just how formidable Zhao Shibo was, and how much fear he instilled in the other disciples. As his master entered the arena, Yang Guo had secretly worried for him, yet he was taken aback by the extraordinary prowess displayed. You executed that punch quite well. Su Zhiqing praised Yang Guo. While others may not have discerned the punch's power, he recognized that it would likely incapacitate Lu Qingdu for some time. Yang Guo humbly replied, "It is all due to Master's excellent teaching." Nearby, Cheng Jiayao chuckled, "Apprentice brother, though your words may border on flattery, since you speak of my senior brother, I shall take it as truth." To Yang Guo's surprise, Cheng Jiayao's comment ignited a sense of urgency within him. "Senior apprentice uncle, I was merely stating facts." The medical texts Master provided contain illustrations, labeling organs such as the heart, liver, and lungs. Moreover, there are annotations indicating where to strike for optimal impact. I aimed precisely at his liver. Listening to Yang Guo, Zilong and Granny Sun finally grasped why Su Zhiqing had previously mentioned exploding the liver. It became clear why Lu Qingdu had been knocked down so decisively. Su Zhiqing regarded Yang Guo with appreciation. "Well done. It seems you have truly absorbed the medical texts. Now do you understand why I insisted you learn both martial arts and medicine? In the future, as you traverse the martial world, the blades and swords may not pose the greatest danger. Rather, it is the poisons and other treacherous tactics that will be most perilous." Yang Guo nodded earnestly, "Rest assured. Master, I will study diligently." Su Zhiqing nodded in satisfaction and turned to Cheng Jiayao. In a sudden movement, she darted behind Zilong. "Senior brother, please do not speak of me. I wish to remain uninformed." Su Zhiqing chuckled softly, choosing not to address her as junior sister in this context, as it would embarrass the young lady. As their conversation unfolded, time swiftly passed. The disciples of the Qing generation were soon categorized into grades A, B, and C. Yang Guo was pleased to find himself among the A ranks. Upon noticing Yang Guo's placement, Su Zhiqing reminded him, in future competitions, you must continuously embrace challenges to maintain your position. Disciples who feel dissatisfied may seek guidance from those ahead of them, but do so with restraint. Yang Guo, undeterred, declared, "Master, I am not afraid of them." Su Zhiqing nodded slightly. Such a mindset is commendable. Beside him, Zilong remained calm, displaying little emotion, her demeanor only shifting when in the presence of Su Zhiqing. In other matters, it was exceedingly difficult to evoke her emotions. As they conversed, Zhen Zhibing had already organized and submitted the records of the Qing generation disciples' competitions. Upon receiving the documents, Ma Yu cast a cursory glance and a satisfied expression graced his face. The records contained numerous disciples from the Jia category, as well as those from the Yi level. Whether the Quanzhen sect could maintain its momentum in the future would depend on these disciples. He then presented the records to Qiu Chuji and Wang Chui for their perusal. After reviewing, they nodded in agreement. Among them, Hao Datong glanced at the sky and suggested, "Master, since the day is still young, let the Xi generation disciples have their competition as well." Ma Yu also observed the sky and nodded in assent. "Very well. You shall preside over it." Without hesitation, Hao Datong accepted, and the other brothers showed no concern regarding this. He took the recording book and stepped forward. After the Qing generation disciples had completed their assessments, their results were already established, and they felt quite relaxed. Those who performed well were animated and engaged in spirited discussions, while those who did not fare as well appeared somewhat disheartened, yet resolved to put in diligent effort the following day. Now, as the Xi generation disciples noticed Uncle Hao emerging with the record book, they all tensed up. Even Zhen Zhibing showed signs of nervousness. However, he forced himself to maintain composure, his gaze subtly drifting towards one individual. Su Zhiqing, who was aware of Zhen Zhibing's scrutiny, felt a flicker of irritation. He steadfastly focused his gaze on Zhen Zhibing, who, feeling the weight of Su Zhiqing's stare, nervously averted his eyes. Su Zhiqing spat dismissively, preparing to confront this individual. "What is wrong with you? Why the sudden outburst?" asked the bewildered Zilong. Su Zhiqing huffed. There's an old lecher constantly staring at you. Xia Longnu looked around in confusion, noticing many disciples gazing at her, unsure of whom Su Zhiqing referred to. If you dislike others looking at me, I shall wear a veil, revealing myself only to you, she proposed. No, I would never impose such an unreasonable demand, Su Zhiqing quickly retorted. Xia Longnu softly replied, as long as you are pleased. Really, it's unnecessary. Su Zhiqing playfully squeezed Xia Longnu's hand. I want them to be envious. Their exchange caused Cheng Jiayao to pout. Brother, what if those people are staring at me? Su Zhiqing replied in confusion. Which people? You infuriate me. I shall ignore you. Cheng Jiayao huffed, retreating behind Xia Longnu, her expression a mixture of indignation and frustration. Sister Jiayao, can't you see your brother is merely jesting? Xia Longnu comforted her while embracing Cheng Jiayao. Brother was wrong. Su Zhiqing promptly admitted, I should not have teased you. If those people gaze at you as they do at Sister Long, I would certainly give them a stern lesson. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly heard Hao Datong calling his name. Su Zhiqing, you come here. Turning to the sound, Su Zhiqing saw Uncle Hao beckoning him. Without hesitation, he approached with enthusiasm. I'm coming. After Su Zhiqing approached, he stood properly and performed a salute. Master Uncle, should you not first call upon Brother Zhao? In the past, it was customary to address Zhao Zhiqing first. You rascal, are you being sincere? Hao Datong's eyes widened in astonishment. Your brother Zhao has already conceded to you, and yet you still refer to him. Su Zhiqing rubbed his nose. Master Uncle, I merely engaged in a slight exchange with Brother Zhao. Enough of the nonsense. Hao Datong, with a forthright temperament, waved his hand. Today, you shall be addressed first. Upon finishing, his gaze shifted directly to Zhen Zhibing. Zhibing, come forth. Hearing Master Uncle Hao's call, Zhen Zhibing stepped forward with small strides. Disciple pays respects to Master Uncle. Hao Datong acknowledged with a grunt. Now, you shall first experience the martial prowess of your junior. Su. Zhen Zhibing was taken aback, yet he acquiesced. Disciple obeys. After speaking, he composed himself and turned his attention to Su Zhiqing. Su Shidi, I look forward to your guidance. Su Zhiqing smiled warmly. It should be Brother Zhen who instructs his junior. He had not anticipated that Master Uncle Hao would so directly summon Zhen Zhibing. As he gazed at Zhen Zhibing, memories of Master Qiu's earlier words surfaced in his mind. Chapter 42. A monk should not covet beauty. Su Zhiqing and Zhen Zhibing walked together to the center of the training ground. After creating a certain distance between them, they stood facing each other. Neither had yet made a move, yet the surrounding disciples were filled with anticipation. The disciples of the Qing generation engaged in rather rudimentary sparring, often devolving into grappling contests of sheer strength. In contrast, those of the Zhi generation relied more on skill, showcasing profound techniques. Su Jr., I believe this is your first time participating in a minor competition? Zhen Zhibing inquired without striking. Indeed. Su Zhiqing nodded slightly, responding in a soft tone. To be honest, I have little interest in such competitions. Otherwise, I would not have abstained these past few years. Unfortunately, Brother Zhao has been excessively insistent, leaving me no choice but to teach him a lesson to deter his incessant troubles. Upon hearing his junior brother's words, Zhen Zhibing recalled Zhao's soulless expression. A chill ran through him. Su Jr., perhaps your lesson was a bit too harsh? What about Brother Zhao's condition? What of it? Su Zhiqing shot a glance at Zhen Zhibing. Let us not forget, I have warned him multiple times. His persistent disregard has left me no alternative. He continued, and you, Brother Zhen, having taken your vows and renounced worldly desires, should rid yourself of any inappropriate thoughts. Zhen Zhibing, caught off guard by Su Zhiqing's words, momentarily displayed a flicker of panic. What thoughts could I possibly have? To dare to think but not to admit. Brother Zhen, you disappoint me gravely. Su Zhiqing retorted. Su Jr., you speak nonsense. Zhen Zhibing exclaimed as he drew his iron sword, pointing it at Su Zhiqing. Brother Zhen, with your mind so disordered, can you still fight? Su Zhiqing observed Zhen Zhibing's demeanor, then swiftly unsheathed his sword, advancing towards him with a thrust aimed at Zhen Zhibing. His voice flowed continuously. I have not accused you of breaking any vows, yet you become enraged. Brother, this is quite unbecoming. As Su Zhiqing spoke, he unleashed a series of thrusts, his swordplay shifting effortlessly, slicing through Zhen Zhibing's robe with a sharp sound. Observing the torn fabric, he elegantly flourished his sword and remarked, Brother Zhen, do you still recall the precepts of our sect? As Su Zhiqing had asserted, Zhen Zhibing's thoughts were indeed in turmoil under his words. Nevertheless, he clung to a semblance of clarity. Of course I remember. Do you remember, yet you still dare to think of the little dragon girl? Su Zhiqing's expression remained impassive, his tone icy. The little dragon girl and I have long been recognized by our master. What right does a brother have to covet a junior's woman? Do you understand the concepts of propriety, integrity, and shame? His anger simmered within him. This old lecher dares to harbor thoughts of the little dragon girl. He deserves a beating. Su Zhiqing pressed forward once more, his long sword dancing like a flower, leaving Zhen Zhibing struggling to defend himself. On the sidelines, Ma Yu and others watched, noticing that Zhen Zhibing had not had a single opportunity to counter from the very beginning. They exchanged concerned glances, frowning in unison. Apart from Zhao Zhijing, Zhen Zhibing was also one of their valued disciples. Why did his performance today appear so lamentable? They discerned that Su Zhiqing's application of the complete truth swordsmanship was remarkably exquisite, yet it seemed improbable that Zhen Zhibing would struggle to defend himself against it. Ma Yu's gaze fell upon Qiu Chuji, and he chuckled. Is this what you meant by urging Su to seize the opportunity and press the advantage without granting the opponent any respite? Qiu Chuji felt a slight constriction in his heart, yet his resolve was unyielding. Even though Zhen Zhibing was my disciple, I still believe Su's approach is justified. As long as you believe it's right. Ma Yu replied with a genial smile, refraining from engaging in a debate with Qiu Chuji. As Qiu Chuji observed Zhen Zhibing being relentlessly pressured by Su Zhiqing, soon his garments were tattered and he bore numerous injuries. A sense of dismay welled up within him. However, he was also astonished by Su Zhiqing's swordplay, which was exceedingly refined and seemed to hint at great mastery. If it were merely a matter of swordplay, Su was nearly catching up with him, though his lightness skill appeared somewhat lacking. This was Qiu Chuji's internal assessment. With a swift motion, Su Zhiqing's long sword swept across, narrowly missing Zhen Zhibing's chest. Zhen Zhibing, now somewhat breathless, bore bloodstains on his shoulder, arm, and waist. As he witnessed Su Zhiqing's reverse strike coming down, he gritted his teeth and raised his sword to block. Can you withstand this? Su Zhiqing channeled his internal energy, augmenting his strength, and transformed his downward strike into a powerful thrust, the speed accelerating dramatically. With a resounding clang, Zhen Zhibing felt a jolt in his arm, rendering him unable to grip his sword properly. Seizing the moment, Su Zhiqing deftly maneuvered his sword, easily disarming Zhen Zhibing of his long sword. With a swift motion, the cold steel of his sword was pressed against Zhen Zhibing's throat. Even colder were Su Zhiqing's words, Brother Zhen, I hope you remain steadfast in your principles and do not falter in your resolve. These words struck Zhen Zhibing's heart like a heavy hammer, instantly filling him with rage and confusion, causing him to spit out blood. Zhen Zhibing felt a sudden heaviness in his head, darkness clouding his vision, and he collapsed backward. What the? Su Zhiqing was momentarily taken aback, yet reacted swiftly, reaching out to catch the falling Zhen Zhibing. Ma Yu and the others were equally astonished. While Qiu Chuji leaped forward, he approached Zhen Zhibing, checking for breath, then grasped his arm to assess his condition. After a moment, he released Zhen Zhibing's arm and turned his gaze towards Su Zhiqing. He is unharmed, merely overwhelmed by anger, disrupting his internal balance. Su Zhiqing felt a twinge of embarrassment under Qiu's scrutiny. Master Qiu, I hadn't anticipated this outcome. Qiu Chuji recalled his recent admonishment to Su Zhiqing, and although he wished to express that it was inconsequential, he found himself unable to smile. With a resigned sigh, he softly stated, This is not your fault. You acted correctly. Competitions unfold in this manner. It is your brother Zhen who falters in both skill and composure. Upon seeing Su Zhiqing poised to speak further, Qiu Chuji waved his hand dismissively. Continue with the next match. With that, he lifted Zhen Zhibing and departed. Su Zhiqing, witnessing this, had no choice but to swallow his words. During the match, he had indeed held back, merely intending to teach Zhen Zhibing a lesson. Little did he expect that this fellow could not even withstand his words. Su Zhiqing reflected on Zhen Shixiang's character, which could indeed be described as benevolent. He contemplated silently, acknowledging that no one is a saint, himself included. When confronted with temptation, particularly when it aligns with one's deepest desires, it is rare for anyone to withstand the allure. The notion that a single thought can lead to paradise or plunge one into hell rings true. Su, what more do you seek in your victory? Hao Datong approached, calling out to Su Zhiqing. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the other disciples of the Zhi lineage. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the remaining disciples retreating slightly in fear. They were unwilling to meet the same fate as Zhao Shixiang and Zhen Shixiang. Observing this, Hao Datong reluctantly abandoned the idea of calling someone out to challenge Su Zhiqing. Who among you wishes to compete with your junior brother Su? He asked. But all he received were hesitant glances among the disciples, some looking up at the sky, others down at the ground. None dared to meet Hao Datong's gaze, clearly reluctant to engage. Chapter 43. Is this so hasty? Hao Datong posed a question, yet no disciples responded. It was evident to him that the disciples of the Zhi character generation were reluctant to compete with Su Zhiqing. Hao Datong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, a competition wouldn't result in death. If no one stepped forward to challenge Su Zhiqing, he would have no choice but to declare him the first. After articulating his thoughts, the disciples remained silent. Lu Zhijia and his peers were not foolish. In terms of martial prowess, they could not compare to Zhao Zhijing and Zhen Zhibing, both of whom had already been defeated by Su. Why would they willingly subject themselves to humiliation? As fellow disciples, the ranking was inconsequential as long as they avoided a beating. After a prolonged silence, seeing no one pay him heed, Hao Datong swiftly marked Su Zhiqing as the first in this minor competition. Junior brother Hao. Wang Chu glanced at Hao Datong's displeased countenance and spoke up. In past competitions, when Zhijing held the top position, only a handful of disciples had approached for guidance. It was only right that the disciples refrained from engaging with Su, whose skills surpassed those of the others by a significant margin. Hao Datong nodded slightly, acknowledging the point. He cast a sidelong glance at Su Zhiqing and queried, "Why do you conceal your abilities so thoroughly? Why didn't you participate in the previous competitions?" Su Zhiqing clasped his hands respectfully, replying, "Uncle Master, my martial skills were inferior to those of my senior brothers at the time, so I refrained from embarrassing myself." He naturally omitted mentioning his desire to teach Zhao Zhijing and Zhen Zhibing a lesson. "Very well, you shall participate in all future competitions." "Yes." Su Zhiqing readily agreed, knowing that his participation would ultimately be at his own discretion. "Now step aside." Hao Datong instructed Su Zhiqing, who complied and returned to the side. Hao then called out the names of two participants, Lu Zhijia against Shang Zhiqiu. The two stepped forward. Su Zhiqing cast a glance at Lu Zhijia, nodded in acknowledgement, and then returned to Xiao Longnu. "Senior brother. First place." Cheng Jiayao exclaimed with delight upon seeing her senior brother approach, as if the victory was his own achievement. "What are you so merry about? You still have a match to compete in," Su Zhiqing remarked, though the affection in his tone was unmistakable. "Your swordsmanship has improved." Xiao Longnu observed Su Zhiqing with a hint of unspoken grievance in her tone. Despite practicing together, she noticed that Su Zhiqing's swordsmanship had advanced beyond previous levels. "When I practice with you, I employ the Jade Maiden sword technique, which naturally cannot compare to my years of training in the Quanzhen sword technique." Su Zhiqing whispered in her ear, "In my heart, I still believe the Jade Maiden heart technique to be superior." Xiao Longnu felt a surge of warmth inside, but her expression remained inscrutable. "This is not right," she remarked, critiquing Su Zhiqing without specifying what was amiss. Su Zhiqing rubbed his nose, pondering that if Master Chongyang were present, he would likely share a similar sentiment. Xiao Longnu's master, Lin Xiaoying, had possessed martial skills that were truly on par with Wang Chongyang. After all, who could claim to have unraveled the Quanzhen sword technique? Such talent, yet she remained obscure in the martial world. Noticing Su Zhiqing continuing to speak, Xiao Longnu glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, which brought her a modicum of comfort. "Do not speak of such matters here." "Very well," Su Zhiqing acquiesced. As the two conversed, Ma Yu and the others in the stands exchanged puzzled glances. Wang Chuyi inquired, "But aren't those two neighbors?" Ma Yu, equally perplexed, admitted he had never encountered anyone from the ancient tomb sect. He only knew their names, not their faces. The elder one is Master Sun, and the younger one is Miss Long. Upon hearing this, Wang Chuyi's expression shifted as he observed the intimate rapport between Su Zhiqing and the young Miss Long. "Their relationship seems rather unusual," he remarked. The others turned their attention to Sun Bu'er, who remained unfazed, and said, "I have not given Zhiqing any precepts." "Sister, you are quite mistaken." Upon hearing Sun Bu'er's words, the group felt a surge of urgency. If Zhiqing had indeed received the precepts, then being with a woman would be untenable. But if he had not, they exchanged glances, recalling the exquisite swordsmanship Su Zhiqing had displayed earlier. One could not help but exclaim, "If I recall correctly, Zhiqing has only been practicing for 3 years, right?" Sun Bu'er confirmed, "A little more than that." The group shared astonished looks, each reflecting the disbelief in their eyes. After over 3 years, his swordsmanship had reached such a level? How could that be? They had dedicated decades to their craft, not to mention Zhao Zhijing and Zhen Zhibing, each boasting no less than 20 years of experience. They comprehended why Zhao Zhijing and Zhen Zhibing felt so disheartened. Who would not feel crushed when something they had labored over for nearly a lifetime was surpassed by another in mere years? "Sister, you truly are so naive. So naive." Wang Chuyi and the others lamented, especially as they observed the tender glances exchanged between Su Zhiqing and Miss Long. They began to ponder whether they should take action. "Sister, why did you not allow him to receive the precepts? Was he not young at that time?" Sun Buer's reasoning was straightforward. When one is young, they may be swayed by others' decisions, but as they mature, it is best for them to make their own choices. This was also why some of her disciples occasionally returned to secular life after having taken vows. Sister, why? The others were at a loss for words. Lu Chuxian sighed softly. With Zhiqing around, at least we can safeguard the true essence for a century. Wang Chuyi and the others nodded in agreement. Perhaps at the next Huashan competition, if Su were to participate, he might even secure first place. As they spoke, enthusiasm coursed through their veins. No one could resist the allure of being the best in the world. The first of the 5 absolutes was their master. Should they gain first place in the future, it would be through their disciple. As they envisioned this, their blood surged with excitement. Wang Chuyi urged, Sister, why not allow him to receive the precepts? No. Sun Buer firmly rejected the idea. Zhiqing has his own choices. We cannot force him into this. Brother Wang, do not be so insistent. Lu Chuxian halted Wang Chuyi. Wang Chuyi turned to Lu Chuxian, exclaiming, Senior brother, please persuade junior sister. Lu Chuxian gently shook his head, responding, Isn't this simply placing undue pressure on her? Wang Chuyi shot a glare at his senior brother, then directed his gaze towards the silent master brother. Master brother, what is your opinion? Sun Buer and others looked towards Mayu. Mayu chuckled and shook his head. What are you all arguing about? Do you think that if one does not take vows, they cease to be our Quanzhen disciples? Regardless of Su Xiaoji's actions, he remains one of us. The group was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized the truth in his words. Indeed, even if Su Xiaoji chose not to become a monk, he was still a disciple of Quanzhen. Lu Chuxian and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging, Master brother speaks wisely. Wang Chuyi then suggested, why not make this lad the chief disciple? Lu Chuxian and the others' eyes brightened at this notion. Splendid. Meanwhile, Su Zhiqing, who was conversing with the little dragon maiden, suddenly heard the notification sound from the system. Chapter 44. Does being the chief disciple affect marrying a wife? Task completed, proficiency points 100. What on earth? What task has been completed? Hearing the system notification, Su Zhiqing was utterly perplexed. He opened the panel and discovered that the task of becoming the chief disciple had been accomplished. What is going on? How did I become the chief? Has the system gone mad? What is wrong with you? Noticing Su Zhiqing's bewildered expression, the little dragon girl looked at him quizzically. Why did he suddenly seem lost in thought while they were conversing? Oh, it's nothing. Su Zhiqing quickly snapped back to reality, temporarily suppressing his confusion. He observed the senior brothers competing below and realized that the matches progressed swiftly, with everyone showcasing a few sets of sword techniques or martial arts moves before stepping back. After a brief bout, the participants would exit the arena. The victors could also choose to remain, feeling they had not yet showcased their full potential and wishing to learn from other brothers' skills. However, with Su Zhiqing setting the precedent, they refrained from engaging in a second match after completing their first. Though the pace was brisk, the matches had yet to conclude even after a whole morning. Lunchtime arrived, signaling a pause in the proceedings. The competitions would resume after the meal. As soon as lunch was announced, Hao Datong called for a halt, instructing the disciples to head to the dining hall, with plans to regroup in the afternoon. Let us go. Su Zhiqing beckoned the little dragon girl and a few others. Preparing to depart, he still had lingering thoughts about the random task. 100 proficiency points were no small feat, requiring 10 days of accumulation. With this 100 points, his total proficiency points had reached 169. Such points were hard-earned, and the martial arts he practiced could not be enhanced with these proficiency points. For instance, the Jade Maiden Heart method required 2 individuals to practice together for improvement. The rigid system had yet to grant him the opportunity to enhance his proficiency points. Su Shidi, wait a moment. Su Zhiqing and the others halted in their tracks. The master instructed you to come over. Oh, all right. Su Zhiqing turned to his junior sister, saying, you take your dragon sister back to the courtyard first. I'll go take a look. After speaking, he followed his senior brother to where the master was. Upon arrival, he noticed his master and several elders were present. He glanced at his master, who gave him a slight nod, indicating that there was no significant matter at hand. This reassured Su Zhiqing considerably. Just then, Elder Wang waved at him. Su lad, come here. Su Zhiqing stepped closer. I hear from your master that you have not taken the precepts. Responding to the elder, he said, yes. Why haven't you taken them? This. Su Zhiqing was unsure how to reply. Wang Shixiao. Sun Buer interjected with dissatisfaction. Upon seeing this, Elder Wang snorted coldly and refrained from pressing Su Zhiqing further. This left Su Zhiqing pondering why Elder Wang had suddenly inquired about this. At that moment, Hao Datong spoke up. Zhiqing, we have discussed among ourselves and think it would be fitting for you to become the chief disciple. Su Zhiqing was taken aback. finally comprehending why the task had been inexplicably completed. However, he felt unworthy of such a title. Elder, this is not appropriate. Su Zhiqing hastily exclaimed, Senior Brother Zhao, in both demeanor and martial prowess, surpasses me. I believe he is most suitable. Even if he were not, there is also Senior Brother Zhen, who has always garnered a stellar reputation among our peers and junior disciples. Before Su Zhiqing could finish his sentence, Hao Datong shot him a glare. What are you babbling about? Your master has already made a decision. Furthermore, we have all concurred. Su Zhiqing anxiously cast a glance at his master, knowing she would understand his plight. Sun Bu'er, noticing her disciple's imploring gaze, chuckled helplessly. It is merely a position of chief disciple. Should you fail to fulfill your duties adequately, we can readily replace you. She was aware of the underlying reasons, but chose not to elaborate. Seeing that his master did not seem to grasp the situation, Su Zhiqing grew increasingly agitated. Master, you know at ISNT just that. Sun Bu'er blinked innocently. What do I know? Su Zhiqing could only remind her. It concerns Miss Long. Before Sun Bu'er could respond, Hao Datong interjected. What does your appointment as chief have to do with Miss Long? Su Zhiqing prepared to explain further, but Sun Bu'er interrupted playfully. Enough teasing. Your role as chief does not preclude you from other pursuits. Realization dawned on Su Zhiqing. Being chief does not hinder marriage? Upon uttering this, laughter erupted among everyone except for Wang Chu, who bore a displeased expression. Su Zhiqing, recognizing their amusement at his expense, felt the weight of his own preoccupations with the sect's regulations. His masters were decidedly more open-minded. Hao Datong cast a sidelong glance at Su Zhiqing. That matter depends on you. We are merely appointing you as chief. However, as the chief disciple, you must set an example for the others, lest you tarnish the sect's reputation. Furthermore, we have made our decision, so do not entertain thoughts of refusal. Do you mean to disregard our words? Such a statement brooked little argument. Su Zhiqing smiled wryly. As a disciple of the Quanzhen sect, he was obliged to heed the words of his masters and contribute to the sect's endeavors. Yet, being chief would undoubtedly bring its own complications. He could not outright refuse. So he turned to his master. Sun Bu'er merely smiled at him, encouraging him to acquiesce. Disciple is deeply grateful for the esteemed master's kindness. Su Zhiqing, seeing the encouragement, promptly agreed. After all, he had already fulfilled the responsibilities of the chief disciple, and his masters had assured him it would not impede his prospects for marriage. He resolved to accept the position, knowing that in the future, Zhao Zhijing and Zhen Zhibing would have to offer him their respects. With clarity, Su Zhiqing accepted the role. The previously silent Ma Yu finally spoke. We called you here for this matter, and you are informed. You may return now. But remember your fifth master's words. As chief, your every action must reflect the sect's standards. Indeed, the disciple shall remember. Su Zhiqing, regardless of other matters, agreed to the request without hesitation. After all, it was merely a position of chief disciple. As for setting an example, he and the little dragon girl would simply avoid appearing before the eyes of the other disciples. Once Su Zhiqing acquiesced, he informed a few senior uncles before departing. Wang Chuyi and the others watched Su Zhiqing's retreating figure, chuckling softly. This lad still seems reluctant, yet he appears willing to heed our words. They laughed heartily, completely shedding their stern demeanor that they typically displayed in front of other disciples. Upon returning to the courtyard, Su Zhiqing found the little dragon girl and others waiting for him. Senior brother, what did the master and the elders summon you for? Cheng Jiao, being direct and familiar with Su Zhiqing, inquired without preamble. They want me to be the chief disciple. Upon hearing this, Cheng Jiao's face lit up with excitement. Senior brother, the chief disciple, did the master and the elders really appoint you? Indeed. So have you accepted? Could I possibly refuse? Just as Su Zhiqing finished speaking, he noticed the little dragon girl's expression grow cold as she turned to leave. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Zhiqing swiftly intercepted her path. Let me pass. The little dragon girl, visibly irritated, refused to meet his gaze, attempting to sidestep him. Su Zhiqing, however, would not allow her to slip away. He grasped her firmly and pulled her into his embrace. Before she could protest, he whispered, becoming the chief disciple will not change anything. With those words, the little dragon girl's struggle ceased, her anger dissipating in an instant. Chapter 45. Lin Xiaoying's last wish at the entrance of the courtyard. Su Zhiqing embraced the now limp Xiaolong, gently scolding her in a low voice. Next time, when I speak, be sure to listen until I finish. I hadn't completed my words before you dashed off. Why the rush? You must behave next time. The mere mention of behave caused Xiaolong's ears to flush crimson. Su Zhiqing found the sight rather amusing. Having known Xiaolong for many years, he had never seen her in such a state. Do you realize your mistake? He inquired. Xialong lowered her head in silence. Su Zhiqing chuckled, recognizing her acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he noticed his junior sister leaving the courtyard. Cheng Jiayao, upon spotting her senior brother holding onto the dragon sister, blinked her eyes and pouted. "Brother, you've never hugged me like that." Behind her, Yanggua's head peeked out, and upon witnessing the scene between his master and the celestial woman, he scoffed at Cheng Jiao's remark. "Cheng Shishu, such embraces are typically reserved for wives, and you are certainly not the mistress." Yanggua's words left Cheng Jiao momentarily stunned, her face soon turning a shade of crimson. She shot a glare at Yanggua. "What do you know?" Yanggua retorted, "What do you mean? What do I know? I've seen plenty outside. Even witnessed couples undressing." He intended to elaborate, but suddenly sensed the atmosphere had shifted. Raising his gaze, he noticed both his master and Granny's son were staring at him, particularly the stern gaze of his master. However, Cheng Jiayao remained oblivious, her curiosity piqued. Why would they undress? Yanggua clamped his mouth shut, hesitant to respond. Why the silence? Su Zhiqing held Xialong's hand, fixing his gaze on Yanggua. "What else with the undressing?" "Master, this is what you urge me to say?" Yanggua hastily interjected, then lowered his voice. "When they undress, they embrace each other." "Oh, how could it be so? How embarrassing." Upon hearing Yanggua's words, an inexplicable scene flashed through Cheng Jiayao's mind. She gasped, then lowered her head. Too shy to look at her senior brother. "You rascal, how dare you speak so boldly?" Su Zhiqing stepped forward, seizing Yanggua's ear. "The Chongyang Palace is a sacred place. How dare you speak such nonsense? If the other brothers hear of this, they will surely believe I have been lax in your training." After reprimanding Yanggua, Su Zhiqing noticed Granny's son at the entrance of the courtyard, watching him with a bemused expression. Her gaze was fixed not elsewhere, but rather on the clasped hands of him and Xialong. "Well said. This Chongyang Palace is indeed a sacred place. I wonder if others would chastise me for allowing you, Su Zhiqing, to hold my granddaughter's hand." Su Zhiqing, undeterred, waved his hand dismissively. "There are no outsiders here. It's of no consequence." Yet Xialong, lacking her companion's audacity, hastily withdrew her hand from Su Zhiqing's grasp. "Granny is right. This is Chongyang Palace, and you are the chief disciple." Before Su Zhiqing could respond, she added in a soft voice, "When no one is around, you can hold my hand however you wish." Her words filled Su Zhiqing with delight. "Let us eat first." "Wait a moment, we still need to attend to Xiaobi." Su Zhiqing nodded in agreement. "You are quite right. Let us dine first, or we shall be pressed for time when Xiaobi arrives." He released Yanggua. "Do not speak out of turn next time, understand?" "Understood," Yanggua replied, feeling both aggrieved and innocent. "This is indeed a good disciple." Su Zhiqing waved his hand. "Let us eat." However, the group did not move as some junior disciples arrived with the meal. After placing the food down, they explained, the sect leader instructed that, due to the presence of esteemed guests, it would be inconvenient to dine in the canteen, hence we have brought the meal here. Su Zhiqing reflected on his earlier oversight in taking the little dragon maiden and Granny's son to the canteen, and he appreciated the sect leader's thoughtful consideration. "Thank you." After the meal, they rested briefly before heading to see Jia Yao and Xiaobi. Once Jia Yao and Xiaobi had finished, Su Zhiqing contemplated returning home. However, he soon saw Elder Qiu stepping forward to address the gathered disciples. "Next, I have an important announcement to make." Curiosity sparked among the disciples, eager to discern what would be revealed. "After careful consideration by our sect leader and us, we have decided to appoint Su Zhiqing as the chief disciple." A murmur of surprise erupted among the disciples upon hearing this. Their gazes immediately turned to Su Zhiqing. He, who had been discreetly holding the little dragon maiden's hand, froze in place. Noticing the awkwardness, the little dragon maiden swiftly withdrew her hand and distanced herself. Su Zhiqing turned to find Elder Qiu and the others watching him with amused expressions, while the remaining senior and junior disciples' eyes were fixed upon him. Hee. Su Zhiqing felt a bit sheepish, hoping they hadn't noticed his previous actions. "Elder." He approached Elder Qiu. The elder patted Su Zhiqing's shoulder and addressed the disciples. "From this moment onward, Su Zhiqing shall be our Quanzhen sect's chief disciple." He reiterated this statement. Observing the puzzled expressions of the disciples, he refrained from offering any further explanation, as they were not accustomed to justifying their decisions to the disciples. However, some disciples from the Zhi character generation looked visibly discontent, particularly those around Zhen Zhibing. They felt it was unjust. Surely, the position of chief disciple should rightfully belong to Brother Zhao or Brother Zhen. Elder Qiu perceived their discontent, but chose not to clarify. It was unnecessary to explain. It sufficed to proclaim Su Zhiqing as the chief disciple henceforth. "Zhiqing, would you like to address them?" Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing took a deep breath. He clasped his hands together before the gathered brothers and sisters. I am profoundly grateful for the sect leader and elders' kindness in selecting me as the chief disciple of our sect. As the elders have placed their trust in me, I shall endeavor to earn the recognition of my fellow disciples. Su Zhiqing did not elaborate further, as he had never anticipated Elder Qiu would bring this matter to light in such a public manner. It was already decided. Why make such an announcement before so many disciples? At this moment, every disciple of the Chongyang Palace was well aware of his status as the chief disciple. Indeed, Qiu Chujai patted Su Zhiqing's shoulder, expressing confidence that his actions as the chief disciple would earn the acknowledgement of his fellow brothers. After his statement, he declared the conclusion of this year's minor competition. The disciples of the Qing character generation, led by their respective masters, began to depart one after another, leaving the training ground with only a handful of individuals remaining. Su Zhiqing also wished to leave. Master Uncle, do you have any further instructions? Qiu Chujai cast a sidelong glance at the distant Zilongnu and softly remarked, be mindful of the occasion. Su Zhiqing felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as it was evident that Master Uncle had witnessed the earlier scene. Very well, you may return. Qiu Chujai concluded with a hint of guidance, refraining from further elaboration. He had faith that Su Zhiqing was a discerning disciple, well aware of propriety. Returning to Zilongnu's side, Su Zhiqing noticed her keeping her distance, seemingly apprehensive that he might inadvertently grasp her hand. However, Su Zhiqing was not consumed by desire, especially after the reminder from his master uncle. Let us return. After the minor competition, we can look forward to a lively celebration for the new year. Zilongnu responded with a soft, adding, at that time, you shall accompany me to pay respects to Master Lin. Certainly. Su Zhiqing readily agreed. Just as he affirmed, a notification echoed in his mind. Curiously, he opened the panel and discovered a new task had appeared under the random section. Legacy of the Morning Blossom. Live in different chambers, yet rest in the same grave. Chapter 46. A task most audacious. The final wish of Lin Qiaoying was that, having never cohabited with Wang Chongyang during her lifetime, she should be interred alongside him after her passing. This newly emerged task caused Su Zhiqing to furrow his brow. He gazed at the two tasks displayed before him. 1. A legacy of Wang Chongyang, which required him to repulse external foes. The other, a legacy of Qiaoying, which demanded he exhume his grandmaster and lay her to rest beside him. The former promised substantial rewards, while the latter was no less enticing. The former task he could potentially accomplish, while for the latter, he would need an unwavering audacity. It was unlikely that any disciple would dare disturb their master's grave. Setting aside the gravity of such an act, he would certainly face opposition from his own master and the elders. Su Zhiqing realized that these random tasks were essentially traps. Initially, he perceived the tasks as manageable, but it soon became evident that they were designed to ensnare him. The task of accepting a disciple, Yanghua, was contentious, as was the race to become the chief disciple. He could begrudgingly fulfill these tasks. In truth, he had considered abandoning the task of becoming the chief disciple. However, his master and the elders, in their peculiar wisdom, insisted upon his ascent to that position. Very well, he had inadvertently completed task 2. But how could he possibly fulfill these two daunting tasks? He thought it best to leave the tasks hanging there, undisturbed. The rewards were enticing, yet he needed the capability to achieve them. Should he dare to disturb the grave of his grandmaster, he would find no refuge in the entire realm of martial arts. Su Zhiqing had no intention of undertaking these tasks. In his master's eyes, he was perceived as somewhat rebellious, yet still within acceptable bounds. If that were the case, Su Zhiqing decided to suppress his thoughts. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he escorted Zilongnu and Granny Sun back to the ancient tomb. Until we meet again. Under Granny Sun's unwavering gaze, Su Zhiqing and Zilongnu lingered for a moment before reluctantly parting ways. Upon returning, he discovered his junior sister sitting pensively at the entrance of the courtyard. The young girl evidently bore some concern. Su Zhiqing approached and sat beside her. What occupies your thoughts? Oh, nothing. Cheng Jiao exclaimed, startled by his voice, having not noticed his presence beside her. Really? Su Zhiqing regarded his junior sister with a knowing smile. After years spent together, he was certainly aware of her character. It was clear she harbored something on her mind. No. Nothing. Cheng Jiao stammered, hurriedly diverting the subject. I won't speak with you anymore. I'm tired and going to sleep. With that, she sprang to her feet and dashed away. What could that girl be thinking? Su Zhiqing pondered, stroking his chin, only able to surmise that she was troubled, though he could not fathom the nature of her concerns. He was no oracle. Unable to resolve his thoughts, he dismissed them. Rising, he washed up and retreated to his room for rest. The following day, Su Zhiqing, unusually, did not go for his morning run. With a sense of exasperation, he retrieved the sheets and duvet for washing. "Brother, why are you washing these so early in the morning?" Upon rising, Cheng Jiayao approached her senior brother, drawn by an unfamiliar scent that wafted towards her. She inhaled deeply, finding the aroma quite peculiar. "What a strange smell. Go away," she exclaimed. Su Zhiqing's expression darkened at her words, urging her to entertain herself elsewhere. "Brother, let me help you with the washing," she offered. "No need," Su Zhiqing replied hastily, reluctant to allow his junior sister to assist. He swiftly distanced himself, tossing the sheets and duvet into the water basin. After completing the task and hanging them out to dry, he finally felt a sense of relief. "Let's go have breakfast," he declared, leading his sister to the dining hall. On their way, numerous disciples greeted him, bowing respectfully as they acknowledged the chief senior uncle and chief junior brother. Su Zhiqing could only respond with a smile. Upon entering the dining hall, a chorus of greetings enveloped him once more. After returning the gestures of respect with a cupped hand salute, he and his sister sat down to enjoy their meal together. Once finished, they exchanged a flurry of farewells before departing. "Brother, haha, how splendid," Cheng Jiayao beamed, clearly relishing the attention. Su Zhiqing chuckled, glancing at his junior sister. "If you train diligently, perhaps I shall relinquish the position of chief to you one day," he jested. "No way. I wouldn't dream of taking your place, brother. I'm perfectly content just being by your side," Cheng Jiayao replied, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. Noticing her flushed complexion, Su Zhiqing regarded her with curiosity. "Are you feeling warm? Running a fever?" He reached out to touch her forehead. "No, I'm fine. Let us go. It's not good to linger," she insisted, suddenly shy, especially under the watchful eyes of other disciples. A sense of guilt washed over her as she nudged Su Zhiqing. Hurry, hurry. All right. No need to push. I'm coming." Su Zhiqing laughed, yet he was still gently propelled forward by his sister. The two exchanged playful banter as they returned to their courtyard. With their own private space and no interruptions, he felt at ease to attend to his daily tasks. In the past, while practicing his swordplay within the sect, maintaining a single posture for too long would likely raise suspicions among his fellow disciples. As Su Zhiqing practiced, his junior sister seemed to have vanished from sight. He was unconcerned, knowing she would emerge in due time. Just as he was halfway through his routine, Brother Lu Jia hurriedly entered the courtyard. "Chief junior brother, why are you still here practicing swordplay?" Su Zhiqing was taken aback. "Where else would I practice if not here?" Lu Jia sighed in exasperation. "What do you mean, where? Don't you know that the chief disciple is responsible for assigning patrol duties and guiding other disciples in their training? Even if you're not instructing, you should at least find someone to oversee things." Su Zhiqing frowned. "The masters did not mention any of this to me. Is that even necessary to say? Every disciple knows this." Lu Jia shook his head. "You joined late and haven't interacted much with the others, so it's understandable you wouldn't know. Come, put away your sword and follow me. I'll explain as we walk." With no other choice, Su Zhiqing sheathed his sword. He followed senior brother Lu out the door. "First, let us discuss the patrolling duties. Since our sect consists of 7 branches, the patrol tasks are assigned on a rotating basis." Su Zhiqing understood what senior brother Lu meant by the 7 branches. The Quanzhen sect has 7 disciples, each responsible for accepting apprentices, hence the 7 branches. The disciples participating in the patrol are led by those of the Zhi generation, followed by 2 to 5 other disciples. The number is flexible, neither too many nor too few. You simply need to designate the patrollers or directly inform the heads of each branch about their patrol responsibilities. As Su Zhiqing listened to senior brother Lu's words, he faintly grasped the authority of the chief disciple. The patrolling areas are divided into outer and inner gates. The outer gate primarily involves mobile patrols, while the inner gate is mainly responsible for standing guard and some mobile patrols. From today onward for a year, it is our branch's turn to patrol. My master departed early, so I will be responsible for the specific tasks. Along the way, Lu Jia meticulously informed Su Zhiqing of every detail, allowing him to gain a general understanding. Strangely, he recalled the wishes of his ancestral master. He harbored no illusions about saving the nation. After all, the Southern Song was but a minor dynasty, and those in power seemed rather inept. What if he were to support someone in replacing the current rulers? Su Zhiqing furrowed his brow in contemplation. He had initially sought to save the country, yet his thoughts had suddenly veered off course towards rebellion. Chapter 47. The profound heritage of the first sect, the Quanzhen sect, is currently revered as the foremost sect, its foundation undeniably profound. The roots of Quanzhen were established by Wang Chongyang, who initially rose to prominence by vanquishing the Jin and extinguishing foreign enemies, earning the title of a hero against the Jin in the martial world. He was also celebrated as the greatest master under heaven, and subsequently founded the Quanzhen sect. Due to Wang Chongyang's illustrious reputation, All in the martial world regarded him with utmost respect. The disciples within the sect were united in purpose, and the martial prowess of the 7 Quanzhen masters was exceptional, allowing the sect to flourish rapidly under various circumstances. The developmental trajectory of the Quanzhen sect is quite clear. Upon entering the sect, Su Zhiqing's master, Sun Bu'er, had briefly spoken to him about it, though lacking in detailed specifics, such as the current scale of the sect. Previously, Su Zhiqing had little interest in such matters, possessing only a vague impression of the Quanzhen sect. Due to Su Zhiqing being the chief disciple, Lu Jia informed him of the particulars. The sect boasted over 1,000 halls and nearly 10,000 disciples. Its sphere of influence extended from the Zhongnan Mountains, bordered by the Weishui River to the north, the Liaoyu River to the east, and the Ganyu River to the west. Lu Jia spoke of the sect with pride, stirring excitement within Su Zhiqing upon learning of its vast domain. Junior brother Su, as the chief disciple, you should naturally be well acquainted with this. Moreover, our Quanzhen sect holds a prestigious name throughout the martial world, Lu Jia remarked as he led Su Zhiqing to his palace. Inside the palace were several dozen individuals, all familiar faces, his senior brothers. Upon seeing Su Zhiqing approach, they all greeted him respectfully. Greetings to the chief junior brother. Everyone, please, no need for such formality. Su Zhiqing replied, unperturbed. After returning the greetings, he turned to Lu Jia and inquired, my task here is to assign patrol duties to my fellow brothers, correct? Lu Jia nodded affirmatively. It is indeed our turn for patrol, and later, junior brother. You will also need to guide some of the disciples in their martial training at the practice grounds. Su Zhiqing slightly inclined his head in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Lu Jia had already made everything sufficiently clear on the journey here, and he simply needed to put it into practice. Lu senior brother, I shall maintain the existing patrol protocols as they are, Su Zhiqing stated firmly. Lu Jia clasped his hands in respect, replying, as you command, chief. Afterward, he began to call out the names of his brothers, assigning them responsibilities for the upcoming patrol routines. Su Zhiqing observed from the side, waiting until Lu Jia had completed his instructions. He then clasped his hands and said, thank you, senior brother, for your guidance earlier. What need is there for thanks between us? Lu Jia smiled gently. In the past, these tasks were either handled by senior brother Zhao or directed by senior brother Zhen. Who would have thought that you, without making a sound, would suddenly garner the recognition of the masters and uncles, thus securing the position of chief disciple? It is only natural that you may feel a bit overwhelmed by the suddenness of it all. Moving forward, feel free to visit the various practice grounds and provide guidance to the disciples in their training. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing inquired, if the other senior brothers impart knowledge to the disciples, would it not be inappropriate for me to offer guidance? His words trailed off, yet Lu Jia discerned his intent. Dear junior brother, do not fret. If they practice incorrectly, you are entitled to offer stern criticism. This is for their own benefit. Do not refrain from speaking out simply to preserve the dignity of your senior brothers. Lu Jia mentioned Zhao Zhijing, though Zhao is somewhat narrow-minded. He is indeed quite strict in matters of discipline. Very well, junior brother, I shall cease my discourse here, for I must attend to my patrolling duties. Then I shall not impede you further, Su Zhiqing replied, taking his leave. With nearly 10,000 disciples within the Quanzhen sect, there are naturally multiple training grounds. Fortunately, Su Zhiqing need not traverse them all, a few nearby would suffice. Even so, it consumed the entirety of his morning. At this rate, how could he even hope to seek out the little dragon girl? Practicing his own skills posed a challenge. After lunch, as Su Zhiqing exited the dining hall, he spotted someone standing beneath a tree in the distance. Was that Zhen Zhibing? Casting a glance, Su Zhiqing pretended not to notice and attempted to walk away. However, to his surprise, Zhen Zhibing approached him. Noticing this, Su Zhiqing halted and turned his gaze towards Zhen Zhibing. Upon reaching him, Zhen Zhibing bowed respectfully. I am deeply grateful for your enlightening words yesterday, junior brother. I feel ashamed before our revered ancestor and master. I have come today specifically to apologize. As he spoke, Zhen Zhibing extended his left hand and swiftly drew the iron sword from his waist. From now on, should I transgress the precepts again, may this sword take 2 of my fingers. With that, he swung the sword towards his pinky and ring fingers. Senior brother, Su Zhiqing, witnessing Zhen Zhibing draw his sword, initially assumed an attack was imminent. Yet, he quickly realized his misjudgment. Fortunately, he had concentrated when Zhen Zhibing unsheathed his sword. Seeing the intent to sever his own fingers, he instinctively grasped Zhen Zhibing's wrist. What are you doing? Su Zhiqing chided sternly. Do you wish to burden me with guilt for a lifetime? Junior brother. Zhen Zhibing gazed at Su Zhiqing. If I do not act thus, I fear I cannot atone for my sins. Su Zhiqing felt a pang in his heart. Zhen Zhibing was prepared to maim himself for a mere thought. According to sect regulations, would he not be compelled to inflict harm upon himself? Su Zhiqing couldn't help but admire Zhen Zhibing's resolute spirit. To be candid, aside from his somewhat tumultuous internal struggles, Zhen Zhibing was indeed worthy of the title of senior brother, particularly considering that his ultimate fate would likely be shared with the sect, perishing at the hands of the Mongols. Zhen, we are not sages. Who among us is without fault? Acknowledging one's mistakes is sufficient. You have already recognized your errors. Though you have not faced punishment, I trust in your character. You must lie awake at night, your heart heavy with guilt, unable to find solace. At Su Zhiqing's words, Zhen Zhibing's pupils widened slightly. Su Shidi, how do you know? Su Zhiqing smiled silently. He had a slight understanding of Zhen Zhibing, who was quite upright, yet harbored some wicked thoughts. When such thoughts surfaced, the constraints of his conscience would instill a sense of guilt within him, leading to frequent inner turmoil. Brother Zhen, although you are my senior in age, in terms of our understanding of the teachings, you may not surpass me. If you wish to know how I discern this, you must read more, learn diligently, and strive to be a better person while earnestly engaging in your endeavors. Su Zhiqing patted Zhen Zhibing on the shoulder and prepared to take his leave. Before departing, a question crossed his mind. Brother Zhen, how could Brother Zhao find the time to instruct others in martial arts at the training grounds when he himself needed to practice? Still immersed in Su Zhiqing's profound words, Zhen Zhibing instinctively replied, he doesn't go every day. A periodic guidance suffices, followed by occasional checks. Su Zhiqing suddenly realized. He recalled leaving the training grounds, sensing that the disciples had regarded him with peculiar glances. Hadn't he mentioned anything about when to check their martial skills? Thank you. He expressed his gratitude and swiftly turned to leave. He had spent the entire morning at the sect, wondering if Long Mei would be exceedingly displeased. He hoped she wouldn't ignore him. Chapter 48. A New Mission. The aspirations of the little dragon girl, as the saying goes, once is a lesson learned. Su Zhiqing, undertaking the role of the chief disciple for the first time, found himself consumed by the task of merely guiding the disciples in their training, which devoured an inordinate amount of his time. By the time he completed his duties, the afternoon had swiftly slipped away. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Su Zhiqing noticed the absence of his junior sister. He made his way to the tranquil courtyard, where he discovered Yang Wu deeply engrossed in his studies. Choosing not to disturb him, Su Zhiqing glanced at the time and hastened towards the ancient tomb on the back mountain. Upon arrival at the ancient tomb, he beheld two figures practicing outside, one large and one small. Little dragon girl, junior sister. Su Zhiqing's face brightened at the sight of them. Senior brother. Cheng Jiayao paused at the sound of his voice, while the petite figure beside her, the little dragon girl, let out a soft huff and turned to retreat into the tomb. Dragon sister. Cheng Jiayao seized the little dragon girl's arm. Did I not tell you that senior brother would come once he finished? Hearing his junior sister's words, Su Zhiqing's mind raced. Realizing why she had not remained in the courtyard, it appeared she had come here early and had likely spoken a great deal on his behalf. Secretly, he gave her a gesture of appreciation before hurrying to the side of the little dragon girl. He reached out to grasp her hand, only for her to evade his touch. Su Zhiqing was not one to be easily deterred. He boldly reached out again, firmly taking hold of her hand. Yet, the little dragon girl averted her gaze, refusing to meet his eyes. Dragon sister, Su Zhiqing whispered, I truly was unaware that being the chief disciple entailed so many responsibilities. I was practicing my swordplay this morning when Brother Lu pulled me away. After a flurry of explanations, he added, as soon as I finished, I rushed over. Cheng Jiayao chimed in supportively. Indeed, dragon sister, I mentioned earlier that senior brother would arrive, but you would not believe me. Noticing this, Su Zhiqing quickly offered a few more soft-spoken words, which gradually melted the icy expression from the little dragon girl's face. Silly. The little dragon girl regarded Su Zhiqing's anxious demeanor, her eyes sparkling with amusement. It turned out her earlier coldness had merely been an act. Cheng Jiayao leaped aside with a mischievous grin. See, I told you senior brother would fall for it. Did he not take the bait? Su Zhiqing, momentarily taken aback by his junior sister's antics, quickly regained his composure. So, you two conspired to trick me? He playfully reached out to tickle them. How bold you are. Daring to deceive me. The little dragon girl and Cheng Jiayao both evaded his playful advances. After a round of light-hearted frolicking, during which the two pleaded for mercy, Su Zhiqing finally relented. Senior brother, who told you to be so naive? Dragon sister is not one to be so rigid. Cheng Jiayao teased, her head bobbing in playful mockery. You truly do not understand dragon sister very well. You are indeed my clever junior sister. Su Zhiqing remarked, eyeing Cheng Jiayao suspiciously. This must have been your idea. Otherwise, how could someone like dragon sister ever trick me? Cheng Jiayao giggled at his words, offering no rebuttal. Enough. Do not chastise the junior sister any further. I, too, wish to impose a slight punishment upon you. Little Dragon Maiden protects Cheng Jiayao. You too, truly are something. I rushed here in a state of great urgency after completing my tasks. Su Zhiqing pouted, clearly displeased. All right, senior brother, the junior sister has erred. Must we not forgive her? Cheng Jiayao feigned a pitiful demeanor. Spare me this act. Senior brother. Cheng Jiayao shook Su Zhiqing's arm. I promise I shall not repeat it next time. Very well, I grant you forgiveness. Su Zhiqing appeared utterly exasperated by his junior sister's antics. Cheng Jiayao chuckled gleefully. You are truly kind, senior brother. Have you too had your fill of play? Granny's son materialized seemingly out of nowhere. Perhaps she had been observing from a distance, unable to bear the sight any longer before stepping in. Granny's son interrupted the trio's frolic, casting a glance at Su Zhiqing. Today marks the memorial day of our esteemed ancestor. You should pay your respects. With that, she turned her gaze towards Little Dragon Maiden. Little Dragon Maiden resumed her previous demeanor and softly urged Su Zhiqing. Come with me to honor our ancestor. Su Zhiqing followed Little Dragon Maiden into the ancient tomb, navigating through a few turns until they arrived beneath the portrait of Lin Xiaoying. Granny's son produced incense, which she had prepared unbeknownst to them. Su Zhiqing lit it with a fire stick, solemnly offering his respects. As Little Dragon Maiden awaited Su Zhiqing's tribute to be completed, she stood before Lin Xiaoying's portrait and quietly confessed. Unfilial disciple, Little Dragon Maiden, has violated the teachings of her master and breached the tomb's ancient customs. Firstly, it contravenes the rule forbidding men from entering the tomb. Secondly, it disregards the necessity for those entering to spit in reverence before the spirit of the esteemed elder. Lastly, it transgresses the fifth precept of minimal thought, minimal desire. Su Zhiqing listened as Little Dragon Maiden softly enumerated her transgressions before the portrait of Lin Xiaoying. He approached her side, wrapping an arm around Little Dragon Maiden. Ignoring her struggles, he addressed Lin Xiaoying's likeness. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall care for Little Dragon Maiden for all eternity. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, Little Dragon Maiden nestled into his embrace, ceasing her resistance. Brother Su, can you truly fulfill this promise? Su Zhiqing gently tightened his grip on Little Dragon Maiden's hand. Do not question, trust me. Little Dragon Maiden replied with a soft affirmation, then inquired, but can you promise me one condition? What condition? Let it not burden you, Brother Su. Speak. How can I know if I am capable unless you tell me? I have transgressed many sect rules, and I carry guilt for my master's teachings. Before her passing, my master entrusted me with the wish to bring back my elder sister, despite having expelled her from the sect. I wish for you to help me find her. Upon hearing Little Dragon Maiden's request, Su Zhiqing readily agreed. I shall assist you. However, I hope that we can descend the mountain together to seek your elder sister. After he spoke, he recalled Li Macho's impending arrival at the ancient tomb to seize the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. He added, perhaps we need not even leave the mountain. We may encounter your sister here. Upon the conclusion of his words, a sudden notification resonated in Su Zhiqing's mind. A fleeting glance revealed an additional random task, the Dragon Maiden's wish, to bring the wandering Li Macho back to the ancient tomb. Mastery points, 400. Upon reading the task, a wave of satisfaction washed over Su Zhiqing. How rare it was to encounter a task of such normalcy. Even if the task were not to be completed, for the sake of the Little Dragon Maiden, it was imperative that he undertake it. Mastery points were akin to a windfall. A faint smile graced Su Zhiqing's lips. When he encounters your senior sister, I shall bind her and bring her back. The Little Dragon Maiden shook her head, saying, There's no need for such trouble. Simply slay her and bring back the body. Cheng Jiayao, who had been following Granny's son, instinctively shrank back upon hearing this. She had never realized how fearsome Sister Long could be, so nonchalantly speaking of murder. Granny's son, noticing, embraced Cheng Jiayao, remarking, the girl is merely adhering to her master's wishes. Yet, Su Zhiqing did not perceive the Little Dragon Maiden as particularly murderous. The nurturing technique of the ancient tomb sect, the Jade Maiden skill, was one of balance and moderation. The Little Dragon Maiden had practiced since childhood, embodying a state of emotional neutrality, devoid of joy or sorrow, and free from cares. It was only through the tales he had shared over the past 2 or 3 years that he had managed to touch her heartstrings. Initially, the Little Dragon Maiden had even contemplated slaying him. And now, Su Zhiqing cast his gaze downward at the Little Dragon Maiden nestled in his embrace. The current outcome was indeed largely attributable to his persuasive tongue. Chapter 49. The conditions of Zilongnu's marriage before the ancient tomb. Su Zhiqing held Zilongnu's slender hand, reluctant to release it. Even though Granny Sun's gaze was as sharp as a knife, He feigned ignorance with a thick skin. Brother Su, let go. Did we not agree earlier? Xia Longnu attempted to withdraw her hand, but Su Zhiqing's grip was too firm, and she could not pull free. What we agreed upon was that after your senior sister returns to the tomb, you would marry me. It was never stated that we could not hold hands. Su Zhiqing recalled Xia Longnu's words before the portrait of Lin Zhaoying, and he wished fervently to bring Li Macho back at once. Xia Longnu had promised him that if he could retrieve Li Macho, she would marry him. Xia Longnu, feeling a sense of helplessness, glanced at Granny's son, who rolled her eyes in response, indicating that she could not intervene. How had she not noticed this rascal's lack of decorum before? Seeing this, she gently coaxed. It is getting late. You still need to return with Sister Jiayao to your sect, right? Could we perhaps continue this tomorrow? Beside them, Cheng Jiayao observed her senior brother's tight grip on Xia Longnu's hand and murmured, "Is it really that enjoyable?" As she spoke, she reached out towards Xia Longnu's hand. Upon grasping it, she exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it's so soft, as if it has no bones. No wonder senior brother enjoys holding it so much. I had no idea it could be so delightful." Indeed, Su Zhiqing nodded in agreement, fully relating to the sensation of holding Xia Longnu's hand. Just as his junior sister had described, Xia Longnu watched the two with a shake of her head. "You too. It is time to leave. The hour is indeed late, and do you not need to assess your disciples' studies?" After much coaxing from Xia Longnu, coupled with the assurance that they could return the following day, Su Zhiqing finally relented and released her hand. However, he was displeased to see his junior sister still gripping Xia Longnu's hand tightly. "It is late. We must hurry, or master will surely reprimand us," he declared, prying his junior sister's hand away, disregarding her struggles, and with a slight exertion, he tossed her onto his back. "We're leaving," Su Zhiqing called back to Xia Longnu, and, with a playful grin at Granny's son, he strode purposefully towards the sect. Upon returning to the courtyard, the sky had darkened slightly. In the chill of late December, the days were merely shorter. Su Zhiqing noticed a figure standing in the courtyard. As he approached, he realized it was that rascal Yang Gua. "Blur." Su Zhiqing set his junior sister down and inquired, "What brings you here?" It was usually he who visited the quiet courtyard, not the other way around. "It was Grandmaster who sent me," Yang Gua replied. "She mentioned that an important meeting of the sect will take place in 7 days. And as the chief disciple of Quanzhen, you are required to attend." Su Zhiqing recalled that such a meeting occurred annually, serving as a year-end summary. He had attended once before, only to find it filled with discussions among the elders about various regional matters, which he found quite tedious, leading him to forego future attendance. The master has specifically instructed him to attend, clearly highlighting his status as the chief disciple. Su Zhiqing harbors a certain aversion to the atmosphere of such meetings, primarily because the topics discussed are largely beyond his comprehension, such as the happenings in various prefectures and cities. "All right, I understand," he acknowledged. "It's quite late today, so I shall not assess your studies. From now on, I will check your progress every 3 days. Now, you may return." After Yang Gua departed, Su Zhiqing urged his junior sister to wash up and rest, while he took up his sword to continue practicing. His training did not focus on sword techniques, but rather consisted of the simple daily task of wielding his sword. This method of practice did not enhance his proficiency points. It was merely a chore. In no time, he received a notification of proficiency points 10. Su Zhiqing glanced at the total, which amounted to 179. He concluded his practice and retired for the night. In the 7 days leading up to the meeting, Su Zhiqing did not linger around the sect. Instead, he maintained his routine of running, sword training, and practicing alongside the little dragon maiden. Previously, when the master returned, he would often guide his junior sister's training, neglecting Su Zhiqing. However, now, due to his junior sister's talent in controlling bees, she was permitted to accompany him to the ancient tomb. Fortunately, she was quite understanding and never disturbed his practice with the little dragon maiden. During this time, even when his physical vigor surged, he did not grapple with the choice between behaving like a beast or something even worse. He resolutely chose the latter. The little dragon maiden already belonged to him. After a few days of playful indulgence, he felt justified in engaging in proper actions. Why continue to act like a beast? Only he knew the hardships involved. Thankfully, by persevering and diligently training, he reaped commendable rewards. His other martial arts, however, were neglected, and their proficiency level stagnated. The practice of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra alongside the Little Dragon Maiden progressed rapidly, advancing from the beginner stage, 110, to the proficient level, 12100. Currently, it continued to elevate swiftly. Both the Jade Maiden Sword Technique and the Jade Maiden Pure Heart Sword Technique also broke through, successfully reaching proficient status, 11100. After reviewing his martial arts improvements, Su Zhiqing checked his accumulated proficiency points. After 7 days, he had amassed 249 points. At this rate of accumulation, he estimated that in 2 months, he would reach a total of 1,000, and by spring of next year, he believed he would have enough. Before the sun set, Zhiqing donned his attire and stepped out of the ancient tomb. He observed his junior sister nearby, skillfully manipulating the jade bees as they transformed into various postures. Despite having witnessed it numerous times, he remained profoundly awed, especially after learning of Cheng Jiao's talent. Granny's son and the little dragon maiden had significantly expanded the jade bee colony, planting numerous flowers around the ancient tomb. The current number of jade bees was no less than 3,000 to 5,000. "Brother, have you finished?" Cheng Jiao inquired, glancing at the setting sun with curiosity. "Why is it so early today?" Typically, he would emerge as the sun was nearly set or when twilight began to envelop the surroundings. "Of course, I wish to return and see the master. Since he is participating in the meeting tomorrow, he certainly needs to consult his master." "Oh, I almost forgot about tomorrow," Cheng Jiao remarked, pouting her lips to produce a faint sound. Every time Zhiqing heard that sound, he felt it carried a unique charm. Accompanying his junior sister's sound was an unsettling buzzing that filled the air. Countless jade bees, under her command, returned to their hive. After completing this task, Cheng Jiao naturally linked her arm with her senior brothers. "All right, let us head back." Upon returning to the sect, Zhiqing went to the tranquil courtyard to meet his master. This time, Sun Buer did not tease him but instead, with a solemn expression, informed him that there were important matters to discuss at tomorrow's meeting. At that time, he only needed to stand behind her and listen. If the sect leader or the other elders asked him to speak, he would do so. Otherwise, he need not utter a word. Chapter 50. The situation beyond Quanzhen. Upon rising in the morning, Zhiqing completed his daily tasks, accumulating a total of 259 proficiency points. Beside him, Cheng Jiao watched her senior brother sheath his sword and murmured, "Senior brother, you swing your sword mindlessly every day. What purpose does it serve?" While she could understand his practice of sword techniques, it seemed to her that he was merely wielding the sword for its own sake. Was there any value in that? "You are still young. It is only natural that you do not comprehend." Zhiqing responded calmly to his junior sister's complaints. He could hardly divulge that his actions were simply in pursuit of fulfilling a task. "You're evading me again," Cheng Jiao retorted, rising from her seat. "Come on. Let's hurry to breakfast. Afterward, I must visit Sister Long." Zhiqing pursed his lips, uncertain if he would be able to accompany her today. Understood. The two exited together toward the dining hall. After breakfast, Cheng Jiao cheerfully waved goodbye to Zhiqing. "Senior brother, you must attend a meeting with Master today. So you cannot visit the ancient tomb. Sister Long belongs to me." "You little rascal." Zhiqing barely had time to finish his thought before his junior sister dashed away. He sighed, realizing he would not be able to cultivate alongside the young dragon maiden today. Shaking his head, he made his way to the tranquil courtyard. In the tranquil courtyard, Yang Guo was diligently practicing his sword techniques. Zhiqing observed for a while, nodding slightly in approval. Originally, it was he who was meant to teach Yang Guo, but perhaps due to Su's frequent absences, Master had opted to impart the sword techniques to Yang Guo instead. It appeared that Yang Guo was progressing well. Zhiqing had recognized his remarkable martial arts talent from the start, deeming him worthy of cultivation. If Yang Guo continued his relentless practice, he would likely master the fundamentals of Quanzhen Swordplay in due time. As he was engrossed in contemplation, Sun Buer emerged from a nearby room. "Ah, you have arrived," she said softly upon noticing Zhiqing observing Yang Guo's training. "Your disciple possesses quite a commendable talent." Zhiqing chuckled. "Master, your disciple is quite exceptional as well." "You rascal." Sun Buer paused, then quickly grasped the playful banter. Shaking her head with a smile, she said, "Enough of your jesting. Come along with me." Zhiqing nodded, reminding Yang Guo to practice diligently before following his master out. "I once brought you to a meeting, but back then, you lacked the focus to pay attention. That cannot be the case moving forward." Sun Buer instructed as they walked. Although the Quanzhen sect appeared united, competition existed within the inner circle. However, the camaraderie among the 7 Quanzhen disciples was relatively amicable, preventing the severe power struggles seen in other sections. Sun Buer understood that Zhiqing's rise to the position of chief disciple stemmed from his exceptional martial arts talent. Otherwise, the other senior brothers would not have permitted him to ascend, as they harbored aspirations for their own disciples. Even though they had elevated Zhiqing, their intentions were to secure their own disciples' futures, for those with glaring shortcomings could never hope to become the sect leader. "Master, I am aware," Zhiqing replied earnestly. In truth, there was little of significance discussed during the meeting. It was merely a matter of listening. Generally, It consisted of disciples returning from the outside to report certain matters. Sun Bu'er reiterated yesterday's words, imparting additional counsel to Su Zhiqing. Su Zhiqing nodded earnestly, holding his master's words in high regard. Before long, they arrived at the Quanzhen Hall. Elder Brother Zhang, Brother Qiu, Brother Wang. Sun Bu'er acknowledged a few individuals, while Su Zhiqing closely followed his master, also paying his respects. Sister, please take your seat. We shall commence once junior brother Hao arrives. Sun Bu'er proceeded to his designated place. Noticing this, Su Zhiqing positioned himself behind his master, his gaze sweeping across the hall. Aside from Master Hao, who was absent, the other elders were seated in their respective places. Behind several elders sat a number of unfamiliar disciples. Sun Bu'er seemed to perceive his apprentice's gaze. She whispered, "Those individuals are your brothers. They have long been engaged in the world outside, partaking in the assassination of Mongolian generals. Since our sect's inception, our primary mission has been to safeguard the people. Some of your brothers have been actively confronting those adversaries." Upon hearing his master's words, Su Zhiqing's expression grew slightly solemn. The Quanzhen sect was positioned on what was once the territory of the Song Dynasty, which had been annihilated by the Mongolians, leading to the loss of its lands. However, the Mongolians did not dispatch any troops to govern. Instead, they utilized surrendering Jin generals for administration. The Quanzhen sect wielded considerable influence, possessing numerous disciples, all of whom were highly skilled in martial arts. The relationships formed within the martial world predominantly consisted of renowned figures, and the government dared not intervene. In the northern regions, the reputation of the Quanzhen sect even surpassed that of the authorities. As Su Zhiqing pondered these matters, he observed Master Hao entering the hall with several disciples. After bowing in acknowledgement to the headmaster, he took a seat at his designated position. Perhaps sensing Su Zhiqing's gaze, he nodded in acknowledgement. With the arrival of Hao Datong, the upper echelon of the Quanzhen sect was now complete. Seated at the head of the hall, Ma Yu surveyed the assembly and spoke in a hushed tone. Today's meeting primarily concerns matters related to the Mongolians. Recently, several of our disciples have inexplicably encountered numerous assassination attempts, resulting in significant casualties. This situation appears to be linked to the previous assault by the Mongolians. After Ma Yu finished speaking, he turned his gaze toward Qiu Chuji. Brother Qiu, you are more familiar with the specifics. Please elaborate. In response, Qiu Chuji rose to his feet. Since the fall of the Jin dynasty, the Mongolians have returned to regroup their forces, shifting their focus southward. Our disciples, adhering to their responsibilities, have engaged in the assassination of Mongolian generals on multiple occasions, achieving notable success. However, due to their concentration in the south, the Mongolians have underestimated us. According to our investigations, it seems that they have heightened their defensive measures in our region. Consequently, during an ambush we organized last year without prior knowledge, we fell into a trap laid by the Mongolians, suffering considerable losses. In response, I promptly dispatched a contingent of disciples down the mountain to gather intelligence, and we have obtained reliable information. Qiu Chuji paused for a moment and remarked, "The one lying in ambush against our disciples is a Mongolian prince named Hodu. He is the very same who previously raised his banner in an attempt to court the little dragon maiden." Su Zhiqing listened intently, noting that his master had cast a sidelong glance at him, clearly aware of his entanglement with the little dragon maiden. However, Qiu Chuji did not linger on this matter, but rather spoke with conviction. "Therefore, I intend to devise a plan to eliminate that Mongolian prince after the new year." Upon hearing Qiu Chuji's declaration, the crowd's expressions tightened. Yet there was no sense of panic or anxiety. For decades, they had dispatched countless leaders, and the casualties among their disciples were beyond reckoning. They had faced ambushes in the past. All that was required was to turn the tables and eliminate the adversary. Once Qiu Chuji took his seat, Wang Chuyi and others began to voice their thoughts. It was said that the young Mongolian prince Hodu was the third disciple of a formidable master from Mongolia. This master was, in fact, an unparalleled expert in his own right. Killing Hodu would pose no issue. The greater concern lay in the powerful figure behind him. Thus, it was essential for us to investigate the identity of Hodu's mentor. Standing behind Sun Bu'er, Su Zhiqing felt a subtle shift in his demeanor upon hearing the remarks of several masters. The Mongolian expert, Hodu's master, was none other than the renowned King Wheel, known for his mastery of the Golden Wheel technique. Chapter 51. A new task approaches within the palace. After a thorough discussion among Wang Chuyi and others, they ultimately resolved to conduct an investigation. They agreed to ascertain the identity of the individual behind Hodu before deliberating on their course of action. Su Zhiqing, observing the conclusion of his master's discussion, leaned in and whispered to his mentor, "I have heard of a formidable master from Mongolia. I wonder if he is the one you are referring to?" Sun Bu'er cast a surprised glance at Su Zhiqing and gently shook her head. You, who have remained within the confines of the sect, may have heard of a Mongolian master, but it is likely not the one mentioned by your esteemed uncles. Su Zhiqing was momentarily taken aback by her words, yet he recognized the truth in his master's reasoning. Having never ventured beyond the sect, how could he have credible knowledge of renowned masters? He was about to voice his thoughts again when he noticed his mentor attentively listening to the discussions of the masters. With a wry smile, he shook his head and refrained from further comment, as he had come primarily to listen. After confirming their investigative approach, he absorbed the prevailing sentiments of the masters' discussions concerning the larger situation and the conditions in various regions, as well as the local powers at play. Though not geographically challenged, Su Zhiqing found himself unfamiliar with the intricacies of this dynasty's locales, especially as the masters spoke of various provinces and cities, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, he grasped the overarching situation. Mongolia harbored intentions to attack the Song Dynasty, with troops positioned in the south, likely near Xianyang. This region was a strategic battleground. Capturing Xianyang would bring the annihilation of the southern Song Dynasty within reach. In other regions, local powers and various martial factions engaged in guerrilla tactics, either harassing or ambushing the Mongolian soldiers. This was the fundamental state of affairs. The Quanzhen sect stood as the most formidable local force, even surpassing the authority of the government. The common folk recognized Quanzhen over the official powers. Aside from their sect, the most frequently mentioned group by the masters was the Beggars sect. Su Zhiqing was aware of the extensive number of disciples within the Beggars sect, though the specifics of their multitude eluded him. The Quanzhen sect conference persisted throughout the morning, during which Su Zhiqing listened as the masters outlined their plans for the coming year. The first priority was to uncover the identity of the master behind Huadu. Secondly, upon gathering sufficient intelligence, they aimed to eliminate Huadu and his faction. Thirdly, they sought to establish close ties with various factions, coordinating efforts to resist external threats. This was their external strategy. Internally, they emphasized the need for disciples to refine their skills. While the external strategy appeared solid, internal dynamics remained unchanged, characterized by minor rivalries among the disciples and larger competitions. As the meeting concluded, the headmaster, Ma Yu, rose to depart, followed by Qiu Chujian and others engaged in discussion as they exited. Su Zhiqing coincidentally exited alongside his mentor when a notification echoed in his mind. He cast a glance at the prompt and realized, to his astonishment, that a new random task had appeared. Previously, such notifications had been scarce, yet now they seemed to arrive incessantly. Task 4. Eliminate Huadu. Proficiency reward, 300. The demise of senior brother Huadu at the hands of Quanzhen disciple Su Zhiqing had provoked the ire of his master, who resolved to plot against Quanzhen in retaliation. He commanded Huadu to lead a select group of Mongolian experts to ambush and assassinate the Quanzhen disciples under their Mongolian generals. After reviewing the mission, Su Zhiqing's brows furrowed deeply. So, this time, the casualties among the disciples were largely instigated by him? He shook off the thought, realizing he should have acted decisively to detain that group last time, inciting the National Master's wrath. He glanced at the proficiency reward for the task, which was a mere 300. Was Huadu's life only worth 300? He could not fathom how random missions were evaluated for rewards. Surely, eliminating Huadu should be more challenging than dealing with Limacho? The allocation of proficiency points seemed rather arbitrary. As he pondered, how Datong approached and patted him on the shoulder. Young Su, what are you thinking about? Su Zhiqing snapped back to reality and, upon seeing his master, felt a stir in his heart. Hadn't senior brother Gua visited 6 months ago? He recalled hearing about a formidable expert in Mongolia, seemingly the national master, who excelled in wielding the golden wheel and practiced a technique known as the dragon elephant skill. The jovial expression on how Datong's face turned serious upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words. Are you certain? I'm not entirely sure, but since we are investigating this direction, we can certainly look into it as I suggested. You make a valid point. How Datong patted Su Zhiqing's shoulder again with conviction. I will seek out your master Qiu and inform him of this matter. As Su Zhiqing watched how Datong depart, he silently apologized to Guojing. If he were to speak of it himself, his credibility would be minimal. However, if Guojing mentioned it, it would surely capture the elder's attention. Su Zhiqing did not believe that circumstances were immutable. After joining the Quanzhen sect, he had unwittingly altered many events with a mere flutter of his wings. He understood that only matters pertaining to him would likely escalate. Those unrelated would remain unaffected. With how Datong gone, Su Zhiqing recalled his master's vexed expression. Clearly, the words he relayed to Master Qiu had reached his master's ears. Why didn't you mention you heard it from Jinger? I simply forgot at the moment. Su Zhiqing did not shift the blame onto his master. In truth, he had not thought of a justification at the time. Yet, even if the elders were aware, the investigation must proceed diligently. Only then did Sun Bu'er's expression soften somewhat. Next time, think carefully before you speak. I am not angry with you. Rather, I fear that by preventing you from sharing, it may cause Master Chiu to expend even more time on the investigation. I understand. Very well, you may go eat now. I must find your Master Zhang. Su Zhiqing nodded. I take my leave. He did not head to the sect's dining hall, but instead made his way directly to the back mountain. If he were to dine, it would be with Xiaolong. After filling himself in the dining hall, what would be left to savor with Xiaolong? With the aid of lightness skills, Su Zhiqing swiftly arrived at the back mountain. From a distance, he could see wisps of green smoke rising from the mountain. It should be Little Dragon Girl and her junior sisters who were preparing the meal. After Su Zhiqing arrived, he entered the smoky courtyard. He did not see Little Dragon Girl or her junior sisters, only the bustling figure of Grandma. Grandma! Su Zhiqing called out. Upon noticing his arrival, Grandma exclaimed in surprise, You, the esteemed chief disciple, have come so swiftly? Oh, Grandma, you flatter me. The chief disciple is still just a disciple, and I couldn't even interject while inside. As Su Zhiqing spoke, he set his sword aside and rolled up his sleeves. Allow me to assist you. Grandma did not direct him away, but rather made some space for him. She understood that this young man was unlike others, particularly in the unconventional thoughts that occupied his mind. Unlike those stinky Taoist priests, or even the other disciples who adhered to rigid conventions. He seemed to have been born outside the confines of such limitations. Su Zhiqing was unaware of Grandma's musings. He observed the ingredients she had prepared, a modest amount of vegetables and some wild mushrooms. In the water vat, there was also a fish. He swiftly scooped up the fish and declared, Grandma, let me take care of the fish. Chapter 52. In turbulent times. It is better to rise with the tide. Su Zhiqing assisted his grandmother, and before long, a pot of fragrant wild mushroom fish soup was ready. How delightful! What have you prepared, Grandma? Cheng Jiayao exclaimed as she entered, pushing him out with her hand on her forehead. It's not finished yet. Making such a fuss. You've lost all decorum. Su Zhiqing retorted, turning back into the house. Why are you back so soon? Cheng Jiayao pouted in dissatisfaction, but obediently refrained from entering. Little Dragon Girl approached, and upon seeing Cheng Jiao's expression, she inferred that Su Zhiqing had likely arrived. Sister Long, has my senior brother bullied me again? He knocked my forehead. It hurts so much. Cheng Jiao complained to Little Dragon Girl. Before Little Dragon Girl could respond, they were interrupted by Su Zhiqing's irritated voice. You little girl, when did I ever knock your forehead? I merely sent you out to prevent the kitchen aroma from clinging to you. Come here. Let me smoke you a little. You must absorb the flavor. Seeing her senior brother approach, Cheng Jiao quickly hid behind Little Dragon Girl. Why are you back out so soon? Needless to say, I went in to serve the dishes. He held 2 plates in his hands. Su Zhiqing did not genuinely approach his junior sister. He merely intended to frighten her a little. He headed for the dining table to set down the dishes. In the kitchen, Grandma's son, hearing their playful banter, called out, Wash your hands. It's time for dinner. When Grandma brought the fish soup, the 4 of them gathered around the table like a family. Grandma's son felt a wave of sentiment wash over her. What a wonderful life this is. Having spent a lifetime in the ancient tomb, she never imagined she would witness such a lively scene. As she grew older, her concern for the young lady deepened. The girl, whom she had cared for since childhood, was aging gracefully, but it was a pity that she was still so young, not deserving of such a fate. Sometimes, she wished that the girl could follow in her senior sister's footsteps and leave the sect. Lost in thought, Grandma's son gazed at Su Zhiqing. She felt a sense of satisfaction with this unconventional young man, who knew how to make girls smile and possessed profound martial skills. His appearance was also commendable. He was a perfect match for her granddaughter. As Su Zhiqing enjoyed the fish, he noticed Grandma lost in contemplation. He picked a boneless piece of fish and offered it to her. Eat. Why are you in a daze? You rascal. Grandma chuckled, thinking to herself how wonderful it would be if they could live like this forever. She sincerely hoped so. As long as she could be with her senior brother, Little Dragon Girl, and Grandma, she would be content with anything. Cheng Jiao didn't know how long forever was. She only knew she was very happy. Su Zhiqing listened to Grandma's son and his junior sister's words, turning his gaze to Little Dragon Girl, who looked back at him. Su Zhiqing moved his lips. I too cherish such days. Little Dragon Girl felt the warmth of his sincerity and slightly lowered her head, her heart racing wildly. I also like it. Upon seeing this, Grandma's son smiled with satisfaction. She served more dishes to Cheng Jiao. Come, little girl, eat more. Only by eating more can you grow taller. Grandma's son believed that Cheng Jiao's short stature was undoubtedly due to her vegetarian diet at Quanzhen. Cheng Jiao pouted. Grandma, I can grow taller. I can grow taller indeed. Su Zhiqing also added food for his junior sister. Even the little dragon maiden served her more. That's enough. I can't finish it all. Cheng Jiao dared not let the three of them serve her more. She guarded her bowl protectively. Su Zhiqing, seeing this, chuckled with delight. After the meal, Cheng Jiao stayed behind to help Grandma Sun with the dishes, while Su Zhiqing and the little dragon maiden went out for a stroll. He greatly cherished the simplicity and happiness of their daily meals, relishing such tranquil days. His fondness for this lifestyle, however, did not deter his ambition to master martial arts to perfection. Although everything seemed well at present, the external situation was unpredictable. Such peaceful days could not last indefinitely. Su Zhiqing and the little dragon maiden wandered nearby, and he recalled the discussions among his elders about the external circumstances, prompting a sudden reflection. If only life could be like this every day? The little dragon maiden looked at him in astonishment. Why can't it be every day? Su Zhiqing noticed the slight tension in her expression and grasped her hand reassuringly. Do not let your thoughts stray. You have spent so much time in the ancient tomb, unaware of the shifting tides outside. Currently, the southern Song is weak, while the Mongols are powerful. We are caught between the two. Therefore, how could these tranquil days persist? Hearing Su Zhiqing's words, the little dragon maiden felt a sense of relief. It was not as she had feared, that Su Zhiqing wished to leave her. What do they have to do with us? We are here, not going out. Su Zhiqing chuckled softly. If only it were as simple as you think. The Quanzhen sect wields significant power and has long been at the forefront of resisting the Mongols. Having killed so many Mongols, they will inevitably face retribution in the future. The little dragon maiden sensed Su Zhiqing's concern and rested her head on his shoulder. I do not know about the external situation. No matter where you go in the future, just take me along. Su Zhiqing, hearing her words, embraced her tightly. If something unfortunate were to happen in the future and we found ourselves powerless, we could simply find a place to hide. That is the only boundary for him. Guojing fights for the country and the people, but he does not dare to compare himself to such a figure. He would not pledge loyalty to the Southern Song either. With such thoughts, he would likely be viewed as a rebel in the Southern Song. He practices martial arts with his sword, and even if it meant killing, he would only target those he despises. Su Zhiqing does not wish to be selfish, but he understands the limits of one's capability and acts accordingly. He possesses a clear self-awareness. Su Zhiqing inhaled the fragrant scent of the little dragon maiden. He chuckled softly. Perhaps such a day may never come. Just the thought of the chaotic world makes him long to hide away with the little dragon maiden, avoiding all worldly matters. Yet, upon reflection, he felt a profound sense of resentment. Why must one always hide? The Mongolian power looms large, and it is evident to the astute that without reform, the southern Song Dynasty will inevitably falter. Could Su Zhiqing truly believe that Guojing was oblivious to this? Even if Guojing were unaware, could Huang Rong possibly remain in the dark? In a world brimming with extraordinary talents, could they all be blind to the impending reality? They likely recognized it, but chose to turn a blind eye. To them, death seemed the worst that could happen. Su Zhiqing had always thought himself distinct from those around him, for he grasped the ultimate outcome of the prevailing circumstances. Upon further contemplation, he suspected that others might also be aware. Yet, he yearned to wield his own influence to effect a change. What if he succeeded? The mere thought brought a smile to his face. Perhaps the others were indeed ignorant, mere blind men, and he was overthinking things. The little dragon girl lifted her gaze to Su Zhiqing, who had suddenly burst into laughter, her eyes reflecting confusion. What are you laughing at? Dragon sister, if a person knows he is destined to die soon, what should he do in the days that follow? Upon hearing this, the little dragon girl tilted her head in contemplation. I don't know what he should do, but I will do what I must. When that day arrives, I will simply lie in the coffin first. People are destined to die. It is merely a matter of whether it comes sooner or later. Su Zhiqing chuckled in response. He realized how foolish he was. In the eyes of Dragon's sister, death seemed trivial. Upon reflection, perhaps it truly was not such a significant matter after all. Chapter 53. Little Dragon Girl, you are playing with fire. Su Zhiqing sat beneath a tree, embracing Little Dragon Girl as they engaged in conversation, when a buzzing sound resonated above them. He glanced up to discover a few jade bees swirling overhead. Before he could comprehend the situation, the jade bees flitted away. Su Zhiqing found himself perplexed. It seemed as though the bees had come specifically for him. Don't look. It's junior sister Jiao. Little Dragon Girl, noticing Su Zhiqing's curiosity, explained, Junior sister Jiao possesses an extraordinary talent for controlling jade bees. She can effortlessly command them to locate our whereabouts. As soon as Little Dragon Girl's words fell, Cheng Jiao appeared, chasing after the jade bees. Su Zhiqing was once again astounded by his junior sister's remarkable ability. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If this talent could be harnessed for reconnaissance, who would ever suspect? Senior brother, dragon sister. Cheng Jiao called out, waving as she approached. Despite having heard little dragon girl's explanation, Su Zhiqing could not resist asking, Junior sister, can you really command these jade bees to find someone? Of course, Cheng Jiao replied, a hint of pride in her voice. I only discovered this recently. I'm quite impressive, aren't I? And what is the maximum distance you can control these jade bees? Su Zhiqing inquired further. Maximum distance? I haven't tested that yet, Cheng Jiao blinked. But it's certainly no problem from here to that house. She gestured towards a nearby dwelling. Su Zhiqing calculated silently, estimating it to be around 3 miles. After doing the math, he sincerely exclaimed, Junior sister, you truly are remarkable. Unfortunately, this ability to control jade bees relies entirely on innate talent. Others cannot learn it at all. Even with the system I possess, I am unable to master it. If only all the Quanzhen disciples could acquire such a skill, it would be invaluable for reconnaissance or combat. These jade bees are venomous. For an ordinary person, a sting would likely be fatal. Only martial arts experts could endure it. And without an antidote, their lives would be severely compromised. Practiced diligently, it may prove to be immensely useful in the future. After encouraging his junior sister, Su Zhiqing helped little dragon girl to her feet. Let us return to our training. You should cultivate more jade bees. Aim for at least 10,000. Su Zhiqing envisioned the swarm of jade bees descending. Even someone as formidable as Guijing would likely feel apprehensive. After all, even a supreme master like Guijing was still mortal. A sting would affect him just the same. However, Cheng Jiao's demeanor shifted as she responded. I cannot control that many. My emitted sound lacks sufficient strength. 4,000 is my absolute limit. Su Zhiqing gently patted his junior sister's head. You are still young. As you grow, perhaps you will be able to do it. He realized that even encountering someone capable of commanding 4,000 jade bees would be a daunting challenge for him. All right, I will work hard, Cheng Jiao declared. Her spirit rekindled, which brought Su Zhiqing satisfaction. Let us go. He took little dragon girl's hand, with the spirited junior sister following closely behind. Upon returning to the ancient tomb, Cheng Jiao eagerly dashed toward the jade bee nest without waiting for Su Zhiqing to urge her. As Xiaolongnu observed Cheng Jiao hastily departing, she suddenly spoke. I wish to impart the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra to Jiao. Su Zhiqing turned to look at Xiaolongnu. Isn't there a rule in your sect? He had never been one to adhere rigidly to rules, such as the prohibition against passing down martial arts secrets. He would disregard such regulations for those he held dear, sharing knowledge when it felt appropriate. For instance, he had taught the Quanzhen sword technique to Xiaolongnu. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaolongnu replied, Jiao is not a stranger. How can she practice alone? Aren't you here? Su Zhiqing had more to say, but then he noticed Xiaolongnu stepping into the stone chamber. Clarify this. Upon entering the chamber, he was taken aback to see Xiaolongnu unfastening her garments. Instinctively, he widened his eyes. Xiaolongnu, catching sight of him, teased, if you want to look. Turn away quickly. Why should I turn away? Su Zhiqing boldly retorted, fully embracing his audacity. Xiaolongnu paused momentarily but continued her movements, gradually shedding her attire until she was left in a diaphanous bellyband. The flickering orange candlelight cast a captivating glow upon her, enhancing her allure. Although her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she steadfastly maintained her gaze on Su Zhiqing. Is it beautiful? Indeed. Su Zhiqing inhaled deeply, yearning to approach her. Yet, Xiaolongnu retreated a step, hidden behind the veil. I will only allow you a fleeting glance. Not yet. Su Zhiqing felt a pang of helplessness. He wished to express that it would have been better had she not shown him at all. Was it not more tormenting to have seen? Brother Su. Why are you still standing there? Practice. Oh, right. As the afternoon wore on, Su Zhiqing's wandering thoughts nearly led Xiaolongnu to lose herself in her practice. Fortunately, he managed to rein in his distractions just in time to avert disaster. Truly, I should have focused on my training instead of that fleeting glimpse, he lamented. After donning his attire, Su Zhiqing stepped outside for fresh air, but not before issuing a warning to Xiaolongnu. Next time, do not toy with fire. Xiaolongnu replied softly. I trust in your character, Brother Su. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing nearly choked on his words, wishing to caution her against such trust. Ultimately, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. It is not permitted again, he reiterated firmly as he donned his clothes and exited. Watching him leave, Xiaolongnu's face broke into a subtle smile. He truly resembles a fool, she mused, proceeding to dress herself piece by piece. Upon exiting the ancient tomb, Su Zhiqing was met by a swarm of jade bees approaching him. Sister, he called out, unperturbed, albeit resigned. Upon his call, the bees turned and departed. Cheng Jiayao emerged with a smile, but upon seeing her senior brother's demeanor, she inquired with suspicion, "Brother, you haven't fallen into madness during your training, have you?" "Of course not. How can you be so agitated?" Upon hearing his junior sister's words, Su Zhiqing's mind wandered to the image of the little dragon girl shedding her garments. A surge of vitality stirred within him. "Brother, you truly are not succumbing to madness, are you?" Cheng Jiayao expressed her concern. "No, it's merely that I, your elder brother, am still too youthful." Su Zhiqing replied hastily, casting a glance at the sky. "Let us return. We shall come back tomorrow." With that, he hoisted Cheng Jiayao onto his back. "Onward, dear elder," he called to the matron before turning to face the biting cold wind. In the 12th lunar month, the days may be fair, yet as the sun descends, the temperature plummets instantly, and the frigid breeze cuts across the face like a blade. Despite the tumult within him, Su Zhiqing felt no chill. Upon returning to the courtyard, he set about preparing warm water for his junior sister. After filling the tub, he assisted in pouring the water. A warm bath before slumber, he advised, then stepped outside to practice his martial arts in the courtyard. As his heart gradually calmed, he could not help but ponder the path ahead in these tumultuous times. Chapter 54. What skill compels you to practice daily indoors in the chill of the 12th lunar month, as the year draws to a close? The disciples of the Quanzhen sect have largely ceased their outdoor activities, returning to their sect one by one. Upon learning of the new chief disciple, curiosity piqued among the returning members, who inquired about the identity of this individual. Their astonishment was palpable when they discovered it was Su Zhiqing. Some, having been away from the sect for an extended period, were entirely unaware of such a prominent figure. When they learned that Su Zhiqing was merely 18 years of age, the astonishment escalated. Why was the chief disciple not Zhao Zhiqing? Even if not him, then surely Brother Zhen could have filled that role. When informed that Su Zhiqing had bested both Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Zhibing during their previous encounters, silence enveloped the group. A mere 18 years of age, yet possessing such formidable skills. What might he achieve in a few more years? Reflecting on their own martial abilities, which paled in comparison to those of Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Zhibing, they dared not utter another word of dissent. Nonetheless, they were eager to meet this Su Shidi, curious to witness his demeanor for themselves. Meanwhile, Su Zhiqing was diligently practicing martial arts with Zilong Nu within the confines of the ancient tomb. Ever since he had been stirred by the heart monkey incident, thoughts of Li Macho had lingered in his mind. With his current martial prowess, he wondered if he could contend with her. Li Macho had roamed the martial world for many years, undoubtedly possessing profound skills. Weighing their respective abilities, he concluded that he could at best match her strength. Coming to this realization, Su Zhiqing gradually quelled his ambitions and focused earnestly on his practice with Zilong Nu. As time swiftly passed, the month of March arrived. Several disciples of the Quanzhen sect received their assignments and departed from the mountain gate. They lamented that they had not seen their junior disciple in recent months. Those who had encountered Su Zhiqing spread tales of him, describing him as a celestial being, not of this earthly realm. Thus, the departing disciples felt an even deeper sense of regret. At this moment, the object of their thoughts was preoccupied with nurturing flowers and plants alongside his junior sister within the ancient tomb. It was indeed a splendid season for planting. Su Zhiqing was particularly attentive to his sister's talents, feeling that the jade bees were somewhat defying the laws of nature. Despite the bitter cold of winter, they thrived outside, which perplexed him. He cultivated a patch of land on the back mountain, dedicating it to various flowers to foster the growth of jade bees for his sister. He anticipated that this year, she might cultivate over 10,000 bees, resulting in an abundance of honey. "Brother, what martial arts are you practicing daily with Sister Long in the ancient tomb?" Cheng Jiayao, now 15, had grown taller, likely surpassing 1.50 meters, thanks to a nutritious diet over the past year. Certain aspects of her development had also become noticeably more pronounced. To Su Zhiqing, however, she still appeared as a child. Listening to his sister's inquiry, he responded without much thought, "I am practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra of your Sister Long's sect." Training with Zilong Nu was not without its challenges, but it was also quite rewarding. He contemplated opening his interface. Player, Su Zhiqing age, 19 martial arts proficiency, first class internal skills, master of complete truth heart method, 130,10,000, master of 9 scriptures excerpt, 93,10,000. Proficient in Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, 11,1000, fist technique. Proficient in complete truth fist technique, 17,1000, palm technique. Skilled in heavenly net formation, 9,100, sword technique. Master of complete truth sword technique, 107,10,000. Proficient in Jade Maiden sword technique, 11,1000. Proficient in Jade Maiden Pure Heart Sword Technique, 11 1000, Lightness Skill. Proficient in Golden Goose Skill, 79 1000. Skilled in Sparrow Catching Skill, 17 100, Daily Tasks. Completed 1000 Sword Swings Random Tasks. 1. Chongyang's Last Wish, in progress. 2. Chaoying's Last Wish, in progress. 3. Little Dragon Girl's Aspiration, in progress. 4. Eliminate Huadu, in progress. Proficiency points. 1229, he cast a glance at the densely packed interface, his gaze lingering on the proficiency points. The accumulation of daily tasks had once again pushed his proficiency points beyond 1000. Aside from these daily tasks, he occasionally practiced other martial arts. However, due to the limited time devoted to practice, the proficiency in the other skills had not seen significant improvement. In contrast, his training of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra with the Little Dragon Girl had progressed remarkably. Within a mere 3 months, he had advanced from entry-level to proficiency. He pondered whether further practice of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra would require additional conditions after mastering it. Recently, he sensed that the progress of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra during practice with the Little Dragon Girl had slowed compared to before. Closing the interface, he noticed his junior sister biting her lip, her gaze unfocused, evidently lost in thought. What could she be contemplating? Why do you ask me such a question? You never showed concern before. As he mused, he planted some seeds, the type of which he could not recall. Ah, no. It's just that Master inquired if you've been diligently practicing here. Zhiqing halted his actions. Master asked me, what did you tell Master? I spoke the truth. The truth? Indeed. I mentioned that ever since you arrived in the morning, you've been practicing with Sister Long in a room, only emerging for meals. How diligent you are. Listening to his junior sister's words, Zhiqing's lips twitched. Such a statement could easily lead to misunderstandings, he thought. Catching a glimpse of the mischievous glint in his junior sister's eyes, realizing he had been playfully tricked once again. You little rascal, you fooled me again. Hee. I was just joking. Who knew you would take it seriously? Cheng Jiao giggled, then abruptly asked, Brother, why did you fall for it? Are you and Sister Long not practicing in there? She scrutinized her elder brother with suspicion. Brother, you're not hiding something from me, are you? What nonsense. What could I possibly conceal from you? Are you certain? Cheng Jiao fixed her gaze intently on him. Then why is it that every time I inquire about how you and Sister Long practice in the stone chamber, she always stammers and says I should ask you? Zhiqing gazed at his inquisitive junior sister, feeling a twinge of guilt as he offered a hasty diversion. Your Sister Long must have some rules, right? What we practice is merely ordinary martial arts, nothing extraordinary. Is that so? Cheng Jiao regarded Zhiqing with a skeptical expression, then declared with a hint of pride. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me, for Sister Long has assured me that she will impart this martial arts to me, claiming it is for you to practice alongside me. What is the matter, senior brother? Why do you have that expression? Cheng Jiao mimicked her brother's look, but then her demeanor shifted to one of discontent. I understand now. You simply do not wish to practice with me. With that, she stormed off in a huff. Sister, Zhiqing called out, but he soon realized she had vanished without a trace. Sighing, he put away the seeds and set off in search of her. Before long, he located her in the company of Granny Sun and the Little Dragon Girl. At that moment, his junior sister was lamenting her grievances to them. As Zhiqing approached, he had yet to utter a word when Granny Sun shot him an admonishing glance, taking Cheng Jiao by the hand and turning away. He turned to see the Little Dragon Girl smiling mischievously, seemingly relishing the spectacle. Anger surged within him. He fixed his gaze upon her and strode purposefully toward her. Without waiting for her to react, he reached out and drew her into his embrace. You, what do you intend? Zhiqing disregarded the Little Dragon Girl's startled exclamation, leaning down to capture her lips. Chapter 55. The first hearing of the Golden Wheel Dharma King after a considerable time. Zhiqing finally released the petite dragon girl from his embrace. He gazed at her crimson cheeks, feeling a lingering sense of reluctance. Would he dare to speak carelessly with his junior sister again? Perhaps the prolonged interaction had softened her previously serene demeanor, rendering her more susceptible to shyness. As she exhibited a newfound array of emotions, the dragon girl shot an indignant look at Zhiqing. How can you behave this way? Why shouldn't I? Zhiqing retorted, drawing her closer once more. A sudden cough interrupted them. Zhiqing turned to discover Granny Sun and his junior sister observing them intently. The dragon girl caught sight of them as well, her face flushing a deeper shade of red. Release me, she implored, pushing Zhiqing away. He complied, maintaining a semblance of decorum in the presence of Granny Sun and his junior sister. Brother, did you kiss her earlier? Questioned Cheng Jiao, her curiosity piqued. Seemingly no longer vexed, likely influenced by Granny Sun's words. Children should not ask such questions, Granny Sun chided, gently flicking Cheng Jiao's forehead. Ouch! Cheng Jiao exclaimed. Nursing her head, Granny Sun continued, you're misbehaving, and your brother is no better. While I'm away, don't bully my girl. Su Zhiqing felt no embarrassment. Granny, I did not bully her. It was purely instinctive. His cheeks had grown thick-skinned over time, unfazed by the light-hearted reprimand. Girl, come here. Granny Sun beckoned the dragon girl with a glance. Complying obediently, the dragon girl approached without hesitation, and Su Zhiqing made no move to stop her. Once the dragon girl was beside her, Granny Sun warned, young man, do not practice with my girl this afternoon. I noticed a foul Taoist approaching. He likely seeks you out. Cheng Jiao nodded in agreement. It must be Brother Lu. As her words faded, Lu Zhijia appeared in the distance, calling out, Su Shidi. Su Shidi. There's an urgent matter in the hall. Hurry back. What matter? Su Zhiqing inquired as he approached. I am not entirely sure, but it seems to concern the senior brothers who descended the mountain. Lu Zhijia replied. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing's mind immediately turned to the brothers investigating the Golden Wheel Dharma King. I understand. I shall return at once. He glanced at Granny Sun and the others. I will accompany Brother Zhijia back. He did not wait for his junior sister, but hastily departed with Lu Zhijia. On the way, Su Zhiqing questioned Lu Zhijia about the nature of the matter. Lu Zhijia shook his head in uncertainty. The elders and several senior brothers are heading to the main hall. I thought of you being here, so I hurried to fetch you. Su Zhiqing expressed his gratitude to Lu Zhijia. Utilizing their lightness of foot, they swiftly made their way back to the Quanzhen Grand Hall. Upon entering, they immediately sensed the somber atmosphere enveloping the hall. Su Zhiqing and Lu Zhijia exchanged a glance before returning to their respective positions. After a brief pause, with the return of Wang Chuyi and Hao Datong, Ma Yu solemnly spoke. This time, among the 21 disciples sent to investigate the Mongolian masters, only 3 returned after falling into an ambush. It was evident that the Mongolians had set a trap for us. This enmity must be avenged. Ma Yu continued, prompting Qiu Chuji to step forward. Although we lost over 10 disciples, we have gleaned the information we sought. Indeed, a group of Mongolian masters has arrived here, led by a figure known as the Golden Wheel Dharma King. Upon hearing this, Qiu Chuji turned to Su Zhiqing. Zhiqing, you mentioned previously that you had heard of a Mongolian master skilled in using the Golden Wheel. Could this be the same individual? Su Zhiqing, upon learning that it was the Golden Wheel Dharma King, rose to his feet. Master, if he is indeed the master of Hodu, then he is the one I spoke of. The Golden Wheel Dharma King has come here? He recalled that the Golden Wheel Dharma King made his appearance at the Hero Conference. Could it be that his vendetta against Nad Urba has led him to target our Quanzhen sect? Oh, Ma Yu and the others inquired eagerly. What do you know of him? Su Zhiqing pondered for a moment before replying. His martial prowess may not be inferior to that of Brother Guijing. However, in a direct confrontation, he likely would not surpass Guijing. Thus, the Golden Wheel Dharma King should not be able to defeat Guijing. Perhaps they might engage in a struggle together. He recalled that the Golden Wheel Dharma King had previously been defeated by Guijing, though it was partly due to having expended considerable internal energy in a prior battle with Xiaolongnu. Nevertheless, he still sided with Guijing, especially considering that the current Golden Wheel Dharma King would likely not be excessively formidable. The Dragon Elephant Prajna skill is one that grows increasingly powerful with each level attained, relying solely on the accumulation of time. Yet, it is prudent to overestimate one's enemies. Upon expressing this thought, the expressions of Ma Yu and the others darkened. Could he truly be that formidable? Su Zhiqing responded. He seems to have mastered the Dragon Elephant Prajna skill. I wonder if any of you esteemed masters have heard of this technique. With each level perfected, one gains the strength of an elephant and a dragon, potentially achieving a force of 1,000 pounds at its pinnacle. Ma Yu furrowed his brow. If his martial arts are as powerful as you describe, then we are in considerable trouble. Qiu Chuji, however, slammed his hand on the table and stood up. What is there to fear? We have the Heavenly Gang North Dipper formation. If that fellow dares to come, he shall find no way back. Wang Chuyi and the others nodded in agreement. With the Heavenly Gang North Dipper formation in place, should the Golden Wheel Dharma King approach, he would indeed find no return. The uncertainty lies in whether he will come at all. Ma Yu sighed, saying, but what if he chooses not to come? Our Quanzhen sect's reputation is well known. How could the National Master dare to approach so easily? My concern does not lie in his potential arrival, but rather in his absence. Su Zhiqing glanced at his master, acknowledging the validity of this statement. If the King of the Golden Wheel does not arrive, it would indeed pose a considerable dilemma. With the King of the Golden Wheel present, it is likely that the disciples sent forth would find little fortune. Ma Yu's statement caused the assembly to furrow their brows in contemplation. What then shall we do? After much deliberation, Su Zhiqing observed that Wang Shibo was about to speak. Since the king of the Golden Wheel is but one individual, we can disperse our disciples to other locations. He proposed, we shall also establish a network of informants. Should the king of the Golden Wheel make any move, we will immediately instruct our disciples to relocate. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the assembly gleamed with newfound hope. Their previous assaults on the generals had followed a similar strategy, seizing opportunities to strike and then swiftly retreating. It was precisely this ability to appear and vanish without a trace that had caused significant troubles for the Mongols. They harbored no fear of a Mongolian army attack. The mobilization of such a vast force was no trivial matter. Prolonged engagement would undoubtedly result in losses for them. Yet, this was not a sustainable strategy. After the elders had devised a plan, Su Zhiqing ventured, what if we challenge him to a duel? As soon as the words left his lips, he regretted his impulsiveness. For the familiar sound of the system prompt echoed in his mind once more. Chapter 56. In truth, I wish to remain incognito until invincible. Su Zhiqing gazed at the panel and observed the appearance of the fifth random task. Defeat the Golden Wheel Dharma King. Mastery level 1000. A true man must defeat the Golden Wheel Dharma King in a one-on-one confrontation. Upon reading the new task, Su Zhiqing felt a surge of anxiety. He was aware that random tasks had become increasingly unreasonable, but how could it escalate to such absurdity? Reflecting on his current martial prowess, he realized that while he might withstand a few exchanges with the Golden Wheel Dharma King, it was likely that he would succumb shortly thereafter. In the Quanzhen sect, combat typically involved several members uniting to form a sword formation. Su Zhiqing contemplated challenging the Golden Wheel Dharma King, intending to showcase the might of their sect's Tiangang Beidou formation. He possessed a clear understanding of his own skills and, in accordance with his aspirations, envisioned diligently practicing to accumulate mastery points. Once he had amassed enough, he would unleash his full potential and dominate the world, rendering him invincible. Therefore, he decided to leave the task pending, as he already had several tasks on hold, and one more would not weigh heavily on him. Su Zhiqing proposed the idea of challenging the Golden Wheel Dharma King, prompting thoughtful deliberation among Ma Yu and the others. Would the Dharma King accept the challenge? Given his position as the Mongolian national master, he surely would not dare to decline. The group engaged in discussion, deeming Su Zhiqing's suggestion quite reasonable. What harm was there in issuing a challenge? They felt no trepidation. Unreasonable demands could simply be disregarded. They were confident that he could not defeat their Tiangang Beidou formation. Even Guijing would find it a formidable task to overcome them. Soon, the group reached a consensus. Following Su Zhiqing's proposal, they resolved to send a letter to the Mongolian national master, inviting him for a duel at Zhongnan Mountain. Ma Yu and the others did not complicate matters. They opted for the straightforward approach of resolving disputes through challenges. After concluding their discussions, Ma Yu drafted a letter and entrusted it to Qiu Chuji. The meeting then adjourned. And as Su Zhiqing prepared to leave, his master called out to him, "Come with me." Su Zhiqing followed closely behind his master. Before long, they arrived at the grand hall of Master Ma. "Go on in." Sun Bu'er did not enter, but urged Su Zhiqing to proceed. Noticing that his master had not initiated any conversation, Su Zhiqing refrained from asking questions. Upon entering, he found Master Ma standing quietly by the window. "You have arrived." Disciple pays respects to Master Ma. There's no need for such formalities. Ma Yu turned to face him, his gaze filled with admiration for Su Zhiqing. His demeanor was impressive, and his spirit shone far brighter than that of other disciples. "Do you know why I summoned you here?" Su Zhiqing shook his head, uncertain. "I wish for you to embark on a journey." Ma Yu produced a letter and handed it to Su Zhiqing. Su Zhiqing, puzzled, wondered if he was to deliver the letter. He took the letter, but noticed that there were no words inscribed on the envelope. "Master, to whom shall I deliver this letter?" Su Zhiqing was uncertain about the significance of the letter he was tasked to deliver. Ma Yu gazed at him and softly remarked, "It is for an esteemed elder you do not know. He once had dealings with your master's ancestor." "With Wang Chongyang?" Su Zhiqing furrowed his brow as several names flashed through his mind, each belonging to a notable figure in the martial world. It could be one of them. According to the information from his sect, the elder resided at Heilongtan, but to find his exact location, you must seek it out specifically. Upon hearing Heilongtan, a name immediately surfaced in Su Zhiqing's mind: Nandi, Master Eating. Unaware that Su Zhiqing had already deduced the identity, Ma Yu continued, "His name is Master Eating. Go to Heilongtan, locate him, and deliver this letter." After saying this, he added softly, "As for why you are to deliver this message, you will understand in due course." Listening to his master's words, Su Zhiqing frowned. He was not fond of such vague language. What if he refuses to meet me? Ma Yu pondered for a moment and advised, "When the time comes, Mention your master's ancestor. Su Zhiqing nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. You shall descend the mountain to deliver the letter tomorrow. Understood. I take my leave. Su Zhiqing turned and exited the room. Upon seeing his master wave him off, he did not linger and departed with the letter in hand. After the disciples left, Sun Bu'er entered the room. Is it wise to send him? Huh. When have I ever overlooked anything? This lad believes he has concealed himself well, yet his profound internal strength cannot escape my notice. Is that the reason for sending him? Not entirely. He resembles his master but possesses a certain nonchalance. Sun Bu'er was perplexed. How could Su Zhiqing resemble his master? You make the decision. However, Master Eating may not choose to teach him. We have done all we can. Now it is up to this lad's fate. Returning to the courtyard, Su Zhiqing examined the envelope before placing it back. He could hardly fathom being tasked with delivering a letter. This unexpected turn of events disrupted his plans to diligently practice. Yet, he could not refuse to deliver it. Well, I can practice on the way. When his junior sister returned, Su Zhiqing shared the news about his mission. You are descending the mountain? I do not wish to, but my master ordered me to deliver this letter. Su Zhiqing felt quite helpless. I want to go too. Do not be silly. Su Zhiqing shook his head. Master will not allow you to accompany me. Upon hearing this, Cheng Jiao's face fell with disappointment. She thought for a moment and declared, I will speak with master. With that, she turned and ran off. That girl. Su Zhiqing did not hold much hope that his junior sister would gain their master's permission. Sure enough, it was not long before he saw her return, dejected. Su Zhiqing chuckled. It is not that I do not wish to take you. Master surely would not permit it. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed his junior sister suddenly raise her head and inquire, Senior brother, would you be willing to take me out? Su Zhiqing's vigilance heightened. He had intended to step out to deliver a message, contemplating a leisurely outing with the little dragon girl, but the prospect of his junior sister accompanying him. Su Zhiqing reconsidered and promptly abandoned the idea of bringing her along. Nevertheless, given her inquiry, he felt compelled to ensure she did not feel disappointed. It was still the same sentiment. As long as our master consents, I shall take you with me. Senior brother, I am asking if you are willing? Haha, of course, I am willing. You are my dear junior sister. How could I possibly refuse? Then that's splendid. Master said that as long as you are willing, she permits me to accompany you. After Cheng Jiao finished speaking, she nestled close to Su Zhiqing, linking her arm through his. I always knew you were the best. Willing to take me along. Su Zhiqing felt a bit dizzy. He then realized, were you just pretending to be downcast earlier? Chapter 57. Cautioning Yang Gua to be wary of Ouyang Feng as a girl matures. Does her mind not become increasingly intricate? Su Zhiqing reflected on how he had been misled by his junior sister more than once. With a stern expression, he looked at her. Since master has already said so, you ought to have informed me sooner. Cheng Jiao clung tightly to her senior brother's arm. Brother, I was mistaken. I merely wished to see if you would take me down the mountain. Now that she was aware of his willingness, she shook his arm playfully. Brother, next time, I promise to tell you everything. As she coquettishly shook Su Zhiqing's arm, he felt as though his head might spin. All right, stop shaking, he exclaimed, hastily withdrawing his arm from her embrace. If I promise, I will take you out. But it is not for leisure. I am going to deliver a message. Cheng Jiao shook her head defiantly. I do not care. Wherever you go, I shall follow. By the way, brother, will you be taking Sister Long with you? I must ask if she wishes to accompany us. Is that even a question? With Sister Long's disposition, she would undoubtedly want to join you. What do you mean by that? Su Zhiqing glanced sideways at his junior sister. You seem to have an abundance of thoughts every day. Noticing she was about to speak again, he quickly commanded, when we leave, make sure to bring some clothing and silver. Go gather your things. We depart tomorrow. What about you, brother? Do you need my help to pack? Go on. Just take care of your own belongings. I can manage mine. Very well. I shall begin packing now, Cheng Jiao said as she retreated to her room. Su Zhiqing watched her, shaking his head at the trouble of bringing her along. He pondered that this departure might last at least 3 to 5 months, if not longer. He needed to relay some matters to that young rascal, Yang Gua. With this in mind, Su Zhiqing left the courtyard and made his way to the quiet courtyard. Master, Yang Gua, having just finished writing an article, quickly stood upon seeing his mentor approach. Where is your great ancestor? The disciple does not know. She just returned briefly and then left again. I have come to discuss some matters with you. Yang Gua was puzzled as to why master suddenly had something to convey. I will be descending the mountain tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Yang Gua's face lit up with a hint of joy. Su Zhiqing shot him a glance. However, you cannot accompany me. Master. Yang Gua's face fell. I too wish to go down the mountain. His exuberant spirit was restless, having been cooped up in the courtyard to practice. He felt he might burst from the confinement. Do not entertain such thoughts. Su Zhiqing had no intention of bringing this lad along. He had sought out Yang Guo because he remembered the boy had taken Ouyang Feng as his adoptive father. That man seemed to be persistently searching for Yang Guo, and Su Zhiqing was uncertain when Ouyang Feng would arrive. Focus on your training with your great ancestor. Once your skills are sufficiently developed, I will take you down the mountain. Do not forget, master, that I have a 3-year pact with your esteemed Uncle Guo. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing mention this, Yang Guo's demeanor immediately became serious as he replied earnestly, "Rest assured, master, I will not bring shame upon you. Your martial arts practice is not merely for my honor. If you were to lose, my reputation would indeed suffer. But tell me, are you content to be unable to defeat those who bully you?" "I am certainly not content," Yang Guo exclaimed, and with a hint of trepidation, he inquired, "I practice martial arts daily, yet I am uncertain of my true prowess." Su Zhiqing patted Yang Guo's shoulder. "It is quite satisfactory, though defeating Do Wu and Xiao Wu may require some additional effort." He recalled the origins of Do Wu and Xiao Wu. Speaking softly, do not underestimate them. You are well aware of your Uncle Guo's formidable abilities. Furthermore, Do Wu and Xiao Wu possess another heritage. Another heritage? Su Zhiqing, unlike Master Ma who spoke in riddles, clarified gently. Their father is a disciple of Master Yi Deng and wields a skill known as the One Yang Finger. This technique is hardly inferior to your Uncle Guo's 18 dragon-subduing palms. As for its true might, I have yet to experience it firsthand. Moreover, did you not once learn the toad skill? Upon hearing his master's mention of the toad skill, Yang Guo nodded. I learned a bit from my adoptive father, but he is rather eccentric and only taught me a little before ceasing further instruction. By the way, master, have you heard of my adoptive father? He mentioned he would come to find me. Su Zhiqing noted that Yang Guo had openly shared his adoptive father's intentions, which deepened his respect for the young disciple. Yang Guo diligently practiced, and Su Zhiqing ensured he did not become complacent. I summoned you today to discuss matters regarding your adoptive father. Yang Guo, intrigued, asked, Master, do you know my adoptive father? He had heard a bit from Uncle Guo, but he was unaware of the specifics. Yang Guo was eager to learn more about the identity of his adoptive father. I am here to enlighten you, but I shall refrain from disclosing anything that should remain unsaid. Su Zhiqing considered Ouyang Feng's past, yet refrained from passing judgment. That day, while conversing with your Uncle Guo, we spoke of the world's martial arts experts, and your adoptive father is indeed one of them. In the past, during the Huashan competition that determined the 5 greats of the martial world, they were known as the Eastern Evil, Western Poison, Southern Emperor, Northern Beggar, and Central Divine. Your Grandmaster emerged as the foremost victor, while among the remaining 4, one is your adoptive father. Although your adoptive father may seem mad and eccentric now, he was not always so. He did not disclose to Yang Guo the merits or faults of Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng has been good to Yang Guo. As for future events, let this young man discover them for himself. The skill he employs is the toad skill you have been taught, and the only one capable of countering it is Master Yi Deng, as I previously mentioned. The other, of course, is your Grandmaster. Yang Guo listened intently to Su Zhiqing's recounting of the Huashan competition, his eyes alight with excitement. Master, among the 5 great heroes of the world, I hold the esteemed position of the foremost disciple, while my adoptive father occupies another. The master who counteracts my adoptive father's martial prowess, the esteemed Master Yi Deng, claims yet another. As for the remaining 2, one is the leader of the beggars sect, Hong Qigong, known as the Northern Beggar, and the other is your Uncle Guo's father-in-law, revered as the Eastern Heretic. After Su Zhiqing spoke, his words returned to the present. The tales surrounding them shall be shared with you at a later time when the opportunity arises. I must advise you, should your adoptive father arrive and attempt to forcibly take you away, you should follow him without hesitation. If he does not, then spend some time diligently learning from him. Although your adoptive father may seem somewhat eccentric, the martial arts he imparts will undoubtedly be authentic. Su Zhiqing observed that the current state of Ouyang Feng's madness appeared somewhat less severe, though he struggled to recall his own identity. Hearing his master's earnest counsel, Yang Guo responded affirmatively, choosing not to inquire why his master was so confident that his adoptive father would seek him out. He too believed that his adoptive father would surely return for him. By the way, Master, what is my adoptive father's name? He is called Ouyang Feng. Chapter 58. Descending the mountain with little dragon girl and junior sister, the Western Poison, Ouyang Feng. Yang Guo murmured the name repeatedly, perplexed by its meaning. Why is he called the Western Poison? The term poison did not sit well with him. Su Zhiqing patted Yang Guo's shoulder and remarked, in due time, you shall come to understand the reason behind that moniker. His purpose here was to prepare Yang Guo for the arrival of Ouyang Feng. Whether to stay or leave was of little consequence. If Ouyang Feng intended to forcibly abduct Yang Guo from the Quanzhen sect, he lacked the capability to do so. However, a clandestine abduction might go unimpeded. A solitary figure, wandering free, bore no constraints. Yanghua, sensing his master's reluctance to divulge further, conceded to his wishes for self-discovery. By the way, during my absence, avoid any conflicts with the other disciples. Should any disputes arise, do not fear. Fight with all your might, and upon my return, I shall assist you in resolving any issues. Having imparted his instructions, Zhiqing turned to leave. With the fading light, he made his way to the ancient tomb on the back mountain, intending to speak with little dragon girl. Before the sun dipped below the horizon, he finally arrived. Su, what brings you here at this hour? Granny Sun expressed her surprise at Zhiqing's visit. Granny Sun, I have matters to discuss with you. I believe you seek the young lady. Granny Sun, keenly perceptive, continued. She is currently practicing inside the tomb. You may go find her. With a sigh, Zhiqing entered the ancient tomb, only to discover little dragon girl was not in the stone chamber. After a thorough search, he speculated that she might be in the hidden room. Upon entering, he found her facing the wall, diligently practicing. The wall bore the essential principles of the Nine manual. Hearing footsteps, little dragon girl turned to see Zhiqing. What brings you here? Of course, I have come to see you. Do not jest. Is there something else at hand? You truly are perceptive. You typically arrive in the morning, and it's evident to anyone that you have matters to attend to. Zhiqing chuckled, observing little dragon girl in tranquil practice, choosing not to disturb her. Did I not mention our plan to descend the mountain together? Little dragon girl inquired at this time. Tomorrow. Tomorrow? Indeed. Zhiqing then recounted the message from his master, who had instructed him to deliver a letter. He only asked you to send a letter, nothing more? He mentioned I would understand upon my arrival. Zhiqing felt a twinge of exasperation at his master's enigmatic nature. What if you cannot find the person? Upon hearing little dragon girl's question, his brow furrowed. What if that master was not present at the Black Dragon Pool? Even if he were there, finding him would not be guaranteed. I should be able to locate him. My master would not send me on a fruitless errand. Well, with so many disciples in the Quanzhen sect, they should assist you in your search. Zhiqing listened to little dragon girl's words, frowning slightly, sensing something amiss. You have yet to clarify whether you will accompany me down the mountain tomorrow. Little dragon girl observed Zhiqing's eager expression and, after a moment's contemplation, nodded in agreement. Then you should prepare tonight, and we shall descend together tomorrow. Zhiqing, having stated his intentions, showed no desire to linger any longer, as returning home would likely be delayed. I shall head back first. Please discuss this matter with your grandmother. The following day, upon completing his task, Zhiqing heard a notification sound and glanced at the panel, noting that his total proficiency points had reached 1239. When his proficiency points surpassed 1,000, he nearly succumbed to the temptation of using them. However, he ultimately restrained himself. These points were the fruits of his diligent accumulation, and he was determined to maximize their utility. At present, the only enhancement to his combat prowess lay in his lightness skill. Yet, he refrained from making any allocations. Proficiency points would not diminish. He preferred to practice his martial arts first, and then allocate a point at the moment of breakthrough, which was evidently a more prudent approach. Additionally, he aspired to gather more proficiency points to elevate either his mental cultivation or swordsmanship to the master level. Once his martial arts reached this echelon, he should be able to maintain his standing among top-tier experts, even when faced with formidable opponents akin to the Five Absolutes. He would not need to be overly concerned about his demise at their hands. Zhiqing's thoughts did not imply that he would inevitably encounter such high-level adversaries upon his departure. Such masters did not seek him out for trouble. He merely prepared for contingencies. Superior martial prowess was never a disadvantage. After calculating his proficiency points, he turned to his long-waiting junior sister. All right, I have finished my practice. He had risen early to undertake daily tasks, while his junior sister had awakened even earlier. Upon his rise, he found her already prepared and awaiting their departure. He spoke swiftly without waiting for her to urge him. First, we shall have breakfast, then we will pay a visit to Master. Afterwards, we will seek out your dragon sister. Is that understood? Cheng Jiayao closed her mouth, which had been poised to urge her senior brother. Understood, she replied. Then let us go eat. After their meal, Zhiqing, with his junior sister in tow, tidied their belongings before proceeding to the tranquil courtyard. Good morning, Master. Good morning, Uncle. Yanghua greeted them politely upon their arrival. Good morning to you as well, nephew, Cheng Jiayao remarked, observing Yanghua's courteous demeanor. She playfully smiled. Nephew, during our time down the mountain, you must behave. Having received Master S' enlightening guidance the previous day, Yanghua had long since abandoned any thoughts of descending. Rest assured, when I return, my martial arts will surely surpass yours. Indeed, I believe in you. Cheng Jiayao, now able to pat Yang Guo on the shoulder, added, I hope that by then, not only will your skills exceed mine, but you shall also be swift of foot. Su Zhiqing, overhearing his junior sister's words, shook his head in exasperation. Her implication was unmistakable. She was clearly contemplating unleashing the Jade Bee to startle Yang Guo. However, he refrained from chastising her. Yang Guo, in turn, looked on with confusion, pondering why he needed to be quick. Master. At this moment, Sun Buer stepped forward. Su Zhiqing and Cheng Jiayao approached together. You two have arrived, Sun Buer said, a smile gracing her face as she regarded Su Zhiqing and Cheng Jiayao, who were carrying their bundles. Master, I have come down the mountain to deliver a message. Do you have any further instructions? Su Zhiqing felt a sense of puzzlement. Given the current need for personnel within the sect, why was he being sent down the mountain to deliver a message? Could not the other disciples handle this task? Furthermore, the recipient of the message was none other than Master Eating. This was the source of his confusion. He had no particular connection with Master Eating. Was it possible that the contents of the envelope held great significance? Su Zhiqing pondered this. Yet he could not recall any instance where the Quanzhen sect had sent correspondence to Master Eating. My only instruction is this: travel swiftly. Upon hearing his master's words, Su Zhiqing was even more baffled. Master, he began, eager to seek clarification. Well, your Sherboy did not inform you because he knows that even if he did, you would not comprehend it. Sun Buer replied, her tone indicating that she had no intention of elaborating further. Su Zhiqing, witnessing his master's demeanor, felt a sense of helplessness. Truly, his master and Sherboy Ma were a pair of enigmas before their ascetic lives. Understood, Master. I shall set off. Chapter 59. Respectful Address as Taoist Master. Disrespectful address as a stinking Taoist. Su Zhiqing accompanied by his junior sister, the two hastened toward the ancient tomb. Before they arrived, they caught sight of the ethereal figure of the little dragon maiden, clad in white, standing before the tomb, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon meeting her gaze, Cheng Jiayao waved enthusiastically, calling out, Sister Long. Without hesitation, she dashed past Su Zhiqing to reach the little dragon maiden. Su Zhiqing, not wanting to lag behind, followed closely. Upon arrival, he noticed that Granny's son was absent, and the little dragon maiden was unprepared, lacking any provisions. Where is Granny's son? And what of your supplies? He inquired, just as Granny's son emerged from within the tomb. What is this? Su Zhiqing's face brightened upon seeing Granny's son approach with a small bundle. However, as he observed that the bundle was quite modest, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Before he could voice his concern, Granny's son seemed to sense his unease. Without waiting for Su Zhiqing to speak, she handed the bundle to him. This is a package I prepared for the young lady. Take it. It contains silver and clothes. As for me, I shall not accompany you. The journey is long and arduous. My old bones cannot withstand such strain. You two should accompany the young lady, and I shall remain here to guard the house. Upon hearing Granny's son's words, Cheng Jiayao's joyful countenance gradually faded. She approached Granny's son and, with a touch of coaxing, said, Granny, you should come along. It would be so lonely here by yourself. Besides, my senior brother can hire a carriage. No, my old bones truly cannot endure the upheaval. Granny's son shook her head vehemently. She had spent her entire life within the confines of the tomb and wished to remain there until her last breath. At her advanced age, she felt no longing for the bustling world beyond. After declining Cheng Jiayao's request, she turned to Su Zhiqing, saying, Please take good care of my young lady on the journey. Do not let her suffer any grievances. Moreover, beware of the treacherous hearts outside. Do not be deceived by appearances, as not everyone who seems benevolent is truly so. After imparting her earnest advice to Su Zhiqing, Granny's son smiled again. I shall remain here to guard your home. Su Zhiqing intended to persuade her further, but upon meeting her resolute gaze, he understood that words would be futile. Rest assured, we shall endeavor to return promptly. By the way, before I leave, I will inform Brother Liu, who has frequented here, to send a few disciples to patrol the area. Should you require assistance, they can attend to your needs. Granny's son held a disdain for the insufferable Taoists of the Quanzhen sect, yet upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, she acquiesced with a nod. Very well, I shall guard this place. Is there anything else that troubles you? As she spoke, she turned her gaze toward the little dragon maiden. You have yet to experience the world outside. It would do you good to take a stroll. The little dragon maiden nodded, her eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. Granny's son waved her hand dismissively. If you wish for me to accompany you, do not even mention it. With that, a sudden thought struck her. She asked the three to wait momentarily and retreated into the tomb. Shortly thereafter, she emerged once more. She held a gourd in her hand. The three were curious, yet Granny's son approached Cheng Jiayao directly. This gourd is specially prepared for you. Take it. Cheng Jiao accepted it, eager to open the gourd's mouth to see its contents, but was stopped by Granny Sunday. There's no need to look. Inside are the jade bees I caught for you. Your martial arts are not as formidable as your senior brother or dragon sister. In case of any mishap, at least you will have some means of self-defense. Upon hearing her words, Cheng Jiao solemnly tucked the gourd away. Thank you, Granny. Granny Sun waved her hand dismissively. Spare me the thanks. You should be on your way. The sooner you leave, the sooner you'll return. With that, she turned and made her way back to the ancient tomb. Zhiqing and the others watched as her figure vanished into the tomb, exchanging glances without uttering a word. Let us depart, they said in unison, descending the mountain together. Cheng Jiao walked in the middle, holding her senior brother's hand with her left and little dragon girl's hand with her right, swinging their arms joyfully. Zhiqing, burdened with 3 bundles, looked helplessly at his restless junior sister. If you keep swinging, you'll dislocate my arm. I won't, Cheng Jiao retorted, yet she ceased her antics. Turning her gaze toward little dragon girl, she suddenly burst into laughter. Do you remember our first descent when we bought things in the town? Dragon sister just took them without paying. Zhiqing chuckled at the memory. It was a youthful folly. It was the occasion when Master had instructed him to escort little dragon girl down the mountain. He merely smiled lightly, not indulging in prolonged laughter, and quickly came to little dragon girl's defense. You little girl should not speak of your dragon sister. When I brought you down the mountain, weren't you the same? I was still young back then. Young? You are not that much older now. Besides, what does age have to do with our first descent? Cheng Jiao found herself outmatched by her senior brother and sought refuge in little dragon girl. Dragon sister, brother is bullying me again. However, this time little dragon girl did not indulge Cheng Jiao. Who told you to speak of me? If you hadn't mentioned me, your brother wouldn't have said anything. Humph, you both just conspire to bully me. Cheng Jiao pouted in feigned anger, yet her grip showed no sign of loosening. Zhiqing and little dragon girl exchanged a knowing smile. The trio chatted merrily as they soon reached the town, where there was a base for the Quanzhen sect. Zhiqing led little dragon girl and Cheng Jiao to procure a horse-drawn carriage. The address given by his uncle for delivering a message was Heilington, located beneath the Wulafing of Longquan Mountain in the northern outskirts of Shanshan. Traveling from Zhongnanshan to Heilington would take at least half a day, given the long distance. They would certainly ride in the carriage. Once aboard, the driver addressed them, Taoist Su, ladies, please settle in. After speaking, he tugged on the reins, urging the old horse into motion. The driver was dispatched by the Quanzhen sect specifically to transport disciples over long distances. Once they had exited the Zhongnan area, the driver remarked, Taoist Su, your destination is Shanshan. I can only escort you to Jinju. Once we arrive there, you shall need to transfer to another vehicle. Within the carriage, listening to the driver's words, Zhiqing softly replied, Old sir, understood. The term old sir made the coachman, Old Li, flinch slightly. Master Su, simply addressing me as Old Li is already a great honor. Please refrain from calling me old sir. He was acutely aware of the identities of those seated within the carriage. What status did a mere coachman possess to warrant such a title from someone inside? Zhiqing discerned the tremor in Old Li's voice. In this era, social hierarchy was paramount. Even a coachman from the Quanzhen sect held a lowly position. The distinction in titles mattered not just in terms of respect, but also in potential complications. Old sir, you are well aware that monks traditionally do not concern themselves with such matters. Zhiqing ventured forth under the banner of a disciple of Quanzhen. Externally, he could be regarded as a monk. Since entering the town, he had refrained from holding hands with his companion, Zilong Nu, and had behaved decorously. Observing Zhiqing's insistence, the coachman relented and ceased to press the issue. His earlier remark had merit, indicating the disparity in their statuses, which he dared not challenge. With Zhiqing's persistence, he took the liberty of accepting the title of Old Sir. Old Li raised his whip, guiding the carriage steadily along the main road, avoiding secluded paths. Just as he contemplated a smooth journey to the next station, a young woman clad in a blue robe suddenly stepped into the road, standing defiantly in front of the carriage. Whoa! Old Li was compelled to pull the reins and halt the vehicle. Inside the carriage, Zhiqing heard the stop and felt a flicker of confusion in his eyes. What troubles you, old sir? A young lady is blocking the way ahead. Oh. Zhiqing lifted the curtain and peered forward, discovering a girl of a similar age standing before the carriage. After furrowing his brows, he inquired, Miss, do you require assistance? No sooner had he spoken than the young woman's eyes sparkled with recognition upon seeing his attire. You are a foul Taoist from the Quanzhen sect? Chapter 60. You call Hong Lingbo a stinky Taoist? Zhiqing's expression immediately darkened. Before he could react, his junior sister unsheathed her sword and leaped out of the carriage. How rude of you, a woman cursing at me. Today, I shall discipline you on behalf of your elders. The woman standing in front of the carriage, upon seeing another sword-wielding female Taoist emerge from within, revealed a hint of amusement on her face. You dare to claim you are not a stinky Taoist? What good could a man and a woman do locked away in a carriage? As she spoke, she drew her own sword and advanced to meet the challenge. Cheng Jiao, incensed by the woman's provocations, retorted, You still dare to speak? Let me see if I can break your mouth. Her sword struck out mercilessly towards the woman's face. The woman, clearly no fragile maiden, deftly intercepted Cheng Jiao's sword with her own and countered with a swift maneuver. Although Cheng Jiao's martial arts were not particularly impressive compared to Su Zhiqing, Xiaolong, and others, she had trained in the orthodox Quanzhen techniques from a young age, rendering her skills formidable in the eyes of outsiders. As Cheng Jiao's strike was deflected, she swiftly aimed for the woman's wrist. To her surprise, the woman merely smirked disdainfully. The last thing I fear is your Quanzhen sect. With a flick of her wrist, she parried Cheng Jiao's iron sword, seemingly anticipating her moves. After several exchanges, it became evident that Cheng Jiao was at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Su Zhiqing observed the woman's swordplay with a contemplative expression. He was not concerned for his junior sister's safety. Should the woman unleash a lethal move, he would intervene without hesitation. Yet, he pondered the source of her martial prowess. It bears the hallmarks of my Gumu sect. Xiaolong, glancing at the woman, voiced her thoughts aloud. Her eyes filled with curiosity. How could she possess such skills? Apart from her and Su Zhiqing, the only other person capable of wielding Gumu techniques is my senior sister, Li Macho. As Su Zhiqing considered the woman's age, a thought crossed his mind. Could she be your senior sister's disciple? My senior sister has a disciple? Cheng Jiao, taken aback, responded. It would not be surprising if she had one or two after being away from the sect for so many years. Just as they exchanged words, the woman evaded another of Cheng Jiao's attacks and reached out to seize her. Cheng Jiao, sensing the threat, retreated hastily. As the woman pursued her relentlessly, Cheng Jiao instinctively reached behind her waist. Noticing this movement, the woman's vigilance heightened, and she pulled back. Then, she beheld Cheng Jiao pulling out a gourd. A flicker of doubt crossed her mind. What hidden weapon could possibly be contained within that gourd? As she pondered this, Cheng Jiao uncorked the gourd and declared, Let me show you the prowess of my little darling. Upon hearing her words, the woman readied herself to face whatever concealed weapon might come. However, rather than a projectile, a buzzing sound filled the air. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld the creatures emerging from the gourd. Bees, their wings shimmering. Cheng Jiao released the jade bees, directing them with her voice. A swarm of more than a dozen jade bees, responding to her command, darted toward the woman, who felt a chill run down her spine. She wielded her iron sword, aiming to strike down the bees. Yet, under Cheng Jiao's deft control, the bees exhibited remarkable agility, evading her attempts and delivering several stings to the woman's body. In a mere moment, her arms and face were swollen with welts. While she flailed wildly with her sword, Cheng Jiao seized the opportunity to advance, exploiting the woman's vulnerability to pierce her arm with a single thrust, deftly disarming her. Without her sword, the woman writhed on the ground, beset by the stings of the jade bees. Cheng Jiao, however, felt no sympathy for her. You dared to insult my senior brother and speak carelessly. Let us see if you learn your lesson, she declared, before retrieving the jade bees into her gourd. The woman in the green robe, rolling on the ground in agony, attempted to flee. Cheng Jiao cautioned, My little darlings are venomous. If you run, I shan't have the time to fetch you the antidote. With this warning, the woman froze in place, yet the pain coursing through her body made her features contort. Cheng Jiao merely shrugged at the sight and turned to Su Zhiqing. Senior brother, am I impressive? Su Zhiqing jumped down from the cart, clapping his hands. My junior sister's skills are indeed remarkable. While it was likely that two Cheng Jiaos could not match the woman in swordplay, few could withstand the onslaught of the jade bees. Su Zhiqing approached Cheng Jiao, his gaze fixed on the swollen visage of the woman. Who is Li Macho to you? The woman felt a jolt of fear, but dared not reveal that she was her master, who had offended countless figures in the martial world and recently sparred with the Taoists of the Quanzhen sect. During her escape, those Taoists had pursued them for quite some time. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, She is my enemy. Your enemy? Su Zhiqing chuckled, finding the woman intriguing. What is your name? Why should I tell you? Do all wanderers of the Jianghu possess such stubborn tongues? Su Zhiqing remarked, glancing at her. You are afflicted by the venom of the jade bees, and now you must be in considerable pain and itchiness. If you do not answer soon, your skin will fester, and your beauty will be utterly marred. Will you give me the antidote if I answer? The woman queried, seeing Su Zhiqing's brow furrow. She hastily added, "My name is Hong Lingbo. Are you satisfied?" Hong Lingbo. Su Zhiqing mused, observing her swollen face, which bore no resemblance to its former beauty. Junior sister. Provide her with the antidote. Cheng Jiao, unsure why her senior brother had engaged her in conversation and not reprimanded her for calling him a stinky Taoist, complied and produced the antidote. Drink this. It will alleviate your suffering. Hong Lingbo accepted it without hesitation and drank it down. Cheng Jiao smirked. You are quite bold. Not fearing that I might poison you. Hong Lingbo retorted defiantly. At this point, what do I have left to fear from your poison? As she spoke, she noticed that the pain and itchiness were gradually subsiding. She shot a glance at Su Zhiqing. You are not entirely untrustworthy, stinky Taoist. Huh. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing smiled, yet within his heart, he pondered how best to deal with Hong Lingbo. As for reprimanding her, it would suffice for his junior sister to administer the lesson. However, he harbored suspicions that with Hong Lingbo's appearance, Li Macho might also be lurking nearby. He searched for her presence for a considerable time, yet he could find no trace of Li Macho. After failing to locate her, Su Zhiqing's gaze returned to the figure of Hong Lingbo before him. Do you know where Li Macho is? Hong Lingbo rolled her eyes. How could I possibly know? Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. After uttering these words, she noticed Cheng Jiao reaching for her gourd and immediately exclaimed, I truly don't know where she is. Su Zhiqing furrowed his brow. Hong Lingbo, do you truly believe I am unaware of your identity? Hong Lingbo scoffed. And who am I? You are her apprentice. Upon hearing the Taoist reveal her identity, Hong Lingbo instantly realized she was in peril. She dared not inquire how the Taoist had acquired this knowledge, and, without even requesting her iron sword, she turned and fled. Chapter 61. The appearance of Li Macho. It was too late to flee. Su Zhiqing observed Hong Lingbo, who was attempting to escape. With a swift stride, he approached and skillfully sealed her acupoint, rendering her motionless. After executing this maneuver, he fixed his gaze upon her and inquired, Where is your master? Despite his question, Hong Lingbo remained silent. Forget it, Su Zhiqing declared, applying another pressure point on her. Now, you may speak. I do not know. I truly do not know. She protested. How can you not know when you are with her? He pressed further. I sneaked out. She stammered. Last time, those foul Taoists from the Quanzhen sect chased my master away, and she abandoned me to escape. Tears welled in Hong Lingbo's eyes. I came here all alone. Su Zhiqing pondered her words thoughtfully. For now, I shall take your word for it. With that, he seized Hong Lingbo and turned towards the horse-drawn carriage. What are you doing? She exclaimed in alarm. You are her disciple. She ought to come to your rescue. I will keep you close, awaiting your master's arrival. You have miscalculated, she replied despondently. My master has never valued me. How could she possibly come to save me? Without another word, Su Zhiqing unceremoniously tossed her into the carriage. Hong Lingbo landed heavily, letting out a pained gasp. Once she recovered, she noticed that another woman was seated inside the carriage. Su Zhiqing glanced around before hopping into the carriage alongside his junior sister. Old man, let's go. All right. The old man cracked the whip, urging the horses onward. Inside the carriage, Su Zhiqing gazed at Hong Lingbo and turned to his companion, the little dragon girl. I suspect we shall soon encounter your senior sister. He recalled that Hong Lingbo had come to the ancient tomb with the intention of stealing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. In truth, Li Macho had deliberately shared this information with Hong Lingbo to lure her into a test. She had been following closely behind, poised to seize the opportunity to claim the sutra. Previously, Su Zhiqing had forewarned his master of Li Macho's intentions regarding the sutra, which had prompted her to flee. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that Li Macho still harbored a keen interest in the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, leading Su Zhiqing to deduce that she was likely lurking in the shadows. If she were not, he would be concerned for Granny's son within the ancient tomb. Fortunately, before departing, he had instructed his senior brothers, Lu Ji and Jia, to keep a vigilant eye on the situation in the tomb. Should any suspicious individuals appear, they were to inform Granny's son at once. Listening to Su Zhiqing's words, the little dragon girl asked with curiosity, How can you be so certain that my senior sister is nearby? It is merely a conjecture. Su Zhiqing replied, his attention shifting to the fidgeting Hong Lingbo. Do not even think about escaping. You cannot flee from me. Furthermore, your objective must be to infiltrate the ancient tomb to steal the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, correct? Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, Hong Lingbo's mouth fell agape. She thought to herself, how does he know everything? Moreover, is it true that my master is truly following closely behind? I am not. I have not. You are talking nonsense. Hong Lingbo emphatically refuted. Su Zhiqing chuckled softly. Whether you are or not is of little consequence, for you are in my grasp. Hong Lingbo, though incensed, found herself more intrigued by the cool demeanor of the woman in the carriage. According to the foul-mouthed Taoist before her, it seemed she was the disciple of her own master's junior. Unable to contain her curiosity, Hong Lingbo blurted out, "Hey, foul Taoist." Smack. Cheng Jiao, overhearing Hong Lingbo's address, wasted no time in delivering a sharp slap to her face. "What did you just call me? You have the audacity to hold me." Hong Lingbo glared at Cheng Jiao, her eyes brimming with resentment. "Let you go? Very well," Cheng Jiao retorted, pulling out her gourd. "How about you entertain my little darlings instead?" Upon seeing the gourd, fear instantly flickered in Hong Lingbo's eyes. You dare not use that." Cheng Jiao smirked. "This is what I excel at. Why should I refrain?" Without further ado, she issued a warning. "If you keep speaking nonsense, I shall unleash them upon you once more." Recalling the earlier discomfort of pain and itchiness, Hong Lingbo immediately fell silent. Zhiqing did not intervene in his junior's reprimand. To him, Hong Lingbo was merely an outsider, while his sister was family. Observing her subdued demeanor, he remarked casually, "What you wish to know is the identity of Long Mei, is it not? Oh, allow me to introduce." Zhiqing took hold of the little dragon girl's hand, presenting her to Hong Lingbo. "She is the current leader of the ancient tomb sect, Little Dragon Girl, your master's junior. You should refer to her as Shi Shu." Upon hearing this, Hong Lingbo's eyes widened in disbelief. Did not her master profess that the women of the ancient tomb sect harbored an intense disdain for men, the foremost rule being that they were forbidden to marry? What was she witnessing now? The leader being led by a man? No, a foul Taoist. Smack. Just as this thought crossed her mind, another slap landed atop her head. She turned to glare at Cheng Jiao. "Why do you still hit me when I remain silent? My senior brother spoke for so long, and you, standing there motionless, must be scolding him in your heart. You shall not criticize my senior brother in my presence. How dare you claim that I am scolding your senior brother in my heart?" Hong Lingbo protested, despite the fact that she indeed had been mentally berating Zhiqing. "Your earlier expression surely betrayed your thoughts." Cheng Jiao countered, adding another warning, "You had better not be cursing me in your heart either, or I shall set the jade bee upon you." Internally, Hong Lingbo simmered with indignation. Yet, under the eaves of another, one must bow their head. "I am now in your hands. You may do as you please." Cheng Jiao shook her head. "I still adhere to reason." Hong Lingbo glared in anger but chose to remain silent. This female Taoist had little regard for rational discourse. When Cheng Jiao returned her glare, Hong Lingbo resigned herself and shut her eyes. Zhiqing, witnessing this, affectionately ruffled his junior's hair. Enough. The old man, a seasoned carriage driver, expertly navigated to an inn before darkness enveloped the sky. "Master Su, let us rest here." Zhiqing glanced at the inn, a modest establishment situated by the official road. Unremarkable and lacking in distinction. Agreed. With that, Zhiqing and his companions dismounted from the carriage and requested 4 rooms. Zhiqing intended to share a room with the little dragon maiden. However, his junior sister insisted on sharing with Sister Long instead. Reluctantly, he settled for a room of his own while allowing the little dragon maiden and his junior sister to share. He ensured that Hong Lingbo was not left at a disadvantage either, providing her with a separate room. After releasing her from her constraints and tossing her into the room, he locked the door behind her. Once the old man retired to rest, Zhiqing, seeing the little dragon maiden and his junior sister enter their room, resignedly returned to his own quarters. As night descended, the inn lay in tranquil silence. A shadow slipped in from outside, stealthily approaching the innkeeper. With a swift motion, the figure awakened the innkeeper with a sharp slap and grasped his throat tightly. "Where are the 2 men and 3 women staying who checked in today?" After obtaining the information, the figure swiftly rendered the innkeeper unconscious, then discerned the layout before moving onward. Chapter 62. By what right can you have a man? The figure who stealthily entered was none other than Li Macho, who had been trailing Zhiqing and his companions. As Zhiqing surmised, Li Macho had covertly followed her apprentice to the ancient tomb, hoping to seize the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Previously, she had been vanquished by the insufferable Taoists of the Quanzhen sect. Fortunately, she had managed to flee swiftly, and the insufferable Taoists dared not disperse in pursuit. Once she escaped, she contemplated that if she mastered the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, it would be the Taoists who would find themselves fleeing from her. Thus, she had often boasted of the sutra's prowess in front of Hong Lingbo. This apprentice had indeed stealthily departed from her. It was far from the truth of Hong Lingbo's claims that her master had abandoned her. When her apprentice was captured, Li Macho initially considered revealing herself. However, upon further reflection, she deemed it inappropriate to appear, especially since this locale belonged to the insufferable Taoists. If she inadvertently attracted their attention, all her plans would be rendered futile. Consequently, she chose to remain in the shadows. To her astonishment, she later discovered that her junior sister was mingling with those insufferable Taoists. This realization compelled her to remain hidden even more. Now that the group was lodging at an inn, she stealthily approached. Following the innkeeper's directions, Li Macho ascended to the second floor. From the innkeeper's words, she learned that they had taken 4 rooms. She crept to the first room and found it locked. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Speculating that this room might contain her apprentice, Hong Lingbo, Li Macho decided against attempting to unlock it and instead proceeded to the other rooms. After circling around the remaining 3 rooms, she furrowed her brow. Which one was her junior sister's? Regretting her hasty decision to knock out the innkeeper without asking more detailed questions, she resolved to take her time. Arriving at the second room, she listened intently to the steady sounds of breathing within, deducing that the occupant was likely fast asleep. Li Macho then produced a slender rod and inserted it into the crack of the door. Straining her ears, she carefully manipulated the lock. With a soft click, the lock yielded to her efforts. After completing her task, she waited silently outside the room for a moment. Hearing no change in the rhythmic breathing, she gently pushed open the door. At that instant, a flash of sword light erupted from within, aimed directly at Li Macho. Startled, she swiftly flicked her dust whisk to entangle the oncoming iron sword. The thrust transformed, descending towards her with a fierce slash. Li Macho hastily attempted to evade it, but was not entirely successful. With a sharp sound, the iron arrow tore through the fabric of her shoulder robe, grazing her skin. A pang of pain surged through her, and she stifled a groan before abruptly flinging her hand. 3 icy silver needles shot forth from her grasp. Inside the room, Zhiqing observed Li Macho's remarkably swift reaction, and he had no choice but to evade her icy needles. Anticipating her move, he had already drawn his iron sword and placed it beside the bed while preparing for sleep. If Li Macho had not come to the door, it would have been of little consequence. However, had she chosen to appear, it would have provided an opportunity for a surprise attack, perhaps even leading to a remarkable achievement. Indeed, his prediction proved accurate, as Li Macho did come to visit. As she ascended the stairs, he heard her approach, feigning sleep while preparing for an ambush. To his astonishment, Li Macho's extensive combat experience allowed her to evade his lethal strike. When she opened the door, his intention was to pierce her heart with a single thrust of his sword. Alas, she deftly avoided it. Not only that, she retaliated with the infamous Ice Soul Silver Needle. Given the notorious reputation of this hidden weapon, Zhiqing dared not underestimate it, and chose to relinquish his earlier advantage in favor of evasion. After narrowly dodging the Ice Soul Silver Needle, Zhiqing refrained from further attack. His companions, the sleeping Xiaolong and his junior sister, emerged from their room upon hearing the commotion, swords in hand. Li Macho, sensing the imminent confrontation, retreated to a safe distance, while Zhiqing stepped out of his chamber. The 4 of them stood in a tense standoff. The other patrons of the inn, alerted by the noise, peeked out of their rooms only to hastily shut their doors upon witnessing Zhiqing and his companions brandishing their swords. With no interruptions, Zhiqing regarded Li Macho, who appeared to be in her 30s, possessing both grace and beauty, though he found her lacking in comparison to his beloved Xiaolong. Li Macho? He pondered aloud, still uncertain. Meanwhile, Li Macho fixed her gaze on Xiaolong, sneering, "Junior sister, have you perhaps betrayed our sect? You must know that our Gumu sect has always despised those filthy Taoists from the Quanzhen sect. Hey, old woman, on what grounds do you accuse Sister Long of betraying her sect?" Cheng Jiao interjected, inciting Li Macho's fury. "You insolent girl, who are you calling old woman? You seek death." With that, she prepared to launch her Ice Soul Silver Needle, but Zhiqing stepped forward, sword raised in defense. Having witnessed Zhiqing's swordsmanship, Li Macho felt a flicker of trepidation and hesitated to unleash her needle. She turned her attention back to Xiaolong. "Junior sister, why do you remain silent?" Responding, Xiaolong declared, "Sister, I am not like you. I have not betrayed our sect. Brother Su is the one I hold dear. Our sect's teachings state that one may descend the mountain upon finding their true love." Xiaolong's words left Li Macho momentarily stunned. "This filthy Taoist? Your true love?" She suddenly burst into laughter. "Sister, if you had said you found someone else, I might have believed you, but a Taoist? Would he dare to marry you? And would you dare to wed him?" Xiaolong looked at Zhiqing, who nodded slightly in affirmation. Their affectionate demeanor ignited a blaze of fury within Li Macho. "I refuse to believe it. It is well known that filthy Taoists cannot marry." Observing Li Macho's furious expression, Cheng Jiao remarked, "My senior brother is not a monk." Though she said this, a tinge of jealousy crept into her heart regarding the bond between her senior brother and Sister Long. Nevertheless, She silently reassured herself. Sister Long is family. She is indeed a good Sister Long, and she does not harbor anger. The senior brother is the one who cherishes her most dearly, and he too bears no resentment. She is the beloved younger sister of Sister Long and the cherished junior of the senior brother, yes, devoid of any ire. Yet, why does her heart feel a twinge of discomfort upon hearing that her senior brother intends to marry Sister Long? Cheng Jiao's thoughts continued to swirl. Across from her, Li Macho was momentarily taken aback. She glanced at Su Zhiqing and then at the little dragon girl, particularly noting the affection evident in their gazes. A wave of jealousy surged within her. This jealousy threatened to drive her to madness. Li Macho, fixated on the group, muttered, "Why is it that the master favors you most? Why do you get to have a man? Why is it that I possess nothing?" As she continued to murmur, Li Macho suddenly turned her gaze towards Su Zhiqing and the little dragon girl, her eyes glinting with a frenzied, murderous intent. "I shall slay you both. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra belongs to me, your man. I will kill him and send him to accompany you." Chapter 63. Do you have the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra for dual cultivation? Is this madness? Su Zhiqing observed the peculiar behavior of Li Macho, who appeared to be far from rational. He regarded her with a wary gaze. Suddenly, Li Macho erupted into laughter, only to fix her piercing gaze upon him. "Die!" she exclaimed, brandishing her whisk and striking towards Su Zhiqing's face. "One does not strike the face. You have gone too far," Su Zhiqing retorted playfully. Yet he wielded his iron sword with no mercy, engaging Li Macho in a fierce duel. They exchanged blows in the corridor, each attack met with a counter. With every clash, Li Macho grew increasingly alarmed. This seemingly young, detestable Taoist possessed a swordsmanship that was profoundly advanced. She had battled with the members of the Quanzhen sect before. Such skill was undeniably on par with the 7 disciples of Quanzhen. Astonished, Li Macho's fury surged when she recalled that this odious Taoist was her junior sister's beloved. After another exchange, she sneered at Su Zhiqing, "You foul Taoist. Are you secretly involved with my junior sister? Do you not know that the rules of the Quanzhen sect are exceedingly strict? Engaging in romance can lead to expulsion, or worse, the forfeiture of your life." Su Zhiqing, catching his breath, lifted his gaze to meet hers. In terms of overall martial prowess, he could not rival Li Macho. However, he had managed to strike first when she attempted to enter his room, allowing him to hold his own in their skirmish. Martial arts combat is a contest of the whole rather than of singular skills. For instance, while he excelled in swordplay, his lightness skill was lacking, making him vulnerable to being toyed with like a kite. Fortunately, the corridor restrained her agility. "You need not concern yourself with that," he panted, regaining his composure to converse. He observed the blood seeping from Li Macho's wounds and cautioned, "If you do not staunch the bleeding, be wary of bleeding to death." "How kind of you to remind me." Li Macho shot him a cold glance, yet she reluctantly pressed her fingers against her shoulder to attempt to stop the flow. Cheng Jiao, standing beside the little dragon girl, disapproved of Li Macho's demeanor and retorted, "How can you be so ungrateful? My senior brother is warning you, and you respond with hostility? I believe you should bleed to death." Li Macho glared at Cheng Jiao. "You little brat, are you seeking death?" Cheng Jiao quickly hid behind the little dragon girl. "Senior brother, teach her a lesson." Su Zhiqing raised his sword and declared, "Li Macho, just now I employed the Quanzhen sword technique. How about experiencing the swordplay from the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra?" As his words fell, Li Macho's eyes widened in shock before she turned her furious gaze toward the little dragon girl. "Did you impart the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra to him? That technique is a secret of our sect. My dear junior sister, how dare you recklessly share it? If our master were to know, he would surely rest uneasily." Su Zhiqing frowned. "Li Macho, cease your nonsensical tirade. It is you who should fear for your master's peace. As a disciple of the ancient tomb sect, you have the audacity to betray it. The external world remains oblivious to the countless innocent lives that have been extinguished. Moreover, the Yunu Heart Sutra is not meant for public dissemination. My bond with Long may signifies a familial connection," Su Zhiqing declared, casting a glance at the visibly irate Li Macho. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" she inquired, her irritation palpable. "What could possibly be amusing? It is merely that I have recalled the prerequisites for practicing the Yunu Heart Sutra." A flicker of curiosity ignited within Li Macho, who feigned disinterest. "What are you pretending for? What prerequisites could there possibly be for practicing the Yunu Heart Sutra?" Su Zhiqing shook his head. "You are mistaken. To practice the sutra, one must first." "Ah, why should I divulge this to you?" In an instant, Li Macho realized she had been toyed with by Su Zhiqing. "Curse that insufferable Taoist," she muttered. Noticing Su Zhiqing's wary gaze, she refrained from making a move. "Today, I inadvertently fell into your trap. We shall settle this matter later." With that, she withdrew. As Su Zhiqing watched Li Macho depart, he suddenly interjected. If you wish to practice the sutra, you must find a man whose heart resonates with yours. Li Macho nearly stumbled down the stairs. Her face flushed with indignation as she glared at Su Zhiqing. What nonsense are you spouting? I am not deceiving you. If you do not believe me, inquire with your junior sister. Li Macho turned to Xiao Longnu, who nodded in affirmation. I refuse to believe it. Li Macho retorted, turning on her heel to leave. Your senior sister possesses formidable skills, Su Zhiqing remarked, his expression turning grave once Li Macho had departed. She will undoubtedly follow us. Xiao Longnu nodded in agreement. It seems she is indeed after the Yinu Heart Sutra. Su Zhiqing replied thoughtfully. However, this presents an opportunity for us. Perhaps I might fulfill the conditions to marry you sooner than anticipated. Cheng Jiao interjected, Senior brother, could you refrain from constantly thinking about marrying Sister Long? Su Zhiqing shot a glance at his junior sister. If I am not contemplating marrying your sister Long, then I might as well think about marrying you. At his words, Cheng Jiao's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly shook her head. No, I do not require your consideration. Su Zhiqing laughed heartily at his junior sister's reaction. Enjoying the playful banter, Xiao Longnu shot him a disapproving look and led Cheng Jiao back to their quarters. How unjust, Su Zhiqing lamented, yet he obediently retreated to his room to rest. The following day, after breakfast, the group resumed their journey. They had not traveled far when they noticed a female Taoist riding alongside them. Su Zhiqing peered through the window and was taken aback to find that it was none other than Li Macho following them. Goodness! Does she believe we cannot contend with her, and thus has chosen to accompany us? Su Zhiqing frowned, as he had intended to enjoy a leisurely excursion with Xiao Longnu. With his junior sister trailing behind, at least she was one of their own. But what business did Li Macho have intruding upon their company? Frustration brewed within him as he called out to Li Macho through the window. Li Macho, have you found a romantic partner whose heart resonates with yours? His inquiry prompted Li Macho to raise her ice-cold silver needles with a swift motion. With a whoosh, 3 silver needles flew towards him, prompting Su Zhiqing to hastily defend himself. Why resort to violence over mere words? However, I speak the truth. Su Zhiqing was about to elaborate, but Li Macho coldly interjected. I do not believe you, unless you allow me a glimpse of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. You wish to see the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra? Su Zhiqing smirked. That is possible, but you must agree to one condition. Li Macho's heart stirred with curiosity. What condition? When you accompany us back to the ancient tomb, I shall reveal it to you. Why? Li Macho furrowed her brow in confusion. I merely ask if you agree or not. Su Zhiqing had no intention of explaining further to Li Macho. Very well. Li Macho pondered for a moment before acquiescing. So it is settled. Su Zhiqing recognized that Li Macho was merely indulging him. Nevertheless, he felt indifferent. Sisterly, I assure you, to cultivate the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, one truly needs to find a man with whom the heart is in harmony. Li Macho raised her ice-soul silver needles once more. Dare you mention it again and see what happens? Chapter 64. The astute and wise Li Macho as the carriage traversed its path, stopping intermittently. Su Zhiqing found himself devoid of the inclination to admire the scenery, with Li Macho's watchful presence beside him. What an absurd situation. Peering through the carriage window at Li Macho, Su Zhiqing contemplated how to rid himself of her. What are you staring at? Li Macho, sensing his gaze, shot him a fierce glare. Who wishes to behold you? Su Zhiqing retorted, exasperated. If you're not interested, why do you keep looking? Her annoyance prompted a bemused chuckle from Su Zhiqing. It's akin to a large fly incessantly buzzing. How could I possibly ignore it? You are the fly. You foul Taoist. You may not have learned much, but you have certainly mastered the art of insults. Until when do you intend to follow me? Until you hand over the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. Then I suppose that has settled. With that, Su Zhiqing turned away, no longer regarding Li Macho. Instead, he directed his attention toward Hong Lingbo, who lay within the carriage. Is your master always this bothersome? My master is not bothersome at all. Not bothersome. Yet she follows you? Hong Lingbo, upon hearing this, huffed and fell silent. It's clear to me that both of you are equally shameless. Su Zhiqing, feeling vexed, found himself at an impasse. Even with his martial prowess, he could not subdue Li Macho, remaining ever vigilant against her presence. Likewise, Li Macho harbored her own suspicions of him. Both were wary of seizing any opportunity that might present itself. After a while, the carriage arrived in Jinju. As soon as they reached the city, Su Zhiqing turned his head and discovered that Li Macho had vanished. Brother, that old woman has disappeared. Cheng Jiao expressed her discontent. No one relished being spied upon during their travels. Our people are within Jinju. It's likely she wouldn't dare enter. Su Zhiqing was not convinced that Li Macho would leave so suddenly. Until she obtained the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, she would not be easily placated. Let us disregard her for now. We must change the carriage. The group exchanged their carriage for another, with an elderly driver taking over. As they set off once more, just as they exited Jinju, a horse ominously trailed behind them. It's that woman. Cheng Jiao pouted in annoyance. Brother, shall I send the jade bee to sting her? Don't. Your jade bee would likely be knocked down before it could reach her. Very well then. Sister Long, do you have any clever ideas? The little dragon girl shook her head in resignation. If only there were an opportunity for me to join forces with you. Perhaps we could subdue her. Alone. Su Zhiqing felt inadequate to confront Li Macho, but with the little dragon girl as assistance, they stood a chance of overcoming her. Previously, the little dragon girl had suggested they act together, yet Su Zhiqing had declined, fearing that they might fail to capture Li Macho and allow her to escape. He believed the likelihood of her fleeing was notable. Thus, he resolved to allow her to follow for the time being. Let us wait a while longer. Su Zhiqing glanced at the panel as he spoke. After this half-month, his total proficiency points had reached 1389. He was still far from the desired 10,000 points. For now, he could not rely on proficiency points. As dusk approached, the carriage halted at an inn. Before succumbing to slumber, Su Zhiqing set out to complete his daily task. Due to the hurried journey, the task had become a matter of seizing any available moment. Su Zhiqing swung his sword repeatedly, drawing the puzzled gaze of Li Macho from a distance. She was quite baffled by what this young man was practicing. If it were swordplay, one would expect him to master a move at a time. Conversely, if it were not, he would not be so assiduously executing each strike. If he were merely playing, she did not believe this insufferable Taoist was merely playing. Who would engage in such antics daily? Since she began following this obnoxious Taoist, she had observed that he practiced swordplay without fail every single day. Not a day had passed without his routine. Upon completing his swordplay, he instantly accrued 10 proficiency points. After a brief stretch, he prepared to retire for the night. Li Macho understood that under ordinary circumstances, she could not easily subdue Su Zhiqing. Thus, even though she was nearby, she refrained from making any reckless moves. Furthermore, she worried for her junior sister. She was aware of her sister's martial skills, which might not surpass her own. However, her sister must have mastered the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. She harbored no great confidence in defeating her sister. She knew that this insufferable Taoist was seeking an opportunity to escape or even to kill her. But was she not doing the same? What swordplay are you practicing, you insufferable Taoist? I have never seen it before. Li Macho called out as she watched Su Zhiqing head back to his room, unable to contain her curiosity. What swordplay? Do you wish to learn? I could teach you, Su Zhiqing replied, yet he did not pay her any mind and proceeded to his room. Observing his demeanor, Li Macho furrowed her brow but chose not to press further. On the second day, and then the third, Li Macho noticed Su Zhiqing still swinging his sword. Eventually, her curiosity got the better of her. Concealing herself in an empty space, she stealthily took up a sword and mimicked Su Zhiqing's form, striking again and again. Oddly enough, she found nothing particularly special about it. What was this insufferable Taoist up to? After completing her practice and discovering nothing remarkable, her curiosity only intensified. Another half-month passed, and Su Zhiqing and his companions arrived in Guangzhou. They did not linger but swiftly changed carriages and continued their journey. Li Macho once again followed suit. After a month of being tailing him, Su Zhiqing had grown accustomed to having such a radar by his side. At the very least, along the route, any bandits or robbers were swiftly dealt with by Li Macho. Those ruffians who wished to be cheeky were efficiently dispatched by her as well. One evening, after finishing his sword practice, Su Zhiqing was about to return to his room when Li Macho remarked, "The swordplay you are practicing is the Jade Maiden sword technique, isn't it?" Su Zhiqing, taken aback, turned to her in surprise. "What nonsense are you spouting? The Jade Maiden sword technique? I am merely practicing the fundamentals of swordsmanship." "Huh. You may deceive others, but you cannot deceive me. Fool." Su Zhiqing uttered a single word, prompting Li Macho, who was both anxious and furious, to turn and retreat to her room. Upon returning, Su Zhiqing heard footsteps fading away outside, and he shook his head in disbelief. He never anticipated that Li Macho would misconstrue his mission as the Jade Maiden sword technique. Perhaps she had mistaken it for a variation of the technique? The following day, after practicing his swordplay, Su Zhiqing noticed Li Macho observing him with an expression that suggested she had seen through him. He sighed. "This is not the Jade Maiden sword technique. If you doubt it, I can teach you." Upon hearing this, Li Macho's eyes flickered with confusion once more. Could it be that she had misjudged? Gazing at the smile curling at the corners of Su Zhiqing's mouth, she suddenly sensed something amiss. He must be deceiving her, thinking that if he offered to teach her, she would surely refuse. Yes, that must be it. Li Macho felt she had discerned the hypocrisy of this young man. With clarity in her mind, she coldly laughed. "Are you truly willing to teach?" Su Zhiqing was taken aback. "You genuinely wish to learn? If you are willing to teach, I shall learn." Li Macho waved her feather duster nonchalantly, saying, "Since I have little to do day to day, it would be beneficial to practice the fundamentals of swordplay." Chapter 65. Arrival at Black Dragon Pool. Su Zhiqing disregarded the pace of travel in this era. It was not merely a matter of transportation. Factors such as weather and road conditions also played a significant role. After a month, they had only traversed a little over half the journey. Moreover, with Li Macho constantly lurking nearby, Su Zhiqing felt increasingly uneasy about their travels. While having Li Macho accompany him was not entirely disadvantageous, at least they were not beset by petty criminals. It also revealed the extent of her lethal intent. Anyone who dared to rob them did not escape her wrath. Furthermore, any man who was not handsome enough to merit her approval found himself facing dire consequences. While those deemed handsome, though ignored, were not spared from her deadly grip either. In essence, her indiscriminate killings spared neither the virtuous nor the vile. The handsome nor the plain. Human life, in her eyes, held no greater value than that of poultry. Su Zhiqing had attempted to intervene, managing to stop some in plain sight, yet Li Macho would stealthily pursue and eliminate them afterward. He truly believed that Li Macho was utterly unlike any ordinary person. Left with no recourse, Su Zhiqing resorted to threats. "If you continue your wanton killings, do not expect to obtain the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra from me." With a cold laugh, Li Macho pressed forward on her horse, clearly uninterested in his words. She recognized that Su Zhiqing would never part with the coveted scripture. Over the past few days, she had been probing this insufferable Taoist's intended destination. She was eager to uncover where this detestable man was headed, abandoning the majestic Chongyang Palace for such a relentless journey. Through her observations during their travels, she deduced that the next destination for this insufferable Taoist was likely Shanshan. Whether this was his ultimate goal remained uncertain. The days spent following him had indeed been taxing. Fortunately, she had the opportunity to practice swordsmanship alongside this loathsome figure. However, the repetitive nature of their drills left her feeling increasingly discontented, as they had not varied in stance for several days. Though she contemplated discontinuing her tutelage under him, she noted that the Taoist persisted in his routine regardless of circumstance. Thus, she had no choice but to endure. Regrettably, after many days, she had gleaned little insight. As for the Taoist's threat to withhold sword techniques from her, Li Macho scoffed. She could master such a stance without his instruction. Determined to no longer follow this insufferable man, she resolved to advance to Shanshan on her own, hoping to catch him off guard. Should the opportunity elude her there, she would consider taking matters into her own hands. When Su Zhiqing noticed Li Macho ignoring him, he attempted to speak once more, only to witness her crack the whip against her horse's flank. The old steed neighed and galloped forward, swiftly disappearing from view. "Senior brother, what is she up to?" Uncertain, Su Zhiqing shook his head, unable to decipher the erratic thoughts of this madwoman. In his eyes, Li Macho was nothing short of a lunatic. His thoughts were, at most, discordant with the era, while Li Macho was utterly out of place among all individuals. By nightfall, Su Zhiqing had not caught a glimpse of Li Macho's return. Had she truly departed? Su Zhiqing felt a twinge of uncertainty. Cheng Jiayao kicked the curled-up Hong Lingbo in the carriage. "Hey, is your master a fraud? Abandoning you like this?" Hong Lingbo rolled her eyes and remained silent. When her master first appeared, she had believed she was saved. Now, reflecting upon it, she realized she had been overly optimistic. Despite their similar ages, that detestable Taoist's martial prowess was on par with her own master. Truly monstrous. "Why are you silent? Have you lost your tongue?" Cheng Jiayao pouted, her frustration palpable. She had come out to play with her senior brother, yet their fun had been utterly spoiled. Nevertheless, even in her ire, she merely grumbled a few complaints and did not truly vent her anger on Hong Lingbo. "I hope I don't encounter your persistent master again." In the following days, Li Macho remained absent. This time, they were convinced she had indeed left. Strange, how could she depart so abruptly? This only made Su Zhiqing uneasy. "Senior brother, isn't it good that she has left?" Cheng Jiayao, however, was quite pleased, reveling in her newfound freedom. "It is good, yet somewhat peculiar. I think you are the peculiar one." Cheng Jiayao scrutinized her senior brother with suspicion. "I've read some novels where characters have rare quirks. You wouldn't be." Smack. Su Zhiqing raised his head and gave his junior sister a light thump on the head. He knew she indulged in reading novels, and while he believed reading was beneficial, even if it was fiction, it now seemed those novels were somewhat unhealthy. "Sister Long." Cheng Jiayao, feeling wronged, immediately called for Zilongnu. "You." Zilongnu shook her head in exasperation. She felt that the one with peculiarities was not Su Dage, but rather this girl, who, knowing she would be punished, still chose to speak out. Once or twice could be forgiven, but to do so repeatedly was baffling. Zhiqing could not comprehend how this girl could endure it. The journey from Guangzhou to Shanshan had taken nearly a month, far exceeding Su Zhiqing's estimates. The coachman informed him that this was actually a relatively favorable situation. Previously, Su Zhiqing might have scoffed at such a notion, but after completing the journey, he began to empathize. Along the way, they had encountered over a dozen waves of bandits. Those with lesser martial skills might have already perished. Su Zhiqing believed those bandits deserved their fate. Even Taoists sought to rob, truly living recklessly. He assessed his skills, which had now reached a total of 1,699 proficiency points. As the carriage entered Shanshan territory, Su Zhiqing suddenly wondered if Li Macho might be waiting for him ahead. Master, let us take a different route. Upon this realization, he decisively opted for a change in direction. Master Su, the other routes are longer. This path is the closest to the Black Dragon Pool in the northern suburbs. No matter, a longer distance is inconsequential, having already taken 2 months. An extra day or two is of no concern. Very well then. The coachman turned the carriage and altered the route. 3 days later, they arrived at the outskirts of Black Dragon Pool. Master Su, this is Black Dragon Pool, the coachman said. It is said that this place was once a vast lake, but for reasons unknown, it has since transformed into a marsh. You must absolutely avoid entering the swamp. Su Zhiqing listened to the coachman's advice and nodded slightly. We shall not venture in. Master Eating resides near the marsh, but not in its depths. He instructed the coachman to return, as he intended to search the area. The master had mentioned that Eating was here, and with a little effort, he believed he could find him. Even if he couldn't locate him immediately, it would be an excellent opportunity to explore with Zhiqing and his junior sister. As for Hong Lingbo, her disposition was not as malevolent as Li Macho's. So Su Zhiqing decided to grant her freedom. However, she chose not to leave and instead followed them. Chapter 66. Do you think one finger can deal with me? Su Zhiqing, accompanied by his junior sister and the little dragon maiden, had searched for several days outside the Black Dragon Pool. Yet they had found no trace of Master Eating. This left him somewhat perplexed. Where could he have gone? Fortunately, he had mentally prepared himself for such an eventuality, and the absence of immediate results did not trouble him. They could continue their search gradually. After 7 or 8 days, Su Zhiqing stumbled upon 2 wooden cabins in a valley not far from the Black Dragon Pool. Senior brother, there are wooden cabins ahead. I see them. Without needing his junior sister's announcement, he had already spotted the cabins. Let us approach and see if this is what we seek. The 4 hurried towards the cabins. The scenery around the Black Dragon Pool was not particularly captivating. Initially, it offered a semblance of novelty, but after several days, even the most beautiful landscapes could become tiresome, especially in the relatively dreary environment of the Black Dragon Pool. Upon arriving at the wooden cabins, Su Zhiqing called out a few times, but when no one responded, he stepped inside. Senior brother, there are monk's robes here. Cheng Jiayao exclaimed upon discovering several pieces of monk's attire. Indeed, Su Zhiqing observed as well. After surveying the first cabin, he proceeded to the second. Having examined both cabins, he harbored an inkling that this might be Master Eating's abode. However, the absence of any inhabitants left him uncertain. Cheng Jiayao surveyed the empty cabins and murmured, I wonder where everyone has gone. They must not have left long ago. Hong Lingbo interjected suddenly. How do you know? Cheng Jiayao inquired curiously. She held a deep admiration for Hong Lingbo's martial prowess. After all, she could not defeat him, though he could not overcome her JBs either. Look around. The interior of this house, the floors, the tables, even the walls, are all spotless. Not a speck of dust to be found. It is evident that someone has been maintaining this place regularly. Hong Lingbo remarked, intrigued. Are you searching for a monk? Cheng Jiayao shot him a glare. Mind your own business. Hong Lingbo scoffed. If you don't want to share, then why do you ask? It's not like we haven't arrived here already. Su Zhiqing, listening to their banter, refrained from intervening. He had noted everything Hong Lingbo mentioned. It was indisputable that the cabins belonged to a monk, and it was likely that he had not ventured far away. The current mystery was simply where he could be. Observing Su Zhiqing's contemplative expression, the little dragon maiden discerned his thoughts. Elder brother Su, since it's possible that he is nearby, why don't we split up to search? Su Zhiqing instinctively wanted to decline. While they appeared fine together, parting ways could lead to unforeseen dangers, and he was unwilling to make such a mistake. Do not worry. We shall not stray far, just nearby to take a look. Even if senior sister comes over, we will be able to sense her presence. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing reconsidered. Junior sister, you stay here and send out the jade bees to scout the surroundings. I will accompany Sister Long to explore the vicinity. He was aware that his junior sister had only a limited number of jade bees. Were there thousands of them? He could easily command her to locate individuals with their assistance. For the time being, let the jade bees disperse in two directions. He and the little dragon maiden would each pursue a separate path. They would not stray far, primarily to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Senior brother. This should have been done long ago. Cheng Jiao had previously suggested splitting up, but Su Zhiqing had hastily dismissed the idea without a second thought. Now he acquiesced. Having spotted the wooden cabin. With the cabin in sight, it was likely that someone was nearby, eliminating the need to wander far afield. I shall head that way. Little Dragon Maiden opted for the northern route, while Su Zhiqing chose the east. Before departing, he approached Hong Lingbo, and without waiting for her to react, he swiftly sealed her acupoint. Since you are unwilling to follow us, leaving you here is a concern, so I shall seal your acupoint for now. We will unseal it upon our return. Having completed this, Su Zhiqing offered a few words of caution to his junior sister before heading north. Centered around the wooden cabin, he surveyed the surroundings, noting that one direction was perilously close to the marsh, thus requiring no further investigation. After walking north for a while and carefully observing his surroundings, he discerned no traces of human activity, prompting him to reconsider and head back. Just as he resolved to return, a jade bee buzzed into his view. Recognizing its significance, he understood that something was amiss with his junior sister, compelling him to hasten back. He had not ventured far, and a sense of unease regarding potential dangers lingered in his mind. Soon, he arrived back at the wooden cabin, only to find his junior sister protected behind the little dragon maiden. Before them stood Li Macho, wielding a whisk. Swish! As Su Zhiqing made his entrance, Li Macho raised her hand and launched several icy silver needles at the little dragon maiden. However, she effortlessly intercepted them all. Observing this, Su Zhiqing prepared to advance with his sword. Suddenly, a dark figure lunged toward Li Macho. Su Zhiqing paused, scrutinizing the assailant, who appeared to be a bald man with a bushy beard. This man, a monk, exuded an aura of ferocity, his every strike aimed at Li Macho with lethal intent. He unleashed blows with hands as hard as iron, showing no fear of her resilient whisk. As Su Zhiqing regarded this monk, memories of a certain individual resurfaced in his mind. Meanwhile, Li Macho, under relentless assault, felt her heart explode with frustration. Just when she had spotted an opportunity to confront the odious Taoist and her junior sister one-on-one, this formidable monk had unexpectedly appeared. Realizing the monk's prowess was formidable, she reluctantly feigned an attack and attempted to escape. However, upon turning, she found yet another monk standing before her. This one had a somewhat benevolent appearance, but in Li Macho's eyes, he was utterly detestable. Where did this bald donkey come from? Get lost, she shouted, determined to fend off the monk before her. As she made her move, the monk before her intoned Amitabha and remarked, "Friend, you truly possess a remarkable aura of malice. A practitioner of the monastic life ought to embrace compassion. How can one harbor such intense negativity? Perhaps it would be wise for you to remain here and refine your disposition." The old monk spoke while observing Li Macho, who was advancing towards him with resolve. He offered a faint smile and, without shifting his stance, extended a solitary finger. Li Macho, witnessing this, felt a surge of indignation mixed with embarrassment. "You think to confront me with merely a finger? You underestimate me gravely." With that, she concentrated her energy into her silk whisk, transforming it into a sharp thrust akin to a sword aimed at the old monk. Xiaolong and Cheng Jiao hurriedly cautioned the monk about the unique potency of the silk whisk. Meanwhile, Su Zhiqing regarded the monk's finger with contemplative intrigue. If his suspicions were correct, this must indeed be master-eating. Li Macho interpreted the monk's gesture as a sign of disdain, and he sensed that misfortune might soon befall her. Chapter 67. Why Wang Chongyang bestowed the primordial skill to Yi Ding. Li Macho's whisk, despite its inability to alter in size, could indeed elongate and shorten at will. What appeared to be merely a short segment of the whisk, under her deft manipulation, transformed into a long and formidable weapon. Master Yi Ding feigned ignorance of the whisk's formidable nature, extending a solitary finger toward it. He seemed oblivious to the shouts of Xiaolong Nu and Cheng Jiao, as if they were mere whispers in the wind. Observing the old monk's audacity to confront her with a mere finger, a cold smirk played upon Li Macho's lips. Her whisk was crafted from a unique material. By channeling her internal energy, she could render it incredibly hard and resilient, capable of withstanding even blades. Yet, in front of that single, unassuming finger, the whisk halted as if it had struck an acupoint, unable to advance or retreat. Li Macho's smile faltered, disbelief washing over her. How could this be? Amitabha. All things are possible. The formidable nature of Li Macho soon dawned upon her. The opponent must possess profound internal strength. Humph, old monk, do not think I am oblivious. You merely rely on your deep reserves of power. Though her words were defiant, a deep-seated trepidation brewed within her. Having roamed the martial world for years, she had never encountered anyone who could withstand her whisk with just a finger. This old monk was indeed impressive. She realized she was no match for him. A sense of retreat began to stir in her heart. Scanning her surroundings, she noticed Su Zhiqing and Zilongnu had encircled her without her notice. Are they intending to overwhelm her with numbers? Her heart sank. If she could not contend with a solitary monk, facing many would surely spell her doom. Su Zhiqing, observing Li Macho's calculating demeanor, softly urged, Li Macho, surrender. Master Yi Deng harbors no intention to harm you. He surmised that Li Macho would prefer the certainty of death over the prospect of daily meals and prayers with a monk. Just as Su Zhiqing thought this would be the moment Li Macho met her downfall, a bearded monk nearby suddenly erupted with fury. I will kill you, he bellowed. Launching both hands toward Li Macho, his eyes glowing with murderous intent, as if she were the embodiment of his deepest grievances. Su Zhiqing felt a surge of delight. He hoped the bearded monk would strike Li Macho down with a single blow. Yet, with a swift motion, Master Yi Deng interposed himself between them. Thwarting the bearded monk's assault meant for Li Macho. Seizing the opportunity, she wasted no time in fleeing. Do not run. Su Zhiqing and Zilongnu coordinated their efforts to block her escape. Li Macho, however, refused to engage them directly, scattering icy silver needles to create a diversion before vanishing into the thicket. Su Zhiqing, seeing this, had no choice but to concede defeat. He turned to witness the bearded monk, his eyes ablaze with rage, his face contorted, breathing heavily, indicating that something was awry with his condition. Little Dragon Maiden whispered in Su Zhiqing's ear. Su Zhiqing nodded, his expression somewhat grave, as if he were entranced. Just as they were conversing, the benevolent monk Sen suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted. Su Zhiqing and Little Dragon Maiden exchanged glances and approached. Master Yi Deng was attending to Xian. After waiting for Master Yi Deng to stabilize the monk, Su Zhiqing took the initiative to pay his respects. Junior Su Zhiqing pays his respects to Master Yi Deng. He then produced a letter. Master Yi Deng, I bring you a letter from my esteemed teacher. Oh, Master Yi Deng. Having already discerned Su Zhiqing's attire as that of a disciple of the Quanzhen sect, was curious about the purpose of this visit. A letter? Master Yi Deng accepted the missive and opened it directly. Soon, he had perused its contents, and his gaze shifted to Su Zhiqing, scrutinizing him intently. Su Zhiqing felt perplexed. Master Yi Deng, this letter. Please, follow me. Master Yi Deng lifted San and walked toward the wooden cabin. Su Zhiqing, seeing this, refrained from further inquiries and followed closely behind Little Dragon Maiden. He hesitated at the threshold, deciding against entering. Brother, is this the master you sought? Cheng Jiao inquired. Drawing near, her eyes sparkled with color. That bearded monk was truly frightening. When he opened his eyes, I thought I had pilfered his buns. Su Zhiqing, exasperated, replied. What do you mean by stealing his buns? Why would he glare at us so fiercely, as if he were about to commit murder? Before he could elaborate, Master Yi Deng emerged from the room and fixed his gaze upon Cheng Jiao. Noticing she was also clad in a Taoist robe, he immediately recognized her identity. Master Yi Deng smiled apologetically at Cheng Jiao. I apologize for the fright my companion caused you, dear Taoist friend. Please do not take offense. Cheng Jiao hastily returned the greeting. No offense taken. I merely mentioned it. I do not truly hold a grudge. He has assisted us, after all. He is a good person. Upon hearing this, Master Yi Deng was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. If only he could hear such praise, perhaps he would not be so unhinged. He is unhinged? Cheng Jiao appeared astonished. Indeed, he is. Also a pitiable soul, Master Yi Deng remarked, a hint of sympathy in his tone. Cheng Jiao seized upon a word. Also? Master Yi Deng merely smiled and did not elaborate further, turning his attention back to Su Zhiqing. Your master has sent you to me with the intention of teaching you martial arts. Su Zhiqing was taken aback. He had merely thought to deliver a letter. Reflecting on his master's penchant for riddles, he realized that perhaps this was indeed a request from Master Yi Deng to instruct him in martial arts. Was it truly necessary to be so cryptic? Master, my teacher and esteemed mentor did not mention this, he replied, genuinely surprised. If Master Yi Deng were to teach him martial arts, Su Zhiqing would be more than willing. After all, this was one of the 5 absolutes. Not to mention the mastery of both the one-yang finger and the innate skill, 2 pinnacle techniques. Your master has mentioned this in his heart. Perhaps he refrains from telling you out of concern for your disappointment. Master Yi Deng casually fabricated a reason and, looking earnestly at Su Zhiqing, proclaimed, Your master wishes for you to acquire the innate skill from me. The innate skill is inherently a martial art of your Quanzhen sect, and it has merely found its way to me through fate. Su Zhiqing certainly understood the meaning behind Master Eating's words. In the past, Wang Chongyang, fearing that no one would be able to contend with Ouyang Feng after his death, traveled to Dali to impart the innate skill to Master Eating. His intent was that, after his demise, there would still be someone capable of subduing Ouyang Feng. Since your master desires for you to learn it, I am willing to teach. However, Master Eating paused momentarily, diverting the conversation. Do you know why in the past? Your great ancestor did not pass the innate skill to your master or to your other senior brothers. Chapter 68. Master Eating, is that all there is to it? Wang Chongyang's innate skill has only been practiced by two individuals, himself and Master Eating. Wang Chongyang refrained from passing it on to his disciples due to their insufficient internal strength, rendering them incapable of practicing it. It was not a matter of reluctance, but rather the stringent requirements of the innate skill, which necessitates an exceptionally profound internal power. None of his disciples possessed such qualifications. Su Zhiqing had heard of this notion, but had never felt compelled to delve further into it. When inquired about Master Eating, he could only feign ignorance. Seeing Su Zhiqing shake his head, Master Eating proceeded to elucidate the prerequisites for practicing the innate skill, simultaneously revealing the reason behind his own mastery. After sharing this, he addressed Su Zhiqing. I am uncertain about your internal skills. Do they meet the criteria for learning the innate skill? Su Zhiqing himself was unaware if his internal prowess met the necessary standards. May I inquire, Master, what constitutes as sufficient? His question momentarily stumped Master Eating. After pondering for a while, he instructed, very well, throw a punch at me. Su Zhiqing immediately comprehended Master Eating's intent. He nodded, please, Master. Assess whether my internal strength is adequate. With that, Su Zhiqing assumed a horse stance, lowering his center of gravity. He looked at Master Eating and declared, Master, please observe. With a powerful strike, the wind from his punch made Master Eating's eyes brighten. As the fist approached, he reached out to intercept it. Despite being prepared and channeling his internal power, he was still pushed back a step. Su Zhiqing retracted his fist and, after regulating his breath, turned his gaze towards Master Eating. How was it? Master Eating nodded, then shook his head. It's barely acceptable. Su Zhiqing was taken aback. Barely acceptable? Noticing Su Zhiqing's astonishment, Master Eating sighed. The innate skill practiced by my esteemed teacher is truly one of the finest martial arts in the world. This technique is highly taxing on internal energy, thus requiring a robust internal foundation for practice. Once mastered, it allows one's martial prowess to ascend silently to an elevated realm. Consequently, the requirements are exceedingly high. You, my friend Su, have already surpassed the ordinary by reaching this meager level. Provided your martial talent is sufficient and you devote yourself earnestly, it should take no more than a year and a half, if not less, to grasp the fundamentals. Upon concluding his remarks, Master Eating inquired, might I ask, young Su, are you willing to commit to this path of study? Su Zhiqing bowed respectfully, I am indeed willing. Master Eating nodded slightly, excellent. Seeing Su Zhiqing's eagerness to learn, Master Eating instructed him to wait a moment before retreating to his chamber. Only after Master Eating had returned did Cheng Jiao speak up. Senior brother, are you truly planning to study here for a year and a half? Su Zhiqing chuckled. You are well aware of my prowess, are you not? Do you truly believe I require a year and a half to learn martial arts? Once he met the prerequisite conditions, mastering the innate skill would merely be a matter of gaining proficiency. As he pondered, he noticed that Hong Lingbo remained frozen in place. Apologies. I almost forgot about you. Su Zhiqing approached and released the acupoint of Hong Lingbo. Surprisingly, she felt no anger, rather. Her curiosity was piqued regarding the identity of the old monk and why this foul Taoist held him in such high esteem. Moreover, her master could not even contend with a mere finger of the old monk. How she wished to learn beside him. As she pondered this, the old monk emerged once more. After Su Zhiqing had unblocked Hong Lingbo's acupoint, he saw Master Eating stepping out and hurried over. Master Eating, young Taoist Su, come with me. Master Eating ignored Cheng Jiao and the others, instead beckoning Su Zhiqing to his side. Now that you are prepared, you shall remain here for a period of time. Su Zhiqing nodded, indifferent to this arrangement. Observing Su Zhiqing's readiness, Master Eating's gaze shimmered with appreciation. There is no time like the present. Let us begin your instruction now, so that you may learn sooner. As he spoke, he instructed Su Zhiqing to sit and commenced explaining the principles of the innate skill. Half an hour later, having completed his teachings, Master Eating turned to Su Zhiqing. Did it sound somewhat obscure and unclear? Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing was at a loss for words. As Master Eating concluded his explanation, the innate skill manifested on his interface. Without hesitation, he allocated points. The moment he did so, his internal power was entirely depleted, and the innate skill transformed into an entry-level proficiency. Master Eating, I believe. I may have grasped it. Master Eating's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Young Taoist Su, you claim you have learned it? Su Zhiqing did not elaborate, but began to circulate the innate skill, performing the breathing techniques. Master Eating watched in sheer shock. You truly have mastered it. But how can this be? Su Zhiqing, with a bold demeanor, replied. Perhaps I am particularly suited for learning the innate skill. Master Eating paused for a moment, then chuckled. It may indeed be the blessing of Brother Chongyang in the heavens. Hearing this, Su Zhiqing felt a sense of humility and refrained from further comment. His purpose for being here had been fulfilled, and he wished to take his leave. Just as he was about to voice this intention, Master Eating inquired, have you heard of Ouyang Foam? Su Zhiqing was perplexed by this question, but nodded nonetheless. He was feeling somewhat disoriented, unable to clearly recall his own name. To his surprise, Ouyang Foam was still alive. Master Eating sighed, directing his gaze back to Su Zhiqing. The innate skill not only allows one to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, but when combined with an exceptional art of mind, it can also dispel ailments, harmonize imbalances, and heal severe internal injuries. Would you, young Taoist, be willing to learn? Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing understood that Master Eating wished to impart to him the One-Yang finger. I am eager to learn. Master Eating nodded, introducing the One-Yang finger as a technique for acupoint striking, and continued his discourse. Although the One-Yang finger does not require as much time to master as the innate arts, it still demands 3 to 5 years of diligent practice. I hope that fellow Su is mentally prepared for this. Hearing this, Su Zhiqing promptly responded, the junior understands. Well then, I shall now impart to you the essential techniques. Master Yi Deng, known for his succinctness, began to elucidate the One-Yang finger without unnecessary embellishments. This discourse lasted for half an hour. Master Yi Deng pondered to himself, hoping that this young lad would not master his family's treasured skill all at once. Did you glean anything from what I taught, young friend Su? Su Zhiqing observed the interface and found that he had successfully upgraded the One-Yang finger to an entry-level proficiency. He replied sincerely, Master Yi Deng. I have indeed learned the One-Yang finger. A look of astonishment once again spread across Master Yi Deng's face. Before he could inquire further, Su Zhiqing extended his finger and pointed towards Master Yi Deng. To his astonishment, the technique Su Zhiqing executed was precisely the One-Yang finger that he had just demonstrated. Chapter 69, Mastering? A housewife in merely 1 hour, Su Zhiqing had acquired the foundational techniques of the innate skill and the One-Yang finger from Master Eating. This hour was solely dedicated to the master's exposition. Despite having encountered numerous prodigies, Master Eating had never before met someone like Su Zhiqing. Had he spoken more swiftly, Su Zhiqing might have grasped the teachings in even less time. Ba, young friend Su, you truly possess remarkable talent. The master believed this was entirely due to innate ability. If Brother Chongyang were aware from beyond, he would surely rest in peace. Su Zhiqing humbly replied, Master, you flatter me. Mastery of martial arts is merely the first step. The true essence lies in the subsequent practice. With such comprehension and talent, it is likely that you will soon make a name for yourself in the martial world. Master Eating admired Su Zhiqing's abilities, both in skill and character. He invited, since you have just begun to learn these 2 martial arts, why not stay for a while? Though I am but an old monk, I possess some insights into the One-Yang finger and the innate skill. Upon hearing Master Eating's suggestion, Su Zhiqing promptly abandoned his intention to return home. With the Master's guidance, his understanding of these martial arts would undoubtedly deepen. Then I shall impose upon the master for a while longer. In the days that followed, Su Zhiqing remained by Master Eating's side, absorbing his teachings on the One-Yang finger and the innate skill. Xia Longnu and Cheng Jiayao did not intrude, often wandering nearby, while primarily waiting for Su Zhiqing. A month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, while Su Zhiqing sat cross-legged beside the wooden cabin, practicing his breathing techniques, a figure suddenly lunged towards him. Who goes there? Xia Longnu moved swiftly, positioning herself in front of the assailant. The two soon engaged in combat. Su Zhiqing, startled by the sudden attack, opened his eyes wide. Upon seeing the attacker embroiled with Xia Longnu, confusion spread across his face. He had initially assumed the assailant was Li Macho, yet the figure before him bore silver hair and appeared to be of grandmotherly age. Who is this person? Su Zhiqing pondered, observing closely. He soon realized that the attacker employed authentic Quanzhen martial arts. Yet, there was no such figure within the Quanzhen sect. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If this person were who he suspected, it would make sense. Noticing that the assailant's techniques were consistently countered by Xia Longnu, Su Zhiqing swiftly approached her side, his gaze fixed on the intruder. May I inquire as to your identity, esteemed elder, and your purpose in utilizing the techniques of the Quanzhen sect? The elderly woman did not respond, but instead posed a question to him. Young Taoist, I ask you, are you a disciple of the Quanzhen sect? Su Zhiqing nodded. I am Su Zhiqing, a third-generation disciple of the Quanzhen sect. May I ask who you are and why you have attacked me? The elderly woman vehemently denied his accusation. Young Taoist, do not speak falsely. I have come merely to inquire about a person, not to attack you. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing merely smiled in silence. Whether to attack or not was something he alone understood. This old woman, perhaps not particularly thick-skinned, was nonetheless straightforward. Little Taoist, I admit my fault and apologize. However, I truly wish to inquire about someone. Su Zhiqing shrugged his shoulders. Predecessor, you have yet to reveal your identity to me. Others call me Ingu. You wouldn't recognize me even if I told you. This old woman was none other than Ingu, who resided in Black Dragon Pool. She had long noticed Su Zhiqing and his companions, especially the familiar Taoist robe he wore, a sight she could never forget. She had been searching for an opportunity and finally found the day when the monk was out. Thus, she contemplated capturing the little Taoist to inquire about the person she sought. Killing Su Zhiqing had never crossed her mind. Upon hearing Ingu's words, a smile graced Su Zhiqing's face. The person he had thought of earlier was indeed Ingu. To his surprise, she turned out to be the one. So it's you, the master. Huh. The little dragon girl, Cheng Jiayao, and the not-so-distant Hong Lingbo all looked at Su Zhiqing in bewilderment. Even Ingu was taken aback. She then squinted at Su Zhiqing and asked, Little Taoist, why do you refer to me as master? Is that not appropriate? Su Zhiqing replied with a smile. The old rascal Zhou Baotong is my senior uncle. Should I not address you as master? Well then, I shall just call you. Ingu hurriedly interjected, No. The title of master is quite fitting. A gleam of joy sparkled in her eyes. I didn't expect you, little Taoist, to be so perceptive. If anyone dares to bully you, just come to me. All right, master. If anyone dares to bully me, I shall seek you out. Su Zhiqing held no particular sentiment towards Ingu. Even now that he had encountered her, he was merely respecting a story. He could not impose his own concepts upon Ingu. It was akin to how he could not mimic Master Yi Deng, seeking Ingu's forgiveness for a vendetta against her son. Su Zhiqing did not see himself as a mediator of tales. He would not concern himself with such matters. Very well, I shall certainly assist you. Ingu responded eagerly, then quietly asked, So, do you know where he is? The senior uncle? Su Zhiqing shook his head, thinking that perhaps Ingu was already aware of where the old rascal was. However, he did recall the old rascal's entrance. Each time the old rascal appeared, the plot shifted. For instance, his first appearance seemed to have led to the introduction of the Valley of No Feelings. Presently, he truly had no knowledge of the old rascal's whereabouts. Rest assured, master, if I learn the location of my senior uncle, I will certainly inform you. Yet, Ingu declined, her expression one of despair. Forget it. Knowing where he is serves no purpose. He would not wish to see me. Su Zhiqing remained silent in response to this. Yet, Ingu quickly regained her composure. Little Taoist, I came not only to inquire about your senior uncle, but also to inform you that the female Taoist who fought with you that day is still around. If you go out, you must be cautious. That female Taoist is quite formidable. Well, the old woman has left. After Ingu finished speaking, she turned and walked away. Once she departed, Cheng Jiayao leaned in and inquired, Senior brother, why did you refer to her as Shernai? And how come I was unaware of the existence of Eishizu? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, as she sensed that there must be a fascinating tale behind it. Su Zhiqing glanced over and noticed that even the little dragon maiden's eyes were filled with a quest for knowledge. Even Hong Lingbo tilted her ear, clearly eager to hear Su Zhiqing's explanation. We shall discuss this later, he thought, pondering whether the female Taoist mentioned could be Li Macho. The little dragon maiden furrowed her brow. My senior sister possesses a very stubborn and extreme temperament. It is indeed quite possible that it is her. Su Zhiqing reflected on Li Macho's character, which aligned perfectly with the little dragon maiden's description. Now that he had entered the realm of the Yang Finger and possessed innate abilities, he was genuinely inclined to test his mettle against Li Macho once more. With that thought, he instructed his junior sister, release the Jade Bee to search for Li Macho. Once we locate her, I shall let her experience the might of my finger. Chapter 70. Indeed, Li Macho awaited ahead. It remained uncertain whether her absence was due to Ingu's discovery, as she had not dared to show herself again. Cheng Jiayao dispatched the Jade Bee for an extended search, yet Li Macho remained elusive. Where could she have gone? Finding her proved futile. Su Zhiqing did not believe that Li Macho would relinquish her pursuit. Her fixation on the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra had endured for so long. How could she simply abandon it? Though she was currently nowhere to be found, it was likely that she would reappear under unforeseen circumstances. In the ensuing days, Zhiqing immersed himself in his training. Finally, after a month, he achieved mastery in both the one-yang finger and the innate skill. Su Xiaodao, have you broken through again? Master Yiding reflected with astonishment, having never witnessed such rapid martial advancements. Zhiqing's face radiated joy, for this breakthrough was the result of his own diligent practice. He expressed profound gratitude to Master Yiding for his meticulous guidance over the past 2 months. Without it, he would not have progressed so swiftly. My guidance is but a mere assistance. Your innate talent is exceptional. Master Yiding observed Zhiqing's humility and felt a burgeoning desire for him to be his disciple. Although your talent is commendable, the subsequent advancements in the innate skill will not be so straightforward. You must understand the immense internal energy required for its cultivation. Henceforth, you will need to diligently practice your internal power to elevate your innate skill further. After imparting further wisdom, Master Yiding concluded, my guidance can extend only to this point. Your future cultivation relies upon your own efforts. I must embark on a journey with Xian for a while. Will you remain here to continue your practice, or return to the mountain gate? The choice is yours. Upon hearing Master Yiding's words, Zhiqing felt a tinge of separation in his heart. He respectfully bowed to Master Yiding. I apologize for any disturbance I may have caused during these days. If you have any unfulfilled aspirations, I shall assist if within my ability. Having received such unreserved guidance for 2 months, Zhiqing was no ingrate. He held Master Yiding's kindness close to his heart. Master Yiding pondered for a moment before responding. My decision to teach you the one-yang finger and the innate skill was influenced by my own considerations. With my advancing age, traversing the martial world has become increasingly cumbersome. I hope that in your future endeavors, should you encounter a practitioner of the toad skill, you might be able to subdue him and thus prevent further bloodshed. I have several disciples who can wield the one-yang finger, yet they too lack the capability to cultivate the innate skill. Zhiqing comprehended the gravity of this. Rest assured, Master Yiding, should I encounter a practitioner of the toad skill, I shall assess their actions. If they are malevolent, I shall eliminate them. Suddenly, he recalled that Ouyang Feng seemed to have no successor, save for his disciple, Yanghua. However, he refrained from divulging this to Master Yiding. As Master Yiding prepared to depart, Zhiqing readied himself to take little dragon girl and his junior sister back. As for Hong Lingbo, who had been trailing them, Zhiqing mused that it would be better if she were a little more wicked. He would have no qualms about eliminating her. The following day, Zhiqing bid farewell to Master Yiding alongside his companions. He felt a sense of nostalgia, reflecting on the 4 months that had swiftly passed since he departed. During this period, apart from accumulating a significant number of proficiency points, his most notable achievements were mastering the one-yang finger and the innate skill. Zhiqing contemplated the recent transformations in his abilities. Player, Zhiqing age, 19 martial arts level, first class internal skill, master of the complete truth heart method, 190,000. Master of the fragmented 9 scriptures, 153,1000. Proficient in the Jade Maiden Heart Method, 11,1000. Innate skill proficiency, 7,100. Finger technique. Proficient in one-yang finger, 9,100. Fist technique. Mastery of complete truth fist technique, 77,1000. Palm technique. Proficient in the heavenly net palm, 33,100. Sword technique. Master of complete truth sword technique, 167,10,000. Proficient in Jade Maiden Sword Technique, 11,1000. Proficient in Jade Maiden Pure Heart Sword Technique, 11,1000. Lightness skill. Proficient in Golden Goose skill, 139,1000. Proficient in Sparrow Capture skill, 17,100. Daily tasks. Swinge sword 1,000 times. Completed. Random tasks. 1. Chongyang's Last Wish, in progress. 2. Chaoying's Last Wish, in progress. 3. Little Dragon Girl's Wish, in progress. 4. Eliminate Huadu, in progress. 5. Defeat King of the Golden Wheel, in progress. Proficiency points, 2207. Aside from the skills of the Ancient Tomb sect, his proficiency in the Complete Truth sect's techniques had generally improved. It was rather inconvenient to train with the Little Dragon Girl outdoors. Hence, the Jade Maiden Heart method had seen no advancement. He resolved to make up for this upon his return. Zhiqing mused as he, along with the Little Dragon Girl, his junior sister, and Hong Lingbo, departed from the Black Dragon Pool. Their journey had been hurried, but the return did not necessitate such urgency. Let us first procure a carriage. Regardless of our haste, without this mode of transport, any excursion would be quite cumbersome. I recall there being a town ahead. Let us investigate. After a brief interval, the quartet arrived at the town's outskirts. Just as they were about to enter, they noticed a figure standing a short distance away, silently observing them. "It's that old woman," exclaimed Cheng Jiayao, without restraint upon recognizing the silhouette. Swish, swish, swish. 3 icy silver needles flew towards them. Li Macho evidently took great offense to the term old woman and raised her hand, intent on silencing Cheng Jiayao. Clang. A long sword intercepted the 3 silver needles. Su Zhiqing flicked the needles off his iron sword and approached Li Macho with deliberate calmness. "I sought you that day but found you not. I never expected you to reveal yourself today." He had surmised that Li Macho would not relinquish the Jade Maiden Heart method, and it turned out she had been waiting for them here. He had to concede that Li Macho was indeed a person of considerable patience. Hearing Su Zhiqing's words, a glint of mockery flickered in Li Macho's eyes. "Cursed Taoist, you lie without a hint of hesitation. You would rather avoid me than seek me out. Evading you was tiresome, but now I find you no longer vexatious." Su Zhiqing retorted, shaking his sword, and before he knew it, he stood directly before Li Macho. He aimed his sword towards her face. "What? Do you believe you have the upper hand now?" Li Macho sneered, her silk whisk swirling as it lashed towards Su Zhiqing's arm. "Was my previous performance not commendable?" Su Zhiqing flicked his long sword, deftly evading Li Macho's silk whisk like a snake shedding its skin. "Who instilled in you the erroneous perception of my inadequacy?" he retorted, countering with a thrust aimed at Li Macho. Employing the complete truth sword technique, he transformed a single strike into 3, simultaneously targeting her throat, heart, and lower body. However, Li Macho did not dare to meet the onslaught head-on. She repeatedly waved her silk whisk to parry Su Zhiqing's blade. Seizing the moment as Su Zhiqing withdrew his sword, she lunged forward, delivering a powerful palm strike. Su Zhiqing, observing the descending hand, extended a single finger. Li Macho's expression shifted slightly. The last encounter with his finger had proven troublesome. Could this foul Taoist possess similar prowess? Her skepticism did not deter her, and she pressed on with her attack. As her palm made contact with Su Zhiqing's finger, a surge of internal energy coursed through, penetrating her body in an instant. Li Macho's complexion altered as she hastily flicked her silk whisk, releasing several ice-soul silver needles towards Su Zhiqing. Just as he dodged the needles, Li Macho executed a series of agile leaps, vanishing into the town. "Brother Su, are you unharmed?" Xiao Longnu rushed forward. Su Zhiqing shook his head, a smile curling his lips as he gazed in the direction of Li Macho's retreat. "I am fine, but your senior sister may not fare as well." No sooner had he spoken than he felt a tingling numbness in his fingers. A quick glance revealed them turning black. He hurriedly concentrated his energy to halt the encroaching malaise. "Good heavens, your senior sister is truly sinister." Chapter 71. You seek her? She yearns to send you to your grave. Su Zhiqing diligently exerted himself, forcing the poison from his fingertips. Anticipating Li Macho's inevitable escape, he had long prepared himself. Having roamed the martial world for so long, it was inconceivable that Li Macho lacked the skills to slip away unscathed. He estimated that those who wished to eliminate her could form a line from the Black Dragon Pool to the Quanzhen sect. The last time his master Chiu led the charge, they had failed to capture her. Even with his martial prowess enhanced, to hope to confront Li Macho and subdue her in a single encounter was nothing short of folly. However, he was not without his strategies. "Sister, is it ready?" Previously, he had utilized the one yang finger knot with the intent to slay Li Macho. Its effectiveness was only marginal. It was impossible to strike her down in one blow. Inflicting injury was within reach, though. As he wounded her, he had also left something on her. "Brother, once she bears my mark, she cannot evade my little darling." Before embarking, Su Zhiqing had requested some bee venom from his sister. During their previous skirmish, he had opportunely smeared it upon Li Macho. As long as she refrained from bathing or changing her attire, evading the effects of the jade bee would be futile. Then release the jade bee. Understood. Cheng Jiao nodded and unleashed the jade bee, directing it towards the town. Su Zhiqing exchanged a glance with the little dragon girl, and they hurriedly followed suit. Upon witnessing this, Hong Lingbo grasped the situation, realizing her master had clearly fallen prey to the cunning of this detestable Taoist. Anxious in her heart, she found herself unable to assist him and thus followed along. The group trailed the jade bee into the town. After several twists and turns, the jade bee alighted before a dilapidated house. Cheng Jiao turned to her brother. "Li Macho must be inside. Summon back the jade bee," Su Zhiqing commanded. Then turned to the little dragon girl. "This time, to ensure your sister does not escape again, you may need to take action." Initially hesitant about involving the little dragon girl for fear of losing Li Macho, he now recognized that her intervention was essential to capture the elusive foe. The little dragon girl nodded in agreement. Observing her response, Su Zhiqing approached the crumbling abode and forcefully kicked the door open. Inside, Li Macho, who had been cultivating to heal her wounds, immediately opened her eyes at the sound. Upon seeing Su Zhiqing and his sister enter, her expression shifted to one of shock and fury. "How did you find me? Enough of your prattle. Prepare to face my sword." Su Zhiqing had no desire for cordial conversation with Li Macho. Taking advantage of her injury, he decided to strike first. As he lunged towards her, Li Macho's expression darkened. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." She brandished her whisk, engaging Su Zhiqing in combat. The two figures exchanged blows within the confines of the room, neither gaining the upper hand. Seeing this, Su Zhiqing augmented his golden goose technique by 900, instantly elevating his proficiency from adept to master. A torrent of martial memories flooded his mind, and in a mere moment, he felt a significant lightness in his form, accompanied by an improvement in his agility. He was at ease. Li Macho was in a state of profound distress. Just moments ago, the clumsy Taoist priest had exhibited a notable breakthrough in his agility. She wielded her flail with fervor, directing strikes towards Su Zhiqing's face and neck, yet each attempt was thwarted by his deft defenses. Gradually, Li Macho found herself slightly out of breath, in stark contrast to Su Zhiqing, whose complexion remained as vibrant as ever. Must that foul priest resort to such extremes today? Li Macho's words ignited a spark of caution within Su Zhiqing. He had not forgotten her deadly poison needles. Was it permissible for her to trouble them repeatedly, yet now accuse them of being ruthless? Was it solely her prerogative to seek them out, while denying them the same right? Did she believe herself to be the arbiter of their conduct? Su Zhiqing's retorts were sharp, and his swordplay was equally fierce, forcing Li Macho into a defensive posture. However, her flail provided exceptional protection, making it exceedingly difficult for even his masterful sword techniques to penetrate her defenses. Suddenly, as Su Zhiqing contemplated his next move, Li Macho unleashed 3 icy silver needles towards him. He deftly evaded the concealed projectiles, but before he could regain his stance, Li Macho made another attempt to break free. Dragon Sister. The little dragon girl sprang into action, positioning herself before Li Macho. Su Zhiqing pressed forward, and together they effectively sealed off Li Macho's escape route. Li Macho cast a glance at the little dragon girl, her eyes pleading. "Junior sister, can't you let me go just this once?" Su Zhiqing, overhearing her plea, shook his head slightly. The little dragon girl had long harbored the desire to send her to her grave. Now that an opportunity had finally presented itself, could they afford to show mercy? "Senior sister, if you surrender and return to the tomb with me, I shall spare your life." Upon hearing these words, the pleading expression on Li Macho's face vanished, replaced by an icy resolve. "Junior sister, if that is the case, let us settle this matter through our skills." With a swift motion, her flail swept towards Su Zhiqing. He scoffed softly and countered with his sword. At the same moment, the little dragon girl lunged towards Li Macho's face. The two joined forces, and after a flurry of exchanges, Li Macho began to show signs of defeat. As the battle reached its climax, Su Zhiqing's vigilance intensified. He had no desire to falter now. The little dragon girl, too, had never been one to underestimate her opponent. "Junior sister, have you not mastered the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra? Why is it that you cannot even wield the Jade Maiden Swordplay?" Li Macho seized a moment of respite to utter these words, gasping for breath. The little dragon girl turned her gaze towards Su Zhiqing, who readily replied, "Very well." In an instant, they both employed the Jade Maiden Pure Heart Swordplay. Their minds synchronized, their swordplay became fierce, and they thrust towards Li Macho as if dozens of swords were converging upon her. Li Macho deflected Su Zhiqing's strike with her flail, but could not ward off the little dragon girl. The latter deftly stood atop Su Zhiqing's sword, pushing Li Macho back relentlessly. Just as the little dragon girl descended, Su Zhiqing emerged from behind her and struck a finger against Li Macho's forehead. The force penetrated through. Li Macho, struck by the blow, felt a jolt in her head, and her body involuntarily succumbed to weakness. Upon witnessing this, Su Zhiqing did not act carelessly and directly shattered Li Macho's dantian. With this action, he felt assured. "Junior sister, now you need not worry about your senior sister escaping again." Had he managed to pierce Li Macho's heart, Su Zhiqing would not have felt the need to take further action. Since she was not killed, he would not have delivered an additional strike. Though he had heard of the numerous misdeeds committed by Li Macho, he had never witnessed them firsthand. Moreover, he believed that his master and Master Chiu would not have dealt a final blow either. Little dragon girl nodded in acknowledgement. "Master." It was Hong Lingbo. Upon entering the room, she saw her master lying on the ground and assumed that Su Zhiqing and little dragon girl had slain him. Hong Lingbo immediately rushed to Li Macho's side, tears streaming down her face. Su Zhiqing, however, chose not to say much in response. He sensed that Hong Lingbo genuinely cared for Li Macho. Enough of the tears. She is merely incapacitated, not dead. Su Zhiqing's words, rather than comforting her, only intensified Hong Lingbo's weeping. Chapter 72. Yang Guo followed Ouyang Feng and ran away. A sudden crash echoed as a porcelain bowl was hurled from the carriage, shattering into fragments upon impact with the ground. This was soon accompanied by a barrage of curses. "Get out!" Hong Lingbo exclaimed. Her eyes reddened as she emerged from the carriage. Is she not eating again? Su Zhiqing frowned at the scene before him. Ever since he had incapacitated Li Macho, she had scarcely touched food or drink within the carriage. At this rate, it was likely she would perish from starvation before long. Observing Hong Lingbo's nod, he retorted, "It is better she does not eat. Let her starve and be burned sooner." Su Zhiqing harbored not an ounce of compassion for Li Macho. The name Qi Lian was not one befitting a virtuous soul. What sympathy could he possibly possess for her? Having uttered his thoughts, Su Zhiqing turned back to the carriage. "Let us depart and continue on our journey. Has that old woman tormented Lingbo again?" Cheng Jiayao remarked, unable to bear the sight. Previously, she had found Hong Lingbo irksome. Yet now she observed that despite the insults hurled by Li Macho, Hong Lingbo remained unperturbed. In fact, she began to admire her resilience. "Brother, why not simply eliminate that old hag? Lives are as insignificant as grass." Cheng Jiao's disregard for life was apparent. For the Quanzhen sect was at the forefront of the resistance against the Mongols, and countless brothers had perished tragically over the years. "Your words would certainly earn you a reprimand from our master." Su Zhiqing shot a glance at his junior sister. "Even in her current state, do you expect me to take action against her?" He could not bring himself to slay an unarmed individual. Having already rendered Li Macho powerless, she would no longer possess the means to inflict harm. Moreover, given her current condition, she was unlikely to survive much longer. Enough about her. We should be able to return to the mountain in just over a month, Su Zhiqing declared, casting a glance at Xiao Longnu. Xiao Longnu, seemingly aware of Su Zhiqing's thoughts, averted her gaze, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Su Zhiqing chuckled inwardly, recalling Xiao Longnu's prior words. The prospect of bringing Li Macho back to the ancient tomb filled him with anticipation. Half a month later, Su Zhiqing and his companions arrived in Jinzhou. It seemed that Li Macho had either resolved her inner turmoil or found the pangs of hunger unbearable, as she ultimately bowed her head and began to eat. However, her demeanor remained far from pleasant. Throughout the journey, she cast cold glances at Su Zhiqing, showing no fear of his potential wrath. Since he had chosen not to kill her initially, he had no intention of doing so afterward. Li Macho no longer occupied his thoughts. His days were filled with leisure alongside Xiao Longnu and his junior sister, as well as practicing his martial arts. Upon reaching the sect's temporary base, he received a letter from his master. The correspondence conveyed unsettling news regarding changes within the sect, urging him to return if circumstances permitted. The unexpected letter from his master stirred a sense of unease within Su Zhiqing. It was not customary for his master to send such messages without reason. Thus, upon receiving the letter, he decided against lingering in Jinzhou any longer. "Let us be on our way." The group boarded the carriage once more. After a bumpy journey of over half a month, they finally arrived at the foot of the Zhongnan Mountains. The journey took nearly 2 months, and the return was almost the same. Coupled with the time spent at Heilongtan, Su Zhiqing had devoted half a year to the world beyond the mountains. This was merely a single excursion. Gazing at the mountain gate, Su Zhiqing lamented, "Traveling is no easy feat." Yet, Xiaolongnu and Cheng Jiayao seemed unfazed. Xiaolongnu belonged wherever Su Zhiqing went, while Cheng Jiayao relished the company of her senior brother, indifferent to the duration of their adventures. Upon returning to the sect, Su Zhiqing noticed many of his fellow disciples hesitating to speak upon seeing him. Curiosity piqued, he managed to inquire and learned it was related to his disciple. His first instinct was to suspect that Yang Guo had caused some trouble, yet he found it improbable, having given him thorough instructions before his departure. Despite his contemplations, Su Zhiqing hurried back to his courtyard. After placing his belongings in the Qingzhou courtyard, he asked Xiaolongnu to remain outside while he and his junior sister made their way to the Jingqing courtyard. Upon arrival, Su Zhiqing discovered that Yang Guo was absent, practicing his martial arts. Could he have truly gotten into trouble? He murmured, just as he heard the sound of his master reciting scriptures in the main hall. He and his junior sister approached. Sun Buer, having finished his reading, turned to look at them. Disciple pays respects to master. Su Zhiqing and Cheng Jiayao both bowed deeply. Sun Buer gestured to them. "Rise, it has been a weary journey." Cheng Jiayao sprang to Sun Buer's side, exclaiming, "Master, it was not tiring. The outside world was delightful. You playful girl, having stayed in the sect for so long, of course, the outside seems enchanting." Sun Buer remarked, then turned to Su Zhiqing. How did you find the world beyond? Su Zhiqing responded succinctly, chaotic. Sun Bu'er was taken aback. Why do you say so? Should it not be prosperous? Su Zhiqing shook his head. A single trip exposed me to countless bandits. How could it be prosperous? Only a few cities and towns might be somewhat better, but outside, people are armed and wary, as though they are guarding against enemies. Having witnessed what true prosperity entailed, Su Zhiqing felt increasingly out of place in this era. Disorder seemed to be the very essence of the times. The rules of various factions overshadowed the laws of the government. Reliance lay not on justice, but on the swords in hand. If one possessed superior martial skills and power, their word was law. Equality among people? Su Zhiqing saw none of it. What he observed were slaves, treated worse than livestock. You are fortunate to perceive these truths, Sun Bu'er remarked with a sigh. She recognized her disciple's maturity, but was surprised by the depth of his observations. Other disciples, including her own past experiences, had merely seen the journey as a form of leisure. She found Su Zhiqing's perspective unsurprising. Once you travel more, you will understand that this is the norm. Su Zhiqing did not speak much with his master on this matter. He felt insignificant in the face of the era, knowing that even if he became an unparalleled master, he could not overturn the tumultuous waves of time. You received the letter I wrote for you, did you not? Su Zhiqing took out the letter in his hand. This letter was penned by Sun Bu'er. Master, has something happened within the sect? Upon hearing this, Sun Bu'er sighed deeply, her gaze towards Su Zhiqing filled with complexity. In the 6 months since your departure, there have been significant changes in the sect. Su Zhiqing felt a chill in his heart. For Master to say significant carried considerable weight. However, there is only one matter that concerns you. Hearing this from his master, Su Zhiqing knew it was undoubtedly related to that rascal Yanghua. Is it Guer? Yes, 2 months ago, he was captured by Ouyang Feng. Su Zhiqing furrowed his brow. Yanghua had indeed left with Ouyang Feng. Observing Su Zhiqing's expression, Sun Bu'er spoke softly. Your disciple is a good one. Not long ago, my fellow masters and I had a contest with the king of the Golden Wheel when we encountered Ouyang Feng. We joined forces against him, but due to our injuries, it was difficult to subdue him. It was your disciple who voluntarily stepped forward to confront Ouyang Feng, willingly agreeing to leave with him to quell the situation. As Sun Bu'er spoke, she sighed. Zhiqing, the sect has wronged you and your disciple. Chapter 73. The change of the master. We have issued a warrant for Ouyang Feng throughout the martial world. Once he appears, he is bound to be found quickly. Sun Bu'er could not help but feel a sense of guilt towards Su Zhiqing. She lamented that she had failed to protect even her own disciple. Master, the sect has not wronged us. Su Zhiqing, though surprised by the unfolding events, held little concern for Yanghua's safety. As Ouyang Feng's godson, Yanghua had indeed mastered the frog skill. It was unlikely that Ouyang Feng would harm him. Yet, the thought of Ouyang Feng's legendary madness stirred a sliver of worry within him. What if Ouyang Feng were to go mad? Such thoughts were not something he could share with his master. Master, Guer is quite clever. Surely he must be safe. After speaking, Su Zhiqing thought of Guijing. Master, we should send a letter to Brother Guo to inform him of Yanghua's situation. A year has passed, and he has gone missing. This matter ought to be conveyed to Guijing. He had already sent a letter to Guijing while writing to her. He must have received the news by now. Su Zhiqing nodded slightly, observing the guilt etched upon his master's face. He then revealed a portion of the truth. Master, before Yanghua became my disciple, he had already learned a martial art. The art he learned is the frog skill, which was taught to him by Ouyang Feng. Upon hearing this, Sun Bu'er narrowed her eyes slightly, suddenly realizing the implications. Ouyang Feng's intrusion into the Quanzhen sect must have been aimed at Yanghua. This meant that Yanghua was indeed Ouyang Feng's disciple. Master, what do you mean by Ouyang Feng's disciple? Su Zhiqing replied earnestly. Yanghua is our Quanzhen sect's 4th-generation disciple, my disciple, and certainly not Ouyang Feng's disciple. If Ouyang Feng willingly passed the frog skill to Yanghua, it is indeed a blessing for him. Sun Bu'er, upon hearing her disciple's brazen declaration, felt her perception of him shift. Yet, she could not help but feel comforted by his words. Master, if Ouyang Feng has imparted the frog skill to Yanghua, why should we oppose it? You are right. Sun Bu'er would never speak ill of Su Zhiqing, but cautioned, I fear that Ouyang Feng, in his madness, may have taught Guer martial arts that are rather distorted. There is no need for concern. Though Ouyang Feng's practice of the frog skill was somewhat misguided, after a year of diligent training with our Quanzhen sect, Yanghua has built a solid foundation. When he resumes practicing the frog skill, there should be no issues. Su Zhiqing had previously examined Yanghua's condition and noted that the practice of the frog skill had indeed caused some internal injuries. Subsequently, he had instructed Yanghua to cease practicing the frog skill and had guided him in recuperation. He also imparted medical knowledge to Yang Guo, encouraging him to study medicine. After such efforts, Yang Guo would surely have gained insight into his own body. Sun Bu'er nodded, finding herself in agreement with Su Zhiqing's words. She is well aware of her disciple's unique character and remarkable maturity. Regardless, it is imperative that we locate him first. It is disconcerting to think of him being under the influence of that Ouyang foam. The master is indeed correct. Su Zhiqing contemplates that it would be far more beneficial for Yang Guo to practice martial arts on the mountain, rather than wandering aimlessly in the outside world, where survival is a daily struggle and time for training is scarce. Unlike life on the mountain, where meals are provided by the sect, one does not have to fear the elements. Such a carefree existence is a luxury not afforded outside. By the way, Zhiqing, aside from your disciples' affairs, we must also discuss the change in our sect's leadership. Sun Bu'er continues without pause. Your master uncle has passed his position to Master Qiu. Hence, our sect's current leader is Master Qiu. Su Zhiqing is taken aback. What prompted this sudden change? Before you left, did you not suggest a duel with that king of the Golden Wheel? Sun Bu'er explains. He accepted the challenge and then came to engage us in combat. That battle left both us and the king of the Golden Wheel severely injured. It is precisely due to that encounter that we are now ill-equipped to deal with Ouyang foam. Su Zhiqing comes to a realization. It appears that the ultimate cause of these troubles lies with him, leaving Yang Guo to bear the burden. You should pay a visit to Master Qiu. After all, you are our sect's chief disciple. Yes, master. Su Zhiqing readily agrees. By the way, during your trip to the Black Dragon Pool, did you manage to learn any martial arts from Master Eden? Master, I have acquired 2 martial arts techniques from Master Eden. 2. Yes, the Xiantian Gong and the Yang finger. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, Sun Bu'er stands up in astonishment. What did you say you learned? The Xiantian Gong and the Yang finger. You have mastered the Xiantian Gong? Sun Bu'er's expression turns exuberant. She steps forward and seizes Su Zhiqing's arm. Come, we must go see your master uncle. Su Zhiqing does not resist and follows his master as they depart. Junior sister Cheng Jiayao is perplexed. After all, her senior brother merely learned 2 martial arts techniques. Why is the master so excited? Seeing her senior brother being pulled away, she hastens to follow. The master truly overlooks her. Yet, Sun Bu'er, being a person of wisdom, realizes that her earlier exuberance was merely a moment of overwhelming excitement. After leading Su Zhiqing out of the courtyard, she suddenly feels it inappropriate and releases him. Striving to maintain her composure, the excitement in her eyes remains evident. She guides Su Zhiqing without pause until they arrive at a courtyard halfway up the mountain, known as the Tranquil Heart Courtyard. This place was designated for recuperation after Master Ma Yu relinquished the position of leader. During his tenure, he often resided here and continues to do so now. Senior brother. Inside the courtyard, Ma Yu is engrossed in transcribing scriptures. Hearing the loud commotion of junior sister Sun outside, he cannot help but frown. Upon Sun Bu'er entering, Ma Yu admonishes her. Junior sister, you are no longer a child. How can you still shout so loudly? You have no sense of decorum whatsoever. Brother, it's Zhiqing. Zhiqing has mastered the innate skill. What? Ma Yu sprang to his feet, discarding the brush he held, and swiftly approached Su Zhiqing, who had just entered with their master. Su Zhiqing was taken aback by Ma's sudden movement. Unfazed, Ma grasped Su's shoulders with fervent excitement, his expression brimming with anticipation. Tell me, did you truly learn the innate skill from your ancestral master? Though Su Zhiqing felt a slight discomfort from Ma's grip, he remained silent. Sensing the uncontrollable exhilaration radiating from Ma, it is true, Master Eden not only imparted the innate skill to me, but also bestowed upon me his Yang finger. Please, Master, observe, Su Zhiqing proclaimed, extending his hand to demonstrate, using the Yang finger to channel the innate skill towards Ma. Chapter 74. Returning Li Macho to the ancient tomb with a single move, Su Zhiqing had revealed the essence of the innate skill in the Yang finger, which Ma Yu recognized instantly. Having served alongside Wang Chongyang for many years, Ma Yu possessed a profound understanding of his master's techniques. How remarkable! I never anticipated that what our 7 true ones could not achieve has been realized by you, Zhiqing. Truly, the Quanzhen sect has a promising future. We honor our master. As he spoke, tears welled in Ma Yu's eyes. The inability of their small group to master Wang Chongyang's innate skill had long been a source of regret for him. It was not only Ma Yu who felt this way, the others shared the sentiment. Did Wang Chongyang not wish to pass on the innate skill to them? It was not a matter of desire, but rather of their insufficient inner strength to comprehend it. Perhaps their master feared they would be unable to uphold the skill, and thus he left no martial arts manuscripts behind. If they were worthy of learning the innate skill, they could seek master eating in the future. Yet, they felt no merit in approaching master eating for instruction. Ma Yu's suggestion for Su Zhiqing to seek out master eating was merely an attempt. To their astonishment, master eating not only imparted the innate skill to Su Zhiqing, but also taught him the one yang finger. Ma Yu turned to his junior sister, Sun Bu'er. Are Qiu Shidi and the others aware of this? Sun Bu'er shook her head. Zhiqing just returned, and I brought him to see you immediately. Ma Yu nodded in agreement. In that case, let us keep this to ourselves for now. After this, he turned to Su Zhiqing. You have brought back the innate skill from master eating, which is a monumental achievement for our sect. Is there anything you desire? Although Ma Yu was not the sect leader, he still commanded respect and influence. He believed he could fulfill Su Zhiqing's wishes. To Ma Yu's surprise, Su Zhiqing had no particular desires. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I wish to find my disciple, Yang Gua. Regardless of whether he is the disciple of Ouyang Feng, being in his company poses significant risks. You speak of Guo. Ma Yu paused, reflecting on how Ouyang Feng had abducted Yang Gua, which had indeed taken him by surprise. Rest assured, since the day Yang Guo was taken by Ouyang Feng, I have dispatched disciples to search for him. As soon as Ouyang Feng reappears, we will locate him without delay. The Quanzhen sect possessed the capability to accomplish this. In the entire martial world, no one dared to disregard the Quanzhen sect's authority, whether from official factions or other forces. Seeing that Su Zhiqing sought nothing more, Ma Yu nodded slightly, clearly pleased. Since you have just returned, accompany me to pay respects to your ancestral master. Su Zhiqing nodded and followed Master Ma to honor the memory of their grandmaster Chongyang. Wang Chongyang rested in a serene location within the Chongyang Palace. Su Zhiqing trailed behind Master Ma and his own master, soon arriving at the grave of Wang Chongyang. Although he was present to pay homage, he remained silent throughout the ceremony, observing as Master Ma spoke fervently to the tomb. Su Zhiqing's thoughts were consumed with the task of combining the graves. What must he do to ensure that Lin Chaoying and Wang Chongyang are buried together? Su Zhiqing merely entertained this thought momentarily, for he possessed no means to actualize it. Should this notion reach the ears of Ma Yu and his master, one could only wonder if they might strike him down on the spot. Standing by, Su Zhiqing waited until Master Ma beckoned him to approach and pay his respects to the ancestral master. He hurried forward to perform the ritual. Subsequently listening to Master Ma speak for a while, Su Zhiqing glanced at Master Ma, who, with hair as white as snow and a gaunt visage, appeared to be in the twilight of his years. During their journey to honor their ancestor, Su Zhiqing had frequently heard Master Ma cough incessantly. His master had mentioned that they had sustained internal injuries while confronting the king of the Golden Wheel. As the saying goes, youth is favored in combat. And given Master Ma's advanced age, his recuperative abilities likely paled in comparison to his former self. It was perhaps this very reason that prompted Master Ma to step down in favor of others. But was it truly to yield to Qiu Shibua? Su Zhiqing shook his head. While he had no qualms concerning Qiu Shibua's martial prowess, his temperament was far too volatile. After paying homage to the ancestral master, Su Zhiqing heeded his master's words and prepared to depart. He discerned that Master Ma seemed to harbor many sentiments yet unspoken to their ancestor. Master, my junior sister and I shall take our leave. Indeed, you may return first. I shall follow shortly, Master Ma replied. Sun Bu'er remained behind. Su Zhiqing escorted his junior sister towards the courtyard. Brother, why does Master Ma appear to be in such poor health? Cheng Jiayao, for the first time, exhibited a quiet demeanor. She had sensed Master Ma's frail condition, a testament to his care for her. Perhaps it is due to some injuries. Do not dwell on it too much. He shall recover with time. Oh, all right. As they walked, Su Zhiqing's mind wandered to the changes that Qiu Shibua's leadership would bring to their sect. Master Ma represented the steadfast guardians, while Qiu Shibua embodied a stark contrast. To the outside world, the Quanzhen sect seemed united, yet internally, it was rife with factions. Among the third-generation disciples, rivalries simmered beneath the surface. Su Zhiqing hoped these matters would not ensnare him. Along the path, he encountered Zhen Zhibing and Zhao Zhiqing approaching. Upon seeing him return, both exhibited expressions of surprise. Su Zhiqing nodded in acknowledgement, preferring brevity. Zhao Zhiqing mirrored his sentiments, attempting to evade him, while Zhen Zhibing took the initiative to salute him. Junior brother Su, when did you return? Brother Zhen, brother Zhao? I have just arrived. Su Zhiqing replied, clasping his hands in greeting. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Zhiqing interjected. Junior brother Su, you may be unaware, but the current leader is Qiu Shibua. Upon hearing Zhao Zhiqing's words, Su Zhiqing regarded him with a bemused expression. What do you mean by that, brother Zhao? Zhao Zhiqing cast a sidelong glance at Su Zhiqing. Junior brother Su, I recognize your formidable skills and that you have caught Master Ma's eye, but now, The leader is no longer Master Ma. Brother Zhao. Zhen Zhibing was taken aback by Zhao Zhijing's lingering resentment towards Su Zhiqing and quickly intervened. Junior Su, Brother Zhao, and I shall take our leave, he declared, pulling Zhao Zhijing away. Nevertheless, Su Zhiqing still discerned Zhao Zhijing incessantly remarking about how one need not fear him, asserting that the future chief disciple ought to be Su. Brother, why is Brother Zhao still so detestable? Cheng Jiayao expressed her disdain for Zhao Zhijing. Do not mind him, we shall deal with him in due course. Come, let us seek out your sister Long. Su Zhiqing escorted his junior sister back to the Qingzhou courtyard. In the courtyard, he was somewhat astonished to find Zai Longnu and Li Macho engaged in conversation. He wondered if Li Macho had undergone a transformation, as she was now conversing amiably with Zai Longnu. Upon his entrance, Li Macho voluntarily concluded her remarks, refraining from further discourse with Zai Longnu. Su Zhiqing noticed the gaze of Li Macho, which bore a semblance of a smile, yet was inscrutable. He chose to disregard it, and directly approached Zai Longnu. Let us return to the rear mountain. Grandmother must be yearning for us, he suggested, then leaned close to Zai Longnu's ear and whispered, do not forget the words you spoke back then. We have indeed brought your senior sister back. Chapter 75. A new record of proficiency as twilight descended. Su Zhiqing and the little dragon girl's party made their way to the ancient tomb in the back mountains. Along the journey, Li Macho lagged behind, reluctant to return, her legs trembling to the point of immobility. It was only with the support of Hong Lingbo that she was able to continue. Had he known this would be the case, he would have acted differently from the outset. Su Zhiqing cast a glance at Li Macho, who had previously been spoken of by the little dragon girl as expressing doubts about his sincerity, claiming he was merely a Taoist from the Quanzhen sect and could never truly love the little dragon girl. This implied she was speaking ill of him behind his back. Su Zhiqing was aware of Li Macho's past actions. If she had only killed Lu Zhanyuan, a man who had betrayed her, it would have been understandable. However, her indiscriminate violence, even against innocents merely sharing the surname Lu, was deeply disturbing. A severe psychological disturbance coupled with formidable strength is indeed a source of great concern. Noticing that Li Macho was entirely unresponsive to him, Su Zhiqing chose not to approach her further. Soon, they arrived at the ancient tomb sect. Upon their arrival, Granny San, stationed at the entrance, spotted them and rose with delight, her face lighting up with joy at the sight of Su Zhiqing and his companions. In her advanced years, solitude had become a burdensome companion. Granny, before Su Zhiqing could speak, Cheng Jiayao rushed forward, embracing Granny Sun's arm and animatedly recounting their experiences. Finally, she pointed at Li Macho, exclaiming, Granny, look, we've brought back Li Macho. Granny Sun turned her gaze towards Li Macho, who averted her eyes, too ashamed to meet her gaze. Noticing Li Macho supported by Hong Lingbo, Granny Sun looked back at Su Zhiqing. In capturing her, did you inadvertently render her martial prowess useless? Su Zhiqing offered a brief explanation, omitting unnecessary details. He was not concerned about Granny Sun's reproach. Rather, he deemed it unnecessary to elaborate, stating simply that Li Macho's abilities had been incapacitated. Quite right, Granny Sun responded, not only refraining from chastisement, but instead praising him. Her eyes narrowed menacingly as she glanced at Li Macho. A traitor to the sect should be executed on the spot. Her words made Li Macho tremble, leaving her too frightened to speak further. Granny Sun then softened her gaze towards the little dragon girl. My dear, I never anticipated you would fulfill your master's dying wish. Your master can finally rest in peace. The little dragon girl, however, did not seek the accolades. It was Brother Su, whose wisdom and strategy enabled us to capture my senior apprentice sister. Granny Sun showed no surprise at this revelation. The little dragon girl was still inexperienced in the ways of the martial world. To subdue Li Macho upon her first venture outside would require skills surpassing those of Li Macho herself. Su Zhiqing was taken aback to find himself regarded as resourceful in the eyes of the little dragon girl. Young Su, my dear, take this wayward disciple to pay respects to your master. Granny Sun referred to the little dragon girl's master, who was indeed her lady, though she seldom addressed her in such terms before Su Zhiqing and the little dragon girl. After all these years resting in the earth, a group of individuals ventured into the ancient tomb. Outside, Li Macho found herself unable to move, yet upon entering the tomb, she unexpectedly adopted a demeanor of tranquility. Soon, they arrived before the portrait of Lin Chaoing. Beside her image hung that of another person, the master of the little dragon girl. As the group entered, the little dragon girl remained still, while Li Macho suddenly fell to her knees before the portrait of her master. Su Zhiqing observed this. Realizing that Li Macho knelt in silence, her eyes tightly shut, he was perplexed by her actions but chose to focus on the little dragon girl instead. The little dragon girl, indifferent to Li Macho, received incense from Granny Sun and distributed some to Su Zhiqing. He accepted it and imitated her, lighting the incense. A fleeting glance at the little dragon girl revealed her eyes closed as she murmured softly. Meanwhile, Su Zhiqing's attention shifted to the system panel. Upon bringing Li Macho to the ancient tomb, the system had sent him a notification. His task was complete, fulfilling the little dragon girl's wish. Consequently, he received a reward of 400 points. His proficiency points had reached 2207 at the Black Dragon Pool, and after nearly 2 months returning to the sect, they should have escalated to 2707. Alas, due to the addition of the Golden Goose technique, he fell short of surpassing the 3000 mark, remaining at 2207. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of wealth, urging himself to remain composed, reminding that he had yet to breach the 3000 threshold. As he contemplated the allocation of his over 2000 proficiency points among various martial arts, Li Macho suddenly erupted, charging headlong into the stone wall. Master, Su Zhiqing and the little dragon girl remained unmoved, but Hong Lingbo intervened to restrain Li Macho. Do not block my path. She struggled against him. Su Zhiqing was bewildered by her antics and remained silent. Instead, Granny Sun coldly admonished, Li Macho, will you not find peace upon your return to the sect? If you persist in this manner, I will not hesitate to send you to your master to atone for your transgressions. Ultimately, Li Macho lacked the courage to confront death and fell silent. Granny Sun inspected her and scoffed, even if you have betrayed us. Your master was still intent on bringing you back when she passed away. You were raised by her. Whether she despises you or not, the truth remains. Now that your martial prowess is lost, you shall properly atone before your master. After her tirade, she turned to Hong Lingbo, instructing, take her with me. Hong Lingbo looked at Li Macho. Accompany her. Granny Sun then addressed Cheng Jiayao. Jiayao, assist me. Without hesitation, Cheng Jiayao nodded and stepped forward to support Granny Sunday. The four departed. Su Zhiqing gazed at the surroundings, realizing that only he and the little dragon girl remained, and he felt a subtle pang of emotion. Ultimately, his grandmother had always cherished him, understanding that he and the little dragon girl had matters to discuss. Dragon sister. She still calls me dragon sister. Su Zhiqing approached the little dragon girl, enveloping her in his embrace. He leaned in closer, whispering warm breaths into her ear. Shall I call you dragon child? The little dragon girl offered no response, merely a shy murmur of acknowledgement. Do you remember what you said in front of your grandmaster last time? I have accomplished it. Su Zhiqing stated, lowering his gaze to meet hers. The little dragon girl was looking up at him, their eyes locking, each discerning unspoken sentiments reflected in the other's gaze. Su Zhiqing was captivated by the innocence in the little dragon girl's eyes, particularly her tender lips, and he could not help but swallow hard. Brother Su, she began, but before she could continue, he pressed his lips against hers. After a long while, he finally lifted his head, only to find the little dragon girl in his arms had grown languid. What did you wish to say? Brother Su, perhaps you should consult Senior Son. Consult about what? Su Zhiqing inquired, only to catch the little dragon girl's teasing glare. Yet, she earnestly replied, I have already spoken to my master, and he has granted permission. You have yet to consult Senior Son. His consent is still pending. Su Zhiqing, enchanted by the little dragon girl's earnest and endearing demeanor, could not resist burying his head once more. My master would not oppose, he murmured. Chapter 76. I want to marry the little dragon girl. It was unbearable. Su Zhiqing, unable to restrain his hand, was caught by the little dragon girl just as he attempted to reach inside. You are tickling me, she exclaimed, gripping his mischievous hand, her eyes filled with affection, exhaling a fragrant breath to deter Su Zhiqing's impetuous behavior. Master and the others are watching. Initially bewildered, Su Zhiqing was suddenly enlightened by her words. He gazed at the portrait hanging on the wall, silently reciting, Blessed be the infinite celestial sovereign. Realizing the gravity of the situation, why didn't you remind me sooner? Suppressing his desire, Su Zhiqing pinched the little dragon girl's cheek, feeling a nagging suspicion that she was being deliberately provocative. Who suggested I reach inside? She replied softly, Not today. Su Zhiqing found himself perplexed by her sudden declaration. What did she mean by not today? He had not done anything inappropriate. Yet, as he looked down at her, his breath quickened. Big brother Su, not today? The little dragon girl's heart raced at the intensity of Su Zhiqing's gaze, which seemed to devour her whole. I came in here for a reason. After a prolonged silence, Su Zhiqing sighed. What is it? Big brother Su, you should speak with Senior Son about this. Certainly, I will seek her out today. Su Zhiqing understood that if he wished to marry the little dragon girl, he must consult his master. In this world, devoid of parents, Master Sun Buer was his sole familial figure. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's intention, The little dragon girl's face brightened, though her eyes still reflected concern. But you are still the chief disciple of the Quanzhen sect. Can we truly pursue this? Zhiqing playfully tapped her nose. Fear not, I shall handle it. He had never regarded his status as chief disciple with any seriousness. His allegiance to the Quanzhen sect was solely for the sake of Sun Bu'er. Just as Zhiqing and the little dragon girl were lost in their affectionate exchange, the sound of footsteps approached from outside. The little dragon girl hastily withdrew from his embrace, adjusted her attire, and dutifully knelt before the portrait of her master. Zhiqing chuckled softly and turned to face the doorway, where Granny's son and his junior sister had arrived. Senior brother, have you not finished your worship yet? Cheng Jiao inquired as she sidled up to Zhiqing, her nose twitching. Are you up to no good? Zhiqing waved her away. I have not done anything wrong. What mischief could I possibly engage in with your dragon sister? Cheng Jiao pouted. I was merely making an offhand comment. Why such a strong reaction? Zhiqing found himself at a loss. Was her inquisitive nose merely a ruse? What do you know, child? Again with that. Do you still consider me a child? Cheng Jiao huffed, puffing out her chest in defiance. I am quite grown up. Zhiqing playfully pressed down on her head. With that posture, you remain a child. Fine. I shall ignore you. Cheng Jiao stormed back to Granny's son's side, exclaiming, Granny, my senior brother has bullied me again. Granny's son chuckled, replying, if he bullies you, why not seek your master? What use is it to come to me? She cast a glance at Zhiqing, noticing traces of a maiden's rouge lingering at the corners of his mouth. A sigh escaped her lips as she observed the seemingly well-behaved girl. How could she have foreseen that this young man would lead others astray? Zhiqing, I have a favor to ask of you, she continued. Unbeknownst to him, Granny's son had nearly unraveled the events that had transpired between him and the little dragon girl. Yet, he remained unperturbed, his demeanor refreshingly honest and forthright. Whatever you wish. Just say it. He replied. I would like you to assist in constructing a small dwelling outside, she requested. Initially bewildered, Zhiqing soon recalled Li Macho and her apprentice. For them, he pondered. Since she has renounced her sect, it would be unfit for her to dwell within the ancient tomb. It is far more appropriate for her to reside outside as a guardian of the tomb. Very well. Zhiqing agreed without hesitation. In this era, losing one's martial prowess equated to losing everything. Even though Li Macho possessed the means to poison, he harbored little concern. If he were ever to fall victim to her treachery, he would rather take his own life than suffer such indignity. After the little dragon girl completed her rituals, the group emerged from the tomb. Outside, Hong Lingbo and Li Macho were inspecting the courtyard they had previously constructed. Li Macho, how about we build you a courtyard here? Zhiqing suggested, gesturing to a spot not far from the existing courtyard. The two structures would be close, yet not too adjacent. Li Macho nodded silently, her agreement unspoken. Thank you. Hong Lingbo expressed her gratitude with a respectful bow. She bore no ill will towards Zhiqing. Rather, she disapproved of her master's ways. Now, she felt liberated, free from her master's coercion to partake in actions against her will. Zhiqing was not consulting Li Macho. He merely informed her of his intentions. Turning to Granny's son, he declared, Granny, I wish to marry your granddaughter. Taken aback, Granny's son stared at Zhiqing in disbelief. What did you just say? I said I wish to marry Long. He reiterated. Then you must ask my granddaughter. She insisted. She has already agreed, and since you are Longer's elder, I sought your blessing. Upon hearing his words, Granny's son's eyes glistened unexpectedly with tears. She nodded vigorously. I consent. I consent. Yet, worries akin to those of the little dragon girl surfaced in her mind. You are the chief disciple of the Quanzhen sect. What will your masters say? My masters support this, Zhiqing assured her, concealing his own concerns. He believed in his master's backing and figured he could always step down from the chief position if necessary. After all, in comparison to the little dragon girl, what did the title of chief matter? Let us leave it at that for today. I will consult my master and return tomorrow, he concluded. Should I arrive late, I will have my junior sister inform you of any developments. As he spoke, he noticed his junior sister lost in thought, a silly smile gracing her face. He approached and playfully tugged on her ear. Did you hear what I just said? She exclaimed, suddenly realizing her own words, her face flushing with embarrassment. If that's the case, then it's settled. Zhiqing glanced at his somewhat peculiar junior sister, reassured that her agreement sufficed. Let us return now. He escorted her back to their sect, making a detour to the quiet pavilion, only to find that his master had yet to return. He resolved to discuss matters the following day. In the evening, Zhiqing finally awaited his master's arrival. Before he could broach the subject of the little dragon maiden, his master informed him of the upcoming ceremony for the position of the sect leader, in which he was required to participate. Is such an event necessary? He inquired. In the past, it was not. However, our sect now boasts a considerable number of disciples, and it is prudent to hold a ceremony to inform the rest of them about the leadership change. Your timely return allows you to partake. And we must also notify those disciples who are currently away. After Sun Bu'er concluded, he turned to Su Zhiqing. Are you here waiting for me with a particular purpose? Su Zhiqing boldly stated his intentions. I wish to marry the little dragon maiden. Chapter 77. By what right does he still remain the chief? In the serene confines of the Zhiqing courtyard, Sun Bu'er momentarily found herself at a loss for words. What did you just say? You wish to marry the little dragon girl? Su Zhiqing nodded, murmuring softly, I lack experience and am uncertain how to proceed. Sun Bu'er gazed at her disciple with an expression of bewilderment. Did she truly possess experience in such matters? Indeed, she had once ventured into this realm of affection. What prompts this sudden desire to wed her? It has long been my wish. However, there was a desire of hers that I failed to fulfill, which is why I had not broached the subject until now. Oh, I see. Very well then. Proceed with your intentions. Sun Bu'er readily acquiesced. Wait for me to select an auspicious date, and then you shall bring her home. Su Zhiqing was taken aback by his master's lack of dissent. Master, you do not oppose this? You are my disciple. Your marriage is a commendable endeavor. Why would I oppose? Sun Bu'er shot a stern glance at Su Zhiqing. However, while marrying the little dragon girl is acceptable, the ceremony should not be overly ostentatious, and you must endeavor to persuade your elder martial brothers. Su Zhiqing furrowed his brow. It was not merely a matter of extravagance. He had to convince those elder brothers? He was perplexed as to why they had elevated him to the position of chief disciple previously. He feared that if he dared to put forth this proposal, his elder brothers would create quite a ruckus. Master, I fear I may not be able to accomplish that. How can you claim such without attempting it? Sun Bu'er smiled encouragingly at Su Zhiqing. If you wish to marry the little dragon girl, you must sway them. If you cannot, it matters not. I have already given my consent. They merely need to be informed. After all, Master is quite supportive of your union, and Master Ma does not oppose it either. Sun Bu'er and Ma Yu were once wed prior to their ordination, and even after marriage, they maintained a respectful distance. With only the two of them privy to their true circumstances, there is no need to rush into marriage. After all, you spend your days together. Tomorrow, I shall inquire about your elder martial brothers. The reason for informing your elder martial brothers is that you carry the title of chief disciple. If you were not the chief disciple, there would be no need for such discussions. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing's eyes lit up. Master, I could renounce my position as chief disciple. You know I have little interest in such matters. What nonsense are you speaking? The title of chief disciple is not something one can simply discard at will. It requires the agreement of your elder brothers. Sun Bu'er chided Su Zhiqing with a disapproving glare. Such sentiments are not to be uttered again. If there is nothing else, you may return. And do not forget to attend Master Ma's grand ceremony tomorrow. With a heart full of conflicting emotions, Su Zhiqing departed the Zhiqing courtyard. Must he truly discuss the matter of marriage with his elder brothers? He had an inkling that his master was deliberately leading him astray. Yet, his master's stance on supporting his union with the little dragon girl was unequivocal. Su Zhiqing found himself perplexed, shaking his head to dispel his thoughts. As long as his master supported him, the opinions of the other elder brothers held little significance. After all, he was not marrying for the sake of others. Has master truly consented? Upon his return to the courtyard, Cheng Jiayao approached him with a question. I agreed. Su Zhiqing exclaimed, spreading his hands. Consider how benevolent our master has been to us. How could she possibly disagree? Tomorrow, we will attend the grand ceremony for Master Qiu's ascension as the head of our sect. In the morning, we shall visit your sister, Long, and invite her to join us. Cheng Jiayao responded with an "oh," and declared, I will go call her. That works. The following morning, while Su Zhiqing practiced his swordplay, Cheng Jiayao stepped outside. Once the system notified him that his daily tasks were complete, his proficiency points surged to 3117. As footsteps echoed from outside, he looked up to see his junior sister bringing along the little dragon girl. Senior brother, I've brought Long's sister, Cheng Jiayao announced upon entering. I see. Let us first grab a bite. The ceremony is likely to commence shortly. Su Zhiqing instructed the little dragon girl and his junior sister to wait in the courtyard while he headed to the dining hall for some food. In the dining hall, he encountered Zhen Zhibing and Zhao Zhijing once more. Zhao Zhijing continued to smirk disdainfully at him, but Su Zhiqing paid him no mind. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhen Zhibing, he returned to the courtyard. The three of them sat down to eat, and Su Zhiqing anticipated that the little dragon girl would inquire about their master. To his surprise, she did not bring it up even after they finished their meal. This left Su Zhiqing feeling restless. Aren't you curious about our master's stance? The little dragon girl merely gave a gentle "oh" wiped the remnants of food from the corner of her mouth, settled herself neatly, and tilted her head to indicate that he could speak. Noticing her demeanor, Su Zhiqing grew suspicious. Your attitude seems off. Did Jiao tell you something? Sheng Jiao rolled her eyes at this remark and glanced at the little dragon girl. Long sister, see, senior brother is blaming me again. Her expression clearly indicated that she had indeed informed the little dragon girl. Su Zhiqing felt a surge of frustration. Why did his junior sister always side with the little dragon girl instead of him? You two are truly in cahoots to deceive me. Just wait until I punish you. He knew both of them were ticklish and lunged to tickle them. Cough, cough, cough. Outside the courtyard, Lu Zhijia caught a glimpse of the scene and quickly averted his gaze. He alternated between opening one eye and closing the other, muttering, "Do not look at indecencies. Do not look at indecencies." Su Zhiqing, hearing the commotion, turned to see Lu Shixiang squinting. The little dragon girl and Cheng Jiao managed to adjust their clothing and shot Su Zhiqing an annoyed glare, ceasing their playful antics. Lu Shixiang. Su Zhiqing approached Lu Zhijia. Su Shidi, I have seen nothing. I came to inform you that, as the chief disciple of our sect, you must arrive early. With that, Lu Zhijia turned and departed, as if remaining there might taint his righteous path. Su Zhiqing felt flustered, akin to a fleeing Lu Shixiang, and could only shake his head helplessly. Shixiang, have you forgotten the master's words? You should maintain a respectable image here. His junior sister reminded him. Su Zhiqing's demeanor grew serious as he returned to the sect, recognizing that he could not indulge in the same frivolity as the outside world. He refrained from playful banter with his junior sister, the little dragon maiden, and instead took a moment to freshen up. After donning a new Taoist robe, he proceeded to the grand hall accompanied by the little dragon maiden and his junior sister. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was intercepted by Zhao Zhiqing. Junior brother Su. Today marks a significant occasion for our Quanzhen sect. As our esteemed chief disciple, how can you bring along unrelated individuals? Before Su Zhiqing could respond, Zhen Zhibing, noticing the commotion, hurried over. Brother Zhao, the dragon maiden, is our neighbor. She is not an outsider. Despite his words, he still addressed Su Zhiqing, regardless. This is a matter concerning our Quanzhen sect. While the dragon maiden is indeed not an outsider, she is ultimately not a disciple of our sect, so bringing her here may not be entirely appropriate. Listening to Zhen Zhibing, Zhao Zhiqing seized the opportunity to interject. If I recall correctly, junior brother Su is our chief disciple. Is he not? When did the disciples of Quanzhen sect gain the right to take a partner? Is this the example that our esteemed chief disciple wishes to set for us? Zhao Zhiqing felt a profound sense of resentment towards Su Zhiqing. He had toiled diligently for the sect for so long, only to see the title of chief disciple bestowed upon Su Zhiqing. To add insult to injury, Su Zhiqing spent his days in romantic dalliance with the little dragon maiden. Was such a person truly worthy of the title of chief disciple? Today, he resolved to confront Su Zhiqing at the grand entrance. Determined to reveal the true nature of the chief disciple and to make his fellow disciples aware of the example set before them. He could hardly believe that the elders would still show favoritism towards Su Zhiqing at this juncture. Chapter 78. I do not wish to be discouraged by the elders outside the grand hall. Su Zhiqing squinted at Zhao Zhiqing, who met his gaze without a hint of fear. Observing the gathering of his fellow disciples around him, Su Zhiqing surmised Zhao Zhiqing's intentions. He shook his head lightly. Zhao, my dear senior brother, I must inquire. Will you permit me entry into this grand hall, or will you not? If it is the elders who bar my passage, I shall turn away. However, if it is you who stands in my way, I fear you lack the authority to do so. Su Zhiqing was not inclined to linger in this standoff. He fixed his piercing gaze upon Zhao Zhiqing and coldly demanded, will you let me in or not? Zhao Zhiqing, of course, would not yield. And if I do not? Do not. Su Zhiqing raised the unsheathed sword in his hand. Then I shall have no choice but to teach you a lesson, you presumptuous senior brother. Zhao Zhiqing's expression shifted dramatically. Su Zhiqing, you insult me. Insult you? Do you even deserve such consideration? Su Zhiqing retorted, if you seek to provoke me, be prepared to face the consequences. He reiterated his warning to Zhao Zhiqing. Typically, I have no desire to quarrel with you, but today, it would be wise not to provoke me. Step aside. Su Zhiqing commanded. When he saw Zhao Zhiqing still blocking his path, his irritation grew. If that is the case, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. With that, Su Zhiqing unleashed a palm strike directed at Zhao Zhiqing. He did not hold back. If Zhao Zhiqing attempted to withstand it, he would surely be gravely injured. Nearby, Zhen Zhibing, witnessing Su Zhiqing's sudden aggression without any inclination for negotiation, rushed forward. Su, do not. He thought that perhaps his presence would compel Su Zhiqing to relent. However, Su Zhiqing remained unfazed, his palm crashing into Zhen Zhibing's chest. Zhen Zhibing let out a muffled groan and was sent flying. Zhao Zhijing's face paled. Su Zhiqing, you are exceedingly bold. Waste of breath, do not speak. Su Zhiqing dismissed Zhao Zhijing's protests, stepping forward to deliver another strike. Realizing that Zhen Zhibing had been harmed, Zhao Zhijing knew Su Zhiqing was serious and dared not remain still. As Su Zhiqing's palm approached, he immediately retaliated. What commotion transpires outside? Hao Datong, alerted by the noise, emerged to find Zhao Zhijing and Su Zhiqing engaged in combat. Stunned, he quickly shouted, cease this at once. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing halted his assault. Master Hao. Hao Datong's expression was grim. He ignored Su Zhiqing. Zhao Zhijing stepped forward, also disregarded. Hao Datong pointed at Lu Zhijia. What is happening here? Lu Zhijia approached, unperturbed, and began to recount the events that had transpired. After listening, Hao Datong turned his gaze to Su Zhiqing. Su, did you strike first? Su Zhiqing, seeing no point in evasion, replied directly. Master Hao, it was indeed I who struck first. I acknowledge my fault in this matter. However, he initiated the trouble today. He readily accepted responsibility. Today's events were inherently flawed. It was his vexation with Zhao Zhijing that prompted an impulsive reaction. He acknowledges his error. However, he feels compelled to act. Upon witnessing Su Zhiqing's forthright admission of fault, Hao Datong turned his gaze toward Zhao Zhijing. Why did you stop him? Master Uncle. He was disrespectful, attempting to force his way into the grand hall with a woman from outside. Zhao Zhijing, well versed in the subtleties of language, understood the implications. Hao Datong then noticed the little dragon maiden and redirected his attention to Su Zhiqing. Young Su, how could you dare to intrude upon the grand hall? Master Uncle, do not heed his fabrications. As the chief disciple of our sect, how could my visit be termed an intrusion? Su Zhiqing spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. Moreover, this lady is our neighbor and the leader of the ancient tomb sect. She came to offer her congratulations upon Master Qiu's ascension to leadership. He pointed towards Zhao Zhijing and Zhen Zhibing. These two harbor personal grievances against me, yet on such an occasion, they still dare to create disturbances. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, Lu Zhijia and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Is it truly permissible in such a manner? You are slandering me. Zhao Zhijing initially believed his verbal prowess was commendable, yet this individual surpassed all bounds. Su Zhiqing cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Zhijing. You accuse me of slander. Pray tell, what have I stated that is untrue? Hao Datong, growing increasingly exasperated by their exchange, waved his hand dismissively. Enough, enough. We shall discuss this matter later. Zhao Zhijing, why did you obstruct young Su without cause? After speaking, he approached Zhen Zhibing and assessed his condition, finding only a minor injury, nothing severe. And you, Zhen Zhibing, do you not understand the significance of today? How can you be so thoughtless? After delivering his admonishment, he ordered the group to enter the grand hall. You shall explain your actions to Master Qiu and face his judgment. The group proceeded into the hall. When Hao Datong relayed the situation to Qiu Chuji, the assembly fell into stunned silence. They then glanced at Su Zhiqing, Zhao Zhijing, and Zhen Zhibing, turning their attention back to Qiu Chuji, aware that he would now address the matter. You truly possess great audacity, unaware that violence among fellow disciples is strictly forbidden? Qiu Chuji disregarded all else and referred directly to the sect's rules. Su Zhiqing promptly stepped forward to accept responsibility. Master Uncle, I acknowledge my misstep in this affair. I should not have resorted to violence. However, should Zhao and Zhen treat me thus in the future, I shall respond in kind. Su Zhiqing huffed, appearing quite aggrieved. Is it customary to be halted upon returning to one's own sect's hall, with baseless accusations levied against you? If trouble is to be sought, one should confront it directly rather than through convoluted means. His straightforward remarks elicited stifled laughter from several within the hall, all eyes shifting towards Sun Bu-er, whose expression darkened slightly at the sudden turn of events. She turned her gaze towards Qiu Chuji. Master Qiu, since it is my disciple who has erred, why not punish him instead? Given his current demeanor, he is unfit to remain as the chief disciple. It would be more prudent to relegate him to an ordinary disciple. As Sun Bu-er's words echoed, one or two others voiced their agreement. Below, Zhao Zhijing, upon hearing the remarks of several senior brothers, felt a flicker of joy in his heart. The unfolding events did not align with his expectations, yet the outcome seemed to favor his desires. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard his master, Wang Chuyi, decisively declare, "No, this matter stems from the transgressions of Zhijing and Zhibing." As he spoke, he turned to Qiu Chuji, fourth brother. Do you not concur with my assertion? Zhao Zhijing and the others were taken aback, their expressions one of astonishment. In contrast, Qiu Chuji furrowed his brow, only to ultimately endorse Wang Chuyi's stance. Fifth junior brother makes a valid point. Every matter of right and wrong is rooted in its own reasoning. He then directed his attention to Sun Bu'er. The notion of removing Su from the position of chief disciple should never be mentioned again. Sun Bu'er shook his head. Master Qiu, you are the leader. Your decision is final. Zhao Zhiqing and the other disciples were left in a state of shock, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Chapter 79, Senior Brother. Why have you come to Sister Long's room? The disciples in the Great Hall were utterly perplexed. Sun Bu'er, the master of Su Zhiqing, seemed intent on reprimanding her own disciple. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhiqing's master, Wang Chuyi, and Zhun Zhibing's master, Qiu Chuji, were both reluctant to chastise Su Zhiqing. Who exactly was Su Zhiqing to them? It was Zhao Zhiqing and Zhun Zhibing who had been punished, not Su Zhiqing. The disciples present exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend how Su Zhiqing could evade punishment under such circumstances. Zhao Zhiqing was particularly indignant. He had initially believed that his master's words were in his favor, only to find that they insisted on Su Zhiqing being recognized as the chief disciple. He turned to his master, only to receive a cold, piercing gaze. Do not act unruly. You instigated this first. If you dare disrupt the harmony among fellow disciples again, I shall expel you from the sect. Zhao Zhiqing, upon hearing these words, fell silent, his resentment simmering beneath the surface, yet he dared not voice it. The other disciples in the hall pondered deeply, suspecting there were matters they were unaware of. Seated at the head, Qiu Chuji instructed Zhun Zhibing's disciples to carry him away to recuperate. Given that Su Zhiqing had already punished him, there would be no further repercussions this time. However, a subsequent offense would result in 100 days of confinement. After delivering his decree, Qiu Chuji turned his attention to Su Zhiqing. Although they are your senior brothers, do not forget that you are the chief disciple of our Quanzhen sect. You possess the authority to discipline them, and it is unacceptable to allow them to wrongfully accuse you. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I understand. Su Zhiqing responded, somewhat taken aback, as he was still in a state of confusion. His motivation for instigating trouble today was not only to confront Zhao Zhiqing, but also to shed the title of chief disciple. Yet, the outcome was contrary to his intentions. Not only did he avoid punishment, but Zhao Zhiqing and Zhun Zhibing were the ones reprimanded. What was the meaning of this? The thoughts swirling in the minds of some disciples mirrored Su Zhiqing's own confusion, as they too questioned the situation at hand. However, with the decisions already made by their masters and elders, they chose not to voice their opinions. They merely felt that Zhao Zhiqing and Zhun Zhibing were unfortunate for provoking Su Zhiqing without cause. After decisively addressing the matters concerning Su Zhiqing, Zhao Zhiqing, and Zhun Zhibing, Qiu Chuji commenced the proceedings for his ascension to leadership. With Mayu taking the lead, he began by expressing his advanced age and diminishing capacity to manage sect affairs. He proceeded to lavish praise upon Qiu Chuji before graciously transferring the position of sect leader to him. For the elder disciples, the role of leader was not merely a title. It bore the weight of immense responsibility for the entire sect. Once Mayu relinquished his responsibilities, he felt a sense of relief, while Qiu Chuji was acutely aware of the heavy burden now resting upon his shoulders. Following the ceremonial proceedings, Qiu Chuji was formally inaugurated as the leader of the Quanzhen sect, though they had already referred to him as their leader. It was now an official acknowledgement of his rightful position. Next, Qiu Chuji, accompanied by his fellow disciples and a host of close students, paid homage to Wang Chongyang. Once the grand ceremony concluded, the disciples dispersed under their master's guidance. Su Zhiqing and his peers, those of the Zhi generation, particularly those who shared a closer bond with their master or had few disciples under them, remained behind. Su Zhiqing walked beside his master, flanked by the little dragon maiden and his junior sister. Within the grand hall, he refrained from daringly grasping the little dragon maiden's hand, for he feared that the several uncles might grow disdainful of him. Even now, a sense of confusion lingered in his heart regarding why Master Qiu and Master Wang had chosen him as the chief disciple. Zhiqing, Qiu Chuji called, breaking Su Zhiqing's contemplations. The little dragon maiden nudged him. Realizing he had been addressed, Su Zhiqing promptly exclaimed, I am here, and stepped forward eagerly. Zhiqing, as the chief disciple of our sect, you must pay close attention to its future development. For instance, you should be well acquainted with the circumstances of those disciples resisting the Mongols outside. You must also be attentive to matters among fellow disciples. Su Zhiqing was taken aback by Master Qiu's sudden concern, yet he respectfully responded, Disciple understands. By the way, I heard from Master Ma that you made a trip to Heilington. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing felt an inkling of realization. Yes, Qiu Chuji, seated in a position of authority, tightened his grip on the armrest of his chair. I heard from Master Ma that master eating imparted the innate skill to you. Indeed. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of delight flickered in Qiu Chuji's eyes, while the others, including Hao Datong, were momentarily taken aback, questioning their own hearing. Hao Datong stood up, exclaiming, Zhiqing, what did you say? You learned the innate skill from master eating? Seeing the reactions of his uncles, Su Zhiqing nodded. Yes. Master eating recognized my potential and chose to impart the innate skill to me. As his words settled, Lu Chuxian, Hao Datong, and others were engulfed in excitement. You truly mastered the innate skill? Master eating really entrusted it to you? Blessings from our master. The group was utterly elated. Ahem. Qiu Chuji, however, maintained his composure. Lu Shixiao, how shitty. Calm yourselves. How can you be so agitated at your age over such matters? Despite Qiu Chuji's status as the leader, his words did little to quell their fervor, and they shot him incredulous glares. You must have known about Zhiqing mastering the innate skill long before, right? Hao Datong even directed a glare toward Wang Chuyi. And you, Wang Shixiao, you knew as well. Wang Chuyi, however, remained aloof, disregarding Hao Datong's accusations. Feeling the heat of their gazes, Hao Datong's eyes glimmered with renewed fervor as he turned back to Su Zhiqing. Zhiqing, can you demonstrate the innate skill now? Of course. It is no problem. Su Zhiqing immediately began to circulate the innate skill, breathing in harmony with nature. Upon witnessing Su Zhiqing's demeanor, Hao Datong and the others felt their eyes welling with tears, reminiscent of the day Ma Yu had displayed his prowess. Excellent, excellent. They nodded in unison. Zhiqing, henceforth, should any disciple of the sect dare to trouble you, Master Hao will be the first to defend you. The others exchanged amused glances at Hao Datong. When did it become your turn to take the lead? Zhiqing is our disciple. He has always handled matters with maturity. So it is unlikely that you will have the opportunity to take charge. As they spoke, Ma Yu scanned the hall and voiced his concern. The matter of Zhiqing's innate abilities must not be disclosed. He has only just begun to grasp the fundamentals of his innate skill. Qiu Chuji and the others readily agreed. They regarded Zhiqing with expressions akin to that of treasure hunters. Zhiqing, should you have any needs, feel free to discuss them with your masters. They will surely fulfill your requests. Senior brother, Sun Buer interjected helplessly. Please do not indulge him so. Zhiqing is my disciple, and such pampering will only lead him to arrogance. As she spoke, she turned to face Su Zhiqing. However, since your masters have invited you to express your needs, you may share them. Upon observing his master's expression, Su Zhiqing immediately understood. Masters Qiu Wang, I do indeed have a few matters to trouble you with. Hao Datong waved his hand. Speak. To them, aside from the matter of innate skills being of great significance, everything else seemed trivial. Noticing this, Su Zhiqing turned to Little Dragon Girl. Longer. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, the assembly's attention instinctively shifted to her. Little Dragon Girl was equally taken aback that Su Zhiqing would call her at this moment. Noticing everyone gazing at her, she felt no trepidation and confidently stood beside Su Zhiqing. Masters Qiu Wang. Su Zhiqing took a deep breath and declared, I wish to marry Long, and I implore you, my esteemed masters, to serve as witnesses. Whether in life or death, Su Zhiqing was all in. His declaration indicated that he was not seeking the opinions of his masters, but rather informing them of his intent to marry Little Dragon Girl, hoping only for their blessings. After speaking, Su Zhiqing blinked at the masters. Qiu Chuji and the others exchanged glances, involuntarily turning to Hao Datong. Though they remained silent, the implications were clear. It was you who suggested this. Now, what do you propose we do? Hao Datong felt somewhat flustered. He glanced at his fellow masters, and then at Su Zhiqing's expectant gaze. His expression turned sour. Hao Datong sought assistance from Sun Buer, feeling a twinge of resentment that Sun had not given this young man a proper admonition. If necessary, a more severe measure could have been employed. The Buddha blesses all. Desire is the root of suffering. Yet, Sun Buer did not side with Hao Datong. Zhiqing, do not put your master Hao in a difficult position. Su Zhiqing feigned a look of disappointment. Master Hao, do you not support your disciple? Hao Datong shot a glare at Sun Buer, realizing that seeking help was futile. He turned his gaze toward Masters Qiu and Wang, but upon meeting his eyes, they busily averted their gazes, refusing to acknowledge him. Seeing this, Hao Datong's frustration grew. Are you merely shifting all responsibilities onto him? Su, if you wish to marry the Dragon Maiden, then do so. It is true that you are one of our disciples, but you are not a monk. Hao Datong, in a fit of exasperation, decided to abandon all restraint. After all, Sun Buer had not conferred the precepts upon Su Zhiqing, and none of you chose to intervene. Having spoken, he took a seat at the side. Su Zhiqing was overjoyed and promptly expressed his gratitude to Master Hao. He then turned his gaze towards the remaining masters. Lu Chuxian had always intended for Su Zhiqing to receive the precepts and now openly suggested that he marry the young dragon maiden. He grumbled in frustration, fully aware that once a youth sets their heart on something, it is best to acquiesce rather than oppose. Suddenly, he recalled his senior brother and seventh junior sister, who had also been a married couple before their ordination. Thus, it seemed acceptable for Su to marry the young dragon maiden first. Lu Chuxian nodded in agreement. Upon his consent, the others followed suit. Qiu Chujian, ever sagacious, cautioned Su Zhiqing, young man, the dragon maiden is the leader of the ancient tomb sect. Do not take advantage of her simply because her master passed away early. Su Zhiqing raised an eyebrow, pondering Qiu's true lineage. The disciple understands. I shall diligently practice my skills, and if my martial arts do not improve over time, do not blame us for confining you. The disciple acknowledges. Su Zhiqing nodded repeatedly. As long as the masters did not oppose his union with the dragon maiden, he was amenable to a few admonitions. After the masters had spoken, Su Zhiqing finally suggested taking his leave. He departed the main hall, hand in hand with the dragon maiden. Once they were in a secluded area, he took her hand. I told you my master would support me. The dragon maiden gazed at Su Zhiqing, remaining silent but leaning closer to him. What if we don't return tonight? Upon hearing his words, Su Zhiqing noticed the dragon maiden tense slightly. He was about to say something else when she softly replied, all right. Su Zhiqing lowered his gaze to her delicate lips, feeling a sudden dryness in his mouth. Before he could make a move, he heard a rustle behind him. Startled, he turned to find Lu Zhijia wearing an awkward expression. Junior brother Su, I didn't see anything, he exclaimed, turning to leave. Brother Lu, wait a moment. Su Zhiqing called out to Lu Zhijia. Junior brother Su, is there something you need? Is there something you wish to discuss, brother Lu? Su Zhiqing sensed that Lu Zhijia would interrupt him without reason. I indeed have a matter to discuss regarding your disciple. My disciple? Has there been any news of him? Su Zhiqing's demeanor grew serious. His disciple Yang Guo was still under Ouyang Feng's tutelage, and life outside the sect was far from ideal. If possible, he would find a way to bring Yang Guo back. Yes, a disciple has relayed a message indicating that Ouyang Feng has been spotted in Huayin and Shanghua. After delivering this news, Lu Zhijia bowed and took his leave. Su Zhiqing held great respect for this senior disciple, particularly since he had mastered their ancestral master's innate skills. Once Lu Zhijia departed, the dragon maiden turned to Su Zhiqing and asked, are you going out? Not just yet. Su Zhiqing shook his head. They appeared there, and they should not leave immediately. Next, I will have someone investigate carefully. He planned to wait until the situation was confirmed before deciding. Even with his innate skills and the one-yang finger, he would not be a match for Ouyang Feng. The one-yang finger indeed counters the toad skill, but that only holds true under comparable circumstances. Let us go back for now. Su Zhiqing returned to the Qingzhou courtyard with Xiaolong. Senior brother, sister Long, where have you been? I thought you had returned to the back mountain. As the two entered the courtyard, they encountered Cheng Jiayao, who had been searching for them. It turned out that after leaving the main hall, Cheng Jiayao had gone straight back to the courtyard, only to find the two absent. Su Zhiqing had something to discuss with his junior sister. Junior sister, how about having Sister Long live with us from now on? Upon hearing that Xiaolong would be moving in, Cheng Jiayao's face lit up with joy. Will Granny also move in? Su Zhiqing was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed overlooked that detail. Let us simply move over there ourselves. It's not very convenient to stay here. It would be better to reside in the back mountain. Conveniently, he still needed to construct a house for Limacho. So he decided to renovate his place in the back mountain. Not staying here anymore. Running back and forth is too troublesome. It's better to live over there. Cheng Jiayao nodded in agreement. When shall we move? Once the house is ready, we shall move. Su Zhiqing remarked, turning to Xiaolong. Today, let us allow Sister Long to stay with us for the night. Great. I want to sleep in the same room as Sister Long. No. Upon seeing his junior sister's exuberance, Su Zhiqing's eyes displayed a note of caution. We have plenty of rooms. Why should two people share a bed when everyone can have their own space? After saying this, he disregarded his junior sister's pouty, discontented expression and swiftly led Xiaolong to the adjacent room. I'll tidy this up for you. You will stay here from now on. Xiaolong looked at Su Zhiqing and Cheng Jiayao, poking Su Zhiqing in the waist. But don't move around. What did you say? I don't understand. Su Zhiqing feigned ignorance. I want to move around. I'll go get you some bedding. He then hurried into the room to organize it. There was no need for anyone else to assist with tidying the room. He quickly made the bed and folded the blankets. As it was still early, Su Zhiqing took Xiaolong and Cheng Jiayao to the back mountain. Since Xiaolong intended to stay with him, he needed to inform Granny Sunday. Upon hearing Xiaolong mention that the Quanzhen sect supported Su Zhiqing marrying her, Granny Sun was visibly surprised. Limacho, on the other hand, suspected that Su Zhiqing and Zhilang were deceiving her. I don't believe it. All members of the Quanzhen sect are monks. Would they allow their chief disciple to marry my junior sister? You must be a false Taoist disciple. Li Macho refused to be convinced, questioning how Su Zhiqing could persuade the 7 sons of Quanzhen. Su Zhiqing couldn't even be bothered to explain to Li Macho. In any case, I can now live with Long. He cast a fleeting glance at Li Macho and began to meander around the house, contemplating its construction. If he were to reside here, he must ensure that his junior sister's room was situated at a considerable distance. As twilight descended, Cheng Jiayao took hold of Zilongnu's arm, urging her to return and live together. Granny, Lingbo, see you tomorrow. Su Zhiqing flashed a smile at the two before descending the mountain with his junior sister and Zilongnu. Li Macho observed the implicit intention between Su Zhiqing and Zilongnu to cohabitate. Turning her gaze towards Granny Sunday, Granny Sun seemed to intuit Li Macho's thoughts. Do you believe all men are heartless? Isn't that the case? There isn't a single good man in this world. Granny Sun shook her head, opting not to elaborate further with Li Macho. Li Macho then advised Hong Lingbo, do not fall for a man's sweet words. Everything he says is merely a ploy to possess your body. When confronted with such men, it is best to slay them with a single sword. Hong Lingbo refrained from contradicting her master and nodded obediently. Meanwhile, Su Zhiqing returned to the courtyard, instructing his junior sister to wash up and retire for the night. Cheng Jiayao insisted on sleeping with Zilongnu, but was promptly nudged back to her room by Su Zhiqing. You're grown up now. Go to sleep by yourself. Your sister Long is also sleeping alone. Su Zhiqing coaxed his junior sister before signaling Zilongnu to return to her own chamber as well. Brother, do you also sleep alone? Of course, adults sleep alone. Su Zhiqing replied as he gently closed the door behind his junior sister. The atmosphere thickened as Su Zhiqing stealthily slipped out of his room. After casting a glance at the firmly shut door of his junior sister's room, he knocked softly at Zilongnu's door. Longer, I have arrived, he declared as he opened the door and swiftly entered. Upon entering the room, he found it shrouded in darkness, rendering him unable to see anything. He groped his way to the bedside. Longer, are you asleep? Not yet. Upon hearing Zilongnu's response, Su Zhiqing smiled gently and slipped under the covers beside her. As he nestled in, he instinctively wrapped his arms around her smooth form, which recoiled slightly, as if jolted by electricity. Noticing her reaction, Su Zhiqing chuckled softly. Why are you shy? He remarked, leaning closer. However, as he inched nearer and caught sight of his junior sister's wide, darting eyes, he froze in place. Junior sister, what are you doing here? Chapter 80. Guijing's letter. Brother, how did you sneak in here? Did you not say you preferred to sleep alone? Cheng Jiayao asked as she noticed her senior brother slipping under the covers. She curled up to make room for him, which left Su Zhiqing feeling quite awkward. He reluctantly extended his hand, only to discover that he was not touching the little dragon maiden, but rather his junior sister. You foolish girl, why are you so oblivious? He remarked, glancing toward the bed. Longer, why did you not mention that your junior sister was here? You didn't ask. Su Zhiqing was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was expected to inquire. I give up on you both. With that, he attempted to extricate himself from the blankets. Brother, I can squeeze in. We can all three share the bed. Absolutely not. Su Zhiqing vehemently shook his head. He felt it was imperative to impart some basic physiological knowledge to his junior sister. Rest well. I shall return to my room. He believed it was necessary not only to enlighten his junior sister, but also to have a word with the little dragon maiden, whose attitude toward the situation was rather unorthodox. Surely, it was appropriate to mention the presence of his junior sister. Today, he had no intentions beyond seeking a simple slumber, especially as the little dragon maiden was currently indisposed. He had hoped for a night filled with warmth and comfort. With little resentment, he retreated to his own room for the night. The following day, Su Zhiqing awoke and immediately set off for a run. Upon his return, both the little dragon maiden and his junior sister were already awake. Having rested well, I shall prepare some food for you, Su Zhiqing said, dutifully fetching a meal for both of them. Afterward, he broached the topic of renovating the house on the back mountain with the little dragon maiden. Brother Su, you handle it as you see fit. I am not knowledgeable in these matters. She replied. Very well, I shall take care of it. Su Zhiqing decided not to engage in the physical labor himself. Instead, he asked his junior sister to keep the little dragon maiden company while he sought out Lu Zhijia. The last construction endeavor had been facilitated by Lu Zhijia, and he intended to do the same this time. Junior brother Su, you arrived just in time. I have a letter for you, Lu Zhijia exclaimed, handing him an envelope. Su Zhiqing curiously accepted it and opened it, discovering it was a letter from Guijing. The letter informed him of Yang Guo's abduction by Ouyang Feng, which Guijing had already learned about. He had entrusted someone to investigate. promising to notify Su Zhiqing as soon as Yang Guo's whereabouts were uncovered. Guojing also reassured him not to worry, asserting that Yang Guo was clever and resourceful enough to be safe. After perusing Guojing's correspondence, Su Zhiqing tucked the letter away, intending to reply. Guojing indicated that he was currently in Xianyang City. This letter is from my senior brother. He mentions that rascal Yang Guo. Su Zhiqing relayed its contents to Lu Zhijia. Senior brother Lu, I would like your assistance in renovating the house on the back mountain and constructing a new one. Of course, no problem. Lu Zhijia readily agreed without inquiry. But you must first explain how you wish to renovate it. All the modifications are detailed here. Su Zhiqing had come prepared for his meeting with Lu Zhijia. He meticulously documented the areas slated for renovation on a piece of paper. Upon receiving it, Lu Zhijia assured, that will be no problem. Thank you, senior brother. By the way, there have been new developments regarding Yang Guo. I kindly ask you to inform me at your earliest convenience. Rest assured, once Master Qiu learned of that rascal Yang Guo's whereabouts, he dispatched additional personnel forthwith. Were it not for the intervention of a few other senior masters, he might have rushed there himself, sword in hand. Hearing Lu Zhijia's words, Su Zhiqing couldn't help but recall Master Qiu's temper. It was, in fact, his own inadequacy as a mentor that struck him. Su, my junior brother, do not entertain the notion of rushing there. The news remains unconfirmed. Once it is verified, we must call upon the masters to accompany us. Do not worry, senior brother. I shall not act impulsively. Su Zhiqing was acutely aware that he was no match for Ouyang Feng. Yet it was not as though he would be easily dispatched in mere moments. The distinction between losing a fight and being killed was significant. After confiding in Lu Zhijia, Su Zhiqing returned to his courtyard, took up a pen, and after a moment of contemplation, penned a letter. The letter was addressed to Guojing, in which he intended to apprise him of Yang Guo's circumstances. However, he did not extend an invitation for Guojing to visit. The Quanzhen sect was certainly not intimidated by Ouyang Feng. Nevertheless, a sense of urgency stirred within Su Zhiqing's heart. Once he completed the letter, he entrusted it to someone for delivery to Guojing. Returning to the courtyard, he made his way directly to the back mountain. Overthinking would be of no benefit. Diligent practice was the proper course of action. Upon arriving at the ancient tomb, Su Zhiqing beheld Li Macho instructing Hong Lingbo in her martial arts. He was puzzled by Li Macho's sudden tranquility, as she did not vocally seek him out for trouble, but instead focused intently on teaching Hong Lingbo. He approached his junior sister, discovering her engrossed in crafting jade honey alongside Granny Sunday. He opted not to intrude. Back in the tomb, he encountered the little dragon girl practicing in the basement. He initially intended to discuss the previous night's events, but upon seeing her in deep concentration, he refrained from bringing it up. Su Zhiqing did not disrupt the little dragon girl's study of the 9 scriptures. Instead, he ventured outside to fulfill his daily tasks. His swordplay caught Li Macho's eye, further deepening her confusion. If earlier it was believed that Su Zhiqing's sword practice was a deliberate attempt to entice her, why did he continue in such a manner now? Li Macho refrained from questioning further, merely observing. Su Zhiqing had no intention of explaining to Li Macho what constituted a task. After finishing his sword practice, he turned to see the little dragon girl approaching. Having completed her study of the 9 scriptures, drink some water, I've added honey to it. The little dragon girl remembered Su Zhiqing's habit of replenishing himself with water after exertion. He accepted the water, gazing at her. Yes, let us practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra shortly. This elicited a stirring within Li Macho. You wretched Taoist. Do you still uphold your promise that if I reached the ancient tomb, you would grant me the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra? If you had accompanied me, there would be truth to it. Yet you aimed to kill us and failed. Su Zhiqing cast a sidelong glance at Li Macho. Do you truly believe I would show it to you? Upon hearing the words, Li Macho felt a flicker of anger within, yet ultimately chose silence over argument. What do you think of my disciple? She inquired. She possesses a certain talent for cultivation, though it appears she lacks the cleverness you have, Su Zhiqing remarked. Recalling how he had initially delivered Hong Lingbo to her, he sensed that Hong Lingbo, under Li Macho's tutelage, had become somewhat arrogant. If he were to undertake any task, he would not boldly confront someone without first gauging their strength. Hong Lingbo, engaged in her training, overheard Su Zhiqing's assessment and felt a surge of resentment. However, the thought of Su Zhiqing's formidable skills quelled her indignation. Let us depart, Su Zhiqing said, dismissing Li Macho as he led the little dragon girl back to the stone chamber. Upon entering the chamber, Su Zhiqing noted its transformation. At some point, the little dragon girl had removed the thin veil that had shrouded the room, rendering it starkly visible. Gazing into Su Zhiqing's shining eyes, she softly instructed, It's not ready yet. Close your eyes. Understanding her meaning, Su Zhiqing complied. Soon, The sound of garments being shed reached his ears. All right, you may open your eyes now. Su Zhiqing did so to find a lithe figure seated before him, her bare form glistening like white milk. The little dragon girl crossed her arms protectively, her gaze lowered, too bashful to meet his eyes. Noticing the change in Su Zhiqing's breath, she gently urged, "Why haven't you disrobed to practice?" "Oh." Su Zhiqing nodded foolishly, quickly shedding his clothing. He marveled at Lin Xiaoying, a truly fascinating individual capable of devising a dual cultivation method. It was said that once mastered, one would become a master in their own right. Few could rival the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, perhaps only the Nine Manual could. Even the once formidable Wang Chongyang, who lacked the Nine Manual, had fallen short against Lin Xiaoying. His ability to dismantle the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra came only after he had studied the Nine Manual. Lin Xiaoying's martial prowess seemed to transcend the five absolutes. With his garments discarded, Su Zhiqing sat cross-legged before the little dragon girl, who gazed at him with deep affection and shyness. "Big brother Su, focus on your training and refrain from wandering thoughts." "Indeed." Su Zhiqing nodded earnestly. Yet, when he beheld the little dragon girl's unclad form, he found his concentration wavering. "Focus," she gently reminded him, a hint of reproach in her voice. "Yes, yes." Taking a deep breath, Su Zhiqing closed his eyes once more. The cultivation of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra required little effort on his part. The emphasis lay with the little dragon girl, while he merely served as her companion. This method of practice became a test of will for Su Zhiqing. As the little dragon girl concluded her session, Su Zhiqing appeared more at ease. His gaze upon her was filled with pure admiration and appreciation of beauty. He draped a garment over her. "Make sure to keep the junior sister out tonight." Su Zhiqing felt a shiver run down his spine as he lifted the blanket to reveal his junior sister, Cheng Jiao's head. Fortunately, he was dressed. Little dragon girl nodded obediently. "I must have a word with my junior sister," Su Zhiqing thought to himself, needing to steady her, as he certainly did not wish for her to barge in unexpectedly during his endeavors. After donning his attire, he exited the ancient tomb. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with a swarm of jade bees soaring under the guidance of his junior sister. Even Li Macho's gaze towards Cheng Jiao was tinged with a hint of trepidation, particularly for Hong Lingbo, who, upon witnessing the flurry of jade bees, finally comprehended how fortunate she had been last time. Had these bees descended en masse, she surmised she would have perished on the spot. "Junior sister, have you improved your skills again?" Su Zhiqing observed that there seemed to be even more jade bees in the air than before. "Brother, you noticed? I feel like I've gained more control this time upon returning." Su Zhiqing affectionately patted Cheng Jiao's head. "Practice diligently. With these jade bees at your disposal, when formidable foes come knocking, you won't even need me to intervene." Cheng Jiao nodded repeatedly, resolute in her commitment to training. Having addressed the matter at hand, Su Zhiqing playfully tugged at Cheng Jiao's ear. "Who permitted you to sneak into your dragon sister's room at night?" "Brother, that hurts." Cheng Jiao pouted. "You can't criticize me. You did the same. What relationship do I have with your dragon sister? Of course, I can sleep with her. Then I shall sleep with dragon sister too." She didn't object. Cheng Jiao retorted defiantly. "Dragon sister smells delightful. Sleeping with her is so comforting." With that, her eyes darted mischievously. "I even made room for you. It was you who chose not to sleep. You little rascal. Am I to consider you clever or foolish?" Su Zhiqing sighed helplessly. "The master would surely chastise me for such impropriety between genders." "What impropriety? We were always like this. Besides, I have no intention of marrying anyone else." This declaration rendered Su Zhiqing momentarily speechless. Before he could respond further, Cheng Jiao scurried away, evidently still possessing a sense of shyness. Her ability to express herself thus was a significant display of courage. Su Zhiqing was no fool, yet he could not act against his junior sister, at least not at this moment. Lu Zhijia was remarkably swift in his actions. Su Zhiqing sought out builders in the morning and had them commence construction by afternoon. He believed that Lu Zhijia handled matters pertaining to the sect far better than he could. Regrettably, Lu Zhijia's martial prowess was not particularly high, likely peaking at the level of his master. "Brother Lu, thank you." Su Zhiqing maintained a balanced rapport with the others in the sect, often refraining from engaging in personal favors. Conversely, his relationship with Brother Lu was much closer, primarily because Lu Zhijia's disposition resonated with his own, lacking the rigidity often associated with other Taoist practitioners. Su Zhiqing perceived that many of his fellow disciples within the sect were rather rigid, including Zhao Zhijing and Zhen Jibing. There was no need for pleasantries. If anything was needed, they should simply express it. After a brief circuit and a polite gesture, Lu Zhijia took his leave. When the time came, Su Zhiqing departed the back mountain alongside his junior sister, the little dragon girl. The back and forth was indeed troublesome, yet it served as a leisurely pastime for the trio after their meal. In the past, Zhiqing would dine at the sect. But with the increasing number of people from the ancient tomb sect, he now shared meals only with Granny Sun and a few others. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhiqing did not insist that his junior sister refrain from sleeping in the same room as the little dragon girl. He was not oblivious. His junior sister's intentions were abundantly clear to him. However, she was still quite young. Even though in this era, such matters would not raise eyebrows, he was, at his core, not a product of this time. That night, as Zhiqing lay in his room, he heard the sound of the door next door opening and closing. With a silent sigh, he surmised that his junior sister had likely entered. As time languidly flowed by, Zhiqing, in a state of drowsiness, was suddenly roused when his door swung open. Startled, he was about to inquire who it was when a familiar scent enveloped him. Without uttering a word, the figure slipped beneath the covers. "Big brother Su, there are bugs in my room tonight. I've come to sleep here." Zhiqing could not help but smile at this excuse. He embraced the delicate form nestled against him, and together they drifted into slumber. The following day, Zhiqing lifted his arm gently, yet the movement was sufficient to awaken the little dragon girl. "Big brother Su, you're awake." He nodded, his gaze falling upon the little dragon girl, who was devoid of any clothing. Unable to resist, he lowered his head to kiss her. After a moment, he refrained from pursuing further. "Sleep a bit longer. I shall rise first." Rising from the bed, Zhiqing shook off the numbness in his arm, allowing the blood to circulate. His arm had been compressed throughout the night, so the numbness was to be expected. As he exited his room, he noticed the door next door had also opened. It was Cheng Jiayao, her expression fraught with anxiety. "Senior brother, something is amiss. Sister Long is missing. She was here when I fell asleep, but upon waking, she has vanished." Hearing his junior sister's words, Zhiqing shook his still numb arm. "I got up earlier and saw her leave. She must have risen quite early." He glanced at his junior sister's disheveled hair. "Get some more rest. Your hair is a mess." Gently, he ushered her back to her room, then invigorated himself with some exercise before heading out for a run. Upon his return, he brought breakfast with him. Perhaps the little dragon girl had heard his earlier words and had taken care to avoid being discovered by Cheng Jiayao, remaining unnoticed in Zhiqing's room. After the three finished their meal, they proceeded directly to the back mountain. The construction of the house at the back mountain was progressing swiftly. Zhiqing estimated it would be completed in about half a month. The house being built for Limacho was also advancing at a commendable pace, expected to be finished within a month at the latest. Having casually constructed a temporary dwelling, Zhiqing found solace in this new existence, relishing the prospect of its continuity. A month swiftly passed. 2 weeks prior, his courtyard had been completed, and without delay, he moved in. Following the departure of the little dragon maiden, he finally indulged in the exquisite taste of immortal abalone. Today marked the completion of Limacho's abode as well. Upon its completion, he entered with the little dragon maiden. "Sisterly, are you pleased with it? If there is anything amiss, I can have it altered for you." As Limacho had lost her martial prowess, Zhiqing gradually began to regard her as the little dragon maiden's elder sister. For a martial artist, the loss of their skills is often more agonizing than death itself. Zhiqing remained uncertain of whether Limacho harbored resentment towards him. However, he believed that her animosity paled in comparison to the multitude who likely loathed her. From the moment he incapacitated her, the legend of the Crimson Serpent Fairy had faded from the martial world. "Thank you." Limacho gazed at her new courtyard, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her face. Turning to observe the seemingly celestial couple of Zhiqing and the little dragon maiden, she felt no bitterness rise within her. This was once the life she had yearned for. "Sister, I wish to request something of you." Limacho suddenly spoke. "What is it, sister?" "I desire for Hong Lingbo to become your disciple." Limacho turned to the little dragon maiden. She did not want her sister to be utterly merciless. Life was just beginning for her, and she should not be burdened by the plight of a crippled person like herself. "My guidance in her martial arts will be limited." When Limacho mentioned martial arts, her demeanor remained remarkably composed. The little dragon maiden, however, furrowed her brow. She was reluctant to teach Hong Lingbo. "Sister, you need not instruct her extensively. Simply offer her occasional guidance." Upon hearing this, the little dragon maiden acquiesced. "Lingbo, do not forget to express your gratitude to your Shirshu." Hong Lingbo hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, "Thank you, Shirshu. Rise. You are now a disciple of the ancient tomb sect. Shortly, I shall introduce you to your grandmaster." "Yes," Hong Lingbo replied obediently. "Sister, I have another disciple outside. Should you have the time, please seek her out. I have matters to resolve with her." Zhiqing, upon hearing this, thought of Lu Wushuang. Lu Wushuang's entire family had fallen victim to Limacho, and he was puzzled by her desire to find her. Junior brother Su. At the call, Su Zhiqing turned to see Lu Shixiang approaching in haste. Junior brother Su, what brings such urgency? I have confirmed that your disciple, Yang Gua, is indeed in Huayin County. Chapter 81. What constitutes a breakthrough martial arts genius, an addition for enjoying every day? Have you confirmed? Yes. Our disciples specifically went to seek him out. Among them, some were even injured by that Ouyang Feng. Upon hearing Lu Zhijia's words, Su Zhiqing frowned. It is best that the disciples observe from a distance and not confront Ouyang Feng directly. They are not his match. Few in the martial world can rival Ouyang Feng. The disciples of the Quanzhen sect, when arrayed in the Big Dipper formation, might be able to momentarily hinder him. However, if they engage one by one, they are merely offering themselves up. The disciples of the Quanzhen sect excel in collective combat, rather than solitary duels. I have already conveyed this to the disciples. By the way, Master Chiu insists on going this time. The other masters cannot dissuade him. Master Chiu claims it is a great humiliation that his own disciples were taken away by others right at their doorstep. Lu Zhijia forced a bitter smile as he spoke. Ouyang Feng has troubled our sect on more than one occasion. When our ancestor passed away deliberately, he caused quite a stir. However, since then, it is said that Ouyang Feng has descended into madness, and no one has seen him again. Yet, it appears he is not only sane, but has also grown even more formidable. Su Zhiqing mused, indeed. A creature capable of reversely cultivating the 9-yin manual and surviving cannot be underestimated. When is Master Chiu planning to depart? This is also why I was eager to find you. Master Chiu will set off tomorrow, along with Masters Lu, Wang, Hao, and Sun. After Lu Zhijia finished speaking, he added, besides our few masters, several senior brothers will also accompany them. Brothers Zhun and Zhao will be going as well. Su Zhiqing's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Lu Zhijia's words. With several masters participating, the Quanzhen sect will be deploying a significant portion of its strength. Clearly this time, they intend to confront Ouyang Feng in a life-or-death struggle. I too shall go. Junior brother, you need not consider this, if you wish to go. I fear the masters will not agree. Lu Zhijia shook his head, fully aware of why this junior brother receives such indulgence from the masters. It is not only because he is a martial genius, but also due to the innate abilities bestowed upon him by our ancestor. They would not dare to let him venture out. I will seek master to rescue my disciple. I cannot remain idle. Su Zhiqing expressed his gratitude to senior brother Lu and turned to Xiao Longnu. Yang Gua has already been found. I must accompany the masters. He and Lu Zhijia's conversation was fully absorbed by Xiao Longnu. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Xiao Longnu gazed steadfastly at Su Zhiqing. She could not allow him to go alone. Su Zhiqing, meeting her unwavering gaze, took her hand. Very well. He acquiesced. Xiao Longnu's martial prowess is not inferior to his. Together, employing the combined techniques of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, they could stand their ground against Ouyang Feng. Junior brother Su. At that moment, Li Mocho suddenly spoke. Su Zhiqing turned to look. Li Mocho produced a few items, saying, You have rendered my martial arts ineffective. Ordinarily, I should harbor resentment towards you. However, I have reflected deeply in recent days, and I realize that I am to blame for all that has transpired. This is the last of my Ice Soul Silver Needles. I hope you find it useful in due course. If you deem it inappropriate to employ such underhanded tactics, you need not use it. Su Zhiqing, however, did not believe that employing such covert means was wrong. While hidden weapons are considered unsavory, when confronting someone like Ouyang Feng, one need not adhere to conventions. He felt that in dealing with formidable foes or those he perceived as malevolent, there was no need for moral discourse. It was simply a matter of standing firm against them. Su Zhiqing thought of King of the Golden Wheel. If he were to encounter such a character, he could similarly shout out. Glancing at the task at hand, he noted that it did not permit him to incite a group brawl. The mission was undoubtedly foolish. Once a fight broke out, who would engage in a one-on-one duel? Thank you, senior sister, for the Ice Soul Silver Needles. Su Zhiqing accepted the needles from Li Macho. Is there an antidote? Li Macho glanced at him and retrieved a vial from her belongings. This should suffice. Senior sister, when I am not present, I will assign other disciples to patrol this area. Should you require anything, feel free to communicate with them. Su Zhiqing was uncertain whether Li Macho genuinely recognized her mistakes or was merely feigning understanding. Regardless, if her attitude improved, he would not regard her as an enemy. Come, let us meet with Master. He did not call her junior sister but led Zai along and summoned brother Lu to depart from the back mountain together. Along the way, Lu Zhijia parted ways with them, and Su Zhiqing and Zilong made their way directly to the Tranquil Hall. Upon arrival, they found Sun Bu'er polishing a long sword. Sun Bu'er glanced at them and immediately discerned their purpose. You have come for Yang Gua, have you not? Su Zhiqing did not conceal his intention. Master, Yang Guo is my disciple. It would be remiss of me to leave him behind. Indeed, Yang Guo is your disciple. But there is no need for you to intervene. Master Qiu will lead the team personally, accompanied by Master Lu, Master Wang, and many of your senior brothers. Sun Bu spoke earnestly to Su Zhiqing. With us, we shall set up the Big Dipper sword formation, and Ouyang Feng shall not be able to contend with us. While her words were reassuring, the reality of battle often unfolded differently. Master, I do not wish to accompany you merely for the sake of experience. When it comes to martial prowess, I fear Master Qiu may not be my equal. Su Zhiqing gazed intently at his master. Yang Guo is my disciple. I must go. There are no further reasons needed. Recognizing Su Zhiqing's determination, Sun Bu understood that she could not dissuade him. You may accompany us, but you must not act recklessly. Rest assured, Master, unless absolutely necessary, I will refrain from engaging. If he could retrieve Yang Guo without resorting to violence, Su Zhiqing would certainly prefer that course of action. Sun Bu nodded in agreement. After finishing her sword polishing, she did not sheath the weapon but turned her attention to Su Zhiqing. It has been a considerable time since you last assessed your martial prowess. Today, might I take the opportunity to evaluate your skills? Certainly. Su Zhiqing unsheathed his sword and bowed respectfully to his master. Please be attentive, master. After expressing this, he demonstrated his respect by initiating the first strike. Following a tentative thrust, he swiftly employed the Quanzhen school's technique of one breath, transforming into three clarity. The single thrust appeared as if it were three swords piercing through simultaneously. This swordplay can only be executed by someone who has thoroughly mastered the Quanzhen swordsmanship, a skill Su Zhiqing effortlessly displayed. Sun Bu, observing her disciple's effortless display, revealed a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. She discerned that this young man's sword technique had seemingly advanced. After parrying his strike, she pointed out some of Su Zhiqing's shortcomings, noting that his swordplay could be executed with greater speed. Your sword technique is indeed smooth, yet it lacks the necessary swiftness. In terms of swordsmanship, she believed he might indeed rival the esteemed Qiu Shixiao. However, in other respects, he fell significantly short. Qiu Shibo possessed a temperament akin to thunder, enabling him to navigate the martial world without suffering losses, a feat not merely attributed to his association with Wang Chongyang's name. In the realm of martial arts, one's prowess must stand on its own. Mere reputation cannot shield one from ridicule. For instance, one might jest about Wang Chongyang's disciple being such. Sun Bu and her companions had not been immune to such remarks. Upon witnessing his master sheath her sword, Su Zhiqing followed suit. His master's keen eye detected the flaws in his swordplay. As he expanded his martial repertoire, certain skills inevitably clashed in terms of practice time. For example, he seldom devoted time to further honing the Quanzhen swordplay, as he primarily focused on the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, complemented by the primordial skill and one yang finger. Although he occasionally practiced the Quanzhen technique, it required him to carve out time from his schedule. Even his lightness skill and fist techniques had suffered from his limited training time. With an increasing number of martial arts mastered, his training demands grew correspondingly. The notion of too much leads to ineffectiveness is not merely a saying. Su Zhiqing contemplated that his aspirations extend beyond mere quantity. He sought mastery in every discipline. However, achieving such proficiency is not as straightforward as it seems. It necessitates an abundance of practice time. When viewed from a broader perspective, acquiring more knowledge is undoubtedly beneficial. Yet, if time were more limited, specialization should take precedence. Su Zhiqing's selection of various martial arts was a long-term strategy. Since he recognized his weaknesses, he could focus on improving those areas. Sun Bu earnestly advised him, stating that the techniques of swordsmanship must be not only familiar, but also integrated seamlessly. A thrust must be both fierce and retractable at will. Your swordplay exhibits considerable variation, yet it lacks the necessary ferocity. Su Zhiqing appeared contemplative, fully aware of his own shortcomings, which could not be improved in a short span, unless he were to accumulate proficiency points, which would require an enormous effort. He glanced at his accumulated proficiency points, which had reached 3427. His plan was to refrain from utilizing these points for now. He intended to practice his martial arts independently until he amassed 10,000 points, at which point he would elevate a single martial art to the level of a master. This long-term strategy seemed the most advantageous. However, the current situation is such that plans have failed to keep up with changes. Ouyang Feng's martial arts are among the 5 absolutes, and confronting him cannot be a matter of mere simplicity. Su Zhiqing contemplated how to skillfully employ his abilities to maximize benefits. After pointing out Su Zhiqing's shortcomings, Sun Bu remarked, "You may return for now. We shall summon you for departure tomorrow." Understood. I shall take my leave, Su Zhiqing replied. And the little dragon girl beside him also bowed before following Su Zhiqing out of the tranquil courtyard. Although Su Zhiqing had moved from the green bamboo courtyard, he had not entirely vacated it. He could still reside there, and as he contemplated their departure the next day, he decided to spend the night in the green bamboo courtyard with the little dragon girl. At dawn the following day, Su Zhiqing rose early to attend to his daily tasks. Upon completing his duties, he headed to the dining hall to procure some food. After finishing these errands, he sensed something was amiss. Why had his master not yet called for him? He hurried to the tranquil courtyard, only to learn that his master had already set off with Master Chiu. He had been left behind. Junior Su. Just as Su Zhiqing intended to leave the tranquil courtyard, two disciples approached him. Master instructed us to keep an eye on you. You are not to leave until they return, one of them declared, preparing to lock the courtyard door. Ignoring their admonitions, Su Zhiqing swiftly tapped acupoints on both disciples. I apologize, brothers. I shall release you in an hour, Su Zhiqing declared before attempting to depart. However, a figure blocked his path. Master Ma. Su Zhiqing's expression darkened upon recognizing the newcomer. Ma Yu intercepted him, casting a glance at the two disciples he had just subdued. His countenance grew severe. Zhiqing, you are being excessively reckless. Master, I do not wish for this, Su Zhiqing retorted, undeterred by Master Ma's obstruction. My master stated she would take me along, yet she has abandoned me here. Are you blaming your master? Master Ma questioned, misunderstanding Su Zhiqing's intentions. I am merely concerned for their safety. They do not require your worry. Remaining here obediently is the greatest gratitude you can offer your master. Su Zhiqing could not possibly stay put. He had never anticipated such treatment from his master. It had never crossed his mind that, despite his vitality, he could not venture forth on his own. Yet, here he was, faced with this predicament. Master, Yanghua is my disciple. Su Zhiqing did not wish to engage in conflict with Master Ma. Ma Yu snorted derisively. Yanghua is not solely your disciple. He is also a member of our sect. Do you think you are the only one who cares for him? Su Zhiqing recognized that, in terms of words, he could not possibly best Master Ma. Master, please do not impede me. What, do you intend to strike me? I beg your pardon. Su Zhiqing advanced, reaching out to tap Master Ma's acupoints. Ma Yu, though aged, retained the agility of youth. He deftly evaded the confrontation, questioning, do you truly dare to lay hands upon me? The other disciples surrounding him were equally astonished by Su Zhiqing's audacity. Junior brother Su, while I do not claim to possess extraordinary skills, I feel somewhat reassured in your presence. Nonsense. You are no match for Ouyang Feng. What good would it do for you to confront him? The ever-kind-hearted Ma Yu was greatly vexed by Su Zhiqing's reckless actions. If you could indeed contend with Ouyang Feng, I would not stand in your way. However, your interference would be futile. With that, Ma Yu gestured, and 7 disciples advanced to encircle Su Zhiqing. Since you assert your abilities, let your senior brothers assess your skills. Form the Big Dipper formation. Yesterday, Su Zhiqing had contemplated a brawl. Today, that thought materialized, and he found himself at the receiving end of a beating. Master, I do not wish to engage with my senior brothers. Enough with the idle chatter. Ma Yu dismissed Su Zhiqing's protests and commanded his disciples, subdue him. Junior brother Su, we apologize for this. The others echoed apologies as they drew their swords and lunged at Su Zhiqing. The 7 formed positions akin to the 7 stars, encircling him completely. Yet, Su Zhiqing remained composed. While he might struggle against someone like Ouyang Feng, he felt confident facing his senior brothers. Moreover, he was well acquainted with the Big Dipper sword formation. As they attacked, Su Zhiqing channeled his internal energy, easily navigating the openings in their formation. After a brief struggle, the astonishment among his opponents only grew. Ma Yu watched in frustration. Are you all holding back? No sooner had he spoken than Su Zhiqing's figure flickered, and he suddenly accelerated, striking 3 of them in quick succession, effortlessly dismantling the Big Dipper sword formation. The remaining 4 stood in astonishment, their swords raised but hesitant to advance. Ma Yu, however, saw clearly. When did your lightness skill reach such heights? He interjected, blocking Su Zhiqing's path with his sword. The remaining disciples, taking their cue from Ma Yu, reformed the Big Dipper sword formation. Su Zhiqing admired his master's keen insight. To capture Li Macho, he had once augmented his proficiency in the Jin Yin skill by 900 points, transforming it from mere competence to mastery. Such efforts had allowed him to apprehend Li Macho. As he pondered, his gaze turned toward his master. Now, with his master personally orchestrating the formation, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to break through the blockade. Yet, Ma Yu regarded Su Zhiqing with delight. This young lad was indeed the prodigy he had recognized. Initially, Ma Yu had underestimated Su Zhiqing's lightness skill. He had not anticipated that a brief excursion would yield such a breakthrough. Resolutely, He resolved not to let this promising youth escape. The martial world was rife with turmoil, and the adversary was none other than Ouyang Feng. Should any misfortune befall Su Zhiqing, the future of their Quanzhen sect would be dimmed. In his heart, Ma Yu had already envisioned Su Zhiqing as the seed of promise for the next century. However, he knew he must not allow this young man to harbor resentment toward him. Contemplating this, Ma Yu turned his gaze back to Su Zhiqing. Young Su, your master will not make it difficult for you. If you can advance your innate skill to a higher level, I shall allow you to depart. The disciples surrounding Ma Yu exchanged glances upon hearing their master's words. To achieve a breakthrough in a technique at such a critical moment undoubtedly requires diligent practice in advance. The innate skill was a technique employed by our esteemed ancestor, and its cultivation is inherently challenging. Further advancement? Is this not an intentional challenge for junior brother Su? They thought to themselves, casting sympathetic glances towards Su Zhiqing. Su Zhiqing felt that his master was indeed putting him in a difficult position. However, upon noticing that his innate skill was at the proficiency level, 3-100, he pondered whether his master was actually providing him with an opportunity. Master, is this truly your request? Not only can I elevate my innate skill, but my one-yang finger can also advance another level. Su Zhiqing had calculated his total proficiency points the previous day and concluded that in facing Ouyang Feng, aside from swordsmanship, the most crucial skills would be the one-yang finger and innate skill. He had initially intended to refine these two areas of martial arts. Now that his master had made such a request, he felt compelled to demonstrate what genius truly meant. After expressing this, he silently chanted in his heart, "Add points." With Su Zhiqing's intent, his innate skill proficiency transformed into mastery, 1-1000, and his one-yang finger proficiency also changed to mastery, 1-1000. Countless memories of arduous training flooded into his mind, which he assimilated in an instant. Master, please verify my progress, Su Zhiqing proclaimed as he took the initiative to demonstrate, employing the one-yang finger alongside the innate skill. The registered disciples beside Ma Yu were astonished. They could not discern the details. Yet, they noted that after Su Zhiqing executed the one-yang finger, their master's expression was visibly shocked. They exchanged glances, wondering if junior brother Su had truly achieved a breakthrough. But they dared not voice their curiosity. At that moment, Ma Yu was rendered speechless, profoundly impacted by Su Zhiqing's display. Compared to the last occasion, Su Zhiqing's innate skill was now executed with unparalleled mastery. Not only that, but his one-yang finger was also executed with exceptional finesse, a stark contrast to his previous performance. Could it be that this young man truly had broken through? After demonstrating, Su Zhiqing immediately ceased his practice. Master, you must uphold your promise. Chapter 82. Yang Guo encounters Lu Wushuang. Ma Yu was not the type to make empty promises. He had not anticipated that Su Zhiqing would achieve a breakthrough so suddenly. It was utterly astonishing. How did you manage this? Ma Yu pondered, his curiosity piqued. After a moment, he inquired further, is it possible for you to break through again? The disciples surrounding Ma Yu were left in a state of perplexity at their master's inquiry. They speculated that Su Zhiqing's recent success was likely a result of his diligent practice over time, having already accomplished one breakthrough. The notion of demanding another seemed ludicrous. Why not simply ask him to ascend to immortality? While these thoughts swirled in their minds, none dared voice them. Realizing his question might have been somewhat imprudent, Ma Yu cleared his throat and waved his hand in resignation. Well, since you have made progress in both your innate abilities and the one-yang finger, I shall not hinder you. You may descend the mountain. Thank you, master. Su Zhiqing bowed respectfully and swiftly departed, fearing that his master might reconsider and summon him back. Fortunately, his master did not call him. Upon returning to the Qingzhou courtyard, Su Zhiqing informed his companion, the little dragon girl, about the early departure of their master and the others. The little dragon girl responded quickly. If they have descended the mountain, they likely haven't gone far. We should be able to catch up. Indeed, we could catch up, but why should we? Su Zhiqing countered. Since his master did not wish for him to follow, he feared that doing so would only result in rebuke from both his master and the elders. He anticipated no other outcome, and thus resolved not to pursue them. Understanding Su Zhiqing's intentions, the little dragon girl remarked, You mean we should go to Huayin County ourselves? This way, seeing your son won't punish you, right? That's of little concern. We can address any punishment later, Su Zhiqing replied. After a brief preparation, he and the little dragon girl departed from Zhongnan Mountain together. They borrowed a horse from the sect and rode off towards Huayin County, taking a detour to avoid encountering their master and the elders. 7 days later, Su Zhiqing and the little dragon girl arrived at Huayin County. Following the markings left by the sect, he located their outpost, which was guarded by members of the Qing generation, Wang Qingyu and Wang Qingyan. Upon revealing his identity, The two rushed forward to pay their respects. Disciple pays respect to Master Su. Su Zhiqing waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for such formalities. The sect leader has not yet arrived, has he?" Wang Qingyu and Wang Qingyan exchanged glances before shaking their heads. "No, Master Su. The sect leader has not yet come." Su Zhiqing understood that he and the little dragon girl had arrived quite early, indeed ahead of their master and the others. "All right, I see. I won't delay further. Have you been tasked to monitor Ouyang Feng? Do you know where he is?" Wang Qingyu and Wang Qingyan hastily exclaimed, "Master Uncle. Yang Guo is not accompanied by Ouyang Feng. He is mingling with a little demoness." Su Zhiqing, perplexed by this revelation, inquired, "What is the situation with this little demoness?" "Master Uncle, her origins are unknown, and her martial arts are rather peculiar. We have encountered her numerous times in combat against the disciples of our Quanzhen sect." "And where is Yang Guo?" "Master Uncle, that rascal has journeyed alongside the little demoness towards Mount Huashan." "What of Ouyang Feng?" "This disciple is unaware." "Ah, I see. You may go about your duties." Upon concluding his remarks, Su Zhiqing intended to exit the stronghold with the little dragon maiden. Just before leaving, a thought crossed his mind. He glanced at Wang Qingyu and Wang Qingyan. Soon the sect leader and others should arrive. If they do not inquire about me, do not volunteer information. If they ask, simply respond. As for other matters, just speak truthfully. With that, Su Zhiqing grasped the reins and urged forward. They departed from Huayin County, heading directly towards Mount Huashan. The distance was not great, and they estimated that they would arrive in half a day. However, locating someone could prove somewhat troublesome. Along the way, Su Zhiqing pondered the little demoness mentioned by Wang Qingyu. What sort of company could that scoundrel Yang would be keeping? Who knows? We shall find out upon discovery. The little dragon maiden refrained from speculating. Indeed, Su Zhiqing remained concerned about Yang Guo. From Wang Qingyu's account, it appeared that Yang Guo was faring quite well. The area around Mount Huashan was expansive, and both Su Zhiqing and the little dragon maiden could only search patiently. Due to concerns regarding Ouyang Feng, they did not permit ordinary disciples to accompany them. Those disciples were merely there to confirm Ouyang Feng's whereabouts. After searching for 3 or 4 days without any sign of Yang Guo, Su Zhiqing wondered where the boy could have gone. Upon arriving at Mount Huashan, he had no inclination to ascend, for the solitary path was perilous. Gazing at the mountain shrouded in mist, he felt no desire to explore. If circumstances were different, he and the little dragon maiden might have enjoyed the scenic beauty of Mount Huashan, but at present, his sole focus was on locating Yang Guo. Let us rest. Today, Su Zhiqing had spent yet another long day searching. He believed that finding someone was far more exhausting than training. Wandering aimlessly without other leads felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, even knowing the person was in the vicinity of Mount Huashan. Upon hearing the little dragon maiden's suggestion, he found a place to sit. As he sipped the water she offered, he heard a distant melody. Turning his head, he beheld a tattered old man approaching, humming a tune. Initially, Su Zhiqing thought little of it. Beggars were common in this world and nothing to raise an eyebrow at. Yet, upon observing the old man's gait, he realized that the beggar moved with remarkable agility. In no time, he was standing beside Su Zhiqing. Squinting, Su Zhiqing discerned that this old beggar was indeed a formidable expert. The old beggar approached him, his eyes fixed intently on the gourd in his hand. "Young man, might I trouble you for a sip of that water?" Su Zhiqing, adorned with a long sword and exuding an air of nobility, usually made common folk steer clear of him. Even a beggar would seldom approach someone of his stature. Su Zhiqing, noticing the audacity of this old beggar to not only draw near, but also request water, recalled his earlier judgment. It dawned on him that this man could very well be a martial arts master. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Su Zhiqing, a disciple of the Quanzhen sect," he stated, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. The old beggar chuckled in response. "At first glance, I thought you were an impostor. I did not expect you to truly be a disciple of the Quanzhen." Su Zhiqing smiled wryly. "You jest, elder. Who would dare impersonate a disciple of the Quanzhen sect? Why not? Aren't all of you Quanzhen disciples monks? Not long ago, I witnessed a young lad entangled with a girl. Quite scandalous." The old beggar's gaze shifted to the young girl beside Su Zhiqing, then back to him. Could it be that I haven't visited the Quanzhen sect in quite some time? Have you altered your teachings, now granting each disciple a little fairy?" Any ordinary Quanzhen disciple would likely have drawn their sword in indignation upon hearing such words from the beggar, yet Su Zhiqing possessed a different temperament. "You are mistaken, elder. I have merely not taken vows. I am a disciple of the Quanzhen sect, but have not been ordained." "Oh, I see. Please, elder, allow me to offer you this." Su Zhiqing produced another gourd from his waist. "This one remains untouched. I insist you take it." "Ah, Beggars like us have no qualms about such things. The old beggar swiftly accepted the gourd and took a hearty gulp. This water tastes different. Rest assured, elder, it merely contains a hint of honey. Su Zhiqing observed the beggar's attire, a flicker of recognition stirring within him. Though the beggar remained silent, Su Zhiqing chose not to pry further. Elder, might I inquire about that young lad you mentioned earlier? He surmised that the boy entangled with the girl must be Yanghua, who also wore a distinctive robe. Oh, I believe he might be over there. The old beggar gestured casually. Thank you, Su Zhiqing said, rising promptly. Longer, let us hasten to investigate. I wonder if it is indeed Yanghua. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the old beggar, a thought stirring in his mind. Perhaps we should refrain from making our presence known. Ouyang Feng may be lurking nearby. No sooner had he uttered those words than the old beggar's demeanor shifted, his eyes sharpening. Young Taoist, what did you just say? Ouyang Feng. Su Zhiqing clasped his hands once more. To clarify, elder, the person I seek is my apprentice, who was taken by Ouyang Feng. The old beggar's expression grew grave upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words. Has Ouyang Feng truly resurfaced in the martial world? Esteemed elder, who are you? How do you know Ouyang Feng? Ah, the old poisoner, a familiar acquaintance indeed. As for myself, given your tender age, you likely do not recognize me. You may refer to me as the old beggar. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing's gaze fell upon the elder before him, who possessed only 9 fingers. He immediately discerned the identity of the person before him. Could it be the 9-fingered divine beggar, Hong Qigong? Oh, you've heard of me, young lad. Su Zhiqing remained silent, while the little dragon girl cast a curious glance at Hong Qigong. She even discreetly examined the missing finger of the old beggar. After her scrutiny, she stole a glance at Su Zhiqing. When he recounted tales in the past, he frequently spoke of this figure, particularly emphasizing his insatiable appetite. It was indeed true that his gluttony led to a self-inflicted loss of a finger. Truly, it is Elder Hong. Acknowledging Hong Qigong's revelation, Su Zhiqing respectfully bowed. The junior Su Zhiqing pays his respects to Elder Hong. In response to your inquiry about Ouyang Feng's return, I am uncertain of his current status. Only that he has suddenly appeared and abducted my disciple. Is Ouyang Feng still mad? It is said he is no longer insane. Upon hearing this, Hong Qigong's expression grew graver. He murmured, madmen like that old poisoner are troublesome to deal with. A sane one, however, I cannot predict. His 18 dragon-subduing palms, embodying utmost strength and righteousness, should pose no threat to Ouyang Feng. Elder, what brings you to this place? Su Zhiqing felt compelled to inquire about Hong Qigong's presence. I have come specifically for Ouyang Feng. Hong Qigong did not hide his intentions. I have heard whispers of Ouyang Feng's whereabouts in this vicinity, and I merely sought a glance. From your demeanor, it seems that the old poisoner has indeed returned to the world. His emergence is not a fortuitous event. Su Zhiqing concurred, for Ouyang Feng was the foremost competitor at the second Huashan tournament. Had it not been for Huang Rong's machinations, who could fathom what heights Ouyang Feng's martial arts would have reached? With his reverse cultivation of the 9-yin manual, he was already formidable. Had he practiced it earnestly, his prowess would be unfathomable. Elder Hong, the individual you encountered earlier may be my disciple. Let us investigate further. Perhaps Ouyang Feng is also present. Very well. Su Zhiqing followed Hong Qigong toward the location he indicated. After a short while, Hong Qigong halted his steps. I encountered them nearby just moments ago. Su Zhiqing surveyed the surroundings, but found no sign of Yanghua. He promptly declared, let us search for him. The 3 then separated, each taking a different direction. After searching for a while without success, Su Zhiqing turned to return. Upon his return, he encountered the little dragon girl, who had just arrived back as well. I found nothing, she remarked. What of Elder Hong? Su Zhiqing inquired, just as a distant thunderous explosion resonated. He turned his gaze, peering through the dense foliage, and faintly discerned 2 figures engaged in combat. Let us go see. As Su Zhiqing and Zilong arrived, they were met with the raucous cries of Yanghua. At that moment, Yanghua was imploring Ouyang Feng and Hong Qigong to cease their conflict. However, neither heeded his plea, each wielding a branch. They were ensnared in a fierce struggle, making it impossible for any onlooker to approach. Observing the scene intently, Su Zhiqing discerned that one was employing the dog-beating stick technique, while the other practiced the toad technique, with neither gaining the upper hand. It appeared that a resolution to their bout would not be reached anytime soon. With urgency, Su Zhiqing called out to Yanghua, disciple, why do you not come forth? Startled, Yanghua turned to see Su Zhiqing and was taken aback. Of course, I would search for you after you were abducted by your adoptive father. Su Zhiqing gestured toward the brawling Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng. How did they come to blows? I have no idea. This elder appeared from nowhere. and after merely exchanging a few words with my adoptive father, they were at each other's throats. Su Zhiqing surmised that Hong Qigong, having spotted Ouyang Feng, would naturally wish to challenge him. It was only logical, as Hong Qigong had not bested Ouyang Feng in their previous encounter at Huashan. A sense of rivalry must surely linger in his heart, especially given their history of fierce competition. Do not concern yourself with them for now. Has your adoptive father mistreated you? Not at all. He is merely a bit eccentric, teaching me martial arts only occasionally. Su Zhiqing had mistakenly believed Ouyang Feng had regained his senses, only to realize he had not fully awakened. As long as you are unharmed, that is all that matters. Upon concluding his statement, Su Zhiqing turned to regard another young woman nearby. Clad in garments reminiscent of Xiaolong's, she exuded a similarly ethereal aura. Who is that young lady? Taoist, are you here to capture me as well? Before Su Zhiqing could respond, the young woman addressed him disparagingly. Yanghua, hearing this, was gripped by a cold sweat. What are you calling him? This is my master. Master, do not blame her. She harbors misconceptions about our Quanzhen sect. Yanghua hastily defended the young woman, turning back to explain. Her name is Lu Wushuang. She has assisted me. Su Zhiqing regarded Yanghua's darting eyes with skepticism. Could Lu Wushuang truly have aided him? Nevertheless, the name Lu Wushuang piqued his interest. It was indeed remarkable that Yanghua had encountered her. After all, if he could capture Li Macho, it was only fitting that he would cross paths with Lu Wushuang as well. While Su Zhiqing pondered, Lu Wushuang gazed at him in astonishment. She had not anticipated that Yanghua's master would be so youthful, and in terms of appearance, he even surpassed Yanghua. As she mused, Yanghua leaned closer to her, urgency in his tone. I once told you, if my master learns of your circumstances, he will certainly intervene. You ought to meet him. He is your master, not mine. How could he possibly come to my aid? Lu Wushuang retorted, crossing her arms defiantly. Moreover, I am not afraid of your fellow disciples in a one-on-one confrontation. Su Zhiqing listened intently, surmising that there must be a conflict involving Lu Wushuang and some of his fellow disciples. With a knowing smile, he glanced at his apprentice, who seemed to possess a heart full of warmth. Yanghua, aware of his master's gaze, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Noticing Lu Wushuang's reluctance to meet Su Zhiqing, he could only feign indifference. Do you not believe me? He queried. Of course I believe you. She retorted. Then why do you not heed my words? They listen to you. That's all. Upon finishing her statement, Lu Wushuang stepped before Su Zhiqing and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Senior Su. Su Zhiqing nodded slightly at her words. Contemplating Lu Wushuang's background, he initially considered revealing it, but ultimately chose to remain silent for the time being. Miss Lu, I have heard that you harbor some misunderstandings with my fellow disciples. Allow me to clarify on your behalf. It is hardly a misunderstanding. It is merely that I am outmatched by those wretched, she replied with a hint of disdain. Su Zhiqing chuckled, shaking his head. Rest assured, if it indeed turns out to be the fault of my fellow disciples, I shall impose appropriate punishment upon them. Lu Wushuang pursed her lips, clearly skeptical. Yanghua, sensing her doubt, grew anxious. What is wrong with you, Wushuang? Why are you so naive? You must understand, my master is the chief. If he decides to punish anyone, they wouldn't dare protest. Lu Wushuang was taken aback. Then I extend my gratitude to you, Senior Su. Not at all, Su Zhiqing replied, his gaze shifting towards the duel between Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng. As expected, Hong Qigong demonstrated his unparalleled mastery of the dog-beating stick technique, causing Ouyang Feng to hesitate in facing him directly. Unlike the Quanzhen sect, Hong Qigong followed the path of external martial arts. Yet to Su Zhiqing, this seemed to reveal vulnerabilities. Though he was renowned for his external prowess, each strike concealed a formidable internal force, capable of causing severe harm or even death upon contact. Ouyang Feng, however, was no ordinary opponent. As he exchanged blows with Hong Qigong, he held his ground admirably. Hong Qigong's internal energy was fierce, yet Ouyang Feng was equally formidable. Both were adept in the Nining manual, one practicing the orthodox style and the other the unorthodox. Their battle was evenly matched. And intriguingly, Ouyang Feng appeared to be gaining the upper hand. Yanghua discerned this as well. Master, who is that elder? It seems he is on the verge of losing. He is the nine-fingered divine beggar. Your assessment is premature. He is merely still deciphering your adoptive father's peculiar techniques. Once he comprehends them, the tide will surely turn. Su Zhiqing spoke with a tone that lacked conviction. At this moment, he reflected on the potential outcomes of their confrontation. Even if Hong Qigong were to fully grasp Ouyang Feng's unusual methods, he might still struggle to emerge victorious. Su Zhiqing pondered whether to intervene, and just then, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Intervening in the conflict between Hong and Ouyang, altering the outcome, grants 500 proficiency points. Chapter 83. The transformation of Hong Qigong and the fate of Ouyang Feng. The task issued by the system this time resonated profoundly with Su Zhiqing's desires. For the first time, he felt that the system had matured, understanding his inclination to assign tasks he favored. The martial prowess of Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng was evidently on par with each other. Their ongoing conflict, fueled by their mutual obstinacy, could very well lead them both to their demise if left unchecked by external intervention. In Su Zhiqing's view, neither should meet their end in such a manner. However, he refrained from intervening directly. Their struggle was not merely a battle between good and evil, it was a quest to assert superiority in martial skills. For martial practitioners, is life not about this pursuit? To believe that it serves solely to strengthen the body is a misconception. In this era, those who traverse the martial world practice solely to prove their strength over others. Reputation often eclipses life itself. As Su Zhiqing pondered these thoughts, he remained an observer. He could discern that as Hong Qigong became more familiar with Ouyang Feng's bizarre techniques, they had evidently reached a stage of countering each other's moves. The martial arts they employed were far from mere generic techniques. They resembled personal creativity, with each strike arising spontaneously from their hearts. Su Zhiqing admitted to himself that he had yet to reach such a level. His techniques were still confined to established forms. However, should a confrontation arise, he might not be their match, yet he felt no substantial fear of them. While these two stood invincible, he was not guaranteed to lose. Su Zhiqing watched intently as they exchanged blows, absorbed in their intricate duel. Beside him, Zai Longnu was equally enraptured by the clash between Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng. The martial skills displayed by these two masters were indeed at the pinnacle of excellence, their cunning techniques executed with effortless grace. Zai Longnu radiated excitement, as it was her first encounter with such high-caliber fighters. Could she contend with them? Without a moment's hesitation, she shook her head. I cannot prevail. I might withstand 3 moves, perhaps 5, but beyond that, I would surely be defeated. After expressing her thoughts, she turned to Su Zhiqing. If we join forces, the outcome may be drastically different. Luo Shuang, overhearing their exchange, scoffed in disbelief. The two appeared only slightly older than herself, yet their bravado was astonishing. To think they could endure 3 to 5 moves, and even contemplate altering the situation was absurd. Observing Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng, she surmised that they were far superior to her master. Defeating these two would likely prove a formidable challenge. Master, what should we do? Shall we merely watch them? Yang Guo, however, did not overthink the situation. He simply wished to prevent a fight. From his master's words, he gathered that the beggar with 9 fingers was also a figure of renown in the martial world. Upon hearing Yang Guo, Su Zhiqing contemplated the actions to take once both fighters were exhausted. This was Yang Guo's opportunity. He promptly produced some silver coins and handed them to Yang Guo. Ride my horse and head to the town below to procure ample supplies of wine and meat. Ensure there is plenty of wine. Yang Guo, bewildered, sought clarity. To ensure their survival, you must act swiftly. Yes, master. Though Yang Guo was perplexed, he still accepted the silver and rode away. Lu Wushuang intended to follow, but Su Zhiqing called out to her, instructing her to wait here for him to arrive shortly. Lu Wushuang nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Su Zhiqing and Zai Longnu observed the fierce exchange of blows between Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng, paying little heed to Lu Wushuang. At that moment, Ouyang Feng's eyes gleamed with competitive fervor. Old beggar, who are you? Why does the mere sight of you incite a desire to annihilate you? In truth, Ouyang Feng was not truly mad. He simply lacked his own memories. Hong Qigong was infuriated by Ouyang Feng's taunts. Old poison, I yearn to vanquish you as well. Witness my dog-beating stick technique. I shall put an end to you, you wretched old dog. Come on, let us see who shall be the victor. The two became entangled once more, exerting their utmost strength. Their faces flushed as their internal energies surged. They battled fiercely, traversing from one mountaintop to another. Yet neither showed any sign of waning stamina. Su Zhiqing and Zai Longnu continued to observe without intervening. After a considerable time had passed, the two still engaged in combat. Su Zhiqing glanced at the sky, hearing the sound of returning horses. Master, I am back. I have brought roasted chicken, pork knuckles, and some appetizers. Yang Guo dismounted. Still confused. Do not ask too many questions. Let us eat first. Su Zhiqing pointed towards the two still locked in combat, chuckling softly. It will not be resolved in a moment. Yang Guo looked on and noted that their fight had not changed since his departure, and he invited Lu Wushuang to dine with them. As the meal concluded, night fell. It was unclear how Ouyang Feng and Hong Qigong managed to see clearly. Yet they continued their spirited bout. Su Zhiqing and the others observed throughout the night. By the next day, Su Zhiqing had lost count of the exchanges. Master, how can they still be fighting? Aren't they exhausted? Su Zhiqing cast a sidelong glance at Yang Guo. With diligent practice, you too shall reach their level. One must be unwavering in summer's heat and winter's chill. After speaking, he gestured towards a narrow path. While they are engaged in battle, you have no business here. Run a lap around that peak. Is that necessary? Yang Guo protested. Indeed it is. Hurry along. Upon your return, I shall assess your progress in practice over these days. Though reluctant, Yang Guo complied and began to jog. Xiaolongnu shook her head at the sight. It was evident that he was preoccupied with his adoptive father. Yet he was being sent off to train. What does it matter? After all, Ouyang Feng and Hong Qigong will not settle their contest in a short time. Su Zhiqing remained unfazed, believing it an opportune moment to temper Yang Guo's resolve. Lu Wushuang, however, found it curious why Yang Guo appeared so intimidated by his master. Su Zhiqing and Xiaolongnu engaged in conversation while resuming their observation of Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng. Once Yang Guo returned from his run, they began to enjoy breakfast. The table still laden with ample food and drink. Su Zhiqing encouraged Yang Guo to practice here. Yang Guo, initially distracted, gradually focused on practicing his martial arts as Su Zhiqing spoke. His thoughts lingered on his adoptive father and Hong Qigong, observing that their duel mirrored the previous day's intensity. As he immersed himself in his training, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Su Zhiqing's eyes. He cast a fleeting glance at Lu Wushuang. Contemplating the possibility of having Yang Guo practice the Jade Maidenheart Sutra with her, should she be willing. As Yang Guo was his disciple, Su Zhiqing was determined to impart all the martial arts he could, including even the innate skills. He considered the possibility of seeking the great eagle that had accompanied Yang Guo after his arm was severed, pondering that such a creature could serve him well. He dismissed the need for snake gall, suspecting that it might be more advantageous to use it for medicinal purposes instead. His thoughts wandered to the 3 swords still resting in the sword tomb, while his gaze remained fixed on the engaging clash between Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng. The vigor displayed by both fighters had noticeably diminished compared to their first encounter. As the second day swiftly passed, the sounds of their combat echoed into the night. On the third day, the battle continued, much to Yang Guo's astonishment, though he refrained from urging them to cease. He recognized that the duel would likely persist until a victor emerged. Focus on your training. Su Zhiqing encouraged Yang Guo, who then engaged in his daily tasks. Upon completing his duties, Su Zhiqing requested Yang Guo to fetch some refreshments. By the third day, the exchanges between Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng had transformed. Each fighter took longer breaks between their attacks. Brother Su, they seem nearly finished, remarked Xiaolongnu, who observed the scene keenly. Su Zhiqing cast a glance and chuckled lightly. We can expect a resolution by tomorrow. That night, Su Zhiqing could still hear the sounds of their combat, though the intervals between their strikes stretched longer, indicating they were nearing a conclusion. On the fourth day, Su Zhiqing awoke to find both Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng sprawled on the ground, one tossing sticks and the other stones, while muttering incantations of their techniques. Seeing this, Su Zhiqing signaled Yang Guo to approach. Yang Guo hurried over, assisting each of them into a more comfortable position. Su Zhiqing joined them, inquiring, "Seniors Hong and Ouyang, who among you possesses superior skills?" Both masters scoffed, directly pointing out each other's weaknesses. Su Zhiqing chuckled at their banter. It appears today you both are determined to establish a victor. The two glared at each other, clearly eager to best one another. How about this? Since you both are experimenting with new techniques, why not allow Yang Guo to assist in determining the outcome? You can test your skills against him to ascertain who prevails. With that, Su Zhiqing nudged Yang Guo forward, suggesting that they validate their techniques through him, to ultimately reveal the victor in their rivalry. He can indeed be considered a witness. After Su Zhiqing spoke, Hong Qigong hesitated for a moment, but Ouyang Feng directly called over Yang Guo to impart his teachings. "My son, go and demonstrate the techniques I have taught you to that old beggar." Yang Guo then approached Hong Qigong and executed a series of moves as instructed by Ouyang Feng. To Hong Qigong's surprise, the performance was commendable. He promptly passed on the dog-butchering staff technique to Yang Guo, urging him to practice it. Thus began an unrelenting exchange of martial arts between the two, with Yang Guo experiencing both agony and joy. Observing this, Su Zhiqing called out to Lu Wushuang in the distance to bring some refreshments. "Honored Hong, esteemed Ouyang, how delightful it is to resolve the competition while enjoying food and drink." The two engaged in their duel for 3 days and nights, their stomachs long empty. Yet, Su Zhiqing ensured they were well fed and hydrated, avoiding any possibility of starvation. In the original narrative, both contenders would likely have exhausted themselves to the point of collapse. After enduring days without sustenance, combined with the final breakthroughs in their martial prowess, it It was inevitable that they would succumb. You, my friend, have truly excelled in this, Hong Qigong remarked while gnawing on a chicken leg, observing the old poison master as he deciphered his techniques. Once Ouyang Feng completed his analysis, he imparted new moves to Yanghua, who then returned to Hong Qigong for further instruction. The two continued to feast and drink, finding solace in their camaraderie. Su Zhiqing grew curious about the outcome of their contest. Ouyang Feng practiced the 9-yin manual in reverse, while Hong Qigong likewise mastered it. One approach was positive, the other negative, an embodiment of yin and yang. With Su Zhiqing providing nourishment, the two were well fortified, yet it remained uncertain if a victor could emerge. As the 4th day passed, only Yanghua continued to bear the burden. However, the benefits were all reaped by him. Hong Qigong imparted his complete dog-butchering staff technique to Yanghua, even sharing new variations. Ouyang Feng, too, taught Yanghua all his martial arts, including the reversed 9-yin manual, which had evolved into a new form of combat. The techniques now involved attacking head first, with feet elevated, targeting the head, throat, and lower regions. Ouyang Feng's unique approach dismantled many conventional techniques. Each time Su Zhiqing witnessed Yanghua demonstrating these inverted moves, he pondered strategies for countering them. After all, techniques aimed at the face transformed into strikes directed at the opponent's feet. Moves designed to incapacitate the throat could only reach the opponent's shins, and attacks meant for the lower regions were reduced to mere blows to the chest. Vital targets were altered significantly. As the 5th day unfolded, neither side had yet determined a victor. Yanghua had reached his limit, while Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng found themselves in a peculiar state of focus. Su Zhiqing, recognizing this, refrained from interrupting. His intervention was not to engage in combat, but rather to ensure both masters retained their vitality and did not perish in this contest. After a day of recovery, Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng both appeared visibly revitalized, fully nourished. They continued to teach Yanghua martial arts, adeptly countering each other's techniques in the process. The two individuals gazed at the utterly exhausted Yanghua and rose once more. "Old poison, old beggar, shall we test our internal strength?" they proclaimed, suddenly extending their hands towards one another. Their palms met, each channeling their respective mystical energies. Hong Qigong invoked the 9-yin manual with fervor, his aura ablaze, while Ouyang Feng executed the reverse technique, emanating an extraordinarily gentle energy. "Master, what are they doing?" Yanghua inquired, observing the two engaged in their contest, a look of confusion gracing his features. He thought to himself, "Finally, they have settled down. I am utterly fatigued." "They are competing in internal strength," Su Zhiqing responded, noting that the intensity of their energies was steadily ascending. The palms were the only point of contact between them. "Master, look at their feet." Yanghua pointed toward Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng, his expression revealing surprise. Su Zhiqing followed his gaze, noticing a pattern gradually forming beneath their feet, an image resembling the yin-yang symbol, akin to the Taiji diagram. Astonishment flickered in Su Zhiqing's eyes as well. One was aligned, the other opposed, both reaching the pinnacle of their capabilities. He pondered whether they could surpass their current levels. If they did, what heights would their martial arts attain? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Xiaolong softly cautioned, "Brother Su, be careful. They have both reached a critical juncture. If their energies collide, the resulting force could be unimaginable." Just as her words settled in the air, the energies of Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng surged to their zenith. "Ah!" They both bellowed simultaneously, fervently channeling their internal force, sending it through their arms toward one another. A vortex of white energy materialized around them, lifting stones and leaves into a swirling dance. Yanghua's mouth fell agape. What level had these two reached in their martial arts? "Old poison." Hong Qigong's eyes fixed intently on Ouyang Feng. "You old beggar." Ouyang Feng's gaze sparkled. He had fully mastered the reverse 9-yin manual. The yin transformed into yang, warming his very being. Opposite him, Hong Qigong had equally perfected his own 9-yin technique, the yin giving rise to yang, and the yang yielding to yin. As their hands connected, their internal energies, which had once been tumultuous, now harmonized into a tranquil flow, dissipating and neutralizing each other. Moments later, their bodies were devoid of any internal force. "Master, why have they lost their momentum?" Yanghua expressed concern at the sight. Su Zhiqing mirrored his apprehension. "Are they all right?" Just as he contemplated approaching them, he witnessed Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng burst into hearty laughter, embracing one another. Su Zhiqing was momentarily bewildered. Hong Qigong broke the silence, exclaiming, "Bring forth the wine." Su Zhiqing quickly urged Yanghua to pass the liquor. "Today, we shall drink an entire barrel." With that, he tilted his head back and drank deeply. Ouyang Feng followed suit. "Delightful. Su Zhiqing observed this scene, a smile creeping across his face. The two who were once on the brink of exhaustion now appeared revitalized, their faces aglow with health. Previously, it seemed that both individuals had further honed their martial arts skills. Su Zhiqing pondered why the system task had yet to indicate completion. Meanwhile, Ouyang Feng, having concluded his drink with satisfaction, cast aside the wine jar. Hong Qigong, that was indeed exhilarating, he proclaimed, his gaze shifting towards Su Zhiqing and Yang Guo. Upon resting his eyes on Yang Guo, a gentleness enveloped his countenance. My good son, come here. Yang Guo looked at Su Zhiqing, who nodded, encouraging him to approach. My dear son, I have gained new insights and shall no longer retreat into seclusion with you. Ouyang Feng patted Yang Guo's shoulder and turned his attention to Su Zhiqing. That must be your master, right? You are fortunate to have such an excellent mentor. With that, he leapt away. However, his departing words reverberated through Mount Hua. Old beggar, next time at the Hua Mountain competition, I shall undoubtedly claim first place again. Hong Qigong shouted towards the direction Ouyang Feng had taken. I fear you not. At that moment, as Ouyang Feng leapt away, a system notification resonated in Su Zhiqing's mind. Change of Hong. Ouyang's conclusion completed, proficient points 500 awarded. Upon hearing the system prompt, Su Zhiqing glanced at his total proficiency points. Previously standing at 2327, the addition of 500 brought it to 2,827. Had he not added 100 points each to the one-yang finger and innate skill, he would have surpassed the 3,000 mark. Su Zhiqing mused that he was not far from 10,000. While practicing his skills and accumulating points, he realized that it might not be necessary to reach that milestone. He could still enhance his abilities to transcend from the first tier to the master realm. Reflecting on Ouyang Feng's departure, he speculated that Ouyang Feng must have achieved new breakthroughs, though he was uncertain to what extent. If he did not alter the outcome for the two, they would remain stagnant here, thus sparing himself from facing an ever-improving Ouyang Feng in the future. Likewise, there would be no task rewards to consider. In comparison to the rewards of proficiency points, Su Zhiqing's inner thoughts also wandered to the notion of engaging in combat with figures like Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng once he reached the advanced levels of martial arts. He longed for companionship in such pursuits, rather than solitude. A surge of ambition filled Su Zhiqing's heart as he patted Yang Guo on the back. Practice diligently. At the next Hua Mountain Sword discussion, let us strive to bring them all down. Inspired by his master's words, Yang Guo felt a swell of pride. Yes, let us unite as master and disciple and ascend to the pinnacle of Hua Mountain. Upon hearing this, Hong Qigong burst into laughter. Indeed, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. Young man, the old beggar greatly appreciates you. Su Zhiqing, hearing Hong Qigong's praise, urged Yang Guo. You must express your gratitude to Senior Hong. Yang Guo solemnly bowed in respect. Su Zhiqing, observing Hong Qigong, revealed Yang Guo's identity. Hong Qigong, noticing the resemblance between Yang Guo and Yang Kong, remarked on the familiarity of his features before bursting into laughter. Excellent, excellent. Yang Guo, what a splendid name. With that, he laughed heartily and departed. Yang Guo scratched his head. Master, is my name truly that special? Su Zhiqing chuckled lightly. Not at all. He then turned to look at Lu Wushuang. Miss Lu, accompany me to the town at the foot of the mountain to meet my disciples. I shall advocate for you. Chapter 84. A new task alters the course of the Quanzhen sect's destruction. Su Zhiqing was unaware of the grievances between Lu Wushuang and the disciples within the sect. Unless it was a matter of life and death, with him mediating, no one would dare disregard his authority. The position of the chief disciple was not merely ornamental. Noticing Lu Wushuang's silence, Su Zhiqing stated directly, let us depart. We shall converse on the way back. The group proceeded towards the small town near Mount Hua, where they intended to rest for the night. Along the journey, Su Zhiqing learned how Yang Guo had come to meet Lu Wushuang. He had intervened upon witnessing the sect members bullying her. The more he involved himself, the more dire the situation became, even drawing some disciples from the beggar's sect into the fray. Fortunately, Yang Guo articulated the situation adequately, allowing Su Zhiqing to understand the animosity between Lu Wushuang and the disciples of the sect. It was the sect disciples who first derided Lu Wushuang as a cripple, prompting her to draw her sword in retaliation. What was the name of that disciple? Su Zhiqing furrowed his brow upon hearing this. To mock someone for their disability was truly disgraceful. Did they assume that those of the martial world were devoid of temper? Or did they believe that their superior martial skills rendered them invulnerable to a seemingly weaker woman? Yang Guo then revealed the name of the offender. Master, that individual is called Shunji Fan. Su Zhiqing rifled through his memories and indeed recognized the name. He was a disciple of Master Wang. Observing Su Zhiqing's frown, Lu Wushuang presumed the matter to be serious and interjected, Senior Su, that matter is in the past. As long as he does not trouble me further, it suffices. He speaks the truth. I am, after all, a cripple. What nonsense is this? Su Zhiqing shot a glance at Lu Wushuang. I was merely contemplating him. As I do not know many disciples, rest assured, I shall ensure he apologizes to you. As the chief disciple, reprimanding Shun Ji Fan was within his capability. Moreover, it was Shun Ji Fan who had erred in the first place. It was utterly shameful to mock a young girl and fail to subdue her, while simultaneously involving disciples from the beggar's sect. Su Zhiqing mentally marked Shun Ji Fan with a cross. Along the journey, Su Zhiqing also learned that Lu Wushuang was headed to the Lu family manor at Dashing Pass in Jiangnan. He was well aware of her background. Su Zhiqing initially contemplated asking Lu Wushuang whether she harbored animosity towards Li Macho, but decided against mentioning her. Once I find Shun Ji Fan and compel him to apologize, I will have Yangguo accompany you to Dashing Pass, Su Zhiqing assured Lu Wushuang. Before long, the group arrived at the small town, which lacked a foothold for the Quanzhen sect. They planned to rest for a day before proceeding to Huayin County. En route, Su Zhiqing encountered the sect leader Qiu Chuji and his fellow masters. Zhiqing. Upon spotting Su Zhiqing, Qiu Chuji and Sun Buer's expressions immediately shifted. What brings you here? Su Zhiqing observed the unfriendly countenances of Qiu and the others, promptly responding, Master Ma sent me here. Without waiting for further inquiries, he swiftly redirected the conversation. Master and Senior Master, I have successfully located my disciple. There is no need for you to continue searching for Ouyang Feng. Sun Buer and the others have also spotted Yanghua. But what of Ouyang Feng? Their arrival was primarily to find Yanghua, but they were also intent on dealing with Ouyang Feng. He has already departed. Su Zhiqing briefly recounted the events surrounding the appearance of Hong Qigong. Upon hearing this, Qiu Chuji let out a cold snort. You truly have luck on your side. Had it not been for the intervention of Senior Hong, encountering Ouyang Feng could have cost you your life. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that Ouyang Feng has retreated. Should we encounter him again, we shall ensure he experiences the might of our Big Dipper 7 Stars sword formation. Qiu Chuji expressed his regret at not having confronted Ouyang Feng. Su Zhiqing, on the other hand, felt relieved that Senior Master Qiu had not encountered him. Had he faced the enhanced martial prowess of Ouyang Feng, it could have ended badly. Master Wang. Su Zhiqing called out to Wang Chuyi, who stood beside Qiu Chuji, and approached him to quietly discuss the matter concerning Shinji Fan. Such a thing has occurred? Wang Chuyi's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words. His gaze turned towards Lu Wushuang, noticing her stance was unsteady, indicating a potential injury to one of her legs. Miss Lu, I am the master of that rebellious disciple. I have heard of your predicament. That rascal is currently untraceable, but when I lay eyes on him, I shall hand him over to you for your judgment. Life or death is in your hands. Wang Chuyi was a man of uncompromising principles, especially when it pertained to his own disciple's conduct. Lu Wushuang was moved. The Quanzhen sect's practitioners she had encountered thus far had all resorted to violence, and she had never before met one who spoke with reason. She had always presumed that the disciples of Quanzhen were devoid of rational discourse. Thank you, Senior Wang. Lu Wushuang maintained her politeness. Miss Lu, how about this? Since you cannot see that disciple for the moment and wish to reclaim Dashing Pass, why not allow this young man Yanghua to accompany you on your journey? You can then return to Zhongnan Mountain together. Would that be agreeable? Senior Su, I can manage the journey to Dashing Pass on my own. You are a young lady. The martial world is fraught with peril. Su Zhiqing said, turning to Yanghua. Listen well. I have a task for you. You are to ensure the safety of this young lady Lu and accompany her back to Dashing Pass. And remember, bring her back unharmed. Upon hearing his master's words, Yanghua immediately agreed. Su Zhiqing summoned a horse for Yanghua and discreetly provided him with some silver. Safeguard Miss Lu. Yanghua squeezed the silver in his hand, his eyes brightening. Rest assured, Master, I will protect her. Very well, you may depart now. The sooner you leave, the sooner you shall return. Yanghua led the horse alongside Lu Wushuang, and once they had distanced themselves, the two mounted a single horse. Meanwhile, Su Zhiqing rejoined his master, Xilong. Qiu Chuji had intended to encircle Ouyang Feng, but alas, his plans were thwarted, and he begrudgingly turned back. However, Hao Datong was curious about the clash between Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng. Zhiqing, who emerged victorious in the encounter between Senior Hong and Ouyang Feng. Upon hearing Hao Datong's inquiry, the others perked up with curiosity. Su Zhiqing, noticing the interest of the crowd, began to recount the epic 3-day battle between Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng. His natural talent for storytelling, combined with his profound insight, allowed him to vividly narrate the clash between the two masters, igniting fervor among the listeners. Once he concluded, his expression grew solemn. Master, although Ouyang Feng and Senior Hong reached a stalemate, his martial prowess has ascended to new heights. The crowd felt a chill at this revelation. Having witnessed Ouyang Feng's formidable skills firsthand, the thought of him growing even stronger instilled a sense of dread. Fortunately, Senior Hong's abilities had also advanced. Su Zhiqing's subsequent words eased the tension among Qiu Chuji and the others. If Senior Hong could hold Ouyang Feng at bay, that would suffice. After settling the matter, Qiu Chuji did not hasten to send everyone home. Since we are already out, let's take the opportunity to explore a bit longer. The group responded with cheerful smiles, eager to enjoy their time outdoors. Master, I and Longer wish to return to the mountain gate. I believe Master Ma is still awaiting news, and I should inform them of the developments. Qiu Chuji observed Su Zhiqing's impatient demeanor, which mirrored his own, and gently patted his shoulder. Do not be so hasty. Maintain your composure. As the foremost disciple of our Quanzhen sect, steadiness is paramount. Su Zhiqing sincerely acknowledged the advice, eliciting laughter from Hao Datong and the others. Brother Qiu, the reason Su is so eager to part ways is due to that lady over there, Hao Datong remarked, gesturing towards the petite figure of Xialong, standing not far off. Wang Chuyi and the others smiled knowingly at this comment, leaving Qiu Chuji feeling somewhat awkward. Esteemed elders, I shall take my leave now. Su Zhiqing, wishing to avoid further teasing from the masters, excused himself and bid farewell to his teacher. After completing these formalities, he approached the waiting Xialong. Let us depart. We need not join them. Indeed. Su Zhiqing took her hand, saying, shall we compare our lightness of foot? How can we compete if you are holding my hand? We shall engage in a competition of soaring together. With that, Su Zhiqing and Xialong set off, gracefully traversing the terrain with their lightness of foot, their figures rising and falling in unison until they vanished from sight. Qiu Chuji and the others, witnessing this, exchanged sentiments but chose to say little more. A month later, Su Zhiqing and Xialong returned to Zhongnan Mountain, arriving after Qiu Chuji and the others, who had returned much earlier. Su Zhiqing, knowing his master and the elders had returned, felt too shy to seek them out immediately and instead visited his teacher. Sun Bu'er made no mention of Su Zhiqing, only remarking that Cheng Jiayao was in a temper. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing's heart sank. Since joining the Quanzhen sect, he had never been apart from his junior sister. This month marked the longest separation they had endured. The most crucial aspect is that he departed without a word, taking the little dragon maiden down the mountain with him. Upon seeing the anxious Su Zhiqing, the little dragon maiden softly reassured, she will not be angry with you. Rather, she is likely to be worried. Su Zhiqing led the little dragon maiden to the back mountain. As soon as they arrived, a swarm of jade bees surged towards him, startling Su Zhiqing, who whistled to drive them away. After addressing this, he turned his gaze around, searching for Cheng Jiayao's figure. Soon enough, he caught sight of his junior sister above, but she turned and fled. Junior sister. Su Zhiqing had no choice but to pursue her. With his exceptional lightness skill, there was no way Cheng Jiayao could outrun him. In a matter of breaths, he seized her. Upon being caught, Cheng Jiayao instinctively wrapped her arms around Su Zhiqing, her small hands incessantly striking him. Naughty senior brother. You have made me worry to death. It's all right. It's all right. Your senior brother has returned, hasn't he? Su Zhiqing gently held her flailing arms, soothing Cheng Jiayao. This time it was my fault. I left in haste, thinking of you needing to nurture the jade bees, so I did not inform you. I thought I would be gone for just a couple of days, but time slipped away unexpectedly. He promised, next time, I will surely let you know. By the way, after a while, you will be able to see your nephew. Su Zhiqing comforted his junior sister and skillfully shifted the topic, recounting the tales of Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng. He had previously shared the story of the legend of the Condor heroes, particularly about these two legendary figures, who were rather iconic to Cheng Jiayao. Senior brother, is that Hong Senior, the nine-fingered divine beggar you mentioned? Indeed, his dog-beating stick technique is nothing short of extraordinary, and he even imparted it to Yanghua. He can demonstrate it for you. Really? If you let him show off, would he dare not strike? As Su Zhiqing conversed with Cheng Jiayao, he brought her back. Let us go see your dragon sister. She has endured quite a bit on this journey. By the way, she has prepared a gift for you. Before he could finish, Cheng Jiayao had already dashed towards the little dragon maiden, cheering. Observing the two engaged in lively conversation brought a smile of relief to Su Zhiqing's face. Having resolved the matter with Yanghua, he felt that the upcoming days would grant him a semblance of peace. However, he also sensed that such tranquility would not last long. The Quanzhen sect was gearing up against the Mongols. Should the Mongols make any significant moves, their disciples would likely be called to action. The thought weighed on Su Zhiqing's heart. The Quanzhen sect, indeed formidable, faced the insurmountable challenge of contending against an entire nation. It was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot, with the Quanzhen sect's disappearance likely signaling their demise at the hands of the Mongols. Su Zhiqing recalled that Zhiqing and his companions met their end in Xianyang. How could the Quanzhen sect possibly escape such a fate? Su Zhiqing harbored little affection for the southern Song, yet he could not bear to witness the central plains being trampled by the Mongols. Su Zhiqing quietly contemplated how to effectuate a change in the course of fate. He lacked knowledge of warfare. Even if bestowed with an army, he would remain oblivious to its command. Most importantly, Su Zhiqing was uncertain about the central figure around whom they would rally against the Mongols. Merely resisting the Mongols for the sake of resistance was evidently a superficial remedy. They might either assist the southern Song Dynasty, using it as a foundation for their opposition against the Mongols, rather than simply inflicting harm upon them. Suddenly, Su Zhiqing conceived the idea of discussing the future direction of the Quanzhen sect with his masters. As the chief disciple, he believed he possessed the right to engage in such dialogue. With a plan forming in his mind, he felt compelled to seize an opportunity to converse with several of his masters regarding this matter. If he could emulate the likes of Master Yiding and the old mischievous boy by finding a secluded place to retreat, he would undoubtedly remain unscathed. While Su Zhiqing pondered these thoughts, the system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Alter the trajectory of the Quanzhen sect's demise. Task proficiency points 10,000. He gazed at the task issued by the system, perplexed. Did the system truly believe that he would remain indifferent in the face of adversity befalling the Quanzhen sect? What a jest! How could he possibly disregard his masters? Though the rewards for proficiency points were quite substantial, he pondered how to fulfill the task. To alter the course of demise? After a moment of reflection, he understood that it did not entail preventing the Quanzhen sect's extinction indefinitely. It was evidently about ensuring the Quanzhen sect did not follow the original path of annihilation. Should the Mongols eradicate the southern Song, the Quanzhen sect would be doomed. Conversely, if the Mongols spared the southern Song and focused their attention on the northern martial arts community, the Quanzhen sect would still face obliteration. Su Zhiqing contemplated that as long as the Quanzhen sect remained steadfast in its resistance against the Mongols, its fate would likely culminate in extinction. Unless, of course, they considered submission to the Mongols. The moment this thought crossed his mind, he swiftly dismissed it. He could not reconcile such a notion within himself. Should any disciple dare to suggest allegiance to the Mongols, he would be the first to draw his sword and slay that disciple without hesitation. Su Zhiqing would show no mercy to such disciples. In order to prevent the sect's downfall, he pondered that he might one day need to fulfill Lin Chaoying's last wish. Only by achieving the pinnacle of martial prowess could he better alter the situation. Brother, what are you thinking about? While Su Zhiqing was engrossed in thoughts of national affairs, his junior sister approached, her presence a gentle interruption. Nothing in particular, merely contemplating how to further elevate my martial skills. Then practice. With your remarkable talent, brother, you will surely make swift breakthroughs. Indeed, Su Zhiqing conversed with his junior sister, the dialogue flowing effortlessly. Meanwhile, he also devised a personal plan. There were certain martial arts he needed to master. For instance, he was determined to learn the entirety of the Nine Manual. He could potentially glean insights from Zhiqing or his master uncle, the old mischievous boy. The complete Nine Manual would undoubtedly elevate his martial prowess to new heights. He realized that, without adding points, the progress of his innate skill cultivation was intricately linked to his internal strength. The deeper his internal cultivation, the faster the proficiency of his innate skills would increase. His internal cultivation was inadequate, and his practice of the innate skill yielded little improvement in proficiency. In the absence of the complete Nine Manual, he needed to advance the Quanzhen Heart method to a higher level. Su Zhiqing's desire was to enhance the Rain Maiden Heart Sutra, which also offered significant internal cultivation benefits. However, to achieve this improvement, he needed to cultivate alongside Xiaolong. After contemplating these matters, Su Zhiqing established a foundational focus on the Quanzhen sword technique. Should he complete the Nine Manual, he would then prioritize it, aiming to elevate his internal cultivation before primarily practicing the innate skill. The innate skill had the potential to enhance one's physical constitution, enabling him to ascend to a further level. Once Su Zhiqing had meticulously considered these strategies, he turned his attention to his junior sister. He accompanied her to observe the cultivation of the jade bees. At Su Zhiqing's request, they undertook a large-scale cultivation of the jade bees. He regarded the numerous beehives, each the size of a pineapple, and affirmed his junior sister's prowess in their cultivation. Brother, the total number of jade bees has surpassed 10,000. Sheng Jiayao spoke with pride, illuminating her features. In the initial stages, she had to invest considerable effort into the jade bees. However, once everything fell into a routine, Cheng Jiayao found herself more at ease, unable to harvest the nectar fast enough. Junior sister, do not undertake the cultivation alone. You must enlist additional help. After observing the jade bee cultivation, Su Zhiqing's thoughts were centered on augmenting his junior sister's workforce. Cultivating the jade bees single-handedly had its limitations. Only a larger team could achieve greater success. Brother, will you assist me? I cannot. I have other matters to attend to. Su Zhiqing needed to practice and would likely need to engage in other activities as well. He lacked the energy to devote to the jade bees. I will find some others to assist you. Su Zhiqing gestured towards the area, envisioning a future where this place could yield 1,000,000 jade bees. Hong Lingbo passed by and, upon hearing Su Zhiqing's mention of 1,000,000, felt a chill run down her spine, her delicate face paling in fear. Chapter 85. The heroic letter from Guijing. If one were to truly cultivate 1,000,000 obedient jade bees, their effectiveness in battle would far surpass that of an entire army. However, the figure of 1,000,000 jade bees was merely an exaggeration from Su Zhiqing. Unlike ordinary honeybees, jade bees are challenging to rear, making it difficult to exceed a few 100,000. His expectation was around 100,000. By augmenting the personnel for his junior sister, cultivating around 100,000 would suffice. Unfortunately, only his junior sister could control the jade bees. No one else could wield such authority. Su Zhiqing pondered the possibility of nurturing a group of such exceptional talents. Yet, he wondered how much effort that would entail. Turning his head, Su Zhiqing noticed Hong Lingbo, whose face had turned pale from fright. He could not help but chuckle. Only those who had suffered the sting of jade bees could truly comprehend their terror. The pain from a common wasp sting is already excruciating, but the venom of a jade bee could amplify the agony manifold. He observed Hong Lingbo's face flush with indignation at his laughter and quickly suppressed his mirth. You might try controlling the jade bees next time. Who knows? You may overcome your fear. Hong Lingbo vehemently shook her head. No, I would rather die than touch that thing. The mere thought of the densely clustered jade bees sent shivers down her spine, making her dizzy. Deep down, her greatest fear did not stem from Su Zhiqing or the little dragon girl, but rather from Cheng Jiayao. She felt that Cheng Jiayao's level of intimidation surpassed that of her master, Li Macho. Seeing Hong Lingbo as trepidation, Su Zhiqing skillfully shifted the topic. What brings you here? He recalled that both Hong Lingbo and Li Macho were typically reclusive, seldom seeking them out. My master sent me here. She mentioned that Uncle Long has returned and wishes to assess my martial skills. I see. Su Zhiqing nodded slightly, recalling that during their last meeting, the little dragon girl had promised Li Macho to teach Hong Lingbo martial arts. He called out to the little dragon girl. Longer, please assess Lingbo's martial prowess. The little dragon girl nodded and beckoned Hong Lingbo aside. Brother, why allow Sister Long to teach her martial arts? If she learns, she seek revenge on us? Others might, but Lingbo may not. Having spent some time with her, what do you think of her? She is quite a good person, albeit too compliant with Li Macho. Cheng Jiayao harbored a rather unfavorable impression of Li Macho. By the way, brother, it seems that Li Macho has transformed into a different person. She is no longer as fearsome as before. Su Zhiqing chuckled lightly. Good and evil reside in a single thought. Some individuals spend their lives as villains, only to awaken one day, causing their hearts to suffer even more. Conversely, some who have lived as virtuous beings may falter when faced with temptation, straying from the righteous path. Su Zhiqing seldom imparted moral lessons to his junior sister, yet he occasionally shared insights he had grasped. Good and evil should be judged by actions, not intentions. One must not assess a person merely by their appearance. I understand, brother. Cheng Jiayao committed his words to memory. Su Zhiqing continued to converse with his junior sister, Cheng Jiayao, before they proceeded to meet Granny Sunday. As Granny Sun aged, Su Zhiqing contemplated the long-term residence of several individuals and whether he should invite 2 servant disciples to assist. However, upon proposing this idea, he was promptly declined by Granny Sunday. If it weren't for the fact that you often come to share stories, do you think you could wander into the ancient tomb? Su Zhiqing chuckled at her words, reminiscing about the time Granny Sun had frightened him with a jade bee. Fortunately, his sincerity had led to a gradual rapport with her. Be honest with me. Did you come here initially with designs on my granddaughter? Absolutely not. Su Zhiqing swiftly refuted, knowing full well that admitting such intentions was out of the question. I was merely intrigued by your beekeeping and board, which prompted my visits. He was adept at soothing Granny Sun's feelings. Enough of the deceit. Do you think I can't discern your intentions? Though Granny Sun's words seemed to scold him, the smile on her face revealed her delight in his remarks. After chatting with her for a while, Su Zhiqing asked his junior sister to remain and assist Granny Sun with the bees, while he made his way back to the little dragon girl. Her talent is quite commendable. The little dragon girl stood nearby while Hong Lingbo practiced her swordplay. At some point, Li Macho joined the little dragon girl. Upon Su Zhiqing's arrival, he heard the little dragon girl remark, Li Macho sighs. Her talent is indeed good, but being by my side has delayed her considerably. Junior sister, is there a possibility for her to rejoin the ancient tomb sect? Let us observe further, Li Macho replied, falling silent as both women noticed Su Zhiqing approaching. Senior sisterly. Su Zhiqing respectfully addressed Li Macho, deliberately avoiding any mention of past events. Su Daochong. Li Macho returned the greeting with a formal bow, imbued with a sense of distance yet politeness. Su Zhiqing regarded Li Macho, who now bore the aura of someone detached from the world. He then turned to Hong Lingbo. I overheard you discussing her talent? Yes, this girl possesses decent aptitude, but her time spent with me has hindered her progress. I was considering allowing her to return to the ancient tomb sect. Li Macho stated matter-of-factly, her martial skills are all derived from the ancient tomb sect. Even when she is outside, she remains a disciple of that lineage. Su Zhiqing nodded in acknowledgement. In the current martial world, classifications were largely determined by martial arts prowess. Each sect had its distinct styles, easily recognizable to those with even a modicum of experience. He noted that Hong Lingbo's skills were impressive, and not just her. Lu Wushuang also exhibited strong abilities, surpassing many third-generation disciples of their own sect. After observing Hong Lingbo for a while, Su Zhiqing turned to Li Macho and inquired, You mentioned a disciple named Lu Wushuang, correct? The little dragon girl beside him stirred slightly upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words. Li Macho responded, Have you perhaps encountered her? Su Zhiqing nodded. I went down the mountain with Longer to find my disciple, and he is currently with Lu Wushuang. She mentioned needing to return to the Lu family estate, so I sent my disciple to accompany her. He glanced at Li Macho as he spoke. Your disciple possesses remarkable martial talent, excelling in skill at such a tender age, and displays considerable audacity. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, Li Macho let out a long sigh. It is I who have wronged Shuang. She then gradually recounted the origins of Lu Wushuang. In truth, I feared revenge, and thus failed to impart her martial arts properly. Her current prowess is largely due to Lingbo secretly instructing her behind my back. Upon finishing her statement, Xiaolongnu suddenly inquired, Sister, if you are concerned about her seeking vengeance, why not simply eliminate her? Why keep her close? Su Zhiqing, contemplating this, cast a silent glance at Li Macho. He found himself perplexed by Lu Zhanyuan. Li Macho's beauty was exquisite, distinctly different from Xiaolongnu's ethereal grace. It would be unfair to claim that Xiaolongnu surpasses Li Macho in beauty, as each possesses unique allure. Li Macho is renowned in the martial world as a celestial being, a title not easily bestowed. Su Zhiqing could only remark that Lu Zhanyuan, lacking ability and yet infatuated, was indeed courting his own demise. It was merely unfortunate for the entire Lu family and the innocents caught in this web. Xiaolongnu's words left Li Macho in contemplative silence for a considerable time. She suddenly turned to Su Zhiqing. Tell me, how can a man, having pledged his devotion to one woman, come to love another? This question had long perplexed Li Macho. She believed Lu Zhanyuan loved her, yet why did he marry He Wanjuan? Was she not beautiful? Su Zhiqing felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Li Macho's query, noticing that Xiaolongnu was also attentively listening. This left him feeling helpless. As Li Macho had posed a veritable death sentence of a question, how could he possibly fathom why Lu Zhanyuan's affections had strayed? After pondering Lu Zhanyuan's background, he provided his own response. Lu Zhanyuan, a scion of a noble family, was likely enamored with your beauty. A young master, by nature, tends to be flirtatious. Unlike us denizens of the martial world, any assertion that disregards the context of time and identity is mere folly. Su Zhiqing withheld a thought, which was that Li Macho's love was perhaps excessive. As the saying goes, life is precious, yet love holds a greater value. For the sake of freedom, both may be forsaken. Deep down, Li Macho exuded dominance, and it was likely that Lu Zhanyuan feared her more than he loved her. Yet does this imply that Li Macho was in the wrong? Su Zhiqing felt little turmoil over this. All that had transpired was merely a reflection when viewed in retrospect. In my opinion, Lu Zhanyuan deserved his fate. To toy with feelings and provoke a woman capable of killing with a mere gesture, was that not inviting disaster? Upon concluding his thoughts, Su Zhiqing looked toward Li Macho. To lose him alone would suffice. What of the others, who are so innocent? Hearing Su Zhiqing's words, Li Macho sighed deeply and quietly departed. Su Zhiqing observed that beneath the hat Li Macho wore, not a single strand of hair remained. He was suddenly taken aback. Her hair? Xiaolongnu nodded gently. My sister has shaved all her hair off. Su Zhiqing's face revealed astonishment as he sighed. The word affection can cause considerable harm, he said, reaching out to embrace Zai Longnu. Wouldn't you be upset if my junior sister and I were together? Zai Longnu replied softly. She is your junior sister and also my family. I do not wish for her to suffer, nor do I want you to be unhappy. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing held Zai Longnu tightly. She gently remarked, at least you are much better than that person surnamed Liu. If I were the senior sister, I fear I would also struggle to remain rational. In the world of martial arts, vendettas often lead to the destruction of entire families, which has become all too commonplace. Nevertheless, this is ultimately not the correct approach. What wrong did Liu Wuxuan commit to suffer such devastation? In the pursuit of right and wrong, all that remains are sorrowful individuals. Su Zhiqing fell silent for a moment. If I were to engage in the manipulative emotional antics of Liu Zhanyuan, you would have every right to end my life without hesitation. He believed that only a fool would toy with emotions. Would you truly be willing to do so? Of course not. Su Zhiqing replied, kissing Zai Longnu tenderly. After finishing her sword practice, Hong Lingbo noticed Su Zhiqing and his master were once again intertwined. Turning to find her master absent, she steeled herself and approached them. Master Uncle Su. Master Uncle, I have completed my training. Zai Longnu extricated herself from Su Zhiqing's embrace. Her demeanor towards Hong Lingbo remained notably aloof. Starting tomorrow, you shall practice on the cold jade bed for 1 hour each day. Hong Lingbo had heard of the cold jade bed from her master. Thank you, Master Uncle. Work hard. The cold jade bed is not as simple as you might think. Zai Longnu offered a pointed remark before saying no more. I understand. Hong Lingbo responded, then excused herself. Once Hong Lingbo departed, Su Zhiqing and Zai Longnu sought out Granny Sun and his junior sister. The group prepared a modest dinner. After the meal, Su Zhiqing showed no intention of returning to the sect. As the chief disciple, he had numerous responsibilities. However, after a discussion, Ma Yu and others concluded that it would be best for him to focus on martial arts while delegating various trivial matters to other disciples. Unless there were pressing issues, he was not to be disturbed. After dinner, Su Zhiqing took Zai Longnu and his junior sister for a stroll in the back mountains, waiting for dusk before returning to their quarters. Cheng Jiayao had long wished to share a room with Zai Longnu, even suggesting a 3-person arrangement. Yet, Su Zhiqing outright rejected the idea. A man with even a modicum of principle would refuse such a proposition. He advised his junior sister to wait a bit longer. Aside from him, Zai Longnu saw no reason to wait. Su Zhiqing desired to be with Zai Longnu as well, and after much persuasion, he convinced his junior sister not to visit Zai Longnu's room. Each time Zai Longnu witnessed this scenario, she merely smiled silently, choosing not to involve herself. Her affection for Cheng Jiayao seemed to surpass even that for Su Zhiqing. After escorting his junior sister away, Su Zhiqing prepared to practice martial arts with Zai Longnu in bed. Since he had experienced intimacy with her, they could truly engage in a profound communion of spirit and flesh. Due to their close physical contact, the progress of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra was rapid, aligning perfectly with its principles of yin and yang, each complementing the other. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra is a method of mutual cultivation. Su Zhiqing removed the garments from the enchanting Zai Long, his eyes unwavering. He gently assisted her into a seated position, encouraging her to adopt a meditative posture. No longer facing her directly, he positioned himself behind her, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. This method of practice, characterized by negative distance, allowed Su Zhiqing to cultivate for an entire hour. Each day, his martial prowess incrementally improved. In contrast, Zai Long experienced an even greater enhancement in her internal energy. In this dual cultivation, Su Zhiqing assumed a supportive role. The following morning, Su Zhiqing rose from his bed. After ensuring that the weary Zai Long was comfortably covered, he ventured out to attend to his daily tasks. Outside, he practiced his swordsmanship. Ever since he had begun sharing a dwelling with Zai Long, he no longer needed to specifically retreat to the stone chamber for joint cultivation. Nighttime also afforded them the opportunity to practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra together. Consequently, he found himself with ample time during the day to refine other martial arts. Upon completing his tasks, Su Zhiqing commenced his training in the Quanzhen sword technique. His previous encounter with Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng had broadened his horizons. Using them as imagined adversaries, he endeavored to employ the Quanzhen sword technique in a vigorous assault, yet he found it exceedingly challenging to best them. Their effortless maneuvers were nearly insurmountable. Suddenly, an idea flitted through Su Zhiqing's mind, invoking the name of Dugu Qiubai. The ultimate realm of Dugu Qiubai transcended fixed techniques. With a mere gesture or flick, every action became a form of attack. When faced with an onslaught, he could effortlessly counter, leaving no openings for retaliation. After mastering the Quanzhen sword technique, Su Zhiqing transitioned to practicing the Quanzhen fist technique. Upon finishing his exercises, his junior sister would call him for meals, typically a simple fare of congee, eggs, or pancakes. This routine persisted day after day. Post-meal, Su Zhiqing contemplated joining his junior sister in nurturing the jade bees. Though he could not command them as effortlessly as she could, he was able to direct them to assault others. However, he fell short in proficiency compared to her. He had sought guidance from Cheng Jiayao. But despite his efforts to replicate her success, the bees remained unresponsive to his commands. Furthermore, the bees flitted about in a manner that eluded his sight, while his junior sister appeared to comprehend their movements, attributing her skill to innate talent. Life unfolded at a leisurely pace, with Su Zhiqing diligently honing his skills without interruption. As the year waned, 2 months slipped away almost imperceptibly. Su Zhiqing did not confine himself to the back mountain. He occasionally participated in the sect's assemblies, particularly the year-end meeting, which he deemed essential. His junior sister, however, was no longer required to attend. His assessments were conducted directly by esteemed figures such as Qiu Chuji and Wang Qi. Apart from them, no one else was privy to the extent of Su Zhiqing's martial capabilities. As the year's end approached, the Quanzhen sect convened once more. They commenced with a review of the year's developments and laid plans for the future. As usual, the changes were minimal. Su Zhiqing, no longer relegated to standing behind his master, occupied his own seat beside his master, Sun Bu'er, listening to the arrangements made by Master Qiu. He could no longer suppress the thoughts bubbling within him. Master Qiu, given our circumstances, why not support a capable leader to vie for supremacy across the realm? As Su Zhiqing's words resonated, Qiu Chujin and the others fell silent. After a brief pause, Qiu Chujin spoke. It is not a lack of desire, but rather the absence of a suitable leader. The Quanzhen sect predominantly identifies with the Southern Song, preferring to refer to themselves as Song people rather than the former Jin subjects or the erstwhile Dali kingdom. Qiu Chujin's statement reflects their geographical position. The Quanzhen sect resides within Mongolian territory, no longer under the Southern Song's dominion. The populace within Mongolia can be classified into 3 categories: the Mongols, the former Jin subjects, and the Southern Song citizens, the latter being the most numerous. While the Quanzhen sect may be formidable in the north, they often find themselves akin to a caged beast. Situated in the Jingzhou prefecture, still under Mongolian jurisdiction, arguably worse off than the Beggars sect. Moreover, the Quanzhen sect is anchored at the Zhongnan Mountains. Their relative stability stems not only from their considerable might, but also from the immense effort expended by the Mongols in their conquest of the Jin dynasty. Following this conquest, the Mongols shifted to a defensive posture. Primarily offensive in nature, they revel in aggression rather than territorial defense. Their reluctance to continue direct assaults on the Song is attributed to the significant resources depleted in vanquishing the Jin, necessitating a period of recuperation. Recently, the Mongols have begun to stir, signaling that their recovery is nearing completion. Upon hearing Qiu Shibu's remark about the lack of a suitable leader, Su Zhiqing could not help but sigh inwardly. He grasped the general trajectory of the situation, but felt lost when it came to identifying specific individuals or locations. In order to support a leader, he must first ascertain whom to back. The Southern Song court currently enjoys stability, rendering their assistance unnecessary. The Quanzhen sect's primary focus is maintaining public order, targeting Mongolian generals and officials, particularly those of ill repute. Su Zhiqing recognized the validity of his master's words. Yet the Quanzhen sect cannot remain static indefinitely. They are now inclined towards the Great Song. Initially, they resisted the Jin to aid the Song. Now, they opposed the Mongols to assist the Song. During their resistance against the Jin, they remained within Jin territory, and now, they find themselves within Mongolian lands. Su Zhiqing pondered the Jin dynasty's tolerance of the Quanzhen sect's existence. He was uncertain whether the sect had any connections with the Jin authorities. Likewise, he remained unsure if his fellow masters had established ties with the Mongolian hierarchy. Choosing not to respond to his master's words, Su Zhiqing resolved to gather information before making plans. He remained silent, while Qiu Chujin produced a letter. A letter from Jing, inviting us to participate in the heroic assembly at Dashing Pass. Chapter 86. A new task involving the contest for alliance leadership. Qiu Chujia produced a letter, causing a wave of curiosity among the others in the Grand Hall. What is this heroes' conference? Su Zhiqing, upon hearing the discussions, felt a stir in his heart and boldly inquired, Master Uncle, why is Brother Gua organizing this heroes' conference? The crowd ceased their chatter, their gazes now fixed on Qiu Chujia, awaiting a detailed explanation. In Jing Er's letter, it was mentioned that he had sensed movements from the Mongolian army, who were eyeing the Song Dynasty with predatory intent. He was stationed in Xiangyang, feeling overwhelmed by the burden of responsibility. His desire was to rally the martial artists, urging unity to safeguard the lands of the Song. Listening to Qiu Chujia's words, the individuals within the hall expressed their agreement with Guijing's sentiments. Hao Datong stepped forward, proclaiming, "Indeed, the Mongolian forces have recently shown unusual activity. If we in the Central Plains martial arts community can unite, we could form a formidable force. This would surely deter the Mongolians from making reckless moves." Su Zhiqing pondered to himself, wondering if Master Hao's perspective was somewhat naive. Would the Mongolian army truly be intimidated by the martial artists of the Central Plains? Yet, it was undeniable that the martial artists would not possess the power to restrain the Mongolian forces. Once the Mongolians devised a strategy, they would undoubtedly advance southward towards the southern Song. Some disciples echoed Hao Datong's sentiments, affirming, "Master Hao is correct. Our Central Plains martial artists should indeed unite." Others nodded in agreement, feeling outmatched against the Mongolians. Their collective strength paled in comparison to the entirety of the Central Plains martial arts community. Qiu Chujia, listening to the voices of his disciples, nodded slightly, satisfied with their spirited response. Alongside the invitation to the Heroes' Conference, Jinger's letter also suggested that they should elect a leader for the martial arts community. After all, a herd cannot be without a leader, and a group of dragons cannot be without a head. As he spoke, Qiu Chujia surveyed the hall, asking, "Who shall we send to the Heroes' Conference?" Without hesitation, the crowd turned their eyes towards him. "Master, do you not intend to attend this Heroes' Conference?" Qiu Chujia shook his head, saying, "I must remain stationed in the north and cannot stray too far. I cannot journey to Xiangyang." His gaze shifted to Wang Chuyi, Hao Datong, and others. "Xiangyang is simply too distant for us. For the Heroes' Conference, we need only send someone to bolster Jinger's prestige. As for the leader of the martial arts community, we shall see whom others propose at that time." His words prompted nods of agreement from Wang Chuyi and the others. They deliberated briefly before turning their attention to Su Zhiqing. The collective gaze of several master uncles caused Su Zhiqing's heart to skip a beat. Qiu Chujia then addressed him directly. "Zhiqing, as the foremost disciple of our Quanzhen sect, it would be most fitting for you to undertake this journey." "Master uncle, I lack sufficient experience in the martial world." Su Zhiqing attempted to decline, harboring no desire to participate in the Heroes' Conference. Just as he was about to refuse, a notification rang in his mind. At the Hero Conference, participate in the election for the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, with a skill point reward of 500. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Su Zhiqing fell into silence. Was he being urged to contend for the position of the martial arts leader? No, upon closer inspection, it merely required his participation in the competition, not an obligation to ascend to the leadership role. What was the system's intention? This question flickered through his mind. Moreover, Su Zhiqing glanced at the other two tasks: eliminate Huidu and defeat the King of the Golden Wheel. Both Huidu and the King of the Golden Wheel were expected to appear at the Hero Conference. For him, this presented an exceptional opportunity. Su Zhiqing felt a surge of excitement. Lacking experience in the martial world, he resolved to heed his senior uncle's advice and attend the Hero Conference for training. Qiu Chuji and the others were nearly taken aback by Su Zhiqing's abrupt change in tone. They had intended to persuade him otherwise. But Su Zhiqing's words turned the atmosphere in the hall peculiar. It was Qiu Chuji who regained his composure first. He cleared his throat and said, "If you are willing to go, that would be splendid." There were matters he wished to discuss with Su Zhiqing, but it was not appropriate to do so in front of the assembly. After Su Zhiqing agreed, he was instructed to sit quietly to the side. The meeting concluded swiftly. The Hero Conference was scheduled for the 15th of August next year. Guijing had sent the notice a full 8 months in advance. Perhaps he had calculated the schedules of all the various sects in the Central Plains. As the assembly dispersed, Su Zhiqing prepared to leave, but Qiu Chuji and the others called out to him. "Zhiqing, please do not rush off." "Yes." Su Zhiqing approached his senior uncles. "Is there something you wish to convey?" Qiu Chuji advised, "When you attend the Hero Conference, make sure to communicate frequently with Jinger and pay close attention to the prominent figures in the martial world. It would be beneficial to familiarize yourself with them. Also, prioritize listening over speaking. If someone seeks your opinion, be prepared to adapt." The other senior uncles also offered their additional insights. "Understood, senior uncle," Su Zhiqing replied, taking their admonitions to heart. The guidance would remain in his thoughts, but ultimately, he would determine his actions at the Hero Conference. "Senior uncle, regarding the matter I previously mentioned about supporting the righteous leaders, you all should deliberate on it further." Su Zhiqing broached this topic. Earlier, during the meeting, he had listened intently to his senior uncles discussing the current situation. He believed it best to engage positively in the prevailing circumstances rather than adopting an assassin's approach. "Oh, Zhiqing, do you perhaps have some thoughts on this?" Qiu Chuji inquired, eager to hear Su Zhiqing's perspective. Wang Chuyi and the others also turned their attention to him, valuing his opinions due to his martial arts talent and skills that rivaled their own. "This is my perspective." Su Zhiqing approached the map and circled the Quanzhen sect with his hand. "Our entire Quanzhen sect resides within the borders of Mongolia, which renders any actions we might take against them particularly inconvenient. All the towns surrounding our sect are occupied by Mongolian officials. I surmise that, in their eyes, we are a prime target. The reason they have yet to act against us is not solely due to the prestige of our sect, but also because they fear our influence." Su Zhiqing briefly analyzed the reasons for our current passive stance. "The absence of a military siege means that the Mongolian officials still hope for our submission. As the most influential sect in the north, our allegiance would greatly ease their dominion over the region and serve as a significant blow to the Song Dynasty." After articulating these thoughts, Su Zhiqing turned to his senior brothers. Qiu Chuqing regarded Su Zhiqing with appreciation. "What you have expressed is indeed something we have contemplated. Moreover, we shall not conceal from you that there are those within the higher echelons of Mongolia who are amicable towards our sect. If not for this, the Mongolian cavalry would have long besieged us." Qiu Chuqing sighed as he continued, "However, our continued reluctance to submit will inevitably provoke them one day. When I was not yet the leader, I harbored concerns about our sect's predicament. After Ma Yu's abdication, I faced the full brunt of the storm. Even if our sect were to be obliterated, we would never surrender to the Mongolians." Having spoken thus, Qiu Chuqing turned to Su Zhiqing and inquired, "You have always sought to support a leader. Do you harbor little faith in the Southern Song?" Su Zhiqing slightly nodded. "The Southern Song is short-sighted. Originally, the Qin Dynasty served as a buffer between the Southern Song and Mongolia. Not only did they fail to forge distant alliances to fend off the Mongolians, but they also conspired with the formidable Mongols to divide the Qin Empire. They are aware that the Qin is an enemy, yet they dare to unite with the Mongolians, who are even stronger. The Southern Song is weaker than the Qin and still seeks an alliance with Mongolia. While I may not grasp the intricate machinations at play, I understand the overarching trend. Dali, Western Xia, and the Qin Dynasty have all been annihilated by the Mongols, leaving only the Southern Song to confront them directly. Hence, I lack faith in the Southern Song." As he spoke, he drew a line on the map at the border between Mongolia and the Southern Song. "If Mongolia desires to invade the Southern Song, Xianyang is a strategic stronghold. I presume Brother Gua has recognized this point, hence his determination to guard Xianyang. Yet, he can only hold it temporarily. He cannot maintain that defense indefinitely." Su Zhiqing contemplated Guojing's fate and sensed the potential for maneuverability. Guojing possesses the military treatise of Wu Mu and understands warfare. Ironically, when Mongolia strikes at Xianyang, he is present. When they do not, he retreats to Peach Blossom Island. The narrative defies reason. Thus, I ponder whether it is possible to nurture another force capable of resisting the Mongols. Su Zhiqing's gaze lingered on the map, uncertain of which force might be worthy of his support. He posed a question to the senior brothers. Noticing their silence, it was evident they too were mulling over the matter. "Zhiqing, your idea is commendable. Let us deliberate further before reaching a decision." Qiu Chuqing and the others were evidently intrigued. Since it is a struggle against the Mongols, why not devise a means to support the emergence of a formidable force? Upon hearing his masters express such sentiments, Su Zhiqing nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. Certain matters can only be pursued once one has established their own power. Otherwise, all discussions remain mere rhetoric. After articulating his thoughts, Su Zhiqing took his leave. Many of his ideas transcended the confines of this era, yet they must remain grounded in reality. Otherwise, their realization would only serve as a source of mockery. Upon exiting the Grand Hall, Su Zhiqing glanced at his total proficiency, which now stood at 3437. A sense of melancholy washed over him. The accumulation of such points was indeed arduous. The heroic assembly at Dashing Pass would not convene until August of the following year. If he departed 3 or 4 months in advance, he would likely arrive in time. He calculated that leaving in the spring, around March, would be optimal. By then, his masters would presumably have made arrangements as well. Returning to the ancient tomb, Su Zhiqing resumed his seclusion to practice martial arts. As time progressed, the situation grew increasingly tumultuous. Thus, enhancing his martial skills was of utmost importance. On a day before the new year, Su Zhiqing took Little Dragon Girl, his junior sister, and Hong Lingbo to the town below the mountain, allowing them to procure various items for women. After the new year, he adhered resolutely to his principle of not descending the mountain without cause. He remained in the ancient tomb, diligently practicing with Little Dragon Girl until the end of March the following year. During the span of 3 months, Su Zhiqing's total proficiency points surged to 4357. In addition to the substantial accumulation of proficiency points, his other martial skills also experienced corresponding improvements. He accessed the system panel. Player, Su Zhiqing age, 20 martial arts cultivation, first class internal skills, master of complete reality heart method, 287 10,000, master of the fragmented 9 manual, 253 10,000, proficient in Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, 437 1000, proficient in innate skill, 113 1000, finger techniques, proficient in One Yang finger, 120 1000, fist techniques, proficient in complete reality fist technique, 199 1000, palm techniques, proficient in heavenly net technique, 177 1000, sword techniques, master of complete reality sword technique, 376 10,000, proficient in Jade Maiden sword technique, 431 1000, proficient in Jade Maiden pure heart sword technique, 411 1000, lightness skills, master of golden goose skill, 157 10,000, proficient in sparrow catching skill, 94 1000, daily tasks, swing sword 1000 times, completed, random tasks, 1. The Legacy of Chongyang, in progress, 2. The Legacy of Chaoying, in progress, 3. Eliminate Huadu, in progress, 4. Defeat the King of the Golden Wheel alone, in progress, 5. Alter the course of the complete reality sex destruction, in progress, 6. Contest for Alliance Leader, in progress, proficiency points, 4357. Each martial art requires a considerable investment of time for practice. To achieve the pinnacle of mastery demands several years of dedication. Figures like Ouyang Feng, Hong Qigong, and Master Yi Dang devoted their entire lives to refining their skills, ultimately reaching the apex of martial prowess. For Su Zhiqing, the advantage of proficiency points lies in the ease of entry into martial arts, which helps save time in honing his skills, particularly when breakthroughs are necessary at certain stages. He requires neither a substantial investment nor extravagant resources. For instance, once he has honed a martial art to its final stage, a mere increment can effortlessly propel him into the next echelon. As Su Zhiqing was assessing his own martial skills, his junior sister approached from a distance. Another year had passed, and her height had increased. From last year's 1.5 meters, she now appeared to be around 1.55 meters. Yet, standing before Su Zhiqing, she still only reached his chest. Cheng Jiayao, now 16, still bore the semblance of a child in Su Zhiqing's presence. She joyfully dashed over and directly linked her arm with his. Senior brother, everything is packed. When shall we set off? Su Zhiqing intended to leave and, of course, would take his junior sister along. He felt a slight numbness as she playfully clung to his arm. Though her stature was modest, her presence was quite substantial in other respects. Cheng Jiayao's gentle embrace enveloped a significant portion of his arm. Unbeknownst to her, she swayed Su Zhiqing's arm, exuding a joyful demeanor. Su Zhiqing found it awkward to extricate himself. Once you're finished packing, we shall depart. His plan was to set off in early April, which was tomorrow. However, leaving a day earlier posed no issue. Have you packed your things for Sister Long? Sister Long's belongings were minimal, requiring little space, and the double shoulder bag crafted by Granny's son could accommodate both his and Sister Long's items, as long as it fits. Su Zhiqing was not particularly fond of using a cloth to bundle his clothes. Traveling by vehicle was manageable, but carrying them himself was somewhat inconvenient. Thus, he had Granny's son sew a double shoulder bag for him. Su Zhiqing contemplated their journey to Dashing Pass, which also necessitated the company of Yang Guo. He had made a 3-year pact with Guijing, intending for Yang Guo to engage in a contest with the 2 Wu siblings. Given Yang Guo's current martial prowess, he should be able to surpass them, right? Su Zhiqing held considerable confidence in his disciple, especially since he had garnered the attention of Hong Qigong and had been under the tutelage of Ouyang Feng. Earlier that year, Yang was sent a letter stating that upon arriving at Lu family village, Lu Wushuang would be staying there for a while, and he had chosen to remain behind to protect her. Su Zhiqing was oblivious to Yang Guo's intentions and was disinclined to intervene. He simply wrote to Yang Guo, instructing him to arrive at Dashing Pass by July. Initially, he had not intended to write, as he presumed Yang Guo was already at Dashing Pass. Later, he learned from Hong Lingbo that Lu Wushuang's residence was in Jiaxing, not Dashing Pass. He had erroneously assumed that Lu Wushuang's Lu family village was situated at Dashing Pass, hence his letter instructing Yang Guo to arrive at Lu family village in July. His current concern was whether that lad would arrive on time. Senior brother, what are you pondering? I was thinking of your nephew. That boy has been away for so long. I wonder if he has been diligently practicing. Su Zhiqing shook his head. Never mind. If he loses the competition, I shall have him train on the mountain every day. Cheng Jiao was aware of her senior brother's 3-year pact with Guijing. Senior brother, did you not mention that he has mastered the dog-whipping stick and some peculiar frog technique? With such an array of skills, he should be quite formidable, should he not? Perhaps. After expressing his thoughts, Su Zhiqing deftly shifted the topic. Let us not dwell on this. I must visit the master shortly, as he has matters to discuss. Speaking of which, he added to his junior sister, by the way, Wang Shibua is also heading to Dashing Pass. He has already departed for other engagements. Initially, Qiu Chuji intended for Su Zhiqing to lead the expedition, but upon realizing Su Zhiqing's lack of experience in leading, he entrusted Wang Chuyi to guide the disciples first. Subsequently, Su Zhiqing would follow. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Wang Chuyi would be there to lend assistance. Then let us proceed to see the master. Agreed. Su Zhiqing and Cheng Jiao first sought out Xialong, informing her of their impending return to the sect. They would depart shortly thereafter. Xialong consented and urged them to be swift in their return. Together, Su Zhiqing and Cheng Jiao arrived at the tranquil courtyard. Master, master, Cheng Jiao exclaimed upon entering. I heard you. Sun Buer emerged from the inner chamber, chiding Cheng Jiao a couple of times before her gaze fell upon Su Zhiqing. I summoned you both for an important matter. As she spoke, she produced a small parcel. This forthcoming Heroes Conference is being organized at great expense by your sister-in-law, Yaojia. Su Zhiqing recognized Sister Yaojia, but had not recalled that she was the one orchestrating this event. Upon your arrival, deliver this parcel to her. Should your sister encounter any difficulties, be sure to assist her as best as you can. Su Zhiqing accepted the parcel from his master, nodding in acknowledgement. Rest assured, master. We know what to do. Sun Buer provided no further instructions. She simply requested their assistance in delivering a package. After Su Zhiqing agreed, he and his junior sister departed the tranquil courtyard. Upon returning to the ancient tomb to meet Xialong, they discovered that Hong Lingbo had joined her. Sister suggested that she accompany us. After some contemplation, I decided it best to consult you. Su Zhiqing hesitated briefly before acquiescing. Very well, let her join us. To him, permitting Hong Lingbo to accompany them was of little consequence. Chapter 87. Encounter with Huang Yaoshi and the foolish girl. Su Zhiqing rode on horseback, while Xialong knew, Cheng Jiao, and Hong Lingbo traveled in a carriage. The four departed from Zhongnan Mountain, making their way towards Dashing Pass. Inside the carriage, Cheng Jiao stared intently at Hong Lingbo. Did you not vow to never leave your master's side? Why then are you descending the mountain with us today? Upon hearing this, Hong Lingbo glanced at the gourd at Cheng Jiao's waist, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. After having been stung once, she had developed a deep-seated dread of the jade bee. During their time in the ancient tomb on the mountain, she had been reluctant to associate with Cheng Jiao, who played with the jade bee daily. I initially refused to descend, but my master insisted I search for my junior sister, who is still outside. Cheng Jiao understood instantly. Did not my senior brother mention that your junior sister would return with my nephew? Why must you still come down? Su Zhiqing had informed her of Yang Guo's circumstances. Thus she was aware of Lu Wushuang's existence. After Cheng Jiao questioned Hong Lingbo, she noticed her silence and quickly grasped the situation. Ah, I see now. You fear that your junior sister will not accompany Yang Guo, correct? Not quite. Hong Lingbo shook her head vigorously. I fear that once my junior sister learns our master is at Zhongnan Mountain, she will be too frightened to return. She whispered. I came down to tell her that our master has changed. Cheng Jiao pondered Hong Lingbo's words and reflected on Li Macho's daily actions, finding herself in agreement. A sense of curiosity arose within her about how Li Macho treated Lu Wushuang. However, when Hong Lingbo heard Cheng Jiao's inquiry, she fell silent. Although she disliked being compelled by her master to commit wrongful acts, she was unwilling to speak ill of him. Su Zhiqing, riding nearby, overheard the conversation and reprimanded. Junior sister, how can you ask such frivolous questions? It is inappropriate to speak ill of one's master. As Su Zhiqing spoke, Cheng Jiao realized her misstep. She pulled back the window and made a face at Su Zhiqing before turning to Hong Lingbo and whispering an apology. Ultimately, Hong Lingbo was a kind-hearted girl. Although she had felt a tinge of anger at Cheng Jiao's inquisitiveness, the sincerity of her apology dissipated her irritation. It's all right. My current master would surely not blame you. Upon hearing Hong Lingbo's quick forgiveness, Cheng Jiao beamed with joy. At 16, she embodied the spirit of youthful exuberance. And in her happiness, she linked arms with Hong Lingbo. When we meet your master, I will certainly speak well of you. Hearing this, Hong Lingbo's face lit up with joy, and for a moment, her apprehension towards Cheng Jiao diminished. With your support, my junior sister is likely to believe you. The two engaged in a lively exchange, quickly seeming like close sisters. Outside the carriage, Su Zhiqing observed the blossoming camaraderie between his junior sister and Hong Lingbo, shaking his head with an amused smile. The young girl is indeed just a young girl. One moment they may harbor caution, and the next, they are engaged in cheerful conversation, united in camaraderie. As this thought crossed Su Zhiqing's mind, he couldn't help but ponder whether, as a grown man, he lacked an understanding of girls. He turned his gaze toward the carriage, through which he caught sight of the charmingly expressive gaze of the little dragon girl. Their eyes met, and a smile exchanged between them revealed a deep affection. Su Zhiqing then turned away, tugging at the reins to urge the horse onward. They journeyed from Zhongnan, traversed Huashan, and entered the region of Shanzhou. Time was abundant, and there was no urgency in their travels. Their route meandered until they reached Nanyang, traversing the main road, albeit taking a considerable detour. Fortunately, their pace was leisurely, allowing them to enjoy the journey rather than feel fatigued. Even so, they encountered their fair share of mountain bandits along the way. Su Zhiqing showed no mercy to those who sought to rob them. Every would-be assailant was dealt with ruthlessly. As they traveled, they fought fiercely, clad in robes of a Taoist priest while engaging in ruthless deeds. Yet, their victims were all villains. And Su Zhiqing's handsome appearance earned him the moniker of Jade Countenance Taoist. Upon arriving in Nanyang, they lingered near Nanshan for a considerable time before resuming their journey. A slight detour would lead them to Zhiqing Pass, which would allow them to reach Xiangyang. It was now early June, and had they traveled swiftly, they would have arrived at Zhiqing Pass long ago. However, it was evident that they preferred leisure over haste. Su Zhiqing had no intention of heading to Xiangyang. Instead, he chose to follow the Tang River, passing through Zheoyang, and then to Suizhou. They remained within the Mongolian territories until they crossed Xiangyang, marking their entry into the southern Song Dynasty. Zhiqing Pass, situated in Dingyuan Township, was a strategically significant location coveted by military forces. Upon reaching the Tang River as dusk fell, they sought refuge in a dilapidated house. As Su Zhiqing and his companions began to tidy up the place, a disheveled middle-aged woman burst in, humming a cheerful tune. However, upon closer listening, her words seemed disjointed and nonsensical, yet they evoked a sense of joy. The group exchanged curious glances, sensing that the woman might be a bit eccentric. "Hey, who are you?" Cheng Jiao inquired, addressing the woman who had settled in a corner without acknowledging them. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, she kept her hand on her gourd. This gourd was her means of defense. Should anything arise, she would promptly release the jade bees contained within. After several inquiries, the disheveled woman finally seemed to realize she was being addressed. "Are you asking me?" The woman replied, staring vacantly at Cheng Jiao. "Is there anyone else here besides you? You all are just people." Cheng Jiao couldn't help but laugh at the woman's response. "You are truly foolish." "Yes, indeed. My master calls me foolish ant," the woman replied, leaving Su Zhiqing momentarily taken aback. He gazed at the woman who called herself Silly Ant, noticing that she held a fork in her hand. He pondered, could she truly be the Silly Ant? As these thoughts crossed his mind, his gaze drifted around the surroundings. When his eyes landed on a corner of the room, he spotted an individual seated there, clad in a blue robe with a long beard. Su Zhiqing's heart trembled slightly, for he had already deduced the identity of this person. "Junior has met Elder Huang." Su Zhiqing spoke, eliciting a surprised exclamation from the man in the blue robe. "Oh, how do you know me, young man?" Before Su Zhiqing could respond, Cheng Jiao, brimming with pride, interjected, "In this world, few are the people my master brother does not know." As she spoke, her curious gaze remained fixed on Huang Yaoshi, a legendary figure her master had often mentioned. Huang Yaoshi, observing the young man and woman before him, noticed the peculiar glimmer in their eyes and felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Who were these individuals who seemingly recognized him? Though perplexed, Huang Yaoshi maintained a composed demeanor, dismissing Cheng Jiao's words with a scoff. "What grandiose claims, little girl. There are countless figures in this world. Your master brother is no deity. How could he possibly know them all?" Cheng Jiao, undeterred, retorted, "There may be many people in the world, but if my master brother does not know them, they surely lack significance." "Oh, how amusing." Huang Yaoshi chuckled at her words. "So, it seems that being recognized by your master brother is indeed an honor for me." Cheng Jiao stood proudly. "That is certainly the case." Intrigued, Huang Yaoshi inquired, "What other notable figures does your master brother know?" Cheng Jiao began to enumerate. "Many, for instance, the nine-fingered divine beggar, Hong Qigong, my master ancestor. The greatest among the divine, the mad and eccentric Western poison, Ouyang Feng, and my master brother, who is skilled in the 18 dragon-subduing palms." As she continued to list names, Huang Yaoshi grew increasingly astonished. This young girl could indeed name a vast array of prominent figures of the present age. After she finished, Huang Yaoshi asked curiously, "And what is your relationship with Zhiqing?" "That is no mystery," Cheng Jiayao replied, shaking her head. "My master brother is your esteemed son-in-law." Upon hearing this, Huang Yaoshi burst into laughter. "Haha, you must be mistaken. Though he is indeed a son-in-law, esteemed is hardly the word." Cheng Jiayao was about to further elaborate, but Zhiqing halted her. He was bewildered, unsure when he had become a figure of such omniscience in his sister's eyes. "Elder Huang, do not heed my sister's fanciful words. Your sister is not speaking without basis." Zhiqing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Not speaking without basis. She is close to portraying me as an oracle with knowledge spanning a millennium." Huang Yaoshi, turning once more to Cheng Jiayao, asked, "Little girl, what else does your master brother know?" "Elder Huang, should you not inquire what I do not know?" Cheng Jiayao retorted. "Sister." Zhiqing repeatedly tugged at her, urging her to refrain from further indiscretion. His actions elicited a playful expression from Huang Yaoshi. "Why are you so anxious, little Taoist? Could it be that you fear your junior sister might utter something inappropriate?" Huang, the elder, jested. "Haha, Senior Huang, you jest. What could my junior sister possibly say?" Zhiqing harbored a genuine concern that his junior might reveal something. What he regarded as a mere tale, he also spun deftly regarding Huang Yaoshi. Zhiqing discreetly signaled to his junior sister to refrain from further remarks. Noticing this, Cheng Jiayao smiled at Huang Yaoshi and indeed fell silent. "You little girl, you actually heed your brother's words." Huang Yaoshi chuckled, his gaze appraising Zhiqing from head to toe. "Young Taoist, which generation are you from?" "My master is the quiet recluse," Zhiqing replied. Huang Yaoshi was taken aback, astonished to learn he was a high disciple of the quiet recluse. He had previously assumed this young Taoist was merely a fourth-generation disciple, but to his surprise, the youth was quite accomplished for his age. "May I inquire where you are headed?" Huang Yaoshi casually asked, glancing at the little dragon girl, Hong Lingbo, and Cheng Jiayao. He mused to himself about the young Taoist. A monk, surrounded by such charming company, each with their unique allure. "In response to your esteemed question, it is no trouble to say. Senior Brother Gua is hosting a heroes gathering, and I am on my way to dashing Victory Pass." Huang Yaoshi had heard of the gathering organized by Zhiqing, yet it held little interest for him. He had grown weary of the solitude on Peach Blossom Island and sought to venture out. During his travels, he had indeed heard of Zhiqing's event. His feelings towards this son-in-law were still lukewarm, yet as it was someone his daughter cherished, he held his tongue. After all, it was not he who would be living with Zhiqing. As long as his daughter was happy, that sufficed. "Your master seems quite at ease allowing you to go," Cheng Jiayao remarked, to which Huang Yaoshi replied, "What of it? My brother is the chief of the sect." Huang Yaoshi was once again astonished. This young Taoist was, in fact, the chief disciple of the Quanzhen sect? He scrutinized Zhiqing, unable to discern any remarkable talent in him. He pondered. If this lad truly possessed the knowledge of so many matters, as that young girl claimed, he would indeed be formidable. Yet, he feared that such knowledge might merely be a compilation stored by the Quanzhen sect. Huang Yaoshi's immediate thought was not of Zhiqing's prowess, but rather of the Quanzhen sect's repository of information about individuals like him. Upon further reflection, he deemed it unlikely. Although the Quanzhen sect members were rather rigid and unlikable, they would not stoop to secretly investigating others or maintaining records about them. He may not favor the Quanzhen sect, yet he recognized their integrity. Who would have thought this young Taoist is the chief disciple? Zhiqing merely smiled humbly at Huang Yaoshi's words. To him, encountering Huang Yaoshi here was entirely fortuitous. He felt little trepidation in his presence. Despite Huang Yaoshi's reputation for being somewhat sinister and their previous misunderstandings with the Quanzhen sect, he would not harm this junior. Such esteem from the master uncle. Zhiqing displayed no modest demeanor. Instead, he perceived Huang Yaoshi as relatively open-minded, a figure who had long been solitary and desolate. Now, the only one by his side is the foolish girl. She happens to be the daughter of his disciple. But alas, due to the shock she endured, she has taken on a rather simple-minded demeanor. Aside from her, he has only taken in Chang'ing as a disciple. As Zhiqing thought of Chang'ing, he realized that only the foolish girl remained. Chang'ing must have gone in search of Lu Wushuang. When he met Huang Yaoshi, the conversation was rather lackluster, for there was little of substance to discuss between them. Zhiqing held a keen interest in Huang Yaoshi's martial prowess, particularly his finger-flicking divine skill, the melody of the rising tide, and various formations. Huang Yaoshi was indeed a versatile talent, yet regrettably, no one has been able to inherit his legacy. Zhiqing mused that had Huang Yaoshi's disciples still been around, the martial world would undoubtedly be exceptionally lively. Each of his 5 disciples possessed formidable skills, Sadly, they had all been personally incapacitated by Huang Yaoshi. As Su Zhiqing contemplated these matters, Huang Yaoshi, seemingly driven by some inner impulse, introduced a new topic. Little Taoist, your junior sister previously mentioned that you are well-versed in the affairs of notable figures. Might you have any knowledge of Huang's former disciples? Su Zhiqing, though surprised by Huang Yaoshi's inquiry, did not feign ignorance. Of course, I recognize them. Your esteemed first disciple, Chun Xinfeng, is said to possess iron-like sinews and bones, making him impervious to blades and spears. Your second disciple, Mei Chaofeng, although a woman, moves with the swiftness of the wind, striking with incredible speed. Your third disciple, Chu Lingfeng, boasts extraordinary lightness of foot and excels in the void-splitting palm. Your fourth disciple, Lu Qingfeng, is not only skilled in martial arts, but also possesses profound knowledge of the mysterious arts. As for your fifth disciple, Wu Mianfeng, and your sixth disciple, Feng Mafeng, while their abilities are indeed remarkable, they do not possess the same level of renown as the first four. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing recount his disciples one by one, a look of astonishment finally crossed Huang Yaoshi's face. How does this little Taoist know so much? Su Zhiqing could only smile silently, unable to disclose the source of his knowledge. Huang Yaoshi, seeing the little Taoist's reticence, refrained from further questioning. Little Taoist, with your extensive knowledge, do you know their current whereabouts? Initially perplexed by Huang Yaoshi's inquiries, Su Zhiqing now understood that the master still harbored concerns for his disciples. I have a general idea, he replied, preempting Huang Yaoshi's inquiry. Your esteemed first disciple, Lu Qingfeng, met his end by another's blade. Mei Chaofeng perished at the hands of Ouyang Feng. Chu Lingfeng, in his quest to return to your esteemed sect, often resorted to stealing renowned artworks, ultimately falling victim to the hands of imperial experts. The establishment founded by your fourth disciple, Lu Qingfeng, known as the Guyun Villa, was set ablaze, and he himself has since vanished without a trace. As for your fifth disciple, Wu Mianfeng, his fate remains unknown. With each revelation, Huang Yaoshi's aura grew increasingly somber, especially when discussing his third and fourth disciples. Now, only the sixth disciple, Feng Mafeng, still walks the earth. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, a spark of vitality unexpectedly ignited within Huang Yaoshi. Little Taoist, do you know where he might be? Initially unsure of the intent behind Huang Yaoshi's questions, Su Zhiqing now comprehended the underlying concern. However, he was unaware of Feng Mafeng's whereabouts. It was rumored that he had established a blacksmith shop in a small town in the north, tirelessly forging iron for decades. After speaking, he noticed Huang Yaoshi's eyes glistened with a hint of red, surmising that he might be reminiscing about sorrowful matters. Su Zhiqing pondered whether Huang Yaoshi was oblivious to the whereabouts of Feng Mafeng and his companions. He was uncertain if Huang Yaoshi was aware, but he had expressed all he wished to convey. With Huang Yaoshi in such a mood, Su Zhiqing too found his enthusiasm for conversation waning. He, along with his junior sister, the little dragon girl, settled into the dilapidated abode to rest early. On the following day, Huang Yaoshi and the foolish ant had vanished without a trace. Is that truly the Eastern heretic, Huang Yaoshi? Little dragon girl inquired only after Huang Yaoshi had departed. Her emotions were rather peculiar. After all, she had only heard about him as a tale from Su Zhiqing. Now, she was confronted with the living embodiment of that story. Indeed, Su Zhiqing nodded. He rose to practice his swordplay, fulfilling his daily tasks. Upon completion, the system notified him of his progress, and he casually glanced at his total proficiency points, which had reached 4,967. The group tidied up briefly, consumed their provisions, and resumed their journey. Their path was marked by numerous pauses. What should have been a journey of merely half a month stretched into the end of August before they finally arrived at Dashing Pass. Su Zhiqing's total proficiency points had also increased to 587. Once they entered Dashing Pass, Cheng Jiayao inquired of her senior brother, Su Zhiqing. Now that we have arrived at Dashing Pass, do you know if Master Wang and Master Hao have come? Where is senior sister Cheng Yaojia's estate? Why not simply ask? Su Zhiqing suggested. The road lies not only beneath our feet, but also upon our tongues. He intercepted a rugged man brimming with the aura of the martial world and inquired about the location of the Liu family manor. Are you also attending the Heroes Conference? The man, upon hearing this, recognized that Su Zhiqing and his companions were indeed there for the event. He gestured in a direction. Continue along that way. You should encounter many fellow heroes on your journey. Grateful for the man's guidance, Su Zhiqing and the little dragon girl proceeded in the indicated direction. Along the way, they indeed encountered numerous martial artists, and upon inquiry, found that they were all participants in the Heroes Conference. Chapter 88. Sister Cheng Yaojia from the Liu family manor in times of national adversity. Every individual bears a responsibility. Any person who considers himself a man would not remain indifferent in the face of foreign invasion. Moreover, with Guijing's esteemed reputation, it was inevitable that many would flock to participate in the hero's assembly he called forth. On the journey, Zhiqing encountered a multitude of people. Some were seasoned figures of the martial world, while others were spirited youths of 17 or 18. Truly, there were a great many. Through the carriage window, Chang Jiao observed numerous martial artists laden with their belongings, hastening towards Lu family manor just as they were. Brother Gui certainly commands respect. Zhiqing chuckled upon hearing his junior sister's remark. Guijing, being one of the 5 greats of the martial world, undoubtedly held significant stature. His wife, Huang Rong, was the leader of the beggars' sect. This assembly prominently featured the concept of heroism, a notion that many long-established martial artists found difficult to decline, irrespective of whether they truly embodied the spirit of a hero. When confronted with such a prestigious gathering, to abstain from participation would leave them bereft of conversation topics in the future. Jiao, once we arrive at Lu family manor, be mindful of your demeanor. Do not act too boisterously. Zhiqing cautioned. Brother, I understand. When the time comes, if you do not permit me to speak, I shall remain silent. Cheng Jiao retorted. Zhiqing found himself at a loss for words. It was not that he forbade her from speaking, but rather he urged her to temper her exuberance. Recalling the embarrassing things she had said in front of Huang Yaoshi, he felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. It was utterly shameful. To mitigate any potential awkwardness, he resolved to keep his junior sister's chatter to a minimum before they reached Lu family manor. Dragon sister, look at my brother. He won't even let me speak. Cheng Jiao, having concluded her conversation, sought to complain to Xiaolong. Hong Lingbo observed Cheng Jiao's antics, choosing to remain silent. Her expression inscrutable as she pretended not to hear. She was concerned about whether she would see her junior sister at Lu family manor. Xiaolong typically disregarded Cheng Jiao's playful antics, and upon noticing her indifference, Cheng Jiao turned her attention to Hong Lingbo, who, with a sigh, reluctantly indulged her whims. Outside the carriage, Zhiqing paid no heed to the chatter within. Gripping the reins, he rode forth and soon beheld the imposing sight of Lu family manor ahead. Surrounding the manor were densely clustered trees, each trunk as thick as an adult's waist. Behind them lay interconnected buildings, forming a vast estate capable of accommodating thousands without the slightest issue. Having witnessed numerous grand structures and affluent estates, Zhiqing was merely astonished by the sheer scale of this manor. Brother, is that it up ahead? Cheng Jiao and her companions, peering through the carriage window, recognized it as Lu family manor based on others' descriptions. As Zhiqing urged his horse forward, they quickly arrived at the manor's entrance, where a throng of martial artists awaited. The servants of the Lu family greeted them with warmth and hospitality. Just as Zhiqing and his companions approached, a man stepped forward with a smile. May I inquire where you gentlemen hail from, and do you possess an invitation? Zhiqing certainly possessed an invitation. He produced the invitation and presented it to the individual before him. Upon examining it, the person immediately gestured for him to enter, exclaiming, "Ah, a distinguished member of the Quanzhen sect. Please, do come in." He instructed others to lead Zhiqing's horse and carriage to a designated area while he guided Zhiqing inside. Upon entering the grand hall, Zhiqing had yet to utter a word when the servant from the Lu family smiled and informed him that they had already notified the master and mistress of the estate. They merely needed to wait a short while for the hosts to arrive. As he concluded his remarks, a man and a woman entered side by side. Both appeared to be around 40 years of age. The man donned a splendid robe, a subtle beard gracing his chin, exuding an air of authority. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her skin as fair as jade, reminiscent of a noble lady. Zhiqing regarded the pair with contemplation when the earlier servant proactively introduced them, saying, "This young Taoist is our master, Lord Lu, and this is my mistress, Lady Lu." Upon hearing this, Zhiqing promptly offered his respects. "I have the honor to meet you, Lord Lu, and Sister Cheng." Cheng Jiao, upon witnessing her senior brother's gesture, stepped forward to reciprocate the greeting. Meanwhile, the little dragon girl and Hong Lingbo stood quietly, their demeanor requiring no excessive formalities. Zhiqing and Cheng Jiao's gesture of respect elicited a look of confusion from Lu Guanying and Cheng Yaojia. They had received word from their servant that a member of the Quanzhen sect was present, prompting them to hastily arrive, only to find themselves facing a pair of unfamiliar youths. Lu Guanying pondered the identity of the young Taoist's master, feeling uncertain upon hearing him refer to Lady Cheng as sister. "Forgive me, Brother Lu, for my oversight in failing to introduce myself." Zhiqing perceived Lu Guanying's expression and realized that he and his junior sister were not recognized. My master is the Tranquil Wanderer, and this is my junior sister. Sharing the same surname as Sister Cheng, though their names are reversed. She is Cheng Jiao. I am Su Zhiqing, but you may simply call me Zhiqing, Brother Lu, Sister Cheng. He proceeded to introduce the little dragon girl and Hong Lingbo. This is the leader of the ancient tomb sect, Miss Long, and this is her senior disciple, Hong Lingbo. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's introductions, Lu Guanyin immediately comprehended that Su Zhiqing and Cheng Jiao were individuals with whom he could be familiar. While the ancient tomb sect held a certain distance, he and his wife, Yao Jia, performed a respectful bow, extending a warm welcome for their arduous journey, acknowledging their role as hosts to their esteemed guests. The little dragon girl and Hong Lingbo reciprocated with a subtle bow, presenting an air of deference towards Su Zhiqing, which left Lu Guanyin and Cheng Yaojia somewhat perplexed. They had heard of the ancient tomb sect, particularly of the fearsome Crimson Serpent Fairy, a notorious figure in the martial world. Yet, the current dynamic suggested that the ancient tomb sect esteemed the Quanzhen sect. Suppressing his inner confusion, Lu Guanyin observed the smile upon Su Zhiqing's face. Brother Su, we are all comrades here. After such a long journey, please have a seat. At this invitation, Su Zhiqing settled himself comfortably. No sooner had he taken his seat than Cheng Yaojia eagerly inquired, "How is Master faring?" Hearing this, Su Zhiqing smiled and said, "Master is in good health." He initially intended to visit, but due to Master Ma's poor condition, he refrained from coming. After speaking, he turned to look at his junior sister. Cheng Jiao, upon noticing her senior brother's gaze, understood his intention. She retrieved a small package from her backpack and handed it to him. After Su Zhiqing accepted the package, he stood up and presented it to Cheng Yaojia. "Senior sister, this is something Master asked me to deliver to you." Cheng Yaojia took the package, staring at it for a moment before feeling around its contents. She did not open it, but withdrew a letter instead. After extracting the letter, she began to read it. Su Zhiqing was unaware of the letter's contents, but he observed that Cheng Yaojia's eyes turned slightly red after reading. Lu Guanyin, deeply affectionate towards his wife, felt a pang of sympathy as he held her hand tightly upon seeing her expression. "What did Master say?" he echoed, also addressing Master. Her master was, in a sense, his master as well. "Master said she is doing well and asked me to take care of myself. She also mentioned that if any difficulties arise, I could seek assistance from junior brother Zhiqing." Upon hearing this, Lu Guanyin grasped his wife's hand even tighter. He refrained from inquiring further about the contents of the letter from the recluse. Su Zhiqing appeared dignified, yet his age seemed rather youthful to Lu Guanyin, who doubted that this junior brother could offer much help. Observing the affectionate exchange between the couple, Su Zhiqing turned his attention to the little dragon girl, who seemed to sense his gaze and looked back at him. When Lu Guanyin directed his attention toward them, they instinctively parted ways. "Junior brother Su, did the sect send only you and your junior sister to our residence?" Su Zhiqing replied, "It is not just us. There are also Master Wang and Master Hao. I parted ways with them, and they have yet to arrive, possibly delayed by other matters." He spoke this knowing that Wang Chuyi and Hao Datong must be attending to different affairs. Otherwise, they would have arrived by now. "I see." Lu Guanyin nodded, and after asking a few more questions, he turned to his wife, whose spirits had visibly lifted. "Junior brother Su, now that you are here with Guanyin, consider the Lu family estate as your own home. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to discuss them with me or your senior brother." As she spoke, she glanced at her junior sister. "Junior sister, you too." Cheng Jiao nodded enthusiastically, eager to meet this senior sister, especially since their names shared similar characters, albeit with contrasting meanings. By the way, Cheng Yaojia seemed to recall something and looked at Su Zhiqing. "Junior brother Su, do you have a disciple?" Su Zhiqing slightly nodded. "Senior sister, have you perhaps encountered him?" Upon seeing Su Zhiqing's expression, Cheng Yaojia realized that the visitor from that day was likely his disciple. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Before she could speak, Lu Guanyin interjected, "Junior brother, I sent your disciple away." Su Zhiqing frowned slightly. "Brother Lu, why?" "On the day he arrived, he shared a horse with a young maiden, claiming to be a disciple of our sect. However, upon seeing him embrace the girl, I deemed him a fraud." As Lu Guanyin recounted this, an air of awkwardness enveloped him. "Consequently, I chided him a couple of times, and in a fit of temper, he promptly turned to leave." After speaking, he sought to apologize to Su Zhiqing. "Junior brother Su, I was unaware he was indeed your disciple. Had I known, I would have summoned him. Nevertheless, junior brother Su, rest assured, as long as he remains at Dashing Pass, I shall find him." Upon hearing Lu Guanying's words, Su Zhiqing pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Senior brother Lu, are you certain that my disciple was holding that maiden?" Lu Guanying, upon reflection, hesitated before responding. "Perhaps I misunderstood. After all, Sharing a horse inevitably leads to some physical contact. Fear not, junior brother, I will certainly assist you in locating him. Su Zhiqing was not particularly worried about finding Yang Guo. He had informed Yang Guo of their 3-year pact, and Yang Guo was unlikely to retreat without a fight. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to reunite sooner rather than later. Su Zhiqing inclined his head respectfully to Lu Guaniying and Cheng Yaojia. I must trouble you, senior brother and sister. After exchanging further pleasantries, Lu Guaniying and his wife stood up upon noticing the day waning. Junior brother, junior sister, Miss Long, Miss Hong. I apologize for neglecting your long journey. You ought to rest. The servants should have prepared the meal. Let us dine first. After their meal, Lu Guaniying informed Su Zhiqing that accommodations had been arranged for them. Guided by the servants, the group arrived at a spacious courtyard containing around 10 rooms. The servants of the Lu family had already prepared their quarters. Each of the 4 had their own room. Cheng Yaojiao wished to share a room with the little dragon maiden, but was promptly pushed away by Su Zhiqing. If you don't want to sleep, then fine. You're such a terrible senior brother, treating me so poorly. Cheng Yaojiao huffed away, noticing Hong Lingbo sitting in the courtyard, seemingly lost in thought. She approached her. What are you pondering so deeply? Hong Lingbo was startled by Cheng Yaojiao's sudden presence. Aren't you supposed to be sleeping with the master uncle? Upon hearing Hong Lingbo mention this, Cheng Yaojiao became indignant. My senior brother has monopolized Sister Long. He won't allow me to sleep with her. Hong Lingbo found herself at a loss for words. Slightly older than Cheng Yaojia and more seasoned in the ways of the world, she had heard whispers of the complexities between men and women. Observing Cheng Yaojia's petulant demeanor, she softly advised, there are distinctions between the sexes. Su Daolong and Master Uncle are already together. If they wish to rest, it would be inconvenient with you nearby. Hong Lingbo always referred to Su Zhiqing as Su Daolong. Cheng Yaojia appeared puzzled. Isn't there anything inconvenient? I want to disturb them while they practice. Hong Lingbo listened to Cheng Jiao's murmurs, shaking her head in resignation. She then leaned in and whispered to Cheng Jiao about matters concerning men and women. Upon hearing her words, Cheng Jiao's face turned a deep shade of crimson. In truth, Cheng Jiao had only a vague understanding of the intricacies between the sexes. She believed that a certain distance should be maintained. Yet she desired to be close to her senior. She relished the moments spent in proximity to him. After Hong Lingbo finished her discourse on such matters, Cheng Jiao timidly inquired, how do you know so much? Hong Lingbo's face also flushed slightly. I heard it from others occasionally. Cheng Jiao's eyes twinkled with curiosity. Is it really so pleasurable? Hong Lingbo replied softly, I haven't experienced it myself, so I can't say. She then cautioned Cheng Jiao. You should keep some distance from your senior. I've heard that sometimes men cannot control themselves. Contemplating Hong Lingbo's words, Cheng Jiao's complexion deepened in hue. If my senior desired me, should I yield or resist? Hong Lingbo looked at her suspiciously. He is your senior. Besides, he is already with Long Jia. I don't mind. Cheng Jiao responded, puzzled by Hong Lingbo's assertion. Isn't it wonderful for everyone to be together? I also enjoy sleeping alongside Long Jia. After saying this, she furtively glanced toward the room of the little dragon maiden. Do you think my senior is engaging in intimate activities with Long Jia or practicing? Hong Lingbo cautiously cast a glance at the little dragon maiden's chamber. How can you, as a monk, think in such a manner? Cheng Jiao retorted. What is wrong with that? My senior said, focus on actions, not intentions. There are no perfect hearts. We are merely discussing. We haven't done anything. Hong Lingbo regarded Cheng Jiao with suspicion. While she found the notion of focusing on actions rather than intentions quite reasonable, she felt it was not applicable in this context. Are you sure Taoists who said that? It doesn't matter. Anyway, my senior said so. Hong Lingbo, recalling Cheng Jiao's earlier words, felt a shiver of apprehension. Observing Hong Lingbo's expression of uncertain anticipation, she shook her head repeatedly and quietly advised, let us not discuss this any further. Just as Cheng Jiao was about to speak again, the sound of the door opening interrupted her. She turned her head to see her senior emerging from Long Jia's room. Su Zhiqing had remembered that he had yet to fulfill his tasks for the day and had come out to attend to them. Upon exiting, he noticed his junior sisters sitting in the courtyard. Why are you two still here instead of resting? Cheng Jiao and Hong Lingbo exchanged guilty glances at his inquiry. Cheng Jiao stammered, oh, senior, we weren't doing anything. It's getting late. I need to rest. Without further ado, she retreated to her room, displaying a lack of camaraderie. Seeing Su Zhiqing's peculiar gaze, Hong Lingbo felt a twinge of trepidation. Uncle Su, I also wish to rest. After speaking, he hurriedly returned to his own room. In the blink of an eye, only Su Zhiqing remained in the courtyard. How peculiar. Su Zhiqing gazed at the departing figures, a look of perplexity appearing in his eyes. These two young ladies certainly seemed to bear the mark of wrongdoing. He pondered briefly, yet remained oblivious to their misdeeds. Su Zhiqing decided to dismiss such thoughts. After completing his training and accumulating 10 proficiency points, he made his way to Zilongnu's room to practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra together with her. The following morning, Su Zhiqing emerged from his room, feeling invigorated. Noticing that his junior sister and Hong Lingbo had yet to rise, he proceeded to fulfill his daily tasks. In no time, he gained an additional 10 proficiency points, bringing the total to 5,607, a small step closer to the coveted 10,000 points. After completing his assignments, he began to practice his swordplay and boxing techniques. As he engaged in his training, Zilongnu, Cheng Jiayao, and Hong Lingbo gradually awoke. Once the three had refreshed themselves, Su Zhiqing also concluded his practice. Before long, a servant from the Lu family arrived to invite them to breakfast. This time, it was not the couple Lu Guaning and his wife who greeted them, but only Qing Yaojia. Junior brother, junior sisters, Miss Long, Miss Hong, please excuse my brother. He has other matters to attend to, so it is I who will be hosting you. Senior sister, you are too kind. Su Zhiqing expressed his gratitude and took a seat. Although he claimed to consider this place his home, he truly felt at home here. After they finished their breakfast, they moved to the main hall. It was then that Su Zhiqing inquired about Guojing and the others. They should be arriving soon. Since the leader Huang is with child, their arrival may be delayed. Cheng Yaojia remarked, prompting Su Zhiqing to recall that Huang Rong was expecting her second child. Just as he finished speaking, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by a voice that he recognized well. Cheng Yaojia stood up. It must be your senior brother Lu returning. As her words fell, several figures appeared at the entrance of the hall. Su Zhiqing, spotting a familiar face, also rose. Brother Gua. Upon entering the hall, Guojing heard the call and noticed the others present. A broad smile blossomed on his face as he turned to Su Zhiqing. Junior brother Su. Chapter 89. Request for Guojing's assistance in military training. The hall of the Lu family was abuzz with lively chatter. Lu Guaning brought not only Guojing, but also several others. Although Su Zhiqing and Guojing were significantly different in age, they found common ground in their conversations. Their seemingly brief acquaintance at Zhongnan Mountain fostered mutual admiration. Su Zhiqing held Guojing in high regard, which was evident. Guojing, though somewhat simple-minded, was undeniably commendable. Su Zhiqing, in the presence of Guojing, felt like a youthful prodigy, having once been foolish in his youth, and now envying such remarkable individuals. Handsome and youthful, with exceptional martial prowess and humility, Guojing evoked admiration rather than jealousy. Taking the initiative, Su Zhiqing strode confidently toward Guojing, performing a respectful greeting. I have met senior brother Gua. Just moments ago, my sister and I were discussing when you would arrive, and to our surprise, you have come. Guojing beamed with a similarly warm smile, introducing Su Zhiqing to those around him. Madam, this is junior brother Su. Guojing, though somewhat clumsy with words, was earnest in his introductions. Beside Guojing stood Huang Rong, clad in a deep green garment. Upon hearing Guojing's introduction, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Senior brother Gua, is this indeed the young brother you speak of daily? He is indeed striking and impressive. Hearing Huang Rong's praise, Su Zhiqing smiled in return, saying, you must be the sister-in-law. During my days at the Quanzhen sect, senior brother Gua seemed utterly preoccupied, always concerned about his sister-in-law. His words caused Huang Rong's cheeks to flush slightly. This young brother was indeed bold. Such remarks in the presence of so many were rather embarrassing. Not only Huang Rong, but Guojing also felt a flush rise to his face. Fortunately, his naturally dark complexion shielded him from notice. It was Huang Rong who regained her composure first. She glanced at the smiling Guojing and softly remarked, this fool still thinks of me. Such words are hard for a sister-in-law to believe. This statement was not meant for Su Zhiqing to validate Guojing's feelings for Huang Rong. Su Zhiqing, observing the tenderness in Huang Rong's gaze towards Guojing, was reminded of the gentle Xiao Long. He beckoned Xiao Long to approach and introduced her to the group. Sister-in-law, this is Miss Long, the leader of the Tomb sect, who has also joined me for the hero banquet. Senior brother Gua has met her previously. Guojing nodded repeatedly, holding a deep impression of Xiao Long's cold demeanor, particularly recalling her playing a tune and commanding the Jade Bees, which sent a group of attackers fleeing in disarray. Guojing then turned to Huang Rong and said, Madam, this is Miss Long. Huang Rong cast a sidelong glance at Guojing before turning her gaze to the ethereal Xiao Long, astonished to discover such extraordinary beauty in the world. After her surprise, she spoke kindly to Xiao Long. I have heard of your deeds. You single-handedly drove away those who besieged the Quanzhen sect. Xiao Long's demeanor remained aloof, reserved only for Su Zhiqing. You flatter me, she replied coolly, noticing her reticence. Su Zhiqing hastily interjected to clarify. Miss Long has rarely encountered outsiders during her time in the sect. Unfamiliar with the interactions of our sects, he offered an explanation. The others gazed at the young dragon girl, standing serenely like a celestial being, and in their hearts, they believed Su Zhiqing's words. A true immortal ought to embody such grace. Yet, among them was a young maiden whose heart stirred with a sense of annoyance as she noticed that everyone's attention was captivated by the young dragon girl. Guofu's eyes darted about, and she stepped out from the crowd. Father, Mother, did you not say we would meet Brother Yang upon our arrival? Su Zhiqing turned his gaze. Huang Rong noticed and introduced, Junior Brother Su, this is my daughter, Fuer. Your senior brother mentioned that we would see her this time. As she spoke, her eyes swept the area, yet she failed to notice Yang was absence. Huang Rong felt puzzled, but refrained from voicing her thoughts about Yang was absence. It was Guojing who, turning around to scan the surroundings, inquired of Su Zhiqing, why is Guo not here? The couple, Lu Guanying and his wife, exchanged awkward glances upon hearing Guojing's question, for they were the ones who had driven Yang Guo away. They had not anticipated Guojing would bring him up. Brother Guo, actually. They hesitated, but Su Zhiqing interjected, that rascal Yang Guo is off playing. He'll probably show up once he has had his fill of fun. Unbeknownst to Yang Guo, he was enjoying himself outside while his master had placed upon him the label of a playful child. Upon hearing this, Guojing thought to himself, that will not do. Master Su, if that boy is being mischievous, you must be sure to discipline him. He then recalled, by the way, didn't Uncle Chiu mention in his letter that the boy was taken away by Ouyang Feng? Guojing remembered this detail. That was last year. I forgot to inform you, Brother Guo, that Yang Guo and Ouyang Feng parted ways last year. I sent him to attend to other matters. Guojing breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. As long as they are separated, that is good. While they conversed, Guofu's discontent resurfaced. Why was she not introduced further? However, as her parents engaged in discussion, she suppressed her feelings of dissatisfaction, knowing there were many outsiders present. The couple, Lu Guanying and his wife, felt a pang of guilt as they noticed Su Zhiqing did not blame them, but rather took the initiative to include them in the conversation. Yet, discussing this further felt somewhat excessive. Brother Guo, Junior Brother Su, and Chief Huang, let us not stand and talk. Let us sit and converse. Especially since Chief Huang is with child. Guojing nodded vigorously. Yes, let us all sit and chat. He actively assisted his wife in taking her seat. Their affectionate demeanor was unabashedly displayed before others. Su Zhiqing observed the couple and then surveyed the remaining individuals. Aside from Guofu, there were two others. These two were of a similar age to Guofu. One donned a robe of deep purple silk, exuding a spirited demeanor, while the other wore a robe of sapphire blue silk, standing quietly like a refined scholar. Su Zhiqing surmised that these two were Wu Duanru and Wu Xiuwen, though he was uncertain which was which. Guo Shixiang and Huang Rong were not introduced. However, Guofu noticed Su Zhiqing's gaze. She observed that Su Zhiqing was only a few years older than herself and contemplated addressing him as brother, but then recalled that Su Zhiqing and her father referred to each other as brothers. She considered calling him uncle, yet could not bring herself to do so. Huang Rong, noticing her hesitation, prompted, he is your uncle. Upon hearing this, Guofu hurriedly exclaimed, Su Xiao Shixiao. Just now, my father and his mother forgot to introduce my two elder brothers to you. Huang Rong, upon hearing her daughter's address for Su Zhiqing, rolled her eyes. Oh, this daughter. Guofu, oblivious to her mother's expression, pointed to the youth in the purple robe and introduced him to Su Zhiqing. This is my Shixiang Wu Duanru. And this is my Shixiang Wu Xiuwen. After Guofu finished her introductions, both Wu Duanru and Wu Xiuwen bowed in unison to Su Zhiqing. We have met Su Shixiao. It appeared that they had also noticed Guofu's reference to Su Zhiqing as Su Xiao Shixiao, and perhaps felt a tinge of jealousy, placing particular emphasis on the three words Su Shixiao. Su Zhiqing found this amusing. Youth is often characterized by such straightforward expressions of affection or disdain. Concealment is the domain of adults. Su Zhiqing nodded politely to the two and offered them some compliments before returning to his seat with the little dragon girl. As hosts, Lu Guanying and his wife took the initiative to introduce everyone to one another. The conversation naturally turned to the hero's feast. Guojing took the initiative to say, this hero's feast is convened to unite our strength against the Mongolian invasion of the southern Song. He reiterated the intelligence he had gathered regarding the movements of the Mongolian forces. Everyone nodded in agreement. Su Zhiqing suddenly pondered another point. What was Guojing's official status in the eyes of the southern Song court? With this thought, he could not help but ask Guojing, Guo Shixiao, what is the southern Song court's attitude toward us? They are actively assisting the southern Song. If the Southern Song does not welcome them, why would they bother? Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's inquiry, Guijing's expression turned solemn as he replied earnestly, Su Shidi. Regardless of the Southern Song court's attitude toward us, our duty is to protect the common people, just as your Quanzhen sect stands firm against the Mongolians. Even while situated within their territory, we must safeguard the people. Su Zhiqing slightly nodded, finding agreement with Guijing's sentiments. Furthermore, the Mongolians will primarily target Xiangyang for their invasion of the Southern Song. Capturing Xiangyang is essential for their large-scale assault on the Southern Song. I am currently stationed in Xiangyang to defend the city for its people. Su Zhiqing still harbored concerns about Guijing's status. Guixixiang, as you defend Xiangyang, are you able to mobilize troops? Upon posing this question, Guijing shook his head. I am merely a commoner. How could I possibly mobilize troops without the permission of the garrison commander? Su Shidi, you may not be aware, but in an army, only a single leader has the authority to command. Su Zhiqing was well aware of this fact. He merely contemplated what kind of status Guijing held while defending the city of Xiangyang. If one were merely a commoner, their operational capacity in Xiangyang would indeed be limited. Unable to mobilize troops, the only potential allies would likely be the denizens of the martial world, such as the numerous disciples of the Beggars sect. As Su Zhiqing pondered this, he recalled that Guijing possessed the Wumu manuscript. Brother Gua, I have heard that the Wumu manuscript is in your possession. Indeed, it is with me. What thoughts do you have, Brother Su? Gua responded. Since you possess the Wumu manuscript, why not train a contingent of soldiers? Su Zhiqing suggested. If we could train an effective army, we would have the means to counter the Mongol advance. Guijing's eyes brightened at these words. Your proposal is excellent, Brother Su. How did I not think of this? Upon our return to Xiangyang, I shall discuss it with the pacification envoy. He spoke with palpable excitement. However, Su Zhiqing's expression was less favorable. A commoner had no authority to command troops, and it was improbable that the defending general of Xiangyang would willingly relinquish his soldiers. Nevertheless, he had offered his suggestion and chose not to elaborate further. Su Zhiqing felt a strong inclination towards Guijing's Wumu manuscript. Although he was not adept at training soldiers, utilizing the manuscript for military training could yield formidable strength. Moreover, the martial experts from the Jianghu often found themselves at a disadvantage when confronting an army. Individual prowess could hardly stand against a disciplined force. Huang Rong seemed to perceive Su Zhiqing's concerns and proactively inquired, Brother Su, are you not confident in the defending general of Xiangyang? Sister-in-law, you worry unnecessarily. It is not a matter of trust. Rather, we martial practitioners are filled with fervor, yet fear that our involvement might lead to chaos. After all, we differ significantly from the military. Su Zhiqing's words plunged the gathering into contemplation. What indeed distinguished them from the army? Beside Guofu, Wu Duanru suddenly interjected, Uncle Su, are you being overly cautious? Each of us possesses martial skills and should be superior to those ordinary soldiers. Hearing Wu Duanru's assertion, Su Zhiqing smiled and asked, Young Master Wu, how many soldiers do you believe you can defeat? Wu Duanru replied, unabashedly, I could easily take on hundreds of those common soldiers. His confidence elicited laughter from the assembly. Yet Guijing furrowed his brows. Having once commanded troops, he understood that hundreds of soldiers were not something Wu Duanru could manage. Wu, do not speak so boastfully. Not to mention hundreds, even a squad of more than 20 fully equipped soldiers would not be easily handled by you. His words caused Wu Duanru's face to flush. Master, those ordinary soldiers, I could hunt them down one by one. Wu, do you think they are mere wooden dummies? They will attack in groups, you might slay one. But soon thereafter, they will swarm you. Even with your martial skills, against such numbers, you could only fell a few before being overwhelmed. If you persist, you might find yourself encircled, unable to escape. Moreover, if you believe that your agile skills alone can allow you to enter and exit perilous situations unscathed, you are gravely mistaken. They have cavalry. How could your lightness of foot possibly compare to the swiftness of horses? After delivering a serious admonition to Wu Duanru, Guijing turned his gaze towards Su Zhiqing. It appeared that his junior brother had delved into military studies. His insightful observations were likely rooted in his own experience as a soldier. Typically, practitioners of the martial arts, emboldened by their prowess, often disregard the capabilities of ordinary individuals, viewing even soldiers with disdain. However, the martial world possesses its own merits. When utilized effectively, these advantages can surpass those of any army. I have merely observed the Mongolian troops. Their strength and valor are commendable, but it is their discipline that truly stands out. They march in formation, striking down foes with the ease of cutting grass. Upon finishing his thoughts, Su Zhiqing sighed. This is precisely why I urged Brother Gua to train a regiment. Lacking a formidable army, even if we, the martial artists, unite, we would still falter against the Mongolian invasion. Aware that such remarks leaned towards pessimism, Su Zhiqing added, nevertheless, we martial artists can exploit our strengths to gather intelligence, monitor their movements, and anticipate their actions ahead of time. By relaying this information, we can better prepare ourselves. Guojing's face reflected admiration. Junior brother Su, your insights into both the military and our martial fraternity are indeed profound. Su Zhiqing modestly replied, Brother Gua, you flatter me. My observations are rather rudimentary. He was not being humble. He genuinely believed his understanding was limited to his personal perspectives, having had little direct contact with military affairs. His expertise lay solely in maximizing the strengths of martial artists. Beyond that, he acknowledged that warfare between nations ultimately hinges on a multitude of factors, not merely one aspect. For instance, the conflicts between armies also involve logistics and support. Of course, this presupposes that the army is robust and its leaders are astute. The myriad factors at play were beyond the scope of his current position. Even if he considered them, he would refrain from elaborating extensively. His role as a disciple of the Quanzhen sect, with the title of chief disciple, did not afford him significant influence. Su Zhiqing possessed self-awareness and trusted that Guojing shared this sentiment, as Guojing's concerns seldom extended beyond the realm of Xiangyang. Their discourse on military matters was brief, eventually returning to the celebratory feast for heroes. Their current focus was to unite the martial community, encouraging them to contribute their efforts. Su Zhiqing was eager to lend his support, for the Mongols were, after all, foreign invaders. While the two continued their discussion, Huang Rong exhibited a fleeting expression of distress, which both Su Zhiqing and Guojing noted. Perceiving their concern, Huang Rong quickly reassured them, it's nothing serious. The child is merely being mischievous. Hearing this, the couple, Lu Guaniying and his wife, rose to summon their servants, inquiring about the tidiness of the prepared room. Only after confirming that everything was in order did they suggest that Huang Rong take a moment to rest. Su Zhiqing had not yet discussed these matters with Guojing and similarly suggested that Huang Rong take some time to rest, prioritizing her health. Huang Rong felt a sense of shame, but understood the importance of nourishment. Guojing further instructed Guofu and the other disciples, Fuer, assist her, and return to the room. The Xiao Wu, you too, lend your support. Yes. The three complied, helping Huang Rong follow the servants of the Lu family as they departed. Once Huang Rong and her companions had left, Guojing turned his attention to Su Zhiqing. He found this junior brother to be remarkably talented, with extensive knowledge that often illuminated his understanding. Guojing sensed that Su Zhiqing harbored his own thoughts, frequently hesitating to express them fully. It seemed to Guojing that Su Zhiqing held a rather pessimistic view of the southern Song Dynasty. He was eager to know Su Zhiqing's true sentiments regarding the Mongolian invasion of the southern Song. Junior brother Su, if the Mongols were to invade, whom do you believe would prevail, the Mongols or the southern Song? Brother Gua, this places me in a difficult position, regardless of the victor. It is the common people who suffer. Su Zhiqing shook his head, expressing a preference for living in prosperous times rather than chaotic ones. Indeed, it is ultimately the common people who bear the burden. Guojing sighed, somewhat disheartened. Su Zhiqing did not dwell on the matter. After all, the Mongols would inevitably attack the southern Song, a fact he was well aware of. He was not troubled by the war between the Mongols and the southern Song. Rather, he focused on his own aspirations. Should he possess sufficient capability, he could confront the southern Song or even challenge the Mongols without issue. Conversely, if his strength fell short, he would find ways to protect those he cared about. The existence of the southern Song could distract the Mongols' attention. At the very least, it would prevent the Mongols from concentrating all their efforts on the Quanzhen sect. He believed it was beneficial for the southern Song to resist as much as possible. His primary concern remained the preservation of the Quanzhen sect. Brother Gua, if our Quanzhen sect were to train an army, I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Su Zhiqing conceived the idea of military training within the sect, envisioning the formation of specialized units, such as teams skilled in lightness martial arts, horizontal training, and concealed weapons. This notion burgeoned within him, becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Guojing was taken aback upon hearing Su Zhiqing propose that the Quanzhen sect train an army. Junior brother, does the Quanzhen sect aspire to forge a military force? Chapter 90. Finding Yang Gua and deciding on the hero banquet's preliminary contest, it was merely a nascent idea. Su Zhiqing bore no intention of concealing his thoughts. If I aim to cultivate an army, it is to better navigate the ever-changing circumstances. He planned to return after the hero banquet to consult with his master and the others, seeking their counsel. Should they oppose his notion, he would find himself at an impasse. The mere contemplation of such an idea was commendable. Yet the reality of cultivating a military force within the heart of Mongolia posed significant challenges. Zhiqing was practical in his pursuits. He believed that the continued existence and prominence of the Quanzhen sect in Mongolia was already a remarkable feat. Cultivating an army, he mused, would likely be met with Mongolian resistance. Though these thoughts occupied his mind, he chose to keep them unvoiced. Zhiqing engaged in further conversation with Zhiqing and the couple, Lu Guanying, before expressing his intent to take his leave. Sensing that the couple had matters to discuss with Zhiqing, this hero banquet was funded by Lu Guanying in support of Zhiqing. Zhiqing, along with Zilong and his junior sister, Hong Lingbo, departed the hall, noting that the banquet was still 10 days away. The quartet deliberated and decided to visit Dashing Pass, hoping to uncover the whereabouts of Yanghua. As they exited the hall, they were unaware that Lu Guanying and Zhiqing were already discussing Yanghua, revealing that it was their involvement that had led to his absence. Upon hearing this, Zhiqing reflected on Zhiqing's previous actions, feeling even greater admiration for this junior brother who always considered the needs of others. Zhiqing pondered for a long while, struggling to find words of praise. Meanwhile, Lu Qingfeng and his wife extolled Zhiqing as being righteous, sensible, and possessing a keen understanding of the larger picture. Outside, Zhiqing conveyed his desire to travel to Dashing Pass. The former steward of the Lu family, upon learning of their plans, dispatched a carriage driver to escort them. Zhiqing opted to ride alone. The group exited Lu's estate, traversed the town, and made their way to Dashing Pass. Due to the impending hero banquet, many martial artists had gathered at Dashing Pass, lending the area a lively atmosphere. However, this vibrancy was relative. Those aware of the potential for Mongolian incursions chose to vacate the vicinity, for Dashing Pass was perilously close to Mongolian territory. Zhiqing and the trio spent 3 days exploring Dashing Pass, visiting numerous locales, yet they failed to encounter Yanghua. Where could that rascal have gone? Zhiqing inquired among passers-by, but with the influx of so many martial artists, there were numerous young men and women around. Upon asking, he was often directed to others who were not Yanghua. After several fruitless attempts, Zhiqing ultimately relinquished the search. When he finally meets him, he would surely demand a thorough explanation for his disappearance. After a full week of wandering Dashing Pass, Zhiqing and his companions had thoroughly explored the area. However, to Zhiqing, Dashing Pass offered little in terms of enjoyment. It was merely his junior sister who found the bustling atmosphere appealing and entertaining. Zhiqing allowed her to go. It would be prudent to add Hong Lingbo to the mix. Unlike Cheng Jiayao, Hong Lingbo possesses a deeper understanding. She has never sought anything forcefully, nor has she truly integrated into Zhiqing's trio. She perpetually lingers on the periphery, maintaining a certain distance in their relationship. Zhiqing is aware of Hong Lingbo's state, but chooses to remain silent. He finds it rather peculiar, particularly the concept of one who lays down their weapon and instantly attains enlightenment, akin to master eating or the currently macho. This kind of transcendence, of being oneself yet not the person one once was, eludes Zhiqing's comprehension. Fortunately, there is one aspect he admires: Master Eating's unwavering acceptance of karmic consequences. He had been plagued by guilt for failing to save Ngu's child. Zhiqing wonders if Li Macho experiences similar remorse. If someone were to incapacitate him, he would undoubtedly devise explosives to exact vengeance. The notion of relinquishing one's weapon without harboring animosity is simply beyond Zhiqing's grasp. With just 3 days remaining until the 15th of August, Cheng Jiayao, having had her fill of merriment, expressed a desire to return to Lu family manor. If that is the case, let us return. The four of them made their way back to Lu family manor, yet the atmosphere was markedly different from before. The manor now buzzed with the sounds of conversation, as numerous heroic figures had arrived in advance. Fortunately, the Lu couple had ample funds, providing sumptuous feasts and fine wines without a hint of reluctance. Upon their return, Zhiqing did not require the servant's assistance. He simply made his way to the courtyard. However, before they could settle in, Lu Qingfeng and his wife approached with expressions of joy. Junior Brother Su. Junior Brother Su. As Zhiqing observed the hurried approach of Lu Qingfeng and senior sister Cheng, he promptly rose. Senior brother, senior sister, what brings you here? It concerns your disciple. We have news about him, they exclaimed. He is in Huanghua Town. Huanghua Town is a small settlement within the Great Victory Pass. Lu Qingfeng continued. We have already sent someone to fetch him, and if all goes well, he should return shortly. Zhiqing clasped his hands in gratitude and replied, Thank you. That rascal has been quite mischievous. It was already a considerable task for them to entertain so many guests from the Jianghu. Yet they had taken the time to search for Yanghua. Actually, it was the beggars' sect that assisted us. Otherwise, we would not have found them so swiftly. Lu Chengfeng disclosed, explaining that after Guijing learned of the situation, he proactively sought out Huang Rong and dispatched disciples from the beggars' sect. In a matter of days, they had located Yanghua. After conveying this information, Lu Chengfeng and his wife excused themselves, as they had other matters to attend to, including hosting the various heroic figures. This bustling atmosphere would persist until the last guest departed. Many Zhonghu guests had arrived earlier, but chose not to come forth for fear of being labeled as gluttons, opting instead to remain at the Great Victory Pass or nearby towns. Will we finally see Yanghua today? Sheng Jiao asked, her spirits lifted. She is the youngest here. And now she has a relationship with Hong Lingbo, who is of a lower generation. However, Hong Lingbo ultimately belongs to the ancient Tomb sect. Yanghua, on the other hand, is her disciple and a fellow apprentice. Su Zhiqing casually replied, didn't T senior sister Qing mention them? If all goes smoothly. Yet, he could not ensure that everything would proceed without a hitch. If Yanghua mistakenly believed he was being pursued and a conflict ensued, it could indeed lead to misunderstandings. In the evening, as Su Zhiqing practiced in the courtyard, he heard footsteps outside. Junior brother Su, your disciple has arrived. Cheng Yaojia entered the courtyard, announcing that Yanghua was here. Upon hearing this, Guijing and his wife hurried over. Su Zhiqing chuckled lightly. Guijing was even more anxious than he was. Besides their master-disciple bond, it seemed Guijing was the one who cared most about Yanghua. Senior brother, has Yanghua returned? Cheng Jiao emerged from her room, followed closely by Hong Lingbo. The two seemed inseparable, their conversation flowing effortlessly. Even at night, instead of seeking out the little dragon girl, Cheng Jiao whispered to Hong Lingbo, Junior sister, Yanghua has indeed been found. Cheng Yaojia looked at her younger sister, a gentle smile gracing her face. Upon confirming the news, Cheng Jiao beamed with joy. Lingbo, perhaps your unmatched senior sister, is also present. Su Zhiqing shook his head. All right, enough chatter. Let us go see for ourselves. Calling upon the little dragon girl, the group departed the courtyard, heading straight to the hall. As they approached the hall, Su Zhiqing could already hear Guijing's booming voice. Once he entered, he indeed saw Guijing engaged in conversation with Yanghua. The moment Yanghua noticed him, he swiftly approached. Master. Su Zhiqing looked at the excited Yanghua and patted his shoulder. Next time you encounter a misunderstanding, be sure to clarify it, rather than rushing off at the slightest incident. Yanghua lowered his head. Master, I understand. Su Zhiqing chose not to say more about Yanghua. It's good that you're back. He then turned to Guijing. It seems you have met your uncle Gua. Junior brother, Gua has grown well. It appears that entrusting him to you was the right decision. Though Guijing was simple-hearted, he had tested Yanghua during their earlier conversation, noting his composure. Aside from the typical youthful frivolity, Yanghua exhibited commendable qualities. In him, Guijing even saw a reflection of Su Zhiqing. Senior brother, you flatter me. If you could keep this lad by your side for guidance, he would surely surpass me. Oh, junior brother, do not be modest. It is a blessing for this lad to have your instruction. Guijing spoke with genuine honesty. He either spoke little or offered sincere praise, making it a rare delight to hear commendation from his lips. This sincerity was one reason Su Zhiqing enjoyed Guijing's company, unlike the insincerity of others. The accolades from Guijing were truly heartfelt. Su Zhiqing smiled as he surveyed the hall. His gaze fell upon Lu Wushuang. Senior brother, wait a moment, he exclaimed, turning to her. Miss Lu, my master has already punished Shin Jifan. He is currently under house arrest within the sect. After the hero's banquet concludes, you shall return with us. As he spoke, all eyes in the hall turned towards Lu Wushuang. Their curiosity piqued regarding the identity of the young girl. Though Lu Wushuang possessed considerable courage, as evidenced by her venture into the martial world alone, she felt a twinge of anxiety under the scrutiny of so many. Why yes, senior. No, it's not necessary. I trust your words and believe this matter can be laid to rest. The misunderstanding has been resolved. She stammered, gradually finding her fluency. Yanghua, observing her demeanor, approached her side. Sister Wushuang, since my master has spoken, you shall return with us after the banquet. Lu Wushuang met Yanggua's gaze and nodded in agreement. Guijing, witnessing this interaction, felt indifferent, yet Huang Rong beside him discerned the budding affection between the young pair. Though she refrained from commenting, Miss Lu, aside from this matter, there is someone else who wishes to meet you. Su Zhiqing announced, stepping aside to reveal Hong Lingbo, who stood behind him. Upon seeing Hong Lingbo, Lu Wushuang's expression transformed from joy to fear, her voice trembling as she spoke. Sister, what are you doing here? Is master also present? Guijing and the others were taken aback by Lu Wushuang's reaction. What could be troubling her? They turned their attention to Hong Lingbo, knowing only that she was associated with the dragon girl. Sister, I am the only one who accompanied Master Long here. our master did not come. Hong Lingbo, aware of her master's notorious reputation in the martial world, refrained from uttering Li Macho's name. Hearing this, Lu Wushuang exhaled in relief. As long as master is not here. That is good. She feared that if her master were to retrieve her, it might end in dire consequences. Sister, this is our master's junior apprentice, the leader of our ancient tomb sect, Master Long. Upon hearing Hong Lingbo's words, Lu Wushuang turned to the little dragon girl. During their last encounter, she had been unaware that the girl was her master's junior and the leader of the sect. She hurried forward. Wushuang pays her respects to Master Long. Yet, as she approached, Worry gnawed at her. Would Master Long take her back? The little dragon girl regarded her with a serene expression, nodding in acknowledgement without further elaboration. Miss Wushuang, there is no need for you to be concerned. Su Zhiqing, perceiving her trepidation, understood the underlying issues. Observing Lu Wushuang's perplexed expression, he chose not to elaborate on the matter, instead assuring her, later, your sister will explain everything to you. Seeing this, Hong Lingbo took Lu Wushuang aside. Once they were a distance away, Su Zhiqing beckoned Yang Guo to approach. Blur, do you recall the promise I made with your master 3 years ago at the Qingzhou courtyard? Yang Guo nodded. I remember. He spoke hesitantly, as if caught between words. What is it, master? It has only been a little over 2 years this year. We still have not reached the time. Su Zhiqing reflected for a moment and realized that he had indeed misremembered the situation. The onlookers in the hall had initially been curious about the agreement between Su Zhiqing and Guojing, but upon seeing this, they understood that the astute Su Shidi had simply mistaken the timeline. Guojing, smiling, replied, Su Shidi, you need not be so anxious. Our agreement was for 3 years. And this year marks only 2 years and 3 months. We still have a full 9 months to go. Su Zhiqing felt somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, I misremembered the time. However, 2 years is quite sufficient. Since we have gathered at this hero banquet, let us fulfill our agreement ahead of schedule. Guojing nodded in agreement without much thought. He then turned to Yang Guo. Guo, what do you think? Yang Guo clasped his hands respectfully, saying, I will follow the arrangements of my master and Uncle Guo. Su Zhiqing slightly nodded, feeling truly embarrassed. He had even written to Guojing about postponing the time. Yet, a true man does not sweat the small stuff. Seeing that Yang Guo was also willing, Guojing intended to call for De Xiaowu. Upon turning around, he realized that they were not present. He inquired of Huang Rong, where are De Wu and Xiaowu? Did you forget? They went out with Fuer. Guojing suddenly understood and turned back to Su Zhiqing. Su Shidi, De Xiaowu are not here. Brother, no need to rush. Gui'er just arrived today. He must be tired from the journey. How about this? On the day of the hero invitation, let them compete against each other. It would indeed enhance the atmosphere. Guojing readily agreed. This made Huang Rong sigh inwardly. She had intended to intervene. She could see Su Zhiqing's confidence regarding the upcoming competition, and she worried that De Xiaowu might lose, especially in front of so many heroes, which would diminish Guojing's reputation. After Su Zhiqing and Guojing concluded their conversation, Lu Guaning and his wife stepped forward, saying, Guo Shixiang, Su Shidi, the meal is prepared. Shall we dine first? The group shared a meal together. After dining, Su Zhiqing took Yang Guo and the others to leave. Huang Rong then helplessly addressed Guojing. You. Guojing, puzzled, replied, My wife, what is the matter? You are not considering the situation thoroughly. Huang Rong gently admonished. Though Yang Guo is Su Shidi's disciple, he is also your nephew. De Xiaowu are your students. On the 15th of August, before so many heroes, if either side loses, it would not reflect well. My wife, what are you saying? Guojing was completely unaware of Huang Rong's concerns. It matters not who loses. It is merely a friendly spar. Huang Rong, exasperated, saw that Guojing did not understand, so she refrained from further discussion. She planned to encourage De Xiaowu to practice diligently upon Fuer's return in the next few days. Meanwhile, Su Zhiqing led Yang Guo back to the courtyard. I asked you to bring Miss Wushuang back earlier. Why did you linger there for so long? He assumed Yang Guo had been enjoying himself outside. The rules of the Quanzhen sect were strict, with considerable constraints on the disciples. Yang Guo, having finally ventured out, certainly did not wish to return so soon. Su Zhiqing's reprimand stemmed from a genuine concern for Yang Guo's safety, for the world of martial arts was far from tranquil. Master, I was in the wrong. Yang Guo refrained from making excuses, fully aware that any attempt at justification would only displease his master further. Upon witnessing Yang Guo's chastisement, Lu Shuang hastily interjected, Senior Su, please do not blame Brother Yang. It was I who wished to linger at home a bit longer. Su Zhiqing chuckled lightly at this. Very well. Do not shield him so. I have not been overly harsh. With that, he turned his gaze towards Ling Bo. Now is an opportune moment to share some matters with your junior sister. Lu Shuang, taken aback, was uncertain of the topic at hand. However, Hong Lingbo proceeded to elaborate on their master's current situation. Upon hearing this, Lu Shuang suddenly knelt before Su Zhiqing, exclaiming, "Thank you, Senior Su, for eliminating that formidable foe. Otherwise, I would have remained forever ensnared in her shadow." Seeing Lu Shuang's reaction, Hong Lingbo feared that Su Zhiqing might not grasp the full context and sought to clarify. Yet, Su Zhiqing waved her off. "How could I be unaware of the circumstances? Rise," he continued. "I did not vanquish her. Her martial arts were sealed due to her betrayal, which has little to do with you. However, her situation is now vastly different. She likely wishes to see you." Su Zhiqing found himself pondering Li Macho's intentions. Did she truly desire to meet Lu Shuang? Whether you choose to meet her is entirely up to you. But I advise against practicing your 5 poisons palm or similar techniques. As a disciple of our ancient tomb sect, you ought to diligently train in our sect skills. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, Hong Lingbo quickly urged Lu Shuang, "Do not forget to express your gratitude to Uncle Su." Lu Shuang, momentarily perplexed by the title of uncle, only realized its significance upon seeing the little dragon maiden. "Disciple, I extend my heartfelt thanks to uncle. Do not remain kneeling. Rise." Su Zhiqing instructed Yang Guo to assist Lu Shuang to her feet. As Yang Guo helped Lu Shuang stand, Su Zhiqing turned his attention back to Yang Guo. "The intention behind my summons was to impart martial skills to you. However, it is not too late to teach you now." He prepared to instruct Yang Guo in the one-yang finger technique. Master Yi Dang had not declared the one-yang finger to be a secret forbidden to share. Beyond its efficacy against foes, its greatest utility lay in healing. As Su Zhiqing began to teach Yang Guo the one-yang finger, Guo Jing arrived with a party seeking an audience. They were related to the prominent figures of Xiaowu, namely Dian Cong Yu-in and Zhu Zilu. Chapter 91. Su Zhiqing. Why has no one nominated me as the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance? After imparting the one-yang finger to Yang Guo, Su Zhiqing endeavored to introduce him to the principles of the innate skill. Following his explanation, Yang Guo felt a flicker of understanding. However, upon attempting to practice, the internal energy within him suddenly spiraled out of control. Fortunately, Su Zhiqing had been closely monitoring Yang Guo's condition. Upon realizing that something was amiss, he promptly intervened, advising Yang Guo to cease his practice of the innate skill. "Master, what sort of martial art is this? Practicing it nearly caused chaos in my internal energy, not to mention the pain in my lungs." "Ah, this is merely a standard martial art, albeit one that demands a high level of internal energy. If your energy does not meet the required standard, it is best to abandon it." Su Zhiqing refrained from disclosing that the innate skill was the technique of Wang Chongyang. Acknowledging Yang Guo's inability to master the innate skill, he decided to move on. "In 3 days, you shall compete in martial arts at the Hero's Banquet. Most of the renowned figures from the martial world will be present. You must seize this opportunity. Even if you do not emerge victorious, it is of little consequence. It is merely a contest. Maintain a relaxed mindset and perform to the best of your abilities." Su Zhiqing endeavored not to place excessive pressure on Yang Guo. To him, a single competition could not define one's worth. Yang Guo, a nameless individual, was akin to Su Zhiqing himself, who similarly held no fame in the martial world. It was to be expected that a disciple taught by an unknown mentor would be bested by a disciple of one of the 5 absolutes. Winning would indeed be the anomaly. Su Zhiqing remained indifferent to the outcome. However, the youthful and spirited Yang Guo perceived matters differently. The memories of being bullied by larger opponents on Peach Blossom Island ignited a flame of indignation within him. "Master, rest assured, I shall give them a sound thrashing." "Oh, splendid. But do strive to win with integrity." Su Zhiqing, recalling something, added, "Moreover, as a disciple of our Quanzhen sect, make every effort to employ our sect's martial techniques. Refrain from using that frog skill unless absolutely necessary." Yang Guo nodded obediently. "Master, you need not worry. I do not require the frog skill to deal with the larger opponents." "Very well, your confidence reassures me." Su Zhiqing chose not to admonish Yang Guo about the importance of diligent practice over the next 3 days, for unless he could elevate his skills significantly within that time, it would bear little meaning. The essence lay in the steady accumulation of skill over time. The following day, Su Zhiqing was pleased to see Yang Guo rising early, as he himself had. For the first time, he did not rush to undertake his usual tasks. Instead, he summoned Yang Guo to refine his swordsmanship. After offering guidance, he allowed Yang Guo to practice independently while he himself attended to his proficiency tasks. Having completed his training, Su Zhiqing noticed a figure loitering at the entrance of the courtyard. Approaching, he discovered it was Guo Fu, the daughter of Guo Jing. Previously, Su Zhiqing had not closely observed Guo Fu. The young lady, adorned in a light blue garment, possessed gracefully arched brows, large expressive eyes, and a petite nose that turned slightly upward. Her porcelain-like skin radiated a luminous glow, bearing a striking resemblance to her mother, Huang Rong, in certain aspects. A string of luminous pearls adorned her neck, casting a soft glow that enhanced the young maiden's allure. Su Zhiqing, with sincerity in his heart, acknowledged that Guofu was not only unappealing, but rather strikingly beautiful. Yet, she paled in comparison to his beloved Long Nu. Miss Guofu, what brings you here? Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's voice, Guofu, who had been loitering at the entrance, realized she had been discovered. Master Uncle, I came to see Yanghua. I heard he has returned. I missed him yesterday, as I had other matters to attend to. Su Zhiqing was taken aback by her words. He recalled that Guofu and Yanghua did not share a particularly amicable relationship. Why would she seek him out? Hadn't she often bullied Yanghua in their childhood? Despite his thoughts, he invited Guofu inside. Please come in. He is currently practicing. Upon entering, Guofu spotted Yanghua training in the courtyard. Where? Su Zhiqing called out to Yanghua as he took a break. Once Yanghua approached, he introduced him to Guofu. Su Zhiqing noted Yanghua's initial confusion upon seeing Guofu, which transformed into surprise after hearing the introduction. Feel free to talk, Su Zhiqing said, granting them privacy as he retreated to Long Nu's room. When he and Long Nu emerged, only Yanghua remained in the yard, as Guofu had presumably departed. Su Zhiqing refrained from inquiring about Guofu's visit. While Yanghua and Guofu were childhood friends, the nature of their relationship was not his concern. Interestingly, it was Yanghua who spoke up first. Master, Guofu told me that if I can't defeat de Xiaowu, it would be wise to concede early. Su Zhiqing was left bewildered by this statement. Is that truly her intent? Yanghua scratched his head. Isn't that what she meant? This left Su Zhiqing speechless. Why would Guofu come to him with such a message so early in the morning? Noticing his master's confusion, Yanghua whispered, Master. She might not mean it that way. He believed Guofu was merely trying to caution him regarding de Xiaowu. Yet he felt indignant that she assumed he would struggle against them. He had previously bested de Xiaowu. How could he possibly falter now? Those two fools. Never mind. The outcome will reveal itself in due course, Su Zhiqing thought, dismissing the matter from his mind. Before long, the servants from Lu family manor arrived to inform them that breakfast was ready. Upon Su Zhiqing's approval, the servants brought in the meal. After they had finished, Yanghua opted to stay behind and continue practicing, while Lu Wushuang chose to accompany him. Hong Lingbo, wary of being recognized as Li Macho's disciple, preferred to remain hidden and avoid causing Su Zhiqing any trouble. Thus, the three stayed behind. Cheng Jiayao released the jade bees from her gourd every day for a while. Su Zhiqing took Long Nu and his junior sister outside to tend to the bees. Upon their return, they passed a location from which they heard the sounds of clashing sticks and voices. Recognizing the familiar sounds, Su Zhiqing, along with Long Nu and his junior sister, approached the source, only to be momentarily taken aback at the sight before them. It involves Huang Rong, Guofu, and the two Wu siblings. At this moment, Huang Rong is wielding a stick, instructing a person in martial arts. Su Zhiqing recognizes the individual as Lu Youjiao from the Beggars sect. Xixiang, what brings you here? The three of them notice Guofu immediately. Where is Yanghua? Why hasn't he come with you? Upon mentioning Yanghua, a fleeting shadow crosses the faces of the two Wu siblings behind her. Earlier that morning, they had observed their junior sister leaving and, assuming she had some errand, decided to follow her. To their surprise, she had ventured to the courtyard of this so-called Xixiang Su. Su Zhiqing casually responds, my martial arts are rather lacking, so I thought I would practice a bit more before sparring with you two brothers. He contemplates leaving, feeling it inappropriate to remain while Huang Rong teaches Lu Youjiao. However, upon noticing him, Huang Rong calls out, Su Shidi, it's perfectly fine for you to stay and watch. The dog-beating stick of our Beggars sect is unlike ordinary martial arts. It requires a combination of formula and technique to unleash its true power. Merely observing the moves will not suffice for an ordinary person. Faced with this, Su Zhiqing reluctantly chooses to stay. Meanwhile, Guofu notices someone approaching from afar. Yanghua. Su Zhiqing turns to see Yanghua and Lu Wushuang walking side by side. Master. Dragon Shirshu, Cheng Shirshu. Su Zhiqing nods slightly and gestures towards Huang Rong. Your aunt is teaching elder Lu martial arts. Yanghua looks over and sees his aunt instructing Lu Youjiao in the dog-beating stick technique. Upon realizing this, he turns away. One must not observe another's instruction without permission, otherwise, it is tantamount to stealing their martial arts. Su Zhiqing admires his disciple's integrity. On that day at Mount Hua, Hong Qigong had merely taught Yanghua the moves without imparting the heart's intent. Without the heart's intent, the dog-beating stick is merely a superficial display. It requires the heart's guidance to be effective. Now, as Huang Rong teaches Lu Youjiao the heart's intent, given her disciple's intelligence. He would likely memorize it after just a few repetitions. Yet, Yanghua chooses to avert his gaze. Su Zhiqing then speaks up, "Sister-in-law, Miss Gua. It's perhaps best we refrain from listening to the formulas you are teaching here." Before Huang Rong can respond, Guafu interjects, "Shi Xiao. Didn't my mother mention that the dog-beating stick of the beggar's sect is special? Even if you remember the formulas, it would be of no use." Su Zhiqing chuckles lightly. "What if we do learn the dog-beating stick technique?" Guafu shakes her head. "I don't believe that." Su Zhiqing laughs heartily. "I cannot. But that rascal Yanghua certainly can." No sooner had he spoken than Huang Rong abruptly turns her head. She ceases her instruction to Lu Youjiao. "Su Shidi, what did you just say? Guaer can perform the dog-beating stick technique." Su Zhiqing nods. Senior Hong taught him the martial arts moves, but did not divulge the formulas. He recounts the encounter at Mount Hua with Hong Qigong, adding that it was thanks to Hong Qigong's assistance that Yanghua was able to escape from Ouyang Feng. "So that is how it is," Huang Rong exclaims, enlightened. She remarked that aside from herself, only Hong Qigong could master the dog-beating stick technique within the beggar's sect. Su Zhiqing nodded in agreement. Since Guaer had already learned the moves, it would be inappropriate to listen to the incantations any further. Huang Rong slightly inclined her head, affirming this. She then turned to look at Yanghua. "It's not that Auntie doesn't wish to teach you. It's simply that only the leader of the beggar's sect is permitted to learn the dog-beating stick technique." Yanghua felt an inexplicable discomfort upon hearing this. Yet he still nodded in understanding. "Sister-in-law, we shall take our leave now," Su Zhiqing stated decisively. He did not perceive any significance in Yanghua learning an additional technique like the dog-beating stick. He recalled that he should inquire about the complete version of the Nining manual from Guijing. The Nining manual is considered to belong to the Quanzhen sect, and Guijing had learned it from the old mischief maker. If he were to impart it to Su Zhiqing, it would be a return to its rightful owner, wouldn't it? Su Zhiqing was uncertain whether Guijing would be willing to teach, but he planned to ask when he had the opportunity. After bidding farewell to Huang Rong, Su Zhiqing departed with Yanghua and the others. Once they left, Su Zhiqing instructed Yanghua to take Lu Wushuang to have some fun while he sought out Guijing for a conversation. After a brief exploration, Su Zhiqing discovered that Guijing was entertaining guests, forcing him to return. He pondered that with the upcoming heroes' banquet, it would be wiser to wait until after the event to pose his question. 3 days swiftly passed, and on the 15th day of the 8th month, Su Zhiqing completed his morning practice and enjoyed breakfast brought by the servants of the Lu family. He then accompanied Zilongnu and others to the main hall. Outside the hall of the Lu residence, rows of tables were arranged, filled with numerous guests from the martial world, who had taken their seats under the guidance of the Lu family servants. Upon their arrival, Su Zhiqing and his companions were not surprised to see the hall bustling with people. After all, today was the day of the heroes' banquet, and the crowds had already been significant in the days leading up to the event. As Su Zhiqing and Zilongnu made their entrance, they immediately caught the attention of those outside the hall. Dressed in a Taoist robe, Su Zhiqing exuded an air of elegance, while beside him, Zilongnu, Cheng Jiao, Lu Wushuang, and Hong Lingbo all displayed their own remarkable poise. Yanghua, similarly clad in a Taoist robe, was equally handsome. The moment they appeared, the hall fell silent, followed by a flurry of whispers as people exchanged curious glances, wondering which sect these young talents hailed from. Many youths gazed longingly at Zilongnu and Lu Wushuang, their hearts filled with admiration. The couples of Lu Guining and Guijing also noticed Su Zhiqing's arrival. Guijing promptly approached. "Junior brother Su, you have arrived." "Senior brother Gua." Su Zhiqing responded with a warm smile, stepping forward. Guijing grasped Su Zhiqing's arm and introduced him to those nearby. "Allow me to introduce. This is Su Daolong, the esteemed disciple of the Quanzhen sect's Qingjing Sanren, and he is the foremost among us." As Guijing's words echoed, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, their eyes wide with surprise as they turned to Su Zhiqing. Some inquired of their elders why the reaction was so pronounced. Soon, an explanation emerged. The Quanzhen sect's disciples, belonging to the Zhi generation, were typically at least in their 30s, with many around 40 years of age. Yet, this Su Daolong appeared to be no more than 20. He is still just a young lad. How could someone so young assume the role of the chief of the Quanzhen sect? Upon hearing the murmurs of doubt from some individuals, Guijing was immediately inclined to defend Su Zhiqing. However, Su Zhiqing noticed this and gently restrained Guijing. Observing the calm and indifferent expression on Su Zhiqing's face, Guijing felt a renewed sense of admiration. Despite his youth, Su Zhiqing possessed a demeanor far superior to that of his elder brother. "Brother, let us refrain from such discussions," Su Zhiqing smiled, turning to greet the approaching couple, Lu Guining and Huang Rong. "Greetings, elder brother," elder sister, and sister-in-law. The three exchanged smiles. Guojing, taking the initiative, pulled Su Zhiqing to the chief seat. The chief position was centrally located, while the other seats were situated in obscure corners. Before guiding Su Zhiqing to his seat, Guojing introduced him to the two individuals at the table. One was Dian Song Yuan, and the other was Zhu Zizong. Upon hearing their names, Su Zhiqing courteously acknowledged them. Guojing then introduced Su Zhiqing to the two men, who also rose to show their respect. As they conversed, cannon fire echoed outside, signaling the arrival of distinguished guests. A servant approached Lu Guaniying and Cheng Yaojia to inform them, prompting both to apologize to Guojing and Su Zhiqing before stepping out to welcome the guests. The guests within the courtyard, curious about who warranted such an honor, soon saw Lu Guaniying and Cheng Yaojia returning with 4 Taoist priests. Leading the group was a slender priest with a white face, white hair, and white eyebrows, Wang Chui. Following closely was the rosy-faced, equally white-haired and white-browed Hao Datong. Behind them were 2 middle-aged priests, Zhao Zhijing on the left and Zhen Zhibing on the right. Upon sighting them, Su Zhiqing promptly rose to pay his respects, accompanied by Guojing and his wife, Guofu, as well as the rest of the party. Hao Datong patted Su Zhiqing on the shoulder before turning to Guojing and his wife, saying, "We, as brothers, received a heroic invitation from the leader Huang. In principle, we should all be present. However, my brother Ma has not been well lately, and Xiao and the others must remain behind to assist him in his recovery, making it impossible for them to join us." Huang Rong, hearing this, quickly replied, "You esteemed elders are too kind. Please, do take your seats." She gestured for Wang Chuyi and Ma Yu, while Guojing guided Zhen Zhibing and Zhao Zhijing to their places. Su Zhiqing and Xialongnu settled beside Hao Datong, while Yang Gua, Hong Lingbo, Lu Shuangshuang, and the younger Wu siblings took their seats among the younger generation. As various heroes arrived, the time for the banquet commenced. Su Zhiqing glanced around, observing that the hundreds of tables were filled with people engaged in lively conversation, creating a vibrant atmosphere. In fact, the banquet had begun the previous evening. Su Zhiqing, not particularly fond of such revelry, had, along with Xialongnu, graciously declined the invitation from Lu Guaniying and his wife. Choosing to attend only today, Guojing raised his glass to toast from the chief's seat. Soon, after 3 rounds of toasts, Huang Rong rose to welcome the various heroes and champions, naturally assuming her role as the leader of the world's largest gang. Su Zhiqing felt that it was primarily Guojing's reticence that led to this arrangement. During the feast, there was little discussion of weighty matters. Instead, the gathering was filled with merriment and indulgence. Before long, the banquet came to an end. Huang Rong rose once more to conclude the proceedings, mentioning that today marked the gathering of heroes, as well as the transition of leadership within their beggar clan. Following her words, Lu Youjiao stepped forward. Huang Rong proclaimed the clan's rules and entrusted the dog-defeating stick, a symbol of the leader's authority, to Lu Youjiao. At this moment, Su Zhiqing observed as the assembled disciples of the beggar clan spat upon Lu Youjiao, drenching him from head to toe with saliva. This spectacle caused Xialong and Cheng Jiayao to turn away in distaste. Before long, the transfer of power was complete. An elderly beggar stood up and proclaimed loudly, "The former leader, Hong, has declared that chaos will soon engulf the world. The Mongolian invaders are poised to invade the southern Song Dynasty, threatening to consume the realm. All disciples of our clan must remain loyal and righteous." Su Zhiqing understood that this was a message from Hong Qigong, urging unity against the common enemy. Although Hong Qigong was absent, his words resonated. Su Zhiqing pondered what Hong Qigong might be doing at that moment. Once the elder beggar finished speaking, the subsequent discussions pertained solely to the internal matters of the beggar clan, making it inappropriate for Su Zhiqing and his companions to linger. Thus they took their leave. As night fell, the Lu family estate was adorned with colorful lanterns, and candles were lit throughout the premises. Tables were set in the grand hall to host the arriving heroes. Su Zhiqing and Xialong, accompanied by Wang Shibua and Hao Shibua, took their seats early. Soon, Lu Youjiao stood to raise his cup, calling for unity and loyalty, urging the gathering to devise a brilliant strategy that would deter the Mongolian invaders from advancing southward. Su Zhiqing observed as the crowd responded enthusiastically, each man echoing sentiments of resolve to combat the Mongolian threat. Even with clarity in his heart, he felt the fervor of the passionate assembly stir within him. Beside him, Yang was face flushed with excitement, as he too raised his voice in agreement. Suddenly, someone suggested that, given their gathering, a leader was essential and proposed that they elect someone to guide them. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing's gaze shifted to the board displaying the fluctuating tasks, realizing he would undoubtedly be involved in this endeavor. Taking the initiative, he proclaimed, The Quanzhen sect nominates Zhiqing as the leader of the heroes. Some voiced their support, while others opposed. A suggestion for Hong Qigong garnered even more favor among the crowd, as his renown eclipsed that of Zhiqing. However, it was observed that Hong Qigong was not present, making it difficult to locate him even if news were to arise. Consequently, discussions of potential candidates began, with names such as Huang Rong, Zhiqing, Liu Youjiao, Lu Guining, and even the absent Ma Yu and Xiu Chuji being proposed. Su Zhiqing frowned at this. It seemed that a lack of fame hindered his chances for nomination. Despite his thick skin, he felt too embarrassed to suggest himself, silently wishing he could take on the mantle of the Martial Arts Alliance leader. Chapter 92. The Golden Wheel Dharma King disrupts within the Grand Hall. The assembled heroes engaged in a spirited debate, each championing their own preferred candidate. Each individual present was a formidable figure within the martial world. After much deliberation, no consensus emerged. Ultimately, it was the very first speaker who rose once more to propose a solution. It appears that our endless nominations yield no results. Let us agree that among those we have put forth, only Elder Hong possesses the capacity to bear the weight of leadership. We should appoint Elder Hong as our leader. No sooner had he spoken than another voice interjected. Elder Hong, of course, ought to assume the role of the alliance leader. However, his elusive nature makes it difficult for us to locate him in times of need. The initial speaker chuckled and replied, I have yet to finish my thought. If we elect Elder Hong as leader, we can simultaneously select a deputy leader. Whenever Elder Hong is away, the deputy leader shall take precedence. Does this sound agreeable? Upon hearing this, the assembly erupted in approval. Thus, a leader was chosen, alleviating concerns about the absence of guidance in their endeavors. In that case, they declared, aside from Elder Hong, let us select another leader. Voices rose once again, with names like Zhiqing and Xiu Chuji resurfacing. Su Zhiqing sighed inwardly, reflecting on the power of reputation. It was evident that without renown, he remained invisible. While he pondered this, Cheng Jiao stepped forward. My senior brother Su Zhiqing is also capable of leading. The unfamiliar name drew puzzled frowns, and all eyes turned to discover the source of the proclamation, a young girl. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Little girl, who is your senior brother? What skills does he possess to warrant our leadership? Cheng Jiao proclaimed proudly. My senior brother is undoubtedly formidable. However, before she could finish, Hao Datong interjected with a light reprimand. Jiao, do not cause confusion. Su Zhiqing is hardly fit for such a role. Turning to the assembly, he continued, what my disciple meant to say pertains to another member of our sect, her senior brother. I trust you will understand. Laughter filled the hall. Of course, we understand. It is only natural for a junior sister to support her senior brother. The gathered heroes regarded Cheng Jiao with affectionate smiles, recognizing her youthful innocence. She lacked the experience of traversing the martial world, having met only a few. Believing that aside from her master, only her senior brother possessed true prowess, she felt a swell of pride. Observing the crowd's reactions, Cheng Jiao sulked in her seat. Yanghua, why aren't you supporting me? Yanghua, hearing her plea, wore a wry smile. Master, I too wish for our master to become the leader. But his obscurity poses a challenge. Should we mention his name, aside from Uncle Gua and a few others, no one else would recognize him. They certainly would not select him. Cheng Jiao's frustration deepened. My senior brother simply prefers to remain low-key. If he were to traverse the martial world, he would undoubtedly earn his fame swiftly. Meanwhile, Su Zhiqing found amusement in the situation. His junior sister was indeed loyal, supporting him unconditionally. Among so many, she dared to advocate for him as a candidate for leadership. My junior sister is remarkable. When it comes to matters of importance, she truly steps up. He turned to glance at his junior sister, discovering her still sulking in the corner. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. He harbored no particular ambition regarding the position of the alliance leader. The Mongolian forces were set to assault Xiangyang City. If he were to ascend to the role of leader, he would inevitably have to share command with Zhiqing in Xiangyang, a fate he found undesirable. His intention was merely to participate sufficiently to earn proficiency rewards. As the foremost disciple of the Quanzhen sect, his future allegiance would remain with them. His presence at this gathering was a gesture of support from the Quanzhen sect for the heroic banquet. Beyond participation, he contemplated the possibility of confronting Huidu. The king of the Golden Wheel was also expected to appear, and he was prepared to engage in battle with him, hoping to accomplish this task as well. Deep down, he realized that single-handedly defeating the king of the Golden Wheel was likely unattainable. As Su Zhiqing pondered, the sound of a welcoming horn echoed from outside the courtyard, followed by the striking of a gong. The couple, Lu Guining and his wife, rose to their feet. Welcome, esteemed guests, they proclaimed. Moments later, Dozens of individuals materialized before them. Zhiqing scanned the crowd, recognizing only one person, the previously fleeing Prince Huidu now. The prince brandished a folding fan before his chest, presenting himself as a refined gentleman. Apart from the recognizable Huidu, among the throng were 5 rather unattractive figures. Their identities uncertain, servants, perhaps? At the center stood a slender, red-robed Tibetan monk with closed eyes. Zhiqing squinted to observe the monk more closely. His forehead was slightly indented, resembling a concave dish, a distinctive feature. A realization struck him. Besides Zhiqing, Wang Chuyi and Hao Datong also stood in sudden alertness upon recognizing the newcomers. "It is the king of the Golden Wheel," they exclaimed, their faces betraying their wariness. They were acutely aware of the formidable martial prowess possessed by the king of the Golden Wheel. Previously, their formation, the Big Dipper sword array, had failed to best him. Zhiqing, upon hearing his uncle's astonishment, validated his own suspicions. The monk with the sunken forehead must indeed be the king of the Golden Wheel. According to the usual narrative, another figure, Darba, should also be present among the crowd. Last time, he had been deceived by Huidu into ascending the mountain, only to meet his demise at Zhiqing's hand. Nearby, Guijing and Huang Rong had also spotted the king of the Golden Wheel. They exchanged glances and murmured to those in attendance. It is said that the martial arts of the Tibetan esoteric school, when cultivated to an extraordinary level, caused the crown of the head to sink slightly. The depth of this monk's forehead might indicate profound skill. As they spoke, confusion arose. Yet, we have not heard of anyone from Zhiqing possessing such prowess in the martial world. Observing their bewilderment, Hao Datong promptly interjected, "This man is the national teacher of Mongolia, adept in wielding a pair of golden wheels. The last time he visited, he effortlessly dismantled our Big Dipper sword array, leaving no trace behind." Wang Chuyi's expression was equally solemn. Brother Ma's poor health stems from his severe internal injuries sustained during the last battle with the king of the Golden Wheel. Upon hearing the warnings from Wang Chuyi and Hao Datong, Guijing and Huang Rong regarded the monk with utmost vigilance. They were well aware of the formidable nature of the Northern Dipper 7 Stars sword formation, which even the esteemed Huang Yaoshi had praised profusely. With this caution in mind, they accompanied the couple, Lu Guining and his wife, to greet the approaching figures. They positioned themselves at a safe distance before the Golden Wheel Dharma King. Guijing took a slight step forward, shielding Huang Rong and the Lu couple, while discreetly remaining alert to the movements of the Golden Wheel Dharma King and his companions. Bowing respectfully, "Esteemed guests from afar, please take a seat and enjoy a drink." Guijing's words were not imbued with hospitality, as he recognized the malevolent intent of the several dozen individuals before him. They were not allies, but adversaries, and thus he refrained from extending any welcoming sentiments. Knowing that the visitors intended to disrupt the gathering, he was not foolish enough to offer a warm reception. Lu Guining, perceiving the unusual circumstances, instructed the attendants to rearrange a table. Amidst their bustling, Huidu introduced the Golden Wheel Dharma King. "Master, allow me to present 2 renowned heroes from the Central Plains." He gestured towards Guijing. "This is the valiant Guijing, once the commander of the Mongolian Western Expedition's Right Army." Listening to Huidu's introduction, Zhiqing scrutinized the Golden Wheel Dharma King, who seemed indifferent, his eyes remaining closed. Just as he pondered this, he noticed the Golden Wheel Dharma King open his eyes wide, radiating brilliance when Huidu mentioned Guijing's title. After briefly surveying Guijing's face, he closed his eyes again. Huidu then introduced Huang Rong. "This is Madame Gua, the leader of the Beggars sect." However, the Golden Wheel Dharma King showed no reaction, his gaze unwavering, clearly dismissing Huang Rong. Observing this display, Zhiqing thought to himself that the monk was adept at feigning indifference. He recognized that despite the Golden Wheel Dharma King's formidable skills, they could not surpass those of Guijing. He anticipated the moment when the Golden Wheel Dharma King would be confronted. As Huidu concluded his introductions, he addressed the assembly of heroes. "This is my esteemed master, the ex-holy monk, the foremost protector of our great Mongol nation, universally revered as the Golden Wheel Dharma King." Huidu's words resonated with authority and a burgeoning pride. The series of titles he proclaimed carried significant weight. Upon hearing this, the heroes in the hall exchanged astonished glances. Zhiqing, seizing the moment, exclaimed, "While we gather here to deliberate on how to repel the Mongolian invaders, we now find Mongolians presenting themselves at our doorstep." With a swift motion, he drew his sword. "Shall we not offer these several dozen Mongolians as a blood sacrifice for our heroic feast?" His words ignited fervor among the assembly, which erupted in enthusiastic agreement. Their eyes ablaze with intent as they directed their gazes towards the Golden Wheel Dharma King and his companions. Su Zhiqing's aim was clear amidst the chaos. He intended to eliminate Huadu, seizing any opportunity to fulfill his task. Feeling the weight of numerous murderous stares, Huadu's heart trembled with apprehension. He turned to Guijing, pleading, "Guadaxia, is this how your esteemed assembly treats guests?" Guijing, upon hearing this, reflected that indeed, such treatment was unwarranted for visitors. Thus, with a gentle tone, he remarked, "Since you are esteemed guests who have traveled from afar, why not join me for a few drinks?" Upon hearing this, Huadu hastily ushered his revered master, King Yuan, and the others to the newly arranged seating. Su Zhiqing, witnessing this, internally lamented the missed opportunity. Had Guijing raised his voice at that moment, it was conceivable that they could have collectively confronted King Yuan. Resigned, he took his seat. Yet he noticed Huang Rong's gaze directed at him, filled with admiration. Huang Rong, being adaptable and resourceful, did not adhere to rigid conventions as Guijing did. Su Zhiqing nodded at Huang Rong, signaling to her to await a better opportunity. Huang Rong returned the gesture with an affirmative nod. With this understanding, Su Zhiqing calmly savored the dishes before him. There would surely be ample chances, and a leisurely approach was not unwelcome. Soon, after a few rounds of wine, Prince Huadu observed that the earlier tension had dissipated. Confident with his master by his side, he boldly stood up. With a flourish of his folding fan, he waved it gracefully before snapping it shut, then proclaimed in a clear voice, "Esteemed guests, we have come here to learn that many distinguished individuals are gathered, and even without an invitation, we are bold enough to join you. It is indeed rare to witness such a gathering of heroes, and I have heard that a leader for the martial arts community is to be elected. Is this true?" Su Zhiqing, seated among the guests, understood Huadu's intentions immediately. Yet, he chose not to intervene, opting instead to patiently await the situation to unfold to his advantage before making his move. Following Huadu's words, someone rose to respond. "We have already nominated Master Hong as the leader. Now we are to nominate a deputy leader." Huadu's expression shifted at this revelation. The leader had already been chosen. He then recalled that Hong Qigong was elusive, rarely seen. Contemplating this, he scoffed. To elect a leader, one must choose someone who can consistently lead. That Hong Qigong is as elusive as a dragon. Who can discern whether he is alive or dead? Even if he perished outside, no one would know. His statement struck a chord with many, yet upon hearing Huadu curse Hong Qigong's name, a wave of anger surged among them. They felt an overwhelming urge to confront Huadu. Seizing the moment, Huang Rong turned to Su Zhiqing, intending to signal him, but found him engrossed in a light-hearted conversation with Zilongnu. She repeatedly gestured, but Su Zhiqing remained oblivious, causing her to sigh in frustration. Why, at such a crucial moment, was her junior brother not attuned to the situation? What a splendid opportunity it was. Unbeknownst to her, Su Zhiqing had not intentionally ignored Huang Rong. He was merely trying to keep Zilongnu engaged, and thus had not noticed Huang Rong's cues. He found little interest in Huadu's discussions with the assembly, preferring to converse with Zilongnu. Amidst this, he heard Huadu continue. "Do you truly believe that Hong Qigong possesses superior skills and reputation? In my opinion, he pales in comparison to my master, King Yuan, in this world of martial arts. The leader, Xiao Wang, believes that except for my master, King Luan Fa Wang, no one else is worthy of the position." As Huadu declared this, he raised his voice once more. "If any of you are dissatisfied, let us engage in a contest." Fearing a collective uprising, he added loudly, "Should you all decide to converge upon us, we shall concede defeat without resistance." Upon hearing this, some among the crowd scornfully retorted, "Nonsense. Do you truly believe you are worthy of our collective wrath? Is there anyone among us who is not a master?" Huadu glanced at Guijing, who calmly assured, "Esteemed guests, you have traveled from afar. We shall not band together against you." The crowd responded in agreement to Guijing's words. Su Zhiqing felt puzzled. Why not simply eliminate them instead of engaging in all this chatter? He thought to himself, but noticed that both Wang Shibo and Hao Shibo remained silent. The Quanzhen sect has always relied on sword formations for combat. It is inconceivable that they would engage in a brawl. Seeing this, Huadu felt a sense of relief. As long as they would not be attacked collectively, his gaze swept across the assembly, and he proclaimed, "I have heard that Hong Qigong possesses the most formidable technique known as the dog-beating stick." As he spoke, he dramatically unfurled his fan and waved it before his chest. Xiao Wang expressed a desire to challenge this dog-beating stick technique. If he were to succeed, it would surely diminish the reputation of Hong Qigong's skill. Upon Huadu's declaration, the eyes of the crowd turned towards Huang Rong and Lu Youjiao, anticipating their response. Huang Rong's expression darkened. Being with child, she could not participate in the battle. Even if she were to enter the fray, her full strength could not be unleashed. Moreover, Lu Youjiao's understanding of the dog-beating stick technique was incomplete, making it unlikely for him to prevail against Huidu. As she contemplated this, Huidu mockingly called out, "What? Is there no one willing to step forward?" At this moment, Zhiqing rose. He understood that his wife could not engage in combat due to her condition and was aware of Lu Youjiao's limitations as well. Fixing his gaze upon Huidu, he declared, "Before you experience the dog-beating stick, why not first encounter the 18 dragon-subduing palms?" Huidu snorted in response. "Is the dog-beating stick not the treasured technique of the beggar's sect? Or do you think it would falter against Xiaowang?" His words ignited murmurs among the crowd. Lu Youjiao could no longer remain seated and stood, declaring, "Very well, let me experience the prowess of the young prince." Seeing Lu Youjiao's determination, Huang Rong sighed inwardly, urging him to attack swiftly and decisively, without delay. Lu Youjiao nodded in understanding. At this moment, Lu Guanying instructed the attendants to clear the central table, creating a space for the impending duel. Su Zhiqing observed intently. Although he knew Lu Youjiao could not match Huidu, he wished to gauge the level of Huidu's martial prowess. With keen eyes, he watched as Lu Youjiao, responding to Huang Rong's advice, took the initiative to strike first against Huidu. A swift strike landed upon Huidu's foot, causing him to stumble. A voice called out, declaring that the little dog had been hit, igniting a spark of fury in Huidu's eyes. Yet, he dared not risk an attack and opted for defense instead. Observing this, Lu Youjiao seized the opportunity to pursue, intent on swiftly overcoming Huidu. However, Huidu, now fully alert, rendered Lu Youjiao's every attempt futile. After witnessing several exchanges, Su Zhiqing discerned that Lu Youjiao's moves had begun to repeat, leading him to suspect that defeat was imminent for Lu Youjiao. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lu Youjiao lunged forward, sweeping a bamboo stick across Huidu's face. The force of the strike was excessive, providing Huidu with an opening. Infuriated and humiliated by the blow to his face, Huidu retaliated with a flurry of strikes. In a moment of haste, Lu Youjiao found himself disarmed as Huidu deftly seized the dog-beating stick. With a powerful kick, Huidu sent Lu Youjiao flying, leaving a fiery mark upon his own face. Enraged, he raised the bamboo stick, exclaiming, "Is this your treasured weapon?" He prepared to snap the stick in half. Yet, Huang Rong soared into action, and Huidu, startled, seized the chance to strike at her. Nevertheless, Huang Rong danced gracefully, bewildering Huidu with her light-footed maneuvers. Before he could brace himself, the stick was effortlessly wrested from his grasp. Su Zhiqing observed closely, noting that although Huang Rong's feigned attacks appeared formidable, they were mere illusions that had successfully deceived Huidu. Scanning the crowd, he noticed many faces reflecting astonishment at how the stick had returned to Huang Rong's possession. Huidu, too, recognized this and called out, "Leader Huang, I have returned the dog-beating stick to you. Why not allow me to experience your technique once more?" Upon hearing his words, many who had not perceived the truth genuinely believed that Huidu had indeed returned the stick to Huang Rong. Su Zhiqing, however, remained silent, aware that others shared his insight, yet chose not to speak, for voicing the truth would only serve to embarrass the uninformed. He patiently awaited the unfolding events, anticipating a predetermined outcome. Just as he expected things to proceed as anticipated, one of the 5 grotesque figures beside the King of the Golden Will suddenly called out, "Master, you have fought one battle. Why not let us take our turn? We still seek vengeance for our master." Huidu, upon hearing this, graciously stepped aside. One of the 5 grotesque figures then stepped forward, surveying the crowd before proclaiming, "That one is Su Zhiqing. You killed our master. Come forth and meet your demise." His words drew the attention of Guojing, Huang Rong, Guofu, and the others, all pondering when Su Zhiqing had slain the master of these individuals. Chapter 93 Yonghua. "Master, please wait a moment. Allow me to step forward." Within the hall of the Lu family estate, a grotesque figure with a massive sword on his back loomed, his hideous visage so distorted that it bore no resemblance to any human countenance. Even children would be terrified to tears upon sighting him. This ghastly creature bellowed for Su Zhiqing, demanding he step forth to meet his demise. Wang Qi Hao Datong, Guojing, and others cast their gazes upon Su Zhiqing. Hao Datong, perplexed, inquired, "Zhiqing, did you slay this man's master?" Su Zhiqing, equally bewildered, replied, "I do not even know this person. Could it be that among those I have slain, one was his master? Let me inquire." As he spoke, he observed the grotesque figure continuing its raucous taunts. Su Zhiqing rose and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "Who might you be, and who is your master? I am unaware of having slain your master at any time. If, perchance, your master did meet his end at my hands, I can only surmise he was either a villain or a debauched individual, and thus deserved his fate." The assembled heroes, upon hearing Su Zhiqing's bold declaration, exchanged glances filled with astonishment. Such audacious words. Was it truly justifiable that those who fell to him were deemed deserving of death? Among the crowd, someone murmured, Su Zhiqing. That name sounds familiar. Ah, he is the elder brother of that young girl. They recalled that during the earlier election of the martial arts leader, the young girl had stood forth to speak of her senior brother. Su Zhiqing was indeed that girl's elder brother. As they observed Su Zhiqing clad in his Taoist robe, it became evident to them that he was a disciple of the Quanzhen sect. They pondered, when had the Quanzhen sect produced such an extraordinary figure? To share a table with the likes of Wang Chui, Hao Datong, and Guijing signified his remarkable status. Intrigued, they focused their attention on Su Zhiqing, eager to uncover the source of his prowess. The grotesque figure, upon Su Zhiqing's rise, diverted his gaze towards him. After digesting Su Zhiqing's words, his repulsive face quivered with rage. So you are Su Zhiqing. Su Zhiqing nodded affirmatively. The crowd erupted in laughter at Su Zhiqing's response, finding this young Taoist to be quite entertaining, much like the spirited young girl. The grotesque figure, enraged by their mirth, drew forth the massive sword from his back, pointing it menacingly at Su Zhiqing. You killed my master, and today I shall avenge him. With that, he stepped out from beside King Luan Fa Wang and positioned himself in the center of the open space. Su Zhiqing chuckled lightly. My dear grotesque brother, could we perhaps delay this confrontation? The figure scoffed. What, are you afraid? Not at all. Su Zhiqing shook his head. It is simply that you have yet to disclose the identity of your master whom I supposedly killed. Please tell me who he is, so that I may facilitate your reunion. The grotesque figure, infuriated, retorted, You insolent brat, how dare you claim ignorance? My master was slain by your ambush. His name was Dalba. Upon hearing this, the assembled heroes furrowed their brows. Clearly, this was not a name of Central Plains origin. They turned their gazes to Su Zhiqing, contemplating whether this young Taoist had ventured into Mongolia. Your brother, Dalba? Su Zhiqing mused, recalling the name. Isn't Dalba the second disciple of the Golden Wheel Dharma King? It was precisely because Dalba met his demise that the Golden Wheel Dharma King engaged in a fierce confrontation with his master and others. So, Dalba had an apprentice as well? Su Zhiqing pondered for a moment, then recalled the identity of the grotesque figure before him, the 5 ghosts of the Tibetan border. In a conventional outcome, the 5 ghosts had been rendered incapacitated by Hong Qigong and Ouyang Feng. Now it appeared that his vitality was a consequence of having slain Dalba with a single sword strike. Realizing this, Su Zhiqing nodded towards the grotesque figure. I remember now. Your master was the one deceived by Huidu into attacking the Quanzhen sect, Dalba's disciple. Upon hearing these words, Huidu's expression shifted from astonishment to fury. You little Taoist, do not slander. That is my second senior brother. Su Zhiqing cast a sidelong glance at Huidu. You seem agitated. Upon hearing this, Huidu felt a tightening in his chest. Indeed, he was quite vexed. Su Zhiqing chose to disregard Huidu and focused his attention on the grotesque figure. You see, your master's death is not entirely my fault. It should rightfully be attributed to you, his third uncle. The grotesque figure remained perplexed, while the Golden Wheel Dharma King, standing beside Huidu, scoffed. What a sharp-tongued lad. As he spoke, the Dharma King's eyes narrowed, seemingly observing Su Zhiqing, though there was an air of indifference. He urged the grotesque figure. Choda, why hesitate? Eliminate him. Choda, the ugliest among the 5 ghosts, fixated his gaze on Su Zhiqing at the Golden Wheel Dharma King's command. Stop your prattling. You are the one who killed my master. Prepare to meet your end. The assembled heroes discerned that Su Zhiqing had managed to sow discord before the grotesque figure, even instilling doubt in his mind. They could not help but admire him. That young lady's senior brother is indeed extraordinary. His intellect is unmatched. Amidst the murmurs of admiration, Su Zhiqing boldly stepped forward. You foul Taoist, draw your sword. Su Zhiqing chuckled lightly and nodded. Forgive me, but it seems I am encountering someone eager to court death for the first time. I shall draw my sword and send you to reunite with your master. Just as he was about to unsheath his sword, a voice rang out. Master, wait. The crowd turned to see a young man stepping forward. Guijing exclaimed, Guor. Upon seeing his disciple approach, Su Zhiqing was puzzled. Guor, what brings you here? Master. Since you have slain his master, why not leave this disciple of his to me? Yangguo declared as he positioned himself beside Su Zhiqing. The crowd, witnessing Yangguo's stance, fell silent for a moment before erupting in applause. Su Zhiqing, observing Yangguo's boldness, wished to remind him that life and death rivalries are not mere contests. However, he realized that Yangguo's spirit was commendable and should be encouraged. With this thought, he refrained from further comments and patted Yangguo's shoulder. Very well. This grotesque figure is entrusted to you. With that, Su Zhiqing turned and returned to his previous position. Guojing's eyes reflected genuine concern. Su, do you believe Guo can handle this? Rest assured, Brother Guo, if Guo encounters danger, I shall not stand idly by. Guojing contemplated the presence of his companions, who could indeed provide protection. He nodded in agreement. Observing the situation, the siblings of Yangguo felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Why should Yangguo bask in the limelight while they remained idle? Should an opportunity arise, they were determined to demonstrate to the world that they were superior. The siblings voiced their sentiments, recalling their master's reminder that they were to compete with Yangguo in martial arts at the Heroes' Feast. However, it seemed that chance had slipped away from them. Their gaze fixated on Yangguo, as the crowd cheered for Yangguo. The grotesque figure of Cho seethed with rage. His slanted eyes were fixated on Yangguo. You've come to meet your demise, boy. Do not blame me for showing no mercy. Yangguo, upon hearing this ugly creature audaciously refer to himself as grandfather, couldn't help but chuckle. He retorted, with a visage as repugnant as yours, I doubt you've ever attracted a wife. How could you possibly hope to sire a striking young lad like me? Su Zhiqing and the assembled heroes erupted in laughter at Yangguo's sharp retort. Some among them remarked, this lad is indeed the disciple of that little Taoist priest. He has inherited the art of wit. Prepare to meet your end. Choda realized that in terms of verbal sparring, he was outmatched. He swiftly brandished his blade towards Yangguo. Yangguo, perceiving the heavy strike of the descending blade, recognized the tremendous force behind it and understood that he could not meet it head-on. He deftly drew his sword and angled it to deflect the blow, altering its trajectory while gracefully evading the attack. Choda was taken aback by Yangguo's effortless evasion. Yet, with ample combat experience, he quickly pivoted his wrist and aimed another strike at Yangguo. The knives of the hidden five ghosts were known for their thick backs and sharp edges, capable of inflicting severe harm regardless of where they landed. This change in attack posed a significant risk for Yangguo. The onlookers held their breath for the young man. However, Yangguo employed his lightness skill, leaning back to evade once more, simultaneously aiming his sword at Choda's wrist where he grasped the hilt. Su Zhiqing silently applauded Yangguo's swift maneuver, and Guojing and his companions wore expressions of admiration. In the blink of an eye, Yangguo transitioned from defense to offense. With the lightness of his sword and the agility of his movements, he swiftly shifted the tide of the battle. Choda's techniques, while powerful, lacked finesse, and in a one-on-one scenario, he found himself at a disadvantage against Yangguo. Seizing the momentum, Yangguo pressed his advantage. The crowd was filled with exhilaration, their spirits ignited. Previously, when Huadu had bested Lu Youjiao, they felt a sense of frustration, but they had not anticipated that this young man would restore their honor. Guojing, observing the unfolding drama, turned to Su Zhiqing and remarked, Junior brother Su, you have indeed fulfilled your promise. It is a blessing for Guo to have you as his companion. He refrained from disclosing that he had harbored a hint of skepticism when Su Zhiqing had first stepped forward. It was Su Zhiqing who took the initiative to step forward. He could hardly refuse to acknowledge Su Zhiqing's face, especially since he had witnessed Su Zhiqing's skills firsthand. Moreover, as Yangguo expressed his desire to take him as a master, he readily acquiesced. Reflecting on it now, he felt a sense of shame. Brother Guo, you flatter me. It is this lad's own diligence that has brought him to this point. In martial arts, a master merely opens the door. Ultimately, the path of cultivation relies on the individual. In Guojing's heart, he believed the role of a master to be of great significance. Listening to Su Shidi, he felt that Su Shidi was indeed correct, yet he also sensed discrepancies in certain aspects. Unable to pinpoint what was amiss, he could only nod and say, Su Shidi speaks wisely. Their conversation did not go unnoticed by the nearby Xiaowu, who exchanged glances. Their master had never praised them. They secretly resolved to perform admirably next time. Su Zhiqing and Guojing's words were directed towards Yangguo and Choda. At that moment, beads of sweat rolled down Choda's forehead, his taut nerves causing his breaths to come out in heavy gasps. He gazed at Yangguo, slippery as an eel, unable to catch him. Frustrated, he exclaimed, if you have the skill, don't hide. To which Yangguo taunted, when I strike, don't move. Choda was left momentarily speechless. The crowd erupted in laughter at Choda's predicament, with some jeering that if he couldn't even best a youth, he might as well return to drink milk for a few more years. In his fury, Choda exerted too much force with his knife, and Yangguo seized the opportunity. Just as he was poised to deliver a lethal strike to Choda, suddenly 4 figures sprang forth. 4 knives simultaneously slashed at Yangguo. If Yangguo were to kill Choda, he would perish as well. He had no choice but to evade. Upon closer inspection, Yangguo discovered that the newcomers were 4 equally unsightly individuals. What? Unable to defeat me, so you band together? His words incited the ire and embarrassment of the 5 brothers from the Tibetan border. "You little brat, we 5 brothers have always stood together, and we practice the same martial art. You cannot take advantage of one of us." The crowd, oblivious to their grievances, continued to jeer. Su Zhiqing observed the situation without haste to intervene. As long as his disciple was in no mortal danger, he remained calm. Guojing, however, felt compelled to act. Yet, given that Yang Guo had effectively lowered the hierarchy, both he and the Tibetan brothers were now on equal footing. To intervene would be to bully the weak. And seeing Su Zhiqing's composure, he settled back. Shamelessness knows no bounds. Guojing thought. Yang Guo could handle Choda, but facing 5 opponents left him feeling unsettled. "Brother Yang, I'm here to help." Lu Wushuang, noticing Yang Guo in distress, stepped forward to stand by his side. The crowd marveled at Lu Wushuang's bravery. Su Zhiqing admired her courage as well, not to mention Guojing and others. The Xiaowu, Guofu, and the others exchanged glances, then stepped forward. "Yang Guo, we are here to assist you." The 3 youths, 2 young women, stood resolutely before the 5 knives, unafraid. Among the crowd, they recognized the identities of these young individuals. Only the young girl Lu Wushuang at the foot of the slope was unfamiliar to them. Yang Guo felt a surge of warmth upon seeing Lu Wushuang, Xiao Wu, and Guofu by his side. In his past wanderings, he had always been the target of others' assaults, never having struck back or had anyone stand beside him. Now, at last, he had companions. Looking at the 5 fiends of the Tibetan border, he felt a newfound courage. Let the battle commence. Now it was fair. The crowd cheered in excitement. However, the 5 fiends remained undaunted, exchanging glances before launching their attack together. Kill. Xiao Wu and Do Wu, sensing the tension, charged forward first, followed closely by Yang Guo, Guofu, and Lu Wushuang. The ensuing melee enveloped the 10 combatants, prompting the onlookers to retreat, creating space for the fierce clash. The spectators were engrossed in the unfolding drama, curious about the outcome. Besides Su Zhiqing, the little dragon girl observed intently, whispering a warning. "Su Go, Wushuang, and the others may face defeat." Su Zhiqing nodded in acknowledgement, aware that chaos often ensues in such numbers, his focus unwavering for any unforeseen events. Guojing, Huangrong, Wang Chui, and the others, upon hearing the little dragon girl's words, exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of her reasoning but refraining from inquiry. As they continued to watch, a subtle anxiety took hold. They discerned that while the 5 fiends' swordplay lacked finesse, their unity was formidable. The 5 acted as one, their combined strength surpassing that of 5 ordinary individuals, akin to the formation of the 7-star sword array of the Quanzhen sect. As Huangrong, concerned yet flustered, urged Guojing to protect Guofu should she find herself in peril, the situation within the arena shifted dramatically. Do Wu and Xiao Wu, previously irked by Yang Guo's solitary bravado, recklessly pressed their attack to prove themselves. Their overzealousness was seized upon by the 5 fiends, leading to Xiao Wu facing danger first. In his haste to rescue his brother, Do Wu was struck in the back by one of the fiends. Witnessing his elder brother injured in the enemy's relentless assault, Xiao Wu countered with a defensive strike, employing the One-Yang finger to hit one of the attackers. The 5 fiends, united in purpose, retaliated against Do Wu upon seeing their comrade harmed. Guofu, Yang Guo, and Lu Wushuang rushed forth to shield the 2 Wu brothers. However, as they approached, the 4 fiends swiftly altered their tactics, turning their blades toward them. Aware of Lu Wushuang's precarious position, they focused their efforts to protect her. Yang Guo stepped forward but was kicked aside by 2 of the fiends. Just as Lu Wushuang and Guofu faced imminent peril, Guojing and Su Zhiqing, who had been monitoring the fray, sprang into action in unison. It was as if they had conspired. Su Zhiqing engaged the 2 fiends on the right, while Guojing confronted those on the left. The 4 fiends, caught off guard, were unable to mount a defense and were swiftly sent flying by their combined might. Once on solid ground, Guojing hurried to assess Do Wu's injuries, promptly applying pressure points to stabilize his condition, while Su Zhiqing tended to Yang Guo's wounds. In the presence of the king of the Golden Wheel, Hodo suddenly rose to his feet. "Guo, how dare you initiate a sneak attack?" Even the king of the Golden Wheel opened his eyes, directing his gaze towards Guojing. Feeling guilty, Guojing was at a loss for words. However, Su Zhiqing coldly interjected, "You agreed to a one-on-one duel. Why did you not speak up when they attacked as a group of 5? Moreover, the 5 clowns of the hidden border are seasoned fighters. Do they not feel any shame in ganging up on the younger generation?" Hodo realized he had encountered a formidable opponent in Su Zhiqing and chose not to engage further with him. Instead, he turned his attention to Huangrong. "Leader Huang, this match can only be deemed a loss for you," he asserted, Regardless of any other factors, a loss is a loss, and let the gathered heroes bear witness. The assembly fell silent. Huang Rong rose, scoffing lightly, echoing Su Zhiqing's sentiments. What does this match amount to? It was clearly Ugly's defeat at the hands of Yang Guo. Others quickly chimed in. Is your assertion truly fair? As she spoke, Su Zhiqing and Guijing had already returned with Yang Guo and the others. The assembly, reflecting on Huang Rong's words, began to realize, indeed, you were the ones who lost initially. You were the ones who resorted to trickery. Hodo, upon hearing this, huffed. If that is the case, let us consider this match a draw. Huang Rong, seeing the opportunity, agreed. Let it be a draw then. Just as they were conversing, the sound of celebratory cannon fire echoed from outside the courtyard. The assembly paused momentarily, directing their attention towards Lu Guanying and his wife. Lu Guanying, equally astonished, stepped forward. Everyone, please wait a moment and see who our esteemed guest is. As his words fell, 3 figures resembling Mongolians appeared at the forefront of the courtyard. The assembly, puzzled, exchanged glances. Who are these 3? While no one in Su Zhiqing's group recognized them, Hodo's expression shifted as he observed the newcomers, subsequently whispering to the King of the Golden Wheel. Upon hearing the whisper, the King of the Golden Wheel opened his eyes once more. Chapter 94. It turns out to be a pin once again. 3 Mongolians appeared. Su Zhiqing and Guijing exchanged glances, following the couple Lu Guanying to prevent any unforeseen incidents. May I inquire where you hail from and the purpose of your visit? Lu Guanying did not extend any welcoming remarks this time. The previous group of Mongolians had come to disrupt the gathering, and this new wave did not appear amiable either. His unwelcoming demeanor did not seem to incite anger among the 3 Mongolian figures before him. The leader chuckled and said, I have heard that a martial arts conference is being held here, gathering many masters from the Central Plains, and thus I came to witness it. His words were somewhat disjointed, revealing his lack of proficiency in the Chinese language. After stumbling through his introduction, he turned to his companion and spoke in Mongolian. Su Zhiqing and the others observed as a Mongolian man stepped forward after the leader finished speaking. He scanned the crowd and proclaimed, This is the first warrior of Mongolia, Naimashing. He has come to witness the prowess of your Central Plains martial arts experts. Upon hearing this, the assembled crowd glared at him in fury. Initially, they had assumed he was a Mongolian, but upon closer inspection, they realized he was merely donned in Mongolian attire. Fundamentally, he remained a Han Chinese. Undeterred by the hostile gazes surrounding him, he surveyed the assembly with a disdainful smile. Guijing and the others displayed no visible reaction to the name. Yet Su Zhiqing felt a sense of familiarity. After a moment of reflection, he recalled that Naimashing was indeed a formidable figure among the Mongolians, seemingly at odds with King Jinluan. Could this be the very individual? With this thought, Su Zhiqing regarded Naimashing with a hint of amusement. Guijing, meanwhile, observed the Han trader clad in Mongolian garb and felt a surge of indignation. How can you, a true Han, forsake your heritage and submit to the Mongolians? What a disgrace to your ancestors. Guijing, though not one to resort to insults, spoke with sincerity. Naimashing, however, misinterpreted his words as condemnation. What do you know, you brash fool? I am merely selecting a suitable purge. The southern song is doomed, and the future belongs to Great Mongolia. Guijing's expression faltered for a moment, before he declared resolutely, I, Guijing, may be a simpleton, but I understand loyalty, righteousness, and filial piety. Your surrender to the Mongolians marks you as disloyal, unjust, and unfilial. If you possess even a shred of conscience, shed that garb and return to your Han roots. With that, he fixed his gaze upon Naimashing. The latter scoffed at the notion of discarding his Mongolian attire, brushing off his sleeves as he said, How can you, mere frogs in a well, comprehend the greatness of Mongolia? Guijing, hearing this, saw no point in further discourse and turned his attention to King Jinluan. You persistently cause disturbances. What is your true intention? Su Zhiqing sighed inwardly. He cannot comprehend why Guijing would refrain from engaging in a brawl. Upon reflection, he realizes that if Guijing were to resort to such brutality over mere words, he would cease to be the man he is. There exists only one Guijing. Were he truly Guijing, upon hearing the mention of the great Mongol, he would rally the crowd, inciting them to rise against the aggressors and vanquish them without hesitation. However, a single individual would hardly suffice to defeat the formidable Nimoshing. Both the King of the Golden Wheel and Nimoshing are masters in their own right, far beyond the capabilities of the current him. As Su Zhiqing pondered these matters, Huidu interjected, Guidashia, our purpose here is to contend for the position of the Wulin Alliance leader. Do you lack skilled fighters? Are you afraid of us? Huidu's words ignited the ire of the assembled martial artists, who were incensed by his provocations. What nonsense. Our Central Plains martial artists are plentiful. A single spit from each of us could drown you. Another voice echoed in agreement. You, a mere Mongolian, dare to speak so brazenly. Zhiqing felt a silent sigh escape him. Was he perhaps too base? Always contemplating a collective effort to eliminate the king of the Golden Wheel? Why did none of the assembled heroes consider a united front against the Mongolians? What need was there to discuss honor? Zhiqing mused, glancing at Guijing. The issue must lie with him. Guijing currently dictated the proceedings, and the crowd undoubtedly looked to him for guidance. If Guijing did not advocate for battle, they would not take action. Guidu, upon hearing the scornful remarks, wore a cold smile. Is that so? Then I must inquire of the esteemed Huang Bangzhu's renowned dog-hitting stick technique. Why does she not dare step forward? His gaze fixated on Huang Rong. Just as Huang Rong prepared to move, Guofu, filled with indignation, unsheathed her sword and declared, "If you wish to test my mother's skills, you must first pass through me." Fuer, Guijing admonished his daughter, furrowing his brow. Return. Guidu, upon hearing Guijing's command, chuckled. I would like to see you through this trial, but alas, your father forbids it. He then turned to Huang Rong, stating, We are here to elect the Wulin Alliance leader. Should not the one with the highest martial prowess be deemed worthy of the position? Without waiting for Huang Rong's response, he continued, Among us, I doubt anyone can surpass my master. Upon hearing this, a voice in the crowd retorted coldly, What a farce! Whether it be Guidashia, Huang Bangzhu, or the Taoists of the Quanzhen sect, any one of them could likely bring your master to his knees. Wang Chuyi and Hao Datong, standing beside Huang Rong, exchanged glances, their expressions shifting uneasily. If it were anyone else, they might have stood a chance. Yet, the king of the Golden Wheel. They found themselves at a loss for words. Ha! This is simply hilarious. Hordu laughed heartily, fanning himself with his hand. As for Guidashia and Huang Bangzhu, I am unsure, but the Taoists from the Quanzhen sect. He turned to Wang Chuyi and Hao Datong with a challenging gaze. Uncertain of whether their injuries have healed, he spoke, his gaze sweeping across the perplexed assembly. You may not be aware, he continued, but my master ascended Mount Zhongnan alone last year to seek the martial arts of the Quanzhen sect. Can you guess the outcome? My master returned unscathed, while the 7 sons of Quanzhen bore wounds. Hodu's rhetoric was masterful. Although it was a stalemate, both sides had sustained injuries. Yet, from his lips, it sounded as though the king of the Golden Wheel had vanquished Quanzhen's disciples and departed gracefully. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes towards Wang Chuyi and Hao Datong. When they remained silent to refute his claims, an uproar ensued. They had never heard of such an event. Seeing this, Hoda's expression turned triumphant. Chief Huang, though your Central Plains martial arts are teeming with talent, we have come with only a few, some of whom are not even skilled in combat. How about we engage in 3 matches to determine superiority? If we emerge victorious, my master shall be the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. Do you dare to accept? Before Huang Rong could respond, a voice rang out from the crowd. What is there to fear? Zhiqing scanned the assembly, suspecting they were all pawns summoned by Hodu. With their demeanor, what could Huang Rong possibly say? If she refused, her own morale would surely plummet. Pressured, she had no choice but to acquiesce. I wonder which 3 of you will participate. Hodu waved his fan, a smile illuminating his face. Of course, it will be I, along with my master, and he turned to Nimo Xing, Senior Nimo. If you wish to experience the prowess of the Central Plains masters, why not join us in a match? Nimo Xing replied in halting Mandarin, Very well. A smile graced his lips as he stepped forward. I wonder which of you will grace me with a challenge first. Hodu gestured for Guijing and Zhiqing to step aside. Kindly make way for us to compete. Zhiqing, intent on chastising Hodu, was pulled away by Guijing, who nodded in agreement to the request. They indeed yielded space to Hodu. How audacious! Zhiqing and Guijing returned to Huang Rong's side. Guijing inquired, Shall I take on the first match? Huang Rong shook her head. Brother Jing, we must allocate our fighters wisely. The king of the Golden Wheel possesses formidable skills, unmatched by ordinary folk. And as for Nimo Xing, we cannot underestimate him. He claims to be Mongolia's mightiest warrior, which surely indicates his prowess is considerable. Zhiqing listened intently to Huang Rong's analysis, silently agreeing. We must ensure we secure victories in 2 matches to restore the honor of the Central Plains martial arts. They understood that this contest was not merely about who would lead the alliance, but rather an attempt to undermine the morale of the Central Plains martial artists. As Huang Rong pondered their strategy, Hodu called out to Guofu, Miss Fu, why have you not returned to your father? Do you truly wish to spar with me? Let us spar then. I fear you not. Guofu retorted, unable to bear the provocation, and charged forward with her sword drawn. As soon as she made her move, within just a few exchanges, that Huadu managed to snatch away her sword. Sister Fu, Wu Xiaowen exclaimed upon witnessing this, immediately leaping forward to confront Huadu. Huadu, upon seeing this, merely scoffed, unperturbed. He thought to himself that if he could not even best the 5 ugly men, then Wu Xiaowen posed no real threat. However, as the fight commenced, he quickly realized he had underestimated his opponent. The other's internal energy was formidable, and their skills were anything but mediocre. As Huadu faced the incoming sword attack, he pivoted to thrust at Guofu. Wu Xiaowen, in a moment of urgency, stepped in front of Guofu. Yet, in that fleeting instant of distraction, Huadu swiftly turned back, striking Wu Xiaowen's hand with his fan and sending the sword clattering to the ground. Just as he was about to press his advantage against Wu Xiaowen, he witnessed Wu Xiaowen, having lost his sword, now brandishing his fingers as if they were a blade. Upon seeing this, Huadu hesitated to continue. Miss Fu, I have experienced your techniques, and they are rather underwhelming, he remarked, casting a glance at Wu Xiaowen and adding mockingly, to be a hero saving a damsel in distress, one must possess adequate skill, wouldn't you agree? Wu Xiaowen, disregarding anything else, only cared for Guofu's safety. He kept a watchful eye on Huadu, reluctant to make another move. Without a weapon, he knew he was no match for Huadu. Guofu, Wu Xiaowen, return. Guojing called out, summoning the two back. Huang Rong turned to Huadu, young prince. This round does not count, does it? Huadu waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a playful exchange with the younger generation. Of course, it does not count. He then inquired, earlier, you were discussing who would participate in the first match. Have you reached a decision? Just as Huang Rong was about to respond that they had not, she suddenly asked, young prince, are you certain it will be you in the first match? That it won't change? Hearing this, Huadu put away his fan. Of course, it will be me, no changes. Huang Rong nodded in agreement. She continued her inquiry. And what about the second match? Who will step up? Just as Huadu was about to answer, he recalled something and regarded Huang Rong with a knowing smile. He had heard that her cunning surpassed her martial prowess, and her question hinted at some strategy. He chuckled and said, the first match will not actually be me, but rather it will be initiated by Elder and I. With that, Huadu turned to Nimo Xing, Elder and I. You expressed a desire to experience the martial arts of the Central Plains, did you not? If so, why not take the lead in the first match? Nimo Xing, in his halting Mandarin, replied, good. He then took his place beside Huadu, casting his gaze over Su Zhiqing, Guojing, and the others. Huadu noticed Huang Rong's expression shift, feeling a sense of triumph within. Indeed, Huang Rong had a scheme. He directed his attention back to her. I wonder who among you will take the lead in the first match. Su Zhiqing, hearing Huadu's words, glanced at Huang Rong, who had paled. He understood that she was contemplating a strategy akin to the Tianji horse racing method. Senior sister, the opponents are coming openly. Your thoughts can still be executed. Su Zhiqing's words served as a reminder to Huang Rong. Indeed, they could send their challengers after the other side had made their move. She could certainly step forward based on the circumstances. Yet, who truly knows the extent of Nimo Xing's martial prowess? Huang Rong found herself in a quandary. Madam, if there is no one else, allow me to take the lead. No, Jinggu, one cannot underestimate unfamiliar martial arts. Though your skills are commendable, facing an unknown style may lead to unforeseen disadvantages. Huang Rong cautioned, only to be met with Huadu's impatience. Have you all come to a decision? I suggest you concede. Huadu's insistence irked one among them. You barbarians, allow me to personally test this gentleman's skills. Su Zhiqing observed as Zhu Zilu stepped forward. Zhu Zilu clasped his hands toward Huang Rong, saying, Leader Huang, permit me to take the first match. Considering Zhu Zilu's abilities, having learned not only the one-yang finger from Master Yi Deng, but also the enigmatic weapon, the judge's pen, Huang Rong nodded. Brother Zhu, safety comes first. Zhu Zilu inclined his head slightly. Rest assured. He then confidently approached Nimo Xing. The judge's pen was a peculiar weapon, while Nimo Xing wielded a rare long whip. In a confrontation of such weapons, which would prevail? Both Zhu Zilu and Nimo Xing regarded one another's arms with utmost caution. Those who wielded such weapons were invariably skilled, even if not masters. They possessed formidable techniques. Their eyes met, and as Zhu Zilu was about to extend a courteous invitation, he was taken aback as Nimo Xing seized the opportunity. Lashing out with his whip, the onlookers erupted in indignation at such treachery. Unfazed, Zhu Zilu met the rapid strike with a deft maneuver, rotating the judge's pen and executing a series of precise points in the air. The stroke of his pen intercepted the whip's advance. Nimo Xing recoiled, only to strike again. Yet Zhu Zilu continued to twirl his pen gracefully in the air. Su Zhiqing observed. noting how Zhu Zilu's movements resembled the fluid elegance of calligraphy. He was aware of Zhu Zilu's background as a renowned calligrapher and top scholar, whose literary and martial talents were exceptional, seamlessly integrating his skills into a unique system that was difficult for others to replicate. Su Zhiqing watched as Zhu Zilu's strokes, sharp as silver hooks and iron blades, targeted Nimo Xing's vital points. Alas, the judge's pen was too short. While the whip's reach was extensive, each time Zhu Zilu aimed to strike, Nimo Xing would evade, widening the distance. Though Su Zhiqing was well-read, his understanding of calligraphy was superficial. The penmanship displayed by Zhu Zilu furrowed his brow. He believed that the most effective way to counter was to decipher Zhu Zilu's intent. However, lacking that knowledge, the only viable strategy was a swift offensive. Nimo Xing shared this sentiment, entirely oblivious to the script being inscribed by the Central Plains man, yet acutely aware that each stroke aimed directly at his vital points. A moment's inattention could result in his defeat, or worse. With unwavering focus, Nimo Xing wielded his whip with a sinister flair. What appeared to be merely a lengthy whip in the hands of Nimo Star seemed to possess a life of its own, resembling a sixth limb. Its agility surpassed even that of a fifth appendage. Su Zhiqing and others marveled at Zhu Zilu's martial prowess, equally astonished by Nimo Star's whip technique. As they observed, Nimo Star and Zhu Zilu had already exchanged hundreds of blows. Just as the onlookers pondered when a victor would emerge, Nimo Star suddenly swung his hand, causing the serpentine iron whip to unfurl and extend further. This transformation went unnoticed by all but a few spectators. Zhu Zilu, having believed he had become familiar with Nimo Star's serpentine iron whip, was unprepared for its unexpected lengthening. The whip struck with swiftness and ferocity, and before Zhu Zilu could defend himself, it pierced through his right arm. With a sharp tug, Nimo Star yanked the whip back, producing a sickening sound as he withdrew it, leaving a gruesome remnant of Zhu Zilu's flesh hanging from the whip's end. Yet, Nimo Star was not finished. He twirled the extracted whip and delivered another fierce blow to Zhu Zilu, sending him flying across the arena. In the heat of battle, such events transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving bystanders utterly unprepared to react. Brother Zhu, Huang Rong, and Guijing rushed to his side. Guijing, witnessing Zhu Zilu bleeding profusely, hastily applied pressure to his acupoints to staunch the flow of blood. Lu Guanying, upon seeing Zhu Zilu's grave injuries, wore a grave expression and instructed the attendants, "Take Brother Zhu to see a doctor." Meanwhile, on the other side, Huidu burst into laughter, approaching Nimo Star and patting him on the back, only to witness Nimo Star suddenly spit out blood. Huidu's countenance changed as he quickly supported Nimo Star, bewildered by the injury he had sustained. "Elder Nimo, are you all right?" Just as he spoke, he saw Nimo Star's neck tilt, and he collapsed. Huidu was taken aback. The two Mongolian men accompanying Nimo Star rushed forward. One examined him and, relieved, turned to Huidu, babbling rapidly before hoisting Nimo Star onto his back and departing. Huidu remained perplexed, as did the crowd, unable to comprehend the situation. However, Su Zhiqing, Wang Chuyi, Hao Datong, and Guijing grasped the reality of the moment. Noticing the confusion among others, Hao Datong quietly elucidated, "It was a pen." Chapter 95. My senior brother only made a slight move. The bystanders, oblivious to the unfolding events, were filled with confusion. Guijing offered an explanation. At the moment when the long whip of the Nimo Star pierced through Brother Zhu, the pen in Brother Zhu's hand unexpectedly flew out and struck the assailant's vital point. Upon hearing Guijing's elucidation, the crowd appeared contemplative, their gazes shifting to the center of the hall, where a pen lay abandoned on the ground. Just as they observed, a foot descended upon the pen. Su Zhiqing narrowed his eyes. It was that scoundrel Huidu. Huidu, with his foot on the pen, cast a derisive glance at Huang Rong and the others, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Is this the caliber of your Central Plains heroes? Even the weapons are forsaken?" Huidu's arrogance was palpable. "What are you so proud of? Isn't that Mongolian fellow also severely injured?" Huidu audaciously fabricated his response. He had urgent matters to attend to. "Hey, that Mongolian, are you blind or just foolish to think us blind?" Cheng Jiao had somehow made her way to Su Zhiqing's side, boldly retorting at Huidu. He was spitting blood, nearly on the brink of death. "And you claim he had urgent matters? How brazen of you." Her words resonated with the crowd, who erupted in cheers. They regarded Cheng Jiao with admiration. They relished her spirited remarks. "What do you know, child?" Huidu sneered. Cheng Jiao, often regarded as young by Su Zhiqing, loathed being called a child. "I may be young, but I discern right from wrong. My age does not hinder my ability to see your shamelessness in refusing to admit defeat. Who do you say has lost?" Huidu glared, his expression menacing. It was your side that was sent flying. Cheng Jiayao retorted defiantly. The one carried off like a dead dog was not from our side. Hodu, incensed, demanded, where did this wild girl come from? Who is your master? Upon hearing Hodu's words, Cheng Jiayao pouted in feigned distress and turned to Su Zhiqing. Senior brother, this villain is insulting me. Su Zhiqing, observing his sister's mock distress, played along. Let me teach him a lesson on your behalf. Cheng Jiayao beamed with delight at Su Zhiqing's words. She turned to Hodu and declared, that pretentious man dares to insult me. Do you believe my senior brother could merely make a slight move and shatter your vile head? Hodu laughed derisively. Little girl, do you think your brother could kill me? Who is he anyway? Cheng Jiayao was about to retort further when Su Zhiqing gently patted her head, silencing her. He stepped forward, gaining Hodu's attention. Recognition dawned upon Hodu. Aren't you the one who ambushed and killed my second brother? You are that wretched girl's senior brother? Hodu inquired, glancing at Su Zhiqing's age and dismissing him as formidable. He scoffed. Are you stepping forward now to represent the martial artists of the Central Plains for a second round? Su Zhiqing gazed calmly at Hodu and inquired, will you take the stage? Hodu let out a light scoff. If it were you, I would gladly step aside. Before Su Zhiqing could respond, the crowd erupted in protest. Young brother, do not heed his words. He is merely trying to provoke you. Indeed, let your master, Wang Daolong, or Hao Daolong take the stage instead. Do not fall for his tricks. It was only natural for the crowd to harbor doubts, as they were largely unfamiliar with Su Zhiqing, knowing him only through the mention of a young girl. They were hesitant to allow Su Zhiqing to compete on their behalf, especially in the second round. Seeing the crowd fervently dissuade Su Zhiqing, Hodu's smile grew increasingly sardonic. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Hearing this, Cheng Jiayao rushed towards the crowd, exclaiming, you must trust my senior brother. He is truly formidable. The crowd responded with benevolent laughter. Little girl, we understand that in your eyes, your senior brother is impressive, but this is a competition, not a jest. Indeed, a single misstep could be fatal. Moreover, this is about electing the leader. What business does a youth have in this? They continued, turning their attention back to Su Zhiqing, urging him to step down. Cheng Jiayao felt genuinely wronged upon hearing their words. Senior brother. Su Zhiqing nodded reassuringly at his junior sister, conveying that he understood. His gaze then swept across the crowd, seemingly ignoring their expressions, before turning to Huang Rong. Sister, allow me to compete in the second round. The crowd erupted once more, casting anxious glances at Huang Rong, urging her to consider the greater good. Uncertain of Su Zhiqing's martial prowess and swayed by the crowd's counsel, Huang Rong hesitated. Wang Chuyi and Hao Datong exchanged worried glances, recognizing the concern reflected in each other's eyes. They witnessed the crowd's attempts to dissuade Su Zhiqing, yet he remained resolute in his desire to enter the fray. Their worry intensified. Should Su Zhiqing prevail, all would be well, but if he were to falter, he would undoubtedly face the scorn of the martial world, possibly becoming a scapegoat. However, Su Zhiqing was their disciple, and since he was steadfast in his decision, they felt compelled to support him unwaveringly. Observing Huang Rong's indecision, Hao Datong boldly stated, Leader Huang, do not be misled by Su Zhiqing's youth. He is the foremost disciple of our Quanzhen sect. Moreover, his martial skills are on par with our 7 disciples. Huang Rong's faith wavered. Beside her, Guijing seemed to discern her thoughts and gently reminded her, Ronger, what Master Hao says holds truth. I have observed Su Shidi's martial arts, which are indeed profound and enigmatic. Having previously fought alongside Su Zhiqing, Guijing had gained insight into his remarkable abilities, recognizing that he ranked among the elite in the martial world. The combination of Hao Datong's assertions and Guijing's endorsement finally solidified Huang Rong's resolve. She rose to her feet, her gaze fixed upon Hodu. Given that our side has sustained injuries and yours has fallen unconscious, shall we consider it a draw? Hodu, unwilling to concede, retorted, but your side was the first to withdraw. He gestured towards Su Zhiqing with his fan, then swiftly altered his discourse. If he were to contest the second match, then the first should indeed be deemed a tie. Upon hearing this, Huang Rong nodded decisively. Excellent. The gathered crowd erupted in commotion, eager to persuade. Yet Huang Rong interjected, please do not fret. Let us await the outcome in silence. Faced with Huang's authority, the crowd fell silent, unable to refute her words. After expressing her sentiments, Huang Rong turned her attention to Su Zhiqing. Junior brother Su, I entrust everything to you. Su Zhiqing nodded in acknowledgement. He then shifted his focus back to Hodu. After you, he declared, unsheathing his sword with intention. Cheng Jiayao, witnessing this, turned to the approaching Hong Lingbo. My senior brother is serious now. Hong Lingbo, puzzled, queried, is there any other way to be? Indeed, If my senior brother had not drawn his sword, it would indicate that his opponent's skills were mediocre. His readiness to unsheath it signifies that he is irked. Cheng Jiao's explanation left Hong Lingbo bewildered and caused Zhao Zhiqing and Zhen Jibing, seated nearby, to pale. They recalled that Su Zhiqing had never drawn his sword when competing against them. Cheng Jiao was about to elaborate further when she saw Su Zhiqing, having drawn his sword, advance towards Hodu. He unleashed an attack that embodied the Taoist principle of transforming one into three. Hodu, momentarily dazzled, perceived as if three swords had emerged from the single blade before him. He stepped back and pivoted, attempting to evade. Su Zhiqing, expressionless, employed his agility to keep pace. Hodu's countenance shifted. He was compelled to bend low, executing the iron plank bridge to dodge the two swords descending from above, while simultaneously using his fan to deflect the thrust aimed at his lower body. Su Zhiqing had not anticipated Hodu's impressive core strength. With a flick of his wrist, the sword momentarily trembled, and the illusionary three swords reformed into a single blade. As Hodu straightened, he beheld Su Zhiqing wielding but one sword, questioning whether he had been ensnared in an illusion. Guijing, along with the adept members from the Pointing Tsang fishing retreat, recognized the technique as the Qianjin school's qi transforming into three purities, astonished by Su Zhiqing's adeptness. Guijing's remarks instilled pride in Wang Chuyi and Hao Datong, yet they maintained their composure, awaiting the outcome. Thank goodness, they murmured, their eyes fixed upon the arena. Su Zhiqing launched another onslaught, his sword thrusting and slashing, each strike aimed directly at Hodu's vital points. Hodu found himself in a precarious position. He had initially underestimated his opponent's youth and skill, but now he realized that he had to exert all his strength merely to keep pace. If this continued, he feared that he might soon face defeat. Su Zhiqing, however, refrained from unleashing his full potential, mindful of the concealed weapon within Hodu's fan. He contemplated not merely vanquishing Hodu, but rather eliminating him entirely. He sought to utilize Hodu's concealed weapons to eliminate him directly. Just as Su Zhiqing pondered this, Hodu, under his blade, suddenly rolled away, attempting to create distance. Su Zhiqing pressed forward relentlessly, seemingly offering Hodu no respite. After several exchanges, he cornered Hodu with unyielding intensity. The onlookers, witnessing this, began to believe in Su Zhiqing's impending victory, their faces lighting up with smiles. However, in that critical moment when Hodu found himself trapped, he deftly raised his fan to deflect Su Zhiqing's long sword. With a decisive flick, he activated a mechanism within the fan. A sharp click resonated, and in an instant, several hidden projectiles burst forth, hurtling towards Su Zhiqing. The crowd erupted in indignation, denouncing such treachery. Yet, Su Zhiqing's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of delight. This was precisely the moment he had awaited. Hodu, sensing the shift in Su Zhiqing's demeanor, attempted to comprehend the situation, only to witness Su Zhiqing swiftly ducking to evade the oncoming projectiles. In the chaos, a hapless bystander among the crowd fell silent as the projectiles struck him. Su Zhiqing caught a glimpse of this and silently offered his apologies, launching three long needles from his left hand towards Hodu. The speed of the needles left Hodu no chance to evade. In the blink of an eye, they pierced his throat, concerned that Hodu might still be alive. Su Zhiqing thrust his sword forward, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Daringly, a thunderous voice bellowed from a distance, and a golden wheel soared towards Su Zhiqing. Upon hearing the sound, he instinctively withdrew, sparing Hodu. The next moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Though he had no time to investigate, he surmised that Hodu had perished. Sword in hand, he turned his gaze towards the Golden Wheel King, his eyes aflame with combativeness. He had another mission, to defeat the Golden Wheel King single-handedly. Moreover, he coveted the Golden Wheel King's martial arts, believing it to be the most suitable for his skill enhancements. While others would toil for years to master this technique, for him, it represented an invaluable shortcut. The Golden Wheel King unleashed a golden wheel, and upon seeing Su Zhiqing retreat, he felt he had successfully saved his third disciple. After retrieving the returning wheel, he refrained from further action. 3 of the 5 ugly ones approached Hodu's collapsed form. Noticing the fallen figure of his master, he felt an unsettling realization wash over him. He discovered 3 gleaming silver needles embedded in Hodu's throat. A probe revealed that Hodu had indeed lost his life. In a fit of rage, he raised his head and shouted at Su Zhiqing, accusing him of murder. The crowd, taken aback by his words, exchanged bewildered glances. They had not observed Su Zhiqing launching any hidden weapons. Previously, they were puzzled as to how Hodu had fallen without Su Zhiqing's sword having made contact. Now, the implication of the ugly one suggested that Hodu was indeed dead. They exchanged glances, curiosity gleaming in their eyes, with some murmuring. How did this young man accomplish such a feat? They cared not for Hodu himself, but rather for how Su Zhiqing had brought about his demise. The words of the three scoundrels compelled the golden wheel Dharma king, who had been half-lidded in his gaze, to rise from his seat. Approaching Hodu, he discerned the silver needle embedded in his throat, and in that instant, the entirety of the situation unfurled before him. The golden wheel Dharma king's countenance darkened with fury as he turned to face Su Zhiqing. Despicable scoundrel. Su Zhiqing, overhearing the Dharma king's words, gestured towards Hodu's fan. I am not despicable. I merely returned his own tactics against him. Had he not employed hidden weapons, he would have perished beneath my sword, not by treachery. He cast a glance at the lifeless Hodu, expressing a hope that in his next life, this disciple might be reborn as a righteous warrior, rather than a cowardly assassin. Su Zhiqing's words elucidated to the gathered crowd that Hodu had indeed fallen victim to a concealed weapon. The golden wheel Dharma king fixated his gaze upon Su Zhiqing. You merely inflict injury. You are a murderer. Su Zhiqing retorted, Dharma king, ask yourself if you truly believe in your own words. The Dharma king scoffed, choosing not to dwell further on the matter. Let it be that skill was lacking. Su Zhiqing clasped his hands in salute, remarking, the Dharma king is magnanimous. He added with a light-hearted chuckle, in truth, your disciple leaves much to be desired. He is treacherous and cunning, someone you would likely disdain. Consider this a clearing of the path for you. Though Su Zhiqing spoke with levity, the golden wheel Dharma king's eyes grew noticeably cold. Regardless of his shortcomings, he remained my disciple, and whether I hold him in high regard is for me to decide, not you. The Dharma king's command of the Chinese language was commendable. Observing the Dharma king, who was visibly agitated, Su Zhiqing gripped his long sword, eager to gauge the Dharma king's martial prowess. The Dharma king seemed to sense this intent, tightening his grip on the golden wheel in response. Just as both were poised to engage, Guojing stepped forward. Junior brother. Su Zhiqing recognized that Guojing had discerned the brewing conflict. Brother. Su Zhiqing gazed into Guojing's eyes, softly stating, allow me to test the Dharma king's skills. Guojing shook his head, replying, you have already fought. Your strength is depleted. Let me face him this time. He turned to the golden wheel Dharma king. In the second bout, we emerged victorious. For this third round, allow me to experience the Dharma king's prowess. The golden wheel Dharma king nodded in agreement. Very well. Be cautious of his golden wheel. Su Zhiqing, realizing he could not test the Dharma king's abilities, offered a warning to Guojing before sheathing his sword and returning to his previous position. Brother. Cheng Jiayao beamed at her returning elder brother, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, she would have embraced him fervently. Hong Lingbo, standing beside her, leaned closer to whisper in her ear, are you satisfied? Your brother avenged you. Cheng Jiayao chuckled foolishly, remaining silent. Huang Rong raised her wine cup as she observed Su Zhiqing's return. Junior brother, congratulations on achieving fame in battle and returning victorious. The others also raised their cups to congratulate Su Zhiqing. Sister-in-law, esteemed heroes. Su Zhiqing observed these individuals. He took the cup but did not drink. Instead, he declared, let us drink together once Brother Guo secures victory in the next match. The others nodded in agreement. Excellent. Huang Rong, noticing Su Zhiqing set down his cup, followed suit. Then we shall wait for my husband to return before we drink together. Several pairs of eyes turned toward Guojing and the king of the golden wheel. Su Zhiqing then glanced at the little dragon maiden. Without uttering a word, he silently mouthed, am I impressive? The little dragon maiden shot him a sidelong glance, and after discreetly checking that no one was watching, she reciprocated with a silent affirmation, impressive. Su Zhiqing's face broke into a satisfied smile, while the little dragon maiden adopted a composed demeanor, exuding an ethereal quality. However, Cheng Jiayao noticed their exchange and felt a twinge of annoyance, her lips pouting slightly. Yet, recalling how her senior brother had defended her, her heart warmed. Perhaps he truly cared for her. With this thought, Cheng Jiayao couldn't help but smile secretly. Meanwhile, Han Lingbo observed Cheng Jiayao's pouting and laughter, feeling somewhat perplexed. On the other side, Guojing and the king of the golden wheel stood facing each other, their gazes locked in an intense stare. The atmosphere between them was charged, causing those around them to hold their breath in awe. Su Zhiqing cast a quick glance before reviewing the earlier system notification. The task of eliminating Huidu was complete, earning him a reward of 300 proficiency points. Su Zhiqing contemplated the value of Huidu's life, wondering why it seemed so insignificant. After all, Huidu held a relatively noble status. He was a Mongolian prince, the third disciple of the king of the golden wheel, and possessed commendable martial skills. Yet, his life was worth merely 300? Su Zhiqing silently scoffed, glancing at his total proficiency points, 60-57. Just as he finished assessing his points, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. He turned to see Zhiqing delivering a powerful palm strike, landing forcefully upon the wheel of the king of the golden wheel. Zhiqing's formidable strike, one that none dared to meet head-on, was met head-on by the king of the golden wheel. Chapter 96. The Little Dragon Girl. I have grasped your weakness. Zhiqing's 18 dragon-subduing palms, characterized by their utmost strength and ferocity, are beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to withstand. Even for a skilled practitioner, evasion is the primary strategy. The assembled heroes gazed in astonishment as the king of the golden wheel withstood Zhiqing's formidable attack. Zhiqing's attention was also focused on the arena, more precisely on the ground beneath the king of the golden wheel. The earth had sunk beneath him, the soil enveloping his feet. He marveled internally, pondering the immense force required for such a feat. The martial arts of the Quanzhen sect do not primarily rely on brute strength. Instead, they depend on internal energy, a form of inner strength. To describe it imprecisely, the damage inflicted by the Quanzhen techniques is of a penetrating nature. External martial arts, in contrast, emphasize solid, tangible power, where every strike is grounded in hardness. Observing Zhiqing's 18 dragon-subduing palms, Zhiqing contemplated that he would not be able to endure such force. However, he could certainly evade it. Imagining himself in that scenario, he continued to fixate on Zhiqing and the king of the golden wheel. The two were locked in a fierce struggle, each exerting their strength without yielding. Their combined power caused the golden wheel in the middle to creak ominously. Zhiqing understood that they were engaged in a contest of internal strength. As he pondered who would prevail, he noticed the king of the golden wheel's feet gradually sinking, perilously close to kneeling. The king gritted his teeth, the veins in his neck bulging. Zhiqing observed Zhiqing, whose complexion was similarly flushed, yet his entire body remained as steady as a mountain. The disparity between the two was evident. If this continued, the king of the golden wheel would undoubtedly be the one to falter. Just as this thought crossed Zhiqing's mind, the king of the golden wheel suddenly bellowed, and his golden will split into two. The wheel whirred as it flew out amidst their clashing forces. Zhiqing, possessing rich combat experience, recalled Zhiqing's warning to be wary of the golden wheel. In that fleeting moment when the wheel divided, instead of retreating, he advanced, delivering a powerful strike towards the king of the golden wheel's chest. The king, caught off guard by Zhiqing's steadiness in the face of change, hastily extended his hands to meet the attack. Boom! The collision of their palms unleashed a thunderous explosion. The king of the golden wheel harnessed Zhiqing's strength to propel himself upward, executing a somersault before retreating several paces, finally regaining his footing. In stark contrast, Zhiqing's palms remained firmly planted, his legs steadfast. Zhiqing watched, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in his eyes. The exchange between the two was devoid of superfluous flourishes, swiftly revealing the victor. He turned his gaze back to the king of the golden wheel, who stood in silence, seemingly unresponsive. Zhiqing speculated that the king must have sustained an injury from their earlier clash. His heart raced with excitement. This was an opportune moment. Just as this thought crystallized, he observed the king of the golden wheel gradually lowering his hands, seemingly regaining his composure. The king even directed his gaze towards Zhiqing. A chill ran down Zhiqing's spine. How perceptive this individual was. He had merely entertained a fleeting thought of taking advantage of the situation. Zhiqing does not perceive himself as a hero or a champion of this world. More accurately, he approaches his adversaries without any notions of benevolence or morality. He simply acts. His motivations are not driven by mere duty. At this juncture, retaining the words of the Golden Wheel Dharma King would serve as a significant blow to the Mongolian masters. Furthermore, it would facilitate his undertakings. The Golden Wheel Dharma King seems to have sensed Zhiqing's murderous intent. He glanced at Zhiqing and remarked, "In this encounter, you have triumphed. In future meetings, we shall determine our standings." With that, he turned away without hesitation, neglecting even the corpse of Huido. Ha! The Mongolian Tartars have recoiled. The assembled heroes erupted in cheers at this spectacle. Zhiqing, upon hearing this, turned his gaze toward Huang Rong. He contemplated suggesting to her to take advantage of this moment to eliminate the Golden Wheel Dharma King. However, Huang Rong also looked at him and quietly remarked, "Junior brother, it seems you harbored murderous intent towards the Golden Wheel Dharma King just now?" Zhiqing nodded, not concealing his thoughts. The Golden Wheel Dharma King is the national master of Mongolia and its foremost expert. If we allow him to remain here, it would undoubtedly be a significant setback for Mongolia. Regrettably, I cannot ascertain whether Brother Gua has inflicted heavy injuries upon him. He was uncertain whether the Golden Wheel Dharma King had sustained injuries or, more critically, severe injuries. If he had not been gravely wounded, they would be unable to detain him. Should the Golden Wheel Dharma King exhibit signs of serious injury, he would strike decisively to eliminate him first. Huang Rong agreed with Su Zhiqing's assessment and, upon hearing his words, formulated her own thoughts. "Junior brother, do you think we should pursue him?" She trailed off, making a gesture suggesting decapitation. There was no opportunity left. Su Zhiqing recalled the Golden Wheel Dharma King's alertness and surmised that he would likely escape. As the two conversed, Guojing approached, having regained his composure. "What are you discussing?" Su Zhiqing was about to respond when Huang Rong shot him a glance, then turned to Guojing with a smile, saying, "We were just discussing the selection of the alliance leader." Observing this, Su Zhiqing chose to remain silent. Guojing chuckled heartily and added, "In that case, I propose that junior brother Su take on the role of the alliance leader." While others might say such things out of modesty, Su Zhiqing knew Guojing's words were as sincere as solid iron weights. However, Huang Rong's expression shifted slightly, and her smile diminished. Su Zhiqing understood Guojing well. How could she not? Yet, given that Guojing had spoken, she felt it inappropriate to counter her husband's words. She directed the question to Su Zhiqing. "Junior brother, what do you think? Brother Guo is overly complimentary. What merit do I possess to assume the position of the martial arts alliance leader?" Su Zhiqing had previously contemplated the pros and cons of becoming the alliance leader. Aside from prestige, the role offered little advantage. Moreover, there was still Hong Qigong presiding over the position. "I believe Brother Guo would be the most suitable candidate for the alliance leader," he exclaimed. "Ah, brother." Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, Guojing even omitted the term junior disciple, opting instead for brother. "What manner of person are you? Am I not familiar with you?" he remarked, noticing the curiosity etched on the faces of the assembled heroes. He then raised his voice for all to hear. "Perhaps you are unaware, but Brother Su, or rather, Junior Brother Su, hails from the esteemed Quanzhen sect, the foremost martial arts school in the realm, and is its chief disciple. Just 2 years ago, he vanquished one of the leaders who had threatened to besiege Quanzhen, the notorious Darba, who was none other than the martial sibling of that Ho duo." The crowd, upon hearing this revelation, wore expressions tinged with embarrassment, recalling how they had previously shouted against allowing Su Zhiqing to ascend the stage. Cheng Jiayao, upon hearing Guojing's pronouncement, exclaimed, "Did I not tell you? I previously mentioned that my senior brother is formidable. Did you not believe me?" Ho duo certainly did not. And now look, he lies defeated upon the ground. "Junior sister." Su Zhiqing could tolerate the initial remarks, but was dismayed by the latter. Was she not inciting animosity against him? He hastily interjected, addressing the visibly displeased heroes. "I beg your pardon. It is merely that in my junior sister's eyes, I may appear somewhat accomplished." Guojing, a man of earnest nature, sighed and sincerely remarked to Su Zhiqing, "Brother, what my junior sister said is indeed true. Your martial prowess is exceptional. Why maintain such humility at this moment?" Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing found himself at a loss for words. Wang Chuyi, Hao Datong, and others observed the exchange, sharing knowing glances before bursting into laughter. While Guojing remained puzzled, Huang Rong, shaking her head in exasperation, leaned in to whisper a few words in his ear. Guojing quickly grasped the situation. "Brother, I did not mean it that way. No need for further elaboration. I understand." Su Zhiqing nodded vigorously, indicating that Guojing need not clarify. He then turned serious, stating, "Senior brother, I genuinely have no desire to assume the position of leader of the martial arts world." With that, he addressed the assembly. "Esteemed heroes, you have all witnessed Guo Daxia's martial prowess. His palms alone are unrivaled. Is he not worthy of this leadership position?" Those who had advocated for Guojing among the crowd responded enthusiastically, shouting, "Worthy." Su Zhiqing seized the moment, calling out to Guojing, "Worthy." His fervor inspired the crowd to echo in unison, "Worthy, worthy, worthy." Listening to the clamorous support, Su Zhiqing urged Guojing, "Senior brother, the position of leader is rightfully yours. Do not refuse any longer." He turned again to the crowd, raising his voice, "Guomengzhu." The assembly, entirely swept up in fervor, chanted, "Guomengzhu, Guomengzhu, Guomengzhu." After Su Zhiqing's impassioned exhortation and Huang Rong's encouragement from behind, Guojing finally relented and accepted the position of leader. The moment Guojing assumed his role, Su Zhiqing's mind was filled with the sound of a system notification. Casting a glance, he noted, participation in the leader election task completed, earning 500 proficiency points. The arrival of these proficiency points brought him far greater joy than merely attaining the leader's title. He glanced at his total proficiency points, 6557. One day, Earning 800 proficiency points made Su Zhiqing realize that completing tasks was indeed the swifter route to mastery. With dedication, rewards would surely follow. Contemplating the manner in which the tasks could be fulfilled, he glanced at the remaining assignments, and his fervent spirit was doused, as if splashed with cold water. The task of interring Lin Chaoying and Wang Chongyang together weighed heavily on him. Had he not joined the Quanzhen sect, he would have surely sought a means to unearth Wang Chongyang's grave. After entertaining such thoughts, he silently recited a prayer for Wang Chongyang, hoping he would not take offense. However, he felt it was not the right time for him to act. While Su Zhiqing pondered over the tasks, he had little desire to partake in the lively festivities around him. They had successfully repelled the Mongolian invaders and chosen a leader, creating an atmosphere of exuberance. Su Zhiqing yearned instead to find a quiet corner to enjoy a fine meal and, when the revelry concluded, returned to his quarters with Xiao Long and a few others. Yet, Guijing, brimming with enthusiasm, insisted on introducing him to renowned heroes at the other tables. Unable to refuse, Su Zhiqing wore a facade of a smile and raised his cup alongside Guijing in toasts. After several rounds, despite his profound internal strength, Su Zhiqing began to feel a slight dizziness. Guijing, more intoxicated than he, was flushed and reeked of alcohol, yet he clung to Su Zhiqing's hand stubbornly. As the banquet wore on into the night, guests began to disperse in small groups. Guijing, having consumed the most, collapsed inebriated. Su Zhiqing was not far behind. Eventually, he entrusted Guijing to Guofu and Xiao Wu. Once the three departed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Xiao Long stood beside him, reflecting on Guijing's genuine nature. Su Zhiqing nodded, feeling somewhat contemplative. Indeed, after expressing this thought, he and Xiao Long returned to the courtyard. Before them, their two Shirbois had already left, as had their junior sisters, Cheng Jiayao and Hong Lingbo. Xiao Long, disliking such gatherings, felt restless but chose to stay, concerned for Su Zhiqing's solitude. With the hero's departure, the hall grew noticeably quiet. Su Zhiqing, feeling unreserved, reached for Xiao Long's delicate hand. After a brief struggle, she glanced around and acquiesced to his touch. As he gently caressed her soft hand, he was filled with profound contentment. Longer, it is truly wonderful to have you by my side. Xiao Long remained silent. Su Zhiqing turned to her. I understand you are not fond of such occasions. Truth be told, I share your sentiment. Thank you for being here with me despite it all. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Long gradually nestled closer to him. You are my husband. Who else would accompany you if not I? When Su Zhiqing heard her refer to him as her husband, he lowered his head to inhale the fragrant scent of her presence. He then whispered, tomorrow, we shall return to the mountain. Once we arrive, we will hold our wedding and start a family. Upon hearing his initial words, Xiao Long felt a surge of joy, but the latter part left her blushing and flustered. She playfully thumped his chest. What nonsense are you speaking? Is that not the plan? I shall ignore you. The little dragon maiden expressed her desire to escape Su Zhiqing's embrace, yet he lowered his head and gently kissed her. Ignoring her struggles, he bent down and lifted her into his arms, making his way back to the courtyard and into the room. Throughout the night, the bed creaked incessantly, leaving one to wonder if it might crack under the strain. The following day, Su Zhiqing remained in bed, perhaps due to the indulgence of the previous evening's libations, which had left him somewhat exhilarated yet inadvertently strained his back. Upon awakening and feeling the soreness in his waist, he took his time to rise. He adjusted his position to ensure the little dragon maiden, who lay nestled against his chest, was more comfortable. Gazing down at her tightly shut eyes, he could not resist pinching her nose. To his surprise, she did not resist, but instead began to explore the bedding with her hands. Initially oblivious, Su Zhiqing gradually released her nose, conceding defeat. The little dragon maiden remained with her eyes closed, yet the subtle curve of her lips betrayed her satisfaction. Upon noticing her smile, Su Zhiqing murmured, still not letting go? The little dragon maiden slowly opened her eyes, looking up at him with a playful grin, as if to say, I have captured your weakness. Su Zhiqing scoffed lightly and slipped his hand beneath the covers, a mischievous smile adorning his face. If you dare to seize my weakness, I shall uncover yours. Not so. She retreated further into the covers. Su Zhiqing, undeterred, burrowed in after her. As the two engaged in playful antics beneath the sheets, a knock at the door interrupted them. Why is the door locked? Sister Long, senior brother, why have you locked the door? Hearing the voice, Su Zhiqing and the little dragon maiden instantly ceased their frolicking. Get up. Jia Yao is here. Su Zhiqing hastily grabbed his clothes from the bedside and dressed himself with urgency. Outside, Cheng Jiayao continued to knock. Su Zhiqing called out, Coming. Why are you up so early? What is the hurry? Once dressed, and noticing that the little dragon maiden was also nearly ready, He opened the door. As soon as he did, his younger sister darted into the room and then quickly out again, a look of disdain on her face. Brother, what have you done? The room smells awful now. This was the first time Zhiqing had faced such disdain from his sister. He quickly stepped out, closing the door behind him. What do you know, you child? Cheng Jiao pouted. Brother, I'm 16. I am not a child anymore. The girls in the village below are already married. Zhiqing pinched his sister's ear. Are you listening to your brother or looking at others? If I say you're a child, then you are. Brother, that hurts. Cheng Jiao exclaimed, wailing in feigned agony. Zhiqing regarded his dramatic sister, merely pinching her without any real force. If anyone were to witness this, they might truly believe he was bullying her. As he pondered this, his gaze fell upon several figures standing outside the courtyard. Noticing Zhiqing's glance, they hesitated, caught between entering and remaining outside. As Zhiqing observed that his junior sister remained oblivious to the presence of others, he cleared his throat softly, releasing her hand before approaching the group. Brother Gua, sister-in-law, Brother Lu, Sister Cheng. Upon hearing this address, Cheng Jiao suddenly realized there were outsiders present. Though typically audacious, she felt a flush of embarrassment. Nevertheless, she stepped closer to Zhiqing and greeted the others. After her salutation, her inherent shyness compelled her to retreat into Zhiqing's side. Among the four, only Guojing was puzzled by Cheng Jiao's demeanor, while Huang Rong, Lu Guanying, and Cheng Yaozhao exchanged knowing smiles. Guojing, though bewildered, joined in their laughter. Brother Gua, what brings you here so early? Zhiqing inquired, perplexed as to why they had arrived before breakfast. Noticing Zhiqing's confusion, Guojing explained, Brother Su, the situation is as follows. My sister-in-law is with child, and we thought it prudent to return early. We came to bid you farewell. Zhiqing's understanding dawned. I see now. Guojing nodded. Aside from bidding farewell, there is also the matter of the duel between Da Wu and Xiao Wu. We had planned for them to compete during the hero banquet, but alas, a group of Mongolian ruffians disrupted our plans. Now both Da Wu and Xiao Wu are injured. What do you think about the duel, Brother Su? Hearing this, Zhiqing chuckled. Brother Gua, did they not already compete yesterday? Their contest need not culminate in a definitive victory. After all, the 5 ugly men were their rivals. Guojing's eyes brightened upon hearing Zhiqing's words. He smacked his forehead. Brother Su is right. They have indeed competed. Turning to his wife Huang Rong and Lu Guanying, Guojing instructed, Ronger, please return and have Fuer and the others tidy up. I wish to converse further with Brother Su. Huang Rong, understanding her husband's intentions, nodded in agreement without pressing for details. She and Zhiqing, along with Cheng Jiao, exchanged cheerful farewells before summoning Lu Guanying to head back. Once they had departed, Zhiqing turned his attention to Guojing. Brother Gua, do you have something to discuss? Guojing remained silent for a moment before producing a parcel from his robe and handing it to Zhiqing. Brother Su, take this. Zhiqing accepted it, albeit perplexed. As he began to unwrap it, Guojing interjected, do not open it just yet. Take your time to examine it later. Also, please keep this matter confidential. After reiterating his caution, Guojing conveyed that the Mongolian advance would undoubtedly bring devastation. With that, he turned and departed. Chapter 97, Zhou Batong, Little Brother. May I borrow your young wife for a while? Once Guojing had departed, Cheng Jiao stepped out of the room. Curiosity piqued as she gazed in the direction of his exit. Senior brother, what did Senior brother say? Zhiqing, equally focused on Guojing's retreating figure, reflected on his earlier words. Guojing genuinely harbored concerns regarding the Mongolian invasion of the southern Song, fearing the dire consequences it would bring upon the innocent populace. Despite being merely a martial artist, he was burdened by the plight of his countrymen. In Zhiqing's mind, martial practitioners were typically fixated on the pursuit of fame, engaging in relentless duels for titles such as the #1 in the world. Figures like Ouyang Feng, Hong Qigong, and the Southern Emperor were driven by such ambitions. Yet, Guojing was different. From the very beginning, coerced into martial training, he had never sought to compete with others. Upon attaining mastery, his focus shifted towards serving the people and the nation, rather than chasing the hollow accolade of being the best. Zhiqing remained uncertain about Guojing's attitude towards fame, but he recognized the sincerity of his concern for the common folk. Senior brother even gifted you something. Cheng Jiao suddenly noticed the dark package in Zhiqing's hands. In the past, she would have eagerly reached for it, yet she restrained her impulse, curious yet cautious. Senior brother, what did Senior brother give you? I have no idea. Then why not open it and see? Seeing the curiosity sparkling in his junior sister's eyes, Zhiqing decided to hand the package over to her. To him, she was never a stranger. You open it. Zhiqing's insistence made Cheng Jiao hesitate. Senior brother, that would be inappropriate. It is a gift meant for you. Enough chatter. Su Zhiqing interjected, thrusting the package into her arms. Just indulge your curiosity and take a look. With a playful giggle, Chang Jiayao exclaimed, "All right, let me help you open it." She eagerly began to unfasten the package. Upon revealing its contents, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Senior brother, it's a book. I never expected this rough and tumble senior brother would give you a book." Initially, Su Zhiqing paid little heed to her words, but his expression shifted dramatically upon glimpsing the title of the book, The Legacy of Wu Mu. Cheng Jiayao, noticing something else inside, picked it up to reveal a letter. "Senior brother, there's also a letter." She handed the letter to Su Zhiqing. Taking the letter, Su Zhiqing instructed his junior sister to wrap the legacy of Wu Mu back up. He then opened the letter to read. After finishing, his expression grew complex. He had considered requesting the precious legacy of Wu Mu from Guojing before, but upon reflection, he deemed it inappropriate. After all, such a valuable item was unique to Guojing, and the Mongolians surely coveted it. Weighing various factors, he ultimately chose not to ask Guojing for it. In the end, he merely extended an invitation to Guojing, hoping that if the latter had the time, he would come to the Quanzhen sect to assist in training the troops. Little did he anticipate that before departing, Guojing would entrust him with the Wu Mu secret manual. In the correspondence, Guojing emphasized the significance of this tome, cautioning him to keep its existence concealed from others, especially to prevent it from falling into the hands of the Mongols. Furthermore, Guojing expressed his hope that if he truly wished to train the troops, he would quietly cultivate a capable force. He aspired that one day, Su Zhiqing would possess the ability to aid the Song Dynasty in repelling the Mongol invaders. Besides these sentiments, the letter contained some of Guojing's insights on military training. Having led troops into battle himself, Guojing's understanding vastly surpassed that of Su Zhiqing, who had yet to encounter the rigors of warfare. Su Zhiqing carefully folded the letter and placed it back into his bundle alongside the Wu Mu secret manual. "Junior sister, consider this book as if you have never seen it." Su Zhiqing expressed a genuine concern that his junior sister might inadvertently disclose the contents of the manual. Cheng Jiayao, perceiving the gravity in her senior brother's tone, though she had not perused the book, understood its importance to him. Will elder sister Long not be informed either? She would hardly find this book interesting. Su Zhiqing remarked casually. Cheng Jiayao nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, I shall tell no one." Just as she finished speaking, elder sister Long emerged from her room, prompting her to instinctively hide the bundle behind her. Upon noticing his junior sister's subtle gesture, Su Zhiqing smiled internally but chose not to expose her. "Long, are you ready?" "Yes." "Then please wait for me and junior sister while I freshen up." He rose to wash, but before he could, Guojing approached. Prior to breakfast, he always took a moment to freshen up. Once he was done, he noticed not only the little dragon girl and his junior sister in the courtyard, but also Hong Lingbo and Lu Shuang, who had also risen. Yang Guo appeared somewhat pale, clearly still recovering from the injuries sustained the previous day. Su Zhiqing observed this and frowned, admonishing, "If you are injured, you must rest well. Only by nurturing your body can you avoid lingering ailments." Generally, martial artists maintain robust physical fitness when not engaged in combat with others. However, many practitioners in the martial world appear strong on the surface, possessing formidable skills, yet they harbor numerous hidden injuries. Su Zhiqing instructed Lu Shuang to assist Yang Guo in resting. At that moment, a steward approached, inquiring whether they wished for breakfast to be served immediately. After Su Zhiqing consented, dozens of stewards arrived with the meal. He directed Hong Lingbo to serve portions for Yang Guo and Lu Shuang before they finally began to eat. After the meal, Su Zhiqing felt a growing desire to depart. He intended to bid farewell to his senior brothers, Lu Guaning and Cheng Yaojia, while also inquiring with Master Wang and Master Hao whether they would journey together or separately. As he prepared to leave the courtyard, Cheng Jiayao expressed her desire to accompany him. "Brother, my little darlings have not yet been let out for fresh air today. Shall we go together?" "Very well." Seeing this, Cheng Jiayao set aside her bundle and handed it to the little dragon girl. "Sister Long, this is a precious item belonging to my senior brother. Please take good care of it." Little dragon maiden received it with a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Noticing that Cheng Jiayao had not disclosed the nature of this valuable item, she refrained from inquiring further. Her curiosity was quite subdued, far less than that of Cheng Jiayao. Had Cheng Jiayao not mentioned that the package belonged to Su Zhiqing, she likely would not have harbored even a hint of curiosity. "Very well." She nodded in agreement. Su Zhiqing acknowledged Little Dragon Maiden with a nod and led his junior sister outside the courtyard to let the jade bees stretch their wings. Previously, when the two walked through the Lu family manor, the heroes they encountered would scarcely glance in their direction. However, today was markedly different. Those departing heroes warmly greeted them and earnestly invited them to visit whenever they had the chance. Su Zhiqing responded with a polite smile, expressing his gratitude, and reiterated that they would see each other in Xiangyang. This heroic banquet was organized to rally support against the Mongolian forces besieging Xiangyang. Quanzhen had summoned these individuals to aid in the defense of Xiangyang. Apart from a few who had other commitments, most departed Liu family manor directly for Xiangyang. Cheng Jiayao was elated by her senior brother's newfound fame. Each time someone approached to greet them, she transformed from her previous demeanor, standing obediently by Su Zhiqing without interjecting a word. This behavior garnered admiration from the assembled heroes. As the pair exited the manor and traversed the town, they arrived at a blossoming locale. Here, Cheng Jiayao released the jade bees. As she played her flute, the jade bees, as if responding to a command, circled around Su Zhiqing and her before darting toward the flower bushes. Su Zhiqing gazed silently at this scene, recognizing that his junior sister's abilities were indeed extraordinary. If these jade bees were deployed before a great battle, wouldn't it be effortless to gather intelligence on the enemy? They served as the finest scouts, and potentially the most formidable assassins. These jade bees were not easily countered by even the most skilled martial artists, let alone ordinary soldiers. As Su Zhiqing pondered these thoughts, a figure suddenly appeared beside them. He instinctively struck out, assuming it to be an enemy ambush. Yet, the newcomer appeared unfazed, effortlessly deflecting Su Zhiqing's strike with a casual gesture. Not only that, but with a swift motion, Su Zhiqing found himself involuntarily pushed back. Regaining his footing, he turned serious, scrutinizing the newcomer, a venerable elder with white hair and beard, his face aglow with vitality and adorned with a playful smile. Su Zhiqing did not recognize this elder. With a respectful bow, he inquired, "Might I ask which esteemed personage you are and the purpose of your visit?" Upon finishing his question, he noticed that the elder's gaze was not on him, but rather fixated on the fluttering jade bees. Nevertheless, the elder replied, "Others call me the old mischief maker." As he spoke, his eyes sparkled with delight as they followed the jade bees' flight, particularly as he observed the jade bees flitting about under Cheng Jiayao's control. Darting to the east and then to the west, he could barely contain his delight, prancing on the spot like a child. How amusing! An old rascal? Su Zhiqing was taken aback upon hearing the self-designation of old rascal. How could such a character be found in this place? He pondered. Yet his gaze was drawn to the peculiar demeanor of the old rascal. Su Zhiqing clasped his hands together, exclaiming, "So it is my esteemed senior uncle." Upon uttering this phrase, the smile vanished from the old rascal's face. He turned to scrutinize Su Zhiqing closely, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Su Zhiqing's attire. Little cow nose? Su Zhiqing could only shake his head in resignation, affirming the title. The old rascal, being a member of the Quanzhen sect himself, referred to him as Little Cow Nose. He paid no mind to this appellation, allowing the old rascal his whims. How did my esteemed senior uncle come to be here? Su Zhiqing thought it better not to inquire, but once he did, Zhou Batong spun around in place, neglecting to answer his question and instead posed one of his own. "Ah, right. You almost made me forget. This place is Liu family village, is it not?" Su Zhiqing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Is Quanzhen here in the village?" "Alas, my esteemed senior uncle, you have arrived at an inopportune moment. Brother Gua has just departed." "Ah, my brother has left." Zhou Batong scratched his face in bewilderment. "Why did he leave?" "He sent me a letter, inviting me to some heroes' conference." Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing understood, evidently. Quanzhen had extended an invitation to Zhou Batong as well. "Esteemed senior uncle, you have arrived too late. The heroes' conference took place yesterday and has already concluded." "I see. I understand now," Zhou Batong remarked, turning his attention once more to the jade bees. "Is this young lady your little wife?" He posed the question before retracting it, muttering to himself, No, you are bound by too many strictures. It would be utterly intolerable for you to have a little wife." Su Zhiqing found himself struggling to follow the old rascal's train of thought. "Esteemed senior uncle, why should I not have a little wife?" The old rascal paused, then turned to Su Zhiqing once more. "Young brother, you have revealed your secret. You are not truly Little Cow Nose. Tell me, did you pilfer the Quanzhen attire you wear?" Su Zhiqing was left utterly perplexed by the old rascal's inquiries. Seeing the bewilderment on Su Zhiqing's face, the old rascal waved his hand dismissively. "You are quite foolish. The rules of the Quanzhen sect are far too tedious. How could they possibly allow Little Cow Nose to marry?" Su Zhiqing suddenly comprehended. "Let us not dwell on that, young brother. Might you allow your little wife to entertain me for a while?" "Huh, that is to say, that one." The old rascal pointed at the buzzing jade bees. "I am not attempting to take your little wife. I merely wish to play with that buzzing creature. If you permit me this indulgence." I shall feign ignorance of your identity and remain silent." Before Su Zhiqing could respond, the old rascal waved his hand again. Never mind, never mind. It is evident you are just like my brother Gua, unable to be the master of your little wife." With that, the old rascal disregarded Su Zhiqing, bounding over to Cheng Jiao's side. "Little daughter-in-law, huffed, young girl, may I borrow your flute for a moment?" The old rascal's gaze fixated on Cheng Jiao's flute. Earlier, he had clearly seen her using this flute to control those jade bees. Cheng Jiao felt a twinge of unease as the old man approached. Seeing this, Su Zhiqing quickly called out to his junior sister, "Junior sister, this is our esteemed Uncle Master Zhou." Upon hearing her senior brother's words, Cheng Jiao's eyes lit up as she regarded the old rascal before her. Initially, she had dismissed his playful moniker, but now, realizing there was no malice in his demeanor and witnessing the light-hearted exchange with her brother, she began to understand. This was indeed the old rascal from the tales her brother had shared. She had heard of his exploits and knew of the esteemed figure, yet she was curious about him. Her inquisitive gaze made the old rascal feel slightly uncomfortable, as if she could see right through him. He instinctively took a step back. Thinking that the old rascal was about to leave, Cheng Jiao hurriedly produced her flute. "Uncle Master, here is the flute." Upon hearing Cheng Jiao's offer, the old rascal eagerly approached, stretching out his hand to grasp the flute. Once he had it, he paid no further attention to Cheng Jiao and took a few steps towards the jade bees, raising the flute to his lips. After a few melodious notes, the jade bees, still hovering amidst the blossoms, remained unperturbed. This puzzled the old rascal. He glanced at Cheng Jiao, then turned back to the bees and moved closer, playing the flute once more. Yet, the jade bees remained as still as before. Unyielding, the old rascal ventured into the flower patch, positioning himself near the jade bees and playing the flute again. Cheng Jiao, witnessing this spectacle, wished to speak, but found herself too late. The old rascal's intrusion into the floral haven disrupted the jade bees, causing them to buzz and take flight. Seeing this, the old rascal beamed with delight. Mistakenly believing his music had tamed the buzzing creatures, he played even more fervently. However, as he did so, the jade bees, perceiving him as an unwelcome visitor, began to swarm towards him. Startled by their approach, the old rascal wasted no time in fleeing, still blowing on the flute as he ran. With the jade bees hot on his heels, he frantically played the flute, covering his head and vanishing from sight in an instant. Su Zhiqing stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, while Cheng Jiao burst into uncontrollable laughter. After the jade bees failed to locate their target, they returned to their previous perches. Once her laughter subsided, Cheng Jiao suddenly remembered. "Brother, he took my flute." Su Zhiqing hesitated, glancing in the direction of the old rascal, uncertain. He should return, right? They waited for a while, but soon realized that the old rascal had completely vanished from sight. The duo soon confirmed that the old rogue had indeed fled with his flute. "Let him run then," Cheng Jiao declared, turning to her senior brother and inquiring, "Do you suppose he might encounter bees or wasps and start playing his flute?" Su Zhiqing pondered the old man's rather eccentric demeanor, hoping fervently that such a scenario would not unfold. As they spoke, after releasing enough jade bees, Cheng Jiao pursed her lips and blew, producing a sound that summoned the jade bees back into her gourd, one by one. "Senior brother, let us return." Su Zhiqing felt a twinge of regret. It was a rare opportunity to meet the old rogue, yet they had exchanged not a word before he vanished. Upon returning to the courtyard, they encountered Lu Guaning and Cheng Yaojia, who were bidding farewell to guests outside the estate. "Senior brother, senior sister." Su Zhiqing greeted them warmly. Hearing his voice, Lu Guaning turned and spotted Su Zhiqing and Cheng Jiao. Cheng Yaojia, standing beside him, exclaimed, "Su junior brother, Jiao junior sister, where have you been?" "Just a moment ago, Masters Wang and Hao left. We went to your courtyard and found only Miss Long and her companions there. Masters Wang mentioned having matters to attend to and did not wait for you, but asked me to inform you that the sect is gathering. They have departed? Do you know the reason?" Su Zhiqing asked. Master Zhou made an appearance, and upon seeing him, they went after Master Zhou. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing recalled Master Zhou Tong's disdain for the rigid customs of the Quanzhen sect, leading him to believe that Masters Wang and Hao might struggle to catch up. If Master Zhou did not wish to return, they would certainly be unable to pursue him. "Senior brother, senior sister, I too have come to bid you farewell." Su Zhiqing noted that with Masters Wang having left, there was no need for him to convey his departure. He chose to take his leave. However, Lu Guaning and Cheng Yaojia were reluctant to let Su Zhiqing go, expressing heartfelt pleas for him to stay a while longer, given their shared master. Nevertheless, Su Zhiqing respectfully declined. Realizing Su Zhiqing was truly set on departing, Lu Guanying refrained from further attempts to retain him. Yaojia, please accompany junior brother back to the courtyard, Lu Guanying instructed, before hastily attending to other matters. Su Zhiqing walked back to the courtyard with senior sister Yaojia, engaging in conversation along the way. Upon reaching the courtyard, he instructed the little dragon girl and his junior sister to pack their belongings. After they finished and exited the courtyard, a steward approached to inform them that the carriage and horses were ready. Seeing this, Su Zhiqing followed his senior sister out. Lu Guanying awaited them just outside. Upon spotting Su Zhiqing, he turned and said, "Junior brother, in addition to the carriage and horse you arrived with, I have arranged for 2 extra carriages for you. One of them contains gifts for our master. Since you are heading out, please assist in delivering them." Given the nature of this request, Su Zhiqing found it impossible to refuse and obliged. He mounted his horse while the little dragon girl and others took their seats in the 2 carriages. "Senior brother, senior sister, until we meet again," he announced, and with a gentle squeeze of his legs, he urged the reins and began to depart slowly. Chapter 98. Zhou Batong. The duration of my teaching shall match your learning. After Su Zhiqing and his companions departed from Lu family village, they headed directly toward the city of Shenyang. Although they could have chosen a different route, it would have meant traversing the territories of Mongolia, where chaos reigned far more than in southern Song. The common folk in Mongolia were predominantly subjects of southern Song. The Mongolian soldiers held a profound disdain for the Han people. Arson, murder, and plunder were merely the most rudimentary acts of violence. For the common people, a death at the hands of Mongolians was a senseless demise. The local authorities were Mongolian affiliates who would never bring their own to justice. While southern Song was weak, the presence of wandering heroes often rendered its environment relatively better than that of Mongolia. Riding a horse, Su Zhiqing was followed by the carriage of Zilongnu, Cheng Jiao, and Hong Lingbo, with Yang Guo and Lu Wushuang seated in the next carriage, and the last one laden with gifts. Su Zhiqing had previously inspected the final carriage, which was overflowing with various precious offerings, medicinal herbs, silk, paintings, and more, a veritable treasure trove. Su Zhiqing could only marvel at the affluence displayed by his senior brother, Lu Guanying. The Quanzhen sect stood as the foremost sect in the realm, far surpassing Lu family village in terms of financial resources. Quanzhen was not merely a sect of one individual. Its vast number of disciples incurred significant daily expenses, alongside various miscellaneous duties. While the Quanzhen sect was affluent, individual disciples often found themselves in relative poverty. For instance, Su Zhiqing lived modestly, with his monthly funds being fixed. It was only after he became the chief disciple that his daily allowance saw an increase. Generally, disciples spent little, as their basic needs were covered by the sect, allowing them to save their stipends. Due to the presence of 3 carriages, Su Zhiqing and his companions did not travel swiftly. Furthermore, Yang Guo's injury necessitated a slower pace for the carriages. Fortunately, being young and somewhat skilled, Yang Guo's recovery was rapid. Within just 7 days, his complexion had improved to the point where it was difficult to discern any trace of his prior internal injury. "Is there an inn ahead? Will we find lodging before nightfall?" Su Zhiqing inquired, turning to the old coachman. The old man, who had been driving the first carriage since their journey from Zhongnan Mountain, lifted his weathered face to assess the sky. After squinting and contemplating the area ahead, he replied, "Taoist Su, there lies a dense forest ahead. There haven't been any dwellings for 2 days. We may have to camp out again." Su Zhiqing nodded, acknowledging the reality of their long journey and the necessity of preparing for a night under the stars. Many regions were desolate, and during their prior travels, they had frequently found themselves sleeping in the wilderness. Encountering an inn in the wild was not always a stroke of luck. A momentary lapse in caution could lead to dire consequences. As they pressed on, they soon beheld the thicket ahead. Su Zhiqing glanced back at the setting sun and resolved to enter the forest. With exceptional skill comes great courage. For him, whether in the depths of the forest or outside its bounds, he could handle any situation that arose. Just as he was about to enter the thicket, he was suddenly greeted by a chorus of incessant buzzing. Su Zhiqing immediately seized the reins, bringing the horse to a halt. "Something's amiss." His words resonated, causing the 3 drivers to nervously glance towards the dense foliage. Among the group, only they were untrained in martial arts, completely defenseless. As their gazes lingered, the buzzing grew ever closer. Su Zhiqing's expression shifted slightly upon recognizing the sound. It was the unmistakable hum of hornets, and not just a few, but thousands. The others, including Zilongnu and Cheng Jiao, also heard it. Su Zhiqing dismounted, and they followed suit. As they descended, a figure emerged, frantically running towards them while playing a flute and shouting in disarray. "Brother, that person looks so familiar," Cheng Jiao exclaimed, spotting the figure ahead. Upon seeing the familiar silhouette, Su Zhiqing couldn't help but smirk. Wasn't this the very individual who had recently attempted to control the Jade Hornets, only to be pursued by them instead? Xiaolong knew. Having overheard Su Zhiqing and Cheng Jiayao, inquired softly, "Do you know the person running towards us?" Without waiting for her brother's response, Cheng Jiayao hurriedly replied, "Sister Long. This is the one I told you about on our journey, the foolish old rogue from the story brother shared with you." Xiaolong pondered for a moment, then immediately recalled whom Cheng Jiayao was referring to. "Is it him?" As they spoke, the old rogue, upon spotting them, appeared as if he had found salvation. "Little brother, little sister, save me," he cried, leaping and waving his sleeves to fend off the hornets swarming around him. Su Zhiqing turned to his younger sister, Cheng Jiayao, who understood his unspoken command. Nodding, she retrieved her gourd. Releasing the jade hornets, Cheng Jiayao played her flute, directing them to confront the marauding hornets. As the jade hornets approached, the hornets, as if encountering their natural enemies, ceased their assault on Zhou Batong. After a brief flurry, they circled back into the forest. Observing this, Cheng Jiayao called back her jade hornets. Su Zhiqing smiled gently. Indeed, the jade hornets were the hornets' nemesis. If only they could command the common hornets as well. He cast an appreciative glance at his sister before stepping forward to Zhou Batong, who sat on the ground. "Uncle Master, are you all right?" Su Zhiqing inquired. Observing Zhou Batong's banana-shaped mouth, large nose, and swollen eyelids, he hadn't expected his sister's words to ring so true. I'm fine," Zhou Batong replied, his hands fumbling around his neck. Su Zhiqing noticed several red welts adorning his neck, with a few hornets still clinging to him. "Uncle Master, let me assist you," Su Zhiqing offered. "No need," Zhou Batong protested, reaching out but wincing in pain. "Brother, let me handle this." As Cheng Jiayao stepped forward, she knelt down and meticulously extracted the thorns embedded in Zhou Batong's flesh. Once she completed this task, she produced a small porcelain vial. "Master Uncle, this contains a special anti-swelling ointment crafted by Sister Long, specifically designed for treating areas affected by wasp stings." Upon hearing this, Zhou Batong eagerly seized the vial. He opened it and promptly applied the ointment to his swollen areas. The remedy proved effective. Shortly after application, the particularly swollen spots began to diminish. It works. The pain is gone." Zhou Batong spoke with clarity. Cheng Jiayao, filled with pride, replied, "Of course, it is quite rare." Just then, she noticed Master Uncle swiftly placing the small vial into his bosom. Zhou Batong, realizing her observation, grinned at her mischievously. "Fear not. I shall safeguard it for you until you need it." When she handed the vial to the old rogue, she had no intention of retrieving it. "Master Uncle, you should keep it for your own use," she declared. Upon hearing this, Zhou Batong leaped with joy. All right. No backing out. Let us seal the deal." Cheng Jiayao extended her finger to make a pact with the old rogue. Su Zhiqing had refrained from interrupting their exchange. But once the agreement was struck, he inquired of Zhou Batong, "Master Uncle, what brings you here? By the way, didn't Team Master Hao and the others seek you out? Have you encountered them?" Upon this inquiry, the old rogue snorted. "They are far too foolish to capture me. I can hide so well that they can't even find my footprints." Understanding from Zhou Batong's words that his senior colleagues had not located him, Su Zhiqing suggested, "Master Uncle, since you are well now, we should take our leave." Su Zhiqing realized he had miscalculated. Previously, he had hoped to obtain the Nining manual from the old rogue. However, after meeting Zhou Batong, he found himself unable to keep pace with his train of thought. He decided to abandon the pursuit of the manual, planning to ask Guijing for it when the time came. With that, he took hold of his junior sister's arm, disregarding the old rogue, and returned to the side of Xiaolong Nu. "The sun is still setting, and it is not yet dark. We can still make some progress." Having said this, he remounted his horse. Cheng Jiayao, along with Xiaolong Nu and Hong Lingbo, also returned to their carriage. As Su Zhiqing rode ahead, Cheng Jiayao poked her head out from the carriage, gazing at the old rogue standing in place. She waved her little hand, saying, "Master Uncle, we are off now." After speaking, she retreated back into the carriage. "That Master Uncle is such a delight," Cheng Jiayao remarked to Xiaolong Nu and Hong Lingbo upon her return. Xiaolong Nu maintained her usual composed demeanor, showing no visible reaction. In contrast, Hong Lingbo was visibly amused. Earlier, when Cheng Jiayao recounted how Zhou Batong had seized her flute, she had listened intently. She never expected that the old rogue would actually use it, resulting in his swollen face covered in welts. The thought of those wasps buzzing towards them sent a shiver down Hong Lingbo's spine. "How frightening," she exclaimed. Before sunset, Su Zhiqing and his companions hurried along their journey. As the sun dipped below the horizon and twilight enveloped the landscape, they ceased their travels and sought a spacious area to erect a makeshift tent for rest. Just as they finished setting up, they heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Turning around, they were astonished to see the old scamp, Zhou Batong, approaching with remarkable agility, appearing neither out of breath nor resembling an elderly man at all. Yanghua, witnessing this scene, was reminded of his adoptive father and could not help but inquire of Su Zhiqing, Master, who is more formidable, my adoptive father or my great-uncle? Su Zhiqing pondered for a moment before responding. If your adoptive father is not fully conscious, he would likely fall short against your great-uncle. After Mount Huashan, we shall only know the outcome once they face each other. Zhou Batong had mastered the complete 9 manual, a feat that surpassed that of Ouyang Feng. Yet, he remained uncertain as to whose martial prowess was superior. After Su Zhiqing finished speaking, Zhou Batong approached them. Young fellows, are you heading to Shenyang City? May I accompany you? Any other Taoist would have quaked at such a request from Zhou Batong, likely bowing in submission. However, Su Zhiqing was unfazed. He had not anticipated that Zhou Batong wished to travel to Shenyang City. Sure, Su Zhiqing agreed. You can share a tent with your great-uncle. Yanghua glanced at his great-uncle, who also turned to face him. You are Guer. Naturally, I shall share a tent with you. Thus, Zhou Batong and Yanghua occupied one tent, while Hong Lingbo, Cheng Jiayao, and Lu Wushuang shared another. The 3 horsemen rested beside their cart. The remaining tent was shared by Su Zhiqing and the little dragon girl. There was no need for a night watch. Their martial skills were exceptional, and even the slightest disturbance would awaken them. The night passed in silence. At dawn the next day, Su Zhiqing emerged from the tent to undertake his daily tasks. Zhou Batong, who had also risen early, was filled with curiosity upon observing Su Zhiqing repetitively executing the same motion. He approached Su Zhiqing, young brother. What martial art are you practicing? Why do you keep repeating the same move? Su Zhiqing replied dismissively, though this swordplay appears ordinary, I have not yet accelerated its speed. If I were to increase the speed, its power would be tremendous. In the realm of martial arts, speed is invincible. Zhou Batong's eyes widened at these words. In the realm of martial arts, speed is invincible. He repeated this mantra before turning back to Su Zhiqing. Young brother, your words bear more wisdom than my senior brother's. Had my senior brother lived, he would surely take you as a disciple. Su Zhiqing chuckled at Zhou Batong's remark. Great uncle, why do you not take on disciples? Zhou Batong replied, it is troublesome to teach. What if my disciple turns out to be even more foolish than I? Su Zhiqing countered. But isn't it a pity for your martial arts to go unpassed? Zhou Batong pondered this. You have a point. Yet, no one wishes to learn. Besides, I fear the hassle. After speaking, he seemed to have lost his train of thought and turned to leave. Su Zhiqing, witnessing this, relinquished his previous intentions. He had been contemplating learning the martial arts of the old mischief maker, who was anything but ordinary. As he pondered, he swiftly completed his daily tasks, achieving a proficiency boost of 10. With the daily tasks accomplished, the others also rose. After a quick breakfast, the group resumed their journey. The old mischief maker boarded the first horse-drawn carriage. Seeing this, Su Zhiqing understood that the old mischief maker was captivated by the prospect of controlling bees. Half a month later, Su Zhiqing and his companions arrived at a small town not far from Shenyang City. Master uncle, we shall not proceed to Shenyang City. You may go on ahead. Upon reaching the town, Su Zhiqing bid farewell to the old mischief maker. Upon hearing that Su Zhiqing intended to part ways, the old mischief maker became flustered, scratching his head in confusion. He had sought guidance from Cheng Jiayao on controlling bees, yet she insisted he teach Su Zhiqing martial arts instead. Finding it troublesome, he was reluctant to teach. Cheng Jiayao, noticing his hesitation, refused to instruct him further. Consequently, the old mischief maker found himself in a dilemma. He had previously taught Guijing, whose clumsy attempts at martial arts left him disinclined to teach anyone else. Wait. Allow me to accompany you a bit longer. I possess a martial skill you might wish to learn. Su Zhiqing, intrigued, wondered why Zhou Batong wished to impart martial arts to him. What skill is it? The art of mutual combat. The old mischief maker proclaimed, demonstrating with his hands. Su Zhiqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, even though I may not learn the 9 manual, this will suffice. Hold on. Seeing Su Zhiqing's eagerness to learn, the old mischief maker instructed him to wait while he sought out Cheng Jiayao. He approached her and whispered, I have agreed to teach your senior brother martial arts, but I shall only demonstrate once. If he learns, he learns. If not, then so be it. All right, master uncle. In return, I shall teach you once. If you learn, you learn. If not, then so be it. Zhou Batong's eyes glinted with mischief. How about this? For as long as he learns, you must teach me for the same duration. Cheng Jiayao, confident in her brother's intellect, believed he would learn quickly. Very well. She extended her finger. Zhou Batong, seeing this, also pointed his finger. They reached an agreement. Zhou Batong then returned to Su Zhiqing's side. Let us continue our journey together. I shall teach you martial arts. Su Zhiqing, still skeptical, turned to his junior sister, who playfully winked at him. He realized it was her doing. All right, let us stay in this town for a while. I will learn before we depart. Excellent, excellent. The old mischief maker eagerly nodded in agreement. The group found an inn, securing a private courtyard for their stay. Once settled, the old mischief maker immediately began teaching Su Zhiqing. Before commencing, he turned to Cheng Jiayao and said, "This is day 1. He then focused on Su Zhiqing. Little brother, it's perfectly fine if you're a bit slow. Ideally, you should be as dim-witted as my sworn brother, Guojing." With a chuckle, he rolled up his sleeves. Ready to begin, the old rogue began to instruct Su Zhiqing on the practice of the art of mutual combat. He quickly completed his explanation and, after finishing, patted Su Zhiqing on the shoulder. Was it a bit confusing the first time? No worries, let's go through it again. Upon hearing the old rogue's words, Su Zhiqing inexplicably thought of master eating. As the old rogue prepared to teach him for the second time, Su Zhiqing unexpectedly struck first. The old rogue, noticing Su Zhiqing's movement, instinctively responded. After exchanging blows for a while, he widened his eyes in disbelief. Did you actually learn it? Thanks to my esteemed master's teachings. I suppose I have a modicum of talent. Su Zhiqing replied, but the old rogue was flabbergasted. No, how could you have learned it? It's impossible to master the art of control in such a short time. I don't believe it. Let us go again. He attacked Su Zhiqing once more, who also defended himself. After another round, the old rogue felt utterly dejected. How could you have learned it so quickly? My senior brother didn't team master it as fast as you. He then jumped to Cheng Jiayao's side. Wait, we initially agreed that I would teach him martial arts, while you would teach me control, right? Cheng Jiayao raised a pinky finger. Master, we agreed on a time limit. The old rogue, hearing this, felt a surge of frustration at his earlier words. But I can't master control in such a brief period. Cheng Jiayao wiggled her finger and blinked her large eyes. Master, we had an agreement. I can't help it. The old rogue was exasperated and scratched his head. How could he have been so foolish before? No, it was that he had been too clever. His senior brother had once said that cleverness can lead to folly. Perhaps he had indeed been too clever. After a moment of contemplation, the old rogue suddenly broke into a smile. I only said I would teach him martial arts, but I never specified that I would teach him just one style. He could impart other techniques as well. I have another technique, the 72 paths of empty enlightenment fist. With that, the old rogue turned to seek out Su Zhiqing once more. Now, I shall teach you another form of fist technique. He began to elaborate again, demonstrating the movements while explaining. After half an hour, he finally concluded his lesson, having included various techniques throughout. Surely, he won't be able to learn this one. Su Zhiqing observed the strangely smiling old rogue and silently added a point to the empty enlightenment fist. After completing this, he remained silent and quietly executed the technique. The old rogue, witnessing Su Zhiqing's familiar movements, felt his smile fade away. Chapter 99. If the truth of the Quanzhen school were to descend, it could serve as the national religion. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The old mischief maker, having witnessed Su Zhiqing execute the empty clarity fist, was utterly astonished. He had encountered numerous individuals of exceptional intelligence, yet none could master the 72 forms of the empty clarity fist in a single attempt. With a frown, he regarded Su Zhiqing, his discontent palpable. You must have employed some method unknown to me. You must have cheated. My senior brothers, including the old poison and the old evil, could never learn my empty clarity fist so swiftly. How could you possibly grasp it after merely one viewing and one demonstration? Unlike master eating, the old mischief maker's thought process diverged significantly. Approaching Su Zhiqing, he pinched his arm, shoulder, and back, even touching his head. After his examination, he curiously compared it to his own. Identical, 2 arms, 1 head. After circling Su Zhiqing, he found no distinctive traits. Frustrated, he draped an arm around Su Zhiqing's shoulder, inquiring, "Little brother, what trickery did you employ? Would you be willing to enlighten me?" Su Zhiqing felt a chill within. Others viewed this as his innate talent, but only the old mischief maker suspected deceit. He had not cheated, he merely enhanced his practice. "Master uncle, how can one cheat in martial arts? Perhaps I simply possess a natural aptitude for it." "Humph," the old mischief maker retorted, stepping back. "If you are unwilling to share, then I have no desire to listen. This is utterly uninteresting. I shall not engage." He cast a lingering glance at Cheng Jiayao's gourd, pouting in a way that could rival her in feigned grievance. "Little girl, he learns far too quickly. I could never master your control technique." Su Zhiqing, overhearing their exchange, turned to his junior sister. "What did you exchange with Master Uncle?" Cheng Jiao was not so easily deceived by the old mischief-maker's antics. Approaching Su Zhiqing, she whispered, "I made a pact with Master Uncle. For the duration he teaches you martial arts, I shall teach him the same length of time for control." Su Zhiqing smiled. His martial arts training merely required enhancement. How could the old mischief-maker compare? He turned to the old mischief-maker, who was sulking. His ears perked up, but his head turned away in annoyance. Su Zhiqing softly suggested, "Master Uncle, if you wish to learn to control the Jade Peak, you need only teach me another martial art." The old mischief-maker's interest was piqued. "What skill?" Su Zhiqing did not respond verbally, but instead demonstrated a technique from the Nine Manual. The old mischief-maker was taken aback. "Where did you learn the Nine Manual?" "It was left by our esteemed ancestor." "Impossible. My senior brother clearly bequeathed the book to me. So how could he have left behind another copy? It is merely a portion of the techniques inscribed on a stone wall, along with some martial arts. If you do not believe me, I can take you to see it." Observing that Su Zhiqing did not seem to be fabricating, the old mischief-maker hesitated, but ultimately shook his head in refusal. "No way. My senior brother forbade me from teaching others, and I have torn the book to shreds. It is gone." Upon concluding his words, he abandoned even the desire to learn how to control the Jade Bee, turning on his heel and vanishing without a trace. Su Zhiqing, shaking his head in resignation, refrained from casting blame upon the old rascal. They remained oblivious to whether the old trickster would return after his departure this time. The following day, upon noticing the absence of the old rascal, the group vacated the courtyard and departed. On their journey back, they did not indulge in the frivolities they had enjoyed upon arriving. After such an extended period of revelry, fatigue had set in. Shortly after leaving Xiangyang and heading north, they entered Mongolian territory. This land had once belonged to the Qin Dynasty, which had been vanquished by a coalition of the Mongols and the Song Dynasty. The territory was subsequently divided between the two factions. Although the Song Dynasty gained considerable land, it merely facilitated the temporary governance of the Mongols. With their aggressive expansion, the Mongols had little inclination to share their spoils. The conflict with the Qin Dynasty had drained their resources, preventing them from decisively conquering the Song Dynasty in one fell swoop. As they traversed the Mongolian landscape, the environment grew noticeably desolate. Su Zhiqing and his companions lingered but briefly, hastening their journey. Along the way, they encountered numerous brigands. However, upon catching sight of Su Zhiqing, these bandits turned on their heels and fled. Among the outlaws, there circulated a tale: when ambushing travelers, should they encounter a dashing Taoist priest flanked by stunning maidens, they should not hesitate to flee. This priest was no ordinary man. His martial prowess was formidable, and he was known for his ruthless methods. While Su Zhiqing held little renown in the Song Dynasty, he had garnered a reputation for being merciless among some brigands in Mongolia. Thus, their journey proceeded with an unusual peace. Half a month later, their carriage weaved its way through a village. As Su Zhiqing prepared to enter, he raised his gaze to behold flames flickering in various parts of the village. Instinctively, he assumed there had been a fire. At that moment, a contingent of soldiers clad in Mongolian attire emerged from the village, pushing a cart laden with bloodied valuables. Squinting to examine the village more closely, Su Zhiqing's expression turned as frigid as frost. He discerned dismembered limbs grotesquely displayed in several locations, with heaps of corpses strewn nearby. Not far from this grim sight lay the bodies of women, unmistakably stripped and defiled. As Su Zhiqing took in this horrifying tableau, the Mongolian soldiers also noticed him, particularly the several carts behind him. Their eyes gleamed with interest, and upon spotting Cheng Jiao peeking out, their gazes intensified with lust. One of the soldiers approached Su Zhiqing, puffing with arrogance as he spoke in rapid Mongolian. Unable to comprehend the language, Su Zhiqing nonetheless grasped the intent behind the gestures. As the soldier continued to gesticulate, Su Zhiqing's eyes widened. Drawing his sword in a swift motion, he plunged it into the soldier's heart with a sickening thud. "Damn it," he muttered under his breath after slaying the Mongolian soldier. Raising his gaze to the remaining soldiers, he saw them brandishing knives and spears as they charged toward him. "Go." Su Zhiqing urged his steed forward, spurring the horse into action. The horses surged forward, and the Mongolian soldiers dared not let them crash into their ranks, hastily stepping aside. Su Zhiqing, however, bent low, wielding his long sword with precision, swiftly dispatching 3 Mongolian soldiers in an instant. He then turned his steed and charged once more. This contingent of Mongolian soldiers was scarcely a dozen in number. With 4 slain, the remaining ones, their courage shattered, fled in terror. How could mere legs outrun a horse? Su Zhiqing pursued them, delivering a fatal blow to each one. "Brother, are you unharmed?" Cheng Jiao exclaimed, emerging from the carriage after witnessing her brother's prowess. Zhiqing and the others also dismounted. Upon seeing the ravaged village and the heaps of lifeless bodies, they were profoundly unsettled. "I am fine," Zhiqing replied, casting a glance at the village engulfed in flames. An inexplicable emotion surged within him. A warrior should roam the world with sword in hand, accompanied by gallant companions, reveling in the freedom of the open road. Yet, as he gazed upon the piles of corpses, a heavy feeling weighed on his heart. These beasts. Yang Hua too observed the fallen bodies. They had perished at his master's hand, a fitting end for them. "Let us depart." Zhiqing felt no desire to utter superfluous words. He instructed his companions to mount the carriage and set it in motion, leaving the scene behind. The deeper they ventured into Mongolian territory, the more chaos they encountered. The Mongols seized Han women at will, killing those who dared resist. Such is the nature of tumultuous times, where human life is as fragile as grass. Not long after departing the village, they encountered another detachment of Mongolian soldiers, similarly numbering in the dozens. The leading soldier held a rope to which were bound 7 or 8 young women, scantily clad. Zhiqing, upon witnessing this scene, chose not to speak, but slowly raised his sword. "Go." He tugged at the reins and charged forth. After a cacophony of anguished screams and curses, this Mongolian squad fell beneath Zhiqing's blade. The rescued women knelt in gratitude. Zhiqing distributed some food and a small amount of gold to them, pointing the way to Xianyang. Yang Hua, watching the departing figures of the women, felt a pang of compassion. "Master, shall we truly let them go alone? What if they encounter bandits?" Upon hearing this, Zhiqing turned to Yang Hua. "I entrust you with a task. Take them to Xianyang and seek out your uncle Hua." Zhiqing yearned to assist further, but chaos loomed, and he could not single-handedly manage everything. Rescuing them from the clutches of the Mongolian soldiers was the extent of his capabilities. "Yes, master," Yang Hua replied earnestly. Zhiqing, seeing his resolve, dismounted. "Take this horse." He handed the reins to Yang Hua and patted his shoulder. "And remember, your own safety is paramount." After imparting this, he urged Yang Hua to ride forth and safeguard the women. Zhiqing then turned to Zhiqing and the others, stating calmly, "Let us hasten back to the sect." The group climbed into the carriage and set off once more. As they ventured further, they approached the grand city, and the circumstances became somewhat more favorable. Particularly upon entering the domain of the Quanzhen sect, incidents of village destruction, male slaughter, and female abduction had largely been eradicated. By the end of September, Zhiqing and his companions finally returned to Chongyang Palace. "Longer, let us first pay our respects to the master." Zhiqing intended to return to the tranquil court, but as he traversed the sect, he noticed the disciples hustling about, the atmosphere palpably tense. Just as he contemplated this, he spotted his senior brother, Lu Qingjia, also in a hurried state. Upon seeing Zhiqing and his companions, Lu Qingjia initially appeared taken aback, but soon his countenance brightened with a smile. "Junior brother, you have returned." Zhiqing nodded and gestured towards the flurry of disciples around them. "Has something occurred within the sect? Why is everyone so agitated?" Hearing this, Lu Qingjia's smile faded, replaced by a grave expression. "Junior brother, you may be unaware, but the Mongols are preparing to rise." Zhiqing had heard rumors of Mongolian uprisings since the previous year, yet had seen little sign of unrest until this journey home, where he finally glimpsed the initial stirrings of chaos. This mere hint of turmoil was enough to strike him with alarm. Lu Qingjia continued in a hushed tone, "Moreover, several of our fellow disciples outside have suffered casualties numbering in the dozens." Quanzhen disciples would intervene when witnessing injustices, whether against Mongolian soldiers or bandits. While they did not fear minor bands of Mongolian soldiers, more organized forces posed a grave threat. Zhiqing fell silent upon hearing Lu Qingjia's words. "Junior brother, let us proceed to the main hall. Master Ma and several uncles are already there." Zhiqing nodded in agreement. "Sister, please escort your sister Long and the others back to the courtyard." After issuing these instructions, he and Lu Qingjia made their way to the main hall. Upon reaching the entrance, Zhiqing overheard the elders discussing the situation concerning the Mongolian soldiers, even mentioning the name Kublai Khan. Zhiqing exchanged glances with Lu Qingjia, and together they entered the hall. Upon their arrival, Qiu Chuji and the others noticed them, particularly Qiu Chuji, who greeted Zhiqing with a warm smile. "Zhiqing, we have heard from your master Wang and master How about your exploits. Indeed, you have not brought shame to our Quanzhen sect. However, you have erred in one regard. When the Mongols come to disrupt, do not concern yourself with Jing'er's sentiments. Do not entertain notions of hospitality. Eliminate them directly. That king of the Golden Wheel is the Mongolian protector. Should he perish, it would be a significant blow to them. If you take the initiative to strike, Even if Zhiqing finds fault, he will not condemn you. As for reputation, it pales in comparison to the value of eliminating the king of the golden wheel. Zhiqing felt a wave of shame wash over him upon hearing Qiu's admonition. Master's teachings resonate. Should another opportunity arise, I shall ensure that the king of the golden wheel does not escape. He turned to reflect, realizing that Qiu Chuji's words were indeed wise. Regarding reputation, when one reaches a critical juncture of life and death, what concern remains? Such opportunities are rare. The last time the golden wheel Dharma King visited, our intention was to retain him. However, his martial prowess was too profound, making it exceedingly difficult to detain him, even with the combined efforts of the other disciples. Qiu Chujia still laments this missed chance. By the way, we have deliberated on the matter you mentioned last time. Yet, we lack experience in military training and are not well versed in this area. Furthermore, we do not have suitable candidates. Upon hearing Qiu Shibua's words, Zhiqing realized he was referring to his suggestion regarding military training and territory. They are all practitioners of martial arts and the Tao. Engaging in combat or taking a life is manageable for them. However, training soldiers is beyond their expertise. By the way, Zhiqing, did you encounter any Mongolian soldiers on your journey back? Indeed, I did. Zhiqing recounted his encounter with the Mongolian soldiers. Qiu Chuji applauded, exclaiming, excellent. When we encounter their brutality, we should strike them down without mercy. Yet he sighed, adding, the other disciples also faced them, and some, lacking sufficient skill, suffered significant casualties. Please take your seat. Listen closely to the matters we will discuss next. Zhiqing settled into his chair. Previously, he had heard Kublai Khan's name and wondered what the masters intended to discuss. Would it relate to Kublai Khan? Qiu Chuji began. As previously mentioned, Kublai Khan sent us a letter. He is the grandson of Genghis Khan and is known to be quite fond of the Han people, employing many of them under his command. In his letter, he urged us to submit to him, promising that if we comply, he would advocate for our Quanzhen sect to be recognized as the national religion. Upon hearing this, Wang Chuyi, Hao Datong, and others sprang to their feet. Hao Datong looked at Qiu Chujia and asked, brother, how will you respond? I have yet to reply to him. In that case, you should outright refuse him. We of the Quanzhen sect would rather perish than ally with the Mongols. Lu Chuxian frowned at Hao Datong's words, advising, junior brother, sit down. If you respond in such a manner, what will happen when they send troops our way? Hao Datong waved his hand dismissively. So be it, if we perish. We perish together. Zhiqing frowned at this, realizing that if a great army encircled them, the fish might die, but the net would not break. Qiu Chujia nodded in agreement with Lu Chushuan's concerns. That is precisely what worries me. Hearing this, Hao Datong took a seat once more. Then what do you propose we do? We cannot possibly submit to them. Submission is, of course, out of the question, Qiu Chujia asserted, believing himself to be Han. How could he yield to the Mongols? I propose we devise a strategy to dissuade the Mongols from easily sending troops against us. Zhiqing, puzzled by the master's discourse, interjected. Qiu Shibua, if the Mongolian soldiers are intent on attacking the southern Song, how could they possibly turn back to strike us? We, as the Quanzhen sect, are insignificant compared to the southern Song. It would be a case of diminishing returns for them to attack us. He did not believe that the Mongols would send a so-called great army to attack them. Qiu Chuji and the others, upon hearing this, found it reasonable. But what if they dispatched a portion of their forces? Zhiqing chuckled softly and said, Master, the Mongol strength lies in their cavalry archery. Our Zhongnan mountain is winding and possesses excellent terrain. If they send troops, they can only be foot soldiers. In our domain, if their numbers are few, it is not us who will perish, but them. In a battle on the plains, facing them head-on, I admit I could not contend against a well-equipped squad of 100. Yet if they were to disperse, I would find it rather effortless to eliminate 100 of them. His words prompted Qiu Chuji and the others to ponder deeply. After a moment, Qiu Chuji remarked, if what you say is true, do we hold the advantage? Zhiqing replied, Master, outside, the advantage lies with them, but within the mountains and forests, it is undoubtedly ours. Not to mention him, even the esteemed elders among them would become like hunters once they entered the woods. Hao Datong also expressed his agreement with Zhiqing's perspective. Senior brother, we should outright refuse Kublai Khan's invitation. Lu Chuxian, however, interjected, an outright refusal would be unwise. It would be better to adopt a strategy of delay. After some discussion, they resolved to postpone their response. Once Zhiqing and the elders concluded their deliberations, he leaned close to his master and whispered a few words. Upon hearing Zhiqing's remarks, Sun Bu's expression grew serious, and she nodded slightly, noticing Zhiqing's gesture. The others were filled with curiosity. Sun Bu'er then rose and directed her gaze towards Zhun Zhibing, Zhao Zhijing, and the other third-generation disciples, instructing them to leave first. Zhun Zhibing and Zhao Zhijing looked to their respective masters for guidance. Qiu Chuji and Wang Chuyi, understanding that Sun Bu'er had additional matters to discuss, instructed the remaining disciples to exit. Soon, only Ma Yu, Qiu Chuji, and the other second-generation disciples remained in the hall. After Sun Bu'er and the others departed, she turned to Su Zhiqing, saying, "Zhiqing, you may now speak." Under the curious gazes of the elders, Su Zhiqing produced a book. "Master, do you remember I mentioned the need to train our soldiers last time? Before we set off for Lu family village, Brother Guo specifically gifted me a military treatise." He spoke as he handed the book to Qiu Chuji. Upon seeing the title, the faces of Qiu Chuji and the others shifted slightly. Qiu Chuji turned to Su Zhiqing in astonishment. "Jing actually entrusted this to you." Chapter 100. Lu Wushuang seeks vengeance. Xuanzhen aspires to cultivate warrior troops. The Wumu Ishu is not merely a military treatise. It encompasses not only the strategies of troop deployment, but also the methods of training soldiers. In his earlier days, Guo Jing lacked experience in commanding troops. Yet his profound understanding of the Wumu Ishu enabled him to exhibit extraordinary prowess during the Western expedition. His ability to defend Xianyang was largely attributed to his mastery of military tactics. Su Zhiqing's decision to present the Wumu Ishu was motivated by his desire for Qiu Chuji and others to thoroughly study its contents, which might lead to the cultivation of elite soldiers. During his journey, he diligently absorbed the essentials of military training and troop arrangements, which truly opened his eyes. Although his time for training soldiers was limited, after mastering this military text, he found it feasible to lead a small contingent into battle. The several elders seized upon the opportunity presented by the Southern Song court to divert attention, allowing them to discreetly train a cadre of elite warriors. Beyond the refined soldiers outlined in the Wumu Ishu, they aimed to categorize the disciples based on their martial arts skills for specialized training. For instance, those adept in lightness skills could be groomed for reconnaissance roles. Yet, Su Zhiqing's vision for scouts extended beyond mere observation. They were to possess combat capabilities as well, enabling them to maneuver against foes as needed. His ambition was straightforward: to assemble a specialized task force comprised of martial arts experts, intended for intelligence gathering and the assassination of enemy leaders. This force would consist of ordinary soldiers capable of engaging in conventional warfare alongside a specialized unit. Su Zhiqing also contemplated the development of gunpowder. In both the Southern Song and Mongolia, gunpowder was classified as a contraband substance. However, with the backing of the Quanzhen sect, it was not insurmountable to discreetly enlist individuals skilled in its production. Equipping the specialized task force with explosive charges seemed a promising strategy. As Su Zhiqing pondered this, he was confident that they would prevail in encounters with adversaries. Regrettably, the Quanzhen sect lacked unique skills in horizontal training. Otherwise, he would have aspired to cultivate a battalion adept in such techniques. While they need not possess invulnerability, at the very least, they should be capable of holding their own against multiple foes on the battlefield. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, Qiu Chuji and the others exchanged glances, hesitating before expressing their concerns. "Zhiqing, we are not well versed in military training, and is it truly reliable to form teams from disciples skilled in lightness?" Su Zhiqing smiled, recognizing that explaining military strategy to the elders was akin to preaching to the deaf. "Elders, I suggest you first familiarize yourselves with military tactics, and then we may discuss further." Understanding Su Zhiqing's intent, the elders nodded in agreement. "Let us study the military texts before delving into these discussions." With that, Su Zhiqing refrained from elaborating on other matters, such as the location for their base. Not far from Zhongnenshan lies Jingzhou Prefecture, a region bordering the Southern Song. Southward lies the Sichuan Basin, which Su Zhiqing anticipated would become a battlefield once war commenced. However, given Sichuan's mountainous terrain, the Mongolian forces were likely to find themselves in a protracted struggle. Should they possess a formidable army by that time, it might present a significant opportunity for them. Su Zhiqing suggested to several senior brothers to study military texts. After he conveyed to them Guo Jing's instruction to keep this matter confidential, he departed, confident that they understood the significance of these texts. Should they fall into the hands of the Mongols, the Southern Song would face dire consequences. Su Zhiqing estimated that it would take some time for Qiu Shibois and the others to thoroughly study the military treatise, and he presumed they would not seek him out again in the immediate future. If they did, it would likely pertain to new matters. After leaving the Grand Hall, Su Zhiqing returned to the King's Yuan. "Senior brother, have you seen the master?" Cheng Jiao approached him eagerly. Su Zhiqing nodded slightly. "Yes, the master and several senior brothers are in the Grand Hall. Did the master say anything to you?" She inquired. Not really. Given the impending Mongol invasion, our master and the senior brothers will likely be occupied for some time. Zhiqing refrained from divulging further details, as such information would be of little use to his junior sister. Cheng Jiayao, upon hearing this, broke into a smile, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons. It's better that the master is busy. That way, she won't scrutinize my studies. Zhiqing glanced at her and gently remarked, indeed. You haven't read or practiced your writing for several days. Since we have some free time ahead, it's the perfect opportunity for you to catch up on your studies. The master entrusted you to me, and if you fail the assessment at year-end, I shall also face her reprimand. Saying this, he disregarded the grimace on her face. All right, that's settled then. With that, he glanced at the sky, noting that the sun still had a considerable time before setting, and he felt no desire to linger longer. Let us return to the ancient tomb. The little dragon girl nodded. Had it not been for waiting for Zhiqing, she would have longed to return to the tomb. Although the tomb was devoid of sunlight, it brought her a sense of peace. Upon Zhiqing's declaration to return, Lu Wushuang, who stood beside Hong Lingbo, turned pale. Despite Hong Lingbo's reassurances about their master's diminished abilities, the mere thought of her figure instilled a shiver of fear within her. Nightmares of her master's visage haunted her during her wanderings. Noticing Lu Wushuang's trepidation, Zhiqing offered comfort. There is no need to fear. She lacks the capability to harm you now. Lu Wushuang found a measure of solace in his words, though her heart remained slightly unsettled. The group quickly gathered their belongings and exited the courtyard together. As they traversed the path to the ancient tomb, Zhiqing felt a surge of nostalgia. The years had flown by, and memories of the past world faded, resembling scenes from a film he once watched. In contrast, this world felt palpably real. He tightened his grip on the little dragon girl's hand, enhancing his sense of reality. Cheng Jiayao observed her senior brother and the little dragon sister ahead, and playfully entwined her arm with Zhiqing's. Zhiqing felt a slight tremor in his heart as he turned to glance at the little dragon maiden, only to find her gazing at him with a semblance of a smile. Feeling somewhat guilty, he averted his gaze. Senior brother, Sister Long, do you think Granny's son will be delighted to see us return? Cheng Jiayao inquired, tightening her embrace around her senior brother's arm, burying herself in the waves of emotion. Why should she be happy? The little dragon maiden replied indifferently. The coming and going of people is merely the norm. Where is the cause for joy or sorrow? Upon hearing these words, Cheng Jiayao shook her head. Whenever Sister Long spoke in such a detached manner, she felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness emanating from her. With wide, earnest eyes, she said, Sister Long, that is not quite right. If my senior brother were to be gone one day, you would surely be unhappy. As she spoke, she continued, just like the last time you and my senior brother left secretly, I was genuinely upset. The little dragon maiden, upon hearing Cheng Jiayao's words, observed her serious demeanor. The thought of Zhiqing's potential absence sent a piercing ache through her heart. Cheng Jiayao noticed the sudden change in the little dragon maiden's expression and was taken aback. Sister Long, are you all right? I was just speaking whimsically. I didn't mean he would actually leave. Zhiqing, upon hearing his junior sister's words, became aware that the little dragon maiden's complexion was amiss. He examined her and found her internal energy in a state of chaotic disarray. Seeing this, he gently said, do not dwell on such thoughts. Allow me to help you sort it out. He channeled his profound energy into the little dragon maiden, gradually helping her to regain control over her internal power. In a short while, her complexion returned to normal. What were you just thinking? You nearly fell into a state of madness. Zhiqing squeezed her hand gently. My junior sister merely spoke off the cuff, and you let your imagination run wild. The little dragon maiden found a peculiar sense of calm in Zhiqing's admonishing yet caring tone. And you, next time refrain from using such examples. Zhiqing also admonished his junior sister. What do you mean by him leaving? He is perfectly well. How could he possibly leave? Even if the Mongolians were to invade, he could simply seek refuge elsewhere. The Mongolian territory appeared vast, and it was unlikely they would have an overwhelming number of men. Zhiqing did not ponder further on that matter. Holding the little dragon maiden's hand in one of his, he took Cheng Jiayao's hand with the other and hurried towards the back mountain. Hong Lingbo and Lu Wushuang followed closely behind. Lu Wushuang observed Zhiqing, the dragon master, and Cheng Jiayao ahead of her, utterly perplexed by the dynamics between the three. She hesitated to voice her thoughts. In contrast, Hong Lingbo appeared unfazed. Having been raised by Li Macho, she had grown up with the belief that men were inherently untrustworthy. Yet, she harbored her own perspectives, rejecting the notion of blindly accepting her master's views and disparaging all men indiscriminately, which she deemed overly extreme. As Zhiqing and the others hastened forward, Hong Lingbo and Lu Wushuang trailed behind. Before long, the five of them arrived at a quaint cottage. A few individuals hastily approached, and a swarm of jade bees swiftly followed. Hong Lingbo and Lu Wushuang gazed at the approaching bees, their scalps tingling with unease, while goosebumps cascaded down their skin. However, Cheng Jiao exhibited no fear. She released her senior's hand and joyfully dashed forward, exclaiming, "Little cuties, here I come." As she spoke, a peculiar tone emanated from her lips. The jade bees, initially intent on attacking her, halted mid-flight upon hearing her melodic call, hovering around Cheng Jiao instead. The bees did not recognize individuals. They responded solely to frequency. Cheng Jiao skillfully commanded the bees to remain still as her gaze searched the vicinity. Soon, she spotted the figure she had been seeking. "Granny." Grandma's son approached, affectionately ruffling Cheng Jiao's hair. She then turned to Su Zhiqing and the little dragon girl, saying, "I was counting the time, and it seems you were about to return. I've washed and dried the bedding in your room. You can simply sleep there tonight." Furthermore, Su Zhiqing noted that perhaps it was due to their prolonged absence that Grandma's son seemed more talkative than usual, her words flowing with a sense of longing. Once she finished speaking, he smiled gently and replied, "Granny, we plan to stay for quite a while." Upon hearing this, Grandma's son's face blossomed into a radiant smile, her wrinkles deepening like the bark of an ancient tree. "Wonderful, wonderful. It's better to stay here. I've heard that chaos is brewing outside again." As she spoke, she turned her attention to the little dragon girl. Recognizing that Grandma's son and the little dragon girl had matters to discuss, Su Zhiqing turned to seek out Lu Wushuang and Hong Lingbo. Upon turning, he noticed Lu Wushuang standing frozen, her face ashen. Following her line of sight, he discovered Li Macho clad in her Taoist robe, standing at the doorway. "Miss Wushuang." Su Zhiqing approached her and softly reassured, "She will not harm you." This was not merely a matter of safety. Li Macho was now akin to an ordinary person, and if Lu Wushuang wished, she could easily end her life. After uttering these words, he glanced at Li Macho. Sisterly, Li Macho nodded at Su Zhiqing and, astonishingly, uttered a word of thanks. Su Zhiqing noticed a flicker of astonishment cross Lu Wushuang's face upon hearing this. At that moment, Hong Lingbo leaned closer to Lu Wushuang and whispered, "I told you. Master has changed. Why won't you believe me?" Hearing this, Lu Wushuang's pale countenance gradually regained color. She scrutinized Li Macho closely and observed that her figure appeared even frilier than before. In response, Lu Wushuang drew her long sword with a sharp sound, declaring, "Demoness, I shall slay you." With that, she moved swiftly, her sword aimed directly at Li Macho. "Junior sister." "No." Hong Lingbo gasped in alarm as she activated her lightness skill, leaping in front of Li Macho just in time. As she turned, a sword pierced through her shoulder with a sickening thud. This unexpected turn of events caught Su Zhiqing off guard. He could have reacted swiftly to prevent Lu Wushuang from drawing her sword, yet he chose not to intervene. Li Mo killed numerous people in the Lu family village. If she were to die at the hands of Lu Wushuang, there would be no room for resentment. Su Zhiqing, however, did not anticipate that Hong Lingbo would intervene and be struck by Lu Wushuang's blade. "Senior sister." Lu Wushuang noticed that her target was not Li Mo, but rather her senior sister. Li Mo was her nemesis, while Hong Lingbo was not. On the contrary, Hong Lingbo had always treated her with kindness. In haste, she loosened her grip on the sword, intending to approach. But Su Zhiqing had already crossed in front of her to reach Hong Lingbo's side. After examining the wound, he found it had not pierced a vital area, merely grazing her shoulder. "Thank heavens," he murmured, applying pressure to the acupuncture point on Hong Lingbo's shoulder to temporarily staunch the bleeding. "Senior Su, is my sister all right?" Su Zhiqing replied softly, "She is fine, but had your hand trembled just a moment ago, you might have delivered a fatal blow. Her survival is indeed a stroke of luck." No one could predict where Lu Wushuang's blade would land, especially since Hong Lingbo was merely trying to block it blindly. Lu Wushuang gazed at her injured senior sister and could not help but exclaim, "Senior sister. The female demon and I share a deep-seated enmity. Why do you obstruct me? Junior sister, could you refrain from taking the life of our master? She has changed. She is no longer the same female demon she once was." Hong Lingbo attempted to speak further, but Li Mo interjected, "Grievances have their roots, and debts their masters. The seeds of this conflict were sown long ago. Today is merely the time for me to reap the harvest." Hong Lingbo turned to look at her master, who nodded slightly, a look of reassurance on her face. "By preventing that strike, you have already repaid me for the care I bestowed upon you." After saying this, she turned to Lu Wushuang. "If you seek vengeance, follow me." With that, Li Mo entered the house, and Lu Wushuang, disregarding her sword, followed closely behind. Su Zhiqing, Hong Lingbo, and the others, including the little dragon girl, stood still, watching the two enter the dwelling. Hong Lingbo's eyes brimmed with tears. Although her master had not treated her well, she had ultimately nurtured her and taught her martial arts. Junior sister intends to kill the master. Su Zhiqing observed Hong Lingbo's expression and remarked, when she permitted you to descend the mountain to seek out Miss Wu Shuang, it was likely to prepare for this very day? Had she been able to transcend her emotional entanglements earlier, she would not have committed such heinous acts. What transpired within the house remained unknown to Su Zhiqing. The group waited for an extended period. As dusk fell, Lu Wu Shuang emerged from the house, her expression vacant. Junior sister, where's the master? Upon receiving no answer from Lu Wu Shuang, Hong Lingbo hurriedly rushed inside. Su Zhiqing hesitated for a moment before following her. Standing at the threshold, they beheld Li Mo Cho seated on a cushion, her head bowed. Master! Hong Lingbo exclaimed, rushing toward her. As she approached and found her master motionless, she reached out to check for breath beneath her nose, only to discover that her master had lost all signs of life. Su Zhiqing, witnessing this, stepped forward. After a thorough examination, he carefully placed a silver needle at the heart of Li Macho. This needle was her own eye-soul silver needle. Su Zhiqing, observing the needle's insertion point, approached to investigate further. Upon inspection, he discovered a glimmer of hope for Li Macho's survival. After a moment's hesitation, he punctured the area around her heart a few times before extracting the needle. Master Su, Hong Lingbo exclaimed, turning her gaze towards Su Zhiqing. Is my master still salvageable? At the doorway, Lu Wu Shuang, upon hearing this, abruptly turned her head, also directing her attention to Su Zhiqing. Sensing their scrutiny, Su Zhiqing glanced back at Lu Wu Shuang and realized that the needle she had plunged into herself had not pierced her heart, but had veered slightly off course. As an ordinary person, the eye-soul silver needle bore a unique poison that had plunged her into a state of apparent death. Do you believe I should save her or not? Su Zhiqing's inquiry left Lu Wu Shuang in a state of confusion. After a long pause, her eyes regained clarity. Just now, I witnessed her die before me, and there was no sense of vengeance. She reflected on their earlier conversation, noting how different she was from the former demoness. I do not wish to kill her, yet she is the one I am compelled to confront. Su Zhiqing grasped the essence of Lu Wu Shuang's words. She sought to vanquish the previous incarnation of Li Macho, not this one. Though he understood her sentiments, he could not condone them. Had Li Macho been his enemy, he would not have hesitated to eliminate her without a second thought. Upon hearing Lu Wu Shuang's words, Hong Lingbo suddenly knelt before her. Junior sister, please save our master. She is no longer the person she once was. Witnessing her senior sister's desperation, Lu Wu Shuang realized that without Hong Lingbo's assistance, her own survival under their master's influence would be tenuous. After much contemplation, Lu Wu Shuang finally spoke. I implore you, Master Su, to intervene and save her. She is not the one I ought to kill. Hearing this, Su Zhiqing glanced at the kneeling Hong Lingbo and retrieved the antidote for the ice-soul silver needle that Li Macho had once given him. He placed the antidote in her mouth and then channeled his inner energy to guide the medicine into her system. Following this, he gently laid his hand upon her heart, concentrating his inner force to penetrate her body through his fingertips. Although Li Macho had not succumbed to death, without the one yang finger and his profound inner strength, he would have been unable to revive her. After a considerable time, the seemingly lifeless Li Macho opened her bewildered eyes. Su Zhiqing, having expended most of his inner strength in this endeavor, looked at the now awakened Li Macho and declared to Hong Lingbo and Lu Wu Shuang, as you wished. I have brought her back. With that, he took a moment to recuperate before rising and exiting the room. Days turned into weeks, with the sun rising and setting in a rhythmic dance. Time swiftly passed, and after half a month, Su Zhiqing spent his days on the back mountain, diligently practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra with the little dragon girl. Were it not for the mutual benefits gained from this cultivation, he would have found it overwhelming. One day, as he stepped out of the courtyard, he spotted his senior uncle, Lu Chuxian, approaching from a distance. At the moment their eyes met, Su Zhiqing felt a sense of curiosity about Lu Chuxian's arrival. As Lu Shibo approached, he addressed him, saying, Zhiqing, after discussing with several of your masters about the military texts, we have resolved to establish a training ground on Zhongnan Mountain for military exercises. We will select 1,000 soldiers from among the disciples of our Quanzhen sect, and I would like you to take charge of this endeavor, if you would be so kind. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing was taken aback and promptly shook his head in refusal. The masters of military training can handle it. If I were to engage in military drills, I would scarcely have time to cultivate my skills. He thought to himself, casting a glance at the familiar surroundings. where he had already reached a proficiency level of 6,615. Chapter 101. Today's Path of Martial Arts. Tomorrow's strategy for the world. Zhiqing was taken aback when he discovered that several of his esteemed masters had decided to commence military training after a mere perusal of military texts. They intended to select 1,000 disciples from their sect for this purpose. Unbeknownst to him, the masters had conferred on the matter, and it was decided that he would bear the responsibility. Upon reviewing the overall proficiency, Zhiqing felt a deep reluctance. However, as he witnessed the fervent gaze of Master Lu upon him and recalled the brutality of the Mongolian soldiers on his return journey, he found himself inexplicably compelled to acquiesce. Very well, the exclamation escaped his lips, leaving him momentarily astonished. Master Lu, upon hearing Zhiqing's agreement, beamed with radiant joy. Your willingness to take charge is most welcome. Prior to your arrival, I, along with your master and several other esteemed seniors, deliberated on this matter. Within our Quanzhen sect, there exists a notable deficiency in military knowledge and strategies for troop deployment. Even with the insights gleaned from the Wumu Ishiyu brought, we remain incapable of effectively training soldiers. Zhiqing was perplexed by Master Lu's final remark. Sensing his confusion, Lu Chuxian sighed softly, whether it be training soldiers or leading them into battle. Both endeavors demand an immense expenditure of energy. While my fellow masters and I can partake occasionally, the daily rigors of military training may prove too taxing for our advancing years. Upon hearing these words, Zhiqing understood the underlying concern. The masters feared their age would hinder their stamina, preventing them from cultivating competent soldiers. Yet, he did not believe their vitality was waning. Despite their white hair and beards, the masters displayed a prowess in wielding swords that surpassed that of any youth. Master Lu, we Taoists excel in the art of nurturing life. You and the other masters remain robust. It is merely a matter of practicing military drills. Zhiqing, it is not the same. You are different from us, Master Lu countered, shaking his head. Once we delineate those 1,000 disciples, you shall be fully responsible for them. You and they will be considered special disciples, thus exempt from many of the sect's conventional regulations. Master Lu's brevity did not obscure his intent. Zhiqing grasped the implications. The Quanzhen sect adhered strictly to a vegetarian diet and rigorous precepts. It was inconceivable to allow the 1,000 selected disciples to follow the same path. The energy expended in leading troops aside, the focus would shift primarily to external martial arts, with internal practices serving as a complement. Practitioners of external techniques required the fortification of their bodies to enhance their vitality. Regular military training would deplete their physical condition. And to fortify their muscles and invigorate their blood, a diet inclusive of meat would be necessary. To compel Taoist disciples to consume meat daily would be utterly improper. As Zhiqing contemplated Master Lu's words, he found himself at a loss for words. You must return with me for now. The specifics will be relayed to you by Master Qiu and the others. Zhiqing nodded and departed with his master. Upon reaching the Grand Hall of Quanzhen, he found his master and the other elders already seated. Zhiqing initiated a respectful greeting, to which Qiu Chujie and the others acknowledged with nods, inviting him to take his seat. Once seated, Qiu Chujie inquired, Zhiqing, has Master Lu discussed the military training with you? Zhiqing replied affirmatively, indeed. Master Lu has shared the details. Qiu Chujie, upon hearing this, nodded slightly and remarked, I shall refrain from superfluous talk. We have considered your insights on resisting the Mongols, and your arguments hold substantial merit. The principles of our sect, in the realm of countering the Mongol threat, are far less effective than the might of a well-equipped army. A grand force can besiege cities and seize territories, thus enabling better governance over the populace within. Zhiqing, listening to Qiu Shibua's words, nodded in agreement. Even if the disciples of the Quanzhen sect were to eliminate numerous corrupt officials or assassinate certain military leaders, such actions would only serve as a deterrent. In critical moments of confrontation between the two armies, this approach could indeed prove pivotal. However, at present, the demise of a few commanders would simply lead to others stepping in to take their place. The common folk would remain largely unaffected, continuing to endure oppression and suffering. The sect's responsibility lies solely in executing justice. They are not tasked with the governance of the people. Their role is merely to intervene when they witness injustices against the populace, to strike down the oppressors, and then depart, only to repeat the cycle upon encountering further transgressions. Observing Zhiqing lost in thought, Qiu Chujie continued, the current circumstances are not yet ripe. While the Mongols have indeed mobilized, they cannot conquer the Song Dynasty in the near future. During this time, we must devise ways to support the Song, while simultaneously training our own soldiers. Once the opportune moment arrives, we shall launch an assault, seize territories, and strategize for further development. The reason for selecting 1,000 disciples is that extracting too many would disrupt the operations of our sect. Moreover, this serves as a preliminary trial. Zhiqing nodded slightly. He felt capable of leading 1,000 soldiers. If it were 3,000, he believed he could manage, but with 5,000 or 10,000, he feared he might falter. Furthermore, the 1,000 disciples under his command would, in both internal and external matters, be officially recognized as the sect's guardians. Therefore, we require a new designation. Zhiqing, do you have any ideas? Taken aback by Qiu Shibu's question, Zhiqing contemplated the implications of the 1,000 soldiers being associated with the sect and the establishment of a new department for which he would be responsible. This would provide a clear explanation both internally and externally. After reflecting for a moment, he spoke, as we are a sect of Taoism, guided by the Tao, and our disciples are martial practitioners, how about we name it the Daowu Pavilion? When the time is right, we can later rename it the Daowu Army. Upon hearing this, Qiu Chujia and the others exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement. For them, the name was of little consequence. What mattered was having a coherent explanation for both internal and external parties, especially since they would be selecting certain disciples for inclusion. Qiu Chujia decisively declared, "Then it shall be the Daowu Pavilion." After which, he turned to Zhiqing, stating, "The Daowu Pavilion will serve as our Quanzhen sect's guard. I will announce this throughout the sect, encouraging disciples to willingly join the Daowu Pavilion. Do you believe there are any prerequisites for joining the Dao Martial Pavilion?" Zhiqing, upon hearing Qiu Shibu's inquiry, pondered for a moment before responding. The only condition for entering the Dao Martial Pavilion is to be at least 16 years of age. And additionally, one must possess foundational martial arts skills. Qiu Chujin nodded, acknowledging that since they are training elite soldiers, it is essential to have martial arts practitioners among them. Are there any other requirements? Zhiqing affirmed and stated. Furthermore, the Dao Martial Pavilion has established its own regulations, primarily adhering to military law, thus no longer bound by the traditional sect rules. Qiu Chujin and the others exhibited no change in expression upon hearing Zhiqing's words. They had previously deliberated on such matters and concluded that the discipline of military training should indeed differ from that of sect conventions. Moreover, disciples of the Dao Martial Pavilion still belong to the Quanzhen sect and must abide by its rules. Qiu Chujin concurred. This point has been raised by you, Master Liu, and it should indeed be so. Observing that there were no objections from his elder, Zhiqing continued, Master Qiu, henceforth, the disciples of the Dao Martial Pavilion shall primarily focus on spear and saber techniques. His martial prowess allows him to vanquish foes effortlessly with a sword. However, given the relatively modest skills within the sect, wielding a sword does not compare to the efficiency of a saber in battle. Particularly, in the chaos of combat, the saber proves far more adept. Most importantly, saber techniques are more accessible to learn than sword techniques. Upon hearing this, Qiu Chujin and the others chuckled lightly, with Hao Datong remarking, "Our Quanzhen sect excels in swordsmanship. Although we possess saber and spear techniques, they have never garnered significant renown." As they noted, disciples within the Quanzhen sect practice all forms of weaponry, including sword, spear, and staff, yet none have achieved notable acclaim. The disciples venturing beyond the sect invariably wield swords. Zhiqing was well aware of this. It was not his intention for the disciples to abandon swordsmanship, certainly. They must continue practicing it, yet saber and spear techniques hold distinct advantages on the battlefield. He understood the foundational sword and saber techniques taught within the sect. Yet to attain mastery, one must primarily practice the sword. Qiu Chujin and the others envisioned the soldiers they might encounter, most bearing firearms, followed closely by those wielding long sabers. Qiu Chujin readily agreed. Since you are tasked with training the soldiers, your word shall prevail. Once Zhiqing and the elder masters reached a consensus, he refrained from further discussion. All matters would be addressed once the soldiers were gathered. Beyond these points, the regulations of the Dao Martial Pavilion remained to be established. Currently, they were only in the initial stages of preparation, with numerous tasks ahead, such as logistics, which would require gradual attention. After deliberating with the elder masters, Zhiqing hoped to acquire formidable saber techniques, which would be ideal. Additionally, the disciples of the Dao Martial Pavilion, being martial practitioners, should not be treated as mere ordinary soldiers, with exceptional martial abilities complemented by saber techniques. Each should be capable of matching at least 10 foes. Zhiqing envisioned the prospect of assembling 1,000 martial practitioners, each achieving an invulnerable state with their weapons. What ferocity would they unleash upon the battlefield? After Su Zhiqing and several senior brothers deliberated on the details, Qiu Chuji remarked, "Let us proceed in this manner for now. I shall select a suitable location for military training. Before that, inform the disciples about the matters concerning the Dao Wu Pavilion." As he spoke, Qiu Chuji turned to Heo Dating. "By the way, sixth junior brother, these affairs should not rest solely on Zhiqing's shoulders. You are to assist him in managing these responsibilities." Heo Dating nodded in agreement. The military training was of utmost importance, and he would not decline, as it pertained to the survival of the Quanzhen sect. Su Zhiqing gazed at the task displayed before him, contemplating the alteration of the future demise of the Quanzhen sect. He was uncertain whether this would indeed change their fate. However, if he did not take action, the sect's downfall seemed inevitable. In the ensuing matters, Su Zhiqing would not need to be heavily involved. Logistical arrangements would be settled by the sect. Afterward, Su Zhiqing departed from the Great Hall. Once he left, Qiu Chuji and the others sighed softly. They pondered whether it was truly possible, as Zhiqing suggested, to find a glimmer of hope. The current state of turmoil appeared to be more dire than they had anticipated. Could the Southern Song truly withstand the Mongolian onslaught? After departing the Great Hall, Su Zhiqing did not return to the back mountain, but instead proceeded to the Qingzhou courtyard. He intended to discuss the military training with Guijing, hoping that he might provide assistance when the time arose. After sending the message, Su Zhiqing finally returned to the ancient tomb in the back mountain. "Senior brother, have you returned to the sect?" Cheng Jiayao inquired upon noticing her brother's approach from the mountain's base. "Yes, the elders summoned me for a brief visit," Su Zhiqing replied without elaborating. That night, Su Zhiqing lay in bed, his thoughts in disarray. He had envisioned a life of solitary adventure, wielding a sword in the realm of chivalry. Yet his reality was far from that ideal. He could have chosen such a life, provided he could evade the chaos, living in blissful ignorance. Yet, he found himself unable to do so. "Do you have something weighing on your mind?" asked Zilongnu, nestled within Su Zhiqing's embrace, her hand resting upon his chest. Sensing his turmoil, upon hearing her question, Su Zhiqing shared the sect's affairs with her. After listening, Zilongnu gazed up at his chiseled face and softly remarked, "You often say that with great ability comes great responsibility. Since you have chosen to act, do not dwell on the past. Pursue your path as you see fit." Zilongnu could not comprehend Su Zhiqing's convoluted thoughts. Her perspective was simple. If one thinks of something, one should act upon it, and any unforeseen consequences would be dealt with in due course. Listening to her words, Su Zhiqing's hand unconsciously glided over Zilongnu's smooth back. "I may need to venture out soon," he said. Zilongnu looked at him quizzically. "Where to?" "To a place called the Valley of No Feelings." "What sort of place is that?" "In a secluded place, there resided an individual renowned for his exceptional swordsmanship, whom Su Zhiqing aspired to learn from. This individual was none other than Gongsun Ji, who lived in the desolate valley of Zhiqing. Additionally, Su Zhiqing wished to seek out Master Eating and inquire about Qiu Qianren. The mastery of Gongsun Ji's blade and Qiu Qianren's palm techniques would undoubtedly elevate the combat prowess of their army to unprecedented heights. However, the question lingered. Would they be willing to share their knowledge? While approaching Qiu Qianren might yield a favorable outcome, Gongsun Ji's cooperation was uncertain. Should he refuse, Su Zhiqing would have to resort to more forceful means. Upon hearing this, Xiaolong softly offered her assistance. Su Zhiqing, captivated by the warmth in her eyes, responded with a gentle kiss, subsequently flipping her beneath him. As night enveloped the world, the moon danced in and out of the clouds above. The following morning, having completed his daily tasks, Su Zhiqing returned to the mountain gate. The valley of Zhiqing was a hidden locale, and it was improbable for him to find it alone. Thus, he sought the aid of Master Qiu to help pinpoint its location. Upon learning of Su Zhiqing's intentions, Qiu Chuji expressed concern, stating that martial arts, whether from their sect or family traditions, were typically not imparted to outsiders. Would Gongsun Ji be willing to teach him? Su Zhiqing, however, withheld his true intentions from Qiu Chuji. His plan was to seize the techniques forcefully. He reassured his master that Gongsun Ji, being a good man, would likely offer his teachings if he understood that their aim was to resist the Mongolian invaders. Reassured by Su Zhiqing's words, Qiu Chuji agreed to assist him. "Very well, I shall instruct my disciples to search for the location of Zhiqing Valley, and I will inform you once I receive any news." After discussing martial training and other sect matters with his master, Su Zhiqing took his leave. Upon returning to the ancient tomb, he resumed his usual routine, practicing his skills during the day and studying the Jade Maiden Heart scripture with Xiaolong that night. Time passed imperceptibly, leading to the year's end. On a particular day, the sect held a minor competition, and Su Zhiqing attended with Xiaolong and his junior sister, Hong Lingbo. This competition was organized by Lu Qingjia. Though Qiu Chuji had intended for Su Zhiqing to oversee the event, he declined, feeling unqualified, which left Lu Qingjia to take on the responsibility. The minor competition served not only as a test of the disciples' martial abilities, but also as a means to select capable individuals for entry into the Daowu Pavilion. Recently, Qiu Chuji and the others had proclaimed the establishment of the Daowu Pavilion, announcing it as the most esteemed place within the sect. They also delineated the criteria for entry into this esteemed hall. Furthermore, the disciples were informed that Su Zhiqing would serve as the head of the Daowu Pavilion, with Hao Datong as his deputy, and that the selection would accommodate 1,000 individuals. Moreover, the disciples learned that those entering the Daowu Pavilion would bear significant responsibilities and be granted access to exclusive skills and internal arts, typically reserved for direct disciples. However, all of this requires the disciples of the Daowu Pavilion to exchange their performance for the opportunity. Only those who demonstrate exceptional abilities will be eligible to learn. After Qiu Chuki expressed these thoughts, he subtly encouraged many disciples within the sect, igniting their ambitions. Joining the Daowu Pavilion would elevate their status to that of a personal disciple. Just this prospect alone was enough to entice numerous disciples to desire membership. The teaching model of the Quanzhen sect follows a master-apprentice system, where a single master instructs many apprentices. However, not all apprentices receive the master's full attention. After all, every human has their limitations. Within the sect, the master's word is paramount. They also understood that upon entering the Daowu Pavilion, they would enjoy certain privileges. For instance, they would be exempt from the sect's regulations, which would no longer bind them. They could indulge freely in feasting and revelry. After careful consideration, many disciples perceived the Daowu Pavilion as a remarkable opportunity and thus sought to enlist. This upcoming minor competition would serve as a selection process for the disciples. The 1,000 soldiers would no longer be led in the traditional master-apprentice manner, but would instead be managed in a military structure. Initially, Qiu Chuki and the others had reservations about this approach. However, realizing that the regulations no longer constrained the Daowu Pavilion, they ultimately allowed Su Zhiqing to take the reins. Su Zhiqing did not interfere with the selection of candidates, as Hao Datong possessed a far greater understanding of the disciples below. Ultimately, on this particular day, Qiu Chuki informed him of the location of the Heartless Valley. He planned to set off after the new year to obtain the sword techniques from Gongsun. The minor competition concluded swiftly, and Hao Datong presented him with a portion of the selected candidates. 500 individuals were temporarily chosen, with the remaining 500 to be selected later on. Upon glancing at the list, Su Zhiqing was surprised to find the name of his senior brother, Lu Zhijia, among them. However, he did not dwell on it and returned the list to Hao Datong. Sixth Master, let us proceed according to our previously discussed arrangement for now. Hao Datong nodded in agreement, as he too lacked experience in military training. Everything would be executed following discussions with Su Zhiqing and referenced against the principles outlined in the Wumu manuscript. The manuscript stated that a complete structure is essential for an army to realize its full combat potential. Prior to selecting the soldiers, they had established a framework. Now, with 500 soldiers at their disposal, they could be immediately utilized. Sixth Master, I will be departing after the new year. You will lead these 500 soldiers in my absence. Should you encounter any uncertainties, adhere strictly to the Wumu manuscript. Su Zhiqing instructed. We shall address other matters upon my return. Hao Datong nodded in acquiescence. Chapter 102. The carried away Zhou Batong. 500 ordinary soldiers may only serve as surprise troops, whereas 500 soldiers with exceptional martial arts skills are qualified to confront others directly. Su Zhiqing does not aspire to train all soldiers into unparalleled masters. While he harbors such ambitions, it is contingent upon the soldiers possessing the requisite talent. Not to mention, even among their disciples of the Quanzhen sect, the number of first-rate experts is scant. Individuals like Zhao Zhiqing are already considered the pinnacle among the second-generation disciples. His masters are merely first-rate experts themselves. What capability does he possess to transform soldiers into supreme masters? If that were achievable, he would not require 1,000 unparalleled experts. 500 would suffice to decisively influence the course of a war. Indeed, he could easily dictate who ascends to the throne. He merely seeks to cultivate 500 soldiers into third-rate or even second-rate experts. Achieving first-rate status is a luxury. For instance, while third-rate experts may sound unimpressive, among ordinary soldiers, they can easily take on 10 adversaries. A battalion composed of several hundred second- and third-rate warriors would dominate in battle, provided they do not encounter large-scale enemy forces, resulting in a one-sided massacre. Furthermore, Su Zhiqing would not naively send his troops to clash head-on with such large formations. He is astute enough to leverage strengths rather than recklessly confront an opponent's advantages with his own weaknesses. Su Zhiqing instructed Master how to meticulously organize the 500 soldiers. 10 men would form a squad, 10 squads would comprise a company, with each squad led by a captain and a vice-captain. A regiment would consist of several companies, commanded by a chief general and a deputy general. This structure aligns closely with those of the southern Song Dynasty and the Mongol forces. Su Zhiqing is unfamiliar with the Mongol organization, and Master Hao and his companions have limited knowledge of the southern Song military structure. They both rely on the teachings found in the Wumu legacy, supplemented by Su Zhiqing's conceptual understanding. His singular advantage lies not in commanding troops in battle, but in grasping the broader strategic picture. Although he yearns to envision a different world, the chaotic knowledge imparted to him contains fragments that prove somewhat useful. He laments his inability to manufacture soap, glass, or explosives. The knowledge acquired through compulsory education has largely faded from his memory after navigating the complexities of society. Now, he and Master Hao are jointly responsible for the Daowu Pavilion. Master Chiu has even designated a mountain peak for their use, situated near the ancient tomb in the back mountains, with a broad, flat area in between. This flatland is currently undergoing construction, designated as a military camp. Su Zhiqing refrained from meddling in the camp's construction. After conferring with Master Lu, he entrusted the task to him. Although the construction may not have progressed well the previous year, it is anticipated to be completed in the following year. After delegating the military camp's establishment to Master Lu, he returned to the ancient tomb, planning to visit the Valley of the Heartless to retrieve the sword techniques in the coming year. He believed that Gongsun Ji was indeed fortunate. After all, when it came to the art of swordsmanship, the only figure that came to mind was Gongsun Ji. The primary reason for this was that he was exceedingly treacherous, having even eliminated his own wife to be with a maid. As for Gongsun Ji's sword techniques, Su Zhiqing planned to practice them and subsequently refine them, ensuring that the soldiers could learn them with greater ease without diminishing their potency. Should there be any exceptionally talented individuals, he would certainly impart the entirety of the techniques to them. The year-end swiftly passed, and Su Zhiqing found himself a year older. Player, Su Zhiqing age, 21 martial arts proficiency, first-class internal skills, master of the complete truth heart method, 487 10,000, master of the fragmented 9 scripture, 453 10,000. Master of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, 638 10,000. Proficient in innate skill, 313 1000. Finger techniques. Proficient in the One-Yang finger, 320 1000. Fist techniques. Proficient in the complete truth fist technique, 399 1000. Familiar with the empty clarity fist, 79 100. Palm techniques. Proficient in the heavenly net technique, 377 1000. Sword techniques. Master of the complete truth sword technique, 576 10,000. Proficient in the Jade Maiden sword technique, 631 1000. Proficient in the Jade Maiden pure heart sword technique, 611 1000. Lightness skills. Master of the golden goose technique, 357 10,000. Proficient in the sparrow capture technique, 294 1000. Techniques. Familiar with dual hand combat, 88 100 daily tasks. Completed 1,000 sword strikes random tasks. 1. Chongyang's last wish, in progress. 2. Chaoying's last wish, in progress. 3. Defeating the golden wheeled Dharma King, in progress. 4. Altering the downfall of the complete truth sect, in progress. Proficiency points, 7225. Upon reviewing the increase in his martial arts proficiency, Su Zhiqing felt a twinge of regret. If not for the extended time spent traveling this year, his proficiency would have significantly improved. Unfortunately, much of his time had been squandered on the road. Additionally, the multitude of martial arts he had learned further diluted the time he could dedicate to any single discipline. Among the various skills, the most notable progress had been in the Jade Maiden Heart method. Ever since he and the little dragon girl achieved a breakthrough, his diligent practice each night had led to such substantial advancement. Su Zhiqing mused that the little dragon girl's progress in the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra might even surpass his own. This thought evoked a sense of admiration within him, recognizing her innate martial arts talent as superior to his. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Su Zhiqing prepared to pay a visit to his master and uncles. Stretching his lower back, he called out towards the house, "Junior sister, summon your dragon sister. We are going to see the master." "Understood, brother," Cheng Jiao responded, shortly emerging from the room alongside the little dragon girl. Now 17, Cheng Jiao had not grown taller, but her figure had certainly become more pronounced. She linked arms with the little dragon girl. Su Zhiqing shifted his gaze away from his junior sister's chest and directed it towards the little dragon girl. Even in the chill of December, she remained clad in white garments, not burdened by heavy attire. Her profound internal strength rendered her untroubled by the biting cold, a testament to her formidable prowess. Su Zhiqing took the initiative to approach and grasp the hand of the little dragon maiden. Let us depart. The trio exited the dwelling together. Before leaving, they turned to glance at another house where Hong Lingbo and Lu Wushuang were practicing swordplay. Lu Wushuang had also become a disciple of the ancient tomb sect, and both were under the tutelage of the little dragon maiden. Su Zhiqing did not notice Li Macho, Hong Lingbo, and Lu Wushuang. Upon noticing Su Zhiqing and his companions, sheathed their swords and greeted, "We pay our respects to Uncle Su, Uncle Long, and Uncle Cheng." Su Zhiqing nodded slightly. "Where is your master?" Upon his inquiry, Li Macho emerged from the courtyard. Su Zhiqing observed that Li Macho's figure remained upright, her beauty still reminiscent of a celestial being, though her head was still devoid of hair beneath her hat. "Sisterly." Su Zhiqing acknowledged her with a gentle nod. Li Macho returned the gesture with a slight nod of her own. After exchanging a few words with Hong Lingbo and Lu Wushuang, Su Zhiqing prepared to leave. Just as he turned, he heard Lu Wushuang urgently inquire, "Uncle Su, when will Brother Yang return?" "I am uncertain. He is currently practicing martial arts with his Uncle Gua. He mentioned he would return after some time." Upon finishing his reply, he noticed a flicker of disappointment in Lu Wushuang's eyes. Observing this, Su Zhiqing refrained from further comment, as he truly did not know when Yang Guo would return. Earlier in the year, Guojing had sent him a letter, sharing some insights on military training and stating that he was teaching Yang Guo martial arts. Guojing and Huang Rong possessed considerable martial skills, and a brief instruction would suffice for Yang Guo's practice. Pondering Yang Guo's progress, Su Zhiqing resolved that upon the young man's return to the mountain, he should remain on the cold jade bed for his training. With the departure of the little dragon maiden, the stone chamber was left with only the cold jade bed, which Su Zhiqing had converted into a training ground. His junior sister, along with Hong Lingbo and Lu Wushuang, would diligently practice there daily. Noticing that Lu Wushuang and the others had ceased their inquiries, Su Zhiqing led the little dragon maiden and his junior sister back to the tranquil courtyard. Upon their arrival, the sound of swordplay reached their ears. Su Zhiqing approached the entrance and beheld his master engaged in sword practice. After observing for a while, he drew his sword and leaped forward. Sun Bu'er, upon noticing Su Zhiqing's arrival, displayed a fleeting smile with a change in her sword technique. She unleashed a flurry of 18 strikes. Each thrust seemed to split the air before Su Zhiqing. To his eyes, every sword swing from his master created a myriad of sword shadows. "Master, your swordsmanship is commendable." Su Zhiqing flattered his master, unswervingly responding with the same technique. He executed 18 strikes, perfectly countering Sun Bu'er's attacks. The two engaged in combat. The little dragon maiden and Cheng Jiayao watched as the courtyard filled with sword shadows, obscuring their figures. After a while, Sun Bu'er finally halted her strikes. Cheng Jiayao rushed forward, embracing Sun Bu'er, and exclaimed, "Master, you are incredible. You are equal to Brother Su." On hearing this, Sun Bu'er chuckled. "Are you praising me, or your brother?" Cheng Jiayao chuckled softly. All compliments, all compliments." At that moment, Xiaolongnu entered the room and greeted, "I pay my respects to senior son." Upon hearing this address, Sun Bu'er glanced at Xiaolongnu and then at Su Zhiqing, softly remarking, "Silly girl, why do you still call me senior?" Su Zhiqing, upon hearing his master's words, was about to signal Xiaolongnu when she bowed again and declared, "Longer pays her respects to master." Su Zhiqing paused, realizing that Xiaolongnu didn't require his prompting. "Good, good, good." Sun Bu'er exclaimed joyfully upon hearing this title. It was about time. Turning to Su Zhiqing, she added, "Since the new year has just passed, let us choose a date for your wedding." Su Zhiqing felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had intended to discuss this upon his return, but in the days spent with Xiaolongnu, it had slipped his mind. He turned to Xiaolongnu, only to find her gazing back at him. "Thank you, master. I apologize for the trouble." "What trouble?" Sun Bu'er replied, casting a glance at her disciple Cheng Jiayao. Noticing her continued elation, she sighed softly. The date was quickly set, and since Su Zhiqing and Xiaolongnu preferred a small affair without inviting outsiders, they decided on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Su Zhiqing had initially planned to visit Zhiqing Valley before this, but he postponed his trip. This would be the first wedding ever held in the Quanzhen sect, especially for its chief disciple, marking a momentous occasion in the sect's history. Some astute disciples sensed a shift within the sect, though they could not discern the direction of this transformation. The Qingzhou courtyard was adorned with festive decorations. Outside and inside, red silk draped everywhere. and crimson lanterns hung from every room. The wedding festivities lasted an entire day. After several rounds of toasts, Zhiqing was playfully urged by his fellow disciples to step away from the wine and devote more time to the bride. As he entered the bridal chamber, his gaze fell upon Zhiqing, seated on the bed beneath her red veil. Without uttering a word, he closed the door and secured it before slowly approaching her. Instead of lifting the veil immediately, he softly said, "From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I dreamed of a day like this." Zhiqing acknowledged his own desires, captivated by her beauty from that first encounter, believing Zhiqing to be a celestial being descended to earth. This admiration inspired his storytelling, for it was the only means he possessed to express his feelings. At that time, he was not particularly skilled in martial arts. Zhiqing could easily defeat him tenfold. To his astonishment, that dream had indeed materialized, yet it felt surreal, almost like an illusion. Before he could finish his thought, Zhiqing grasped his hand, placing it over her heart. "Do you hear it? It's beating." Zhiqing heard the words of the little dragon maiden and softly replied, "Indeed, it beats. This is not an illusion, it is real." As he spoke, he lifted the veil of the little dragon maiden, revealing her eyes brimming with affection. Zhiqing gazed into the depths of her eyes, beholding the bride adorned in her wedding attire. He extended his hand towards the flickering flame and gently waved it, extinguishing the candle with a soft puff. "Ah, the clothes," he murmured, and the night passed in silence. The following day, as Zhiqing and the little dragon maiden exited their chamber, they spotted their junior sister seated in the courtyard. "Junior sister, why are you up so early?" Zhiqing inquired, noticing the faint dark circles under her eyes. "Did you not sleep?" He knew that if she stayed awake even one night, she would certainly bear the marks of fatigue the next day. Upon hearing her senior brother's question, Chang Jiao felt a pang of anxiety but managed to reply, "I did sleep, just not enough." "As long as you slept." Zhiqing could discern the unease in his junior sister's demeanor. He was aware of her feelings for him. After his marriage to the little dragon maiden last night, it was likely she had truly spent the night awake. Zhiqing extended his hand towards her. "Come, let us go see Master. I need to borrow something from him." Chang Jiao hesitated for a moment, glancing at the little dragon maiden, who wore a similar expression of concern. Observing Chang Jiao's hesitation, the little dragon maiden urged, "Why are you not coming over?" Seeing her senior brother and the dragon sister treating her as they usually did, Chang Jiao's eyes sparkled with joy. As she approached, she found herself rationalizing. "I just find my senior brother a bit strange. My legs were weak when I left." Zhiqing, hearing her words, couldn't help but feel speechless. He had merely been overly excited last night, practicing several stances and even attempting some difficult moves, which led to a minor misstep. "What weak legs? I just stumbled," he retorted, taking hold of his junior sister's hand. "What nonsense. As a senior brother with profound skills, how could I possibly have weak legs?" he added, casting a furtive glance at the little dragon maiden. "Let us go." He led the little dragon maiden and his junior sister to the tranquil courtyard to pay their respects to their master. Sun Buer gazed at Zhiqing in astonishment. "Why are you up so early?" "I came to pay my respects to you, master," he replied. Sun Buer chuckled lazily, clearly unconvinced by Zhiqing's words. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhiqing turned to the matter at hand. "Master, I plan to depart tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Sun Buer was aware of Zhiqing's intention to visit the so-called Heartless Valley. The very name filled her with trepidation. "Isn't our sect's foundational sword technique sufficient? Why seek out reclusive individuals? I've heard from your senior brothers that Xiao Qianren seems to have some connection to that Heartless Valley. Are you certain the valley's master is a good person?" "Xiao Qianren is certainly no virtuous individual," she remarked, holding a disdainful view of him. "What good influence could come from a place associated with Xiao Qianren? Does our sect's fundamental sword technique not align with the Taoist martial pavilion?" Sun Buer believes that the basic sword technique suffices. If there were superior techniques, Zhiqing would not wish to depart. In truth, one can train the troops without that sword technique. He merely desires to enhance their prowess. He is merely embarking on an additional outing. "Master, while the foundational sword technique serves well for establishing a base, it is rather unsuitable as a lethal strike. The Valley Master possesses a formidable sword technique, and I yearn to learn and study it." Upon seeing Zhiqing's determination, Sun Buer refrained from further admonitions. "In any case, be cautious. Do you wish to take our disciples along?" Zhiqing shook his head in refusal. "No, the Valley Master is not particularly welcoming to outsiders, typically isolating themselves within." "Master, I wish to borrow an item from you." "What item?" "The Autumn Water Sword." Upon hearing Zhiqing's request, Sun Buer did not inquire as to why he sought this particular sword, but instead asked him to wait a moment. She rose, returned to her chamber, and emerged with a sword in hand. This is your ancestral master's treasured sword, a divine weapon that others dare not confront. Exercise caution while wielding it. Do not harm yourself. Su Zhiqing acknowledged with a sound of agreement and took the autumn water sword from his master. It was precisely because he understood the sword's formidable nature that he sought its power. As he prepared to depart for the Valley of Heartlessness, he realized that ordinary swords would prove inadequate. Having secured the autumn water sword, he announced his intention to leave. The following morning, he, along with Zilong and Cheng Jiayao, departed from Zhongnan Mountain, journeying towards the Guanlu direction. Along the way, the trio observed that the world had become increasingly chaotic. Many villages and towns lay desolate. Upon reaching Guanlu, as they made their way towards the Valley of Heartlessness, they suddenly spotted 4 individuals moving at remarkable speed. The 4 flashed by, demonstrating exceptional lightness of foot. Su Zhiqing gazed intently and sensed a familiarity in the object they carried. Beside him, Zilong murmured, "What they are carrying seems to resemble that old rascal from before." Cheng Jiayao, astonished, exclaimed, "Even with such formidable martial prowess, Master Uncle is being carried away like a pig." Chapter 103. The enigmatic new task. Upon hearing his junior sister speak of their Master Uncle, Su Zhiqing could not help but chuckle. "If we follow them, we shall discover who is capable of carrying our Master Uncle away." Cheng Jiayao, having grasped her senior brother's hint, responded in kind. "Indeed, we must rescue our Master Uncle." With that, the 3 of them spurred their horses onward. After a brief pursuit, they encountered a small creek. Before they could intervene, 4 individuals hoisted Zhou Badong onto a small boat and began to navigate upstream. Su Zhiqing and his companions, witnessing this, hastened to match the boat's pace. Cheng Jiayao called out to those aboard the vessel, "Hey, who are you? Where are you taking him?" The occupants of the boat turned upon hearing her voice. Su Zhiqing clearly discerned that among the 4 clad in green, there were 2 men and 2 women. One of the women, of a similar age to Cheng Jiayao, possessed fair skin and clear eyes. Yet it was the tiny black mole at the corner of her mouth that caught the most attention. The young woman replied, "This person has caused trouble in our valley. We are taking him back to face the valley master's punishment." Upon hearing her words, Su Zhiqing abruptly reined in his horse. The creek meandered with mountains flanking either side, its path far from straightforward. Noticing Su Zhiqing's halt, the young woman turned back, and as they paddled their small boat, they vanished from sight after a few twists in the winding stream. Cheng Jiayao, observing this, expressed her concern. "Senior brother, they have disappeared. If they have captured our Master Uncle, what might they do to him?" Su Zhiqing gazed at the serpentine creek ahead, dismounted, and swiftly ascended to a vantage point on a nearby cliff. From his elevated position, he spotted the earlier boat as it rounded a narrow opening concealed by foliage. Unless one looked closely, the entrance would be nearly impossible to detect. Realizing the implications, Su Zhiqing understood that their Master Uncle had been taken to the Valley of Heartlessness. The location provided by Uncle Chiu was indeed within this vicinity. He had initially intended to search extensively, yet fate had made the task effortless. After surveying the creek once more, he noticed a small boat not far off. With a determined stride, he returned to the side of the little dragon maiden and his junior sister, gesturing toward the small vessel he had previously observed. "There is a boat over there. We shall pursue them by water, for that place is precisely where I intended to go." Both the little dragon maiden and Cheng Jiayao looked at Su Zhiqing with surprise. The little dragon maiden surveyed their surroundings and softly remarked, "The Valley of Heartlessness is indeed secluded, making it truly challenging to locate." Cheng Jiayao nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, let us proceed to the boat." With that, the trio dismounted and walked a few paces before leaping onto the small vessel. The swaying craft caused Cheng Jiao's complexion to pale. "Senior brother, do you know how to paddle this boat?" Su Zhiqing admitted uncertainty. "I suppose I shall give it a try. It should not be too difficult." He seized the oar and, after testing its buoyancy, began to row. Su Zhiqing steered in the direction of the previously sighted boat and soon passed the verdant entrance, which was perilously close to the water's surface. 3 individuals lay in the boat as it glided forward. Not long after, they encountered 9 immense boulders obstructing their path. Cheng Jiayao, perplexed, inquired, "Senior brother, how did they manage to pass through?" Zilong glanced around and, with a sudden movement, raised her hand, causing a golden bell at her waist to soar forth and strike a specific spot with a resounding crack. At her action, the colossal stones emitted a series of cracking sounds before parting to clear the way. Cheng Jiayao then realized, so there is a mechanism. Su Zhiqing, intrigued, pondered how such a contraption was fashioned in this place. The ingenuity behind such mechanisms was indeed remarkable. However, he understood that this was not the moment for curiosity. With the boulders having cleared a path, He urged the boat onward until they reached the end of the stream. The trio disembarked and followed the narrow path leading into the valley. With only one route to traverse, Zhiqing felt assured they would not stray. As they ascended, they soon arrived at a broad area atop the mountain. There stood a stone abode. Upon sighting the dwelling, Zhiqing felt a tinge of caution and advised Xiaolong and his junior sister to remain vigilant as he approached the stone house alone. Standing before the tightly shut door, he called out, "Is anyone there?" No sooner had he uttered the words than the door swung open, revealing the same four individuals from before. Before Zhiqing could pose his questions, the four bowed deeply in greeting. "Our esteemed guest has arrived, and we failed to offer a proper welcome. We sincerely apologize." Esteemed guest? Zhiqing was bewildered by their demeanor. If someone were tailing him, it would be prudent to apprehend them first. Yet, the four made no aggressive moves and displayed remarkable courtesy. Zhiqing, though perplexed, waved his hand dismissively. "We have merely followed you. As long as you do not perceive us as foes, that suffices." Upon hearing this, the four exchanged glances, and a young woman with a mole at the corner of her mouth asked, "Might I inquire why you chose to follow us?" "I was merely curious after observing you bind an elderly man," he replied. The young woman nodded in understanding. "Ah, it is as you say. That elderly man appears quite aged, yet he is a villain who wreaked havoc upon our valley, inciting the ire of our valley's master, who tasked us with capturing him. If you have no ties to him, we kindly request you to return." Her demeanor was icy and devoid of emotion, reminiscent of a different version of Xiaolong. Zhiqing observed the expressions of the other three, who mirrored her impassive demeanor. Although they suggested he depart, Zhiqing glanced upward, noting the encroaching twilight. The mountain path was winding, and the river flowed swiftly. The sun was on the verge of setting, and traveling by night posed considerable risks. Moreover, the young woman had not even offered them a meal before suggesting they leave. The young woman, upon hearing his concerns, repeatedly apologized, "Please do not hold it against us. I am remiss in my considerations." As she spoke, she gestured invitingly. "We implore you to enter our humble abode." Zhiqing and his companions followed the young woman inside. The interior was quite austere, furnished only with a few tables and chairs. The young woman invited Zhiqing and his companions to sit, and requested they wait a moment while she went to the kitchen. "Senior brother, this place feels rather strange. Who would choose to reside here?" Zhiqing glanced at Xiaolong upon hearing those words, while Xiaolong regarded Cheng Jiayao with an inscrutable expression. No matter how peculiar this place might be, it could hardly compare to the abode of Xiaolong in the ancient tomb. Cheng Jiayao, feeling the weight of Xiaolong's gaze, hesitated to speak further, her heart laden with trepidation. The Valley of Indifference was indeed a realm devoid of affection and love, forsaking all manner of chaotic desires, living in a manner that seemed far removed from normalcy. As Zhiqing spoke, he gently squeezed Xiaolong's hand. Observing their interaction beneath the table, Cheng Jiayao let out a huffy sound, tinged with jealousy. As the trio conversed, a young maiden approached with their meal. Cheng Jiayao cast a glance at the dishes, noting their vegetarian nature, far more austere than the fare of her Quanzhen sect. She had always dined on meat alongside her senior brothers. Turning to the maiden, who appeared to be of similar age, she remarked with a huff, "Dear sister, do not assume that our robes dictate we should be served only vegetables." The maiden, sensing Cheng Jiao's irritation, responded with a gentle apology, "Our valley strictly prohibits meat. I hope the esteemed guests will understand." Cheng Jiayao, upon hearing this, chose to withhold further complaints. The maiden continued, "Please enjoy your meal at your leisure," and began to withdraw. Yet Zhiqing interjected, "May I inquire as to the name of this place and the identity of the young lady?" Upon hearing his query, the maiden turned back, her demeanor cordial. "Since you are so eager to know, it is no trouble to inform you. This is the Valley of Love Flowers, and the Valley Master bears the surname Gongsun. I am Gongsun Lo." Cheng Jiayao, upon hearing Gongsun Lu's name, exclaimed in surprise, "You also share the Gongsun surname. What is your relationship with the Valley Master?" "He is my father." Cheng Jiayao was poised to ask further, but Zhiqing intervened, his expression one of bemusement. For upon Gongsun Lu's introduction, a voice echoed in his mind, "Change Gongsun Lu's fate, skill points 500. This revelation left Zhiqing perplexed. Had not Gongsun Lu's fate already been altered? Originally, she was destined to perish at the hands of her father due to a confluence of circumstances. Had those circumstances not vanished because of his involvement? The appearance of this character left Zhiqing utterly confounded. It seemed that despite the alteration of her fate, further changes were still required. Was Gongsun Lu's destiny not yet fully transformed? Setting aside his inner questions, he refrained from allowing his younger sister to inquire further of Gongsun Lu. He nodded, So it is the esteemed Gongsun lady. I am Su Zhiqing, and this is my wife, who bears the surname Long. Su Zhiqing intended to introduce his junior sister. But Cheng Jiayao interjected, I am Cheng Jiayao, the most cherished younger sister of my senior brother. Gongsun Lu regarded Su Zhiqing with a curious glance, to which he merely acknowledged with a sound of affirmation, my most beloved younger sister. Gongsun Lu, sensing the peculiar dynamics among the trio, maintained a neutral expression. As dusk approached, she advised, esteemed guests, after your meal, it is best to rest. It would be wise to refrain from wandering about at night. With that, she departed alongside 3 others clad in green robes. Su Zhiqing noticed his sister seemed inclined to speak, yet he gestured for her to refrain from further inquiries. After the others departed, Cheng Jiayao cast a puzzled glance at her senior brother. Senior, I wanted to inquire about the whereabouts of our esteemed uncle. But why did you prevent me from asking? It's already late today. They would not release him immediately even if I did. Let us wait until tomorrow to ask. Su Zhiqing spoke these words, yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of their mission. How could one alter the fate of Gongsun Levayu? After pondering for a while, he found himself at an impasse. Once their meal concluded, the trio spent the night in the stone chamber. Early the next morning, Su Zhiqing gently shifted his junior sister's legs from his body and moved the little dragon girl's arm from around his neck. Despite his carefulness, he inadvertently roused both the little dragon girl and his junior sister. It's still early. You both should sleep a little longer. I shall practice my swordplay, Su Zhiqing proclaimed as he exited the stone abode. Cheng Jiayao and the little dragon girl were well aware of Su Zhiqing's daily sword practice routine, which varied between morning and night. After Su Zhiqing left the stone house, he engaged in a brief warm-up. Standing there, he gazed around. It was early March, and the mountains were adorned with vibrant greenery, a testament to the resurgence of life. Turning his head, he noticed the absence of those so-called love flowers, but many plants with fine thorns were present. Su Zhiqing refrained from wandering aimlessly and instead drew his sword to fulfill his task. With his exceptional martial prowess, he could now complete 1,000 sword strikes in a fraction of the time it once took him. Just as Su Zhiqing finished his practice, the little dragon girl and his junior sister emerged from the room. Cheng Jiayao grumbled, there isn't even a bed in this stone house. Sleeping on the ground is unbearable. Su Zhiqing affectionately tousled his junior sister's hair, assuring her, it will be better once we return. He then cautioned, do not touch any unfamiliar plants, especially those with thorns. Su Zhiqing proceeded to explain about the love flowers. As he concluded his explanation, a voice softly interjected. I did not expect our guest to be so knowledgeable about the flowers of Love Flower Valley. Turning to the sound, Su Zhiqing beheld Gongsun Levayu accompanied by several women clad in green. The speaker was Gongsun Levayu, her eyes fixed on Su Zhiqing with a hint of curiosity. It seemed she was intrigued by his understanding of Love Flower Valley. Su Zhiqing remained unfazed, noting that his earlier remarks had been overheard. Indeed, Love Flower Valley is not truly isolated from the world. It is entirely normal to acquire a bit of knowledge. His words bore no concern for whether Gongsun Levayu believed him. Gongsun Levayu merely nodded, her belief uncertain, and she deftly shifted the conversation. Surely, the esteemed Taoist and his companions have yet to freshen up? As soon as her words fell, 3 green-clad women approached, carrying wooden basins. Please allow us to facilitate your ablutions. Su Zhiqing and his companions accepted graciously, undertaking a brief cleansing. Once they had finished, Gongsun Levayu gently suggested, might our guests prefer to dine within the stone house? Following her statement, 2 attendants emerged, each bearing a food box as they made their way to the stone dwelling. After the attendants set down the boxes and returned, Gongsun Levayu spoke again. The 3 esteemed guests may dine first, and shortly, the Valley Master will come to meet you. With that, she turned to depart. After the 3 had finished their breakfast, Su Zhiqing briefed the 2 companions on some precautions before leading them out of the stone house. They intended to meander through the valley. Instead of following the path taken by Gongsun Levayu, they opted to explore their surroundings. After a brief survey, Su Zhiqing concluded that this place was more suitable for seclusion, though it could not compare to the 100-Flower Valley. He recalled that the 100-Flower Valley, due to its unique environment, enjoyed a perpetual spring, unlike the emotionless valley, which did not share this characteristic. After a leisurely stroll, the trio returned to the stone house, only to find Gongsun Levayu waiting for them outside. Su Zhiqing approached her, expressing that he had been captivated by the valley's beauty and could not resist taking a walk. Gongsun Levayu gently remarked, Taoist Su, if you wish to admire the scenery, you have arrived at an inopportune time. Our Emotion Flower Valley, as its name suggests, displays its most exquisite beauty during the bloom of the emotion flowers. Not only are they vibrant in color, but their fragrance is also worth savoring. Su Zhiqing felt a tinge of regret upon hearing this. Gongsun Levayu, having made her point, gestured for them to follow her. Taoist Su, ladies, please accompany me. The Valley Master wishes to meet you. The trio followed Gongsun Levayu, and after a few twists and turns, they were greeted by a lush green bamboo grove. As they trailed behind Gongsun Levayu through the bamboo, a delicate floral scent wafted towards them. They looked ahead to see a pond adorned with blooming daffodils. Please, guests. This way. Gongsun Levayu led the way, stepping onto a wooden post positioned every few feet in the pond. After gracefully leaping from one post to another, she soon reached the opposite shore. Observing this, Su Zhiqing allowed his junior sister to proceed first. All three possessed lightness of foot, and the wooden posts posed no challenge for them. Once they joined Gongsun Levayu, she remained silent and continued guiding them onward. Shortly after, a grand stone house came into view. Before the entrance stood two attendants clad in green, wielding dusters. Upon arriving, one of the attendants entered the house, seemingly to announce their presence. With Gongsun Levayu leading the way, Su Zhiqing and his companions followed her inside. As they entered, an elderly man in a green robe approached them. Su Zhiqing's eyes brightened upon seeing him. He recognized the old man, notable for his distinctive appearance. Standing at just 4 feet tall, with a beard that brushed the ground, he was hard to forget. Although Su Zhiqing was familiar with him, he maintained a neutral expression. The old man greeted them with a smile. Welcome, esteemed guests. I apologize for not coming to greet you personally. Please forgive me. Please, come in and enjoy some tea. Su Zhiqing turned to Gongsun Levayu and inquired, who is this gentleman? Before she could respond, the elderly man interjected, my sincerest apologies for not introducing myself. I am Fan Yiwang. Realizing he was the venerable Fan, Su Zhiqing clasped his hands in greeting and introduced his companions. Please come in. No need for formalities. As Su Zhiqing attempted to follow Fan Yiwang, he noticed that Gongsun Levayu had not yet moved. Miss Gongsun, Master Su, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you any further. Su Zhiqing nodded slightly and followed along with Xiaolong and his junior sister as they trailed behind Fan Yiwang. Upon entering the grand hall, Fan Yiwang gestured with his hand, inviting them to take a seat. The trio, upon hearing his words, made their way to the western side of the hall and sat down. Once seated, Fan Yiwang announced, honored guests have arrived. Please summon the Valley Master to receive them. Su Zhiqing, upon hearing this, shook his head slightly, pondering the abundance of formalities. As he mused, a group of approximately 10 individuals clad in green garments emerged from the rear hall, forming a line on the left side. Su Zhiqing observed as a figure appeared behind the screen, a man of around 40, with a sallow complexion and a gaunt visage. His frame appeared exceedingly frail, suggesting a lack of martial prowess. The man approached and bowed respectfully to Su Zhiqing and his companions before turning to take the main seat. Once seated, he signaled for tea to be served. Su Zhiqing surmised that this man must be Gongsun Ji. Observing Gongsun Ji serve the tea, he remained unhurried, savoring a sip before rising to clasp his hands in greeting. The elderly gentleman you captured yesterday is my esteemed uncle. I am unaware of the circumstances that might have led to his offense against the Valley Master. If possible, I kindly request the Valley Master to release my uncle. After Su Zhiqing spoke, he noticed Gongsun Ji's expression darken, and the individuals around him, including Fan Yiwang, regarded him with cold gazes. After a prolonged silence, Gongsun Ji let out a cold snort. I had thought a distinguished guest graced us, but it seems an unwelcome visitor has come to stir trouble. Su Zhiqing, however, met Gongsun Ji's gaze with calmness. Valley Master, might there be a misunderstanding in this matter? My uncle is somewhat eccentric and differs from ordinary folk. Should he indeed bear any fault, I shall gladly compensate for his transgressions. His words seemed to ease the tension in the atmosphere surrounding Gongsun Ji and his companions. Observing this, Gongsun Ji waved his hand dismissively. Bring that old fellow out. Chapter 104. Su Zhiqing. Is there still a need to find justification for picking a fight? 4 young men clad in green carried an iron cage to the center of the hall. Upon noticing Gongsun Ji's gesture, they set the cage down with a resounding thud that caused the ground to tremble slightly. Is there an earthquake? Is there an earthquake? Zhou Batong, who had been soundly asleep within the cage, was abruptly awakened and, mistaking the disturbance for an earthquake, began to shout in alarm. Hearing Zhou Batong's outcry, Cheng Jiao hurriedly reassured him, Master Uncle, there is no earthquake. Su Zhiqing, upon seeing his master uncle imprisoned in the cage, slowly rose to his feet. His gaze icy as it fixed upon Gongsun Ji. The cage was clearly not a mere confinement for humans. No matter how much of a rascal Zhou Batong may be, he was still Su Zhiqing's master uncle and a member of the Quanzhen sect. Given the treatment he received at the hands of Gongsun Ji, it was only natural for Su Zhiqing to regard him with disdain. Valley Master, do you intend to provoke a confrontation with my Quanzhen sect by treating my master uncle in such a manner? Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's inquiry, Gongsun Ji's brow furrowed slightly. He had felt a sense of familiarity with the young Taoist's robe, and upon hearing the latter's self-identification, a ripple of recognition stirred within him. This youth was a disciple of the Quanzhen sect? As the Valley Master of the Flower Valley, Gongsun Ji's seclusion did not imply ignorance of the outside world. How could he be unaware of the Quanzhen sect, a prominent faction? After a moment of contemplation, Gongsun Ji maintained his stern demeanor and replied with a snort, Su Taoist, even your esteemed Quanzhen sect should not overstep its bounds. Su Zhiqing pointed toward Zhou Batong, still confined within the cage, and retorted coldly, pray tell, who is truly overstepping their bounds? Under normal circumstances, it was entirely justifiable for Zhou Batong to be apprehended for causing unrest within their valley. Even if he were to be killed, it would not be considered out of the ordinary. Su Zhiqing was acutely aware of this. He merely sought an excuse to assert his authority, leveraging the influence of his sect to pressure Gongsun Ji. Listening to Su Zhiqing's continued impudence, Gongsun Ji explained, Su Taoist, you are unaware of the circumstances. Last night, my disciples captured your master uncle, but he, being exceptionally skilled, managed to break free from his restraints and escape in the dead of night. Fortunately, my disciples acted promptly and recaptured him. To prevent any further attempts at escape, we had no choice but to confine him in this cage. Gongsun Ji paused momentarily before adding, moreover, I was not aware that this esteemed individual was a master uncle of your sect. If I had known, I would not have dared to apprehend him. He then glanced toward the cage, addressing Zhou Batong. Elder, had you revealed your identity as a Quanzhen sect member sooner, we would not have detained you. Zhou Batong, still inside the cage, grunted in response, seemingly quite indignant about his capture. Su Zhiqing, understanding the situation, adopted a rather haughty demeanor. If that is the case, knowing my intentions, why do you not release my master uncle? Meanwhile, Xiaolong and Cheng Jiayao exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend Su Zhiqing's unusual demeanor, as they had never witnessed such a side of him before. Gongsun Ji, upon witnessing Su Zhiqing's haughty demeanor, felt a surge of disdain for their emotionless valley, igniting a spark of ire within him. Master Su, it is your esteemed uncle who erred first, compelling us to confine him. Su Zhiqing retorted, indeed, my master's uncle's transgressions are undeniable, and should you choose to execute him, I would utter not a word in protest. However, confining him to a cage is utterly intolerable. With an ominous tone, he continued, your actions tarnish the dignity of the entire truth sect. As he spoke, the cage Zhou Batong, perhaps in urgent need, unexpectedly unfastened his trousers and relieved himself towards the outside of the cage. Xiaolong, Cheng Jiayao, and the others present turned pale with shock, swiftly averting their gazes. Su Zhiqing's expression fluctuated between shades of anger and embarrassment. Goodness, is it so easy to play the villain? Must this old rascal undermine his own allies? He had not anticipated such a spectacle. The other attendees, recalling Su Zhiqing's earlier remarks and observing the old trickster's antics, wore expressions of amusement. Gongsun Ji, your conduct is indeed excessive. Su Zhiqing feigned fury, his heart stirring with indignation. Is my master's uncle to endure confinement while also being subjected to such indignities? His relentless inquiries finally provoked Gongsun Ji's ire. Yet, recognizing the formidable nature of the entire truth sect, he swallowed his anger. Master Su, can your uncle not endure a moment of restraint? He himself behaved in such a manner in the hall. How can you hold us accountable? With a dismissive wave, he commanded, release him at once and let him depart the valley. Su Zhiqing, initially intending to find further grounds for his wrath, found himself momentarily at a loss. What pretext could he contrive? While he pondered, Gongsun Ji's disciples assisted in freeing the old trickster from the cage. Once liberated, Zhou Batong hastily secured his belt and bounded towards Su Zhiqing, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Haha, little brother, you are truly remarkable. Before Su Zhiqing could respond, an unpleasant odor wafted into his nostrils, urine. Turning to investigate, he discovered Zhou Batong's hands were damp. Quickly, he removed the old man's hand from his shoulder. Master uncle, the nine, farewell. Upon hearing those words, Zhou Batong vanished in an instant, his speed leaving onlookers astounded. From the main seat, Gongsun Ji observed this and inclined his head towards Su Zhiqing. Master Su, since your esteemed uncle has departed, I kindly request that you take your leave as well. Su Zhiqing, however, was disinclined to depart. After all, he had yet to engage in a demonstration of his swordsmanship. As he contemplated what grounds he might have for a confrontation, a realization struck him. Why seek a pretext at all? With renewed resolve, Zhiqing clasped his hands together in gratitude. I sincerely appreciate the Valley Master for allowing my master uncle to leave. However, I have come not only to rescue him, but also for another matter. Gongsun Ji's expression darkened, a premonition stirring within him. This Su was clearly intent on confronting him directly. Before he could utter a word, Fan Yuan interjected, Master Su, what precisely brings you to our humble abode? We have released your esteemed master uncle without demanding any compensation. Are you still dissatisfied? He was a disciple under Gongsun Ji, having previously navigated the martial world and was aware of the formidable reputation of the Quanzhen sect. Yet, the members he had encountered were all paragons of virtue, unlike the assertive young Taoist before him. Could it be that the times had changed? Zhiqing regarded Fan Yuan with a slight chuckle. Brother Fan, have you heard me express any discontent? My intention lies elsewhere. Fan Yuan was about to respond, but Gongsun Ji gestured for him to remain silent, directing his attention to Zhiqing. If the Taoist has something to convey, please speak candidly. Zhiqing nodded. Very well. This time my master has consented to send someone to visit his sister. Upon hearing this, not only Gongsun Ji, but even Cheng Jiayao and Zilongnu were filled with confusion. Additionally, they pondered why Zhiqing, who had previously claimed that Gongsun, the Valley Master, was a good man, now seemed intent on causing trouble instead of acquiring the promised sword techniques. Sister? What sister? Gongsun Ji shook his head, perplexed. Master Su, I do not comprehend your words. Zhiqing smiled and clarified. I neglected to mention that this person's Dharma name is Xian, and his secular name is Qiu Qianren. His sister is your esteemed wife, known as Qiu Qianqi. As soon as the words left his lips, Gongsun Ji's expression shifted dramatically. He cast a fleeting glance at his daughter nearby, before quickly averting his gaze. With a feigned sigh, he was about to speak when Gongsun Lao suddenly interjected, Father, how come I was unaware of having an uncle? Upon hearing his daughter's words, Gongsun Ji felt a tremor in his heart. Ever since his daughter had started resembling her mother more closely, he had kept his distance, unable to face her. Her visage evoked both fear and loathing within him. How could he engage in lengthy conversations with her? He glanced at her and replied curtly, Your uncle has renounced worldly ties. Does it truly matter whether I mention it or not? After meeting her father's stern gaze, Gongsun Lao fell silent, too intimidated to inquire further. Zhiqing observed this exchange with keen interest, realizing that he was too benevolent. He sought to express his indignation, yet felt compelled to concoct a justification. The thought of venting his frustration without a pretext was beyond him. He noted how Gongsun Lao, upon confronting Gongsun Ji, dared not speak more than necessary. Reflecting on her life in the Valley of Ruthlessness, he felt a twinge of sympathy. Thus, he inquired, Valley Master Gongsun, might I ask where your esteemed wife is? Gongsun Ji regarded Zhiqing with a feigned sigh. Master Tao, you may not know, my wife fell gravely ill over a decade ago, and has since passed away. Oh, Zhiqing responded, displaying a look of skepticism. Are you certain? However, I have heard that she is still alive. Upon hearing Zhiqing mention that Qiu Qianqi is alive, Gongsun Ji's expression twisted in disbelief. Impossible. My mother is still alive? The latter question came from Gongsun Lao. Zhiqing ignored Gongsun Ji's gaze and turned to Gongsun Lao with a slight smile. Yes, your mother is indeed alive. Eagerly, Gongsun Lao inquired, Where is my mother? Zhiqing glanced at Gongsun Ji and replied, You should ask your father to find out. Gongsun Lao hastily looked at her father. Father, is my mother truly alive? Lao, are you paying attention to this charlatan's nonsense? Gongsun Ji was irritated by his daughter's question, his eyes narrowing menacingly at Zhiqing. I address you respectfully as a Taoist. Yet your words seem to attack my Qinghua Valley. What is your true intention? Zhiqing shrugged. I have already stated my purpose, to visit your esteemed lady. If you claim that your lady has passed away due to illness, and I assert that she is still alive, if you do not believe me, we can certainly seek her out together. Zhiqing's words left Gongsun Ji in a state of uncertainty. Could it be that the woman had not perished? He had abandoned her in that deep pit. The pit housed crocodiles. How could she possibly survive? As this thought crossed his mind, Gongsun Ji fixed his gaze on Zhiqing. Su Taoist, do you understand that if you cannot find her, you will not leave my Qinghua Valley today? Zhiqing chuckled softly. Ah, so you wish for me not to succeed in my search. He then turned to Gongsun Lao. Miss Gongsun, do you wish to find your mother? Gongsun Lao nodded eagerly. Su Taoist, is my mother truly alive? Zhiqing nodded gently. Yes, she is alive. But there are those who wish for her demise. After speaking, he directed his gaze at Gongsun Ji. Valley Master Gongsun, would you agree with my statement? Gong Sun Ji snorted coldly. Su Taoist, spare me your superfluous words. I wish to see how you intend to locate my deceased wife. Very well. Su Zhiqing turned to Gong Sun Lao and said, Miss Gong Sun, please lead the way to your study. Upon hearing this, Gong Sun Ji narrowed his eyes. Gong Sun Lao hurriedly interjected. Su Taoist, the study is a forbidden area. Without my father's command, no one is allowed to enter. Are you not curious as to why your father's seemingly ordinary study is surrounded by so many rules? This remark sparked doubt within Gong Sun Lao. Indeed, if it were an ordinary study, what could possibly be hidden within? She glanced at her father, only to find his expression grim. Su Taoist, you are persistently provoking my Qinghua Valley Master Gong Sun. Is there truly something untoward hidden within your study? His words ignited suspicion among those present in the hall. Very well, I shall permit you to see the study. Hearing this, Su Zhiqing ceased his prattling and turned to Gong Sun Lao. Please, Miss Gong Sun, lead the way. Gong Sun Lao turned her head to glance at Gong Sun Ji. Gong Sun Ji gritted his teeth and forced out 2 words. Lead on. Gong Sun Lao dared not say more. She approached Su Zhiqing and whispered, Taoist, please follow me. Su Zhiqing responded with a hum and followed closely behind Gong Sun Lao. Sheng Jiayao and the little dragon girl exchanged glances and hurried to catch up. They were both troubled by the stark contrast in Su Zhiqing's demeanor compared to his usual self. Seeing the 4 of them leave, Gong Sun Ji followed out of the hall. After several twists and turns, Gong Sun Lao led Su Zhiqing and the others to a room. Taoist, this is my father's study. Su Zhiqing acknowledged with a nod and turned to glance at Gong Sun Ji. However, Gong Sun Ji merely snorted, his eyes indicating for Su Zhiqing to enter. Su Zhiqing chuckled, bypassing Gong Sun Lao to push open the study door. The others turned to look inside the study, but saw no one. Gong Sun Ji watched Su Zhiqing with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Taoist Su, where are the people? You've come to the study too. Where's my wife? She is not here. Indeed, she is not in the study, but I never said she wasn't beneath it. Su Zhiqing turned back, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he fixed his gaze on Gong Sun Ji. He harnessed his inner power and forcefully kicked the floor beneath him, the impact reverberating with a hollow thud. Gong Sun Ji's expression immediately changed. He commanded, someone, seize this Su fellow. As he spoke, his gaze passed over the little dragon girl, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. Ever since she entered, he felt an unsettling stir within him. If he eliminated this fellow now, he could keep the dragon girl and the young lady within the valley. Su Zhiqing noticed Gong Sun Ji's look and drew his Qiushui sword with a sharp sound. Miss Gong Sun, your father is becoming agitated. Gong Sun Lao too sensed her father's unusual behavior and turned to him, asking, Father, what are you doing? Didn't Taoist say he could find mother? Gong Sun Ji paid no heed to his daughter's words, instead focusing on his subordinates who were ready with a fishing net. A triumphant expression crossed his face. Daughter, step aside. This foul Taoist clearly has ill intentions towards us. Gong Sun Ji glared fiercely at Su Zhiqing. Foul Taoist, I have tolerated you for too long. Hearing this, Su Zhiqing merely chuckled. He looked at Gong Sun Ji and said, She is below, yet you won't let me search. Are you hiding something? Gong Sun Ji, consumed by rage, paid no mind to Su Zhiqing's taunts. Seize him. The disciple holding the fishing net hesitated, as Gong Sun Lao stood protectively in front of Su Zhiqing. Gong Sun Ji, seeing this, grew furious. Did you not hear my orders? Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing also spoke up. Miss Gong Sun, please step aside. Gong Sun Lao turned to meet Su Zhiqing's gaze directly. Taoist, is it true that my mother is really alive? Su Zhiqing gazed into the clear eyes of Gong Sun Lao, unflinchingly affirming with a nod. Indeed. Upon witnessing this, Gong Sun Lao drew her sword, confronting her father. Gong Sun Ji's expression darkened ominously. Are you truly prepared to oppose your father? Father, the Taoist priest claims that mother is still alive. Why do you refuse to believe him? Gong Sun Ji disregarded his daughter's plea, retorting, if you do not step aside, when the blades are drawn, do not blame your fellow disciples. Hearing her father's words, tears silently streamed down Gong Sun Lao's face. Father, allow the Taoist to search for mother. I have never even seen her face. Gong Sun Ji's countenance grew even more impassive. Step aside. Gong Sun Lao shook her head resolutely, refusing to yield. Unfilial daughter. Gong Sun Ji erupted in fury, commanding his disciples. Seize them. The green-clad figures holding fishing nets hesitated briefly, but ultimately advanced. Gong Sun Lao positioned herself protectively in front of Su Zhiqing, yet before she could act, a large net ensnared her. Struggling, she called out to Su Zhiqing, Taoist. Flee quickly. If you are caught in this net, escape will be impossible. At her words, Su Zhiqing tightened his grip on the Qiushui sword with his right hand, while silently manipulating the specially crafted jade gold needles with his left. He had come thoroughly prepared. He understood the properties of the fishing net. Ordinary swords could not sever it, yet the Qiushui sword was an extraordinary weapon. The fishing net could never withstand the Qiushui sword. Additionally, the net was embedded with powerful magnets designed to counter concealed weapons. Typically, such weapons were metallic and would be instantly attracted to the magnets upon being launched. As Su Zhiqing observed the net bearers approaching, he exchanged a knowing glance with the little dragon girl. Sensing his intent, she stood beside him, together shielding Cheng Jiayao. Just as the green-clad figures closed in, Su Zhiqing and the little dragon girl exchanged a glance and simultaneously hurled their jade gold needles. Gongsun Ji, witnessing this, scoffed derisively. Futile effort, those needles. Before he could finish, the needles struck the net-bearing disciples, who screamed in agony and collapsed, unable to maintain their grip on the nets. Su Zhiqing hurled another needle, toppling the remaining net holders as well. Gongsun Ji's expression shifted drastically. He waved his hand at his disciples. Use swords. Fanny Wu and the others charged towards Su Zhiqing. Cheng Jiayao, standing behind him, murmured as she observed the approaching figures. Senior brother, did you not say that the Valley Master is a good person? Despite her words, she proceeded to follow their prior agreement, opening the gourd to release the little creatures. Chapter 105. Assisting Gongsun Levayu in finding her mother. Having been informed of the circumstances surrounding the Valley of Passion Flowers, Su Zhiqing arrived well prepared. Standing side by side with the little dragon maiden, they deftly pierced through the net of fishing lines, prompting their junior sister to get ready. As they observed the disciples of the Valley of Passion Flowers charging at them with blades drawn, a buzzing sound emerged from behind, and they swiftly evaded. Leading the charge was Fanny Wu, who, upon witnessing Su Zhiqing and the little dragon maiden suddenly retreat, sensed an ominous premonition. Before he could comprehend the situation, he spotted several dark specks soaring towards them from behind the duo. What is that? He exclaimed, swinging his steel staff in an attempt to intercept the approaching dots. Just as he was about to make contact, the sound of a flute resonated in the air. To his astonishment, the dark specks beneath his staff deftly flapped their wings, evading his strike and instead lunging directly at Fanny Wu's face. A sharp pain jolted through his visage as he felt a sting, as if bitten. It's a wasp. A wasp. The younger disciples trailing behind him realized with horror that the dark specks were indeed wasps. Each wasp was the size of an adult's thumb, and they all descended upon Fanny Wu's face. The sight of their senior's face swarming with wasps sent chills down their spines. The agony of being stung by the jade wasps caused Fanny Wu to drop his staff, instinctively attempting to claw at his own face. The flute's melody played again, and the wasps that had landed on his visage buzzed their wings vigorously before darting towards the disciples following him. Those unfortunate enough to be stung writhed in pain, rolling on the ground in agony. Gongsun Ji, witnessing his disciples collapse under the assault of the peculiar wasps, felt a surge of dread. He fixed his gaze on Su Zhiqing and commanded the disciples beside him, "Go, fetch me my sword." Just as two disciples were about to depart, Su Zhiqing unleashed two jade wasp needles. This time, they were crafted with 3 parts steel and 7 parts gold. In an instant, the needles struck the two disciples from the Valley of Passion Flowers, immobilizing them. After executing this maneuver, Su Zhiqing regarded Gongsun Ji with a mocking glint in his eyes. "You wish to retrieve your sword? Have you sought my permission?" He had never been one to adhere strictly to rules. In his mind, the concept of a fair duel did not align with the current chaos. Under normal circumstances, one might retrieve their weapon, but in this fray, why wait for such trivialities? Was it not sheer folly? Exchanging a glance with the little dragon maiden, they positioned themselves to obstruct Gongsun Ji. He had initially anticipated engaging Gongsun Ji with swords, but it became apparent that Gongsun Ji had not brought his weaponry. Gongsun Ji recognized Su Zhiqing's intentions and bellowed, "You despicable Taoist! If you possess the audacity, let me fetch my sword." Su Zhiqing regarded the vociferously cursing Gongsun Ji with a calm demeanor. "You label me as despicable. Do you truly believe I would allow you to retrieve your sword?" As he spoke, the autumn water sword in his hand lunged forward. Even with a weapon, Gongsun Ji might not stand a chance against him. How could he fare without one? Gongsun Ji did not surrender with his head lowered. As he observed Su Zhiqing's approaching strike, he swiftly turned and unleashed a palm towards Xiaolong. Aware that this foul Taoist had come prepared, he understood that direct confrontation would be futile, thus he aimed to retreat and reclaim his sword. Gongsun Ji perceived Xiaolong as an opportune point of breach. Su Zhiqing, noticing Gongsun Ji's attempt to break away through Xiaolong, intensified his pressure, feigning concern as if he feared Xiaolong would be incapable of stopping Gongsun Ji. Out of the corner of his eye, Gongsun Ji detected Su Zhiqing's movements and felt a surge of confidence. He gathered his strength and struck at Xiaolong, his palm shrouded in a faint dark aura. Gongsun Ji did not intend to inflict harm upon the woman before him. His sole objective was to create an opening for escape. Unfazed, Xiaolong mirrored his action and struck back with equal force. Gongsun Ji, witnessing her determination to take the blow, felt a flicker of delight. He had mastered the iron sand palm technique from Qiu Qianqi, and with a single strike, he could easily overwhelm an ordinary opponent. Particularly, his strike was imbued with the unique poison of the iron sand palm. Even those with profound abilities would hesitate to confront it directly. Should it land, it would surely result in dire consequences. As their palms collided, the outcome deviated from his expectations. He had anticipated that the woman would falter before his iron sand palm. Yet a tremendous force erupted from her hand, sending him staggering backward. Before he could formulate a counterattack, a long sword was suddenly poised at his throat. Ugh. Gongsun Ji attempted to speak, but Su Zhiqing swiftly produced a porcelain vial and poured its contents into Gongsun Ji's mouth. By the time Gongsun Ji realized what had transpired, the substance had already been swallowed. "What have you made me drink, you foul Taoist?" Gongsun Ji inquired. But Su Zhiqing merely cast a concerned glance at Xiaolong. "Are you unharmed?" Xiaolong returned a gaze brimming with affection. "I am fine." Prior to our encounter, Su Zhiqing had instructed her to don silk gloves to counter Gongsun Ji's iron sand palm. Gongsun Ji, witnessing the two of them disregarding him in such a tender manner, was on the verge of an outburst. However, the slightest tremor of Su Zhiqing's sword compelled him to silence. Satisfied, Su Zhiqing nodded approvingly. Having subdued Gongsun Ji, he turned his attention to Cheng Jiayao, who was playing a flute in an attempt to retrieve the jade bees. Suddenly, a figure darted forth, clad in coarse fabric and wielding a burlap sack. This figure swooped in among the jade bees, snatching several of them in an instant. Before Su Zhiqing and Cheng Jiayao could react, the figure spun around and vanished with the captured bees. "Little brother, little sister, I shall take a few of these jade bees for amusement." Cheng Jiayao came to her senses. "Senior brother, it's our master's uncle." Su Zhiqing recognized the voice of the old mischievous one, and he gazed in the direction of the departing figure, feeling somewhat exasperated. Cheng Jiayao expressed her concern. "Senior brother, the jade bees are our specially cultivated creatures. Will our master's uncle treat them as mere common wasps?" "Fear not," Su Zhiqing reassured her, with his internal strength. "He will only feel a brief sting if he is pricked." Under the sword of Gongsun Ji, upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, he caught a glimpse of the disciples on the ground writhing in agony. He could not help but feel that the heart of this Taoist was exceedingly cruel. The torment they endured appeared far from ordinary, to the extent that it had even caused his grandmaster to suffer momentarily. He began to question whether that so-called grandmaster was truly related to this malevolent Taoist. His thoughts drifted back to the concoction the Taoist had made him drink earlier, and he grew apprehensive that it might be poison. After conversing with his junior sister, Su Zhiqing's gaze shifted to Gongsun Ji. "Was he pondering what I made you drink?" Gongsun Ji looked back at Su Zhiqing. "What exactly did you give me to drink?" "Fear not, it is not poison, it was merely chicken blood." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Ji's expression shifted drastically. Su Zhiqing tightened his grip on the sword. "What do you intend to do?" The reason he administered chicken blood to Gongsun Ji was due to his mastery of an additional martial art known as the closed acupoint technique. Once perfected, this skill rendered the practitioner's vital points nearly invulnerable, making acupoint strikes ineffective against him. However, this technique had a peculiar stipulation. One could not consume any meat thereafter, or else the practice would be undone. This was precisely why Gongsun Ji's countenance changed upon the mention of chicken blood. Gongsun Ji glared fiercely at Su Zhiqing, yet found himself compelled to lower his head beneath the weight of the sword. What do you truly desire? Why target me?" Su Zhiqing cast a sidelong glance at Gongsun Ji, but chose to ignore him, instead surveying the writhing disciples of the Qinfeng Valley nearby. "Junior sister, first administer the antidote to those individuals." Cheng Jiayao was puzzled as to why her senior brother would both attack and then provide the antidote. Nevertheless, she complied and tossed the antidote to Fan Yuan and the others. After administering the antidote, she proceeded to assist Gongsun Lu in freeing herself from the fishing net. Once Fan Yuan and the others had taken the antidote, they observed their master in Su Zhiqing's grip and each armed themselves, encircling Su Zhiqing. Su Zhiqing waved his hand dismissively. Now, behave yourselves. You are rather intimidating. Should I be startled, a mere tremor of my hand could cost your master's life." As Fan Yuan listened to the Taoist's words, his inner conviction grew that this Taoist was indeed deranged. When had the disciples of the Quanzhen sect become so abnormal? Nevertheless, he instructed his fellow disciples to disperse and not surround Zhiqing any longer. He regarded Zhiqing and inquired, "Who exactly are you?" Zhiqing paid no heed to Gongsun Ji, nor did he acknowledge Fan Yuan. He turned his attention to Gongsun Lu, who had just been freed from the fishing net by his junior sister. "Miss Gongsun, do you still believe what I said earlier?" Gongsun Lu, witnessing her father subdued by the Taoist, bit her lip, uncertain of whether to trust him. "Is my mother truly not dead? Why would I jest with you?" Zhiqing retorted with a slight smirk. "If you agree to one request of mine, I shall assist you in locating your mother." "What request?" "Go to your father's study and see if his martial arts are therein." Upon hearing this, Gongsun Lu instantly comprehended his intentions. "You seek my father's martial arts?" Zhiqing bestowed upon Gongsun Lu an approving glance. "Indeed, your father is correct. I have come here precisely for him. Yet, I have not deceived you. Your mother is indeed still alive." As he spoke, he turned to gaze at Gongsun Ji. "This is something your father is likely unaware of." Zhiqing's words caused Gongsun Ji to look back at him with palpable terror, as this malevolent Taoist seemed to possess intricate knowledge of his relationship with Qiu Qianqi. After hearing Zhiqing's remarks, Gongsun Lao cast a deep glance at him before silently entering the study. After searching for a while, she found no martial arts manuals. Zhiqing then turned his attention to Gongsun Ji and inquired, "Do you wish to live or die?" Gongsun Ji, understanding the implication of Zhiqing's words, fixed his gaze upon him and threatened, "Go ahead and kill me." "Very well." Zhiqing responded, murmuring, "After all, your wife has returned your yin-yang turbid blade technique. Keeping you around serves little purpose." Just as he was about to act, Gongsun Ji shouted, "Wait." Fan Yuan and the others, witnessing this, let out a sigh of relief. Zhiqing shot a glance at Gongsun Ji. "Have you thought this through?" Gongsun Ji observed Zhiqing closely, realizing that the Taoist was not jesting. "If I were to return your blade technique, would you spare my life?" "It depends on my mood." Zhiqing's response elicited an angry glare from Gongsun Ji. He looked at Zhiqing's calm demeanor, yet felt unable to utter any further threats. "Lao, fetch me some paper and ink." Gongsun Lao went to retrieve them from the study. Gongsun Ji took the materials and began to write. Soon, he had transcribed the yin-yang turbid blade technique. After completing it, he looked at Zhiqing and asked, "Are you not afraid that I might have penned a forgery?" Zhiqing shrugged, taking the manuscript from him. After perusing it, a system prompt asked whether he wished to learn the yin-yang turbid blade technique. He confirmed, and the martial art appeared on his panel. After reading it, Zhiqing tore it to shreds. Gongsun Ji was taken aback. "What are you doing? Is he mad?" "It's nothing." Zhiqing refrained from revealing that he had learned it upon a single reading. He then took Gongsun Ji back to the study. Gongsun Ji's disciples, who had intended to approach, immediately hesitated upon seeing Zhiqing's glare. "Lao, come here for a moment." Gongsun Lao's heart trembled at Zhiqing's words, her doubts about the Taoist's sanity intensifying. This Taoist appeared anything but ordinary. She thought of her father, who remained at the mercy of this man. Despite her fear, she steeled herself and approached. "Gongsun Ji, where is the mechanism below?" Hearing this, Gongsun Ji glanced at Zhiqing, wishing to claim ignorance. However, upon meeting Zhiqing's murderous gaze, he indicated a location. Zhiqing stood at the doorway, gesturing for Gongsun Lao to open it. With a hint of confusion, Gongsun Lao nonetheless walked over to activate the mechanism. As she did so, a hole appeared beneath the study. Gongsun Lao stared at the opening, her eyes wide with astonishment. Zhiqing said calmly, "Your mother is right here in this cave." After he spoke, he saw Gongsun Laoyu shouting towards the cave from the floor. She was not below. She should be in another location. After Zhiqing finished speaking, he turned to Gongsun Ji and inquired, "Where is the map of the underground river?" Upon hearing this, Gongsun Ji felt quite certain that this malicious Taoist must know about him. However, how did the other party come to possess this knowledge? Suppressing his confusion, he pointed to a drawer, indicating that the map was there. Observing this, Gongsun Laoyu took the initiative to retrieve the map without needing Zhiqing to instruct her. After obtaining the map, she approached Zhiqing. He took the map, glanced at it, and circled the location in the back mountain. "Follow me to this place." He then sealed Gongsun Ji's acupoints and lifted him out of the study. Gongsun Ji felt humiliated and indignant as he was treated this way in front of his disciples. Fan Yuan and the others, witnessing Zhiqing's disrespect towards their master, gathered around. Zhiqing, noticing this, tossed Gongsun Ji to the ground. "You all carry him." "Master." Seeing this, Fan Yuan and the others wanted to step forward, but Zhiqing shook his sword. "Did you not understand my words?" Fan Yuan quickly instructed the other disciples to fetch a chair. Su Zhiqing chose to ignore it and walked over to Gongsun Levayu. I must be the most peculiar person you have ever encountered, Gongsun Levayu thought to herself, though she dared not voice it. Fortunately, Su Zhiqing cast a glance at Gongsun Levayu, feeling a sense of pity for her fate, considering her to be one of the most devoted individuals. Miss Levayu, I must inform you in advance that if your mother emerges and decides to kill your father, I shall not intervene. Gongsun Levayu looked at Su Zhiqing in confusion. What does that mean? How could my father possibly kill my mother? Su Zhiqing was disinclined to discuss her parents' matters. I am merely assisting you in locating your mother. What transpires afterward is none of my concern. Even if your mother were to kill your father, it would not involve me. What do you think? Gongsun Levayu felt a sense of unease. This Taoist was truly peculiar. As long as you help me find my mother, I will not hold you responsible for anything else. Su Zhiqing nodded and turned to see Fan Yuan and the others placing Gongsun Ji onto a chair. He then remarked to Gongsun Levayu, in truth, I would quite like to kill your father. However, I believe it is better left to the aggrieved party to handle. His words left Gongsun Levayu in a state of utter bewilderment. Su Zhiqing paid no heed to whether Gongsun Levayu understood or not. Without waiting for her to ask, he instructed her to lead the way. Before departing, Su Zhiqing realized he had forgotten something. He approached Fan Yuan and noticed that old Fan barely reached his waist. He looked down at Fan Yuan. Old Fan, go fetch a long hemp rope. Fan Yuan gazed up at Su Zhiqing, retreated a bit, and then instructed his junior disciples to retrieve the rope. When the rope arrived, Su Zhiqing turned to Gongsun Levayu. Let us go. Gongsun Lu Ao held the map handed to her by Su Zhiqing, leading the way while Su and the others followed closely behind. Soon, they arrived at the back mountain, the very location marked on the map by Su Zhiqing. Search for an entrance or something of the sort. Su commanded, and Fan Yuan and the others complied without hesitation. Before long, one of the disciples discovered an entrance slightly over a foot wide. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing approached, peering down into the pitch-black abyss where visibility was non-existent. However, the entrance was indeed large enough for a person to descend. Contemplating for a moment, Su gathered his internal energy and called down into the darkness. Is there an esteemed elder named Qiu Qianqi below? If so, please give a long whistle. Afraid that Qiu might mistake him for Gongsun Ji, he added, I come on behalf of your second brother to rescue you. He then inclined his ear to listen. To his astonishment, a faint whistle emanated from below. After hearing this, Su turned to Gongsun Lu Ao. Your mother should be inside. I wonder if you dare to descend? Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, Gongsun Lu Ao resolutely replied, As long as I can find my mother, I am willing to do anything. Su Zhiqing chuckled at her response. I was merely teasing you. There is no need for you to go down. He then looked at the little dragon maiden. Longer, I will descend for a moment. You and the junior sister keep watch above. If they make any moves, eliminate them. He cast a sidelong glance at Fan Yuan and the others, who dared not utter a word in protest. Su Zhiqing took the hemp rope, secured it, and lowered it into the entrance. With one hand holding a fire starter and the other grasping the rope, he descended directly. Upon reaching the ground, he immediately heard the sound of flying projectiles. Swiftly evading, he fixed his cold gaze upon the figure lurking beneath the jujube tree. Qiu Qianqi, do you wish to perish here? Chapter 106. Today's Evil Cause. Tomorrow's bitter fruit within the confines of the cave. Su Zhiqing glared with simmering anger at the figure beneath the jujube tree. Anyone who had just landed and been struck by a hidden projectile would inevitably feel a surge of wrath, especially since he had descended with the intention of rescuing her. Had he not remained vigilant, that jujube pit might have struck him. Gazing at the shadow beneath the jujube tree, memories of this person's past flooded his mind, prompting him to take a deep breath and suppress his rising indignation. Do you think I am deceiving you? Or do you believe I am sent by Gongsun Ji? Su Zhiqing addressed Qiu Qianqi, whose appearance was indeed ghastly. Her hair was sparse, her scalp covered in patches of dry skin, and her face marred by coarse wrinkles. As he stared at her, Qiu Qianqi crouched like a beast, her eyes filled with hatred, making him feel as though he were Gongsun Ji himself. Despite his words, Su Zhiqing did not wait for Qiu Qianqi's response. Observing her bare upper body, he removed his robe and gently draped it over her. Elder Qiu, I shall tie this rope around you, and then have those above pull you up. What do you say? He spoke while remaining on guard. A person confined in such a place for decades could possess an unpredictable mental state. If you agree, just nod. No sooner had he spoken than a noise echoed from above. He looked up, and Qiu Qianqi, too, noticed the sound. A glint of ferocity flickered in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on the shadow above. Su Dowling, are you down there? Upon hearing the voice, Su Zhiqing raised the firebrand in his hand. Young Mistress Lu, I am here. After responding, he turned his attention back to Qiu Qianqi, silently lamenting. The person descending is named Gongsun Luosao, your daughter whom you bore after 10 months of pregnancy. Of course, she had been deceived by Gongsun Ji for 17 years. The girl had always believed she had no mother. Just as he finished his thought, Gongsun Luosao descended. Spotting Su Zhiqing holding the firebrand, she hurriedly inquired, Su Daoling, where is my mother? Su Zhiqing gestured with his chin. Gongsun Luosao turned to see an ugly, bald, old woman. Su Zhiqing anticipated Gongsun Luosao would be startled, but instead, tears inexplicably welled up in her eyes as she approached Qiu Qianqi step by step. Su Zhiqing mused, could it be a maternal instinct? As he pondered, he observed Gongsun Luosao kneeling before Qiu Qianqi. Mother, are you my mother? You are my daughter? Qiu Qianqi's voice was hoarse, reminiscent of sand scraping against stone. She scrutinized Gongsun Luosao with a gaze full of disbelief. How old are you? When were you born? Gongsun Luosao quickly replied, 17. I will turn 18 after the 3rd day of the 2nd month. I was born at the hour of the dog. Upon hearing this, Qiu Qianqi rasped. Do you have a cinnabar mark on your left waist? Upon hearing this, Gongsun Lao turned to glance at Su Zhiqing, who was looking in their direction. With a determined sigh, she finally loosened her robe. Su Zhiqing, witnessing this, quickly turned his head away. Nevertheless, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Gongsun Lao's snow-white, crystalline waist. He silently murmured, may the blessings of the celestial beings be upon us. As Gongsun Lao unfastened her robe, she revealed the mark of vermilion on her waist to Qiu Qianqi. The sight of it caused Qiu Qianqi to tremble, her eyes brimming with tears. She reached out a hand, her voice quivering as she implored, come closer, let me see. Gongsun Lao, upon hearing this, stepped forward once more. In Su Zhiqing's peripheral vision, he observed Qiu Qianqi gazing at Gongsun Lao's waist for an extended moment before finally raising her eyes to meet Gongsun Lao's gaze. Oh, my poor daughter. How your mother longs for you. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Lao collapsed into Qiu Qianqi's embrace, sobbing softly as she expressed her feelings of yearning. Su Zhiqing, listening, felt a tumult of emotions within him, only to think that Gongsun Ji truly deserved his fate. Lost in thought, he caught sight of Qiu Qianqi pushing Gongsun Lao away. Her voice cold as she questioned, daughter, tell me, where is your father? She then turned her gaze towards Su Zhiqing. And who is this Taoist? How does he know I am here? Su Zhiqing remained unresponsive to Qiu Qianqi's inquiry. It seemed she was still quite rational. A normal person in such a situation might indeed trust him. He chose not to look back, merely observing quietly, awaiting Gongsun Lao's explanation. After hearing her mother's question, Gongsun Lao replied softly, I only know that this Taoist's surname is Su, and he claims to be from the Quanzhen sect. He said it was my uncle who sent him to visit you. As soon as she finished speaking, Qiu Qianqi retorted coldly, impossible. The Iron Palm Gang and the Taoists of the Quanzhen sect have always been at odds. How could he possibly come to see me? Gongsun Lao whispered, I do not know about that. When he arrived, and recounted the events of Su Zhiqing's entrance into the valley. Upon hearing that Gongsun Ji was above, Qiu Qianqi's eyes glinted with murderous intent. My dear daughter, does this mean your father is being held captive up there? Gongsun Lao, confused, nodded in response. Seeing her daughter's reaction, Qiu Qianqi turned her gaze towards Su Zhiqing. Su Taoist, you are indeed sent by my second brother. One might put it that way. I have met your second brother once. In any case, I am not here to harm you. Su Zhiqing replied, stepping aside to pick up a rope. After a moment's hesitation, he tossed it to Gongsun Lao. You should tie this rope around your mother and pull her up. Upon hearing this, Gongsun Lao did not hesitate. She took the rope and approached Qiu Qianqi. Mother, let me bind you. We must descend first. Very well, very well. Qiu Qianqi nodded repeatedly. Casting a glance at Su Zhiqing, her heart sensing that this Taoist seemed to know everything. Once Gongsun Lao received her mother's consent, she secured the rope around Qiu Qianqi. Then, she gave it a tug. Above, Cheng Jiao observed the rope moving and, eyeing Fan Yuan and the others who were tugging at it, commanded sternly, pull. Reluctantly, Fan Yuan and the others complied. Cheng Jiao, intrigued, peered into the cave's entrance, wondering if her senior brother was the first to emerge. As she gazed intently, she caught sight of a shadow below and leaned in closer. Upon recognizing the approaching Qiu Qianqi, she gasped in horror, exclaiming monster, and instinctively recoiled. Meanwhile, as she retreated, Fan Yuan and the others managed to pull Qiu Qianqi up. Inside the cave, Su Zhiqing watched Gongsun Laoyu, fastening her clothing, and sighed softly. His mission was to alter Gongsun Laoyu's fate. His little wings fluttered. And yet Yang Gua had not arrived. Was her destiny still unaltered? This thought troubled him. Noticing Su Zhiqing's sigh, Gongsun Levayu offered him the rope in her hand. Taoist Su, please ascend first. It's quite dark down here. You should go ahead. Thank you, Taoist, she added, securing the rope around herself. She tugged at the rope, waiting for those above to pull her up. She stared for a while, but the rope remained still. Seeing this, Su Zhiqing furrowed his brow and glanced toward the cave entrance. Above the cave's mouth, Qiu Qianqi lay sprawled on the ground, laughing heartily. Not far from her, protected by Fan Yuan and the others, Gongsun Ji lay with blood streaming from his eyes, his face contorted in agony. Qiu Qianqi relished the moment. As soon as she emerged from the cave, she caught sight of the wretched Gongsun Ji, incapacitated on a chair. Without hesitation, she spat out several juju pits. The little dragon maiden, seeing the old hag emerge, was poised to strike Gongsun Ji. Recollecting Su Zhiqing's instructions, she attempted to intervene. By sheer misfortune, 2 of the pits evaded her grasp, striking Gongsun Ji in the eyes, rendering him blind. Fan Yuan and the others immediately shielded Gongsun Ji, their eyes warily fixed on Qiu Qianqi, fearful that the hideous old woman would unleash more hidden weapons. Below the cave entrance, Gongsun Levayu continued to pull at the rope, yet there was still no response. Anxiety began to creep into her heart. It's all right, Su Zhiqing reassured her, feeling confident with the little dragon maiden above. Surely, no grave danger would befall them. Gongsun Levayu found solace in Su Zhiqing's words, though the pitch-black cave remained terrifying. Su Zhiqing was not in a hurry to ascend. He pondered how Qiu Qianqi would react upon encountering Gongsun Ji. He suspected that Gongsun Ji might be killed by Qiu Qianqi, especially since he had immobilized him. He also wished to spare Gongsun Levayu from witnessing her parents in conflict, so waiting a little longer seemed prudent. After a prolonged period in the cave, the rope suddenly moved. Gongsun Levayu's face lit up with joy. Taoist Su, may I ascend first? She called, waving at Su Zhiqing as she allowed the rope to pull her upward. Su Zhiqing watched her rise, his mind racing with thoughts of what awaited her above. Yet he could see nothing. After a while, the rope descended once more. Su Zhiqing grasped the rope but did not ascend. Instead, he utilized his lightness skill, leveraging the nearby jujube tree and the strength of the rope, and leaped directly out of the cave. Upon emerging, he was met with the sight of Qiu Qianqi, who was laughing heartily, and Gongsun Ji, whose eyes were streaming with blood. Su Zhiqing cast a fleeting glance at Gongsun Ji, unable to discern whether he was alive or dead. He then turned his gaze towards Gongsun Lao, who no longer bore the joyful countenance she had displayed earlier. After her ascent, Brother Fan had informed her that their mother had blinded their father, initially intended to be a fatal act. It was only due to the intervention of Lady Long that their father's life was spared. Gongsun Lao, upon hearing this revelation, was utterly unable to comprehend. How could their mother wish to kill their father? Seeing Gongsun Lao's bewildered expression, Su Zhiqing approached her and spoke softly. I mentioned this before. At his words, Gongsun Lao was jolted back to awareness, abruptly turning to face him. Why? Why did this happen? Su Zhiqing offered no response, but the boisterous Qiu Qianqi interjected, declaring, allow me to explain, my dear. Your father is a man of a heart as vile as a beast. During my pregnancy with you, that wretched creature fell for another woman. Not only did he wish to abandon me, but he also aspired to elope with his so-called beloved. When I discovered this, Qiu Qianqi recounted how she uncovered the truth, how she cast the two into a thicket of passion flowers, destroyed all antidotes, and compelled Gongsun Ji to expel that beloved from the valley. Yet, Gongsun Ji had then fatally stabbed the so-called beloved, pretending to return to her with feigned affection. Before Qiu Qianqi could finish her tale, she detailed how Gongsun Ji subsequently poisoned her, severed her tendons, and ultimately cast her into the underground cavern. With each word of accusation from Qiu Qianqi, the others, except for Su Zhiqing, regarded Gongsun Ji with expressions of disdain, as if he were a venomous creature. Gongsun Lao's eyes glazed over, unable to fathom that it was not the absence of a mother she suffered, but rather the betrayal of a father who had cast her into the abyss. Upon concluding her tirade, Qiu Qianqi commanded her daughter, quickly, kill him. Slay this heartless wretch who claims to be your father. Su Zhiqing, hearing this, turned his attention to Gongsun Lao. Mother, no. Tears brimmed in Gongsun Lao's eyes as she sorrowfully shook her head, gazing at Qiu Qianqi with a look of desperation. Mother, can we not spare father? No matter what, he is still my father. As she pleaded, she knelt in heartfelt supplication. Rise. You do not possess such a heartless, treacherous father. He does not deserve you. Qiu Qianqi retorted, her gaze shifting to Fanny Wu and the others. Stand aside. Fanny Wu and his companions, disciples of Gongsun Ji, were unfamiliar with Qiu Qianqi. However, from her previous words, they discerned her stature as the matriarch. The disciples of Fan Yiwu, upon hearing Qiu Qianqi's pronouncement, turned their eyes toward their elder brother, Fan Yiwu, who was their leader. Fan Yuan gazed intently at Qiu Qianqi, his voice low and resolute. Mistress, he is my master. I shall never allow you to take his life. Qiu Qianqi, meeting Fan Yuan's unwavering gaze, turned her attention to Su Zhiqing. Master Su, what brings you here? Firstly, to rescue my uncle, who is now safe. Secondly, to acquire a certain sword technique, which I have successfully obtained, Su Zhiqing replied, his eyes fixed on Qiu Qianqi. Additionally, I came to assist Miss Gongsun Lavayu in locating you, and that task is also accomplished. These are the reasons for my visit to Qinghua Valley. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Qiu Qianqi's eyes. Nevertheless, she made one final effort. Master Su, you and your fellow Taoists uphold justice. Gongsun Ji has committed numerous wrongs. Could you assist me in eliminating him? Gongsun Lavayu, hearing her mother's words, turned to Su Zhiqing, kneeling in supplication. Master, please don't. Su Zhiqing urged Gongsun Lavayu to rise, but when she remained on the ground, he shook his head. I have stated before that I am not the one suffering. I will not take your father's life. His fate rests in your mother's hands. Mother, Gongsun Lavayu pleaded once more, bowing deeply until her forehead bled. Mother, he is blind now. Can you not spare him? Witnessing her daughter's desperate act, Qiu Qianqi felt a pang of compassion. Yet, the sight of Gongsun Ji ignited her fury anew. Master Su, please counsel my mother. Su Zhiqing shook his head, his gaze fixated on the random tasks displayed before him, pondering how to alter the girl's destiny. Just then, he heard Qiu Qianqi declare, after all he has done to me, even 1,000 tortures would not quench my hatred. If you wish for him to live, so be it. However, while he may escape the death penalty, he shall not evade the punishment of living. I demand that you strip him of his martial abilities, rendering him an ordinary man henceforth. As Qiu Qianqi looked at her daughter's bleeding forehead, a momentary flicker of mercy crossed her mind, yet she steeled herself, stating resolutely, if you do not proceed with this, there will be him without me, or me without him. Gongsun Lavayu recognized her mother's serious tone and understood that she meant it. Mother, I cannot do it. Gongsun Lavayu's eyes were swollen from crying, and she turned to Su Zhiqing again. Su Zhiqing, at a loss for words, wondered why she was looking at him. Just then, Gongsun Lavayu suddenly bowed her head forcefully before him. Master, please, strip my father of his martial skills, and let him live as an ordinary man. Su Zhiqing hesitated momentarily. Bang! Gongsun Lavayu bowed again with fervor. Observing this, he turned to Fan Yuan, who stood protectively before Gongsun Ji. Do you wish for your master to live or die? Hearing this, Fan Yuan and the others regarded Su Zhiqing with wary eyes. Su Zhiqing frowned. Haven't you been educated? Do you not comprehend the meaning of my words? If you wish for your master to perish, then step aside. If you desire for him to live, either old Fan shall incapacitate his martial abilities, or I shall do it. Upon concluding his words, Su Zhiqing observed that the disciples beside Fan Yuan turned their gazes toward the eldest brother. A bitter pang gripped Fan Yuan's heart. Why must he bear the burden of being the eldest brother? Ultimately, the decisive course of action was thrust upon him. After a moment of hesitation, he signaled for his brothers to withdraw. Seeing this, Su Zhiqing wasted no time and approached Gongsun Ji. With a resounding slap, he rendered Gongsun Ji's martial prowess inoperative. Following this, he administered treatment to Gongsun Ji and deftly released the pressure points. Once these tasks were completed, he turned his attention to Gongsun Lavayu. Lady Lavayu, you may rise, he proclaimed. However, Gongsun Lavayu bowed her head once more in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you, Taoist Su. Su Zhiqing nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further words as he returned to the side of Xiaolong and his junior sister. Just as he rejoined Xiaolong, Gongsun Ji, having recovered from the pressure point release, attempted to stand but faltered, crashing to the ground with a thud. Master, Fan Yuan and the others hurried to assist Gongsun Ji. Get away, useless lot. Gongsun Ji waved his hands vehemently, hurling curses in their direction. Observing Gongsun Ji's plight, Qiu Qianqi suddenly felt a wave of relief wash over her heart. Ha ha ha, delightful. This is retribution. She cackled. One individual, chuckling heartily, remarked, How amusing. One person rendered unable to walk, another blinded and unable to see the path. Truly entertaining, isn't it? Su Zhiqing and the others turned to locate the source of the laughter, only to find that Zhou Batong had reappeared, perched atop a rock, clapping his hands and chuckling merrily. Su Zhiqing, noticing the peculiar bruises on his uncle's face and neck, cast a glance at his junior sister, who bore an odd expression in her eyes. Before he could speak, his sister shouted at Zhou Badong, "Uncle, return my jade bee." At this, the old rascal turned and fled. "I haven't finished playing yet." Cheng Jiayao attempted to pursue, but Su Zhiqing restrained his junior sister. If the old rascal wished to escape, it would not be an easy pursuit. Subsequently, he accompanied Gongsun Levayu and the others back to the stone house. Gongsun Levayu instructed them to wait briefly as she attended to her father and mother. Su Zhiqing observed that despite the tumultuous events, Gongsun Levayu's eyes remained clear. Yet her demeanor no longer resembled that of a mere girl. While they awaited Gongsun Levayu in the parlor, they noticed a trio approaching under the guidance of disciples from the Flower Valley. Turning to look, Su Zhiqing was astonished to find Guofu and the two Wu siblings among them. Chapter 107. Yang Gua carries away Guoxiang in the stone hall of the Love Flower Valley. Su Zhiqing turned his head to see Guofu and the two Wu siblings entering. He had yet to rise when Guofu, upon entering, noticed him as well. Before he could utter a word, a smile of delight appeared on Guofu's face. "Little master uncle, you are indeed here." As she spoke, the two Wu siblings stepped forward, with Wu Xiaowen confronting Su Zhiqing, demanding, "Taoist Su, have you seen Yanghua?" Su Zhiqing furrowed his brow at their accusatory tone. What did these two mean by questioning him with such hostility upon seeing him? Annoyed, he replied, "What do you mean? My disciple is with your master. Yet you come to ask me if I have seen Yanghua?" As he spoke, he pondered why they were inquiring about Yanghua's whereabouts. "Taoist Su, how can you still speak so calmly?" Wu Xiaowen's words seemed to enrage the Wu siblings further, and he exclaimed, "He has long since fled." Su Zhiqing was taken aback. "Wu Xiaowen, are you saying my disciple has run away? What do you mean by that? What do you think it means? He has not only left, but has also taken away the child of my master and mistress." Wu Xiaowen retorted, after which Wu Duanru loudly questioned Su Zhiqing, "Su, have you or have you not seen your disciple? Could it be that you have hidden him away?" Su Zhiqing remained silent, but beside him, Cheng Jiayao suddenly stood up. She glared at the two Wu siblings, her anger palpable. "What nonsense are you spouting? My nephew is clearly with you, and yet we know nothing. You barge in here and question us indiscriminately." Though she was not tall, her imposing presence made the Wu siblings instinctively take a step back. Observing this, Su Zhiqing glanced at them, and then turned his attention to Guofu. "Guofu, please explain the situation regarding my disciple. What do you mean by taking away your parent's child?" Upon hearing his inquiry, Guofu hurried to clarify. "Little master uncle, the situation is as follows. Not long ago, for reasons unknown, Yanghua stealthily took away my younger sister. The two Wu siblings and I set out to search for her. Later, we heard from the old mischief maker that you were here, and we thought since Yanghua is your disciple, he might come to find you first, so we came." Su Zhiqing, listening to Guofu's account, was puzzled. "Why would my disciple take your sister? Wait, has your sister just been born?" Guofu responded with an affirmative. "Not long ago, my mother gave birth to my sister, and yet he has taken her away." "Little master uncle, you truly have not seen him?" Her inquiry was laced with skepticism. "Yanghua is not here with me." Su Zhiqing waved his hand dismissively. "I was indeed planning to visit Xiangyang after leaving Love Flower Valley to bring him back to the sect. But from what you say, he has unexpectedly left Xiangyang and taken away Brother Guo's daughter." He could not help but add, "Do you not know the reason behind this?" Guofu and the two Wu siblings shook their heads in unison. Upon witnessing this, Su Zhiqing furrowed his brows, grappling with the perplexity of why Yanghua had taken the child. Despite his confusion, he first sought to comfort Guofu. "Once we exit the valley, I shall accompany you in the search." His words, however, incited whispers of discontent from the two disciples behind him. If the disciple behaves thus, how virtuous can the master be? Su Zhiqing, catching their murmurs, felt a surge of irritation. He abruptly rose and strode towards Wu Xiaowen and Wu Dunru. Given his stature and the tempest of emotions swirling within him, his presence alone caused a noticeable shift in the countenance of the two. What do you intend to do?" they stammered. Without a word, Su Zhiqing raised his hand, delivering a resounding slap to each, sending them sprawling. Guofu gasped in shock. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Su Zhiqing snorted coldly. "I am merely teaching your father's disciples a lesson. Speaking ill of others behind their backs is utterly contemptible." He turned to Guofu, his tone softening. "Fear not. I shall ensure that your parents receive a satisfactory explanation for this matter." As his words settled, a voice emerged from behind the stone screen of the stone chamber. "Su Daozhang, what troubles you?" Recognizing the voice as Gongsun Levayu, he turned to see her wheeling out Qiu Qianqi. Meanwhile, Gongsun Ji was nowhere to be found. Upon seeing the two, Su Zhiqing casually replied, "It is but a trivial matter." Afterward, he glanced at his quest log, noticing no changes, and felt a pang of regret. He was unaware of the happenings on Yanggua's side and knew he must depart. He then addressed Gongsun Levayu. Miss Levayu, your arrival is fortuitous. I had intended to linger here longer, but urgent matters compel me to leave without formally bidding you farewell. Gongsun Levayu, seeing Su Zhiqing's intention to leave, hurriedly implored. Su Daozhong, please wait a moment. I am unsure of the issue at hand, but our Qinghua Valley does possess some influence in the vicinity. If it would not trouble you, perhaps you might share your predicament. I might be of assistance. Just as Su Zhiqing was about to speak, Wu Xiuwen, still seething from the earlier slap, rose indignantly. I doubt he will dare to speak. His disciple has abducted our master's daughter. Su Zhiqing abruptly turned, realizing that his previous action had been in vain. The two disciples noticed the fear in his gaze, yet they stood their ground defiantly. If you possess the strength, then strike me dead. We speak only the truth. Beside them, Guofu, sensing the tension in Su Zhiqing's expression, hastily positioned herself in front of Wu Xiuwen, explaining to Gongsun Levayu, there must be some misunderstanding. Su Zhiqing, upon hearing Guofu's words, felt a flicker of surprise. His impression of her had not been favorable. He had deemed her to be willful and headstrong. Yet, from their first encounter until now, he found her to be entirely different from his preconceived notions. Gongsun Levayu, hearing Guofu's remarks, pondered the identities of the three individuals before her, her mind swirling with curiosity. The Taoist Su is quite sinister. He ventured into the valley and nearly beat his father to death, claiming it was for the sake of his father's martial arts. However, upon acquiring his father's skills, he merely glanced at them and discarded them. Such behavior clearly marks him as a villain. Yet, later he mentioned that his mother was still alive and, without seeking any reward, assisted in locating her. This paints him, paradoxically, as a good person. She pondered whether Su Daoist's wickedness had influenced his disciple as well. Su Zhiqing noticed Gongsun Levayu, gazing at him in contemplation, prompting him to speak up. My disciple exhibits peculiar behavior and occasionally engages in unexpected antics. However, this time he has taken away his uncle's child, which is utterly absurd. Even I cannot comprehend his actions. Nonetheless, as Miss Guofu suggested, there must be some misunderstanding. Once I find that lad, I shall inquire. As he concluded, the pair of Xiaowu and De Wang retorted, by the time you locate that Yonghua, who knows what will have become of our master's child. Slap. Suddenly, both received a sharp smack. This time, it was the little dragon girl who struck them, observing Su Zhiqing's displeasure towards the two. She imitated him and delivered a couple of slaps. Sheng Jiayao, witnessing this, exclaimed joyfully, well done, Sister Long. These two can't manage anything serious and only spout nonsense. On the side, Guofu, seeing De Wang and Xiaowu being struck, felt her temper flare. Su Daoist. She wished to scold them, but upon seeing Su Zhiqing's countenance, her voice softened. They are also concerned for my sister. Su Zhiqing replied, next time, ensure they do not follow. They are of little use other than inciting annoyance. He then turned to Gongsun Levayu, recalling that there were indeed many disciples in the Valley of Romantic Flowers. He described Yanggui's appearance, requesting her assistance in the search. Gongsun Levayu readily agreed. Then she suggested, Su Daoist, we have several esteemed guests, rather than searching alone. Why not stay here for a few days? I will have the Valley's people look for him, as long as he is not too far away. News should arrive shortly. Su Zhiqing considered this and realized that having the people of the valley assist would be more effective than searching alone, given their considerable influence. Thank you, Miss Levayu, for your help. Behind Guofu, Xiaowu and De Wang grumbled. This place is so remote. Who knows if it even resembles the truth? We shan't linger here. We must search on our own. Seeing Su Zhiqing's displeased expression, Guofu turned to Xiaowu and De Wang, rebuking them. Can you refrain from speaking? The two exchanged incredulous glances. Sister Fu. Just as they finished speaking, two concealed weapons whizzed towards them. Xiaowu and De Wang had no time to evade and were sent flying once more. When they got to their feet, they felt a sharp pain in their mouths. Spitting out blood, each lost a tooth. Su Zhiqing turned to Qiu Qianqi, the one who had launched the hidden weapons. At that moment, Qiu Qianqi, seated in her chair, fixed her terrifying gaze upon De Xiaowu, clearly displeased by their previous remarks. Should you speak such nonsense again, mentioning my Qinghua Valley, I shall not show mercy. Su Zhiqing, noticing the horror in De Xiaowu's eyes, gently cautioned, words once spoken cannot be taken back. You dare to speak ill of her in the presence of the master of this valley. It is only her great benevolence that has spared you. After his words, he turned to Guofu, saying, let De Xiaowu search outside. You shall remain here with me to await news. De Xiaowu glanced at Guofu simultaneously, both unwilling for her to stay. However, Guofu, disregarding their looks, pondered briefly, and concluded that Su Zhiqing's suggestion was wise. We shall stay for 7 days. If we do not find anything within that time, I will venture out myself. Su Zhiqing then turned to Gongsun Lu, who nodded in agreement before she exited to instruct others to search. He looked at Xiao Wu. Will you remain to await news, or? Before he could finish, Xiao Qianqi interjected coldly. We do not welcome them in Qinghua Valley. Someone, see them out. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and his companion did not persist in staying. Brother, let us depart. What about Fu Mei? If that Su dares to harm her, we shall fight him to the death. They spoke as they were escorted out by the servants of Qinghua Valley. Once Gongsun Lu returned after giving her instructions, she addressed those remaining. Someone, prepare a few rooms for Su Daozhong and his companions. The servants hurried to tidy the accommodations, leaving Su Zhiqing and the others behind. The following morning, Su Zhiqing practiced his martial arts in a secluded spot. After finishing, he turned to see Gongsun Lu watching him. He had sensed her presence earlier, as she had not interrupted his training, allowing him to continue in peace. Now that he had completed his exercises, he finally regarded her. Miss Lu, have you perhaps news of my disciple? Su Zhiqing, having already relinquished hope, was unaware of the task's implications. After all, his purpose for coming to Qinghua Valley had been fulfilled. Gongsun Lu hesitated, replying, not yet. Then what brings you here? Su Zhiqing inquired, curious about her intentions. I have come to express my gratitude to Su Daozhong. Grateful to me? As long as you do not harbor resentment, that suffices. Su Zhiqing shook his head. Regardless of circumstances, had he not come, Gongsun Ji would not have been abandoned. Yet, without his intervention, Gongsun Lu might have perished within the cavern. How could that be? Gongsun Lu, perceptive and insightful, seemed to grasp Su Zhiqing's thoughts. I would not resent Su Daozhong, not merely due to my mother's circumstances. What else is there? Su Zhiqing queried. It concerns my father. Had it not been for Su Daozhong, I fear I would have lived my life ensnared in the web of lies he wove. Su Zhiqing was taken aback by her revelation, casting a surprised glance her way. I have caused such chaos here, and you do not resent me? Initially, there existed a slight grievance. However, upon reflection, I firmly believe that Master Su's kindness towards me far outweighs any animosity. Gongsun Lu's eyes remain as clear and pure as when Su Zhiqing first encountered her. The current state of my father is a consequence of his prior transgressions against my mother. My mother spared him, perhaps out of consideration for me, their daughter. I am astonished that you have attained such a level of understanding. Su Zhiqing gazed back at Gongsun Lu, his tone suffused with nostalgia. The sins of parents, though momentarily relieving, invariably inflict pain upon future generations, as exemplified by Yang Hua's father, Yang Kong. Reflecting on this, Su Zhiqing's eyes brightened as he began to comprehend why Yang Hua had chosen to carry away Guijing's daughter. This lad, perhaps, remains oblivious to the fact that Yang Kong perished due to Guijing and Huang Rong. Gongsun Lu, not having caught Su Zhiqing's murmurs, inquired with curiosity, Master Su, what did you say? Nothing of consequence, merely a fleeting thought, Su Zhiqing replied, his earlier confusion dissipating, leaving him invigorated. What are your future plans, Miss Lu? Gongsun Lu, puzzled by the Taoist's interest in her, pondered briefly before responding earnestly. In the future, I shall serve my parents in the valley, hoping that one day they can set aside their hatred and rekindle the beauty of their past. Listening to her words, Su Zhiqing gazed into Gongsun Lu's earnest eyes and sighed. What a formidable challenge that is. Xiao Qianqi has been imprisoned in the stone cave for over a decade. How can such deep-seated hatred be relinquished? Although Gongsun Ji's martial prowess was diminished by his own actions, it was ultimately at Xiao Qianqi's behest, compounded by his newfound blindness. Su Zhiqing contemplated the complexity of the situation. Yet, Gongsun Lu remained resolute, asserting, should we abandon our efforts simply because it is difficult? I believe that with perseverance, I can dissolve the hatred within their hearts. Once I have achieved this, I will bring them out of the valley to express my gratitude to you. Observing Gongsun Lu's determination, Su Zhiqing felt as though her visage radiated a luminous glow. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Task completed. Proficiency points 500. Su Zhiqing was taken aback, realizing the task had indeed been fulfilled. Considering Gongsun Lu's fate, it seemed to have changed for the better. He mused on the peculiar nature of the task, glancing at his accumulated proficiency points, now totaling 8655. The journey to amass such points had become increasingly arduous. It took a considerable duration to reach 7,225 points before the new year. Afterward, 3 more months of accumulation, coupled with this unexpected task's reward, had finally brought him to this figure. Su Zhiqing surveyed the martial arts displayed on the panel, bypassing those that did not reach master level. The masters of the art include the Grand Master of the Complete Truth Heart Method, 673 10,000. The Master of the Fragmented 9E Manual, 639 10,000. The Master of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, 824 10,000. And the Master of the Complete Truth Sword Technique, 762 10,000. Su Zhiqing glanced over the figures and quietly calculated where to allocate his remaining proficiency points most appropriately. He first decided against enhancing his swordsmanship, as his current skills sufficed. The only remaining consideration was his internal cultivation. He disregarded the fragmented manual and intended to practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra alongside the Little Dragon Girl. Thus, his sole option was the Complete Truth Heart Method. Su Zhiqing calculated that if he invested all his points, he would only be 672 points away from reaching the Grand Master level. He felt that 2 months would be ample time for this endeavor. After coming to this conclusion, a wave of joy washed over him. In the eyes of Gongsun Laviu, she mistakenly interpreted Su Zhiqing's delight as gratitude for her mention of a visit. Thank you, Taoist, for not minding my intrusion. I shall not disturb your practice any longer, Gongsun Laviu said before turning to leave. Regaining his composure, Su Zhiqing observed her retreating figure, sensing a hint of confusion about the girl. Having thought this through, he concluded that if he devoted himself entirely to internal cultivation, he might achieve his goal in less than 2 months. Typically, during his practice, he could only increase his internal proficiency by 1 or 2 points a day, which paled in comparison to the rapid progress he made with the Little Dragon Girl while practicing the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra. If he were to dedicate more time to the Complete Truth Heart Method, its proficiency would undoubtedly improve. Su Zhiqing resolved to strive for a daily enhancement of 4 to 6 points in his proficiency. Thus, he entered a state of seclusion. At the end of the first day, he discovered that his proficiency in the Complete Truth Heart Method had risen from 673 to 683, leaving him quite astonished. He had initially aimed for an increase of 4 or 6 points, yet after a day of seclusion, he had gained a remarkable 10 points. Su Zhiqing silently calculated that if he maintained this pace, he would only require a little over a month to confidently enter the next realm. In the days that followed, he refrained from practicing with the Little Dragon Girl or socializing with his junior sister. Every moment, from eating to resting, was devoted to mastering the Complete Truth Heart Method. However, this intense focus lasted only until the 6th day. As the 7th day brought a disruption, Gongsun Laviu arrived with news that they had found Yang Guo's whereabouts. Chapter 108. Yang Guo with the heavy Xiantai sword. A small boat gently swayed along the river, departing from the Valley of Love Flowers. Su Zhiqing sat cross-legged at the stern, silently cultivating the Quanzhen Heart Method. After 6 days, his mastery of the Quanzhen technique had reached a value of 733, with a remaining proficiency of 8,715. Though still a small distance from the next realm, progress was swift. This morning, Gongsun Lao informed him that they had discovered traces of Yang Guo, indicating he had been seen in a nearby town. Upon receiving this news, Su Zhiqing could no longer remain in seclusion. He instructed Xiaolong, his junior sister, and Guofu to prepare for their departure from the valley. Gongsun Lao personally guided the boat to ensure their safe passage. Soon, the small vessel reached the riverbank. As the boat came to a halt, Su Zhiqing rose, his Quanzhen Heart Method continuing its silent operation within him. He divided his focus, allowing half to engage in the cultivation while the other half dealt with the external world. On the boat, Gongsun Lao noticed Su Zhiqing standing and softly said, "Taoist Su, I shall accompany you no further. I have arranged for swift horses on the shore. You should reach the town promptly." Turning to the bank, Su Zhiqing saw 4 individuals dressed in green, each holding a horse. "Thank you, Miss Lao," he said, cupping his hands in gratitude before disembarking with Xiaolong and the others. As they mounted their horses, Gongsun Lao suddenly called out, "Taoist Su, when you have the time, I shall visit you at the Quanzhen sect." Hearing her words, Su Zhiqing noticed Xiaolong and his junior sister exchanging glances, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Even Guofu's gaze held a hint of curiosity. He forced a smile, turning to wave at Gongsun Lao. "May we meet again by fate," he replied, then looked towards Xiaolong and his junior sister. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Xiaolong and his junior sister pull their reins and gallop ahead with a cry of "Go!" Guofu followed suit, urging her horse to keep pace. Su Zhiqing watched the 3 of them ride away, waving once more to Gongsun Lao before taking hold of his reins to follow. In no time, he caught up with Xiaolong and the others. Riding alongside Xiaolong, he inquired, "Lao, do you suppose my disciple will be in that town ahead?" "He is your disciple, not mine. How could I possibly know?" Xiaolong replied, tugging her reins to advance a few steps. Su Zhiqing scratched his nose, then approached his junior sister. Junior sister Yanghua is your disciple. He is not mine, so I have no idea. Cheng Jiao mimicked Xylong's tone, then spurred her horse to catch up with Xylong. Su Zhiqing observed this, perplexed. Why did both Xylong and his junior sister appear upset? Guofu approached him and asked, Uncle Shirshu, what is amiss between you, Master Long? And Master Cheng? I do not know. Su Zhiqing replied, equally bewildered. After days of intense practice, he remained oblivious to the source of their discontent. Upon witnessing this, Guofu let out a soft exclamation and murmured, Shall I inquire with them on your behalf? There's no need. Su Zhiqing promptly declined Guofu's offer. I shall ask them myself. With that, he seized the reins and steered his horse between the little dragon girl and his junior sister. Are you both upset with me? Not at all. They replied in unison, their faces betraying no extra emotion. Su Zhiqing, discerning their demeanor, felt assured. You must be angry with me. Giddy up. The little dragon girl ignored him, urging her horse to hasten. Just as Cheng Jiao sought to quicken her pace, Su Zhiqing leaped onto the back of her mount, joining her in the saddle. Feeling the robust form of her senior brother behind her, Cheng Jiao's expression stiffened. Brother, what are you doing? Su Zhiqing, in response, grasped the reins and took hold of one of her delicate hands. This action only intensified her awkwardness. Yet, in a place unseen by Su Zhiqing, a flicker of joy sparkled in Cheng Jiao's eyes. I'm merely curious as to why you and your dragon sister are upset, he said, controlling the horse's speed by pulling on the reins. His legs secured her, ensuring her steadiness. Once he had settled her, he heard her whisper, Brother, I am not angry. You're not angry? Su Zhiqing glanced towards the little dragon girl. Seizing the moment when she was not looking, he leaned closer to Cheng Jiao and urgently whispered, Then tell me, why is your dragon sister upset? Feeling the warmth of his breath, Cheng Jiao's ears tingled. Strangely, she relished the way her brother treated her. She endeavored to mask her delight and whispered, I do not know. Su Zhiqing, taken aback, raised his gaze toward the little dragon girl. You do not know? Cheng Jiao replied softly, Since the dragon sister has not spoken, I suspect it may be because you are not sharing a bed with her. Previously, you always shared a room with her. Yet after you entered that love flower valley, you allowed me and the dragon sister to share a room instead. You never let me stay with her before. Moreover, the dragon sister often sleeps poorly at night. She stands by the window, gazing at your room. Su Zhiqing was astonished at her revelation. She watches my room? Why? What do you think? Cheng Jiao retorted. That Gongsun Levayu has been flirting with you, and you have inexplicably chosen not to sleep with the dragon sister. She might be concerned. Su Zhiqing's eyes widened in realization. Are you saying you both are worried that Miss Levayu might sneak into my room at night? Cheng Jiao buried her face in her arms, falling silent. Upon seeing her reaction, Su Zhiqing understood immediately. He chuckled and wrapped his arm around her slender waist, then lazily remarked, Not just anyone can share my bed. And who, pray tell, may share your bed? Only the one I cherish. Su Zhiqing leaned down with a teasing glimmer in his eyes, whispering, For instance, my beloved little junior sister. She is certainly welcome. As he listened to his junior sister's delicate voice, Su Zhiqing lowered his gaze and observed her flushed cheeks, her shyness rendering her unable to meet his eyes. He reflected inwardly on how his junior sister had matured, recalling a time when she was oblivious to the concept of modesty. While he pondered this, his peripheral vision caught sight of Xylongnu's glance. Upon noticing her gaze, he smiled gently and guided his horse closer to ride alongside her once more. His junior sister, feeling a twinge of guilt, stole a glance at Xylongnu but dared not look up again. Xylongnu remarked coolly, I knew you would bully your junior sister. Hearing this, Su Zhiqing drew his horse even closer. With a swift motion, he grasped Xylongnu's delicate hand. Before she could react, he apologized, In my pursuit of enlightenment and cultivation, I inadvertently neglected you long. It was my oversight. I assure you that this will not happen again. Once I locate my disciple, we shall return to the ancient tomb and practice the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra together every day. Upon hearing every day, Xylongnu scoffed. Who practices every day? Su Zhiqing chuckled. To cultivate, one must be persistent and unwavering. As he spoke, his large hand held tightly onto Xylongnu's smooth little hand. This journey to the valley of emotion had imparted wisdom upon him. He realized the importance of bringing joy to those around him and avoiding unnecessary discomfort. It was precisely this understanding that led him to confront and silence the criticisms directed at him. After dealing with those two, he felt a sense of relief. Both Xylongnu and his junior sister belonged to him. Previously, his junior sister had been too young. Discussing such matters could be detrimental to her health. Now, however, Su Zhiqing savored the feel of her soft form against him as the rhythmic motion of the horse brought their bodies closer together. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard his junior sister call out softly, Brother, what's wrong? Your sword seems to be poking my backside. Before he could comprehend her words, Xiaolong shot a glance in their direction. Upon noticing Su Zhiqing's sword resting securely at his lower back, she quickly withdrew her hand, her face flushing as she turned away. This reaction puzzled Su Zhiqing. Just as he contemplated her reaction, he felt his junior sister's small hand moving erratically, landing precisely on his sensitive area. Ah, brother. Is this a dagger? Why is it so short? Su Zhiqing's expression darkened instantly upon hearing her words. As he was about to instruct her to let go, she continued, Brother, this dagger is quite uncomfortable. Let me pull it out. Before he could react, he felt a sudden tightening in his sensitive area, accompanied by a surge of force. Ouch! Su Zhiqing gasped as pain shot through him, his firm sword transforming into a soft one. Cheng Jiao struggled to extract it, but upon reaching for it again, she discovered that the dagger had vanished. She could only inquire, Brother, where's the dagger? Did you put it away? Beside them, the petite dragon girl. Upon hearing Cheng Jiao's naive remarks, couldn't help but chuckle despite the worries that clouded her heart as she gazed at Su Zhiqing's pallid visage. Su Zhiqing, feeling a sharp pain below, inhaled deeply several times and urged his steed to slow down, seeking a modicum of relief. Listening to his junior sister's incessant queries about the whereabouts of the dagger, he found himself at a loss for words. How could he have thought her mature? It appeared she remained blissfully ignorant of many things. He gently tugged her small hand, advising her to hold the reins steadily before revealing that he had stowed the dagger away. After uttering this, he caught sight of the still laughing dragon girl, particularly her swaying form atop the horse, prompting him to playfully swat her backside. The dragon girl gasped, and the startled horse bolted forward. Behind them, Guofu's expression morphed into one of astonishment upon witnessing Su Zhiqing's absurd action. This young master, he actually swatted the dragon girls behind. Guofu felt a thrill of excitement, contrasting sharply with her mother's teachings. Ahead, Su Zhiqing, glancing at the dragon girl, pulled on the reins and pursued his junior sister. Following the information provided by Gongsun Lavayu, the quartet arrived at a bustling little town the next day. Su Zhiqing surveyed the lively scene and produced a map, confirming, this is indeed the place. He then turned to Guofu. Upon realizing they had reached the town, concern for her sister urged Guofu to pull the reins and hasten into the town. Su Zhiqing and the others quickly followed suit. Upon entering the town, they observed Guofu persistently inquiring about directions. Su Zhiqing joined her in questioning the townsfolk. After some time, they finally gleaned a fragment of news regarding Yanggua. You must be referring to a young man carrying a large sword, cradling an infant. He headed that way not long ago. Grateful for the information, the group set off in the indicated direction. Not long into their journey, they were met with the sounds of a scuffle nearby, accompanied by the cries of a baby. It's my sister, Guofu exclaimed, racing toward the source of the commotion, with Su Zhiqing and the others trailing closely behind. They navigated through the bustling streets and arrived at a secluded alley. Su Zhiqing's gaze fell upon Yanggua, who was embroiled in combat with an adversary, flanked by two others. One of them was Nimo Xing, a formidable figure from the Wuling Conference, who recognized them as well. As Guofu rushed in, her eyes fixed on the infant in Yanggua's arms, she charged forward without a second thought. Yanggua, return my sister, she shouted. But the man fighting Yanggua turned to face her, hesitating momentarily before retreating a few steps. Yanggua's expression hardened upon seeing Guofu approach with her sword drawn. With a swift motion, he struck her iron sword, sending it flying from her grasp. In an instant, he swung his heavy sword, effortlessly sending Guofu hurtling back. Su Zhiqing observed that Guofu had been repelled but refrained from rushing forward, realizing that Yanggua had shown mercy. Otherwise, Guofu would not have merely been knocked aside, but would have been struck down outright. His gaze fell upon the heavy, dark iron sword in Yanggua's hand, and he murmured to himself, could it be that this is the Xiantai sword? Upon hearing her senior brother's words, Cheng Jiao inquired with confusion, Senior brother, whom do you refer to? A master of swordsmanship known as Lonely Pursuer of Defeat, Su Zhiqing replied, then turned his attention elsewhere. He noticed that the man who had previously opposed Yanggua now let out a loud roar and charged towards Guofu. Before the attacker could advance, Yanggua swiftly positioned himself between them. Clap, clap, clap. Su Zhiqing applauded as he approached. Well done, my disciple. Your martial arts have improved. While he praised Yanggua, his eyes were fixed on the man opposite him. This individual was tall yet gaunt, his complexion as pale as that of a corpse. As Su Zhiqing scrutinized him, a name surfaced in his mind. One of the Mongolian masters, Xiangzi. Master. At that moment, Yanggua finally noticed his mentor, Su Zhiqing. Upon hearing him speak, Xiangzi seized the opportunity to swing his mournful staff at Yanggua. Su Zhiqing, seeing this, emitted a cold snort and flicked his wrist, sending 3 jade needles hurtling forth. Zhiqing, sensing the hidden weapons approaching, dared not confront them head-on and swiftly evaded. However, as he moved aside, he found that the very person he had heard referred to as master had inexplicably appeared before him, just as he attempted to sidestep. Zhiqing delivered a powerful kick to his chest. With a resounding crack, Zhiqing felt his ribs fracture. After sending Zhiqing flying with the force of his kick, Zhiqing calmly remarked, "You wretched scoundrel, while I converse with my disciple, how dare you attempt a sneak attack?" His decisive blow astonished the 3 onlookers, including Nimo Xing, who thought to himself, "This young Taoist is exceedingly domineering, indeed." Nimo Xing then gazed at Zhiqing's visage and murmured, "I have seen this man at the hero's banquet. He is the one who killed the Law King's disciple." The crowd gasped in collective astonishment at this revelation. After delivering his admonition, Zhiqing offered no further glance at Zhiqing, turning instead to Yang Guo. "Have you forgotten what your master once said? You are my disciple. Whatever happens, I shall bear the burden for you. What are you and your Uncle Guo's little girl planning to do?" Upon finishing his words, he noticed the glimmer of tears welling up in his disciple's eyes, which then fell like droplets. Zhiqing furrowed his brow. "Why are you crying? A man should shed blood, not tears. Wipe those tears away." His reprimand left Yang Guo's tears hovering in his eyes. Zhiqing nodded in satisfaction. Now this is more like it. Having chastised Yang Guo, he turned his gaze to Nimo Xing and the others. He recognized Nimo Xing, primarily due to his short stature and dark complexion, remembering how he had been carried away last time. The impression had been deeply etched in his mind. However, he did not recognize the 2 individuals accompanying Nimo Xing, though their distinctive appearances caught his attention. One was exceptionally tall, requiring Zhiqing to look up at him, with robust limbs and a perpetually foolish grin upon his face. Another individual was a tall man with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, adorned with flowing hair and a yellow beard, decked in resplendent attire that seemed to proclaim his wealth. After observing these 2 figures, he understood that they were also masters of Mongolia, likely having made an appearance in the narrative, though he regrettably could not recall their names. As Zhiqing gazed upon the trio, they too cast glances in his direction, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. He contemplated addressing Nimo Xing, remarking on their past acquaintance, and inquired whether he might introduce his 2 companions. Before Nimo Xing could respond, the imposing figure spoke first, declaring, "I am Ma Guangzhou." Upon this introduction, the bearded man stroked his beard and added, "Esteemed Taoist, I am Yin Kashi." After hearing their introductions, Zhiqing clasped his hands in greeting, stating, "I am Zhiqing of the Quanzhen sect." He then turned his attention back to the 3, asking, "Might you enlighten me on the capabilities of my disciple that have attracted such esteemed individuals?" As his words hung in the air, the previously injured Zhiqing interjected, urging Nimo Xing, "Why do you not subdue them? After all, we have the children of Guijing here. Capturing them would undoubtedly yield great merit." Zhiqing frowned at Zhiqing's words, contemplating, "Can you not refrain from speaking, you wretch? Are you courting death with your injuries?" Upon meeting Zhiqing's calm gaze, Zhiqing felt a chill run down his spine and wisely chose to remain silent. Zhiqing, dismissing him from his thoughts, refocused on Nimo Xing and Ma Guangzhou, calculating whether he could overcome them. As the trio felt Zhiqing's penetrating gaze, an inexplicable chill washed over them, and they exchanged wary glances. Just as Zhiqing was formulating his strategy, the infant in Yang Guo's arms began to wail, signaling her hunger. Chapter 109. Ah, Master of the Law. Since we are so delighted to meet, shall we engage in a duel first? In the secluded streets of a nameless town, the wailing of an infant dispelled Zhiqing's murderous intentions. He turned to glance at his disciple and sighed. "I cannot fathom what goes on in your mind. Running about with your Uncle Guo's daughter. I have a notion as to why you are doing this." As he spoke, he cast a look at the girl cradled in Yang Guo's arms, whose unattractive features were hardly pleasing. He understood that her appearance mattered little. With time, she might become more appealing. Zhiqing observed the crying infant, his brow furrowing. "Disciple, have you not provided her with sustenance?" Upon posing the question, he noticed his disciple's gaze faltering. Zhiqing's heart comprehended the truth. "You truly have not fed her, have you?" Yang Guo, seeing the frown on his master's face, hurried to explain, "Master, I was in the process of finding her milk. I was then impeded by these individuals who sought to snatch the infant from my arms to leverage against Uncle Guo." Zhiqing responded with an understanding. Then first, attend to this child's needs. He turned his attention to Guofu, who had been intently watching the baby. "Help your sister find some nourishment. We shall address other matters later." Upon hearing Zhiqing's directive, Guofu promptly nodded. While he instructed Yang Guo and Guofu, The notion of eliminating Nemo Xing and his companions was dismissed. However, Nemo Xing and his accomplices remained resolute in their intent to seize the infant. Exchanging glances, Nemo Xing and Kashi stepped forward. Master Su, it seems you do not regard us with due seriousness. Su Zhiqing, while conversing with Yang Guo, maintained his focus on the trio. Upon observing their advance, a smile graced his lips as he contemplated letting things be, yet they persisted. With a slight click of his tongue, Su Zhiqing addressed them. If you wish for my attention, let us engage in combat. Both Nemo Xing and Kashi were taken aback, having not anticipated Su Zhiqing's forthrightness, devoid of any pretense. Nemo Xing, with a clumsy grasp of the language, responded. Very well. He stepped forward, eager to test his skills against Su Zhiqing. In response, Su Zhiqing unsheathed his sword with a sharp exclamation. Come then, let us not delay the child's feeding. As his words echoed, his figure vanished from sight. A flash of brilliance surged forth as an iron sword lunged towards Nemo Xing's throat, a lethal strike from the onset. Yet, Nemo Xing was prepared. With a swift crack of his whip, he deflected the attack. The clash of steel resonated, sending sparks flying. Su Zhiqing materialized, his sword dancing with precision as he unleashed a flurry of 10 strikes. Encircling Nemo Xing's expression shifted as he beheld the surrounding sword light. He hastily wielded his whip with all his might, forming a protective circle around himself. The steel whip moved with remarkable speed, perfectly intact in the blink of an eye. Su Zhiqing's figure flickered in and out of sight, his swordplay accelerating with each strike, faster than the last. Nimo Xing's movements lagged slightly, and with a swift slash, Su Zhiqing's sword severed the steel whip, embedding itself in Nimo Xing's shoulder. With his weapon shattered, Nimo Xing had no support left as Su Zhiqing angled his sword menacingly toward Nimo Xing's neck. Should the blade connect, Nimo Xing's head would surely be forfeit. At that moment, Nikesha called out, I shall assist you. He brandished his golden whip, aiming to strike Su Zhiqing. Faced with the formidable golden whip, Su Zhiqing was compelled to abandon his lethal intention toward Nimo Xing and redirected his sword to parry the incoming strike. As his blade met the golden whip, it coiled around his weapon like a swift serpent. Give it here, Nikesha exclaimed, attempting to wrench the sword from Su Zhiqing's grasp. In response, Su Zhiqing leveraged the momentum and kicked toward Nikesha. Nikesha, with a light huff, swiftly produced a dagger in his other hand and lunged at Su Zhiqing. This exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, dazzling to onlookers, yet Su Zhiqing remained acutely aware. Should he kick, he would likely strike the dagger instead. Prepared for this eventuality, he deftly retrieved 3 JB needles, launching them at Nikesha as he advanced. The two were in close proximity, and Su Zhiqing's swift throw left Nikesha with no avenue for evasion, resulting in the needles piercing his chest. Nikesha felt a numbing sensation in his chest and collapsed to the ground. Despicable. Nimo Xing cursed upon witnessing Nikesha fall victim to Su Zhiqing's hidden weapon, swinging his steel whip fiercely towards Su Zhiqing's head. In a quick maneuver, Su Zhiqing ducked and simultaneously grasped Nikesha's golden whip. As he regained his footing, Nimo Xing retaliated with another lash. Su Zhiqing deftly maneuvered the golden whip to counter. In an instant, the two whips entwined. Nimo Xing's expression shifted as he attempted to reclaim his steel whip, but Su Zhiqing, employing the same principle, delivered a powerful kick toward Nimo Xing. Fool! Nimo Xing exclaimed, forced to abandon his steel whip to evade Su Zhiqing's strike. Flee! With the loss of his steel whip, Nimo Xing lacked the courage to confront Su Zhiqing further and made a hasty retreat. His swift escape caught even Su Zhiqing off guard, for despite Nimo Xing's unappealing visage, he had always presented himself as a formidable adversary. Ma Guangzhou and Xiaoxiangzi, witnessing Nimo Xing's flight, cursed and promptly turned to flee themselves. Su Zhiqing observed the retreating trio, but had no intention of pursuing them. He sheathed both whips and approached Nikesha, dispatching him with a decisive stroke of his sword. Yang Guo and Guofu watched Su Zhiqing's actions in stupefied silence, as if seeing him for the first time. Noticing their astonishment, Su Zhiqing scolded. What are you staring at? The child is nearly in tears. Go find something to eat. Oh yes. They nodded and hurried off in search of food. Su Zhiqing picked up the whip from the ground and, upon seeing the jewel-adorned Kashi, casually stripped her of her garments. After completing this act, he approached Xialong and his junior sister. Let us go. The group meandered through the town, failing to find free milk, and thus paid for a wet nurse for the child. After the child drank the milk, he fell into a deep slumber. Su Zhiqing sighed in relief and instructed Yang Guo to hand the child over to Guofu, while he asked Yang Guo to accompany him outside. As soon as they reached the outdoors, Yang Guo knelt before Su Zhiqing, pressing his forehead to the ground in anguish. Master, I have been unfilial and brought disgrace upon your name. You may punish me as you see fit, but I beseech you for one chance. Might you allow me to avenge myself before you decide my fate? Upon hearing Yanghua speak of revenge, Su Zhiqing understood that the boy had validated his thoughts in the Valley of Love. This lad must have discovered that his father, Yang Kong, perished because of Guijing and Huang Rong. Gazing at the prostrate Yanghua, Su Zhiqing extended his hand to help him rise. Looking into Yanghua's tear-filled eyes, he gently inquired, "You wish to avenge your father, do you not?" Yanghua looked up in astonishment, realizing that he had never confided in his master about his enemies. He merely mentioned revenge, yet it seemed his master was aware of his plight. After a nod, he eagerly asked, "Master, do you know who I seek to avenge?" Su Zhiqing chuckled softly, replying, "What is it that I do not know?" He patted Yanghua on the shoulder. "If you wish to seek vengeance, I shall not stand in your way, but I have one condition." Yanghua, sensing his master's unexpected support for his quest for revenge, instinctively inquired, "What condition?" "First, ascertain the true nature of your father. If you still wish to pursue vengeance thereafter, I shall have no further objections." "My father? Is he not a great hero?" Su Zhiqing sighed, realizing that Yanghua viewed his father as a hero. He contemplated the possibility that had he not arrived at the Divine Eagle, Yanghua might never have been born. Observing the hatred in Yanghua's eyes, he sighed again. "Your father was, in fact, a disciple of your master Qiu. You should know what kind of person your master Qiu is." Upon hearing this, images of Qiu Chuji, his stern and irritable demeanor, flashed through Yanghua's mind. He nodded, "Master, what does this have to do with my master Qiu?" "Everything. For the so-called great hero you speak of, he was indeed a disciple of your master Qiu." Yanghua, incredulous, exclaimed, "My father was a disciple of Master Qiu?" Su Zhiqing affirmed, "So do you truly believe that if your uncle Gua had killed your father, Master Qiu would still allow him to remain in the Quanzhen sect?" Yanghua furrowed his brow in contemplation. Could it be that it was not his uncle Gua who killed his father? Yet, he recalled Aunt Huang mentioning their intent to kill his father, and thus his father's death could be deemed their doing. He fixed a piercing gaze upon Su Zhiqing. "Master, do you know what kind of person my father truly was?" "I do, but it is likely to be entirely different from the hero you envision, perhaps even the opposite." "How could that be possible?" Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, Yanghua was immediately filled with skepticism. "Can my master deceive you?" Su Zhiqing cast a sidelong glance at Yanghua, responding, "Precisely for this reason. I urge you to discover the true nature of your father. Moreover, seek to understand your uncle Gua. What sort of man do you think he is? Would someone like him ever harm a brother?" After speaking, he patted Yanghua on the shoulder. "You may glean more insights from others, especially from your master Qiu, who can impart knowledge of your father's martial arts accumulated over many years." With that, Su Zhiqing left Yanghua to ponder alone and turned to return to his room. Inside, Guofu noticed his entrance and, feeling anxious, glanced at him before sighing in relief upon recognizing him. "What of Yanghua? I previously reprimanded him." Instructing him to reflect outside, Su Zhiqing remarked as he approached to examine the infant in Guofu's arms, still unappealing in appearance. Hearing Su Zhiqing's words, Guofu did not dwell on them but instead inquired, "Master Su, may I take my sister back to Xiangyang?" Su Zhiqing observed Guofu's unease and replied, "What could possibly hinder you? This child is your sister. Take her wherever you wish." However, he then recalled Nimo Xing and others, adding, "But not just yet." Upon hearing this, Guofu's anxiety resurfaced. With a smile, he continued, "I am concerned about those Mongolian experts. It is evident they are pursuing your sister. And now that you have appeared, they will undoubtedly target both of you." As he considered this, he suddenly recalled the yet-to-appear king of the Golden Wheel. Previously, he had feared the king, but after learning the technique of dual-wielding from the old naughty boy, he felt prepared to confront him. This technique allowed him to employ the Jade Maiden's heart sword art single-handedly, with his left hand executing the Quanzhen school swordplay and his right hand utilizing the ancient tomb's martial arts. He could likely contend with the king of the Golden Wheel, but against others, he might struggle. Fortunately, Little Dragon Girl could assist him. Nevertheless, facing numerous adversaries targeting Guofu and her sister posed a significant risk. He would have to exercise great caution in combat. Realizing the town's lack of safety, he declared, "We must depart swiftly." Upon noticing the puzzled expressions of those around him, he elaborated on the threat posed by the king of the Golden Wheel and his associates. After hearing this, the group resolved to heed Su Zhiqing's counsel. "We can ride swiftly. It will take merely 2 or 3 days to reach Xiangyang." One remarked, "But what of my sister? There will be no milk on the way." Another interjected. Little Dragon Girl, observing Su Zhiqing's expression, suggested, "Let's procure a carriage and bring the wet nurse along." Su Zhiqing nodded in agreement. Let us follow Longer's advice. Offer the wet nurse a generous sum. She should consent. If she hesitates, it is likely due to insufficient compensation. Once they concluded their discussion, Chang Jiayao went to consult the wet nurse while Su Zhiqing stepped outside to find a carriage. He noticed Yang was still lost in thought in the courtyard and chose not to disturb him. Upon returning with the carriage, Su Zhiqing found Yang was still in a daze and playfully kicked him. Master? Yang lay on the ground, incredulous that his master would kick him. Without a doubt. When Yang was kicked to the ground by Su Zhiqing, Chang Jiayao and the others exchanged glances in astonishment. Observing the expression on Yang's face, Su Zhiqing approached him, crouching down to ask, "Are you afraid to confront what kind of person your father is?" Upon hearing this, Yang's gaze shifted evasively. Su Zhiqing continued, "Have I not taught you before? A true man must face challenges head-on and not shy away. The reason I have not disclosed your father's nature is that I wish for you to investigate it yourself. Simply pondering without action is futile. Your demeanor vexes me. And furthermore, regarding your mother, I have always believed your father deserved his fate. You might inquire with your master Qiu, Uncle Gua, or others about your mother, and then seek knowledge about your father." After imparting these words, Su Zhiqing lifted Yang's heavy sword. Noticing Yang was still on the ground, he frowned and urged, "What are you doing lying there? Stand up." Yang obediently rose. Su Zhiqing handed the sword back to him, stating, "This sword is quite remarkable." Yang began, "If you desire it, master." Su Zhiqing playfully tapped Yang on the head, saying, "Do I seek what belongs to you? This sword you acquired from the solitude-seeking Ba." Yang gazed at his master in disbelief. "Master, how did you know?" Su Zhiqing replied, "I know everything. But I did not expect you to possess this sword." He was equally astonished, having planned to seek out the great eagle himself, yet Yang had encountered it first. "Take it," Su Zhiqing instructed as he handed the sword back. Once Yang accepted it, Su Zhiqing inquired, "Will you return to Shenyang with us? Or head back to the sect first?" Noticing Yang's hesitation, he waved his hand. "You should return to the mountain gate and consult with your master Qiu." Yang bowed respectfully. "Thank you, master." "Begone," Su Zhiqing replied. As Yang turned to leave, he accidentally collided with a woman at the door, causing her to tumble to the ground. Hearing the commotion, Su Zhiqing and the others turned in alarm, only to discover that Yang had bumped into a lady. Before he could speak, Yang was already helping her to her feet. "Miss Chung, are you all right?" he asked. "Do you know each other?" Su Zhiqing queried. Noticing Yang's reaction, Yang, sensing his master's gaze, introduced the young woman. "Master, this is Miss Qingying." Upon hearing the name, Su Zhiqing recognized her as Lu Wushuang's cousin. Yang then introduced himself to Qingying, who greeted Su Zhiqing. "It is an honor to meet you, Taoist Su." Su Zhiqing nodded. "No need for such formality. How did you come to find us? Are you seeking my disciple?" Upon this question, a blush flickered across Qingying's face, and he noticed an unusual expression on his disciple's countenance. Su Zhiqing mused inwardly, "This disciple seems rather untrustworthy. Is he deserving of his beloved? Since you are here for my disciple, Miss Chung, you may converse while we attend to our matters and take our leave first." Su Zhiqing remarked as he helped Guofu, holding the child, along with the nurse, onto the carriage. He and the little dragon girl, along with his junior sister, swiftly mounted their horses. "Giddy up," Su Zhiqing urged his steed and set off ahead. With a carriage in tow, their pace was not particularly swift. They journeyed northward, and as they exited the town, they spotted the Golden Wheel Dharma King, Nimo Xing, and a group of Mongolian warriors approaching. As fate would have it, the Golden Wheel Dharma King and his entourage caught sight of them just then. At that moment, two figures dashed towards them from the town. Su Zhiqing turned to observe, recognizing Yang and Qingying. Upon seeing Su Zhiqing, Qingying's face lit up with a glimmer of joy. "Taoist, I nearly forgot to inform you. A band of Mongolian masters is heading this way." Su Zhiqing gestured towards the approaching Golden Wheel Dharma King and inquired, "Are you referring to this group?" Qingying turned to look, her complexion paling instantly. Indeed, Su Zhiqing sighed, wishing he had been informed sooner. He might have circumvented this encounter. Now it was too late for evasive maneuvers. Yang, having also spotted the Golden Wheel Dharma King and his company, unsheathed his heavy sword, his expression grave. "Master, take the mistress and the others ahead. I will cover your retreat." Su Zhiqing cast a sidelong glance at Yang. "Do I truly require your protection?" he remarked. As the Golden Wheel Dharma King had also halted at a certain distance, the Golden Wheel Dharma King stepped forward with a few strides. "Taoist Su, what a coincidence. It is a pleasure to see you again." He gazed at Su Zhiqing and the others with a sardonic smile, exclaiming, "It seems I have stumbled upon you without any effort at all." Hearing the Dharma King's words, Su Zhiqing responded with a chuckle. I am equally delighted to see you." He then drew 2 swords from his hands. "Since our meeting brings such joy, how about we engage in a duel?" Chapter 110. Ascension to Mastery. The words were straightforward, devoid of any superfluous chatter. When confronted directly, there was no escape. Thus, the only recourse was to engage in combat. Zhiqing, gripping his sword with both hands, dismounted from his steed. He felt a sense of confidence in facing the, bolstered by his daily practice of the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra alongside the little dragon girl. It was widely acknowledged that the further one delved into the 9 scriptures, the more formidable they became. The Jade Maiden Heart Sutra was similarly an unparalleled martial art. In the past, Lin Xiaoying had utilized this technique to entirely unravel the Quanzhen Swordplay, leaving Wang Chongyang both impressed and begrudgingly submissive. Zhiqing harbored suspicions regarding his master, Wang Chongyang, believing he might possess a certain machismo that rendered him averse to being bested by a woman. Even though he harbored affections for Lin Xiaoying, he could not bring himself to acknowledge her superiority openly. Contemplating the Jade Maiden Heart Sutra, Zhiqing mused that the might not even be a match for his wife. The old mischievous boy had imparted the art of mutual combat to the little dragon girl during their travels. And while he could only be considered a novice in this technique, she had mastered it with remarkable proficiency. After dismounting, Zhiqing took several steps toward. A chuckle formed within him as he regarded the, who had previously appeared half awake, moving with the weight of a mountain. For instance, at the hero's banquet, he had exuded an air of grandeur, only to be firmly subdued by Guojing. Despite this, the had indeed made a name for himself in the martial arts circles of the Central Plains, as few could withstand the might of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. As Zhiqing locked eyes with, he observed the latter's gaze sharpen, especially upon seeing Zhiqing wielding his sword. Zhiqing had no intention of speaking. His dismount signified his readiness for battle. Just as he prepared to strike, raised a hand. "Wait, what is it?" Zhiqing inquired. "Where's my companion Inkashi, the one adorned in jewels?" "Perhaps he has perished," Zhiqing replied casually, twirling his swords in intricate flourishes. The dexterity of his movements caused eyes to narrow slightly as he tightened his grip on the golden wheel. Zhiqing's gaze lingered on his golden wheel. A fleeting impulse to retrieve an item from his possession surged within him. Upon departing from he had specifically requested a net from Gongsun Lvayu. Not only was it intended to counter the golden wheel, but it could ensnare any metallic weapon within its grasp. He suppressed the urge to resort to the net. If he could prevail with his sword, there was no need for such measures. Upon hearing Zhiqing's casual remark about Inkashi's possible demise, S brow furrowed momentarily. But he chose to remain silent. His earlier inquiry about Inkashi had stemmed from their shared Mongolian affiliation. Even if they were often at odds, a semblance of cordiality was necessary for the greater good. As Zhiqing finished speaking and assumed a combat stance, resolved to forego further banter. Yet, a peculiar discomfort lingered within him. He had hoped to exchange a few more words with Zhiqing, as one typically does before a duel. However, lost in his thoughts, was caught off guard as Zhiqing lunged forward with a strike aimed at him. The initial probing thrust was deftly evaded by, who retaliated with a swift counterattack. Zhiqing, observing this, chuckled lightly and created some distance between them. The monk did not pursue. The strange sensation lingered. He furrowed his brow and gazed at Zhiqing, inquiring, "Su Daozhong, do you intend to say something to this humble monk?" He despised the silence that preceded a confrontation, the lack of atmosphere when combat erupted without warning. "What is there to discuss?" Zhiqing replied with a wry smile. "It appears we are destined to meet in a narrow alley. It is either I vanquish you or you me. Shall we engage in sweet nothings like lovers?" As Zhiqing's words reached the monk, irritation mounted within him. "Su Daozhong, cease. No more words. Let us fight, this very moment." He took the initiative, gripping the golden wheel, advancing assertively towards Zhiqing, the weapon slicing through the air towards his chest. Zhiqing was well aware of the sharpness of the monk's weapon, rivaling the sword he wielded. A mere graze could prove fatal. He raised his sword horizontally to block the golden wheel with a resonant clang. Simultaneously, his left hand thrust forward, aiming at the monk's chest. The two engaged, their movements fluid and dynamic. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged positions. Zhiqing held nothing back, confident that the monk would do likewise. He refrained from employing his full strength, anticipating the monk would mirror this restraint. However, he knew the monk's skills, while the monk was unaware of his own prowess. Overall, Zhiqing felt he held the advantage. With this in mind, he parried the monk's golden wheel with his left hand, while his right executed a move, gentle breeze sends off guests, directing his sword towards the monk's throat. With another clang, the golden wheel intercepted his strike. Unfazed, Su Zhiqing noted the monk's arsenal comprised 5 wheels: golden, silver, iron, copper, and lead, together forming the 5-wheel array. He contemplated this as he launched a powerful kick towards the monk's lower body. The force behind the kick could prove lethal should it connect. The monk's expression shifted slightly. He leapt upward, performing a backflip to regain his footing, only to flip again. Mid-air, he flung both the golden and copper wheels towards Su Zhiqing with a swift motion. Excellent. Su Zhiqing deftly deflected the 2 wheels, only to see the monk roll low to the ground, striking at his legs with both wheels. Su Zhiqing executed a somersault, positioning himself above, sword aimed downward, his left hand employing the technique fine rain on the face, targeting the monk's forehead. The monk, quick to react, evaded by rolling away just in time to escape Su Zhiqing's strike. Su Zhiqing regained his footing, while the 2 wheels he had sent flying earlier were swiftly retrieved by the monk. The intensity of their duel left onlookers, including Nimo Xing and Zilongnu, visibly tense. Cheng Jiayao, anxiously observing the scene, murmured, "Sister Long, why didn't I see this old monk display such prowess last time?" Zilongnu watched intently as the monk relentlessly wielded the golden wheel against Su Zhiqing. It was evident that his abilities had significantly improved since their last encounter. Meanwhile, Nimo Xing and the others regarded the monk's 5-wheel array with solemn expressions. Confronted with the 5 wheels, they pondered how to contend with this formidable array. The golden wheel cast by the King of Dharma, after being deflected by Su Zhiqing, astonishingly returned to his grasp, showcasing the depth of his martial prowess. Su Zhiqing, facing the 5-wheeled formation, wielded his sword with only his right hand, employing the exquisite drunken beauty technique of the Jade Maiden swordplay. To the spectators, it was as if they beheld a resplendent yet intoxicated maiden, her demeanor ethereal, swaying gracefully as her sword struck true to the hearts of many. The King of Dharma, witnessing his 5 wheels being effortlessly deflected by Su Zhiqing, felt a weight in his heart. This Taoist adept wielded an exceptional sword, though lacking in brute force. His technique surpassed that of others. Realizing he could not subdue Su Zhiqing in the immediate moment, he turned to Nimo Xing and his companions, urging them to seize the child. Without hesitation, Nimo Xing and his allies directed their gaze towards the little dragon girl and lunged forth. Upon observing this shift, the King of Dharma felt a sense of ease. By entangling Su Zhiqing, he had effectively allowed the others to snatch away Guijing's child. Su Zhiqing cast a glance at Nimo Xing and the others rushing towards the little dragon girl, maintaining a composed demeanor, though concern for her well-being lingered in his heart. Yet, he understood that with the King of Dharma obstructing him, his attempts to provide support were futile. Trusting in the presence of the little dragon girl, he believed that she would manage. As Su Zhiqing contemplated the situation, the King of Dharma also stole a glance at Nimo Xing and his companions. "Su Taoist, your martial skills command my respect, but I wonder how they fare?" Su Zhiqing scoffed lightly. "King, if you are feeling cowardly, admit it outright. Attempting to distract me with such schemes reveals your greater treachery." His nonchalant demeanor unsettled the King of Dharma, making him divert his attention towards Nimo Xing. However, he witnessed Nimo Xing and Ma Guangzhu, upon making their move, being repelled by a single strike from the white-clad woman. The King of Dharma observed clearly as Nimo Xing and Ma Guangzhu struggled against her, unable to gain the upper hand and instead being pressed by her relentless assault. Others attempted to charge towards the carriage but were thwarted by the young man surnamed Yang, whose heavy sword brought death or injury with each clash. The unfolding scenario was far from his expectations. In that moment of distraction, Su Zhiqing seized the opportunity, deftly targeting the approaching iron wheel. With a slight flick, he ensnared it between his feet midair. Stepping upon the golden wheel, his form shifted, bringing him beside the King of Dharma. With dual swords unleashed, one high, one low, he aimed at the King's vital points. The clash resounded as his long sword once again met the King's dual wheels. "Engage with me, yet allow distractions?" Su Zhiqing chuckled lightly, executing 3 clears from 1, while his left hand wielded jade ring bestows wine. The Jade Maiden swordplay rendering the King of Dharma bewildered. Compelled to guard with his wheels, the king found himself at a loss for how to counter Su Zhiqing's mesmerizing technique. The convergence of their swords unleashed a terrifying force, plunging the king into a perilous predicament. Meanwhile, Nimo Xing and Ma Guangzhu lamented their plight. Was this white-clad woman a celestial being? Despite her youth, the ferocity of her swordplay sent shivers down their spines. The two of them lunged forward, initially believing they could easily subdue their opponent, only to find themselves nearly chilled to the bone by the white-clad woman. They speculated that the Dharma King would surely be able to handle Su Daolong. However, upon glancing over, they discovered that the Dharma King was in a similar predicament, struggling to breathe under the relentless assault of a swordsman wielding dual blades. Noticing the precarious situation of Nemo Star and his companions, the Dharma King recognized that their current course was untenable if they did not flee. They might all be trapped here together. With this thought, he swiftly combined his golden wheel, leveraging the force of Su Zhiqing's iron sword, and leaped away from the fray. Su Daolong, I suddenly recall an urgent matter. We shall meet again. Witnessing this scene, Nemo Star and Ma Guangzhu felt as if they were bleeding internally. Upon seeing the Dharma King escape, they too felt a surge of retreat. Ma Guangzhu recalled the earlier moment when Nemo Star had fled and shouted, Nemo Star, let us both strike her together. Agreed, they declared, each parrying a strike from the little dragon girl before turning to flee. The little dragon girl, seeing their retreat, sprang forward and lunged her sword at Ma Guangzhu. Panic surged within him as he caught sight of the incoming blade. He instinctively grasped Nemo Star's belt and hurled him backward, treating him as if he were a mere stone. Nemo Star was taken aback by Ma Guangzhu's actions, cursing him even as he cast a terrified glance at the approaching sword. With a chilling sound, the icy blade pierced Nemo Star's chest. In a state of panic, Ma Guangzhu quickened his pace upon witnessing the sword strike, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The little dragon girl withdrew her sword, and Nemo Star's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. She contemplated pursuing them, but Su Zhiqing called out to her, Longer, do not chase them. Su Zhiqing had observed everything unfold. After halting the little dragon girl, he turned his attention towards Yang Guo's direction. About 20 individuals had attacked the carriage, but now most lay on the ground, either moaning or gasping for breath. The remaining assailants, having seen the Dharma King and Ma Guangzhu flee, also began to turn and retreat. Su Zhiqing raised his hand and unleashed a jade maiden peak needle, eliminating those who sought to escape. After accomplishing this, he exchanged a knowing smile with the little dragon girl. She approached Su Zhiqing and softly remarked, The old mischief maker's dual-hand combat is truly formidable. Su Zhiqing responded in a low voice, It is your skills that shine. The little dragon girl shot him a sideways glance before dismissing him. With a light-hearted smile, Su Zhiqing stepped towards his junior sister. Are you unharmed? Senior brother, I barely had the chance to act. How could I be in any trouble? Su Zhiqing chuckled and then turned his gaze towards Guofu and the nurse inside the carriage. The nurse's face had turned pale. He reassured her. The robbers intended to plunder but have been driven away by us. After calming the nurse, he glanced at the slumbering little Guoxiang in Guofu's arms, then lowered the carriage curtain. Let us depart. This place is not suitable for lingering. Su Zhiqing concluded, then looked towards Yang Guo. Previously, he had observed his disciple's swordsmanship, which had evidently improved significantly compared to years past. Swinging a heavy sword forged from mysterious iron for so long, without even breaking a sweat indicated that his internal strength was quite profound. Rather than inquiring about the rapid advancement of Yang Guo's martial arts, he praised him, saying, Very good. It seems you have not been idle during your time away. After speaking, he patted Yang Guo on the shoulder. I am grateful that you returned. Otherwise, dealing with so many adversaries would have posed quite a challenge. His words were sincere. Had Yang Guo not arrived, he would have likely had to send Guofu and the children away first. Upon hearing his master's words, Yang Guo was about to respond when Cheng Ying, standing beside him, expressed her remorse. It is my fault. If only I had. Stop. Su Zhiqing interjected dismissively, waving his hand. Let us not dwell on such trivial matters. There is no point in revisiting what has already occurred. He chuckled lightly, adding, in fact, encountering them turned out to be fortuitous. They remain unaware of the true prowess possessed by me and your master. However, he lamented the escape of F.A. Wang and Ma Guangzhu. Next time we meet F.A. Wang, he must be eliminated. Su Zhiqing's words sent a shiver down Yang Guo's spine. He was taken aback by his master's ferocity. Cheng Ying, too, trembled inwardly upon hearing Su Zhiqing's declaration. What sort of person is Yang Guo's master? Clad in a Taoist robe, one would assume him to be a reclusive ascetic, yet he possesses a wife and harbors such a murderous intent. He genuinely felt regret. Had F.A. Wang and Ma Guangzhu been captured, many of Mongolia's elite martial artists would have perished. In that case, a journey to the Mongolian camp would have been entirely feasible. After his moment of reflection, he addressed Yang Guo and Cheng Ying again. They likely will not dare return. Let us part ways here. Once you have investigated those matters, you may decide whether to seek retribution or not. Having spoken, Su Zhiqing paid no mind to his disciple's expressions. He helped Xiao Longnu mount her horse before swinging himself onto his steed. Let us depart, he declared, urging his horse forward alongside Xiao Longnu and the others. Cheng Ying watched the retreating figures of Su Zhiqing and the others, then turned to Yang Guo. Brother Yang, if your master were to meet my master, I believe they would have much to discuss. Unbeknownst to her, Su Zhiqing had already encountered her master, Huang Loxi, and their conversations had not unfolded as she imagined. Yang Guo, considering Huang Loxi's temperament, nodded in agreement. As Su Zhiqing rode away, he seemed unconcerned about his disciples, clearly enjoying the company of his beautiful companion. After the encounter with Fa Wang, Su Zhiqing felt little apprehension about the journey ahead. Gripping the reins, his focus was on the horizon. Mission accomplished. Proficiency points 1,000. Su Zhiqing mused. Fa Wang truly was a formidable foe. The completion of this challenge brought a substantial reward. The influx of 1,000 proficiency points not only left Su Zhiqing astonished, but also provided him with a deeper understanding of the nature of random tasks. Such tasks appeared with unpredictability, requiring a similarly spontaneous completion. For instance, the task of single-handedly defeating the monarch was rather perplexing, and its completion today was entirely unforeseen. Engaging in random tasks did not require excessive effort on his part. He simply flowed with the circumstances. Tasks such as accepting Yang Guo as a disciple, vanquishing Huidu, and escorting Li Macho back to the mountain were all seamlessly accomplished. As he pondered these thoughts, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the accumulated proficiency points, totaling 9725. Just a mere push would elevate it beyond 10,000. However, he did not require an excess. A glance at the proficiency points for the Quanzhen Heart method revealed a modest 735. He was impatient to ascend to the realm of mastery. As he contemplated, Su Zhiqing's eyes scanned the surroundings and settled on a nearby grove. He sighed and tugged on the reins of his horse, bringing it to a halt. "What is it, senior brother?" asked Cheng Jiayao, noticing his demeanor and instinctively reaching for the gourd at her waist, her gaze vigilantly surveying the area. Su Zhiqing chuckled. "No need to be so tense. I merely need to relieve myself." His words rendered Cheng Jiayao blushing furiously. "Wait here. I shall return shortly." With that, he dismounted and ventured into the thicket. Su Zhiqing spotted a sturdy, half-decayed tree that could effectively conceal his figure and approached it without hesitation. Once behind the tree, he proceeded to allocate his points. After enhancing his proficiency in the Quanzhen Heart method, the status shifted from Master, 735 10,000, to Grandmaster, 100,000. Subsequently, a wealth of memories accumulated over decades of arduous internal practice flooded his mind. Not only did he gain recollections, but the meridians within his body also began to thicken, and his dantian subtly expanded. When the transformation subsided, both his dantian and meridians brimmed with internal energy. As he reveled in the sensation of his newfound power, he inadvertently relaxed his focus. A surge of internal energy erupted uncontrollably from within him, resulting in a resounding explosion. The fabric of his robe tore apart with a sharp sound, while the half-decayed tree behind him succumbed to the overwhelming force and splintered with a crack. In the distance, Xiao Longnu and the others, alerted by the commotion, turned their concerned gazes towards Su Zhiqing. Guofu, peering through the carriage window, caught sight of a flash of white and her eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that my junior uncle's backside?" Upon realizing this, her face flushed crimson as she hastily lowered the carriage curtain. Cheng Jiayao, witnessing the scene, could only stare in disbelief and mutter, "Sister Long, didn't senior brother say he was merely stepping away for a moment? It's understandable that the tree was damaged, but how could his clothes have vanished?" Chapter 111. The army surrounds the city. I am uncertain. Upon seeing the naked figure of Su Zhiqing, the little dragon girl's mind momentarily froze. However, she quickly regained her composure and hastily retrieved a set of clothing from her shoulders. Riding over, she swiftly tossed the garments to Su Zhiqing. He received the clothing and hurriedly donned it. After adjusting his outfit, he emerged from the cover. The joy he had felt from breaking through to the realm of a master was abruptly extinguished in that instant. Su Zhiqing returned to the group, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the smiling expressions on the faces of his junior sister and the little dragon girl. Choosing to ignore them, he mounted his horse with a swift motion. "Let us go." The two women exchanged knowing glances, and together they pulled on the reins to resume their journey. Throughout the ride, Su Zhiqing had lost all interest in conversation. During breaks, he practiced martial arts alone, remaining silent with the little dragon girl and Cheng Jiayao. It did not matter if the little dragon girl and his junior sister had seen him. The coachman was an elderly gentleman, so it was of little consequence. However, he was acutely aware that Guofu and the nurse were also inside the carriage. When his clothing had torn, he had noticed the movement of the carriage curtain. It was evident that Guofu and the nurse had most likely caught a glimpse of him. This state of affairs persisted for 3 days, as their destination, Xianyang City, loomed not far ahead. Cheng Jiayao initiated the conversation. "Senior brother, we are approaching Xianyang City." Su Zhiqing, suppressing a smile at his junior sister's words, retorted tersely. "I'm not blind. I can see it. Unable to hold back any longer, Cheng Jiayao burst into laughter. Senior brother, you were seen. What's the big deal? I have seen you swimming before. That was a long time ago. It's not the same. Su Zhiqing replied, glancing at the little dragon girl, who also bore a smile in her eyes. All right, you two, stop holding back. Upon hearing this, the little dragon girl turned her head. She was not unfamiliar with the sight. She could easily picture what had transpired. The mere thought of it made her unable to suppress her laughter. Observing the two women, Su Zhiqing cast a sidelong glance at the carriage, noticing the bewildered expression on the coachman's face, who evidently had no idea what the little dragon girl and his junior sister were laughing about. The situation inside the carriage was obscured from his view by the curtain. Enough. He consoled himself, believing that as a person of Taoist principles, one should embrace nature and live freely. Moreover, they were all children of the martial world, unperturbed by trifles. Being seen was not a great loss. Having reassured himself, Su Zhiqing turned to the still laughing Cheng Jiayao and the little dragon girl, glaring at them. Laugh. Laugh, laugh. What is so funny about it? Let us enter the city. With a flick of his whip, he urged his horse onward, prompting another suppressed smile from the two women. They exchanged glances and slowly followed suit. Inside the carriage, Guofu's heart raced as she had been stealing glances at her junior uncle. The crack of his whip sent an inexplicable thrill through her, as if she wished it had struck her instead. Shaking her head in disbelief, she quickly dismissed the thought. Su Zhiqing was the first to arrive at the foot of Xiangyang City. Due to the insurrection in Mongolia, the city of Xiangyang has entered a state of lockdown. As he approached the city gates, the soldiers atop the walls called out to halt him. Who goes there? One soldier inquired, but before he could finish, someone beside him recognized Su Zhiqing. Is that not Dao Zhangsu? The individual exclaimed, rushing to call out, Dao Zhangsu, please hold on. We shall open the gates for you. Su Zhiqing looked up and recognized Lu Youjiao, the leader of the beggars' sect. Grateful for the assistance, he nodded politely and replied, Thank you, Elder Lu. Just then, Zilong and Cheng Jiayao joined him. The city gates swung wide open, allowing Su Zhiqing to ride in. Upon entering the city, he was greeted by Lu Youjiao. Dao Zhangsu, what brings you here? Su Zhiqing felt a pang of confusion at Lu Youjiao's inquiry, wondering if he was unaware that Yang Guo had taken Guixiang away. If Lu Youjiao knew that his disciple had carried off Guixiang, he certainly would not have addressed him in such a cordial manner. Thus, he replied, I have come to seek Brother Guo and sister-in-law. Lu Youjiao's expression shifted to understanding. The alliance leader and the sect leader are at the residence. I will have my disciple escort you there. That would be much appreciated. Su Zhiqing accepted graciously. Under the guidance of a disciple, they swiftly arrived at Guo Jing's residence. The disciple instructed Su Zhiqing to wait momentarily before proceeding to deliver the message. Dismounting his horse, Su Zhiqing did not have to wait long before he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Looking up, he was met by Guo Jing and Huang Rong. Huang Rong appeared somewhat haggard. Upon seeing Su Zhiqing, Guo Jing greeted him warmly, Brother Su. What brings you here? Brother Guo, I am ashamed. Su Zhiqing stepped forward, offering his apologies. It was my disciple's folly. I failed in my guidance. He also extended his apologies to Huang Rong. Just then, Guofu lifted the curtain of the carriage. Father, mother, please do not blame my Shirshu. He helped us bring back our sister. Upon hearing this, Guo Jing's eyes widened in surprise, while Huang Rong took a step towards the carriage. Su Zhiqing observed quietly as Huang Rong's eyes brimmed with tears upon seeing the child in Guofu's arms. With trembling hands, she gently took the child from Guofu. Su Zhiqing turned to Guo Jing, noticing his eagerness to approach the child. He softly encouraged, Brother, go take a look. With a sigh, Guo Jing stepped forward to join Huang Rong. Su Zhiqing watched them, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he observed the reunion. Guo Jing did not keep him waiting long. After admiring the child, he and Huang Rong approached Su Zhiqing together. Brother Su, your kindness is beyond words. Su Zhiqing hurriedly waved his hand, saying, Brother Guo, such words are a slight to me. This situation arose due to my reckless disciple. It is I who owes you an apology. How can this be considered a favor? Guo Jing was about to respond, but Huang Rong interjected, urging Guo Jing to invite Su Zhiqing and the others into the residence. Guo Jing suddenly realized the situation and hurriedly invited Su Zhiqing and the others into the manor. As they made their way to the main hall, Su Zhiqing recounted how he had managed to bring back the child. When he mentioned the Golden Wheel Dharma King and others attempting to seize the child, he could clearly sense the tension in Guo Jing and Huang Rong's expressions. With a light-hearted chuckle, Su Zhiqing remarked, Fortunately, both Longer and Guer were present to fend off the Dharma King and his companions. After finishing his sentence, he slapped his forehead and added, Brother Guo, sister-in-law, I forgot to inform you that Longer and I performed the heaven and earth ceremony when we were 15. At that time, Considering your responsibilities in defending Xianyang, I refrained from telling you. Upon hearing this, Huang Rong pondered that Su Zhiqing must not have taken vows. Otherwise, how could he be married? Gu Jing, however, was rather straightforward. Brother Su, how could you possibly be married? Hasn't Master Sun said anything about this? Just as he finished his question, Huang Rong lightly kicked him. Puzzled, Gu Jing glanced at her, and she shook her head while hastily trying to clarify. Brother Su must not have taken vows, right? He merely paid his respects to a master and studied the arts on the mountain, thus being a sort of half-monastic. Su Zhiqing found this amusing. Indeed, as sister-in-law has said, I have not taken vows. Gu Jing finally understood, so that's how it is. I thought as much. Observing her husband's foolish expression, Huang Rong turned to Su Zhiqing and Zai Longnu, saying, Brother, you are quite handsome, and Longer is like a celestial being. You two are perfectly matched, truly a match made in heaven. Su Zhiqing burst into laughter. Sister-in-law, you flatter me. Zai Longnu, standing beside him, smiled slightly in agreement with his words. Being somewhat awkward in social interactions, she did not fully grasp the nuances of human relations, but she cherished Huang Rong's words, which were music to her ears. Meanwhile, Cheng Jiao listened as Huang Rong continuously praised her senior brother and sister Long, feeling somewhat envious but unable to express it amidst the crowd in the hall. As they chatted and laughed, no one noticed Guofu secretly glancing at Su Zhiqing, her mind unable to forget the scene of her little master without clothes. Suddenly, amidst their banter, a few disciples from the beggars' clan rushed in, their faces marked with urgency. Alliance leader, branch leader, trouble has arisen. The Mongolian army has arrived. Su Zhiqing was taken aback by this news. Astonished that the Mongolian army had reached the outskirts of the city, Gu Jing sprang to his feet upon hearing this. He clasped his hands in apology to Su Zhiqing, saying, Brother, I have military affairs to attend to. Please allow my sister-in-law to host you. With that, he strode out of the hall. Huang Rong's eyes flashed with concern, but she turned to Su Zhiqing, saying, Junior brother, I shall have the staff arrange accommodations for you. Thank you, sister-in-law. Su Zhiqing replied. I wonder if I might also go to the city walls to observe? I have yet to witness the spectacle of an army besieging a city. Huang Rong, understanding his curiosity, responded, Once the Mongolian army arrives, they will likely launch a probing attack, and the situation on the city walls will be quite chaotic. Su Zhiqing chuckled lightly. Sister-in-law, there is no need to worry about me. I am quite capable of protecting myself. Very well. Huang Rong, seeing Su Zhiqing's determination, summoned a disciple to escort him to the city wall. Junior brother, I need to arrange for Xianger. I will seek you out shortly. Understood, sister-in-law. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing, accompanied by the little dragon girl and his junior sister Jiao, followed the disciple of the beggars sect. At Huang Rong's side, Guofu, upon witnessing this, eagerly declared, Mother, I wish to go too. What do you mean by going? Behave yourself. Before Huang Rong could finish her sentence, she saw her daughter had already followed them. With no other choice, she turned to Su Zhiqing, Junior brother, please look after Fuer. Su Zhiqing was perplexed by Guofu's intentions. What could possibly be interesting at the city wall? He had no desire to bring the little dragon girl and his junior sister along either. However, he felt that if he did not take them, they might be displeased. Despite his thoughts, he acquiesced to Huang Rong's request. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I will take good care of her. After saying this, he turned to the leading disciple of the beggars sect. Thank you for your guidance. No trouble at all. It is my duty. The disciple replied, leading the way ahead. Su Zhiqing and the others followed closely. Upon reaching the base of the city wall, they observed numerous soldiers ascending in an orderly fashion, their faces tense as they gazed outward. Under the guidance of the beggars' sect disciple, Su Zhiqing too ascended the wall. He stood atop, peering into the expanse beyond, where the ominous Mongolian army loomed dark and endless, stretching far beyond sight. There are so many people, it's rather frightening, Cheng Jiao remarked, her face paling at the sight of the oppressive atmosphere outside the wall. Su Zhiqing, his expression grave as he surveyed the Mongolian forces, nodded in acknowledgement of his junior sister's observation. Indeed, there were countless soldiers. He could not fathom their numbers. The little dragon girl, holding Su Zhiqing's hand, appeared unfazed. The multitude seemed inconsequential to her. Jiao turned to her, her voice barely a whisper. Sister Long, are you not afraid? Not at all, the little dragon girl replied coolly. They cannot reach us. Jiao was about to speak further when a hearty laughter interrupted. Miss Long speaks wisely. We need not fear them. They cannot harm us. Recognizing the voice without needing to look, Su Zhiqing knew it was Gu Jing. He turned to see Gu Jing approaching with Lu Youjiao and others. Junior brother Su, what brings you to the city wall? Gu Jing inquired. Su Zhiqing responded softly, I merely wish to witness the situation for myself. Gu Jing nodded slightly, visibly approving. Afterward, He turned his gaze towards the outside, and Su Zhiqing could see the worry reflected in Guijing's eyes. Clearly, the presence of the Mongolian army weighed heavily upon him. Su Zhiqing, sharing the same view, observed the mobilizing Mongolian forces and quietly asked Guijing, "Brother Gua, they must be utterly exhausted from their journey. They still need to set up camp. Why not lead a contingent to launch a surprise attack on them?" As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Guijing turning towards him. It seems Brother Su has indeed read that book with great diligence. The decision to advance or retreat must be made with careful consideration of the circumstances. Our forces are insufficient, while the enemy boasts a robust army. Furthermore, the Mongolian troops have arrived fully prepared, not weary from previous engagements. As Guijing spoke, he turned to observe the Mongolian forces, pointing to a specific area. "Look," he remarked, "their movements are deliberate and unhurried, displaying no signs of fatigue whatsoever." He continued with a grave tone. "Perhaps they are also waiting for us to take the initiative." Su Zhiqing, upon hearing Guijing's assessment, expressed his admiration, acknowledging, "I have learned much. Many seemingly simple concepts remain mere theory without practical experience." Su Zhiqing understood the complexities of war, including the nuances of human sentiment and the confidence of both sides. Guijing listened intently to Su Zhiqing's insights and added, "There is another critical point. I dare not take unnecessary risks." He aimed to impart more knowledge about military formations. "The city beneath me is home to tens of thousands of civilians. If our forces were to engage and make even a slight miscalculation, we could suffer significant losses. Even in victory, we would only be facing their vanguard. Such a defeat would only scratch the surface for them, while our own troops cannot afford any losses. By holding our position, we can easily engage tenfold against them, or even 100-fold. As long as they cannot seize the city, we shall emerge as victors." Su Zhiqing furrowed his brow at Guijing's words. "Isn't defeating them a worthy goal? Wouldn't victory elevate our morale?" Guijing chuckled, "You are correct, my brother. But the enemy comes prepared. Before we engage in battle, we must contemplate the possibilities of defeat. Only then can we confidently implement our strategies. Our defense will not last merely a day or two, but potentially months or even years. To maintain morale, it is unnecessary to venture outside the city. We need only to weaken their forces." As Su Zhiqing contemplated further questions, he noticed the Mongolian army beginning to mobilize towards the city walls. He refrained from speaking, instead observing the intentions of the approaching troops. Soon, the Mongolian forces halted at a distance beyond the range of our archers. Their ranks parted, and a lone figure was escorted forward from the rear. Su Zhiqing listened as the speaker proclaimed their strength and the weaknesses of Shenyang City, asserting their determination to annihilate the southern Song. They also urged those on the city walls to surrender while they still could, akin to taunts exchanged before a duel. After the adversaries finished their declarations, Su Zhiqing turned to Guijing, who called out to the Mongolian leader below. His message conveyed a plea for reason. "You Mongolians invade the borders of the southern Song without just cause. You are not men of honor. We all have families to protect. The southern Song wishes to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. It would be best for you to withdraw and cease this aggression." Upon hearing Guijing's words, Su Zhiqing observed a stir among the enemy ranks, followed by another voice rising to respond. In contrast to the earlier call for surrender, this was a declaration of hostility. In essence, it conveyed, "Since you southern Song people are so unyielding, do not blame us for the mercilessness of our army." After they finished speaking, Su Zhiqing noticed them retreating momentarily, feeling perplexed. However, Guijing's expression turned grave as he remarked, "They are preparing to launch a probing attack." Su Zhiqing pondered whether there was any point in probing the enemy further. Just then, he observed the Mongolian army making yet another maneuver. As a line of soldiers bearing round shields surged towards the city walls. Behind these shield bearers came a contingent carrying ladders, advancing slowly under the protection of the shields. Su Zhiqing felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart upon witnessing the approaching Mongolian forces. As he contemplated the reason for their sluggish advance, he realized they had entered the range of their archers. He turned to Guijing, questioning whether they would not shoot. Was it not optimal to unleash their arrows when the enemy was merely 10 steps away, maximizing their lethality? Su Zhiqing soon understood that arrows shot from their maximum range indeed lacked significant power. He inquired about the Mongolian army's slow movement. Why were they advancing at such a pace? One reason was their caution against their archers, and the other was that they were conserving their strength. As Su Zhiqing contemplated Guijing's words, he observed the Mongolian troops advancing several dozen steps. Guijing then issued a command to fire. Countless arrows rained down upon the Mongolian forces below. Simultaneously, the previously sluggish Mongolian army surged forward with newfound speed towards the walls. Su Zhiqing realized that Guijing had been correct about them conserving their energy. The soldiers carrying the ladders sprinted with remarkable speed, taking advantage of the brief window for 5 volleys of arrows, and soon reached the base of the walls. Ladders were swiftly propped against the stone. By a twist of fate, a ladder was set up right before Zhiqing. He watched as the ladder struck the wall with a resounding thud, and instinctively stepped forward to push it away. Zhiqing, observing this, merely smiled and offered no warning. Other soldiers, noticing Zhiqing's actions, remained silent in the absence of Zhiqing's interjection. Confused, Zhiqing pushed against the ladder, only to have his expression change in an instant. The ladder was far too heavy. Despite his effort, it did not budge. Upon releasing his grip, he heard Zhiqing explain, "Brother Su, you have not experienced the rigors of siege warfare. You are unaware that these siege ladders are constructed to be exceptionally heavy, designed to prevent defenders from pushing them down. I refrained from dissuading you earlier to allow you to gain this insight." After speaking, Zhiqing approached Zhiqing, channeling his inner strength and suddenly exerting force to strike down the protruding part of the ladder. Under Zhiqing's bewildered gaze, Zhiqing grasped the ladder tightly and, with a mighty shout, pushed it aside. The tall, heavy ladder crashed down with a deafening thud. Zhiqing was left in a daze, recalling how Zhiqing had previously asserted that the ladder could not be moved. Chapter 112, Time-Limited Mission, The Moment of Hun upon the City Wall. Zhiqing wore an expression devoid of emotion, yet his heart was in turmoil. Just moments ago, Zhiqing had effortlessly pushed the ladder outward, appearing to exert minimal effort. However, Su had just attempted the same and found the ladder utterly immovable. It was perhaps due to his lack of inner strength. Knowing his own limitations, he realized that even if he summoned his inner power, he could not replicate Zhiqing's ease. Observing Zhiqing complete the task without breaking a sweat, Zhiqing acknowledged the remarkable strength of Zhiqing, truly astonishing. Unbeknownst to Zhiqing, who was under Zhiqing's watchful gaze, his actions had sparked excitement. After finishing, he clapped his hands and addressed Zhiqing, saying, "Brother Su, the ladder can indeed be pushed down. But one must first break the section that is stuck against the wall, then push it at an angle. With enough strength, it can be toppled directly." As Zhiqing's words echoed, other soldiers on the city wall witnessed his feat, and someone shouted, "Majesty, you are magnificent." Instantly, the morale of the soldiers surged. Zhiqing, observing this scene, contemplated the profound impact of a strong leader on the spirits of their comrades. Could it be that the greater the display, the stronger the momentum? While Su pondered this, he noticed the soldiers on the wall springing into action. Groups of 3 or 4 lifted a thick wooden pole, hurling it down upon the Mongolian soldiers below. He glanced down to see the wooden poles crashing onto the heads and bodies of the Mongols, causing immediate casualties. The fallen Mongolian soldiers landed atop those in front of them, inflicting further harm. Countless logs and stones were cast down, resulting in fatalities for the unfortunate ones below. Even those clad in helmets and armor could not withstand the onslaught of the heavy projectiles. As Zhiqing observed the helmets of the Mongolian soldiers, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. What if, during a siege, one wore a hard hat? Surely, a falling stone would not be fatal? However, this notion was but a momentary whim. The probing attacks from the Mongolian forces had failed to even scale the wall, leading to the retreat of hundreds of their fallen soldiers. Seeing that the southern Song forces had suffered no casualties, Zhiqing's thoughts on the defensive capabilities of the wall began to crystallize. Zhiqing, noticing Su's contemplative demeanor, gently inquired, "Brother Su, what thoughts do you have regarding our defense?" Aware that this was an evaluation from Zhiqing, Zhiqing took a moment to reflect before responding. The defenders enjoy a significant advantage due to the high walls. They can hurl stones, logs, boiling oil, and hot water. Conversely, the attackers can only endure the assault, unable to reach the defenders on the walls. Upon hearing this, Su turned to Zhiqing. "Brother Su speaks wisely." Zhiqing nodded in agreement. "What else do you propose?" Upon hearing the inquiry, Zhiqing surveyed the unscathed soldiers atop the wall and suddenly felt a sense of unease. If he were the commanding officer, employing a similar strategy to besiege the city, it would be illogical to solely focus on the assault without undermining the soldiers stationed on the wall. He would opt for long-range strikes, utilizing arrows to suppress the defenders above. After Zhiqing shared his thoughts with Zhiqing exclaimed, "Brother Su, you are truly a natural-born leader. Many fail to consider the perspective of others and do not perceive the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. They only know to launch a fierce assault." Upon hearing Zhiqing's remarks, Zhiqing pondered a question that had been lingering in his mind. Why do they not shoot arrows at us while attacking the wall? After a moment of silence, Zhiqing softly replied, "Look at the faces of those fallen soldiers below." Zhiqing, upon hearing this, lowered his gaze. When he saw the faces that resembled his own, he fell silent, just like Zhiqing. These individuals were driven to their deaths, and he had foolishly believed they were elite troops from Mongolia. Seeing that Zhiqing understood, Zhiqing patted him on the shoulder. This war had only just begun. If Xianyang were to fall, the soldiers on the walls might very well meet the same fate as those below, driven to their deaths. Brother Su, you have witnessed much today and should have gained valuable insights. You ought to return now and take care of little dragon girl and junior sister Cheng. Zhiqing turned to look at his junior sister and found her and Guofu leaning against each other, continuously retching. On the wall, not only his junior sister and Guofu, but others were also vomiting incessantly. For some reason, as he gazed upon the battlefield strewn with severed limbs and blood, he felt no discomfort. He turned to little dragon girl, who appeared pale but was not sick. Longer, junior sister, Guofu, let us return. Zhiqing called out to the three and followed one of Guojing's men back to Guojing's residence. In Xianyang, his senior brother was merely a commoner, unable to mobilize even 500 soldiers. Yet, he noticed that many soldiers on the wall regarded Guojing with a gaze of deep respect. Clearly, this was a testament to Guojing's inherent prestige. Zhiqing reflected on another point he had initially raised, the importance of taking the initiative. He believed that it was not merely a matter of victory or defeat, but rather that his senior brother lacked any authority to command troops. With this thought, he ceased to dwell further. Xianyang was not a city that the Mongolian army could easily conquer. There was much time ahead. The nature of war in this world was both similar to and distinct from the conflicts of ancient times. In the past, there were no high-ranking martial arts masters. Even an assassination required immense effort and meticulous planning to execute. As Zhiqing and his companions entered the residence, they spotted Huang Rong pacing in the hall. Before she could speak, Huang Rong approached him and asked, "Junior brother Su, how is the situation on the wall? I heard that the Mongolian army sounded the horn of attack and then retreated shortly after." Recognizing Huang Rong's anxious tone, Zhiqing understood her concern for Guojing's safety. In the midst of a grand army besieging the city, no one could guarantee their own safety. Sister-in-law, there is no need to worry about Brother Gua. The Mongolian army merely launched a probing attack. They did not mount a serious assault on the city. After a brief attempt to breach the defenses, they withdrew. Upon his words, Huang Rong visibly relaxed, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. "It's good that you've withdrawn. By the way, Sushiti, I have arranged some meals for you. Please do." Before Huang Rong could finish, her daughter Guofu and Cheng Jiao dashed out, followed by the unmistakable sound of retching. Realizing what had transpired, Huang Rong quickly offered, "Let me prepare some soup for you." Zhiqing expressed his gratitude and took the pale-faced Zilong Nu and his younger sister back to the courtyard Huang Rong had prepared for them. Before long, a servant arrived with the soup. After they finished, Zhiqing suggested that Zilong Nu and his younger sister rest while he ventured out to fulfill his daily tasks. He had yet to complete the routine assignment for the day. Gently closing the door behind him, he proceeded to practice his swordplay in the courtyard. Swiftly, he accomplished today's task, and upon hearing the system notification, he sheathed his sword. A glance at his proficiency points revealed he had 499 remaining. The thought of upgrading consumed so many hard-earned points left him feeling somewhat pained. Yet he consoled himself with the notion that he could gradually accumulate more. Just as he turned to re-enter the house, Huang Rong's voice rang out. "Who goes there?" Alerted by the commotion, he grasped his sword and hurried toward the source of the noise. Upon his arrival, he looked up to find the Dharma King perched upon the rooftop, with Huang Rong and Guojing standing below. His presence had undoubtedly captured the Dharma King's attention. "What brings you here?" Zhiqing inquired, a surge of restlessness stirring within him at the sight of the Dharma King. If he could detain the Dharma King, the Mongolian forces would be stripped of their formidable fighters. Contemplating this, he prepared to engage without bothering to ask the Dharma King about his presence. "Su Daozhong, should you disregard the life of Guojing's disciple, feel free to strike." The Dharma King's words halted Zhiqing in his tracks. Frowning, he scrutinized the Dharma King. "What do you mean by that?" During my recent return, I happened upon two youths, one named Wu Dunru and the other Wu Xiuwen." Upon hearing this, Zhiqing's brow furrowed. Had the Dharma King captured the two Wu brothers? The thought crossed his mind, prompting him to retract his sword, abandoning his initial intent to strike. The Dharma King's demeanor suggested he was ready to flee at any moment. If Zhiqing attacked, and the Dharma King chose not to engage, he would indeed fail to detain him. He turned to Guojing, who bore a solemn expression, equally surprised by the capture of the Wu brothers. "Dharma King, our grievances do not involve the younger generation. Release them." Zhiqing thought his senior brother a touch naive, or perhaps perpetually innocent. His musings were soon confirmed as the Dharma King erupted in laughter. "Guojing, if you wish to rescue your disciple, Muster the courage to face me in 3 days." With that, the Dharma King cast a wary glance at Su Zhiqing before taking his leave. Guojing attempted to pursue, but Huang Rong restrained him. "Do not chase. You won't catch up. The power of the Dharma King is profound, and he has already taken flight. We cannot catch up to him." Guojing wanted to say something, but Su Zhiqing, having heard Huang Rong's words, stepped forward. "Brother Gua, sister-in-law is right. The Dharma King's ability to flee is unparalleled. Pursuing him is exceedingly difficult." Upon finishing his statement, he noticed Guojing let out a deep sigh. "We captured Do Wu and Xiao Wu because I failed to teach them martial arts properly. If their skills had been stronger, even if they couldn't defeat the Dharma King, at least they could have escaped." Su Zhiqing found it hard to comprehend why Guojing always shouldered the blame for everything. Regardless of the chaotic circumstances, he would invariably take all responsibility upon himself. "Brother Gua, if you say that, then my involvement in Do Wu and Xiao Wu's capture cannot be absolved either." Su Zhiqing contemplated the truth of the situation in Qinghua Valley. Even though he held no fondness for Do Wu and Xiao Wu, he did not regard them as adversaries. The notion of them being captured by the Dharma King was not what he desired. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Guojing hurriedly replied, "Brother Su, this matter has nothing to do with you. It is solely due to their lack of skill. You cannot be blamed. Since the Dharma King has said that I may come to challenge him in 3 days, I shall go and see if there is a chance to rescue Do Wu and Xiao Wu." Su Zhiqing could sense that there was not much hope in Guojing's tone. "Brother, with so many soldiers in the Mongolian camp, are you certain you want to proceed with the rescue? I hardly believe the Dharma King will have any good intentions. If Guojing were to go, he would surely not be greeted by the Dharma King himself." After some contemplation, Su Zhiqing realized that there were not many experts among the Mongolian forces. He recalled only a handful: the Dharma King, Ma Guangzhou, In Kashi, Naimosing, and Zioxiangzi. During his journey to Xianyang, he had already eliminated In Kashi and Naimosing. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, Guojing replied solemnly, "Do Wu and Xiao Wu are my disciples. I cannot stand idly by, regardless of the circumstances. I must venture into the Mongolian camp in 3 days." Huang Rong wanted to interject, but Guojing raised his hand to stop her. "Ronger, you need not persuade me. My mind is made up." Huang Rong sighed and refrained from further attempts to dissuade Guojing. Instead, after pondering the situation regarding the Mongolian experts, Su Zhiqing suddenly spoke up. "Brother Gua, since we are determined to save them, why wait for 3 days?" He gestured towards the sky. "The clouds are dense by midnight. There may not be a trace of moonlight. The dark night is the perfect opportunity for a rescue." No sooner had he finished speaking than a system notification echoed in his mind. Su Zhiqing squinted his eyes in surprise, as a new random task had appeared. After reviewing it, he was momentarily stunned, filled with disbelief. "Hunt tonight. Eliminate 1 Mongolian soldier. Rewards: 1, 10-man leader 10, 100-man leader 100, 1,000-man leader 1,000. This. Su Zhiqing felt his heart racing. If he could kill enough, wouldn't his proficiency soar? He felt a surge of excitement coursing through his veins. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, Guojing and Huang Rong turned to see their disciple radiating an air of lethal determination. As both individuals felt a surge of astonishment, they were simultaneously filled with immense gratitude. They had not anticipated that Su Shidi would be so eager to assist in rescuing Do Wu and Xiao Wu after their capture. Unbeknownst to them, Su Zhiqing harbored intentions of violence. Alternatively, had he been aware of Guojing and Huang Rong's thoughts, he might have believed that it was not entirely unfavorable for Do Wu and Xiao Wu to be apprehended a few more times. Observing Su Zhiqing's fervent demeanor, Guojing found himself somewhat tempted. Nevertheless, he turned to Huang Rong for her opinion. "Ronger, what do you think of Su brother's notion?" Huang Rong pondered for a moment before softly responding. "Su Shidi makes a valid point. But I am concerned that they may tighten their watch over Do Wu and Xiao Wu to prevent us from rescuing them in the next 3 days." Upon hearing Huang Rong's words, Su Zhiqing nodded in agreement. Her concerns were not unfounded. He contemplated her thoughts and listened as Huang Rong continued. "Regardless of the circumstances over these 3 days, they surely cannot be more perilous than those that await us after. I believe we should proceed as Su Shidi suggests. Let us attempt to rescue Do Wu and Xiao Wu tonight. They might not anticipate that we would act so swiftly after receiving the news from the Dharma King." Guojing, perplexed, inquired, "So tonight we go, or do we not?" "Indeed." Su Zhiqing and Huang Rong responded in unison, displaying a remarkable harmony of thought. Huang Rong glanced at Su Zhiqing, prompting him to speak first. "Tonight presents an excellent opportunity. If we can locate Do Wu and Xiao Wu, we shall bring them back." With confidence, Su Zhiqing asserted that he could navigate through the Mongolian camp under the cover of darkness. He was determined not to miss this unexpected task, completely unaware that it included a time-sensitive element. Huang Rong nodded in agreement. The weather is indeed favorable today. Even the heavens seem to be assisting us. So we must go. The two were in complete accord. Seeing that both Su Shidi and his wife were in favor of proceeding, Guijing hesitated no longer. I shall prepare myself and depart as soon as night falls. He then turned to Su Zhiqing, saying, if you are to accompany me, perhaps it would be best for you to remain outside to support me. Su Zhiqing would not agree. Brother Gua, if you take two people alone, you will undoubtedly feel constrained. Let us both go, one for each. Guijing intended to argue further, but Su Zhiqing interjected decisively. It is settled then. He then turned to Huang Rong, requesting, sister-in-law, please assist me in preparing a night outfit, and if possible, help me darken this sword. Guijing and Huang Rong exchanged bewildered glances at Su Zhiqing's demeanor. He appeared to value his life greatly, yet was willing to venture into the Mongolian camp. Huang Rong accepted the sword from Su Zhiqing, nodding her agreement. By the way, please prepare two more for me. The sword he handed her was the Qiushui sword, renowned for its formidable hardness. Thus he was not concerned about it becoming dulled. His worry lay with ordinary iron swords, which could blunt after excessive use. Observing Su Zhiqing's fierce disposition, Huang Rong acquiesced. However, Guijing, witnessing Su Zhiqing's fervor, cautioned, brother, our mission is to rescue. Our primary objective is to save lives, not to take them. Su Zhiqing confidently assured, brother Gua, rest assured, if it is not necessary, I shall refrain from intervening. After making this promise, he instructed Guijing and Huang Rong to prepare while he returned to the courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, he beheld the serene figure of Xiaolong, who stood poised with her sword in hand. Why have you come out? Su Zhiqing approached her, gently taking her hand. Uncertain whether it was customary for men and women to hold hands, Xiaolong recalled the notion of intimacy that Su Zhiqing had imparted. Having never witnessed couples or spouses during her time on the mountain, her encounters since descending had been numerous, yet none mirrored the tender gestures exhibited by Su Zhiqing. Whether holding her hand or enveloping her in his embrace, she did not resist his touch. Instead, she leaned against his shoulder and softly replied, I heard my sister-in-law call, so I came out. When I discovered you were not in the courtyard, I waited here for you. After speaking, Xiaolong inquired quietly, what has become of the autumn water sword that master gave you? Why is it not with you? Su Zhiqing contemplated her question momentarily before deciding to speak the truth. I asked my sister-in-law to apply some color to it. Color? She echoed, intrigued. Brother Gua's disciple, De Wu, and Xiao Wu have been captured. Tonight, we are preparing to rescue him. I shall go too. She insisted. That is not permissible. Su Zhiqing firmly rejected her request, noticing the stubborn look on her face. He quickly added, it is not that I do not wish for you to accompany us, but if you leave, there will be no skilled fighters left in the residence. Our junior sister is still here, along with my sister-in-law and her children. Your presence is essential to help watch over them. Just as he managed to persuade Xiaolong, they heard the sound of a door creaking open. Turning around, he saw that it was Cheng Jiayao, the young girl. Senior brother, dragon sister. Why are you both not inside? Su Zhiqing, lowering his voice, said to Xiaolong, let us not let our junior sister know. We should lull her to sleep first. Xiaolong obediently agreed. Together, Su Zhiqing and Xiaolong soon coaxed their junior sister into slumber. He then led Xiaolong back to the courtyard. I will seek out my sister-in-law. You keep an eye on our junior sister. Do you not trust my martial prowess? Indeed, Xiaolong affirmed, and with her assurance, Su Zhiqing felt at ease as he departed the courtyard in search of Guijing and Huang Rong. Chapter 113. 3 Steps to Kill a Man. Su Zhiqing found Huang Rong, but did not see Guijing. Sister-in-law, where is brother Gua? He did not think too much. They had agreed to go together, and it was improbable that Guijing would run off alone. Run off? The possibility dawned upon Su Zhiqing, and he glanced around, but Guijing was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, he turned to Huang Rong. Where is brother Gua? He wouldn't have gone alone, would he? Upon asking, he noticed Huang Rong's evasive gaze, igniting a flame of anger within him. How could you let him go alone? How could you be at ease allowing him to venture forth alone? He had never considered that Guijing might have left him behind, truly going off by himself. He said he could manage alone. Sister-in-law, just because he claims he can, does that mean he can? This is the Mongol camp, not Peach Blossom Island. Su Zhiqing suppressed his rising ire. The sword, sister-in-law, my sword and night attire. Seeing Su Zhiqing's furious expression, Huang Rong hurriedly replied, they are all in the room. I have prepared them for you. I will fetch them right away. With that, she turned and returned with the night attire and sword. Su Zhiqing took the sword and outfit from Huang Rong's hands and prepared to leave. Su Shidi, wait a moment. Huang Rong called out to him. Sister-in-law, please do not dissuade me from going. I cannot allow brother Gua to face this alone. No, your brother Gua has already set off for a while. I suspect he is nearing the Mongol camp." Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing ceased his protest and turned to depart. There was still time to intercept Guijing. Even if the task was abandoned, he must at least go to assist Guijing. He had just exited the residence when he heard the sound of galloping hooves. Turning around, he saw Huang Rong approaching on horseback. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing here?" He observed Huang Rong's changed attire, and a suspicion arose within him. "Su Shidi, if you go now, you will not catch up. We can ride Xiaohong. Its speed is remarkable, and we can reach him." Huang Rong extended her hand towards him after speaking. Su Zhiqing disregarded any notions of propriety and swiftly mounted the horse behind Huang Rong. He took the reins. "Giddy up." In the blink of an eye, Xiaohong dashed forward with astonishing speed. Su Zhiqing arrived at the city gates, and Huang Rong produced a token. "Open the gates swiftly." Upon seeing the token, the guard promptly began to open the gates. Su Zhiqing did not wait for the gates to fully open. As soon as there was enough space for a horse, he spurred Xiaohong through. Once outside the city, Su Zhiqing urged his horse toward the Mongol camp. While riding, he caught a whiff of a milky fragrance. He did not dwell on it, but spoke to Huang Rong, "Sister-in-law, once I enter to find Brother Gua, you should wait outside to assist." Upon receiving her agreement, he flicked the whip, urging Xiaohong to accelerate further. Soon, he arrived at the outskirts of the Mongol camp. Dismounting, Su Zhiqing discarded his outer garment and donned the night attire from his bag. Having completed this, he turned to Huang Rong once more. "Sister-in-law, be vigilant of your surroundings. I am going in." Upon finishing his words, he shouldered his dual swords and, with the autumn water sword in his left hand, stealthily entered the Mongolian camp. Su Zhiqing observed the soldiers stationed outside the camp and swiftly changed his position, waiting for the opportune moment when the Mongolian sentries were on patrol. Utilizing his golden goose technique, he instantly infiltrated the camp, surveying the identical yurts. Su Zhiqing found himself at a loss regarding how to communicate with Guijing. While Guijing undoubtedly meant well, his direct approach was rather reckless. Moreover, Su Zhiqing lacked proficiency in the Mongolian language, rendering him incapable of interrogating any captured soldiers. If Guijing were present, he could have posed the questions in Mongolian. Under the cover of darkness, Su Zhiqing navigated through the maze of yurts. With his exceptional lightness of body skill, the ordinary soldiers were utterly oblivious to his presence. After a fruitless circuit, he was compelled to halt, uncertain of the main camp's location, the supply stores, or where De Wu and Xiao Wu were being held. Continuing this aimless wandering would merely squander his time. As he pondered, a figure emerged from one of the yurts, catching his eye. Was that not Xiao Xiangzi? His heart leapt at the thought. Finally, he had encountered someone who could speak Chinese. Cautious of revealing his presence, Su Zhiqing discreetly observed Xiao Xiangzi from the corner of his eye, curious about what he was doing out of the yurt at such an hour. To his surprise, he saw Xiao Xiangzi turn towards a shadowy area and soon vanish into the darkness. Before long, the sound of flowing water reached Su Zhiqing's ears. Realizing that Xiao Xiangzi had stepped out to relieve himself, he too slipped into the shadows. Silently, he approached Xiao Xiangzi, and before he could react, Su Zhiqing swiftly struck his acupoint, halting the sound of water. As Xiao Xiangzi began to topple, Su Zhiqing quickly supported him while simultaneously positioning the autumn water sword against Ma Guangzuo's throat. With a smile gracing his features, Su Zhiqing addressed Xiao Xiangzi, expressing his genuine delight at their meeting. His earlier frustration over the lack of assistance in understanding the Mongolian camp's situation dissipated now that he had captured someone capable of communication. He noticed the fear in Xiao Xiangzi's eyes and, gesturing with his sword, warned, "I shall release your mute acupoint, but should you scream, I trust you comprehend the consequences." Upon saying this, he freed Xiao Xiangzi's acupoint. Surprisingly, Xiao Xiangzi did not scream. Instead, he coldly regarded Su Zhiqing and remarked, "Su Daozhong, you are resorting to ambush." In response, Su Zhiqing pressed the sword against Xiao Xiangzi's neck, silencing him immediately. Ambush or not, the Dharma King has captured Guijing's disciple as leverage against him. Such despicable acts require no further elaboration. Now that you are in my grasp, you shall remain silent. Do you understand? Not if you do. After Su Zhiqing posed his question and observed Xiangzi's repeated nods, he softly inquired, "Is there any other commotion in the Mongolian camp tonight?" Xiangzi fixed his gaze on Su Zhiqing and coldly retorted, "Aside from you, is there any other disturbance?" Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing noted the eerie stillness of the Mongolian camp and contemplated that Guijing had likely not yet been discovered. "Xiangzi, I ask you, where are the supplies in the camp? And where are the individuals captured by the Dharma King being held?" After his inquiry, Xiangzi did not respond immediately, but instead regarded him and asked, "If I answer you, will you set me free?" Su Zhiqing harbored no intention of releasing Zhiaqi. To him, every person within the Mongolian camp was a target. Sensing Su Zhiqing's disposition, Zhiaqi immediately discerned his fate and coldly declared, "Then you may as well kill me." Su Zhiqing scoffed at Zhiaqi words. "Are you not afraid of death?" "I am," Zhiaqi replied. "But if I answer your question, you will kill me afterward. Why should I speak?" Su Zhiqing frowned slightly and urged, "Speak, and I shall spare you." Zhiaqi, skeptical, insisted, "Then you must swear. As a disciple of the Quanzhen sect, swear by the name of your ancestor, Wang Chongyang. If you do not swear, I shall never speak." "Very well, I swear." Su Zhiqing invoked the name of Wang Chongyang in his oath. Once Zhiaqi heard Su Zhiqing's vow, he finally spoke. "The supplies are in the southwestern corner, and the two Han individuals captured by the Dharma King are tied to the pillars in the eastern and western corners. You will know once you go." After Su Zhiqing absorbed Zhiaqi information, he contemplated the significance of the oath. What did Wang Chongyang's name really signify? Moreover, if he were to kill Zhiaqi, who would know of his vow? Nevertheless, he hesitated, pondering that if Zhiaqi were lying, he would be left with no one to interrogate after taking his life. After a moment's thought, Su Zhiqing pressed a pressure point on Zhiaqi to mute him and secured several more vital points on his body. Having completed these actions, Su Zhiqing evaded the patrols and swiftly entered the nearest yurt. Inside, he found 10 Mongolian soldiers deep in slumber and, without hesitation, he unleashed 10 jade bee needles. 10 soldiers eliminated, proficiency gained, 10. The system's notification echoed in his mind. After processing the alert, Su Zhiqing darted out of the yurt and returned with Zhiaqi in tow, laying him on the ground. "You had better hope you do not deceive me. If you do, I will return to kill you." With these words, Su Zhiqing vanished from the yurt. He oriented himself and proceeded eastward. As he advanced, Su Zhiqing's mind raced with thoughts. With his current prowess, he could navigate the Mongolian camp with ease at night. Even if discovered, he was confident he could escape unless confronted by a formidable opponent. But why had Zhiqing not launched an assault on the Mongolian camp to eliminate the generals? Could it truly be that difficult? Doubt lingered in his mind, especially as he recalled Zhiqing's fate, a valiant death in battle, sacrificing himself for his country. Such thoughts left him at a loss for words. Without delving into other matters, he recalled that his master's granduncle, Zhou Batong, could traverse the Mongolian camp as if it were an unguarded realm. He had approached Kublai Khan, sparing his life before turning away. This was understandable, considering that his granduncle's mind was unlike that of ordinary individuals. Contemplating this, a surge of murderous intent arose within him. If one could stealthily infiltrate and eliminate the commanding officer, why engage in a direct confrontation? Moreover, he pondered the notion that rather than remaining on the defensive, it would be wiser to take the initiative. For instance, targeting the Mongolian emperor could incite chaos within their ranks. With his current cultivation level, he believed that as long as he approached the emperor, he could easily dispatch him with the Yunu needle. Engaging in a head-on battle would be utterly foolish. If he could ascertain the location of the commanding officer, an opportunity to eliminate him might also arise. As Su Zhiqing considered this, he felt a yearning to return to the side of Zhiaqi to inquire about the identity of the commanding officer. However, this thought was fleeting, for he soon spotted Dou Wu and Xiao Wu bound to a post. Zhiaqi had indeed spoken the truth. Dou Wu and Xiao Wu were truly confined here. Su Zhiqing gazed at them, then scanned his surroundings, attempting to locate Zhiqing. After a thorough search, he was perplexed to find no trace of Zhiqing. Could it be that he had not yet arrived? At this moment, a shadow suddenly descended beside Dou Wu and Xiao Wu. The figure clapped its palms together, instantly shattering the post that bound them. Su Zhiqing, illuminated by the firelight, clearly discerned that the shadow was none other than Zhiqing, clad in dark attire. Just as Zhiqing broke the post, the patrolling soldiers heard the commotion. A Mongolian soldier shouted something incomprehensible. Su Zhiqing, unfamiliar with the Mongolian language, could only surmise its meaning. Upon the soldiers' shout, they brandished their long spears and advanced towards Zhiqing. Simultaneously, Su Zhiqing noticed movement within the other yurts as well. Seizing the moment, he discreetly retrieved the Yuhong needle and launched it. 3 Mongolian soldiers advancing on Zhiqing fell to his attack. The system notified him of his success. 3 Mongolian soldiers eliminated, proficiency increased thrice. Su Zhiqing, hearing the system's prompt, hurled another Yuhong needle, dispatching the remaining 7 patrolling soldiers. He observed that Zhiqing had recognized his assistance and was now carrying Dou Wu and Xiao Wu, making their escape. As soldiers emerged from the yurts, they cast a glance, and, upon seeing Zhiqing's silhouette with Dou Wu and Xiao Wu, they shouted and pursued. Witnessing this scene, Su Zhiqing contemplated his next move and decided to head towards the Mongolian supplies. He believed that the ensuing chaos from burning the supplies would be far more beneficial than the distraction caused by Guojing's rescue. Under the cover of turmoil, he swiftly approached the location where the supplies were stored. The earlier commotion from Guojing's rescue had heightened the vigilance of the Mongolian soldiers in this vicinity. Su Zhiqing restrained his impulse and patiently awaited an opportunity. It was not long before such an opportunity presented itself. A pair of Mongolian soldiers approached, conversing with those tasked with guarding the supplies, who immediately lowered their defenses. Su Zhiqing observed this and thought it was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Once the messenger had departed, he seized the moment while the Mongolian guards were relaxed, discreetly drawing forth his jade needle. The act of dispatching soldiers with a concealed weapon was executed with remarkable efficiency. Su Zhiqing flung the jade needle, and the soldiers, caught unaware, felt a sharp pain in their necks before losing consciousness. Seizing the chance, Su Zhiqing swiftly moved to the supplies, grabbing a torch from beside a yurt and hurling it onto the provisions. The torch ignited upon contact, flames consuming the supplies in an instant. Observing this, Su Zhiqing collected the remaining torches from nearby yurts and cast them in various directions around the supplies. Just as he tossed his final torch, he heard the approach of hurried footsteps. Casting a glance, he melted into the shadows. As the supplies blazed, chaos erupted within the Mongolian camp. Su Zhiqing, concealed in the darkness, refrained from rejoining Guojing. Instead, he remained hidden, drawing his iron sword, silently approaching and eliminating any soldiers who strayed too close. Skill points accrued, 1. 3. 1. Su Zhiqing moved like a specter of death in the night, relentlessly harvesting Mongolian soldiers. In a short span, he amassed over 100 skill points, yet his thirst for more was unquenched. Noticing that those he had previously targeted had now congregated, leaving no stragglers, he pivoted and relocated. Skill points accrued, 11. Su Zhiqing withdrew his sword from the bodies of 2 soldiers, surprised to find one of them was a squad leader. The squad leader bore no distinguishing marks from ordinary soldiers, making him indistinguishable to Su Zhiqing. After having dispatched so many, only 1 or 2 squad leaders had appeared thus far. There he is. Kill him, a soldier shouted upon spotting Su Zhiqing, with a flurry of arrows shooting towards him. Su Zhiqing deflected the first volley with his sword before slipping away once more. Clad in dark garb, he weaved through the Mongolian camp, his sword ever at the ready, the system notifications echoing in his mind. He lost track of time as he continued his silent slaughter, until only the autumn water sword remained in his grip. The Mongolian camp was engulfed in utter chaos, soldiers huddling together in terror, their faces etched with fear as they screamed in confusion. Su Zhiqing, unfamiliar with the Mongolian language, could not decipher their cries. His nighttime attire was drenched in blood, rendering him uncomfortable and clammy. Emerging from the shadows, Su Zhiqing's icy gaze surveyed the tumultuous Mongolian camp. It was still insufficient. Gripping the autumn water sword, he yearned to continue his hunt. Suddenly, a golden wheel hurtled towards him. Su Zhiqing turned to see the golden wheeled Dharma King, whose eyes blazed with fury. Despicable wretch, disregarding your status, you dare to slaughter common soldiers, he thundered, launching a silver wheel in Su Zhiqing's direction. Su Zhiqing would never engage in battle with the king of the golden wheel. Upon seeing the king's appearance, he instinctively realized that Guojing might have led the great and little Wu away. After deflecting the wheel hurled by the king with his sword, he swiftly turned to depart, vanishing into the shadows within moments. The king, unwilling to concede defeat, promptly pursued him. As Su Zhiqing glanced back at the advancing king, he paid no heed to the ordinary soldiers who were utterly incapable of obstructing him. In fact, upon witnessing Su Zhiqing brandishing his sword, the soldiers scattered in fright, exclaiming incoherent sounds. Su Zhiqing was puzzled by their behavior, yet their lack of resistance only expedited his escape. Before long, he soared out of the Mongolian encampment. Just as he was about to flee, a towering figure suddenly materialized, lunging towards him. Ever vigilant, Su Zhiqing, upon spotting this imposing silhouette, did not retreat, but rather advanced. He forced the assailant back with his autumn water sword and, with a deft twist of his wrist, redirected his blade toward the intruder's face. "It's you." Ma Guangzhu recognized Su Zhiqing from his swordplay as he narrowly evaded the strike. A sinister grin spread across his face. "Die," he bellowed, swinging his bronze staff once more at Su Zhiqing. Understanding the urgency of the situation, Su Zhiqing knew he could not afford to engage Ma Guangzhu for too long. He cleaved through the staff with his sword and delivered a powerful kick toward Ma Guangzhu, who was well aware of Su Zhiqing's formidable strength. Hastily, he raised his staff defensively across his chest. Seizing the opportunity, Su Zhiqing stepped onto the staff, leveraging it to propel himself out of the melee. Don't let him escape. The king of the Golden Wheel had also emerged in pursuit. Upon noticing the king's follow, Ma Guangzhu shouted, "Be cautious. He is the Taoist from last time. You may not be able to defeat him." After a moment's hesitation, he too joined the chase. Having fled the Mongolian encampment, Su Zhiqing pressed onward, anxious that reinforcements might be dispatched in pursuit. He reached a secluded area and was about to pause to assess the proficiency points he had earned that night when a wheel came hurtling towards him. Su Zhiqing deftly deflected the golden wheel with his sword. Raising his gaze, he saw the king of the golden wheel approaching with a sullen expression, silent yet menacing, as he unleashed another barrage of dual wheels aimed at Su Zhiqing. Chapter 114. The Death of King Jinluan with a resonant clang. The copper wheel and iron wheel were sent soaring by the autumn water sword. After deflecting the copper wheel, Su Zhiqing raised his hand to engage in a swift clash with King Jinluan, who had launched an attack. The hasty exchange forced him back 10 paces before he could dissipate the king's formidable energy. Su Zhiqing gazed intently at the approaching king, tearing away the blood-soaked night garb clinging to him. "King, we meet again. I wonder, are you still pleased to see me now?" Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, King Jinluan's gaze swept over the damp night attire on the ground before he reproached, "Taoist Su. It is said that those who renounce worldly ties should harbor compassion in their hearts. You, with your exceptional martial prowess, slay ordinary soldiers. How are you any different from a beast?" Su Zhiqing, unperturbed by the king's admonition, replied coldly, "If by ordinary you refer to soldiers whose hands are stained with the blood of innocence, then I would gladly embrace the title of beast. While it is true that one should embody compassion, there are times when one must rise to suppress demons and wickedness. In my view, the Mongolian invasion and the massacre of civilians result in far more deaths than those I have claimed today. Compared to them, I feel I have not killed enough." He bore no ill will toward the common Mongolian folk, but reserved his disdain for the invaders, asserting that he acted not for the southern Song Dynasty, but for the sake of the people. Simply put, he could not abide the atrocities committed by the Mongolian army. To turn a blind eye would be unacceptable. Even without the promise of reward, he would seize any opportunity to confront a Mongolian soldier. King Jinluan, undeterred, pressed further, "Taoist Su, do you truly believe that your actions justify the killing of these soldiers? If one day, your southern Song were to invade another nation, would you not be guilty of the same? Do not forget, it was the southern Song in Mongolia that ruthlessly conspired to annihilate Dali, behaving like brigands." Su Zhiqing sighed in response, "King, you are fully aware that war only brings suffering to the commoners. As the spiritual leader of Mongolia, you not only fail to prevent this chaos but also intrude upon our martial realm, attempting to thwart our resistance against your kind. Were it not for Mongolia's invasion of the southern Song and your abduction of Da Wu and Xiao Wu, would we be facing this conflict tonight? The root of all these events lies in your nation's instigation of war. Since I possess the ability, it is only natural that I intervene. You claim I should not slay ordinary soldiers, yet I would gladly wield my sword and strike down one every 3 paces, unwavering. For I cannot stand idly by while the Tatars insult my people." Su Zhiqing did not recognize the southern Song, but he upheld the Han nationality and any people yearning for peace and freedom. King Jinluan regarded Su Zhiqing, sensing the steely resolve in his words. He realized that this Taoist was unlike any Quanzhen priest he had encountered before, bereft of compassion, indiscriminate in his wrath, ready to strike regardless of strength or weakness. Devoid of reason, King Jinluan was taken aback by Su Zhiqing's conviction. Was martial practice not intended to demonstrate one's superiority over others? What then was the purpose of this Taoist cultivation? He fixed his gaze upon Su Zhiqing, his mind swirling with unspoken thoughts. Su Zhiqing, in turn, scrutinized the Dharma King, silently channeling his energy. Regrettably, he possessed only the autumn water sword. Otherwise, with 2 blades in hand, he could swiftly end the Dharma King's life. Nevertheless, the absence of a second sword mattered little. Having attained the mastery level, he could exploit the Dharma King's vulnerabilities to achieve the same lethal outcome. Of course, should he falter, he might also succumb to the Dharma King's formidable prowess. Su Zhiqing focused on his breathing, concentrating his mental energy. Both he and the Dharma King had traversed considerable distance, their breaths slightly unsteady. He believed the Dharma King was also recuperating. Su Zhiqing harbored intentions to slay the Dharma King, who likely shared a similar desire to eliminate him, especially given Su Zhiqing's previous incursions into the Mongolian camp, where he had effortlessly dismantled 2 long swords. The Dharma King, recognizing Su Zhiqing's substantial energy expenditure, sought to capitalize on this opportunity to subdue him. Both harbored murderous intent, yet Su Zhiqing's resolve was more pronounced. The Dharma King was the foremost expert of Mongolia, should Su Zhiqing succeed in his assassination. The Mongolian realm would be stripped of any significant martial prowess. In such a scenario, he would wield the power to eliminate anyone at will. Su Zhiqing contemplated this, convinced that this was his greatest opportunity to vanquish the Dharma King. Unbeknownst to the Dharma King, Su Zhiqing had experienced a breakthrough in his martial arts, rendering the advantage once again in his favor. After a brief period of recuperation, Su Zhiqing resolved to cease his meditation. The proximity to the Mongolian camp posed a risk of reinforcements arriving swiftly. Should the Dharma King receive substantial support, Su Zhiqing feared he might not only fail to slay him, but also fall victim to the encounter. He had not fully restored his internal energy, and he trusted the Dharma King was in a similar state. With this in mind, Su Zhiqing decided against further delay. He addressed the Dharma King. Is this truly the appropriate moment for a contest of endurance? I lack the time to engage in such trivial pursuits. With that, he turned to depart. Out of the corner of his eye, he noted the Dharma King halting his recuperation and pursuing him directly. Observing this, Su Zhiqing quickened his pace, all the while keeping a vigilant watch on the advancing Dharma King. After covering several hundred meters, he noticed the Dharma King, unable to restrain himself, tightly grasping the golden wheel in his hand. Su Zhiqing, aware of this development, tightened his grip on the jade bean needle, ever prepared for an opportunity. Even the most adept martial artists could be felled by poison. Typically, it is challenging to harm a martial expert with toxins. Those with profound cultivation possess heightened sensitivity in their senses. Unless dealing with colorless and odorless poisons, any other toxin with even a hint of flavor would be detected. The jade bean needle, while not particularly potent, carried a debilitating effect that could prove significant. Su Zhiqing recalled Li Macho's ice soul silver needles, which were truly formidable. If struck in the limbs, one could still exert their energy. However, a hit to a vital point could lead to certain death. Nonetheless, as seasoned experts, they generally evaded hidden weapons, which were often unexpected. Su Zhiqing prepared himself in front, while the Dharma King, trailing behind, harbored doubts about whether the Taoist intended to flee or engage him in battle, having previously sensed Su Zhiqing's murderous intent. He harbored doubts, yet observed the Taoist leading him further away from the Mongolian encampment, gradually finding it increasingly difficult to contain himself. After all, the man was intent on his demise. If he had not yet recovered, then surely this detestable Taoist had not either. A murderous intent surged within Jin Luan as he tightened his grip on the 5 wheels, aiming them directly at Su Zhiqing. Simultaneously, Su Zhiqing released the jade bean needle from his grasp. The moment he shot it forth, he heard the emit a cold snort. I have long been prepared for you. He glanced over to see the deftly swaying his ample robes, effectively intercepting the needle. Su Zhiqing, however, merely chuckled lightly. You overestimate yourself. With that, he wielded the autumn water sword, striking at the silver wheel. The autumn water sword, a divine weapon of unparalleled hardness, met the oncoming silver wheel with a decisive force, splitting Mount Hua maneuver. A sharp crack resonated as the silver wheel was cleaved in twain beneath the might of the autumn water sword. The essence of a hidden weapon lies in its element of surprise. Having previously employed the jade bean needle before, the opponent was undoubtedly on guard. Thus, he opted not to target but rather the 5-wheeled weapon. After slicing the silver wheel in half, Su Zhiqing swiftly fell back to evade the incoming iron and lead wheels. Just as he reclined, the gold and copper wheels descended upon him in a fierce onslaught. He disregarded the dirt beneath him and the awkwardness of his posture as he rolled to evade the 2 wheels. Upon successfully dodging, he glanced at the ground where the gold and copper wheels had passed, noting the deep gouges left in their wake. Had he been struck, he would have surely suffered a similar fate. With this thought, Su Zhiqing executed a swift roll and sprang to his feet, while the deftly reclaimed the iron and lead wheels from midair. As Su Zhiqing regained his stance, 2 more wheels were hurled at him. He heard the whirring sound of the wheels and positioned his sword horizontally before him. With a resounding clang, sparks flew as his sword collided with the iron wheel. Utilizing the momentum, he crouched low to evade the lead wheel. In that same moment, his left hand propelled the jade bean needle towards the ground-bound gold wheel. His aim was not to slay but to disrupt his assault. In the case of the 5-wheeled formation, the wheels would attack in a relentless barrage, leaving no opportunity for him to launch the jade bean needle. Now, with only 4 wheels. Just as Su Zhiqing contemplated this, he witnessed the gold wheel producing yet another silver wheel, which swiftly intercepted his launched needle. Observing Su Zhiqing's astonishment, the gold wheel scoffed. You didn't think I would come unprepared after you shattered my 5 wheels last time, did you? Su Zhiqing felt speechless, acutely aware that this was indeed his oversight. You truly are a clever one. Just as he was about to advance, a figure suddenly materialized. I am here to assist you. Su Zhiqing watched as Ma Guangzhou swung his copper staff, and in an instant, he unleashed the silver needle from his hand. Oh no! Ma Guangzhou plummeted to the ground midair. Upon witnessing this, the sequentially hurled the gold, silver, copper, iron, and lead wheels. Su Zhiqing countered the gold wheel, then faced the silver wheel, slicing it aside, only to be met by the copper wheel. The relentless assault of the 5 wheels became utterly exasperating. Yet, he could not afford to be careless. Any single wheel that made contact with him would leave him grievously wounded. As he evaded, he cleaved through the wheel before him. Within mere steps, he reached Ma Guangzhu's side. Observing another wheel hurtling towards them, he kicked Ma Guangzhou towards the oncoming wheel. This expression shifted immediately upon witnessing this. A sharp sound echoed as Ma Guangzhu's arm was severed in an instant. Upon seeing this, Su Zhiqing swiftly rolled over, thrusting the Qiushui sword to pin the fleeing wheel onto Ma Guangzhou. The 5-wheel formation was once again shattered. Su Zhiqing coldly regarded the golden wheel, challenging, "If you possess the capability, conjure another wheel." No sooner had he spoken than he noticed a figure soaring out, palm raised towards the realizing the threat, hastily mimicked Su Zhiqing's actions and flung out a wheel. However, as soon as the wheel reached the figure, it was effortlessly deflected, cursing Ma Guangzhou under his breath, sensed the impending danger and hurled 3 more wheels in succession. Yet, they too were repelled one by the newcomer. Observing this, the swiftly moved to retrieve a fallen wheel, only to have a long sword ominously thrust towards his outstretched hand. He retracted his hand in haste, turning to see Su Zhiqing had appeared by his side unbeknownst to him. Su Zhiqing, upon spotting immediately engaged him. Meanwhile, Guijing, arriving at the scene, was astonished by Su Zhiqing's mastery of the with his left hand and the with his right. Brother Su's martial skills are truly exquisite. Without the 5-wheel formation, he appeared as a mere paper tiger before Su Zhiqing. With a pointed finger directed at who was preparing to counter, Su Zhiqing channeled his internal energy. With a forward thrust of his palm, he struck the shoulder. As the fell, Su Zhiqing did not wait for him to rise, but hurled his sword at him. A muffled sound resounded as the flying iron sword pierced through his throat. Lying on the ground, the size, once vibrant, gradually dulled as he stared at Su Zhiqing. Once the had perished, Su Zhiqing turned to Guijing. "Brother Gua, have Do Wu and Xiao Wu been rescued?" Guijing nodded. "I have already taken them to your sister-in-law. The fire at the Mongolian camp was set by you, wasn't it?" "Indeed," Su Zhiqing affirmed. "That fire was well timed. Had you not drawn thee away, I would have found it quite difficult to extract Do Wu and Xiao Wu." Guijing remarked, glancing at the lifeless. "I never imagined he would perish at your hands. What a pity for his martial legacy." Su Zhiqing, observing with the sword embedded in his throat, felt a tinge of melancholy. His martial prowess had not yet reached its zenith, had he attained peak mastery. Even our combined efforts today might not have sufficed to subdue him. The completion of thee is beyond human capability. Even if we could not defeat him, escaping would have been a trivial matter. After his reflections, Su Zhiqing approached the side and retrieved the Qiushui sword. Under Guijing's watchful gaze, he then advanced towards Xie Xiangzi, driving the sword into the man's neck. After dispatching Xie Xiangzi, Su Zhiqing gathered the 2 bodies together. "Brother Gua, shall we take them back?" "There is no need. Let them remain here. It is likely that the patrol of Mongolian soldiers will discover them soon enough. In that case, let us return. By the time we get back, dawn will likely break." After Su Zhiqing spoke, he and Guijing made their way towards the city of Xiangyang. Just before they reached the city, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from ahead. Su Zhiqing squinted and discerned that it was Huang Rong, who was leading 2 horses, evidently come to assist them. Guijing, noticing Huang Rong as well, turned to Su Zhiqing with excitement, exclaiming, "It's your sister-in-law. She has come to help us." A faint smile graced Su Zhiqing's face. Sister-in-law, husband, junior brother. Huang Rong, upon seeing the 2 figures approaching, recognized them as her husband and Su Zhiqing, and a look of joy illuminated her countenance. Hearing Huang Rong's call, Su Zhiqing turned to Guijing, who wore a subtle smile. "Ronger, we are here." Guijing waved at Huang Rong. Su Zhiqing followed suit, waving as well. Huang Rong, upon seeing their gestures, urged her horse forward to meet them. As she arrived, she noticed that Su Zhiqing's night attire was missing, and his undergarment was stained crimson with blood. Her expression shifted, and she quickly dismounted to rush to Su Zhiqing's side. "Junior brother, are you all right?" she asked, concerned for Su Zhiqing, who was covered in blood. Su Zhiqing felt warmth in his heart at his sister-in-law's concern. "I am fine. You can ask Brother Gua." Upon hearing this, Huang Rong turned to Guijing, reproaching him. "It is all your fault. Had we acted together, it would have been much easier, Yet you insisted on acting alone. Zhiqing, upon hearing Huang Rong's admonishment, was about to speak when Guijing quickly nodded in acknowledgement of his mistake. Yes, it is my fault. I underestimated the strength of the Mongolian camp and also the prowess of Brother Su. Zhiqing couldn't help but chuckle at how Guijing seemed to have no retort in Huang Rong's presence. Though Guijing had meant well by discouraging him from going, he still took the blame. After Guijing admitted his fault, he continued, Ronger, I have good news. Brother Su has killed that monk, the king of the Golden Wheel. As soon as Guijing finished speaking, a look of astonishment flashed across Huang Rong's face. Brother Su has slain the king of the Golden Wheel? Guijing affirmed. I did not anticipate this. Brother Su's martial skills may indeed surpass my own. Huang Rong, incredulous, gazed at Zhiqing, who appeared to be merely in his early 20s. Sensing Huang Rong's disbelief, Zhiqing hurried to clarify, Sister-in-law, do not heed Brother Gu's exaggerations. My victory over the monk was largely due to his intervention. He disabled the monk's weapon. Brother Gu essentially left me with a tiger devoid of its claws. In such a state, the monk was easily subdued by me. After Zhiqing spoke, Guijing attempted to interject, but Huang Rong interposed. Let us return first. Elder Lu and the others are surely worried about us. We can discuss everything upon our return. Guijing readily agreed. Zhiqing and two companions mounted their horses and urged them forward towards the city of Xiangyang. Along the way, Zhiqing reviewed his proficiency points, currently at 2099. Before setting off, he had been at 499, but after a brief excursion to the Mongolian camp, he had amassed an impressive 1,600 points overnight. Zhiqing did not consider the gravity of having slain over 1,000 foes. A glance at the interface revealed a list of records: 600 Mongolian soldiers, 30 squad leaders, and 700 captains, totaling 635 kills. Upon reviewing the numbers, one would expect him to feel exhilarated about the increase in proficiency points. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt no excitement at all. Instead, he was struck by the devaluation of human life. Moreover, he realized that his aspirations were entirely attainable. An unparalleled master was akin to a weapon of the highest caliber. Within the confines of a military encampment, he could effortlessly claim the heads of commanders. For instance, during his previous encounter at the Mongolian camp, the ordinary soldiers had posed no threat. With a single stroke of his sword, dozens of them would fall before him, concealed in the shadows. The slaughter of hundreds of common soldiers was as simple as harvesting straw from a field. As Zhiqing contemplated this, his thoughts drifted to the impending battle of Xiangyang. Why did everyone insist on confronting the Mongolian soldiers in a head-on clash at the city? He found it perplexing. He believed that if Guijing were provided with an army of 10,000 and assured sufficient logistics, perhaps they could directly overthrow the Mongolian forces. Lost in his thoughts, he was suddenly called by Huang Rong. Su brother, we have arrived at Xiangyang. At her words, Zhiqing lifted his gaze to see a woman in a flowing white gown standing atop the city wall. Upon noticing his approach, she smiled gently and, with a graceful step, floated down like a celestial being. However, when her eyes fell upon Zhiqing's bloodied garments, her smile vanished in an instant. In response, Zhiqing merely grinned, extending his hand towards the little dragon girl, inviting her, come up. Chapter 115, One Wave Subsides. Another rises. Zhiqing pulled the little dragon girl into his embrace, tightening his legs against the horse's belly as he uttered a soft command to gallop. The horse neighed loudly and dashed into Xiangyang City. Behind him, Guijing and Huang Rong exchanged a glance, shared a smile, and quickly followed suit. Without pausing, Zhiqing called back, elder brother, sister-in-law, I shall return to the residence with Long. He paid no heed to Guijing and Huang Rong's responses and rode away from the city gates. In the blink of an eye, Zhiqing arrived at the Guo residence. Dismounting, he gently lifted the little dragon girl down from the horse's back. A disciple of the beggar's sect stood guard at the entrance. Without waiting for assistance, Zhiqing handed over the reins, saying, Brother, I appreciate your help. He then took the little dragon girl inside the residence. The disciple, observing the bloody footprints on the ground, was taken aback, pondering how severe the injuries must have been. Once inside the courtyard, Zhiqing removed his drenched inner garments. The little dragon girl, noticing him clad only in thin trousers, spoke softly. There is a large pot and fire in the woodshed. Please go to the adjacent room. I will prepare hot water for you. With that, she turned and busied herself in the woodshed. However, Zhiqing did not heed her words, but instead walked to a well in the courtyard. He loosened his hair and removed his trousers, leaving himself completely bare. He then lowered the bucket and drew up a full bucket of water from the well. With the well water in hand, he splashed it over himself. After several washes, his blood-stained body was cleansed and restored to purity by the gentle water. Refreshing. Yet, even after cleansing, a faint metallic scent lingered in the air, a testament to the thick blood that clung to him. Just as he contemplated whether to find some soap to scrub himself, he heard the little dragon girl admonishing him. "Why are you completely undressed? Don't catch a chill." Turning around, he saw the little dragon girl at the doorway, arms crossed and holding a water bucket. Shaking her head, she set down the bucket, entered the room, and returned with a bath towel, tossing it to Zhiqing before heading back to fetch more hot water. As Zhiqing dried off, he watched the little dragon girl diligently bring him warm water. Once he had finished drying himself, he followed her into the room. Inside was a tub large enough for two, already filled halfway with water. The water held a delicate fragrance, the source of which Zhiqing could not discern. Seeing Zhiqing enter, the little dragon girl did not shy away. Rather, she stepped closer, reaching out to take the damp towel from him. He watched her approach and, without hesitation, closed the door behind him. Before she could react, he embraced her tightly, brushing against her lightly. After removing her outer garments, he lifted her into the bath. Gentle ripples danced across the surface of the water. Just as one wave subsided, another emerged. A long sigh escaped his lips. After a long while, the water ripples once more. The next day, Zhiqing was in a deep slumber when, in a haze, he heard the sound of the door opening. Soon after, he detected a fragrant aroma brushing against his face. Zhiqing felt a tickle in his nostrils and, in a sudden fit of sneezing, inadvertently collided his head against a soft surface. He heard a cry of pain, which jolted him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld his little junior sister seated on the floor, her face etched with discomfort as she gently rubbed her aching spot. Before he could grasp the situation, the door swung open again, and the little dragon girl entered, carrying a basin for washing. Upon entering, the little dragon girl surveyed the scene with confusion. What happened? Before Zhiqing could respond, his junior sister complained, "Sister Long, it was my senior brother who was too forceful. His head knocked against me and toppled me over. Are you all right?" The little dragon girl, upon hearing this, set down the basin and knelt down to express her concern for Cheng Jiayao. "I'm fine, Sister Long. It's just that my chest hurts a bit. I had a moment of breathlessness. Let me help you up." The little dragon girl assisted Cheng Jiayao to her feet. At that moment, Zhiqing also pulled back the covers, preparing to rise. Perhaps due to the blow from his junior sister, he had forgotten the events of the previous day. Upon standing, he noticed that his junior sister's face had gradually flushed a rosy hue. Lowering his gaze to assess the situation, he flipped back into his bed once more. His actions elicited a soft laugh from the little dragon girl. Cheng Jiayao, feeling embarrassed, quickly exited the room. Once outside, she reflected on the earlier incident and suddenly sensed something amiss. She murmured to herself, "Why didn't I look up?" Inside the room, the little dragon girl, noticing that Cheng Jiayao had left, placed the clothes she had prepared for Zhiqing at the bedside. She then gently urged, "Please rise quickly." Zhiqing, recalling that his junior sister had seen him, shook his head slightly, dismissing the thought, and began to dress. After freshening up, he and the little dragon girl stepped out of the room in succession. Upon arriving in the courtyard, Zhiqing spotted his junior sister seated on a stone bench, seemingly lost in thought. Approaching her, he overheard her muttering phrases like "Didn't he look up?" After listening for a moment, he stood up and cleared his throat. "Oh, senior brother." Cheng Jiayao, startled by the cough, nearly toppled from the stone bench. "What were you mumbling about just now?" Zhiqing inquired, eyeing her with suspicion as to what could have prompted such a reaction. "And nothing." Cheng Jiayao stammered, immediately rising to her feet. "I'm a bit hungry. I'll go prepare something to eat." Zhiqing watched her scurry away, feeling an even greater sense of suspicion. Her demeanor was unmistakably evasive. Pondering the peculiar behavior of his junior sister, he contemplated for a while, but ultimately decided to let it go. If she wished to confide in him, she would. Conversely, if she chose to remain silent, no amount of questioning would coax her into speaking. "Longer, please assist junior sister while I practice my swordplay," Zhiqing declared, drawing his sword and stepping into an open area. As he wielded the iron sword, there was a newfound elegance in his movements. After completing his daily tasks, Zhiqing did not pause. Instead, he retrieved another sword, practicing the Jade Maiden sword technique with one hand and the Complete Reality sword technique with the other. As Huang Rong entered the courtyard, she was greeted by the sight of Zhiqing wielding dual swords. She observed him in silence, appreciating his skill without interrupting. Memories of Zhiqing, drenched in blood, flashed through her mind. Once he finished his practice, she applauded softly. "Junior brother Su, your swordplay is remarkable." Zhiqing had already noticed Huang Rong's arrival, but seeing her only fueled his concentration on the sword. Upon hearing her praise, he brought the swords together and chuckled, "Sister-in-law, my skills pale in comparison to Brother Gua." Internally, he pondered the comparison of their martial prowess. Guojing's strength was formidable. Without weapons, he believed he would surely lose. However, with weapons, he doubted Guojing could best him. Of course, defeating Guojing was no simple task. "Do not be so modest," Huang Rong responded with a smile. She then glanced around, noting the absence of Longer and Cheng Jr.'s sister. Just as she spoke, the two approached, carrying breakfast. "Longer, Cheng Jr.'s sister, I came to summon you for breakfast." After returning to her room the previous night and hearing Guojing recount Su Zhiqing's exploits, she felt a mix of astonishment and gratitude. Had it not been for Su Zhiqing, who set fire to the grain supplies, drawing away most of the Mongolian soldiers, she would have been deeply concerned for her husband and their martial companions. After expressing her thoughts, Huang Rong quickly reached out to take the soup and steamed buns from the hands of Longer and Cheng Jiayao. However, Longer smiled and gently withdrew her hands. "Sister-in-law, our breakfast is quite light. We have prepared enough for ourselves." Cheng Jiayao chimed in, "Senior sister, we have everything ready. It would be a shame to waste it." Su Zhiqing remained silent, observing the conversation between Longer and Huang Rong. After their exchange, Huang Rong did not press the matter further. "Very well, enjoy your meal, but do join us for lunch." Huang Rong turned back to Su Zhiqing and added, "Junior brother, do not forget." Su Zhiqing nodded in agreement. "Certainly, certainly." After breakfast, Longer stayed in the courtyard while Su Zhiqing took Junior sister for a leisurely stroll, allowing the jade bees to roam. Upon returning to the residence, they encountered Elder Lu hurrying towards them. Seeing Su Zhiqing, Lu Youjiao bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Taoist Su." "Miss Cheng." Su Zhiqing nodded, puzzled, and inquired, "Elder Lu, you seem rather rushed. Is there a disturbance outside the city?" Upon hearing his question, Lu Youjiao nodded repeatedly, revealing no intention to conceal anything. "Do not be alarmed, Brother Su. It seems there has been a mutiny within the Mongolian forces, likely related to your and the leader's actions last night regarding the grain supplies." "Mutiny?" Upon hearing this term, Su Zhiqing envisioned the chaotic scene of soldiers turning against one another, a sight he had only heard of but never witnessed. Indeed, Lu Youjiao nodded once more, but just as he was about to elaborate, Guojing and Huang Rong approached. Su Zhiqing also heard their footsteps and turned to see Guojing eagerly inquiring about the situation. "Leader Lu, what has transpired?" Lu Youjiao recounted his earlier conversation with Su Zhiqing to Guojing. As he finished, Guojing solemnly asked, "Did the garrison within the city take the opportunity to pursue the enemy?" Su Zhiqing recalled this detail and turned to Lu Youjiao, eager to know if the soldiers within the city had ventured out. "Well, General L suggested that the Mongolian army's actions might be a ruse. Thus no troops were dispatched. By the time we decided to send reinforcements, it was already too late. We merely caught wind of the mutiny within the Mongolian encampment." Su Zhiqing noted a glimmer of disappointment in Guojing's eyes upon hearing Lu Youjiao's words. He too felt a twinge of dismay. Had the Mongolian camp truly experienced a mutiny, the Song forces could have seized the opportunity to achieve a more significant victory. Despite his disappointment, Guojing nodded in agreement with Lu Youjiao's assessment. "Yesterday, we only burned the grain supplies and did nothing else. Perhaps the Mongolians were indeed employing a stratagem." After stating this, he inquired, "Have we captured any Mongolian soldiers?" "Yes, we managed to apprehend one Mongolian soldier, but he appears somewhat unusual." Guojing, puzzled, asked, "Unusual?" Lu Youjiao replied, "He seems almost dazed, speaking incoherently." "Leader, you shall see for yourself shortly. My disciples are bringing him in now." Guojing nodded. "Let us proceed to the hall." The group entered the hall together. Just as they settled in, they heard a commotion outside. Su Zhiqing turned to see two disciples from the beggars' sect escorting a Mongolian soldier who was being pushed and prodded into the room. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Youjiao remarked, "Leader, this is the one we captured." Guojing and the others looked over and observed that the Mongolian soldier's gaze was unfocused, muttering incessantly. Once the disciples brought him in, they stood aside. Guojing approached, ready to inquire, when suddenly the Mongolian soldier noticed something, let out a loud cry, "Jigu!" His eyes rolled back, and his body began to convulse. Within moments, he collapsed, lifeless. The two disciples holding him were taken aback, while the others wore expressions of confusion. Guojing, following the soldier's gaze, turned to Su Zhiqing. Su Zhiqing, seeing Guojing's look, asked in bewilderment, "Brother Gua, how did this soldier die? What did he say?" Guojing regarded Su Zhiqing with a mixture of suspicion and contemplation. He spoke in Mongolian, which translates to ghost or demon in our language. "It seemed as though upon seeing you, he was terrified to death." In the hall, upon hearing Guojing's words, the people turned their gaze towards Su Zhiqing. Huang Rong looked at Su Zhiqing's face and reproached Guojing, saying, "Husband, do you truly believe someone like Shidi resembles a ghost?" Indeed, that Mongolian soldier was quite mad. After hearing Huang Rong's words, Guojing nodded in agreement. He thought to check the Mongolian soldier once more and found that he had indeed died of fright. How strange. He pondered, last night, we did nothing extraordinary, did we? Upon hearing Guojing's confusion, Su Zhiqing fell silent, for he had done nothing either. Huang Rong, however, seemed indifferent, stating, "Forget it, he was merely an ordinary soldier. We wouldn't glean any information from him anyway. If he has perished, then so be it." Guojing responded with a sound of acknowledgement, instructing the disciples of the beggar's sect to take the body away. Elder Lu felt somewhat awkward. How unfortunate that a Mongolian soldier had died the moment he was brought in. Alliance leader, sect leader. "I shall venture outside the city to see if we can capture another," he said hurriedly before departing. Elder Lu. Huang Rong found herself at a loss for words, but refrained from further comment. As Su Zhiqing contemplated whether to leave as well, he noticed Guofu entering, cradling a wailing child. "Mother, mother, my sister has been crying, and I cannot soothe her. Is she hungry?" Upon seeing Guofu, Su Zhiqing hesitated to suggest leaving directly. After entering, Guofu placed the child beside Huang Rong. Following her, two others entered, Wu Duanru and Wu Xiaowen. The moment they stepped in and spotted Su Zhiqing, their expressions changed dramatically. "You foul Taoist, it's you?" Su Zhiqing had yet to respond. Upon hearing Wu Duanru and Wu Xiaowen's words, Guojing's expression darkened immediately. He scolded them fiercely. Kneel. Wu Duanru and Wu Xiaowen, bewildered by Guojing's wrath, were taken aback. Wu Xiaowen, feeling wronged, exclaimed, "Master, it was him. He attacked us in the Qinghua Valley." Seeing Wu Xiaowen still blaming Su Zhiqing, Guojing's anger flared. "Are you refusing to heed my words?" Wu Xiaowen intended to retort, but Wu Duanru quickly pulled his brother down to kneel. Observing the two brothers kneeling, Guojing's anger subsided slightly as he admonished, "You are not to kneel to me, but to your master Su." Wu Xiaowen gazed at Guojing in disbelief, and even Wu Duanru was perplexed, still disobedient. As Guojing prepared to unleash his fury again, the two brothers had no choice but to shift their knees to face Su Zhiqing. Seeing this, Su Zhiqing also rose to his feet. "Brother Guo, Brother Su, please hold your tongue for now." Guojing raised his hand to halt Su Zhiqing's words and commanded Wu Duanru and Wu Xiaowen, "Bow." At this point, Wu Duanru and Wu Xiaowen were unwilling to comply. "Master, why?" "Humph." Guojing let out a cold snort. "Why? Did you think it was I who rescued you last night? Had it not been for Brother Su, who risked his life to infiltrate the Mongolian camp and burn their supplies, not only would you have perished, but even I might not have returned." After finishing, he spoke in a solemn tone. "Why are you not bowing your heads?" Wu Duanru and Wu Xiaowen could hardly believe it was Su Zhiqing who had saved them. Yet they still inclined towards Su Zhiqing in reverence. No need for that. Su Zhiqing gently avoided their gestures of respect. "Senior brothers, their capture by the King of the Golden Wheel was partly due to my actions. Thus, it is only right that I should rescue them." He was reluctant to see Do Wu and Xiao Wu forced into such a position of submission. "Brother Su, the past events are not solely your fault. It was their indiscretion, and I also failed to educate them properly," Guojing remarked. "Your reprimanding them is indeed justified." Afterward, he turned to Dao Wu and Xiao Wu, chiding, "What are you hesitating for? Bow your heads." Do Wu and Xiao Wu dared not defy Guojing's command and promptly knelt before Su Zhiqing. "Enough, enough." Su Zhiqing, witnessing their actions, felt a sense of helplessness and approached to help them rise. Once they were on their feet, he turned back to Guojing. "Brother Guo, this is sufficient. Please refrain from scolding them." Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, Guojing softened his tone. "Brother Su, this is only right. Had it not been for your ingenious plan and your willingness to face danger, how could they have been saved? Brother, the events of last night are now behind us. The root cause lies in my disciple's immaturity in abducting little Guoxiang." As he spoke, he noticed Guojing's expression darken, and he let out a long sigh. "It is all my fault. Otherwise, Guer would not have acted so recklessly." Chapter 116. The Innocent Evacuation of the Allies. Su Zhiqing returns to the mountain upon hearing Guojing's self-reproach. Su Zhiqing felt a mix of amusement and admiration. While some individuals instinctively seek to evade responsibility, often scapegoating others, Guojing stood apart from this crowd. Nevertheless, Su Zhiqing preferred not to dwell on this matter with Guojing. "Well, Brother Guo, Yang Guo is both my disciple and your nephew. His mistakes are a shared burden for us. Fortunately, he has not committed any grave transgressions." Su Zhiqing expressed, relieved that Yang Guo had not acted out of rage. as one could only imagine the consequences if Guixiang were to come to harm. He genuinely did not know how he would face Guijing in such a case. Guijing nodded in agreement, pondering, indeed. Otherwise I would be at a loss on how to confront him. Noticing Guijing's contemplative demeanor, Huang Rong inquired of Su Zhiqing, Brother Su. Where did Guer go after parting ways with you? Su Zhiqing replied. He returned to Zhongnan Mountain. He glanced at Guijing and Huang Rong, then softly added. He mentioned he intends to seek out Master Qiu to inquire about the nature of his father. His words once again cast a shadow of self-blame over Guijing. Alas, it is my fault. Had I kept my brother by my side, perhaps I could have altered his fate. Su Zhiqing chose to disregard Guijing's lamentation. Brother Gua, I made him certain promises when we parted. Upon seeing the earnest look in Guijing's eyes, he continued, if, after learning about his father, he still chooses the path of vengeance, I will refrain from intervening. This statement seemed to stir a sense of disbelief in Huang Rong and Guijing. Huang Rong cautiously probed, Brother Su, do you possess knowledge of Guiter's father's demise? Su Zhiqing chuckled lightly, Sister-in-law, there is no need for your probing. I am indeed aware of his father's death. In fact, I believe he had it coming. It is a pity for my disciple's mother and for him. The former devoted her life in vain, while the latter clings to the illusion of his father being a hero. Curiosity flickered in Guijing and Huang Rong's eyes as they pondered how Su Zhiqing had come to know of Yang Kang's death, a matter that only the two of them should have been privy to. Oh, right, and there is also the foolish girl, Huang Rong thought to herself, then attempted to inquire further. Junior brother, have you perhaps met my father and the foolish girl? Upon hearing Huang Rong's question, Su Zhiqing discerned her thoughts. Sister-in-law, it was not the foolish girl who informed me, though I have indeed encountered both Master Huang and the foolish girl. With that, Su Zhiqing deftly shifted the conversation. I wonder how my disciple will plan his course of action upon discovering the truth about his father. Guijing sighed heavily at this. I worry that Guer may be unable to bear such a blow. Su Zhiqing could only feel a sense of helplessness. Shouldn't there be greater concerns? For instance, the possibility of Yang was seeking vengeance and straying down a dark path. He wished to steer clear of discussing Yang Gua further, feeling overwhelmed. Brother Gua, let us defer our discussion of Guer until we see him again. The immediate concern lies with the Mongolian advance. It is akin to the current situation in the Mongolian encampment. If, dear brother, you possessed an army, would you not assault the Mongolian camp? Guijing. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing mention the battles between Mongolia and the southern Song, momentarily set aside thoughts of Yang Gua. After some contemplation, he smiled and inquired, Brother Su, are you testing me? After his laughter subsided, he pondered earnestly. Given the circumstances, if the reports of turmoil within the Mongolian camp were indeed true, if an explosion had occurred, I would certainly lead my troops to attack them. He articulated the rationale for such an offensive. The chaos ensuing from an explosion would create a terrifying scenario, with individuals engaging in frenzied mutual slaughter. Apart from the commander and the personal guards, none would be in a lucid state. At such a moment, a small force could decisively annihilate them. Su Zhiqing fell into deep thought, then suddenly posed another question. Brother Gua, why is General L reluctant to grant you command of the troops? With your capabilities, surely you could wield the army more effectively? His inquiry rendered Guijing momentarily speechless. Su Zhiqing remained patient, silently awaiting Guijing's response. Eventually, after a lengthy silence, Guijing spoke again. Brother Su, I stand as a commoner, neither a civil official nor a military general. How could I possibly lead the Song troops in a battle? Furthermore, it is not merely a matter of capability. Commanding an army and navigating the intricacies of court politics are, in truth, two disparate realms. Speaking at length might only confuse you further. The paramount concern is our collective resistance against the Mongols. Su Zhiqing, upon hearing Guijing's words, found himself similarly silenced. He sighed inwardly. He had many thoughts to express, yet Guijing's insights led him to believe he could not alter the current state of affairs. Thus, he refrained from further discourse. Ultimately, he asked, Brother Gua, if I were to command an army, would you be willing to assist me? This question caused a subtle shift in Guijing's expression. Brother Su, what do you mean by that? Su Zhiqing smiled but did not respond, instead shifting the topic. Brother Gua, what are your thoughts on the Mongolian nation and the southern Song? What is your perspective on the common people of the world? This inquiry left Guijing somewhat perplexed. What else was there to consider? The Mongolian nation and the Song had a pact, pledging not to engage in hostilities. Yet the Mongols had descended upon the Song, betraying their agreement. They are in the wrong. Su Zhiqing, upon hearing Guijing's characterization of their actions as wrong, found himself at a loss for words. This was not the perspective he sought. He turned to Huang Rong, who, catching Su Zhiqing's gaze, offered a resigned smile before leaning in to whisper something in Guojing's ear. It was then that Guojing realized. Brother Su, so you wish for me to evaluate the two nations? Noticing Su Zhiqing's unwavering gaze, Guojing cleared his throat. There is little to commend the Mongolian nation. They are domineering and possess formidable military prowess. They are an army on horseback, swift as the wind and fierce as fire in their raids. They are virtually unstoppable on the plains. Surely, Brother Su, you can discern this. Su Zhiqing tugged at the corner of his mouth. He had little insight into the Mongolian army, and even less understanding of Mongolia itself. Brother Gua, please continue. Guojing nodded. However, they are exceedingly brutal and oppressive. Those who dare to defy their commands are met with servitude at best, and beheading at worst. Su Zhiqing nodded gently, recalling the savagery of the Mongolian soldiers and their merciless treatment of those not of their kin. And what of the Southern Song? He inquired. The Southern Song is our Han nation, predominantly urban and focused on agriculture and trade, allowing its people to live in peace during times of tranquility. It is quite commendable. Yet, compared to Mongolia, the Southern Song is indeed feeble. However, if we fortify our cities, we can surely prevent Mongolia from advancing southward. Guojing's tone grew resolute as he spoke, seemingly addressing both Su Zhiqing and himself. Su Zhiqing felt that Guojing was merely placating him. So he casually posed a question, Brother Gua, what if Xiangyang city falls to the Mongols? This time, Guojing's response was calm rather than forceful. As long as the city stands, its people remain. If the city falls, so too do its inhabitants. Su Zhiqing sighed inwardly at the thought of Guojing's fate. And the common folk? He pondered. To be honest, I am unsure of what to say about them. I merely believe that if they have enough to eat and wear, they are fortunate. Do you think the common folk have enough to eat and wear? Su Zhiqing asked Guojing. Guojing smiled wryly. Were it not for war, they might, but conflict has shattered their lives. And what of wars between nations? Within a nation, it is perhaps the struggle of class. Su Zhiqing sighed again within, recognizing that the brutality of war is visible to the naked eye, while the cruelty of class struggles often eludes common perception. For instance, the people of the Southern Song toil tirelessly throughout the year, only to find themselves deprived of adequate clothing and food. They cultivate the land and sow the seeds. Yet the fruits of their labor fill the pockets of the great men. What they receive is merely the gracious reward from these great men. To make matters worse, these great men expect gratitude in return. In the past, even when contemplating these injustices, he felt no inclination to instigate change, for the wheels of time are not for him to turn. However, a sudden thought struck him. What if he chose not to halt the wheel's rotation, but to give it a vigorous push? What would be the outcome? As Su Zhiqing pondered these thoughts, he heard Guojing's voice break through his reverie. Brother Su, do you harbor other thoughts? Su Zhiqing was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled. Indeed, I have some thoughts, though they may seem distant. One day, when the time is right, I shall share them with you. Su Zhiqing understood that being enigmatic could be unsettling. Yet, there were certain matters he felt were not suited for the present moment. He certainly could not express his view that he held little regard for the Southern Song, or that he did not wish for Mongolian rule. Sharing such sentiments with Guojing might provoke a formidable response, perhaps even a display of the legendary 18 dragon-subduing palms. Su Zhiqing, taking on the role of a riddle master, felt confident that Guojing would not be displeased, unlike others. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Guojing nodded in understanding and remarked, Then I shall await the day you speak of, brother. Su Zhiqing acknowledged this with a nod. Just as he did so, Guojing suddenly said, Brother Su, as the chief disciple of the Quanzhen sect, you are destined to succeed as the leader. Although the Quanzhen sect resides within Mongolian territory, I firmly believe in the unwavering spirit of resistance against the Mongols among its members. I hope, dear Brother Su, that you will uphold this resolve in the future. Su Zhiqing smiled brightly at this. Did Guodegu truly believe he would side with the Mongols? He shook his head and reassured, Brother Gua, please rest easy. The Quanzhen sect stands united against the Mongols. There will be no change. As soon as he finished speaking, Guojing patted him on the shoulder, saying, I trust you. Su Zhiqing was uncertain whether Guojing's trust was genuine or feigned. He felt a desire to take his leave, for he had little else to discuss. Before he could voice this, Guojing suggested they ascend the city wall for a view. Su Zhiqing contemplated for a moment before agreeing, opting not to bring his junior sister along, as she had been quite ill the previous day, and he wished to spare her further discomfort. Upon reaching the city wall, Su Zhiqing and Guojing stood side by side. Their gazes fell upon the Mongolian encampment, which appeared unusually tranquil today. It resembled an abandoned settlement. Su Zhiqing, puzzled, noted the eerie silence that enveloped the camp. Even Guojing found it perplexing. While some soldiers had indeed retreated, it was unlikely that all had deserted. There should still be some generals and their guards remaining. Furthermore, if the camp had not been ambushed by other forces, the commanders would typically regroup their soldiers at the break of dawn. Yet, this encampment seemed devoid of life. Surely, it cannot be entirely deserted? Zhiqing murmured. Quanzhen frowned. Could this be a cunning ploy by the Mongols? His skepticism grew. After all, they had not engaged in any significant actions the previous day. How could the Mongolian army have simply retreated? He found himself pondering the soldiers' whispered mention of a demon. Turning to Zhiqing, Quanzhen inquired, Brother Su, do you still dare to accompany me to the Mongolian encampment today? What is there to fear? Zhiqing shook his head, and together they descended the city wall. They procured 2 swift steeds. Leader, Taoist Su, do take care. Liu Youjiao cautioned as he observed their intention to explore the Mongolian camp. He felt compelled to offer a warning, but refrained from voicing it. Among the troops, only a few disciples of the beggars' sect lingered at a distance from the Mongolian encampment, hoping to capture any straggling soldiers. They were not inclined to probe the Mongolian camp themselves. The guards of Xianyang City, lacking orders from their commander, dared not venture outside the city walls. Zhiqing nodded in acknowledgement, and he and Quanzhen mounted their horses and rode away. Upon reaching a safe distance from the Mongolian encampment, they tethered their horses and stealthily approached the outer perimeter of the camp. Zhiqing turned his head and noticed that there were no patrolling soldiers outside the Mongolian camp. Brother Gua, if they are employing a strategy, what might it be? Quanzhen replied softly. The leader of the Liu faction has already sent scouts, and they have confirmed that there are no Mongolian soldiers lying in ambush around the camp. Furthermore, there are signs of a large army's retreat. If this is indeed a ploy by the Mongols, they should have set traps within the tents. However, I cannot fathom the reasoning behind this. Quanzhen had never encountered such a situation in previous battles. This truly resembled an abandoned encampment. Upon hearing Quanzhen's words, Zhiqing remarked quietly, regardless, let us proceed cautiously and investigate. After Quanzhen nodded in agreement, he added, you watch the south while I observe the north. Let us split up. If there is an ambush, we shall retreat. Quanzhen responded solemnly, whatever the outcome, we shall regroup here in half an hour. Zhiqing nodded, then rode off towards the southern part of the Mongolian camp. Once inside, he carefully poked his way through a yurt and glanced inside, finding it devoid of any ambush. He continued to check each yurt, discovering they were all empty, without a trace of the supposed ambush. Upon inspecting the location of the supplies, he found that the provisions had been burned, confirming that the Mongolian camp was indeed deserted. He chose not to regroup with Quanzhen, but instead let out a long whistle. Shortly thereafter, Quanzhen appeared. Su, I feared you had fallen into an ambush. Not at all. I found no soldiers in that direction. Neither did I. With this in mind, it was evident that the Mongolian soldiers had indeed withdrawn. Yet it remained a mystery what events transpired last night besides their own presence. Zhiqing did not dwell on his own circumstances. Instead, he considered the departure of the Mongolian army from Xianyang City to be fortuitous. After assisting Quanzhen in rescuing Dai Wu and Xiao Wu, he contemplated returning to Zhongnan Mountain with Xiao Longnu. He intended to refine his sword techniques to better suit military needs. Regrettably, he had not acquired the iron sand palm skill from Qiu Qianxi and would have to seek guidance from Master Yi Deng. With the Mongolian soldiers besieging the city yesterday, he had decided to temporarily remain and assist Quanzhen. Now that the Mongolian soldiers had departed, he had ample reason to leave Xianyang City. Brother Gua, we should return and inform the leader of the Liu faction about the Mongolian army's retreat. Very well. Upon returning to the city, Zhiqing instructed Quanzhen to notify Liu Youjiao, while he himself refrained from going. He turned and made his way back to his residence. Upon arriving, he found Xiao Longnu and his junior sister engaged in cheerful conversation. As he approached, they quickly changed the subject. Zhiqing lightly cleared his throat, indicating he had no intention of prying. Enough chatter. Let us tidy up and prepare to depart. Ah, brother, are we leaving now? Indeed. The Mongolian soldiers seem to have retreated for unknown reasons, and it is the perfect opportunity for us to return to Zhongnan Mountain. Yes, let us hurry back. This Xianyang city is far from pleasant. Cheng Jiayao recalled the scene beneath the city wall from the previous day, finding no pleasure in remaining there. Little Dragon Maiden felt similarly. After Zhiqing and another companion had finished packing, he led the 2 women to seek out their elder sister-in-law. Initially intending to visit Huang Rong directly, he reconsidered, feeling it inappropriate for a lone man to frequently seek the company of a woman. Thus, he returned to the courtyard to organize their belongings before proceeding. As Zhiqing accompanied the 2 women to another courtyard, they unexpectedly encountered Guofu. Before she could speak, noticing their laden backpacks, Guofu inquired, Little uncle, are you departing? Su Zhiqing nodded and casually asked, "Where is your mother?" "Mother is nursing my younger siblings," she replied. "Oh, then I shall wait for her. Once your sister-in-law is done, please ask her to come out," he requested, wishing to avoid further conversation with Guofu, as the memory of their earlier encounter filled him with embarrassment. Observing Su Zhiqing's averted gaze, Guofu quickly comprehended the situation. With a light laugh, she responded, "I'll go inform my mother now." With that, she turned and left. After Guofu departed, Su Zhiqing glanced at Little Dragon Maiden and his younger sister. Noticing their whispered exchange, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you two gossiping about me?" "Not at all." Both Little Dragon Maiden and Cheng Jiayao replied in unison. Just as Su Zhiqing was about to inquire further, Huang Rong emerged from the room, cradling an infant. Upon seeing him, she asked, "Su Shidi, why are you leaving?" "Sister-in-law, I initially intended to stay and assist Brother Gua in dealing with the Mongolian army. However, after visiting with him, we discovered that the Mongolian forces had inexplicably retreated. Given that there are urgent matters back at the sect, I decided to take my leave." Su Zhiqing explained, bowing slightly. "Since I have the opportunity to see you, we shall take our leave now. I kindly ask you to inform Brother Gua when he returns." After politely declining Huang Rong's invitation to stay, Su Zhiqing mounted his horse alongside Little Dragon Maiden and his younger sister, departing the estate. Upon passing through the city gates, he noticed that Guojing was absent, reflecting on the time he had spent preparing an explanation. As the trio left Xiangyang, they made their way directly back to Zhongnan Mountain. Half a month later, they arrived at the foot of Zhongnan Mountain. No sooner had they returned to their courtyard than Su Zhiqing was summoned by a messenger from his master. Chapter 117. The Ultimate Task. Unification of the World. As Su Zhiqing arrived at the tranquil courtyard, he was met by his master, who stood at the entrance awaiting his arrival. Before he could utter a word, his master gestured for him to approach. Upon reaching his master, he heard a deep sigh and the words, "You have come at a fortuitous moment. Your disciple has been in the main hall for 3 days without sustenance." Upon hearing his master's mention of Yanggua, Su Zhiqing turned his gaze towards the hall, where he caught sight of Yanggua's silhouette. A brief glance revealed that Yanggua was facing the earthen idol, his back to the entrance of the main hall, sitting there motionless. "Master, when did he become like this?" Su Zhiqing inquired. "It was shortly after he returned from visiting your esteemed Uncle Chiu," his master replied. Sun Buer, equally concerned, cast a worried glance at Yanggua in the hall. She spoke gently. "Not long after he arrived at the sect, he expressed a desire to meet your Uncle Chiu, who was unfortunately in seclusion and unable to see him. He waited outside, and just a few days ago, your Uncle Chiu concluded his retreat and agreed to meet him. Ever since that encounter, your disciple has been practicing swordsmanship fervently throughout the night, only to retreat into the main hall and sit there, utterly still." Having shared this, Sun Buer turned to Su Zhiqing, asking, "What has happened to him? He ignores my inquiries and refuses to eat or drink." She sighed, "Thank heavens you have come today. I fear if this continues, he may not only weaken but also suffer greatly." Su Zhiqing understood the implications in his master's words. Those who cultivate internal energy are, if nothing else, far superior in withstanding hunger compared to those who practice external skills. Even a practitioner like Guojing would struggle to unleash a powerful strike after 3 days without food or water. In response to his master's query, Su Zhiqing replied softly, "What else could it be? He has come to understand the true nature of his father. He has always believed that his father was a paragon of virtue, a noble hero with exceptional martial prowess. Yet, the reality is starkly different. His father has committed countless wrongdoings, which stand in stark contrast to the idealized image he held. How could he possibly reconcile this?" His tone was light, suggesting a lack of concern for his disciple. It was not that he was unconcerned. Rather, he believed Yanggua could navigate this turmoil on his own. "You speak as if he is not your disciple," Sun Buer chided, her voice tinged with reproach. "Regardless of what kind of person his father may be, he remains my cherished disciple. I now assign you a task. No matter what, ensure he consumes something." Su Zhiqing acknowledged her command with a simple He understood that while Yanggua possessed considerable inner strength, 3 days without nourishment would take a toll on his body. Even someone as robust as Guojing would find it nearly impossible to muster the energy for a single strike after such deprivation. With these thoughts, Su Zhiqing stepped into the main hall, positioning himself beside Yanggua. He observed the interior, where the idol of Tai Ching was enshrined, a depiction of the 3 purities central to the Quanzhen sect's beliefs. After a moment of contemplation, he lowered his gaze to his disciple, whose eyes were firmly shut. "Your Uncle Gua is aware of your plight. He stated that if you sought revenge against him, he would not retaliate. You should know the kind of person he is. He takes upon himself the responsibility for everything, whether or not it concerns him. Regarding your father's affairs, he always feels he has not done enough. And as for your situation, he never blames you for taking the child away. Su Zhiqing rambled on, speaking of Guijing without uttering a word to him. He believed that even if Yang Guo were to meet Guijing and inquire, Guijing would indeed think he had said those things. He spoke without regard for his disciple's expression, glancing around the grand hall while weaving truths and fabrications. However, he hoped that when you sought revenge, it would be after he had repelled the Mongolian army. He also wished to contribute to the Southern Song, or more accurately, to the tens of thousands of citizens of Xianyang and the other common folk behind them. There is one more thing I wonder if your uncle Gua has told you. Your name was given by him. Surname Yang, given name Gua, courtesy name Kaiji. You foolish uncle. I hope that in the future, you do not repeat your father's mistakes, remaining unrepentant. As Su Zhiqing said this, he gently patted his disciple's shoulder. The only thing I can impart to you is this. You have already learned from your Qiu Shibua what kind of person your father was. Do you know who despises the thought of your revenge the most? Yang was suddenly inquired. Who? Su Zhiqing, hearing Yang was voice, which was as hoarse as Qiu Qianqi's, shook his head and sighed. It is your mother. She is the most pitiful one. Since she met your father, she has never known a moment of happiness. Your mother is an exceedingly kind woman. Encountering your father was like a punishment from heaven. If she were to discover your intention to kill your uncle Gua, she might very well take your life and then end her own. After saying this, he patted his disciple's shoulder once more. The way you are now worries your grandmaster. Once you have come to terms with this, eat and drink something, and then contemplate your next steps. After Su Zhiqing finished speaking, he did not wait for his disciple's response and departed on his own. As he stepped out of the grand hall, he caught sight of his master's concerned gaze. How is he? He should come to an understanding. What does should mean? It means he will understand. Just as he finished speaking, he heard footsteps and turned to see Yang Guo approaching step by step. Then he knelt before Sun Buer with a thud. Disciple's unfilial behavior has caused concern for the grandmaster. He knocked his head against the ground with a resounding thud. After finishing, Yang Guo faced Su Zhiqing. Master, I have troubled you. Another thud echoed as he bowed again. Sun Buer, observing the flicker of color returning to Yang Guo's eyes after he had finished bowing, quickly stepped forward to support him. Silly disciple, you are my good disciple. It is good that you have come to understand. After Sun Buer spoke, she gently caressed the bloodstains on Yang Guo's forehead. Did it hurt from the bowing? Next time, don't foolishly bow in gratitude. Do you think I lack your head? Quickly, get up. As she spoke, she noticed Su Zhiqing standing there in a daze and promptly chided him. Why aren't you preparing something for your disciple? Oh dear. Su Zhiqing hurried off to prepare some meals, truly forgetting his own disciple in light of his new apprentice. After he brought back some plain porridge and vegetables, he was met with another round of scolding from his master. Prepare something nourishing. My dear apprentice has gone without food for 3 days. Hurry and change it. Su Zhiqing could only smile wryly. A person who has been hungry for too long should not be suddenly subjected to a grand feast. Moreover, master, you are a monk. Surely, you understand what constitutes nourishing food. This was a thought Su Zhiqing dared only entertain silently, for he did not have the courage to voice it. Master, this is already prepared. I enjoy eating vegetables with plain porridge. Yang Guo interjected as he took the bowl and devoured the contents. Su Zhiqing gently reminded, eat slowly. You should. Yet before he could finish, he was met with a fierce glare from his master. Get lost. Stay away. All right, understood. In Qingzhou Garden, Cheng Jiayao, upon seeing her senior brother enter the courtyard, inquired with curiosity, didn't Team Master summon you for something urgent? Why are you back so soon? I resolved it and returned. Su Zhiqing replied, glancing around. Where's Sister Long? Oh, I forgot to mention, Sister Long went back to the rear mountain first. She needs to tidy up her room. Su Zhiqing nodded, recalling that it had rained a few days prior on Zhonganshan, making the air quite humid. If the bedding in the room was not attended to, it would likely become moldy. Senior brother, if you have no other matters, let us go find Sister Long. Let us go. Cheng Jiayao eagerly linked her arm with Su Zhiqing's, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards his vital areas. During her conversation with Sister Long, she had learned about what she had caught that day. Her eyes lingered, her mind racing with thoughts. Could that area possibly contain bones? How could it be as hard as a dagger? What are you thinking? Su Zhiqing, noticing his junior sister's distracted gaze, playfully pinched her nose to bring her back to reality. I wasn't thinking of anything, she exclaimed, laughing. The two chatted merrily and soon returned to the rear mountain. Upon arrival, Su Zhiqing discovered a new wooden house had appeared in the area. Puzzled, he saw Lu Wushuang emerge from the structure, followed closely by Cheng Ying. Upon seeing Cheng Ying, Su Zhiqing recalled that he had not spotted her at Yang Guo's side. It seemed Cheng Ying had come to find her cousin. Yet, Didn't Zhiqing intend to confront Li Macho? Contemplating this, he noticed the two women looking his way and took the initiative to speak. Miss Wushuang, Miss Cheng. It has been a while. Su Daozhong. Lu Wushuang and Zhiqing had at least met a few times, while Zhiqing had only seen him once previously. Both women bowed respectfully. Su Zhiqing nodded slightly, surprised to find that these two had built a wooden house here. It was indeed curious that this quiet rear mountain was gradually becoming more populated, and all were women. As he pondered whether they should relocate, he heard Lu Wushuang and Zhiqing ask him in unison, Master Su, have you seen Brother Yang? The two inquired, exchanging glances. Su Zhiqing, upon noticing the situation, immediately became intrigued. He promptly employed his gift of gab, commonly known as idle chatter. Look, I'm his master. How could I return without seeing him? Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, Lu Wushuang and Zhiqing simultaneously asked, what is Brother Yang doing? Their eyes met again as they spoke. Su Zhiqing scrutinized the two, pondering whether they were perhaps telepathically connected twins. He continued his verbal artistry. Your brother Yang, alas, has met with misfortune. He observed the astonishment and concern reflected in their expressions. He continued his nonsensical tale. Zhiqing should be aware. He has taken away Uncle Guo's child. Su Zhiqing cast a sidelong glance at Zhiqing. Isn't that right, Zhiqing? He awaited her nod, not pausing for her response before continuing. It is precisely for this reason that he has been confined by the sect leader, sentenced to 100 years in isolation. The faces of Lu Wushuang and Zhiqing were genuinely alarmed. After their shock, they knelt before Su Zhiqing. Master Su, Brother Yang is your disciple. You must not ignore him. Su Zhiqing spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. I too wish to intervene, but the sect is governed by the sect leader's decree. In truth, I had intended to expel this disciple of mine. Had I done so, the sect leader would not have condemned him to such a fate. Upon finishing, a look of resignation crossed his face, yet his eyes discreetly assessed Lu Wushuang and Zhiqing. The two, consumed by concern, were oblivious to Su Zhiqing's expression. Meanwhile, Cheng Jiayao, who initially believed her senior brother was earnestly discussing Yang Guo's plight, began to harbor doubts upon witnessing his demeanor. Brother seems to be deceiving Miss Wushuang and Miss Cheng. Cheng Jiayao mused. Her curiosity piqued as she wished to see how her brother would proceed with his ruse. Perturbed, Lu Wushuang and Zhiqing, upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, immediately pleaded, Master Su, you must think of a way. You cannot neglect Brother Yang. If he is confined for 100 years, how lonely he will be. What can be done? Su Zhiqing sighed. The sect leader has imprisoned him in a dark and cold cave, where he subsists on plain broth and leftover scraps. His transgressions were grievous. The sect leader forbids any disciples from accompanying him, and that place is only accessible for entry, not for exit. As he spun his tale, he noticed the pallor on Lu Wushuang and Zhiqing's faces. He wondered if he had spoken too frightfully. Promptly, Su Zhiqing sought to amend his words. I discerned a flaw in the sect leader's decree. While disciples of our sect are forbidden to accompany him, those outside our sect may visit. However, once inside, there is no way out, and who would willingly spend a lifetime in such companionship? Cheng Jiayao, listening to her senior brother's chaotic discourse, widened her eyes in disbelief. Observing Lu Wushuang and Zhiqing's expressions, it was evident they still believed her brother's words. Can this be trusted? She could not help but ponder. Is the young girl truly so easily deceived? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she heard both Lu Wushuang and Zhiqing exclaim in unison, I am willing. Cheng Jiayao was taken aback by this revelation, as was Su Zhiqing. Observing the earnest expressions on Lu Wushuang and Zhiqing's faces, he refrained from further jesting and regarded them with utmost seriousness. Are you genuinely willing to accompany my disciple into a dark and frigid cave from which you shall never emerge? As he spoke, his heart brimmed with anticipation. Fixated on their responses, they did not disappoint him. Su Daozhong, I am willing. You must consider this carefully, he cautioned. You are still in the bloom of youth, yet you would choose to wither away in that dark abyss. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, Lu Wushuang inexplicably shed tears. After a brief moment, she softly replied, No one has ever offered to help me in my times of need. It was Brother Yang who extended his hand, never mocking me. He was the first to accompany me back to my hometown to visit my parents. Even if he dwells in a realm of peril, I would willingly join him there. What is a mere cave in comparison? Zhiqing, listening to her junior sister's heartfelt words, felt a pang in her heart, but spoke gently as well. Brother Yang is a person of great loyalty. He should not endure a lifetime alone in that cold and dark cave. I shall accompany him and share in his punishment. Su Zhiqing fell silent, wishing to say more. But upon turning, he heard his junior sister softly sobbing. As he turned back to look at her, she burst into tears, embracing his arm. Brother, you You are a bad person. Su Zhiqing was taken aback. How had he become the villain? He remained silent, yet his junior sister continued to strike him playfully. How could you deceive the kind-hearted Miss Wu Shuang and Miss Cheng? My disciple was never imprisoned, was he? You tricked them. You are a bad person. Hearing her words, Su Zhiqing glanced at Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying, noticing that they seemed to be regaining their composure. He quickly cleared his throat. Congratulations, Miss Wushuang and Miss Cheng. Whatever may happen between you and Guer in the future, as your elder, I shall sincerely bless you both. As for my disciple, as long as you have this choice, I shall always stand by your side. Even if my disciple were to, should he dare to act foolishly, I would certainly knock him unconscious and leave him to you too. As he spoke, an idea struck him. Perhaps he could concoct something to give Yanghua, allowing Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying to perform an antidote act. Just then he noticed his junior sister, with an indignant huff, ask, Brother, are you concocting some mischievous scheme again? No, of course not. You know my character well, don't you? Su Zhiqing thought to himself that his junior sister truly knew him too well. However, he noticed that Cheng Ying and Lu Wushuang, having heard his earlier words, bore no resentment toward him. Instead, they appeared quite delighted. He cast a sidelong glance at his junior sister, realizing she was completely oblivious, yet still stirring up trouble. All right, you two get up. Is that fellow at the Zhiqing courtyard down the mountain? I suppose we should wait for him to arrive. Su Zhiqing initially intended for Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying to seek out Yanghua. He reflected on his own conspicuousness within the sect, and the same applied to his disciples. Would that not evoke envy and resentment, akin to the adage the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam is crooked? Thus, he would become the subject of such envy himself. Observing the two rise obediently, their demeanor now infused with a semblance of respect akin to that shown towards an elder, Su Zhiqing felt a sense of satisfaction. Were it not for concerns regarding his image, he would have declared, You two are officially recognized as the women of my disciples. Seeing their comportment, Su Zhiqing mused about the eloquence he possessed and hoped to traverse Mongolia and the southern Song, persuading them to refrain from conflict, if only through words alone. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a notification echoed in his mind. He glanced at it, his expression shifting to one of resignation. It was a new mission. Random mission, unification of the realm. To navigate Mongolia and the southern Song, persuasion through mere words is insufficient. Only martial prowess can eradicate them and achieve unity. Complete the missions of annihilating the Song and the Mongols, gain 100,000 proficiency points, and an unknown reward. Su Zhiqing surveyed this mission, torn between laughter and tears. He suddenly felt that the tasks assigned to Lin Xiaoying and Wang Chongyang were trivial in comparison. This mission's difficulty was utterly nightmarish. After reviewing it, even the prospect of earning 100,000 proficiency points seemed entirely reasonable. The mission was indeed commendable, offering a substantial number of proficiency points. Alas, he felt as if he were being toyed with. Was he expected to annihilate both factions as if it were child's play? The destruction of a nation is no mere act of slaying an emperor. Su Zhiqing did not become overconfident. In the face of this mission, he found the thought of assassinating emperors trivial. This task felt insurmountable. He was merely relieved that random missions were not compulsory. He could choose to engage with it or not. His curiosity was piqued solely by the unknown reward. What could it possibly be? Chapter 118. 10 Children in One Breath? After completing the task, Su Zhiqing, despite his curiosity about the unknown rewards, never imagined he could accomplish it. He has come to a realization. There is no need for unnecessary chatter. After assisting Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying to their feet, his gaze towards them transformed, resembling that of a future father-in-law. The two women were not only commendable in appearance, but also possessed a kind heart. The only complication was that both had developed affections for Yanghua. If either were to step aside to facilitate the other, TSK, Su Zhiqing pondered why he should fret over his disciples' affairs. Deep down, he harbored a domineering nature. That which belonged to him must remain untouched by others. Dare to encroach, and you shall be met with swift retribution. Su Zhiqing did not worry excessively. Yanghua was still young, with many days ahead. Regrettably, the number of good women one encounters in a lifetime is limited. Missing one may mean never finding another. He sincerely hoped Yanghua would not miss out on these two. As for Guijing, he once suggested that Guifu marry Yanghua. Su Zhiqing had firmly declined, stating unequivocally that he supported the freedom of love and marriage. Such matters should not be dictated by parental force, but rather by one's own affections. His words elicited a long sigh from Guijing, yet his sister-in-law Huang Rong felt it was as it should be. Su Zhiqing considered how quickly his disciple had grown, now nearly as handsome as himself. In matters of romance, he presumed Yanghua had an advantage, for the disciple lacked Su Zhiqing's discipline. Most of his time was dedicated to practicing martial arts with Xiaolong, with the remainder spent brewing honey with his junior sister. He believed he had little time to indulge in romantic entanglements. In the coming days, he intended to refine his swordsmanship. Su Zhiqing felt it prudent to draw from diverse martial arts schools. This way, he would not fear having his techniques countered in combat. Nowadays, duels often involve countering each other's moves. For instance, the battles between Han Qigong and Ouyang Feng were predicated on breaking each other's techniques to inflict damage. Failure to dismantle an opponent's moves would likely result in one's own defeat. As Su Zhiqing contemplated the days ahead, he decided to refrain from teasing Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying. He had previously met with them, but they were delayed by certain matters. He suspected it would not be long before Yanghua would proactively visit the back mountain. By then, he hoped the three of them could cultivate mutual affection, especially between the two women, ensuring that their sisterly bond would not sour over his disciple. That was certainly not a sight he wished to witness. After imparting his counsel to the two, Su Zhiqing gently removed his junior sister from his side, wiping away her tears in the process. Go check if your dragon sister is in her room. Oh, Cheng Jiao obediently complied, heading to the courtyard in search of Xiaolong. Su Zhiqing then instructed Lu Wushuang and Cheng Ying to attend to their own affairs, standing still for a moment. Before long, the junior sister who had gone to the wooden cabin returned. Elder brother, dragon sister is not in her room. However, the bedding in the room was immaculate. A testament to the daily cleaning performed by Grandma Sunday, Su Zhiqing noted her absence and realized that she must be in the ancient tomb. With this thought, he led his junior sister into the crypt. There was no need for torches, for the walls were adorned with luminous lights, illuminating their path. Su Zhiqing first ventured into the room of the little dragon girl, only to find it empty. He then recalled another location and guided his junior sister there. Upon entering, he discovered Grandma Sun conversing with the little dragon girl. He overheard Grandma Sun inquire, "Are you certain?" Not comprehending the full context, he observed the little dragon girl nod in affirmation. With no time for hesitation, Su Zhiqing stepped back apologetically. "I did not intend to eavesdrop. I merely arrived at an inopportune moment." As he spoke, Cheng Jiao joyfully approached Grandma Sunday. The latter, noticing Cheng Jiao's exuberance, affectionately ruffled her hair and produced a small gourd from her belongings. "Here, this is a gift from me to you." Cheng Jiao accepted the gourd, inquiring, "What is inside?" "A queen bee." "A queen bee? Indeed. You mentioned that controlling the jade bees was quite taxing, so I wondered if I could rear a queen within the hive." Grandma Sun's face beamed with pride. "During your absence, I successfully nurtured a queen bee. From now on, you won't need to control so many jade bees at once. Simply command the queen, and she will guide the others to fulfill your desires." "Wow, Grandma, how impressive. I can't believe I didn't think of that." Cheng Jiao's face radiated joy. Clearly enamored with the gift from Grandma Sunday, Su Zhiqing watched this heartwarming scene, equally pleased. Though Grandma Sun considered herself a servant, the bonds shared among her, the little dragon girl, Su Zhiqing, and Cheng Jiao transcended mere duty. They regarded her as family. "Thank you, Grandma. I truly love it." Cheng Jiao expressed her gratitude with delight. Su Zhiqing turned to Grandma Sun, chuckling, "Grandma, this seems rather unfair. My junior sister receives a gift, yet here I am, empty-handed." "Who says you have no gift?" Grandma Sun replied with a smile, then turned to the little dragon girl. "My dear, perhaps you should take him to see." The little dragon girl nodded in agreement, stepping closer to Su Zhiqing and taking his arm. He willingly followed her. "Come with me," she beckoned. Su Zhiqing complied, and after a series of twists and turns, they arrived at a familiar location. Upon seeing the contents stored there, he was taken aback. "This is grain cloth and ironware?" Not far ahead of him lay a substantial cache of grain, ironware, and other regulated items. He even spotted barrels of gunpowder. Upon seeing the barrels, beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. This was indeed a perilous substance. If the gunpowder were to explode within the ancient tomb, it could spell doom for them all. Not even the legendary Wang Chongyang could hope to escape from the earth. Where had such items come from? Su Zhiqing inquired, pointing at the gunpowder barrels, seeking clarification from the little dragon girl. Noticing a tremor in his voice, the little dragon girl responded with curiosity. "What is there to fear about these wooden barrels?" Su Zhiqing, seeing her lack of understanding, explained, "This is gunpowder, explosive gunpowder. While I cannot ascertain the potency of this barrel, in the confined space of our tomb, even a single barrel could entomb us all." As he spoke, he glanced around and realized that all around them was military equipment, including armor. "Dragon girl, what on earth is happening here?" He pondered. These supplies had not existed before. They must have been procured by Granny Sunday. However, how could Granny Sun possess such resources? It was your Uncle Chiu and Uncle Hao who sought out Granny's son, requesting to borrow from our ancient tomb sect. Subsequently, they dispatched individuals to amass various supplies here. The explanation from the little dragon girl clarified Su Zhiqing's confusion. Isn't your ancient tomb sect opposed to outsiders? He questioned. I asked Granny about that too. She said you are the chief disciple of the Quanzhen sect, which does not classify you as an outsider. Therefore, she permitted it. The little dragon girl's voice lowered as she continued. Granny mentioned the primary reason is that you are the husband of our sect's leader. A warm surge welled up in Su Zhiqing's heart. The ancient tomb sect had indeed altered its rules time and again for him. He embraced the little dragon girl and whispered, "Thank you." Beyond those words, he found himself at a loss for how to express his gratitude. We share a bond of life and death. Is there a need for thanks between us? The little dragon girl softly remarked, turning to gaze up at Su Zhiqing. There was also the matter of Granny asking if I was certain. When I said certain, I meant for this very place. She pointed to various locations, her voice gentle. I intend to designate these areas for the storage of supplies. The ancient tomb sect was vast. If filled with resources, it could easily sustain an army of 5,000. The little dragon girl nestled against Su Zhiqing's chest and continued, whatever you undertake in the future, be it grand or trivial, I shall support you from behind. This is all I can do. Beyond that, I am of little assistance. Listening to her tender words, Su Zhiqing gently kissed her forehead and said softly, your actions alone provide me with the greatest support. The Daowu Pavilion belongs to the Quanzhen sect. However, its daily sustenance and attire cannot be compared to that of the Quanzhen practitioners. The disciples of Daowu Pavilion are not ascetics and are free from the constraints of strict rules and regulations. Their daily endeavors primarily involve physical training and cultivating inner strength, focusing on power as the foundation and energy as a supplement. When their strength reaches a sufficient level, they can then replenish their internal energy. If the disciples of Daowu Pavilion were to share the same meals as those of the Quanzhen sect, it would not be long before the tranquility of the Quanzhen disciples' hearts would be disrupted. It is bearable to consume simple vegetables when surrounded by others doing the same. However, enduring the sight of others feasting on sumptuous meats while one subsists on mere greens is a different challenge altogether. Su Zhiqing understands that practicing Taoism often entails renouncing excessive desires. This is exemplified by the Quanzhen sect's precepts, the various prohibitions of the ancient tomb sect, and the warnings against indulgence that he encountered in the Valley of Passion. Su Zhiqing believes that living in this world entails confronting myriad temptations. After all, one is not a sage and cannot easily resist such allurements. He harbors a fondness for a particular sect, albeit not one from the return of the Condor heroes, such as the Xiaoyao sect, which espouses freedom and carefree living. The Xiaoyao sect stands in stark contrast to Taoism. While Su Zhiqing admires aspects of the Xiaoyao sect, he recognizes that excessive indulgence can lead to numerous adverse consequences. For instance, those who succumb to their desires may find themselves unable to lift their heads in the morning. Taoism has its own principles, just as the Xiaoyao sect has its own path. Su Zhiqing possesses a clear understanding that one must navigate within certain boundaries to attain true freedom, rather than leading a life of unrestrained hedonism. There is nothing inherently wrong with cherishing freedom, but a life devoid of restraint is perilous. Su Zhiqing quietly curtails his wandering thoughts as he holds the petite figure of the little dragon girl close to his chest, savoring the authenticity of the moment. After a prolonged silence, he softly confesses, in truth, I find this world rather unappealing. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, the little dragon girl instinctively clings to him, a hint of trepidation in her grasp. Noticing her unease, Su Zhiqing chuckles softly. Do not misunderstand. When I express my disdain for this world, it pertains to the myriad rules that govern it. He continues gently. It is evident that the strong possess the ability to alter these rules. Yet they choose to remain in a place that embodies a so-called seclusion from the world. He harbors a distaste for individuals who, believing they have seen through the superficiality of society, opt to distance themselves entirely from it. In this world, the true mightiest are not the sovereigns or emperors, but the martial artists who have ascended to the pinnacle of their craft. Among those whom Su Zhiqing acknowledges as warriors of this realm, one stands out, Wang Chongyang, who valiantly resisted the Qin dynasty single-handedly and eradicated its notable masters. Although Wang Chongyang aspired to save his nation, his vision was inevitably constrained. Much like that of Gui Jing, Su Zhiqing finds Gui Jing's dedication to his country and willingness to defend Xiangyang commendable. However, he questions whether perpetually bearing the brunt of adversity is not a bit too antiquated. The emperors, various generals, and civil officials of the court are, in the presence of the martial arts elite, as insignificant as mere dust easily dispatched with a single strike. For instance, the enigmatic Huang Loxi, a solitary figure, harbored the intent to assassinate the emperor of the southern Song Dynasty. What formidable skills could the palace guards possibly possess to thwart him? They were utterly incapable of stopping Huang Loxi. Yet, this remarkable individual found himself subdued within the walls of Xianyang. Zhiqing, grappling with the inevitable outcome, felt an insufferable frustration. Each time he pondered this, a sense of indignation welled within him. His suggestion for the Quanzhen sect to engage in military training stemmed from this very sentiment. He harbored disdain for the elevated status of the bureaucrats in the southern Song. While the common folk languished in misery, yet those in power indulged in their comforts. Zhiqing perceived himself as a young idealist, fueled by the glaring injustices around him. Yet no one intervened to instigate change, igniting a fire within his heart. This internal turmoil, exacerbated by his insufficient internal strength, inflicted immense pain upon him. The current state of affairs between the Mongol Empire and the southern Song only intensified this inner blaze. This world was not a conventional historical realm. It was populated by formidable warriors capable of altering the course of events, provided they were employed effectively. Zhiqing found no one to share his thoughts with. He held tightly to the little dragon girl, refraining from disclosing his discontent with the world. In the eyes of Guijing, Huang Rong, and even his master Sun Bu'er, the world seemed entirely normal. If he found it undesirable, perhaps it was he who was the anomaly. He yearned for a world that embraced simplicity. In his vision, a formidable sect would lead, governed by laws that ensured equality for all. Before the law, all were equal, be they leaders of sects or elites from various professions. None could transgress the law. Zhiqing refrained from dismissing those who could elude legal repercussions. If everyone adhered to the law, the nation would resemble not a society of humans, but rather a realm of automatons. Humans possess an innate instinct for self-preservation. When faced with the consequences of their transgressions, they would surely seek to extricate themselves through any means necessary, be it bribery, threats, or other tactics. It is not solely the law, but also a continually evolving system that governs. The leadership of sects should prioritize serving the populace over their own interests. Zhiqing did not disregard those in positions of authority who failed to meet expectations. After all, humans are driven by emotions and desires, not divine beings. Straying from the path is commonplace. It is better to rectify the course than to cling to the flawed. The leadership of sects should contribute to the prosperity of the nation. A nation is not the burden of a single individual, nor is a family solely the responsibility of one. Harmony, kindness, unity, and love. Zhiqing mused. Despite having dwelled in this world for a considerable time, the longer he engaged, the more he found the hidden truths unbearable in the current environment. He recounted the nation of his memories, acknowledging its shortcomings, yet believing that one should not condemn it for minor ailments. To declare it irreparably broken would be unjust. He shared his fondness for the world he had experienced with the little dragon girl in a gentle manner. Unbeknownst to him, as he spoke more, her eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, even radiating a glow, a manifestation of her yearning. After Zhiqing finished speaking in one breath, he himself only realized what he had said. You can consider my words as mere fantasies. Perhaps it was because he had envisioned such a realm that he felt a profound disdain for the southern Song dynasty and the Mongols that surrounded him. He attempted to justify himself, but the little dragon girl gently interjected, "I adore the world you described. It is truly beautiful, so beautiful." Zhiqing was momentarily taken aback, lowering his gaze upon her. "Shall we find a way to align this world closer to that vision?" The little dragon girl softly murmured her agreement. "I am willing to assist you." After she spoke, she suggested, "I believe that sharing the beauty of this world might inspire others to walk this path alongside us. We could even compile your earlier visions into a book to disseminate." Upon hearing this, Zhiqing pondered seriously for a moment before casting a glance at the little dragon girl. Once this book is published, it will undoubtedly be deemed forbidden literature. At that point, we would not only fail in our resistance against the Mongols, but they might very well extinguish us first. Furthermore, even if the book were written, it would be quite difficult to circulate. In this world, there are few readers. Those who are literate typically belong to the ruling class. If they were to read about the realm you describe, their immediate reaction would be to label it heretical, branding the complete reality school as a cult. Such are the ways of the wicked. The little dragon girl listened to Zhiqing's words, unsure of how to respond. Zhiqing, however, gently kissed her again. "We are still young, and time is on our side. We can take our time. Even if we are unable to accomplish our dreams, we can have many children, and our descendants will be endless." While the little dragon girl initially found hope in his words, she soon blushed, contemplating whether they should aim to have a dozen children. Chapter 119. The martial army of the Tao within the ancient tomb. The little dragon maiden shyly nestled into Su Zhiqing's embrace, her mind occupied with his words about having many children. After speaking of endless generations, Su Zhiqing noticed the bashful demeanor of his beloved, who dared not lift her gaze. What occupies your thoughts? Su Zhiqing inquired softly. Do you not wish for this? Upon hearing the teasing lilt in his voice, the little dragon maiden's heart raced. I do not object. I merely do not know how to conceive. Su Zhiqing, amused by her response, chuckled softly and whispered into her ear about their shared cultivation, which inherently involved procreation. But why is there no movement in my belly? The moment the little dragon maiden processed Su Zhiqing's words, she instinctively placed her hand on her abdomen. Seeing her gesture brought him immense joy, and he continued to impart knowledge about the physiological intricacies of men and women. Though his intentions were purely educational, it left the little dragon maiden blushing fiercely, her head buried against his chest, too shy to meet his gaze. How do you possess such knowledge? She asked, bewildered. I am different from others. It is an innate understanding. Su Zhiqing fibbed with a wink. The little dragon maiden pondered his words, then questioned, but after so many days, why has my belly not grown? Is there something wrong with my body? How could there be anything amiss? Conceiving also relies on a measure of fortune. With repeated attempts, one might just succeed. Is that so? She mused, her eyes gleaming with hope as they turned to Su Zhiqing. I wish to bear a child. If not tonight, then perhaps tomorrow morning, tomorrow night, or the day after. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Zhiqing felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart and quickly interrupted her. We must not rush this matter. It requires patience and cannot be pursued daily. In the past, simply being close to the little dragon maiden filled him with joy, especially when sharing dreams and slumber. A happiness too profound for mere words. Yet, maintaining such intimacy constantly, even with the best of intentions, proved challenging for his physique. Once was blissful, twice exhilarating, thrice manageable, but 4 times became rather overwhelming, especially with multiple encounters each day. He resolved to seek a technique that could bolster his vitality and endurance. As he calmed her fears, he heard footsteps approaching from a nearby corridor. Before he could turn, he heard his junior sister calling out, Senior brother, Master Hao has arrived. Understood. Su Zhiqing responded, loosening his embrace and tidying his attire. Let us go meet Master Hao. The little dragon maiden nodded and followed closely by his side. After taking a few steps, they encountered his junior sister, who greeted them as they exited the ancient tomb. Upon emerging, they spotted 2 figures in the distance, an elderly man and a young man. The elder, with white hair and a purple visage, was clad in gray iron armor, a long sword sheathed at his waist. The young man bore a similar appearance to the elder. Su Zhiqing's face betrayed his astonishment at their striking attire. Master Hao and Brother Lu, what brings you here? In the past, Master Hao and Brother Lu both donned Taoist robes, standing at a distance like enlightened beings. However, now they are clad in iron armor, which, in Su Zhiqing's eyes, diminishes their former appearance of transcendence. Yet, an inexplicable aura of sternness surrounds them. Upon noticing the astonishment on Su Zhiqing's face, both Hao Datong and Lu Xiao exchanged knowing smiles. Hao Datong, taking the lead, remarked, Zhiqing, do I not resemble a general in this attire? He spun playfully in front of Su Zhiqing. Observing this, Su Zhiqing nodded earnestly. Indeed. Meanwhile, Cheng Jiayao, standing beside him, found amusement in her former serious master's childlike demeanor. She longed to burst into laughter, but fearing reprimand from her senior, she stifled her mirth. I think it does resemble. After completing his twirl, Hao Datong noticed Cheng Jiao's expression and felt his face flush, realizing he had indeed become more dignified. Fortunately, with his complexion being purple, any blush would go unnoticed. Ahem, Zhiqing, did you not entrust me with the task of training the disciples? After your departure, I pondered that since we are training soldiers, we ought not to employ our traditional methods for disciples. We must adhere to military training protocols. I recalled that soldiers wear iron armor. So I sought out my brother and managed to procure 500 sets of armor. He continued, I then had the disciples trained in their armor, following the military texts to instill unity and execution among them. Listening to Master Hao's words, Su Zhiqing's face lit up with admiration. Master, I had no idea you possessed such military prowess. Had you not chosen the path of a Taoist, you would surely make a commendable general. Hao Datong erupted in hearty laughter. Let us keep such comments between ourselves. We must not share them with the outside world lest we become the subject of ridicule. Beside them, Lu Xiao suppressed a chuckle, aware that Su Zhiqing was oblivious to Master Hao's tendency to boast. Ah, Zhiqing, your timing is impeccable. I have trained the 500 soldiers for quite some time, and now you can assess their progress. Additionally, the selection of another 500 reserves is complete. Once they are integrated, our Quanzhen sect will boast 1,000 soldiers. Su Zhiqing, upon hearing Master Hao's words, felt astonished by the sect's efficiency. In such a short period, they had assembled 500 armored soldiers and 500 reserves. Especially the iron armor, it is much easier to recruit soldiers than to procure armor. An ordinary person, untrained in martial arts, could, while clad in iron armor, effectively surround seasoned martial artists. Generally, proficient experts lack the strength to breach iron armor. He mused that even upon attaining the rank of Grand Master, it would be a formidable challenge to penetrate iron armor. However, those who have reached such heights would not recklessly confront iron with bare hands. They could employ concealed weapons, iron swords, or long knives. Beyond these, there exists an additional system, sound waves. The tide of the Azure Sea composed by Huang Loxi is truly a lethal art shrouded in invisibility. Su Zhiqing contemplated this formidable technique, sensing that it must possess its limitations. Otherwise, it would indeed be terrifying. If one wished to eliminate a target, one could simply approach and unleash a melody that would leave the victim's spirit shaken and utterly defeated. However, the specifics of these limitations were beyond his research, thus remained unknown to him. Should it be feasible, he harbored a desire to acquire this martial skill from Huang Loxi. Su Zhiqing had initiated the training of soldiers not with the intention of assassinating Mongolian generals or southern Song commanders, but rather for the straightforward purpose of capturing cities and territories. Soldiers were merely a means to this end, and he would subsequently require the support of his elders. For after conquering a city, who would govern it? After a moment's reflection, he dismissed these thoughts from his mind. Progress would come step by step. It was premature to contemplate talent when he had yet to secure even a single territory. Having pondered these matters, he turned to Zilongnu and his junior sister and said, "Longer, junior sister, I shall first meet with my uncle to observe the disciples of the Daowu Pavilion." "Very well, you may go," Zilongnu replied before departing with Cheng Jiayao to attend to the jade bees. Intrigued by Su Zhiqing's keen interest in jade bees, she too aspired to make strides in that domain. Hao Datong, observing Zilongnu and Cheng Jiayao's departure, grasped Su Zhiqing's arm and urged, "Come, come, while daylight still lingers. You should take a look." He then added, "I have appointed Ji Jia as the acting vice commander. I have designated him as my assistant." The soldiers of the Daowu Pavilion were neither organized under the Mongolian military structure nor that of the Southern Song. The Mongolian organization was somewhat better, whereas the Southern Song was rather chaotic and included military ranks. The Quanzhen sect was not a nation, thus lacked corresponding official titles. Should they acquire lands in the future, they would naturally establish appropriate positions based on various considerations. To achieve a seamless transition would require an ability to manipulate circumstances with ease. Su Zhiqing reflected on his own capabilities, realizing he lacked such prowess. All he could do was strive to make an effort. The preliminary structure of the Daowu Pavilion was organized into teams, battalions, and armies. He harbored aspirations of implementing a modern military structure, but feared it might be ill-suited to the local context, thus refrained from imposing drastic changes. He aimed to streamline the organization and establish corresponding roles. The Daowu Pavilion was situated atop a mountain not far from the rear hill, with a large encampment of 500 disciples below. Upon hearing from his uncle Hao that Lu Zhijia was the acting vice commander, Su Zhiqing shook his head. Why not appoint Brother Lu directly as the vice commander? Are there not other capable brothers within our sect? 10 individuals formed a team, 10 teams constituted a battalion, and several battalions together formed an army. Su Zhiqing envisioned a maximum of 3,000 soldiers per army, equivalent to 30 battalions. Should the numbers exceed this, he would establish a new army. Su Zhiqing himself did not belong to this structure. The pavilion master had set regulations governing all disciples of the Daowu Pavilion. The situation of training soldiers resembled the Quanzhen sect entrusting its disciples entirely to Su Zhiqing, akin to a private army in the Song Dynasty, an organization solely under his command. Su Zhiqing was uncertain of his elders' thoughts, yet they seemed remarkably at ease. Given the current circumstances, there appeared to be little cause for concern. If he could leverage this opportunity to enhance his capabilities, his masters would undoubtedly rejoice on his behalf. Am I capable of such? Upon hearing Su Zhiqing suggest that he drop the title acting and assume the role of deputy commander, Lu Zhijia felt a pang of anxiety about his competence. Su Zhiqing placed a reassuring hand on Lu Zhijia's shoulder, saying, "Brother Lu, do not doubt yourself. I have observed your managerial prowess, and I firmly believe you will perform far better than you envision. Currently, The position of commander is held in proxy by Hao Datong, with the commander overseeing the daily training of soldiers, while the deputy commander attends to other matters. Su Zhiqing holds Lu Zhijia in high regard, believing that due to the early departure of his master, Brother Lu is well equipped to shoulder significant responsibilities and is indeed trustworthy in executing tasks. After conveying this, Su Zhiqing followed Uncle Hao to the military camp. The camp has long been completed, primarily constructed of wooden cabins. The living conditions here are relatively decent compared to those at the Quanzhen sect. 10 individuals reside within a single wooden cabin, whereas, in the sect, a large communal space could accommodate up to 20. The cabins are quite spacious, yet they feel somewhat cramped with 10 occupants. Su Zhiqing observed this and, after inspecting the soldiers' quarters, proceeded to the mess hall. The mess hall, designed for 500, does not require as many personnel as one might anticipate, but it is still a considerable number. Food is distributed in fixed portions, with designated individuals managing the serving. The kitchen staff, including those cooking, handling the meals, and transporting ingredients, resemble the outer disciples of the sect. Their numbers are similarly substantial. In addition to these, there are medical facilities, public restrooms, and training grounds. After completing his tour, Su Zhiqing gained a clearer understanding of the current military camp. Having assessed the construction of the camp, he prepared to observe the soldiers. Uncle Hao, what is the primary focus of the soldiers' training at present? He inquired. Long spears. Hao Datong replied quietly. You mentioned before that soldiers should use long spears, and I, along with several other masters, had our doubts, but we later had them compete against one another in one-on-one encounters. Regardless of whether it's a long spear or a broadsword, martial prowess takes precedence. However, in squads of 10, when martial skills are equal, the long spear holds a distinct advantage. In formations of 100, those wielding long swords often sustain significant losses upon initial contact, and in close combat, the long spear can be seamlessly transitioned into a close-range weapon. Hao Datong reflected on this, expressing, in battle formations, employing long spears is indeed the correct approach. Thus, we are currently training them in their use. Clad in iron armor and wielding long swords, even I would likely find myself pierced through numerous times. Su Zhiqing chuckled at this remark. Context is crucial. 500 soldiers, when executing a suicidal charge, could easily overwhelm a master. Conversely, a master granted ample space to maneuver would find those soldiers rushing in, only leading to their demise. Su Zhiqing accompanied Uncle Hao to the training grounds, where he beheld the soldiers in practice. There were 1,000 soldiers in total, 500 armored and 500 in plain attire. At that moment, the soldiers were honing their spear techniques. After surveying the scene from an elevated position, Su Zhiqing softly asked, Uncle, are these spear techniques merely foundational skills? Hao Datong sighed upon hearing this. Indeed, our sect possesses only the rudimentary spear techniques. We lack any profound skills. While there are some spear techniques in the martial world, regrettably, they are seldom shared. Even if one desires to learn, it remains unattainable. Su Zhiqing, upon hearing these words, did not express much thought. Despite the Quanzhen sect being the foremost school, its greatest expertise lies solely in swordsmanship. Various types of weaponry exist, and disciples do practice. Yet the mastery of their craft ultimately relies on individual effort. The martial arts of the Quanzhen sect are not disseminated, let alone those of other schools in the martial world. Presently, martial arts belong to a tradition of oral transmission, with no records documented in books. This phenomenon is not unique to the Quanzhen sect. Other sects share the same practice. For instance, some traveling escort families in the martial world pass their skills from father to son, relying on verbal instruction. Even disciples are seldom taught in full. Should there come a day when a father fails to impart his skills to his son before meeting an untimely demise, that martial art is likely to be lost forever. Some may have contingency plans to write down their teachings, while others, more straightforward, may not. However, whether written or not, only the individual knows, as outsiders remain oblivious. Seeing Su Zhiqing silent, Hao Datong gently remarked, in truth, having basic spear techniques suffices. In the clash of armies, amidst the fray, with comrades by one's side and enemies ahead, what use is there for flamboyant spear techniques? In battle, should a comrade sweep their weapon, it may inadvertently fell not the enemy, but a group of allies. Su Zhiqing chuckled at his words, recognizing the wisdom therein. The foundation of spear techniques is indeed sufficient. They should diligently practice thrusting, lifting, and sweeping. Furthermore, it is advisable not to practice in large groups, but rather to divide into companies or half-companies for training. Turning to Lu Zhijia, who was engaged in their conversation, he said, Brother Lu, could you procure some wooden dummies for practice? When the time comes, Let them aim for the dummy's vital points. Lu Zhijia nodded in agreement. After issuing these instructions, he resumed watching. Currently, the captain and vice-captain of the regiment are disciples of the Zhi generation, chosen primarily for their proficiency in spear techniques. Many matters require no prompting from Su Zhiqing for how Datong manages them adeptly. This is entirely reasonable, as appointing disciples of the Qing generation as captains would mean many have yet to solidify their martial foundations. After surveying the military camp, Su Zhiqing noted areas in need of improvement. Many of the necessary changes did not require him to address Hao Shu directly. Once he formalized his plans, he would present them to Hao Shu for implementation. Standing at a vantage point and observing for a considerable time, he turned to his esteemed teacher and said, "Let us pause our observations here." "Very well." Hao Datong nodded in agreement. "Shall we proceed to inspect the Daowu Pavilion?" Su Zhiqing recalled that he would reside in the Daowu Pavilion in the future. Since he was already there, he decided to complete his visit. "All right, let us take a look." In comparison to the military camp, the Daowu Pavilion features relatively few structures, primarily comprising large courtyards enclosing smaller ones. The most prominent structure is the Daowu Great Hall, situated at the center, typically utilized for meetings and the handling of affairs by the sect leader. The hall features a main entrance leading to a rear courtyard. Within this courtyard lies a private garden exclusively for Su Zhiqing. There are no attending servants. The Quanzhen sect merely provides accommodations. Matters requiring attention, such as consultations with Hao Datong or Lu Zhijia, necessitate Su Zhiqing's personal involvement, as he cannot simply dispatch others on his behalf. To the left of the hall is a library, a suggestion from Su Zhiqing, dedicated to enhancing the military acumen of the disciples of Daowu Pavilion. Physical training is paramount, and they are also imparted with knowledge across various domains, such as first aid and survival skills in the wilderness. The right side of the courtyard consists of individual rooms, which will eventually serve as residences for those Su Zhiqing assigns to Daowu Pavilion. After exploring the premises, Su Zhiqing found the day had grown late. With little pressing business at Daowu Pavilion, there was no urgency for him to relocate. Yet, thoughts of the military camp lingered in his mind. After instructing Master Hao and Lu Zhijia to attend to their tasks, he turned and made his way back to the rear mountain. He had initially intended to engage in procreation matters with the little dragon maiden that evening. However, preoccupied with military concerns, he gathered some paper and ink, beginning to draft plans. For instance, he considered a logistics cafeteria, proposing a diverse array of ingredients based on the disciples' training needs. In terms of accommodation, he envisioned bunk beds to provide a comfortable living space for the disciples. Su Zhiqing dedicated time to outline various logistical plans before shifting his focus to military arrangements. He contemplated the practicality of formations, suggesting the use of whistles for assembly instead of vocal commands. As the army's initial training commenced, a phase of adjustment ensued. He resolved to integrate certain modern military practices, aiming to forge a formidable force. Su Zhiqing continued to write by lantern light until midnight, completing his strategic outlines. Upon finishing, he pondered the name for the army. After a moment's reflection, he inscribed the characters Daowu Jun on the paper. Henceforth, the army would be known as the Daowu Army, and informally referred to as the Wu Jun. Su Zhiqing mused, contemplating that once the troops acclimated, they must be led into battle to witness the blood of conflict. Chapter 120. The foundation of Dao and martial arts established, sweeping all in the days to come in the depths of the night. Su Zhiqing finally set down his pen and embraced the little dragon maiden, drifting into a peaceful slumber. At dawn the following day, he rose from his bed and completed his daily tasks. Upon finishing, he noticed that the day was still young and turned his attention to the yin-yang chaotic blade technique. His journey to the Valley of Passion Flowers was solely for this blade technique. Upon mastering this technique, Su Zhiqing found it quite intriguing. The combination of blade and sword yielded formidable power, making it relatively easy to defeat opponents of equal rank. However, this technique bore a critical flaw. It was short. By short, he referred to the brevity of its moves. If the enemy was not vanquished within the first 50 strikes, surrender was inevitable. After the 50 moves, no further techniques were available, transforming ferocity into weakness. Su Zhiqing quickly discerned that this technique had undergone some modifications, likely by Qianqi for Gongsunji. Before the alterations, it could barely execute 30 moves. Despite this, the peculiar combination of blade and sword allowed it to enter the ranks of first-rate techniques, albeit at the lower end. In its current refined state, it could easily crush ordinary first-rate masters, and against slightly stronger foes, it relied on surprise to attempt a decisive blow. Otherwise, the prudent course was to flee. Even so, this technique proved sufficient for military applications, though it required refinement. Overly intricate techniques demanded a higher level of skill from the user. Zhiqing examined the introductory level of the Yin-Yang chaotic blade technique and allocated 10 proficiency points to it. After several days of diligent practice, his proficiency points reached a total of 2,249. With the technique now mastered, he saw a reduction of 10 proficiency points. Upon achieving mastery, Zhiqing allocated an additional 100 points, elevating the technique to an expert level. Without hesitation, he invested another 1,000 proficiency points, instantly advancing the technique to a master level. Drawing from the memories of his blade techniques, he perceived this one as both exquisite and lacking, somewhat superfluous. Fortunately, his goal was to refine the technique, stripping away the unnecessary embellishments and ineffective strikes, retaining only the powerful and impactful moves. In the heat of battle, 50 moves were excessive. Generally, 3 would suffice. Holding a sword in one hand and a blade in the other, Zhiqing practiced the Yin-Yang chaotic blade technique repeatedly. If one were to observe, they would note that in his first iteration, he combined both blade and sword. In the second, he favored the blade while diminishing the swordplay. By the third, he discarded the sword entirely, wielding only the blade. As he practiced, Zhiqing's movement slowed, transitioning from the original 50 moves to 30, and ultimately narrowing down to 10. He still found the number of techniques excessive. In warfare, one does not rely on an extensive repertoire of moves. Typically, 2 or 3 would suffice to fell an opponent. Failing to do so often resulted in the enemy striking first, leaving no opportunity to employ the remaining techniques. After further contemplation, Zhiqing swiftly eliminated the dross from the blade technique, retaining only the most exquisite trio of strikes. The first technique, the Overlord's Mountain Split, strikes toward the opponent's head with a blend of authenticity and deception. Should the opponent lack sufficient strength, they may succumb to the blow. However, if they possess adequate force, they must transition to the second technique, the Yin-Yang reversal. This involves rotating the hilt, allowing the blade to spin back with remarkable swiftness, aiming for the opponent's throat. This maneuver draws inspiration from the blade that is neither blade nor sword within the Yin-Yang chaotic blade method. The brilliance of this technique lies in its unpredictable nature, making it exceedingly difficult for the adversary to discern truth from illusion. If the opponent successfully evades the second strike, they will be subjected to the third technique, the chicken flies and eggs break. This move is specifically designed for those who lean back to avoid the second attack. As they tilt, they leave their lower vital areas unprotected, allowing the blade to spiral downwards, cleaving through their defenses. In essence, these 3 techniques encapsulate the first, which is straightforward yet blended with both truth and deception, the second, which is a blade in disguise, wielded as a sword, and the third, which is sharp and merciless, rendering the opponent helpless. While these 3 techniques may appear simple upon reflection, they demand rigorous practice, particularly in speed. The Overlord's Mountain Split requires a rapid execution, otherwise, it risks becoming an invitation for the opponent. The intricacy of these techniques lies in their transformative nature. If an enemy withstands all 3 moves, they are likely a formidable opponent, beyond the capabilities of an ordinary soldier. Even subsequent techniques, such as the 4th or 5th, would bear little effectiveness. After perfecting these 3 techniques, Zhiqing glanced at the interface, which still bore no record of his martial prowess. He found this unsurprising, as the interface seemed biased, dismissing certain skills from the Tomb sect as unworthy of acknowledgement. Upon returning to his chamber, he meticulously transcribed these 3 techniques onto paper, followed by the Yin-Yang chaotic blade method. Mastering these 3 moves would complement his further training in the Yin-Yang technique, yielding significant results with minimal effort. Just as he set down his pen, he noticed Zhiqing approaching with a bowl of congee and an egg. "It's time for breakfast. I've warmed it up for you. I didn't want to disturb you while you were practicing so diligently," she said. Zhiqing replied softly, "Thank you for your thoughtfulness." Zhiqing responded gently, "It's the least I could do." After breakfast, Zhiqing made his way directly to the barracks. Upon arrival, he halted in his tracks. Realizing that he had overlooked a significant detail the previous day, there were no guards at the entrance of the barracks. He pondered this as he entered, finding the path to the main quarters entirely unobstructed. Similarly, the main quarters lacked sentinels. Did this imply that anyone could freely access the main quarters? Contemplating this, he stepped inside. Inside, he did not find Master Hao, whom he sought, but rather his senior brother Lu Zhijia, who was engrossed in writing. Observing Lu's focused demeanor, Su chose not to interrupt and stood quietly beside him. After a while, he noticed Lu's eyes were slightly red and his face appeared haggard, indicative of sleepless nights. Waiting patiently, Su felt compelled to clear his throat as Lu remained oblivious to his presence. This revelation astonished Lu Zhijia. Upon lifting his gaze, he found Su Zhiqing standing before him, prompting him to rise hurriedly. I am but a humble servant. I greet you, Su. Master. Su Zhiqing waved his hand. Brother Lu, I perceive that your demeanor lacks vitality. One must prioritize one's own well-being. Otherwise, should you exhaust yourself and falter, who will tend to these matters? Hearing the concern in Su's words warmed Lu Zhijia's heart. Master, your disciple understands. Noting that Lu had absorbed his counsel, Su refrained from further admonitions and inquired with genuine interest, What are you writing? Master, our military camp is in its preliminary stages, and many aspects remain disorganized, such as the consumption of various supplies for 500 personnel every half-month. These records must be maintained daily, alongside the documentation of new supplies entering the camp. After listening to Lu Zhijia's ramblings regarding logistics, Su Zhiqing gestured dismissively. Our military camp differs from that of the southern Song and the Mongolian forces. We emphasize clear delineation of responsibilities. For instance, when supplies arrive, let designated individuals manage the intake and registration of materials, ensuring meticulous documentation of every item. When others come to collect, another individual should record the expenditures. One person should handle data entry, while another manages distributions. Furthermore, different categories of supplies must be stored in separate warehouses. For example, weapons, armor, and uniforms should reside in one dedicated facility, as they are military supplies, while non-military items should be allocated to another. Those overseeing these operations need not be trained soldiers. Even someone unaccustomed to battle can be entrusted with such duties. After imparting this wisdom, Su Zhiqing reiterated, You must personally oversee each category. Currently, with the camp's modest numbers, you can manage. However, as the ranks swell, you may find it increasingly unmanageable, leading to potential chaos. Delegate responsibilities to others, delineate specific roles, and cultivate a knack for utilizing personnel effectively. Su Zhiqing spoke these words from the heart. Initially, he pondered how to manage 500 individuals. He feared the complexity of overseeing their every need. However, he soon realized that he need not concern himself with their daily affairs. He only needed to direct one individual to manage a group responsible for their necessities, and another to handle additional concerns. Thus, by supervising just 2 individuals, he could effectively monitor the needs of 500. Should issues arise, he could simply consult these 2, and if necessary, replace them. This method of decentralized management is indeed the path to success. Upon concluding his thoughts, Su Zhiqing added, I have faith in your managerial abilities. Brother Lu, your current busyness likely stems from a shortage of personnel. Endure this period. Once the master and the others provide us with additional support, your burdens may lessen. Reflecting on this, Su felt a sense of gratitude for the backing of their sect. Without even articulating his needs, the master had already addressed them. Su Zhiqing acknowledged that the master's actions were not solely for his benefit, but rather in pursuit of the promising future he envisioned, a gamble worth taking. In the face of overwhelming circumstances, defeat is a possibility, but what if victory awaits? Hearing Su Zhiqing's encouraging words, Lu Zhijia immediately vowed with great conviction, Rest assured, Master. I will endure this challenging period. Su Zhiqing nodded and handed Lu Zhijia the notes he had penned the previous day. This is a draft that reflects my thoughts after visiting the barracks yesterday. My solitary planning may lack comprehensiveness. Please review it in conjunction with the current situation at the barracks and identify any shortcomings. For the areas needing improvement, revise them in detail and then present it to me again. If it is satisfactory, you may proceed. Lu Zhijia glanced down. The first page titled Logistical Development Plan for the Dawu Army. Dawu Army? The name resonated with him, evoking thoughts of the Dawu Pavilion, and he felt a deep sense of approval. As he began to read, his admiration for Su Zhiqing grew. He had initially perceived his junior brother as merely handsome and skilled in martial arts, but now he recognized Su's remarkable acumen in management as well. Noticing Lu Zhijia's gaze, Su Zhiqing did not allow himself to feel prideful. His extensive education and the harsh realities of another world had imparted him with valuable insights. Senior Lu, please take your time to review this. I will seek out Master Hao. By the way, where's Master Hao? He's at the training grounds. Ah, very well. Please continue your reading. Su Zhiqing said as he exited the room, making his way to the training grounds. It was rather pitiable that the esteemed leader of the Dawu Pavilion had to run errands personally. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Su Zhiqing spotted Master Hao from a distance, fervently assigning territories to various squads. As he approached, he heard Master Hao's booming voice reprimanding the disciples. How can you be so foolish? Your training area is here, and yours is over there. Hearing his master's hoarse voice, Su Zhiqing sighed and approached Master Hao's side. Master Hao. Hao Datong turned at the sound, and upon seeing Su Zhiqing, he appeared as if he had found a savior. Zhiqing, just in time. Come, help them find their positions. These disciples are utterly hopeless. They have no idea where their camp is. I've been shouting for ages, and they still haven't figured it out. Listening to his master's lament, Su Zhiqing encouraged, it is quite normal for soldiers in their initial training to encounter difficulties. This is not just a minor difficulty. It is far more challenging than teaching my own disciples. How Datong exclaimed, gesturing to the chaotic scene around him. Look at them. They resemble headless flies. Completely lost and unable to locate their own camp. I've told them where to go, yet they still come running to ask me. Su Zhiqing observed the bewildered soldiers, their eyes blank as they looked around, seemingly questioning where they ought to stand. He shook his head. They were still at the foundational level of training. Master, instruct them to remain still for now. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's suggestion, Hao Datong immediately harnessed his energy and bellowed, all soldiers, remain perfectly still. After his shout, he felt utterly drained. Su Zhiqing assisted his master and echoed the call. Subsequently, he channeled his energy and commanded, captains of the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, up to the 10th Battalion, assemble here. His voice, amplified by his internal strength, resonated throughout the training ground, reaching every ear present. Soon, 10 individuals emerged from the crowd. Su Zhiqing cast a glance at them. Their faces were familiar, though their names eluded him. Once the captains had gathered, he turned to his master. Master, do we have a map of the training area? This question left Hao Datong bewildered. Was a map truly necessary in this location? Su Zhiqing sighed. Master, if we had a map, we could delineate the areas and instruct the captains to guide their soldiers accordingly. He then faced the 10 captains. You all can read maps, correct? Not a single captain spoke up, but all nodded. Su Zhiqing's smile faded. 1st Battalion Captain, tell me loudly, can you read a map? Yes. 2nd Battalion Captain. You too, proclaim your ability. Yes. Su Zhiqing's gaze swept over the remaining captains. And you? Yes. Hearing their unified affirmation, Su Zhiqing nodded in satisfaction. From now on, when I ask questions, I expect louder responses. Do not fear disturbing my ears. He then inquired, who among you can draw a map of the training area? Almost immediately, one captain declared, I can. Step forward. Su Zhiqing gestured for him to approach. Once he did, Su Zhiqing asked, which battalion are you from, and what is your name? The captain responded, I am the captain of the 10th Battalion, Zhiqing. Su Zhiqing assessed Zhiqing. The man towered above him, likely measuring around 6 feet 3 inches. He had pronounced features, robust physique, and even his hands appeared larger than average. Su Zhiqing recalled having seen him before, one of Lu Zhijia's numerous disciples. If I were to ask you to draw the area map, how long would it take? Upon hearing this, Zhiqing hesitated. The training ground is easy to map. It won't take long. Su Zhiqing nodded slightly. In that case, come with me back to the main camp and draw the training map. After issuing that command, he called for the remaining captains. He dismissed the other soldiers and returned to the main camp with Master Hao and the 10 captains. Upon entering the main camp, Lu Zhijia immediately stood in excitement upon seeing Su Zhiqing. With admiration in his eyes, he exclaimed, Master, your writings are extraordinary. After reading them, I feel as though I've encountered a specialized management tome. Your planning could indeed be published as a book. Su Zhiqing felt a tinge of embarrassment at such praise. But fortunately, he possessed a thick skin and was not easily embarrassed. Lu Zhijia's flattery was truly remarkable, yet Su Zhiqing remained grounded, aware of his own capabilities. He busily calmed the excited brother Lu. Brother, please remain calm. I refer to these as planning documents. Before we undertake any tasks, we must first devise a plan and then proceed step by step according to that plan. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, we will make necessary adjustments accordingly. After saying this, Su Zhiqing reassured his brother and urged him to continue reviewing the planning documents. He then summoned the other 10 battalion commanders to enter. Sit. He found the modern military command structure to be exceedingly effective. When conveying orders within the army, there was no need for excessive verbosity. Using the most concise language could convey the corresponding commands efficiently, which was quite remarkable. For instance, a directive that could be expressed in 2 words would save considerable time during each order transmission. Once Su Zhiqing and the 10 battalion commanders were seated, he handed the main pen to Zhiqing. You start drawing. Su Zhiqing instructed Zhiqing to sketch the map while he inquired about any issues the other battalion commanders had encountered at the camp, both in terms of training and daily life. He was keen to find ways to improve any areas that could benefit from enhancement. The battalion commanders each offered a few observations, and after listening, Su Zhiqing diligently recorded all the information. Upon reviewing the notes, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Although the individual comments were few, They collectively amounted to a substantial volume of feedback. He categorized these issues into military and life categories, assigning them to Master Hao and Lu Zhijia for further attention. In the future, if there are any problems, do not hesitate to voice them. Zhiqing was not overly anxious regarding the training of the soldiers, as they had previously been disciples of a sect. The transition from sect disciples to soldiers required a period of adjustment. This transitional phase would serve as their training period, and once completed, they would undergo an initial transformation. After concluding his discussion, Zhilei had sketched the training ground area. Zhiqing took a glance, and was pleasantly surprised to find that despite Zhilei's robust physique, he possessed an impressive talent for cartography. Zhilei even marked on the map the dimensions of the area, indicating how many zhang long and wide it was, an exceptional skill. After reviewing the area map, Zhiqing delineated 10 battalion zones and several pathways based on the number of personnel in the camp. Upon completing this task, he marked the camp sequence on the area and presented it before Zhilei and the others. Take a look. The corresponding sequence on the map indicates the position occupied by your battalion. Once the 10 battalion commanders had examined it, he handed the map back to Zhilei. Captain Shi, I have a task for you. Take your battalion and pave the area I have drawn with red stones. His words elicited a sense of schadenfreude from the other 9 battalion commanders as they observed Zhilei. Zhiqing paid them no heed and instead addressed Zhilei. How long will it take you to complete this task? Zhilei's response did not disappoint him. 3 days. Very well. If you manage to finish in 3 days, I will grant you 1 day of leave. If you complete it in 2 days, I will give you 3 days off. Upon hearing this, Zhilei was overjoyed. I guarantee we will accomplish it. The faces of the other battalion commanders reflected a mix of envy and admiration. Zhiqing observed everything with keen insight, yet chose to remain silent. The military still requires gradual refinement, particularly in aspects such as its system of rewards and punishments. Without an effective framework for commendation and discipline, how could the military possibly attain a state of regularity? Chapter 121. The emergence of ambition or dreams. As October arrived, the night grew deep and the air turned cold. A cohort clad in light armor and bearing large sabers stealthily infiltrated the Yangling stronghold under the cloak of darkness. The leader of this band, a tall and imposing figure, wielded a 9-ringed saber that shimmered with a cold glint. His gaze fixed on the stronghold ahead, a sinister smile crept across his face. Kill them all, leave none alive. With a command from Zhilei, the brethren behind him surged forward like tigers and leopards hunting their prey, swiftly entering the stronghold. The air was soon filled with anguished screams. Half an hour later, Zhilei returned to his original position, his attire now darkened compared to before. In his grasp, he held the severed head of a victim, eyes wide open in eternal terror. As he rejoined his comrades, they too returned one by one, their clothing similarly stained darker than before. Zhilei cast a glance at the 10 captains before him and inquired softly, "Are any missing?" Upon receiving negative responses from all 10, a look of satisfaction crossed his face. "If we lost any men while dispatching these riffraff, you shall face rigorous training upon our return." With that, he raised the head aloft. "The target has been eliminated. We can return to report our success." As he spoke, Zhilei and his men melted back into the night. They came silently and departed just as quietly, leaving behind the shattered remnants of the Yangling stronghold. At that moment, not only Yangling but several other strongholds, situated 300 miles away, witnessed a similar scene. A ghostly squad entered each stronghold, dispatching all bandits within before descending the mountains. At Chongyang Palace, beneath Dawu Mountain, the Dawu camp was alive with the fervor of training soldiers. Compared to 4 months prior, when the camp was solely comprised of infantry, it had now incorporated a new class of troops, archers. The principle of an inch longer, an inch stronger applied equally to bows and arrows, allowing for long-range strikes that could fell an enemy before they could close the distance. Additionally, archers served as a countermeasure against cavalry. The number of trained archers was limited to 200, constrained by financial resources. With the foundation of the Quanzhen sect, it was feasible to train 1,000 infantry, but the subsequent archers were challenging to sustain. The cost of training archers was substantial, with the expenditure on arrows alone representing a significant burden, especially as training yielded no return. When Zhiqing sought counsel from the sect leader, he was discreetly informed that no further expansion of the forces was feasible. 1,300 infantry and 200 archers is the utmost our sect can support, the leader explained. If we attempt to recruit more, we won't need an enemy to thwart us. We will falter on our own. Additionally, all disciples who qualified for entry into the Dawu Pavilion had been admitted. Those remaining were deemed unsuitable. In summary, Su Zhiqing gleaned the leader's message. There were neither funds nor manpower available. The only option was to maintain the status quo. Any desire for expansion would necessitate the opening of new financial avenues and the acquisition of recruits from elsewhere. Su Zhiqing had previously held the position of honorary chief disciple, with all mundane matters deftly handled by his master and senior uncles. Now, as he begins to grasp the essence of martial arts, he finds himself resolutely committing the sect's resources to establish a foundation. He inexplicably reflects on how parents in another realm devote their entire fortunes to their children, particularly when they establish their own families. Some successful offspring are able to reciprocate, while others, lacking distinction, can only succumb to the burdens of life. How reminiscent this is of his own endeavor to cultivate martial prowess. The sect wholeheartedly supports him. Should he fail to achieve notable results, it would not only bring shame upon the sect, but would also compel him to confront his own inadequacies. However, the immediate priority is to discover a source of income. What is the swiftest means to generate wealth? Monopoly. Su Zhiqing sat within the confines of his tent, contemplating earnestly, concluding that engaging in monopolistic trade is the key to prosperity. He took up a pen and inscribed the 4 characters representing essentials: clothing, food, shelter, and transportation. He prioritized shelter, leaving clothing and food for consideration later. As he pondered, a soldier arrived to deliver his meal. Upon inspecting the dishes laid before him, an idea sparked within him. Cooking? No, it was the production of salt that intrigued him. Previously engrossed in martial training, he had never contemplated such matters. His knowledge may be limited, and while he lacks the ability to produce soap, he is not entirely devoid of skills. He can transform coarse salt into fine salt, and he also knows how to convert brown sugar into white sugar. Su Zhiqing then recalled gunpowder. Both the Mongols and the southern Song already possessed it, albeit in a less potent form. Though he lacked the expertise to create it, he remembered a method for enhancing its efficacy. Was it not to convert the materials into granules? He mused that granulated substances tend to exhibit greater explosive power. After a moment of reflection, he decided to inform his senior uncles, urging them to seek experts for development, while emphasizing the need for safety. With thoughts of refining coarse salt into fine salt and transforming brown sugar into white sugar swirling in his mind, Su Zhiqing could no longer remain idle. He rose and carried his meal to the kitchen. The chef, upon noticing Su Zhiqing's imposing demeanor, felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that he had failed in his culinary duties. Su Zhiqing, however, bypassed the food and headed straight for the salt. Upon discovering the coarse salt, a sense of calm washed over him. It was indeed what he needed. He seized a large chunk, proclaiming, "This will do." The primary steps in refining coarse salt to fine salt involve filtering out impurities. Once these are eliminated, the result is pristine white salt. Indeed, acquiring knowledge proves invaluable, for what may seem trivial at first can yield unexpected benefits. After securing the coarse salt, he proceeded to gather the necessary tools, particularly those for filtration. He understood that fine sand, activated carbon, and gravel were essential. By placing these materials into a bottle and sealing it, he fashioned a rudimentary filter. He crushed the coarse salt and dissolved it in water, pouring the resultant liquid through the filter. The salt water obtained was then heated to evaporate, yielding fine salt. Yet, before he could proceed, he needed to procure the activated carbon. To render salt a pristine white, one cannot do without the adsorption of pigments by activated carbon, which is also essential for refining brown sugar and white sugar. Su Zhiqing's decision to suspend his military duties to attend to this matter did not astonish Hao Datong and Lu Zhixia, for they had recently witnessed their leader engaging in intriguing endeavors. For instance, the telescope he spoke of, composed of 2 polished lenses, could astonishingly reveal distant vistas. Their initial reaction was to consider its application in surveilling enemy movements, allowing for early detection of adversaries. Consequently, they could only anticipate what their leader would create next. Su Zhiqing sought individuals to produce charcoal, which he subsequently processed into activated carbon. The final step demanded a modicum of effort, but he ultimately succeeded. Upon crafting the activated carbon, he fashioned a filtering apparatus on the same day. He crushed coarse salt, immersed it in water, filtered it, and then placed it in an iron pot for heating. As the moisture evaporated, what remained were glistening, snow-white salt grains. A smile graced Su Zhiqing's face as he beheld these grains, for he understood the lucrative potential of monopolization. Each of these crystalline morsels represented a wealth of silver. He collected the salt grains and resolved to seek out the sect leader directly. The endeavor of salt production was beyond his solitary capacity, and with his limited energy, it was impractical to divert his focus towards commerce. Su Zhiqing strode directly into the main hall, well aware that unless Master Qiu was in seclusion for cultivation, He would typically be engaged in administrative duties there. Upon entering, he found Master Qiu attending to sect affairs at his desk. Su Zhiqing's arrival stirred Master Qiu from his work, and the moment he laid eyes on Su Zhiqing, a look of resignation flickered across his face. Zhiqing, your troops have been trained exceptionally well. The nearby and even somewhat distant bandit camps have been cleared by the Daowu army. The results are commendable, and I am quite pleased. However, I truly find myself devoid of silver. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing couldn't help but chuckle. Master, I did not come to you today to request silver. As he spoke, under Master Qiu's skeptical gaze, he poured the salt grains from the porcelain vial onto the desk. Master Qiu gazed at the white grains, a question mark forming in his mind. What is this? How does it resemble snow? Master, this is not to be compared with snow. It is silver. Silver? Su Zhiqing dispelled the mystery, encouraging Master Qiu to sample it. Is this edible? Master Qiu queried, half believing, as he took a tentative taste. The moment he did, his eyes widened in astonishment. Is this salt? Su Zhiqing nodded affirmatively. Master, neither the southern Song nor the Mongols possess such exquisite salt, do they? None. Master Qiu had traveled extensively, visiting both the southern Song and Mongolia, and had a fair understanding of the conditions in both nations. There was certainly no salt comparable to that brought by his disciple. Master, did you not mention a lack of silver? Su Zhiqing gestured towards the salt. If we were to sell this in substantial quantities, do you believe we would continue to lack wealth? Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, Qiu Chuqi's eyes sparkled with interest. Could it be that you possess a substantial quantity of salt? Master, I do not have an abundance of salt, but we can produce it. I have derived this from coarse salt. Su Zhiqing briefly explained the principle. After contemplating for a moment, Qiu Chuqi smiled wryly. Forget it. I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Let me observe how you execute this process. Very well. Su Zhiqing led Master Qiu back to his small laboratory and demonstrated the transformation of coarse salt into fine salt. After witnessing Su Zhiqing's method, Qiu Chuqi's breath quickened. This is indeed a form of Taoist technique. It is science. It could also be termed as a Taoist technique. Qiu Chuqi inquired about the ratio of coarse salt required to produce fine salt, and, upon realizing the minimal loss involved, he silently calculated in his mind. Soon, two words erupted in his thoughts: exorbitant profit, even more lucrative than those bandits. Su Zhiqing, upon hearing Master Qiu's remark, shook his head in resignation. Those bandits toil under harsh conditions. How can they be compared to us? Master Qiu, I entrust you with this method of fine salt production. This technique is a cornerstone for our Quanzhen sect. When selecting individuals, you must exercise utmost caution. Any disciples with inclinations towards the Mongolian or southern Song states must be prohibited. His words left Qiu Chuqi astounded. You do not intend to handle this yourself? Su Zhiqing replied earnestly, Master, I am preoccupied with the affairs of the Daowu army. Currently, the army is in its nascent stage, and it is far from becoming a formidable force. I cannot afford to be distracted. With you and several masters managing the rear, can I not trust you? Qiu Chuqi nodded repeatedly. You are indeed correct, Zhiqing. Your presence is a blessing for our Quanzhen sect. I firmly believe that the disciples of the Daowu army will undoubtedly evolve into a formidable force. After making this assurance, he continued, rest assured, I will be extremely cautious in my selections. Although my fellow masters and I may be somewhat aged, we should still be able to manage affairs for a few more years. During this time, you need not worry. The foundation of the Quanzhen sect is not solely reliant on martial prowess. It is more significantly sustained by its commercial channels. This principle applies to any sect. A foundation is established through commercial avenues. If a sect cannot amass considerable wealth, its demise is likely imminent. The Quanzhen sect's strength lies in its martial skills, which safeguard its commerce, and the wealth generated supports its cultivation. Only through such a virtuous cycle can a sect flourish. The same principle applies to the expansion of an army. An army devoid of funds cannot even ensure the provision of everyday training supplies. How then can it engage in combat? With Qiu Chuqi's statement in mind, Su Zhiqing added, Master, our Quanzhen sect still needs to recruit disciples, preferably those with families. Qiu Chuqi understood Su Zhiqing's intent and nodded slightly. Rest assured, I swiftly refined the first batch of fine salt, and once it is slightly spread out, I shall assist you in procuring the remaining supplies. Su Zhiqing responded with a gentle hum, feeling a certain level of trust towards Master Qiu. It seems that Master Qiu's temperament has mellowed, perhaps owing to his new role as the sect leader. Once hot-tempered and quick to draw his sword, he now engages in calm conversation. By the way, Zhiqing, our first batch of Daowu troops has been out for a month and has eradicated over 30 bandit strongholds. Among these bandits were those colluding with certain officials, and our Daowu troops have gained notoriety within some government circles. Thanks to your strategy of operating under the cover of night, they are now referred to as the Ghost Army by those officials. However, as they primarily target bandit camps, they have garnered the title of heroic souls among the common folk. Master Qiu spoke these words with a tone brimming with pride. The previous Quanzhen sect could only dream of such accomplishments, which pale in comparison to the swift actions of the Daowu troops. After sharing this, he softly inquired of Zhiqing, "How much longer do you think they need to hone their skills? Furthermore, what do you believe should be our next course of action?" Listening to Master Qiu's questions, Zhiqing found himself troubled. Mount Zhongnan lies within Mongolian territory, with the Jingzhou prefecture to the north and the Song territory to the south. To instigate a rebellion, it is imperative to swiftly establish a foothold. Currently, the Quanzhen sect is playing their cards close to the chest. Should they reveal their hand, it would become a blatant declaration of their intentions, inevitably drawing the ire of the Mongolian state. As for the Song's response, first, he must withstand the Mongolian onslaught. Master Qiu seemed to sense Zhiqing's dilemma and gently suggested, "If you are uncertain, you could write to Jing for advice. He has years of combat experience and should possess some wisdom." Zhiqing nodded. Jing's insights regarding the southern Song and Mongolia undoubtedly surpassed his own. By the way, Xianyang City is once again under siege. This time, the vanguard is led by Kublai Khan, with reports indicating that Monk intends to personally lead an expedition against the southern Song, determined to bring about its downfall. Upon hearing this, Zhiqing's eyes narrowed. The opportunity he sought was simple, a standoff at Xianyang City. At such a moment, should Mongolia unleash its full might against the southern Song, they would have little energy to divert their attention elsewhere. He aimed to seize this moment to swiftly secure the territories outlined in his plans. Then, he would use his prowess to instill fear. Zhiqing would first delineate his territory. If Mongolia dispatched troops to attack, he would preemptively eliminate their commanders. If absolutely necessary, he would venture into Mongolia to deal with some of their forces. He had no desire to journey far into Mongolia unless it was unavoidable. He sought to intimidate through military strength, initially safeguarding his territory while vigorously advancing both military and civilian economies. Thus, he would gradually grow stronger, and at the opportune moment, unleash his formidable military might to sweep through other nations. These thoughts were merely in the planning stage. His army was not yet formed, and manpower was still insufficient. Once his forces were ready and the time was right, he would emerge to claim dominion over the world. Should he raise the banner of rebellion and establish his own nation, how would the martial community of the southern Song perceive him? Zhiqing believed that there was no need to concern himself with such matters. As long as the five absolutes did not seek him out for trouble, he would remain untroubled. Once he advanced in martial prowess, he would hold no fear even for the five absolutes. "Master Qiu," he remarked, beyond mere grains of salt, "I have some suggestions regarding the enhancement of gunpowder's potency, which I hope you might have someone investigate. If the power of gunpowder can be amplified, I shall transform archers into a rocket brigade, enabling them to launch arrows affixed with explosive powder. This method of inflicting harm upon cavalry far surpasses that of ordinary archers. Even in the context of besieging a city, the effect would be similarly formidable. In this world, the most ordinary aspect is that common folk continue to embody the essence of ordinary people, with their development across various domains adhering to natural progression. The singular distinction lies in the existence of martial practitioners. Zhiqing opined that these martial artists did not contribute to the advancement of society. Typically, their martial arts serve for self-defense or the pursuit of chivalry in the world, yet they rarely address issues at their core. Instead, they rely on their martial capabilities to judge the righteousness or malevolence of others. For instance, when a villain employs martial prowess to commit murder, a more formidable righteous individual may execute the villain. However, should the villain attain peak martial mastery, their capacity for violence becomes a mere whim, rendering others incapable of judgment. Not even the state, which would hesitate to provoke such a figure. Zhiqing categorized this trajectory as a deleterious development. Should he ascend to power, he would undoubtedly compile a record of all martial artists, delineated by regions, categorizing martial artists by rank and instituting a comprehensive population registry. Since the inception of the Daowu army, Zhiqing noticed a gradual transformation in his thoughts. Previously, his ideas were rather simplistic, devoid of complexity, but now, with each step he took, he contemplated many possibilities for the next. For instance, had he been the emperor of the southern Song Dynasty, how would he have acted? He would likely resort to ruthless measures, employing capable ministers and generals to implement reforms. Of course, this would presuppose that he commanded a formidable military. Otherwise, even as emperor, reformers would face peril. With a powerful army and unparalleled martial skills, any who dared obstruct his reforms would face the only fate he deemed fitting, being dragged out and executed. Thus, in this game of power, lacking the requisite cunning is best avoided. Zhiqing felt that while his ideas continued to evolve, his fundamental aspiration remained unchanged. His original intent was to grow stronger, to enhance his martial prowess to the point where no one would dare challenge him with the words, "Come, kill me." Now, his desire also encompassed strengthening his army, empowering him enough to command, "Go, crush them." With formidable martial skills, one naturally dominates the multitude, earning the title of the world's foremost. A powerful army should sweep across the realms, establishing order and unity. The true essence of chivalry lies in serving the nation and its people during times of peace. However, in periods of war, those with the capability should establish a state to protect the populace. Chapter 122. Ultimately, the junior sister triumphed. Happy New Year. Within the quaint little cabin, Zhiqing conveyed his insights on improved gunpowder to his esteemed uncle and further advised him to gather a diverse array of talents. The time has come to commence this gradual assembly. Once a stronghold is established, opportunities for action will surely follow. Observing that Master Chiu agreed to each of his suggestions, the two engaged in further discussions before departing the modest wooden abode together. Upon exiting the cabin, Zhiqing escorted his uncle to the entrance of the Daowu Pavilion, after which he turned to leave as well. Though he possessed a private courtyard within the pavilion, there were occasions when he found himself occupied with affairs in the grand hall until late, prompting him to rest in the courtyard rather than return to the ancient tomb. With the formalization of the Daowu army, he finally began to carve out a semblance of personal time. As Zhiqing arrived at the back mountain, he encountered Yang Guo, Lu Wushuang, and Zheng, all shouldering backpacks. Before Zhiqing could speak, Yang Guo interjected, "Master, you arrived at the perfect moment. I was just about to seek you out." "Where are you headed?" Zhiqing inquired. "I wish to travel to Xianyang to find Uncle Guo," Yang Guo declared. "Have you come to a realization?" Zhiqing asked, aware that since his last emergence from the Grand Hall, the youth had been consumed by training, neglecting all else. Upon hearing the question, Yang Guo nodded earnestly. "Indeed, no matter what, I must visit Uncle Guo and inquire about the circumstances surrounding my father's demise." "Very well, my good disciple. Facing the truth rather than evading it is commendable," Zhiqing affirmed, patting Yang Guo's shoulder. He had keenly observed the burdens that weighed upon his disciple. Vengeance for a father slain and the chaotic nature of his lineage had long plagued the young man. His frenzied dedication to training stemmed from this unresolved turmoil. Now that clarity had dawned upon him, the timing was fortuitous. "I happen to need to write a letter to Uncle Guo. If you are heading to Xianyang, would you kindly deliver it for me?" Zhiqing suggested, recognizing the opportunity to have his disciple convey his words. Not making Yang Guo wait long, he returned to his quarters to pen a letter, sealing it before entrusting it to his disciple. "Upon your arrival in Xianyang, I hope your endeavors do not disappoint," he cautioned. Casting a sidelong glance at Lu Wushuang and Zheng, he whispered a warning to Yang Guo. "Do not engage in actions that would betray Miss Lu and Miss Cheng. If you let them down, you shall not be able to claim me as your master in future travels." After delivering his admonitions, he added softly, "Furthermore, the outside world is currently tumultuous. Avoid stirring up trouble and ensure their safety." With that, Zhiqing turned and took his leave. "Go on. Descend the mountain to seek your Uncle Guo. Though he may be somewhat inept with words, his counsel will come straight from the heart. Listen closely and reflect upon it. But do not become ensnared in trivialities." Upon hearing his master's words, Yang Guo noted Zhiqing approaching the gates of the ancient tomb. He offered no response but turned to Lu Wushuang and Zheng, saying, "Let us depart." Once the trio had left, Zhiqing glanced back at Yang Guo. This young man was destined to attract romantic entanglements. It was imperative to issue a warning. "Brother, what brings you here?" Cheng Jiayao emerged from the side, having rushed over upon hearing her senior brother's voice. "Aren't you dealing with matters of the Daowu Pavilion today?" "Of course I am. How could I not? However, I have completed all the necessary tasks." Zhiqing reflected on his junior sister's words with a sense of emotional resonance. The Daowu Pavilion was fraught with numerous issues as it strived to find its footing. Whenever Master Hao encountered difficulties, he sought Zhiqing's assistance. Similarly, when Senior Lu faced challenges, he too turned to him. Initially, this left him flustered and overwhelmed, yet things had improved somewhat, though the volume of tasks remained considerable. Upon hearing her senior brother's remarks, a glimmer of joy flickered in Cheng Jiao's eyes. "Then, senior brother, will you be leaving tonight?" "If there's nothing pressing, I shall stay." He preferred to nestle beside the little dragon maiden while sleeping, for solitary nights in the courtyard brought him restless slumber. Now he diligently practiced daily, his physique growing robust, and his physical condition continually improved. Sleeping alone often proved challenging. Furthermore, the cultivation of the Jade Maiden sword technique required joint practice with the little dragon maiden. After speaking, he noted the bright smile that spread across his junior sister's face. Are you so happy that I'll be sleeping here? When I share a bed with your dragon sister, you're left to sleep alone. Hee. It's fine to sleep alone, as long as dragon sister is happy. Zhiqing grimaced at his sister's words, fully aware that her sentiment was insincere. Numerous times at night, she had stealthily crept into his and the little dragon maiden's warm embrace. Were it not for the spaciousness of his bed, it would invariably necessitate that one among the three would have to lay atop the others. All right, tell me, do you have something you wish to discuss with your senior brother? At his inquiry, he observed his junior sister's face suddenly flush with crimson, leaving him mildly perplexed. What? Are you shy in front of your senior brother? Senior brother. Cheng Jiayao, perceiving his teasing tone, blushed as if her cheeks might bleed. Haha. I shan't tease you any further. My junior sister has grown up and become more bashful. I shall ignore you. With a huff, Cheng Jiayao turned and dashed away. Seeing her retreat, Zhiqing hurriedly inquired, where is your dragon sister? She is practicing in the cold jade chamber. Very well. Zhiqing then turned to enter the ancient tomb. Cheng Jiayao, noticing her brother did not pursue her, pouted and stomped her foot. You wretched senior brother. You foolish senior brother. Has Su Xiaozai been bullying you again? Granny Sun appeared seemingly from nowhere, her face bearing deeper wrinkles than before. If he bullies you, then simply ignore him. Cheng Jiayao, hearing the old woman's playful words, clung to Granny Sun's arm and shook it gently. Granny, we are allies. How can you tease me? All right, no more of that. Granny Sun replied, producing a porcelain vial. This is a tonic I've concocted. Su Xiaozai has been busy with the Dao Wu Pavilion's affairs these past few days. You should have him take a sip. Cheng Jiayao accepted it with a smile, planting a kiss on Granny Sun's cheek. Granny is so wonderful. After entering the ancient tomb, Zhiqing turned a few corners and soon arrived at the room formerly occupied by the little dragon maiden. Upon entering, he beheld the serene figure of the little dragon girl, diligently cultivating her skills upon the cold jade bed. Presently, her martial prowess was nearly on par with his own. Were it not for the multitude of techniques he had mastered, he might have doubted his ability to best her in combat. The depth of her internal energy was cultivated painstakingly over the years. While she possessed remarkable intelligence, it was her relentless diligence that truly set her apart. Most would find it arduous to endure the biting chill of the jade bed, yet she lay there, unwavering, day after day. He chose not to disturb her practice, instead settling beside her to admire her countenance. He found himself unable to gaze upon his beloved wife enough. Her tranquil presence evoked a profound sense of reverence within him. Perhaps it was his prolonged observation that finally led the little dragon girl to succumb to the moment. She slowly opened her eyes and remarked, Husband, how am I to practice when you stare at me so? Hearing her address brought a swell of pride to Zhiqing's heart, for this was the new title he had encouraged her to adopt. I have returned. What need do you have for practice? He replied, stepping onto the jade bed, gently wrapping his arms around her, and whispering sweetly in her ear. Upon hearing this, she cast him a sidelong glance, but ultimately acquiesced. Seeing her agreement, Zhiqing promptly drew a curtain, shielding the entrance of the stone chamber. Having completed this, he returned to the jade bed. Outside the ancient tomb, Cheng Jiayao, having received a porcelain vial from Granny Sun, ventured into the tomb herself. Upon reaching the threshold of the stone chamber, she was met with the unmistakable sound of heavy breathing emanating from within. No longer a child, particularly after the revelations shared by Sister Long, she immediately discerned the nature of the activities transpiring inside. Hesitant, she leaned in to listen, but after a brief moment, found herself overwhelmed and hurriedly exited the tomb. Half an hour later, Zhiqing emerged from the ancient tomb, feeling invigorated. Indeed, the harmony of yin and yang in practice allowed one to experience a unique zenith. However, prolonged practice had left him feeling a bit sore. As he stretched, his junior sister tossed him a vial. This is a tonic prepared by Granny. It is beneficial for your health. You must use it today. Instinctively, he accepted the vial. And Granny? He inquired. I don't know. She might be preparing a meal for you. All right. After a brief period of exercise, he heard the light footsteps of the little dragon girl approaching from behind. Turning, he observed her slightly unsteady gait, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. His skills indeed surpassed hers. Just as he was about to call out to her, he noticed her casting him a disapproving glance before taking the hand of his junior sister and departing. Zhiqing chuckled softly, unfazed by the exchange. He found a nearby spot to sit and began to regulate his energy, quickly restoring his vitality. He felt he could practice alongside the little dragon girl for another half hour. "Husband, dinner is ready," she called out. "Coming," Zhiqing replied, responding to her summons as he entered the courtyard. As he entered the courtyard, he heard his junior sister express her discontent, saying, "This senior brother only allows you to address him as such, but not me. How unfair." Upon hearing this, he chuckled at the little dragon maiden, but chose not to console his junior sister. She was grown up now. As long as she wasn't genuinely upset, she would soothe herself. The little dragon maiden caught a glimpse of Zhiqing's amused expression and smiled gently, a smile that graced her face with elegance. Zhiqing found this smile rather perplexing. The little dragon maiden had never smiled so openly before. Just as he was about to inquire, Granny's son emerged from the kitchen, carrying a pot of food. "Su, help me ladle out the soup." "Certainly," he replied, rushing inside to serve the soup, the last component needed for the meal. After they finished dining, the little dragon maiden and Cheng Jiayao took the initiative to wash the dishes. In the past, they would never have engaged in such tasks. It was unclear what Granny's son had said to them, but now they willingly participated. Observing their newfound diligence, Zhiqing stepped outside to the bee cultivation area. The jade bees had multiplied beyond 1,000, perhaps even exceeding 10,000. The reason for this remarkable growth was due to his master, Qiu Chuji, who, after witnessing the jade bees' prowess, allocated a significant sum of silver specifically for Cheng Jiayao to cultivate them. To ensure the jade bees would not remain confined to a single location, Zhiqing constructed movable hives for his junior sister. With a simple relocation of the hive, the jade bees could be transported seamlessly. After contemplating the utility of the jade bees, he settled into meditation for a while. Half an hour passed in tranquility. Upon completing his practice, he reached for the porcelain vial gifted by his junior sister. Recalling her words, he drank the entire contents in one go. Instantly, a warm surge coursed through his abdomen, invigorating his blood and energy. Zhiqing's eyes brightened. The supplement was indeed potent. Inside the room, the little dragon maiden was meticulously laying out a new bed sheet. As she worked, she quietly recounted something to Cheng Jiayao, whose ears turned crimson from the conversation. After her gentle admonitions, the little dragon maiden added, "Your senior brother clearly harbors affection, yet he always finds excuses, claiming you are too young." She glanced at her junior sister's figure and then down at her own, a smile nearly breaking her composure. She noticed that her husband never dared to meet her junior sister's gaze directly. The little dragon maiden pondered this, murmuring, "Is it truly so delightful? Sister Long, what are you saying?" "Nothing," she replied, avoiding her junior sister's question. She reiterated her advice, concluding with, "Just follow my instructions." With that, she gently extinguished the candles in the room. After consuming the supplement, Zhiqing felt his energy surging, realizing that it likely possessed invigorating properties, making it ideal for his training. He settled back into a meditative posture, and when he finally opened his eyes again, night had fallen. It was then that Zhiqing remembered to return to his quarters. He is particularly mindful of time during his practice. It is quite common for him to train even in the dark. However, he believes that the supplements concocted by Granny's son possess an extraordinary potency, as he can still feel the lingering warmth in his lower abdomen. He intends to inquire about the ingredients tomorrow, if they could be mass-produced. It would be a boon for the soldiers. Zhiqing senses that his vital energy flows more rapidly than usual, leading him to conclude that these supplements are particularly effective for external training. Upon returning to his room, he noticed the pitch-black surroundings, which struck him as somewhat peculiar. "Longer, are you asleep?" he called out, but received no reply. Given that the little dragon girl had recently been exhausted, he surmised that she had retired early. Yet, he found himself amusingly contemplating the idea of procreation. A flicker of warmth ignited within him. Zhiqing pondered the intensity of his feelings. It was somewhat overwhelming. He decided to shed his garments and took a refreshing shower. After drying off, he peeked into his disciple's room, only to find it equally dark. A gentle smile graced his lips as he entered. With utmost care, he nestled into the blankets, respecting the little dragon girl's fatigue, and refrained from any further mischief. Gradually, he edged closer until he could feel the warmth of another body. As he embraced this form, an odd sensation washed over him, as if the height was greater than usual. Just as he was mulling over this, the heat within him flared up anew, and his vital energy surged once more. At that moment, a faint, youthful fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and as it mingled with his being, it sent his vital energy spiraling out of control. Zhiqing immediately sensed something amiss and sat up to regulate his energy. Just then, a delicate arm draped over his shoulder. "Darling, what's wrong?" He heard the little dragon girl's voice, and he gritted his teeth against the internal turmoil, replying hoarsely, "It seems my disciple may have given me the wrong supplement. This has set my vital energy in turmoil." Upon uttering those words, he was met with a gasp. "No way, I only took one porcelain bottle." Zhiqing turned in shock and faintly discerned two figures seated beside him. As he contemplated this, the little dragon girl began to examine him. After a thorough check, her expression shifted to one of bewilderment. "Darling, it appears that my disciple may indeed have made a mistake. This seems to be an aphrodisiac for the jade bee." Zhiqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Did the jade bee truly require stimulation? Moreover, given the minuscule size of the jade bee, how could it withstand the sheer vigor coursing through him? Just as he pondered this, the heat within his chest surged yet again. Seeing his discomfort, the little dragon girl whispered soothingly in his ear. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhiqing's rough voice interrupted. "Is there no other way?" she softly affirmed. Unable to endure any longer, Zhiqing rolled over, crossing over his disciple who lay between them. Perhaps the effects of the potion were simply too potent. After a considerable interval, Zhiqing cast his gaze once more upon his junior sister. Before he could make a move, he witnessed her discarding her undergarment and taking hold of his hand with deliberate intent. Zhiqing, fully aware of his junior sister's intentions, felt a surge of warmth within. With a resigned sigh, he muttered, "You have indeed outmaneuvered me." Following this, he shot a glance at the already limp and motionless Xiaolong. Subsequently, he acquiesced to his junior sister's desires. On the morrow, as Zhiqing arose from his slumber, he spotted Granny Sun approaching in a flurry. Just as he was about to inquire about the supplements, Granny Sun hurriedly questioned him. "You did not consume the supplements I provided yesterday, did you?" Upon hearing her words, Zhiqing produced the empty vial. Sensing Granny Sun's potential guilt, he quickly reassured her, "Granny, this medicine seems to have a significant effect on vital energy and blood. Could you perhaps develop a formula specifically aimed at nourishing one's vitality and blood?" Granny Sun examined the vial with skepticism. "You're unscathed? This contains 1,000. If you're fine, that's good. It indeed stimulates vital energy, but it does not nourish. I can assist you in researching a remedy that does." Seeing that Zhiqing was unharmed, she refrained from further discussion, content that all was well. Nonetheless, she chastised herself internally before turning to leave. Zhiqing, observing Granny Sun's departure, felt assured that she posed no threat to him. The porcelain vial was commonplace, lacking any labels, leading him to believe it was a mere mix-up. With this thought in mind, he opted not to practice but instead prepared breakfast. Once they both rose, Zhiqing glanced at his junior sister and inquired, "How is it that you found yourself in my chamber last night?" His gaze then settled on Xiaolong. In the heat of the moment, he had merely assumed that his junior sister had entered early. However, reflecting now, he felt a disquieting sense of wrongness. Typically, she would only embrace Xiaolong from the other side. Last night, however, she had lain in the middle, clad only in an undergarment. It was evident that she had ulterior motives. Chapter 123. The troops point to Xi'an as autumn gracefully transitions into winter. The year draws to a close. On the eve of the new year, unrestrained festivities abound. It is on this day that Zhiqing weds his junior disciple, Cheng Jiayao. The disciples of the Daowu Pavilion have surged from a mere 1,000 to 5,000, now divided into cavalry, infantry wielding spears, sword and shield bearers, archers, and special forces. The so-called special forces, often referred to as versatile warriors, are adept in all manner of weaponry, from blades and spears to swords and bows, and possess martial prowess at or above the second tier. The special forces are few in number, with only 100 selected from the 5,000. Had Zhiqing been even more stringent in his criteria, it is likely that even 50 would not have been found. Previously, due to insufficient numbers, the Daowu army had a limited variety of troops. However, as the Quanzhen sect's business flourished, a steady stream of silver flowed into its coffers. Zhiqing devoted all these funds to the development of the Daowu army. Amidst the chaos of war, many displaced individuals sought refuge upon hearing of the Quanzhen sect's willingness to provide sanctuary. Consequently, a multitude flocked to the sect, which in turn stirred discontent among the authorities of Jingzhou Prefecture. Nevertheless, as the Mongolian elite sought to sway the Quanzhen sect to their cause, the prefect's governor, despite his dissatisfaction, refrained from taking drastic action, merely issuing repeated warnings for the sect to maintain a lower profile. No one suspected that a group of Taoists would contemplate military training. Of the 5,000 Daowu troops, 3,000 had engaged in combat, while the remaining 2,000 had not yet had the opportunity, as nearby bandit strongholds had already been cleared by the former contingent. All remnants of bandits within Jingzhou Prefecture had vanished without a trace. On the day following his marriage, Su Zhiqing led the Daowu disciples to convene in the sect's grand hall. Along the way, the other disciples of the Quanzhen sect looked upon Su Zhiqing with envy. He held the esteemed position of the head of Daowu, equivalent in rank to the 7 disciples of Quanzhen, at merely 21 years of age. His martial prowess surpassed that of several senior brothers within the sect, establishing him as the foremost figure of Quanzhen. Comparatively, his standing among other martial experts in the world remained untested. Su Zhiqing and his companions soon arrived at the Grand Hall. He entered first, followed closely by Vice Pavilion Master Hao Datong, commander of the Daowu army Shi Zhilei, and Deputy Commander Lu Zhijia. It remains uncertain whether Shi Zhilei possesses particular expertise in external martial arts and battlefield tactics. In just 3 months of leading troops, his martial skills had ascended to the first tier. Upon learning this, Su Zhiqing improved the yin-yang reversal blade technique and imparted it to him. Regrettably, Shi Zhilei struggled to master the technique of simultaneous combat with both hands. Otherwise, his understanding of the yin-yang reversal blade technique could have flourished further. Not one to withhold knowledge from capable students, Su Zhiqing generously shared all that he could teach. Even so, Shi Zhilei now stands as the foremost among the Zhi clan, his skills potentially rivaling those of several senior brothers, making him one of Su Zhiqing's most reliable aides. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Su Zhiqing and his companions saluted their senior brothers before taking their respective seats. The sole purpose of this meeting was clear: to determine when the Daowu army would unsheath their blades. Once everyone had arrived, Qiu Chujia, seated at the head of the table, was the first to speak. The gradual growth of the Quanzhen sect had rejuvenated him, imbuing him with a spirited demeanor that suggested a mastery of his spiritual practice. He initially addressed the disciples outside the sect, reflecting on their fates, before shifting his gaze to Su Zhiqing. Zhiqing, at the end of last year, when Mongolia launched its invasion of the southern Song, I inquired about our initial course of action. You mentioned that you would provide me with an answer after the new year. Now, as we approach year end, perhaps you could elucidate our first step? This meeting was, in essence, a greeting from Qiu Chujia to Su Zhiqing and the Daowu army. After training for an extended period, why had the troops yet to mobilize? Upon hearing Qiu Shibua's inquiry, Su Zhiqing surveyed the hall, noting the questioning glances from his master and several other elders. They were acutely aware of the sect's substantial investment in the Daowu army. Realizing the moment had come to offer an account to the sect, Su Zhiqing declared, "Hao Shibua, please bring forth the map." Hao Datong, prepared for the occasion, stood and unfurled a map across the floor. This map delineated the territories of Mongolia and the southern Song. As Qiu Chujia and the others gazed upon the vast expanse of Mongolian territory, their expressions darkened slightly. The sheer magnitude of Mongolia's domain was astonishing. While they understood Mongolia's formidable strength, the specifics had eluded them until now, and the revelation of such a comprehensive map was indeed startling. This map was procured through the reconnaissance efforts of the Daowu army. Su Zhiqing stood, drawing a line between Mongolia and the southern Song. Here lies the border. The Sichuan Basin is directly to our south, and not long ago, the Mongolian forces dispatched envoys to attempt to gain a foothold in this region. However, the basin's geography, dominated by its terrain, necessitated reliance on infantry, resulting in a stalemate between their troops and ours. He then pivoted his attention to another critical location. In addition to our southern border, a vital point is Xianyang, where our brother Gua is stationed. As far as I know, the Mongolian Prince Kublai Khan leads the charge there. Despite their presence, they have yet to breach the gates of Xianyang, mirroring the impasse faced by the Mongolian forces in the Sichuan Basin. Presently, the advance of the Mongolian army southward has been effectively halted, and given that it is winter, neither side has made further military movements. Su Zhiqing continued, redirecting his focus to their own position. As for us in Zhongnan, we are under the jurisdiction of the Jingzhou Prefecture, overseen by the Mongolian Grand Chancellor Yel Chukai. He paused briefly at the mention of Yel Chukai, recalling the figure's previous appearances, though not within Jingzhou, but rather in the Central Plains. The reason for Yel Chukai's presence here puzzled him. After dispatching inquiries, Su Zhiqing discovered that not only had Yel Chukai relocated, but his entire family had accompanied him. Their arrival did not seem to be for official duties, but rather appeared more akin to seeking refuge from calamity. I intend to mobilize troops before the spring sowing after the new year, seize the Jingzhou Prefecture, and subsequently capture Weinan and Tongchuan. Thus, the entire Guanzhong Basin would fall into our hands. Upon hearing Su Zhiqing's words, Qiu Chuki and the others frowned. Mobilizing a large army is no simple matter. How can one directly conquer an enemy? Before the army advances, we must first eliminate the opposing generals. If their leaders are lost, the Daowu army will press forward, and a headless army can offer no resistance. Chuqi felt that warfare should not unfold in such a manner. It seemed somewhat unethical. Once we capture Jingzhou Prefecture, if our forces remain sufficient, we shall then move westward to Baoji. Zhiqing contemplated establishing his own territory, reflecting on the best approach, which he deemed to be starting from the vicinity of Zhongnan Mountain. He decisively chose Guangzhou. Chuqi had little military understanding, and Lu Chuxian and the others were even less informed. As they listened to Zhiqing outline his general direction, they all came to a mutual understanding. Zhiqing was preparing to seize the entire Guangzhou region in one fell swoop. Lu Chuxian furrowed his brow and inquired, "But will our forces suffice for such an endeavor?" "Rest assured, Master Lu, we will have ample strength for our campaign. For instance, if we capture Jingzhou Prefecture and eliminate a number of die-hard Mongolian loyalists, we can effectively manage the remainder. After seizing Jingzhou, we must first stabilize the local administrators, out of a desire to survive. They will have no choice but to temporarily submit to us. Whether their submission is genuine matters little. As long as they are willing to assist us, it suffices. If they fail to perform adequately, they shall face dire consequences." Zhiqing spoke of execution with an unsettling nonchalance, causing Chuqi and the others to exchange glances, sensing the intense malevolence emanating from him. The Daowu army resembled a band of reapers. Each soldier bore the stains of bloodshed. Their expressions shifted slightly, yet Zhilei and Lu Zhijia remained unperturbed. Zhiqing appeared oblivious to the expressions of his seniors, asserting that in war, death is inevitable. If one desires peace, they must eliminate those who incite chaos. Persuasion is futile. Should they seek class equality, one must seize the opportunity to upend the existing order. There is nothing that cannot be resolved through decisive action. Should one round of executions prove insufficient, then further measures will be taken. Zhiqing was not one to exhibit mercy. Otherwise, he would not have slaughtered so many within the Mongolian encampments. He did not engage in indiscriminate killing as a ruthless butcher. He merely acted in accordance with his plans, eliminating any obstacles that arose. "Zhiqing, we do not comprehend the intricacies of warfare. We simply hope you will not behave like the Mongols. Do not worry, Master. I assure you once again that I will not infringe upon any innocent civilians. Furthermore, once we have secured our territory, I hope you, esteemed masters, can suggest methods for governing the region." Zhiqing, with the Daowu army, would soon conquer the territory, followed by the need for effective governance. If governance is mishandled, it would have been better not to engage in battle at all. His inquiry, rather than eliciting answers, left the masters in a state of awkward silence as they exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. Chuqi shook his head and said, "Zhiqing, while we can discuss philosophy and martial arts, to ask us for advice on governing a region is rather burdensome." Lu Chuxian and the others nodded in agreement. They were hardly versed in governance. They could barely manage their own disciples. Zhiqing furrowed his brow, contemplating how to govern a territory. If he were to take on the task, he too would need to learn gradually. It was impossible to simply seize land and distribute it, was it? After some thought, Zhiqing decided to first conquer the territory and then address governance based on the situation in Guangzhou, proceeding cautiously rather than hastily. He had faith in his ability to govern, whether in commerce or agriculture. He believed that every region possessed its share of talent. Once Zhiqing shared his plans with his esteemed seniors, Chuqi and the others lost interest in further inquiries. They turned their discussions to the remaining disciples, deliberating on how they should act and the relationship of the Daowu army with them, as the other disciples lacked the qualifications to engage with the Daowu army. Before long, the meeting concluded, and Zhiqing returned directly to the military camp. Upon entering the tent, he noticed the excitement on Zhilei's face. He turned to his esteemed senior, "Master Hao, tomorrow marks the first day of the month. Shall we pay a visit to the Grand Chancellor of the Mongol state?" Hao Datong was puzzled by Zhiqing's desire to meet Chuqi, but nodded in agreement. "I will make the arrangements." Once his senior had acquiesced, Zhiqing turned to Zhilei. In military engagements, it is often said that the commander leading the charge is the most ill-fated. However, this does not apply to our Daowu army. Zhilei not only possessed formidable martial prowess, but also innate strength. Zhiqing found it perplexing that he had chosen to cultivate Taoist martial arts instead of external techniques, which seemed far more suited to him. If he could acquire skills like the 18 dragon-subduing palms or iron sand palm, they would perfectly complement Zhilei's abilities. "Tomorrow, I shall visit Chuqi with my esteemed senior, while you lead the Daowu special forces into the city to ascertain the identity of the city's commanding officer. Should they cooperate, spare their life. If they resist, eliminate them without hesitation. Subsequently, seize the city gates and allow our forces to enter." Su Zhiqing's strategy was straightforward and ruthless. By controlling the leader, the lower-ranked soldiers would become like headless flies without their commander. A mere 1,000 soldiers could easily overwhelm the defenders. Upon hearing his orders, Shi Zhilei's face lit up with excitement. Understood. Su Zhiqing nodded slightly, and then conferred with a few others, emphasizing that his senior brother Lu Zhijia should manage logistics efficiently, especially after seizing Jingzhou Prefecture. Immediate arrangements for internal affairs were crucial to prevent chaos within the city. The Daowu army upheld strict military discipline and was less concerned about disturbing the populace than about the possibility of defeated soldiers causing unrest. Lu Zhijia also agreed, his expression reflecting his own excitement. Compared to the regimented life within Taoism, he found greater enjoyment in undertaking such tasks. Once Su Zhiqing had meticulously assigned all responsibilities, he chose not to linger and departed the military camp, making his way back to the rear mountain. In the days to come, he anticipated that he would spend little time within the sect, as he wished to accompany both the little dragon maiden and his junior sister more frequently. On the journey, Su Zhiqing glanced at his personal interface. A brief survey revealed that all aspects of his martial skills had seen improvement, with his proficiency points reaching 2369. However, despite this progress, he still required a considerable amount of time to transcend to the next level. Upon arriving at the back mountain, he found the little dragon maiden and Cheng Jiayao, who were nurturing the jade bees. He gently called out, "Dragon, junior sister." The little dragon maiden merely turned her head at the sound, while Cheng Jiayao joyfully dashed over, leaping into his arms and wrapping her legs around his waist. Su Zhiqing supported her with one hand beneath her, noting that her once petite form had now developed its rightful shape. He carried her over to the little dragon maiden. "I shall be departing for Jingzhou Prefecture tomorrow," he announced. "When will you return?" "I am not certain for the time being. After Jingzhou, I must also venture to Weinan and Tongchuan." For his first foray, Su Zhiqing did not plan to remain behind. With his presence, it was likely that no one within the enemy's stronghold could impede him. While he lacked the vast forces of the Mongolian army, they, in turn, did not possess a martial artist of his caliber. He would apply pressure directly, countering their siege with his own force. Their strategy involved first decapitating the enemy before seizing the city. While a city might impede ordinary soldiers, it could not contain someone of his prowess. "I understand." Su Zhiqing nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. Cheng Jiayao, however, softly inquired, "Brother, are we not going? Do you wish to accompany me?" he asked. Cheng Jiayao hesitated, shaking her head before nodding. "I do not wish to go, yet I desire to be by your side," she exclaimed, pointing toward the jade bee hive. "With these, ordinary soldiers would stand no chance." Su Zhiqing smirked. With such a multitude of jade bees, even first-rate experts would struggle to withstand them. He feared that his junior sister was unaware of the extent of her current threat. He believed she could likely eliminate all the disciples of the Quanzhen sect with her own abilities, provided she caught them off guard. Clad in coarse cloth and wielding a torch, she could easily disrupt an oncoming swarm of jade bees. Under normal circumstances, who would prepare for such an eventuality? Brother understands. But for now, it is unnecessary. Su Zhiqing did not intend for his junior sister to utilize the jade bees. Executing a decapitation did not require them. If he needed jade bees to succeed, then all his training would have been in vain. It was precisely this point that Su Zhiqing found perplexing about his brother Gua. When the Mongolian forces approached, he could have ambushed Kublai Khan upon exiting the city, yet he chose to remain within the walls, a self-imposed restraint. Why squander an advantage and instead confront the enemy's main camp? This conundrum baffled him, and he chose to set it aside. The following day, Su Zhiqing arose. After completing his daily training, he returned directly to the Dao Martial Hall. After dining within the hall, Master Hao approached him, dressed in a Taoist robe. "Zhiqing, the horses are prepared. When shall we depart?" Hao Datong expressed his eagerness, for although age had taken its toll, his spirit remained as youthful as ever. Initially, he hesitated to accept the position of managing the Daowu army, claiming that he had grown too old and incapable. However, upon entering the Daowu pavilion, he handled matters with remarkable efficiency and composure. After finishing the last bite of his egg and sipping the congee, Su Zhiqing rose and declared, "Let us depart. We shall arrive just in time for the evening." Having arranged everything the previous night, there was no need for him to consult Shi Zhilei again. Upon exiting the grand hall, he noticed the little dragon maiden, who was shouldering a backpack with a sword sheathed on either side. Beside her, her junior sister also carried a backpack, with a gourd hanging from each side. Upon seeing this, Hao Datong turned to Su Zhiqing. "When brothers fight side by side, they are akin to a couple in battle. Let's join forces." The little dragon maiden's martial prowess was on par with his own, and her assistance would undoubtedly ease his burden. Moreover, the junior sister's jade bee attached to her backpack could scout ahead, particularly useful for detecting hidden sentries. Both were fully equipped, evidently prepared for the journey. Hearing Su Zhiqing's words, the little dragon maiden and Cheng Jiao exchanged knowing smiles. Senior brother. Neither the dragon's sister nor I shall be a burden to you. Su Zhiqing nodded and turned to his master uncle, saying, Master uncle, could you kindly arrange for 2 additional horses? Not a problem at all, Hao Datong replied, instructing his disciples to make the necessary arrangements. Once the horses were ready, the 4 of them descended the mountain on horseback, without any other disciples accompanying them. They did not linger on the way, stopping only at noon for a meal before continuing their journey. After several hours, they arrived at Jingzhou City. Su Zhiqing surveyed the city walls, which loomed high and formidable, making external assault nearly impossible. The most effective approach would be to breach from within. After a thorough observation, he proclaimed, let us proceed to meet this Yelu Jinglu. At the Yelu residence, Yelu Chukai, seated in his study, paused upon hearing a servant announce the arrival of a Taoist visitor. Setting down his pen, curiosity flickered in his eyes. Who might they be? He inquired, when informed that they were from the Quanzhen sect. Yelu Chucai's mind raced with suspicion about the unexpected visit from the Quanzhen Taoists. Nonetheless, he commanded, please escort them to the parlor. I shall see them shortly. Chapter 124, On What Grounds? The sword in hand. The administrative office, where Yel Chukai resides. However, Yel Chukai serves as the prime minister of the Mongol Empire, rather than the chief military commissioner, a role held by his eldest son, Yel Jin. Su Zhiqing and his companions stood quietly at the entrance, awaiting the arrival of a servant from the administrative office. The servant did not keep them waiting long, and soon emerged from the grand entrance. He gestured to Su Zhiqing and the others, signaling them to approach. Come, the Prime Minister has agreed to meet with you. Thank you. Su Zhiqing replied courteously, but the servant paid him no mind, leading the way without casting a glance at them. Cheng Jiao whispered, Senior brother, this person is so arrogant. He shows no courtesy whatsoever. As she spoke, she reached for her gourd to release the jade bee and teach him a lesson. Yet, Su Zhiqing swiftly intervened. Do not be hasty. This servant may be somewhat disdainful, but he doesn't pose any real trouble. After all, he is a servant of the administrative office. At present, Yel Jin is the chief military commissioner of Jingzhou Prefecture, wielding command over the military forces. All the troops of Jingzhou Prefecture fall under his jurisdiction. Su Zhiqing was not entirely familiar with the military ranks of the Mongol Empire. He had done a bit of research, discovering that the Mongolian hierarchy was an eclectic mix of self-created titles, those from the Song Dynasty, and remnants from the fallen Jin Dynasty. It was a veritable medley. Yet, amidst this chaos, a peculiar stability prevailed, allowing them to govern vast territories. Reflecting on the expanse of the Mongolian Empire from memory, it was indeed a great empire, surpassing even that of the Han Dynasty. To the north, it reached the Arctic Ocean, extending into Siberia. To the south, it encompassed regions as far as Myanmar and Vietnam. To the west, it touched Central Asia, and to the east, it bordered the Sea of Japan and the North Sea. Presently, the Mongolian Empire had not yet attained such vastness, falling short even of the southern Song Dynasty. The Mongolian Empire consistently pushed northward, showcasing a military prowess unparalleled by ordinary nations. As Su Zhiqing contemplated the future territorial expanse of the Yuan Dynasty, they entered the reception room. Upon their arrival, the servant did not offer them tea or any form of hospitality. Instead, he merely instructed them to wait patiently before departing. Once the servant had left, Cheng Jiao quietly inquired, Senior brother, why did you not allow me to teach him a lesson? If I released the jade bee, no one would be the wiser. Su Zhiqing shook his head. Had it been any other day, I might have permitted it, but presently, I am merely concerned about alerting the enemy. The purpose of his arrival is Yel Chukai. He aims to control Yel Chukai while instructing Shi Zhilei to manage the other generals. Those who refuse to comply may face dire consequences. I have no intention of eliminating Yel Chukai, for I have learned that before his arrival, military governance here was quite chaotic. The unrestrained Mongolian soldiers harassed the local populace, inciting widespread discontent. Upon Yel Chucai's family's arrival, his eldest son, Yel Jin, swiftly imposed severe penalties, resulting in a marked improvement in discipline among the Mongolian troops. Without a doubt, Yel Chucai's family possesses remarkable administrative capabilities. Especially noteworthy is Yel Chukai, a figure who once aided Genghis Khan. Su Zhiqing and his companions were waiting when a lively young maiden bounded into the room. Upon entering, the girl paused momentarily upon noticing the occupants of the parlor. Su Zhiqing observed her reaction, realizing she was evidently unaware of their presence. Are you Taoist from the Quanzhen sect? The girl inquired, her face lighting up with joy. Su Zhiqing, upon hearing her question and observing her demeanor, contemplated the implications. Beside him, Cheng Jiao stepped forward to ask directly, "We are indeed from the Quanzhen sect. May I ask who you are?" "How wonderful! You truly are Taoist from the Quanzhen sect," the girl exclaimed. "If my second brother knew you were here, he would undoubtedly be thrilled." With that, she hurriedly introduced herself. "My name is Yel Yan." Su Zhiqing's eyes flickered subtly at her introduction. Yel Yan, was she not the daughter of Yel Chukai? Yel Yan, brimming with enthusiasm, continued, "By the way, did you come here seeking my father?" Cheng Jiao responded affirmatively, "Yes, indeed. We have been waiting here for quite some time." "Oh, I apologize. My father must be preoccupied. I shall assist you in finding him." Before she could finish her sentence, another individual entered from outside. Su Zhiqing turned to regard this newcomer, who was clad in a splendid robe, exuding an imposing presence as he walked, clearly possessing martial prowess. As Su Zhiqing assessed him internally, he witnessed Yel Yan joyfully rush towards the newcomer. Second brother, the Taoists from the Quanzhen sect have arrived." Upon hearing her, the newcomer scanned the parlor and, upon realizing that he did not see the person he was searching for, a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. He bypassed his sister and bowed respectfully to Hao Datong. "I am Yel Qi, honored Taoists. May I inquire what brings you to our humble abode?" Upon hearing Yel Qi's name, Su Zhiqing's eyes gleamed with recognition. He recalled that during his master's long sojourn in Mongolia, he had imparted martial arts to a certain individual, Yel Qi. "This humble Taoist wishes to greet you, young master. We have come to convey to the esteemed Yel Jinglu that our Quanzhen sect has reached a decisive resolution." Yel Qi's eyes brightened at Hao Datong's words. As the second son of the Yel family, he was privy to certain matters. For instance, his father's presence here was not solely for the governance of Xi'an, but also to project a measure of intimidation towards the Quanzhen sect, particularly given the considerable disturbances the sect had been causing in the north. Had it not been for some connections from the Quanzhen sect, it was likely that a military siege would have ensued. Now, with the Quanzhen sect proactively reaching out, it clearly indicated an alignment with their Mongolian interests. Yel Qi pondered this, then quickly inquired, "I see. May I ask the names of the esteemed Taoists?" Hao Datong smiled and, with an unhurried manner, introduced, "This humble Taoist is surnamed Hao. This is the esteemed Su Daozhong from our Quanzhen sect, and this is Cheng Daozhong. This is the esteemed leader of the ancient Tomb sect, Miss Long." Upon hearing Master Hao Datong's introduction, Yi Lueki repeatedly offered his respects. When he beheld the beauty of the young dragon girl, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. However, exhibiting great decorum, he refrained from uttering anything further and simply stated, "Esteemed Taoists and Miss Long, please hold on for a moment. I shall summon my father." After speaking, Yi Lueki instructed his sister Yi Luyan to promptly prepare tea. Before stepping out of the parlor, while Yi Luyan busied herself with the tea preparations, Cheng Jiao quietly inquired of Su Zhiqing, "Senior brother, do you not find the enthusiasm of this man and woman excessively cordial? Are they harboring some ulterior motive towards us?" Su Zhiqing chuckled softly. "When the servants were dismissive towards you, you felt displeased. Now, when these two exhibit excessive warmth, you suspect their intentions." After a pause, he composed his expression. "Yet, you are correct. They indeed have designs, but not upon us. They are interested in our sect." He added, "This time, we come representing the collective will of the Quanzhen sect. They may have misunderstood something." Cheng Jiao remained puzzled. What could they have misunderstood? Su Zhiqing chose not to enlighten his junior sister, urging her to remain patient, assuring her that clarity would soon unfold. Meanwhile, after Yi Luyan served the tea, she engaged Cheng Jiao in light conversation, perhaps due to their similar ages. They quickly grew as close as sisters. Su Zhiqing observed with mild surprise, pondering whether such camaraderie was typical among young women. His gaze drifted to the quietly seated young dragon girl, who, though in her early 20s, exuded an extraordinary tranquility. Typically, she refrained from indulging in idle chatter. Yi Lueki did not keep them waiting long. Before they could finish their tea, hurried footsteps approached. Su Zhiqing turned to see the newcomer was likely Yi Luchukai. Despite his age, which seemed modest due to good health, he possessed an elegant demeanor, blending authority with a hint of kindness. As he entered, his gaze swept across the room, revealing a trace of amusement on his face. "I apologize for keeping you esteemed Taoists waiting." Su Zhiqing and the others rose, expressing polite reassurances. Yi Luchukai smiled gently and invited Su Zhiqing and his companions to take their seats. "Please, esteemed Taoists, do sit." As he spoke, he took his place at the head of the table, with Yi Lueki and Yi Luyan standing respectfully behind him. The guests settled back down. maintaining a cordial atmosphere as long as there were no tensions to disrupt. Just as he took his seat, another figure entered the room. Zhiqing turned to see a man in his 30s, strikingly similar in appearance to Yi Lichukai. A name surfaced in his mind, Yi Lujin, the envoy of Jingzhou Prefecture. Upon entering, this man, noticing Zhiqing and the others, expressed slight surprise. He turned to his father, Yi Lichukai. Jiner, these esteemed guests are the Taoists of the Quanzhen sect. Yi Lueki had informed the gathered company of their visitors during the journey. Seeing his elder son's confusion, Yi Lichukai took the initiative to clarify. Indeed, they are of considerable renown within Quanzhen. Yeljin was exceptionally courteous, exhibiting none of the typical demeanor associated with Mongolians. His eloquent Mandarin was unmatched by others of his kin. Observing this, Zhiqing reciprocated with politeness. After a round of introductions among the attendees, Su glanced at the sky, noting that it was still early, and thus he refrained from hastening to reveal the purpose of their visit, opting instead to prolong the discourse. Minister, Military Commissioner, Mai and I have come to convey the stance of our Quanzhen sect. However, before we proceed, we wish to ascertain your views on the world, Minister Yell. Upon hearing this, Chang Jiayao felt a twinge of confusion. Why did her senior brother persist in posing such inquiries? He had previously questioned Guo Shixiao, and now he directed the same to this Mongolian. How else could one perceive the world but through their two eyes? Did her brother possess a third eye? No one paid heed to Chang Jiayao, yet Yell Chutsai's gaze sharpened slightly upon Zhiqing's words. He pondered the implications of the young Taoist's inquiry. Furthermore, it appeared that this elder Taoist was not the principal decision-maker in their group. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Might I inquire which aspect of the world you are referring to, esteemed Taoist?" Zhiqing candidly stated, the policies of the Mongolian state, for instance, the classification of individuals into various ranks. The Mongolian hierarchy divides people into 4 classes, the foremost being the Mongolians, followed by the Simu people, which include the Xixia and Europeans, the Jin people, comprising the Khitan and Jurchens, and lastly, the Han people along with other minorities. Upon hearing Zhiqing's words, Yel Chukai chuckled lightly. Esteemed Taoist, many have raised this question. Is it not the nature of life? Some are born into nobility, while others are of humble origins. Inequality is inherent. Furthermore, if we do not delineate ranks, would chaos not ensue? It is this very system that has endowed the Mongolian state with its current might. Yel Chukai spoke with a tone of pride. Zhiqing understood that humans are inherently different. Under Mongolia's classification, Han people forever occupy the lowest tier, devoid of any semblance of human rights, existing merely as livestock. Some Han within Mongolia, having embraced their new reality, sought to showcase their abilities, not solely for personal gain, but to advocate for their kin. He was aware that Kublai Khan employed a significant number of Han. Perhaps this was a key to his future success, selecting individuals based on merit rather than rank. Indeed, but what if those beneath refused to accept this? Yel Chukai responded, Esteemed Taoist, you have likely resided long within your sect, unaware of the formidable strength of Mongolia. What if they are dissatisfied? Rather than complain, they should strive to exhibit their talents, earning the respect of others. With a smile, Yel Chukai added, much like the Han in the Song Dynasty, who belonged to the 3rd tier, while those from the southern Song, upon their defeat, would find themselves relegated to the 4th tier. Once, Genghis Khan remarked upon the Quanzhen sect, suggesting that should they wish to align themselves with the Mongols, they could serve as the national religion. Given the Quanzhen sect's considerable influence, such a proposition was indeed feasible. For instance, Qiu Chuji maintained correspondence with Genghis Khan, and the Taoist principles of health preservation are universally appealing, as no one desires to shorten their lifespan. Everyone yearns for the gift of time. Zhiqing, evading Yel Chutsai's assertions, spoke softly. The relationship between the Mongols and the Southern Song had already been leaning towards peace. If the Southern Song were to act with cruelty, inciting the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people, then it would be reasonable for the Mongols to intervene as agents of justice. However, the Southern Song did not exhibit such behavior, yet the Mongol nation invaded. What logic lies behind this? He posed this question expecting Yel Chukai to counter, but instead, Yel Chukai sighed. In the conflicts between nations, where lies the clarity of reason? Wars between states encompass both justice and injustice. Yet justice does not necessarily guarantee victory, nor does injustice ensure defeat. The annals of history have always reflected this. Why become entangled in such matters? Zhiqing nodded in agreement. Indeed, those in power have seldom heeded the voices of the populace. A true sage would not disregard the suffering of the common people in the face of 2 nations at war. Unity is preferable. Yel Chukai considered Zhiqing. Should the Quanzhen sect lend its support to the Mongol nation, it would undoubtedly hasten its path to unification, thereby alleviating the suffering of the future populace. Su Zhiqing chuckled softly. Yet, observing the common people within the Mongol realm, they live akin to slaves, their lives worth but a few coins. How then can one claim they would suffer less? His statement left Yel Chukai in silence. After a while, Yel Chukai replied with a subdued tone. If the Mongol nation is thus, is the Southern Song any different? On the surface, there appears to be no hierarchical classification, yet such distinctions exist in practice. Su Zhiqing concurred. Indeed, the Southern Song is no exception. Yet, what if there were a possibility of achieving true equality among all individuals? He emphasized the importance of human rights. Surely you jest, could such a nation exist? Is it not akin to the realm of immortals? Su Zhiqing laughed lightly, asserting that the world he inhabited could indeed be deemed a celestial paradise compared to this one. What if such a realm truly existed, where all citizens, irrespective of ethnicity, race, gender, occupation, or social status, enjoyed equal rights under the law? He glanced at Yel Chukai. For instance, Yel Xiangwo would not be afforded any privileges before the law. How would he fare in such a nation? The faces of Yel Chukai and his companions reflected astonishment at Su Zhiqing's words. How could such a country possibly exist? Yel Chukai pondered deeply on Su Zhiqing's proposition, envisioning rivers of blood flowing, a resounding rejection of the privileged classes within both the Mongol and Southern Song realms, including the aristocracy and officials, even the emperor himself. Contemplating this, Yel Chukai could not help but wonder how such a nation would truly manifest. Su Zhenren, your perspective is indeed novel. Yel Chukai sighed. But who can accomplish such a feat? An existence that defies all classes is destined never to materialize. Su Zhiqing, upon hearing these words, refrained from retorting. He merely spoke softly. Yet, someone must undertake it, mustn't they? As he spoke, he turned to glance at Yel Chukai and the others, softly declaring, I, Su, though lacking in talent, am willing to be such a pioneer. I aspire to establish a nation governed by law. Upon hearing this, Yel Chukai suddenly chuckled. Su Daozhong, pray tell, on what basis do you intend to build this? Relying on your Taoists from the Quanzhen sect? Su Zhiqing, in response, unsheathed his sword and rested it against Yel Chutsai's neck. On the strength of this, his action immediately startled Yel Jin and her brother in the parlor. Su Daozhong, what are you doing? Release my father. Yet, Yel Chukai remained unperturbed, gesturing calmly to Yel Jin and the others. Why are you all in a panic? Su Daozhong harbors no ill intent. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiqing chuckled softly. The Prime Minister is indeed worthy of having assisted Genghis Khan. Such composure is beyond ordinary men. After saying this, he sheathed his sword. Prime Minister, earlier you questioned my capability to build. How about you sit here quietly and accompany me in watching a play? Yel Chukai, taken aback by Su Zhiqing's words, displayed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Beside him, Yel Jin's expression changed dramatically. Su Daozhong, what are you planning? Su Zhiqing extended a hand gently, stating, I merely wish to obtain the Jingzhou prefecture. Yel Jin gazed at Su Zhiqing as if he were mad. Su Daozhong, I fear you have lost your mind. After speaking, he covertly exchanged a glance with his younger brother, Yel Qi. Understanding the signal, both lunged at Su Zhiqing. However, Su Zhiqing remained still, and Yel Chukai suddenly heard the sound of two bells. His sons, who had charged at Su Zhiqing, were sent flying backward. Realizing this, he cast a horrified glance at the little dragon maiden, who was leisurely gathering the golden bell strings.